This guy originally came from modern society and suddenly transmigrated to this strange land. Lin Feng once believed that as long as he was smart enough, he could easily reach the pinnacle of life. But reality quickly gave him a punch in the face when he realized this new world was nothing like Earth. Ferocious beasts roam everywhere. Ancient ruins appear at every turn. Even a 5-year-old child has enough strength to beat him into the dirt. In this mystical world, Lin Feng is truly no different from a useless cripple. However, what gives him an even bigger headache is the system interface currently before his eyes. The Sect Master level-up system. The main mission requires the host to establish a sect on this mountain, build a great sect, and become its founding master. Every mission has a time limit. If he fails to complete it on time, he will be executed immediately. Having just finished reading, Lin Feng is so angry he wants to start cursing. When other people transmigrate, they get god-tier cheats. But he gets a system that's actively trying to kill him. After brooding for a long while, Lin Feng finally determines that the core mission is to recruit 4 disciples. Reading through the system's long-winded explanation, the only thing Lin Feng pays attention to is the final line. Time limit, 1 year. Failure to meet the deadline will result in the immediate death of the host. This system is a total trap. A loser like Lin Feng should be the one seeking out a master to rely on. But the notifications aren't over yet, due to system maintenance. The beginner's gift pack has been delayed. The lucky draw is not open. Exchange points are currently at 0. After reading this, Lin Feng can't help but scream. Even the beginner's gift is delayed. Everything has to be traded with points. But where am I supposed to get points from? I'm dirt poor. What am I supposed to teach anyone? Just then, the villagers suddenly gather, bringing back a group of injured people. Is everyone back? Where's the prey? Where are the weapons? Our weapons are our lives. How could you lose them all? What happened? Faced with a barrage of questions, the group that just returned angrily explains everything from start to finish. Lang Feng is the greatest hope of Lang Village. But now he's been heavily injured by someone from Shur Village. This absolutely cannot be overlooked. Seeing the commotion, Lin Feng also approaches to take a look. Is this the genius the villagers worship like a god? It's my first time seeing the real deal. If it's him, I wonder if he'll do. After using the system to check the other's potential, what Lin Feng gets back is like a bucket of cold water to the face. Aptitude is too low. Does not meet the requirements to become a legacy disciple. This system is truly harsh. Harsh to the point of being extreme. Lin Feng can only sigh in frustration. His plan to exploit a loophole just to fill the quota has completely vanished. The villagers' discussion grows more and more heated. It just so happens that there's been a major disturbance in the mountains recently. The mountain treasure of Mount Senjia is about to appear. First, we seize the mountain treasure. Then we settle the score with Shur Village. I just don't understand how Shur Village raised such a little monster. A kid not even 4 years old defeated our genius, Lang Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng instantly widened his eyes in shock. A child under 4 years old can defeat a famous genius? This kind of power is absolutely terrifying. That kid might just be the target the system is looking for. He's overjoyed inside, but on the outside, Lin Feng still has to play along with the crowd and curse. Anyone who dares to insult our idol deserves to die. With his blood boiling, Lin Feng immediately wants to find the child from the rumors. But with his current weak body, the moment he leaves the village, he risks becoming food for ferocious beasts. Just as Lin Feng is worrying, a new system notification suddenly pops up. Because he's so excited, Lin Feng's reaction is a bit over the top. It attracts the gazes of everyone around him. He almost gave away his secret. He has to pretend he's going to answer the call of nature, sneaking off to a secluded corner to check the notification. New rewards activated. Host receives Qi Refining Level 4 Cultivation, along with 1 lucky draw, 300 highlight points, and the 9 Heavens Heavenly Thunder technique along with the 9 Heavens Thunder Summoning skill. Lin Feng's cultivation instantly skyrockets to Qi Refining Level 4. He also gains a complete mastery of the techniques and skills. Spiritual power floods his meridians and acupuncture points, making Lin Feng feel so refreshed he can't stop grinning. Now, he finally has some ability to protect himself. But remembering the system mission, Lin Feng immediately grows tense and checks it again. Establishing the 100th sect in history and becoming a founding master is still a long way off. Lin Feng tries opening the system shop to see what 300 points can buy. Basic medicinal pills, 10 points. Iron sword, 30 points. High level, spells cost hundreds of points. Everything further down is even more expensive. It's not enough at all. Even so, the Nine Heavens Heavenly Thunder technique has been lost for many years. It is one of the peak lightning element arts in the Heaven origin world. Obtaining this is already a stroke of god-tier luck. I'll just have to wait until I master this ultimate skill, then I can roam the world freely. Just thinking about it feels amazing. Even though he's only a chi refining level 4, Lin Feng is already dreaming of a brilliant future. But looking like a beggar right now, how is he supposed to recruit disciples? To complete the mission smoothly, Lin Feng carefully exchanges for a set of proper Taoist robes from the system. The price wasn't cheap, but the quality is top-notch. The moment he puts them on, he transforms from a ragged beggar into a dashing, refined man. Once fully prepared, Lin Feng waits until no one is looking and quietly slips out of the village. He walks with a skip in his step, his heart full of anticipation to meet his first disciple. The next morning, Lin Feng stands before the gates of Shi Village. The moment he arrives, his eyes are immediately drawn to a massive tree that had been struck by lightning. Seeing him standing there staring blankly at the tree, an old man with white hair and a white beard approaches to strike up a conversation. This tree has been withered for 10 years. The old man introduces himself as the chief of Shi Village and asks if he can help the Taoist with anything. Before Lin Feng can even answer, the system notification rings out. Suitable target detected for legacy disciple recruitment. Lin Feng scans the area. Finally, his attention lands on a young boy playing with the other children. System analysis complete. Target number 1 confirmed. Bone structure, 10. Comprehension, 8. Intelligence, 8. Luck, 8. Extremely high talent. Recommendation: recruit into the sect and cultivate with all your heart. You will be a pillar of the sect in the future. Looking at the stat board, Lin Feng can't help but be shaken. His bone structure is like everyone else running a 100-meter dash. But this kid is starting at the 90-meter mark. The advantage is almost overwhelming. No wonder he could beat Lang Feng so miserably. Will recruiting a disciple like this be too much pressure? With the way I am now, do I even look like a master? Lin Feng suddenly snaps out of it. He takes a deep breath and says to the village chief with a smile, "A few days ago, I sensed that someone destined for me was here, which is why I came looking. I didn't expect to actually find a young boy in this mountain village." Hearing this, the village chief looks suspicious and asks, "Is the Taoist master talking about this child?" Lin Feng continues to act mysterious. "I was wondering where my fated one was. But seeing this child, everything is clear now. To be honest, I once had a prized disciple who failed his tribulation and had to reincarnate because he couldn't overcome his inner demons. I have always hoped to find my disciple after their reincarnation, hoping to continue our bond as master and apprentice. After waiting for 100 years, I finally met him today." Having heard that emotional story, the village chief is still not at ease. He asks once more, "Are you saying this child is the reincarnation of your disciple?" Under the village chief's sharp gaze and oppressive aura, Lin Feng can't help but feel nervous. Who would have thought this old man was a genuine cultivator? Even if he's only at the 3rd level of chi refining, he's the real deal. He was hiding his aura before, so it was hard to tell. Now, out of caution, he's letting his spiritual power show. Am I being seen as a con artist? Just one slip-up and the whole act is blown. Because of that, Lin Feng turns to the child, continuing his role as a grandmaster. "Qing Feng, are you willing to return to the sect?" Seeing the child remain silent, the village chief's killing intent instantly flares up, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, the child speaks up in confusion. "My name isn't Qing Feng, and I don't want to leave the village." Hearing that, Lin Feng lets out a gentle laugh. He pats the child's head and takes out a talisman. "Very well. Your spiritual wisdom has not yet awakened. You don't remember your past life. I won't force you, but the fate between us is not yet over. Though we part today, we are bound to meet again. I will leave this protective talisman for you. If you encounter danger, throw it at your opponent. It will naturally protect you." Having said that, Lin Feng immediately leaves. He doesn't dare linger. As he watches Lin Feng's retreating figure disappear, the village chief breaks out in a cold sweat. He breathes a sigh of relief. I was almost scared to death. That man saw right through my foundations. But I couldn't even begin to guess the depth of his cultivation. I'm afraid he's no novice cultivator. He might even be a golden core grand cultivator. This is the hidden perk of the system. As long as Lin Feng doesn't take the initiative to attack mortals. No matter how high a cultivator's level is, they won't be able to see through his strength. Of course, Lin Feng won't give up easily. It's rare to find a target that perfectly fits the system's requirements. After activating the technique, I'm now invisible. That's 100 system points well spent. Lin Feng quietly slipped back into the village to keep a watchful eye. It looks like Stone Village had a pretty good harvest this year. The atmosphere was far more cheerful than the gloomy vibes over at Wolf Village. Right then, Lin Feng happened to overhear a conversation between an old woman and the village chief. Is it really okay for the boy to reject that Taoist master? She asked, her voice laced with worry. Do you think that child could actually be the reincarnation of that Taoist master? The village chief took a slow sip of his tea, his expression lost in thought. At first, I thought that Taoist was an assassin sent by the Sure family to tie up loose ends. But now it seems I was wrong. This child was born at the foundation establishment stage. On top of that, he possesses an ancient supreme Tao foundation. It wouldn't be a stretch to say he's the reincarnation of a great cultivator. The old woman let out a heavy sigh. He wasn't even 6 months old when his own brother, Shi Tianyi, stole his Tao foundation. Such a cruel fate. His life has been nothing but hardship. The village chief continued. I promised his father I would take good care of him, no matter what. We don't know where that Taoist came from. It's better to be cautious. Only you and I know the truth about the boy's origins. You must never breathe a word of this to anyone. Otherwise, his life will be in danger. Having heard all this, Lin Feng finally pieced everything together. He walked away, lost in reflection. No wonder the kid's potential stats are a perfect 10. But his Tao foundation was stolen. How are his stats still so flawless? Unless his Tao foundation is capable of regenerating. Talk about a legendary destiny. After leaving the village, Lin Feng carefully began setting traps along the path. He needed to finalize his plan to recruit his first disciple. He let out a tired sigh. Man, being a master is a lot more work than I thought. Just then, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky, immediately catching Lin Feng's attention. Could that be the mountain treasure those guys from Wolf Village were talking about? Is it meant for the boy? Destiny really is a powerful thing. Reaching the edge of a steep cliff, Lin Feng scanned the surroundings with caution. Once he was sure no one was around, he slowly approached the treasure embedded in the cliffside. With his current 4th level Qi refining cultivation, Lin Feng easily pried the massive purple crystal loose. The moment his hand touched the crystal, the earth trembled and thunder roared through the sky. The 9-fold earth thunder technique within him instantly surged. Lin Feng's body began to circulate his cultivation technique automatically. An ancient, ethereal voice echoed from within the lightning. I am the sovereign of thunder, the Lord who commands the heavenly courts of lightning. Faced with this overwhelming spectacle, Lin Feng stood there completely stunned. By the time he snapped out of it, the crystal in his hand had cracked open, revealing a glowing purple orb inside. Realizing this looked exactly like an item from the system, Lin Feng checked the details immediately. The heaven-bolted Thunder Core. Value, 2,000 points. This item only has a 1% chance of forming when lightning strikes ancient rock continuously for ages. It is the concentrated essence of pure lightning. For any cultivator of the Thunder Arts, this is an invaluable supreme treasure. Having stumbled upon such a windfall, Lin Feng smiled meaningfully. Consider this your official entrance gift, kid. Your master won't let you go empty-handed. With a commotion this big, the people from both villages should be arriving any second. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the scouts from Stone Village appeared. The boy led the villagers toward the source of the mountain's anomaly. When he saw the shattered crystal on the ground, the village chief knew instantly. The Thunder Core has already been taken. Even if these purple shards are valuable, the main prize is gone. The chief kept his head and decided to retreat to keep his people safe. Lin Feng watched from shadows. So, Stone Village got here first. Wolf Village is going to be empty-handed. A few moments later, The men from Wolf Village came charging in, finding nothing but scraps. They were absolutely livid. They were certain Stone Village had made off with the treasure. They immediately moved to give chase. At that moment, Lin Feng changed back into his old clothes and stepped out from the bushes. He played it off with a smile, saying he'd just gone for a stroll and gotten lost. Since he'd stayed at Wolf Village for a while, they didn't suspect a thing and let him join the crowd. As he followed the group, Lin Feng overheard two strangers whispering. Old Chin said, 3 years ago, the last time he was seen, the child wasn't with him. Could he have been secretly hidden away in one of these mountain villages? If it really is that child from back then, we have to pull him out by the roots. Leaving him alive would only mean trouble for our young master later on. The group ahead will make perfect scapegoats. Eliminating a threat to the family is just his fate. Hearing this, Lin Feng let out a cold sneer. They were using a sound transmission spell. Ordinary people wouldn't hear a thing. But these people from Wolf Village are just being used as target practice. Things are about to get interesting. Before long, the Stone Village chief led his men out to confront the Wolf Village group. Well, if it isn't the folks from Wolf Village, what brings you all here in such a hurry? The Wolf Village chief barked back in a rage. Stop playing dumb. Your people from Stone Village seriously injured my grandson and stole the mountain treasure. You're not walking away from this, despite the heavy bags on their backs. The boy in the Stone Village chief firmly denied it. Seeing this, the Wolf Village chief grew even more furious. Do you take me for a fool? Right then, at the back of the line, the fat guy whispered to Lin Feng that the Stone Village people weren't to be messed with. He warned him that if a fight broke out, but before he could finish, he realized Lin Feng had vanished in a thin air. The moment they ran into Stone Village, Lin Feng had activated his invisibility and slipped away. What else was I supposed to do? If the chief or that kid spotted me, I wouldn't be able to intervene properly. Besides, one is at the 3rd level of chi refining, and the other is at the 4th. This clash is going to be brutal. In the shadows, one of the men in black stepped back and pressed a strange flute to his lips. Instantly, the wild beasts in the forest went into a frenzy. They swarmed toward the area in a massive wave. The second they saw the humans, they lunged with savage, bloodthirsty intent. They didn't hesitate for a second. Faced with these massive beasts, the boy didn't show a hint of fear. Every punch he landed reduced an animal to a pile of gore. The wolf villagers were baffled as to why the beasts were only attacking their side. Some even began to celebrate in secret. Caught between the beasts and the wolf villagers, the Stone Village group began to lose ground. The situation was becoming desperate. Seeing the tide turn against them, the chief tossed something to the boy and ordered a retreat. He then pulled out a small drum and struck it with all his might. The thunderous boom sent a wave of agony through the enemies, making it feel like their heads were being split by hammers. With just one look, Lin Feng realized that was no ordinary artifact. Taking advantage of the chaos, the boy broke through the line and led his villagers away. But just as they reached the gates of Wolf Village, the entire group was blocked by the two men in black. Realizing both were cultivators, the Stone Village chief felt a surge of dread. He shouted a demand. Who are you people? The Sure family actually sent you too. You won't even spare a child? The man in black radiated cold, killing intent. The dead don't need to know so much. If this brat can contribute his life to our young master, he should consider a blessing. Seeing that the enemy had no intention of letting them go, the boy and the chief charged forward, determined to buy enough time for the villagers to escape. Right then, a pack of beasts lunged again, forcing the boy to split his focus. In that split second, the man in black counterattacked. Worry about your own life first. Seeing the boy get blasted backward, Lin Feng grit his teeth in anger. You stupid disciple. Hurry up and use the talisman I gave you. As if hearing the command, in that moment of crisis, the boy whipped the talisman out and threw it. Thinking it was just a hidden blade, the man in black reached out to catch it. Holding the strange talisman in his hand, he stopped his pursuit to examine it. Suddenly, the talisman erupted. Countless bolts of lightning surged, and the man was instantly incinerated into a charred husk. Seeing his partner go down, the other man rushed over in a panic. He activated his defensive artifact to ward off the lightning. This is bad. We need to retreat. But getting away wasn't going to be that easy. Lin Feng, still hidden in the darkness, began weaving hand signs and chanting an incantation. It's such a beautiful day. Did you really think my 9 heavens thunder invocation was that simple? Immediately after, a massive pillar of heavenly lightning descended from the clouds, right before everyone's eyes. The man was blasted into nothing but ash and dust. Witnessing the scene, everyone present stood frozen in absolute terror. Seizing the opportunity, the stone villagers raised their weapons high. They let out a thunderous roar. Don't let a single one of those wolf village bastards escape. The remaining man in black turned pale with fear. He screamed out a desperate threat. I'm a man of the prince. Do you really dare to kill someone from the Wong clan? Aren't you afraid the entire village will be razed to the ground? Meanwhile, Lin Feng quietly slipped into the village. He was practically skipping as he walked. He was so happy he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Even though this thing has all sorts of restrictions, its sheer power still leaves me more than satisfied. I'll leave that last guy for the kid and the village chief to handle. Now, I just need to sneak into the chief's backyard and wait for them to return. Once I make my grand entrance like a god descending to earth, there's no way that kid won't drop to his knees to become my disciple. My first disciple is finally about to be mine. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly sensed an incredibly strange aura. Upon a withered skeletal branch, a vibrant, blood-red flower suddenly bloomed. Didn't they say this tree had been dead for a long time? I didn't see any peach blossoms this fresh the last time I was here. Something is definitely wrong. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Waking up to such a feast already? Immediately after, countless petals caught the wind and swirled toward the battlefield between the two villages. Those petals seemed to possess a consciousness of their own. They landed softly on the foreheads of the wolf village people and the savage beasts. Instantly, blood-curdling screams erupted without end. The entire wolf village raiding party and the beasts were turned into desiccated husks. They dropped dead on the spot. Once the deed was done, the petals gathered and quietly returned to the base of the tree. That's enough for today. The rest can wait for later. Witnessing this horrific scene, Lin Feng was frozen stiff with terror. This tree is definitely a major problem. In stark contrast to him, the people of Stone Village were overjoyed. They rushed to the front of the tree, kneeling and shouting, "It's the Peach Immortal. The Peach Immortal has manifested. Thank you, Peach Immortal, for helping our Stone Village survive this calamity. Thank you for your protection, Peach Immortal. You truly are the guardian deity of Stone Village." Only the village chief and the young boy remained still, showing no emotion whatsoever. At that moment, Lin Feng quickly dodged to the side. His heart was racing like a drum. That was close. I almost got spotted by the village chief. This creepy peach tree definitely doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. In its eyes, everyone is just food. It can kill cultivators in the blink of an eye. Its strength is definitely nothing to scoff at. I finally found a suitable disciple. Yet one disaster keeps following another. Just then, a system notification appeared. The system has been operational for 1 month. The gacha function is now officially unlocked. Seeing this, Lin Feng was ecstatic. I almost forgot about this feature. Facing an opponent with such a mysterious background like that peach tree, Lin Feng didn't dare to act recklessly. He decided to retreat for now. If my dear disciple really is a child of destiny, he won't die that easily. I just need to be a little more patient. Master will definitely come back to save you. Arriving at a deserted waterfall, Lin Feng decided to test the newly opened gacha system. It's quiet enough here. This is the perfect spot for a draw. After a few taps, the system displayed 2 methods of drawing. One gray slot was still locked. For his first time, Lin Feng chose to check out the prize wheel. Scanning the rewards, he wore a look of utter disgust. These all seem like junk. These 3 techniques don't even come close to the 9 heavens heavenly thunder law. Nothing worth my time. Let's try something else. Next, Lin Feng switched to the dice system on the side. So I have to roll the dice for this one. 3 dice. A maximum of 18 points. It seems the total sum of the 3 dice determines the item I get. Suddenly, a dazzling gold slot caught his eye. His eyes lit up instantly. The thunder-breaking finger umbrella is a Foundation establishment stage treasure. Just by the name, I can tell it's a perfect match for my cultivation law. For a 4th level chi refinement cultivator like me, this is basically a god tier weapon. With this, I'll actually stand a chance against that peach tree. Without a second thought, Lin Feng hit the draw button. He kept chanting the number 10 under his breath. The system sure knows how to build suspense. The 3 dice were tossed one by one. The spinning effect was enough to make anyone dizzy. The first die landed on a 6. Lin Feng's confidence surged. The second die was a 5. That's 11 points total. He started breaking out in a cold sweat. Now, the third die had to land exactly on a 2 to get what he wanted. When the third die flipped to the 2-point face, Lin Feng nearly jumped for joy. But life is never that simple. The die suddenly tumbled over to the 1-point face, sending his total score plummeting. Fortunately, it hadn't completely stopped yet. It rolled one more time and landed on the 4. Lin Feng was so relieved he almost cried. It finally stopped. That roller coaster of emotions was almost too much for my heart. This system is clearly messing with me for its own amusement. I guess the thunder-breaking finger umbrella wasn't meant to be. I just hope whatever I get isn't useless trash. Lin Feng prayed as he wiped away his tears. Then, he clicked to open the mystery reward. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light engulfed the area. The reward revealed itself to be a precious sword. The North Polar Emperor Gold Sword, a Foundation Establishment grade treasure. It is a pair with the South Polar Electronic Sword. When combined, they form a golden core stage artifact, the Dual Polar Primordial Dao Sword. I hit a rare treasure on my very first draw. Lin Feng was shaking with excitement. From the looks of it, this is way stronger than that umbrella. First-time luck is no joke. However, Lin Feng quickly calmed himself to analyze the situation. Even with a Foundation Establishment weapon in hand, his current strength wasn't enough to unleash its full potential. The Nine Heavens Thunder summoning is powerful, but it drains too much energy. In a real fight, it would still be a struggle to defeat that peach tree. If I could somehow lure those experts who are looking for the kid over there, they could wear each other out against the tree. That might just turn the tables. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to put this plan into motion. Just then, voices drifted over from a distance. Junior sister, you need to hurry up and decide to break off the engagement with the Shao family. 3 figures dressed in white Taoist robes, carrying precious swords, slowly approached. The words annulled marriage instantly snapped Lin Feng to attention. Breaking off an engagement? Could this be the legendary annulled marriage trope? The very thing that has birthed countless heaven-defying powerhouses? Noticing a stranger nearby, the senior brother began speaking through a private telepathic transmission. I heard that Xiao Yin kid used to be a cultivation genius. How did he end up as such a piece of trash? However, after glancing at Lin Feng, Yinran sent a transmission back, telling him to be quiet. But her companion didn't care at all. He's just some backwater mountain villager. How could he possibly overhear a telepathic transmission? Little did he know, Lin Feng heard every single word from start to finish. A genius fallen to the status of a loser. Now, facing a fiancé coming to break off their engagement. This is the ultimate protagonist template. The more he heard, the more certain Lin Feng became that following them would lead him to his second disciple. At this moment, Yinran replied via transmission. Whether he's a genius or a loser, I'm ending this engagement. Even my grandfather can't force me to marry someone I've never even met. Eavesdropping on them, Lin Feng nodded inwardly. That's right. Go ahead and stand your ground on that annulment. But suddenly, he realized a problem and froze. Wait a second. If the engagement is broken now, the protagonist's story arc will shift. If that happens, what does that have to do with me? Damn it. Why'd it have to be right now? Once the engagement is broken, the protagonist is bound to have a power explosion. He might have a powerful spirit hidden in a ring, find a divine artifact in the wild, or suddenly enlighten himself with a heaven-defying technique. I'm supposed to be the mentor figure who guides the protagonist. How can I let this high-potential disciple slip through my fingers? But I haven't even settled the situation with the little guy in the village yet. What should I do? Finally, Lin Feng came up with a solution. The annulment has to happen, but not right this second. Then, Lin Feng feigned a weak, frantic look and chased after the 3 of them. Wait, are you 3 great masters, the sword immortals from the legends? When the senior brother asked what was wrong, Lin Feng put on an act of desperate pleading. I'm just a humble villager. But a monster has recently appeared in our village. I beg you, immortals, please show your mercy and slay it. Our whole village would be eternally grateful. Please, you have to help us. I saw it with my own eyes. An old peach tree that was charred to a crisp by lightning suddenly sprouted new branches and bloomed brilliantly. Hearing this, the senior brother cut him off. A withered tree meeting spring? What's so strange about that? Lin Feng quickly chimed in. That's right. The immortal master is absolutely correct. But those peach blossoms, they're killers. They've already taken so many lives. Yanran looked at her senior brother with a doubtful gaze. What do you mean? How exactly do those peach blossoms kill? Everything was going according to plan. Lin Feng recounted the story he had prepared, making it sound incredibly vivid. After hearing it, Yanran pleaded with the elder to join them. Elder Yi, we should go there ourselves. If we don't, that monster will claim even more lives. Elder Yi stroked his beard, deep in thought. He was already thinking about the precious demon core inside the tree demon's body. Exterminating evil and upholding the path is the responsibility of our Liu Guang sword sect. Young man, please lead the way. Having achieved his goal, Lin Feng hurriedly pointed the way towards Shi Village. But the moment he turned his back, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. You three arrived at the perfect time. Since you're my second disciple's enemies, if I don't set you up, who will? After leading the three to Shi Village, Lin Feng carefully explained the presence of the dried-up corpses before them. This was from a wolf demon attack. We haven't had the chance to clean up yet. Please forgive us, immortal masters. Shi Village is just ahead. Right then, blood-curdling screams for help echoed from a distance. It turned out the tree demon had fallen into a bloodthirsty frenzy and begun slaughtering the villagers. Fortunately, Xiao Budian and the village chief were risking their lives to hold it back, so casualties weren't too high yet. Seeing this, Lin Feng panicked inwardly. Killing people this early? This isn't good. I need to retreat quickly. If I run into Xiao Budian and the chief, I'm in big trouble. To avoid blowing his cover, Lin Feng feigned terror. He screamed and ran away. The peach demon is killing everyone. To the three immortals, he was nothing more than a coward. Hardly worth a second thought. Immediately after, the senior brother decided to step up and suppress the tree demon. Since we're here, we can't let this monster keep hurting people. I'll handle this. His words were bold, but after only a few steps, he nearly lost his life. Luckily, Elder Yi acted just in time to pull him back. Fall back. You're no match for this tree demon. With that, Elder Yi took control of his flying sword. The blade's glow carried a fierce sword intent as it slashed toward the tree demon. Feeling the threat, the tree demon immediately mobilized countless petals into layers of defense to block the flying sword. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was quietly observing from distance. Clutching his Dharma treasure, he wore a devious grin. That old peach tree really does have foundation establishment strength. Luring them here was definitely the right move. As long as both sides end up wounded, I'll have my chance to strike. Back on the battlefield, the flying sword was being surrounded by the petals. Elder Yi immediately commanded the sword to soar into the sky. Then, from a single blade, it split into thousands upon thousands, forming a lethal array that rained down on the tree demon. Under the relentless assault, the tree demon was forced to recall all its petals, to focus entirely on defense. He truly lives up to his foundation establishment rank. This power is terrifying. Seeing the tree demon suppressed, the people of Shi Village were overjoyed. They stood by, cheering and rooting for them. In response to their shouts, Elder Yi formed a hand seal, unleashing the 10,000 swords ultimate technique to manifest a massive, colossal blade. Right then, Lin Feng suddenly felt something was off. This tree demon shouldn't be this weak. Sure enough, the tree demon had been waiting for this exact moment. Take this. Countless petals instantly swirled together, condensing into a mass of spiritual energy right at the sword's tip. The moment the sword energy collided, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Elder Yi was sent flying, caught off guard. He suffered internal injuries and hurriedly shouted, "Retreat now! The tree demon isn't dead. You're no match for it." Hearing this, the villagers screamed in panic and scattered in every direction. Only Lin Feng remained, watching closely. The tree demon has used up a lot of energy. It looks like it won't be able to hold out much longer. Realizing the timing was perfect, Lin Feng sent his sword high into the air and began chanting an incantation. Thunder began to gather around the blade. But with his meager cultivation, how could he possibly control a Foundation establishment treasure? Soon, sweat poured down like rain, and his spiritual power was nearly depleted. That's when Lin Feng remembered the heavenly thunder jade pith he had obtained earlier. The moment he activated it, a surging power flooded his body, allowing him to continue the chant. With the preparations complete, Lin Feng unleashed his ultimate move, Die Tree Demon, North Pole Emperor's Divine Light. A massive bolt of purple lightning crashed down violently. The impact was earth-shaking, leaving everyone who witnessed it wide-eyed in shock. Struck by the purple lightning, the tree demon slowly began to vanish, leaving behind only a charred, smoking stump. Seeing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Good thing that blow finished it off. Otherwise, I'd have had no choice but to run. Just then, he noticed a woman staring intently at him. She's gorgeous. Wait, is this the tree demon's true form? The silhouette of the tree demon quickly faded, leaving behind only a few words. My name is Long Yi. Remember it, because I've certainly remembered you. Hearing this, a chill ran down Lin Feng's spine. He trembled inwardly. Big sister, please. Who could handle someone with a memory like yours? If we meet again, my current cultivation won't stand a chance against her. Before Lin Feng could settle his nerves, the villagers swarmed him, shouting that they were saved. A god has truly descended to earth. Since things had changed so quickly, Lin Feng chose to retreat, first to avoid exposing his true identity. As for the three cultivators, the senior brother was furious that his glory had been snatched away. He cursed his opponent for being so devious, waiting for both sides to be injured before striking. Elder Yi, knowing when to stay and when to go, didn't press the matter and immediately left. That lightning just now was too powerful. The opponent's strength is at least equal to mine. I'm already injured. Staying to argue would only invite trouble. Let's go. Yenran's marriage will have to be put on hold for now. I need some time to recover from my injuries. Yenran was sensible enough to know the annulment could wait, exactly as Lin Feng had planned. Elsewhere, Lin Feng changed his clothes and hurried back to the village chief's house. After being busy all day, it was finally harvest time. Oh, my dear disciple, hurry up and fall right into my hands. He hummed a little tune as he walked, unable to hide his joy. The uneasy villagers stayed close to the chief, constantly asking about what to do after the disaster. Some even wondered if the village's feng shui was cursed. Just then, everyone noticed Lin Feng's appearance. They were all so stunned they couldn't even speak. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard, smiling silently. With a gentle aura, Xiao Budian suddenly asked if it was the Taoist master who had destroyed the tree demon. The villagers immediately bowed in unison to thank him for saving their lives. Experiencing this for the first time, Lin Feng felt a bit awkward but maintained his hidden master persona. Everyone, please stand up. Exterminating evil is the duty of a Taoist. There's no need for such formalities. Inwardly, he was dying to take the boy as his disciple, but he couldn't reveal that just yet. He then turned to Xiao Budian. Did you use up the protective amulet I gave you? Xiao Budian scratched his head shyly and said he'd used it all. He couldn't even find where it went, afraid the boy would be scolded. The village chief quickly chimed in. He praised the Taoist master's powerful amulet, saying it was the only thing that saved his grandson's life. Lin Feng, of course, didn't mind. He took out another amulet and smiled. It's fine. It was meant to protect you. I sensed the amulet had been triggered, which is why I returned. Luckily, I have a spare. Here, take it. Be more careful from now on. With that, Lin Feng stood up to take his leave, saying he had other matters to attend to. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Though his words were firm, he was sweating with tension inside. Stop me. Please, someone stop me. As he walked away, he prayed desperately in his heart. Only when the village chief finally called out to him did Lin Feng turn back, continuing his master act, as he asked what else they needed. After careful consideration, the village chief requested that the child be taken in as a disciple. Being noticed by an immortal master is his greatest blessing. Please, come inside, immortal master. I have a few secrets to share. Let us speak once we are indoors. The village chief turned and asked the little one if he was willing to take this immortal master as his teacher. The little boy innocently asked if he could learn to be as capable as the master one day. Lin Feng was overjoyed, but he kept his composure. He assured him that he wouldn't just match that level, but far surpass it. Hearing this, the little boy happily accepted him as his master. But when he heard he had to leave the village, his smile slowly faded. Since he was a baby, he had been raised by the village chief and the local folk. Those bonds made it hard for him to say goodbye. At that moment, with a heavy expression, the village chief began to recount the boy's origins. His true name is Shi Tianhao. Though his upbringing was modest, his lineage is incredibly noble. He possesses a rare, peerless talent. He was born with a supreme Tao foundation. However, that foundation didn't manifest immediately. Just as his parents discovered it, his grandfather met with a disaster. They were forced to risk everything to save him. Out of desperation, they left their son in the care of others. But that act of entrusting him led to another catastrophe. That family had a genius child of their own named Shi Tian'er. Born with double pupils, he was able to see the supreme Tao foundation within Shi Tianhao. Shi Tian'er's mother conspired to steal the supreme Tao foundation from the boy to transplant it into her own son. When his parents returned, they caused a massive upheaval, but they were blocked by the clan. They couldn't kill Shi Tian'er to reclaim what was stolen. To save their dying son's life, they were forced to venture into a forbidden zone to find a cure. I was the only person they trusted, so I took the child in. But 3 years have passed without a single word from him. Luckily, the boy's constitution was strong enough to survive the ordeal. But the Yu clan, Shi Tian'er's maternal family, followed him all the way here, determined to eliminate any future threat. After hearing the story, the little boy's memories came rushing back. Tears fell uncontrollably. He wailed, asking where his parents were now. Faced with this scene, Lin Feng remained unusually calm. With your innate talent, those petty empires and ancient sects aren't even worth mentioning. After saying that, he gave a light cough and continued. Shi Tianhao, if your supreme Tao foundation was stolen, and your enemy now possesses both the double pupils and your stolen destiny, how will you choose to settle this? The boy wiped his tears, his gaze becoming resolute. He said it was merely a Tao foundation and nothing more. True supremacy cannot be sealed away. I will climb to the peak step by step on my own. Please, master, take me in and teach me the Tao. After that final kowtow, the system recognized his first disciple, rewarding him with 1 lottery draw and 500 exchange points. Lin Feng was thrilled, yet he maintained his dignified front. He replied that with a character like that, I will do everything in my power to help you. He told them to pack his things for their journey tomorrow. The next day, the little boy said his goodbyes to the villagers one by one. Then, he followed his master out of the village. The village chief was reluctant to see him go, but his heart felt more at ease. After all, a child this clever wouldn't let himself be mistreated. Next, Lin Feng headed toward the Ozhou region, preparing to recruit his second disciple, Xiaoyan, with one more person to lead the way. He checked the system as they walked. He mused that raising a child from the mountains was certainly convenient. Meanwhile, he planned to pass down the 9 Heavens Thunder technique to Shi Tianhao. He also remembered he had a lottery draw left. This time, Lin Feng tried his luck with the wheel, but didn't get the item he wanted. The reward he received was a soul-soothing root, an ingredient used to stabilize the soul, used specifically for refining soul-steadying pills. Browsing through the description, Lin Feng figured it was useful enough and tucked it away for now. He'd use it when the need arose. After checking his inventory, Lin Feng continued browsing the shop for a suitable cultivation manual. He finally settled on a technique called Dragon's Pulse. The moment he confirmed the exchange, a flood of knowledge rushed into Lin Feng's mind. Quick, clean, and incredibly handy. At the same time, the little boy asked curiously, Master, when will I start learning your Tao techniques? Lin Feng smiled and replied, Don't worry. You are my eldest disciple. How could I possibly forget you? Hearing this, the little boy innocently shook his head. Master, I don't want to be the eldest disciple. I want to be the youngest disciple. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Why is that? The little one explained. Back in the village, every family dotes on the youngest the most. Since I'm the smallest, I'll be the most loved. This reasoning was enough to make anyone laugh and cry at the same time. Lin Feng could only gently advise him. That's only in Stone Village. It's not necessarily like that elsewhere. In some places, the youngest is just an errand boy for everyone else. They make you fetch water for their feet or clean the latrines. Don't come crying to me when you regret it. To his surprise, the boy wasn't scared at all. He enthusiastically said he'd fetch the water and clean the latrines, and even massage his master's back, with his master by his side. And being this well-behaved, his senior brothers and sisters would surely have a hard time being mean to him. The kid was certainly sharp. Lin Feng had no choice but to go along with his first disciple's wish. He took the opportunity to teach him Tao techniques along the way. Before long, Lin Feng felt like his disciple was draining him dry. His knowledge was nearly exhausted, and he was breaking a cold sweat. He realized, this kid is a total monster. One simple lesson, and he understands everything deeply. He learns 10 things from one. If this keeps up, I'll be nothing more than a background character or some roadside guide. No way. This isn't how it's supposed to go. I have to become stronger, so I don't get left in the dust. Lin Feng resolved to increase his own strength, to be worthy of the geniuses he was about to recruit. Just then, the little boy hesitantly asked his master for some beast milk. It was his first time meeting a child of destiny who was 3.5 and still not weaned. Lin Feng had to double-check. Are you sure? The little boy blushed as he explained. It's not that I absolutely need it. I just really like it. It's like how the village chief likes his wine. Unable to refuse his disciple, Lin Feng nodded and began searching the area. When they found a mother leopard nursing her cubs, the master and disciple pair shamelessly used force to intimidate her. They were literally stealing milk from the cubs. They even forced the mother leopard to follow them. It wasn't until several days later that they finally let her go. This master-disciple duo was truly something else. Seeing the boy let the leopard go, Lin Feng asked, "Is that it? You're done drinking?" But he had underestimated the little brat. The boy's eyes sparkled as he looked at his master. "No, I just want to try a different flavor. 100 beast milk is the best. How could one species be enough? Where am I supposed to find 100 types of milk in this place?" Lin Feng had to find other animals to satisfy his disciple's palate. Along the way, he cultivated as they traveled. It didn't take long for him to break through his cultivation level. He finally reached the 7th level of chi refining. It certainly wasn't easy. They had now reached the outer edge of the mountain range. They would likely leave the mountains in a few days. But a harsh reality soon set in. Without even trying that hard, the little boy had already reached the 4th level of chi refining. If Lin Feng slackened for even a moment, he'd be overtaken. Right then, the little boy was happily chasing a small bird. With his agile movement, the boy caught it in no time. This bird is so fast. I'm at the 4th level of chi refining, and I almost didn't catch it. Why is it so big? It's so round and fun to play with. Suddenly, the boy noticed a rat-faced man observing them from the shadows. Zhang Nin silently evaluated him. This kid is so young, yet already at the 4th level of chi refining. Such talent is rare even within my entire sect. If I bring him back, the elders will lose their minds. Even the sect leader won't be able to stay still. I'll be rewarded handsomely. Thinking this, he put on a friendly face and asked about the boy's family. The boy innocently said he was traveling with his master, and that they didn't belong to any sect. Zhang Nin rejoiced inwardly. It seems his master is just a rogue cultivator. He immediately began to entice him, promising to teach him great techniques. When he mentioned the fame of the Blazing Fire Sword sect, the boy hesitated, saying he already had a master. But Zhang Nin acted like it was no big deal, even promising that if his master agreed, they could both join. Before he could finish, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. When he realized the boy had vanished into thin air, Zhang Nin hurriedly gave chase. But the boy used the demon wolf flash, leaving only after images behind. How could a 6th-level chi refiner like him fail to catch a 4th-level brat? Zhang Nin was left stunned. The boy returned and told his master everything. Lin Feng confirmed the details about the Blazing Fire Sword sect and fell into deep thought about this power, looking at his disciple, who shone like a firefly in the night. His talent was simply too conspicuous. Sooner or later, others would come sniffing around. But it took far too much effort to recruit him to let him go now. You want me to hand it over? In your dreams. That's what I thought. Lin Feng gave Xiao Budian a light tap on the head. "You're not allowed to wander off." Then they set off immediately. Master and apprentice headed straight for Ozhou. Lin Feng felt like a country bumpkin entering the big city. He'd spent his first 3 months in this world doing nothing but wandering through mountains and forests. Seeing the bustling scene now, he sighed, realizing a quarter of his mission time had already slipped away. So, the first order of business was to dig up information on Xiaoyan. Hearing the tales of the fallen genius, Lin Feng felt a surge of pure excitement when he saw Xiaoyan appear with 2 inheritance rings, each housing an old monster. Lin Feng understood immediately. The golden finger has finally shown itself. He was annoyed that the rings held people instead of treasures. He immediately wanted to scream and file a complaint, thinking this was a total breach of the rules. Lin Feng kept speculating about the 2 rings. Maybe only one of them has an old monster, and the other one is just normal. Or one has the old monster while the other was his previous ace. Regardless, I should just keep watching for now. On the northern outskirts of the city, the air was fresh and pleasant. Xiaoyan lay sprawled out on the grass, humming to himself while staring at the deep blue sky, lost in thought. Lin Feng quietly trailed him to a secluded spot. He began calculating his next move. It seems this is his secret hideout. He comes here alone whenever he's feeling down. Waiting for Murong, Yinran to arrive and break the engagement. And after that, that old man will finally show his face. Eavesdropping from behind the bushes, he noticed a group of strangers appear. They recognized Xiaoyan and started provoking him, suddenly wanting to spar with the Ozhou genius. Lin Feng smirked mischievously. For real? Someone's already here to slap his face? This is the classic son of heaven trope. He immediately started plotting. This is the perfect time to make an appearance. Make a strong first impression, then lure him in step by step. Lin Feng fixed his hair. He told himself that first impressions are everything. Right then, a voice rang out. "If you want to spar, there's no need for Brother Xiaoyan to do it. You there, stay back. Someone beat me to it. And it's a girl's voice, too." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The system notified him. A suitable target for a direct disciple has been detected. A pink-haired girl named Jin'er appeared, exuding an incredible aura, declaring she was more than enough to take them on. Lin Feng's system immediately scanned her stats. Talent assessment, high. Recruitment criteria, met. His eyes glowed as if he'd found a rare treasure. Another potential disciple. Today is just one stroke of luck after another. But realizing she was an entire major realm stronger than him, Lin Feng started to feel a bit wary. Her aptitude and comprehension are on par with Xiaoyan's. Just her willpower and luck are slightly lower. He guessed himself. Reaching such a high cultivation level so quickly, she definitely isn't lacking in resources. Sure enough, she claimed to be a descendant of a hidden aristocratic clan. A real elite, fair, rich, and beautiful lady. Lin Feng remained hidden, observing. He decided not to act until he knew more about her identity. That group of people retreated, but not before throwing threats at Xiaoyan. Lin Feng stepped out, looking half regretful and half smug. They left before I even got a chance to do anything. Might as well use this chance to ask around. The 3 of them walked away, cursing their luck for running into Xiao Zhen'er. Lin Feng struck up a conversation. He feigned curiosity about the Xiao family genius, making a sarcastic comment about him hiding behind a woman. The 3 of them were skeptical, but then showed their agreement. Lin Feng gave a hollow laugh. Internally, he felt their gaze was a bit strange. He asked about the girl's identity. They said it was Xiao Zhen'er, Xiaoyan's childhood sweetheart. She's always protected him, even after his downfall. They criticized Xiaoyan for being so pathetic. Lin Feng asked about the thing he cared about most. About the necklace holding Xiaoyan's 2 rings. They said one was left by his father, and the other was his mother's. Both parents have passed away. The rings were considered useless. Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. Mementos from both parents? That's definitely it. A double stroke of fate with 2 old monsters attached. Lin Feng made an excuse and took his leave. The group watched him go, thinking he was bizarre. He walked away in a hurry. Only one thought remained in his mind. I need to be better prepared. Even with 2 old monsters in the way, this disciple is still going to be mine. Back at the inn, Lin Feng was in high spirits. I almost forgot to buy beast milk for Xiao Budian. Luckily, The vendor hadn't closed up shop yet. He worried about his young apprentice. I wonder if he's being a good boy and waiting in a room. As soon as he entered, he saw the boy sitting upright, focused on his cultivation. Lin Feng was moved by his diligence. Since he's being such a good boy, he deserves a reward. He thought of the Thunder Jade essence given by the village chief. It'll make a perfect milk bowl. Using animal skins is honestly such a hassle. Lin Feng kept the precious scraps for materials. Calculating for the upcoming ceremony, Xiao Budian's baptism isn't far off either. He carefully completed the final step, adding the Thunder Jade essence. His movements were practiced and fluid. It took exactly 1 minute. The bowl finally took shape. It radiated powerful fluctuations. Arcs of lightning flickered around it. Xiao Budian woke up, drawn by the delicious aroma. He curiously asked what his master was doing. Lin Feng handed him the bowl of milk and gave him specific instructions on how to drink it. The boy was a little too excited. He gulped down several mouthfuls without taking time to guide the energy. He cried out that his mouth was burning. Xiao Budian jumped up from the heat. Lin Feng could only watch helplessly. He sighed to himself. This kid is way too hasty. He immediately used his power to help his disciple regulate his internal energy. Lin Feng repeated his instructions. Then he handed over the special bowl for good, telling him to use it whenever he drinks beast milk from now on to boost his lightning attribute spiritual power. Xiao Budian thanked him joyfully. Lin Feng smiled kindly and told the boy to go play, so he could focus on his own cultivation in peace. By now, night was beginning to fall. Elder Li's group gathered to track down Xiao Budian, reporting that Zhang Nin had lost the trail. The direction seems to be out of the mountains. The closest place is Ozhou. Someone doubted the child's cultivation level. Zhang Nin trembled, insisting every word was true. This caused Elder Li to think deeper. Elder Li's gaze was cold and decisive. He ordered them to set out immediately. Their destination, Ozhou. He cast a spell. Fierce fire energy erupted. He cast a net of flaming light forward. The power was overwhelming. In a quiet night, a servant knocked on the door to bring news to Lin Feng, saying that some interesting news had surfaced in the city. Lin Feng listened calmly. He learned that Xiao Yin once had an engagement, and now the girl's family had come to his door. His eyes flashed with interest. He rewarded the servant and told him to keep monitoring the situation. After thinking it over for a while, Lin Feng gave a slight smile. Murong Yinran has finally arrived in Ozhou. He called out to his little apprentice in an affectionate voice, calling him over to help, making the innocent boy expect something good. Lin Feng trailed off on purpose, telling Xiao Budian that he was about to get a senior brother, leaving the boy feeling both disappointed and curious. He told his little apprentice to bring the leftover materials along. Consider it diligence training. Elsewhere, Xiao Yin coldly declared that he would return in 3 years to wash away his humiliation, determined not to let anyone look down on him again. Elder Xiao stepped forward to see the guests out. His voice was deep and steady, asking the other party to leave. Murong Yinran bowed and apologized, clearly showing the gap in status between the two sides. Watching from a distance, Lin Feng sighed in regret for arriving late. I missed the engagement-breaking scene, but the outcome is exactly as expected. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making all 3 of them turn their heads at once. Miss Murong, I hope you won't regret your choice today. 3 faces instantly stiffened. Yi shouted, "Who's there?" A striking pink-haired girl stepped down from the rooftop. Her manner was strange and arrogant, warning them not to think they can do whatever they want just because they have the flowing light sword sect backing them. The world is much larger than you think. Lin Feng looked at her with a gaze that was half innocent and half mischievous. She really wears her heart on her sleeve. No need to go through the trouble of recruiting her. Once Xiao Yin is in my hands, she won't be able to escape either. Yi shouted angrily, asking where this brat came from to dare speak so insolently. But Jin'er simply looked at him. Flames seemed to rise as if from hell itself. She coldly uttered a single That look wasn't that of a weak young lady, but of a god of war standing above 10,000 men. The sight makes Yi break into a cold sweat. He forces a nervous smile and quickly orders a retreat. He tries to keep his composure on the outside, but his heart is still racing in a panic. That terrifying gaze from a moment ago still haunts him. Hidden in the thicket, Lin Feng watches everything unfold. He realizes instantly that she is no ordinary mortal. That golden flame flickering in her eyes is far too extraordinary. She is either a saintess of an ancient clan or a princess of a great empire. Seeing this, he begins to formulate a plan. First, he must recruit Xiao Yin. Everything else can wait until after that's settled. Wherever Xiao Yin goes, Xiao Zhener is bound to follow sooner or later. The scene shifts to Xiao Yin standing by the city gate. His mood is pitch black. He scoffs at himself, feeling like he's worth even less than a dog. At least a dog doesn't have to worry about people trampling on its dignity. Xiao Yin clenches his fists until his knuckles turn white. His eyes grow cold and sharp. He swears that he will never endure such humiliation again. Just then, a voice calls out with a light chuckle. "Hey kid." Xiao Yin looks over. He sees Lin Feng standing there with Xiao Budian. He has the refined air of a young noble. Yet, he doesn't radiate a single ounce of spiritual energy. It makes Xiao Yin suspicious. Just who exactly is this person? Lin Feng gives a faint smile. "Don't worry about who I am just yet. What you should really care about is the reason you've fallen into such a pathetic state." The words hit Xiao Yin like a physical blow, making him break out in a sweat. Lin Feng nods. He pats him on the shoulder and tells him to follow along. In an instant, he casts the Cloud Dragon spell, whisking Xiao Yin away into the clouds. Xiao Budian scrambles after them, shouting for his master to wait. Xiao Yin is shaken to his core by such divine power. He's certain now that he's in the presence of a true master, but he's even more shocked when he realizes that even the young kid has already reached the 4th level of chi refining. The system reminds him that it's nearly impossible for a mortal to see through a high-level master who isn't actively using power. Slowly, Xiao Yin begins to place his trust in Lin Feng, while Lin Feng maintains a cool, indifferent facade. Inside, he's absolutely ecstatic. A short while later, they descend onto a quiet, grassy clearing. Lin Feng chooses this spot to lay everything out on the table. Xiao Yin respectfully bows, pleading for guidance. He desperately wants to know what is actually wrong with his body. Lin Feng smiles. The problem lies within that necklace. Xiao Yin is stunned to realize his misfortune didn't come from within himself. Lin Feng gets straight to the point. The root of the evil is those 2 rings. It's not a curse. It's a man-made disaster. It's as if you've been carrying a catastrophe around your neck this whole time. Xiao Yin asks in a panic, "A man-made disaster?" His greatest fear is that someone has been sabotaging him on purpose. He even wonders if his parents' deaths are somehow connected. Lin Feng admits he doesn't know the fate of his parents. But those 2 rings are definitely the reason his cultivation has been backsliding. There is a spirit inside them, feeding on his mana to sustain itself. Xiao Yin grips the rings tight. Fury erupts within him. He's determined to have his revenge. Meanwhile, Lin Feng is secretly plotting. He plans to frame that spirit as the ultimate villain. Xiao Yin knows he has to get stronger to settle this himself, because his years of misery are tied directly to the soul within those rings. Lin Feng is buzzing with excitement. His 9 Heavens thunder summoning skill finally has a chance to shine. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flares up. A feminine voice echoes out. Lin Feng is caught off guard. The soul in the ring isn't some old man, but a woman. A woman of breathtaking beauty manifests before them. Lin Feng is left speechless. He breaks into a cold sweat from the sheer surprise. His jaw drops as he blurs out. "I didn't expect the old hag in the ring to be as beautiful as a goddess." Xiao Yin is fuming. He demands answers from the woman. Yin Minghua softly apologizes, claiming she had no other choice. Xiao Yin hurls the ring to the ground. He lashes out at her in a fit of rage. Yin Minghua reveals that the other ring is the true source of his bad luck. She explains herself gently, but her words carry weight. She admits to draining his mana for the last 3 years, but she insists that the initial disaster wasn't her doing. Xiao Yin struggles to suppress his anger. Lin Feng senses that something is off. This woman is definitely more than she appears. Yin Minghua speaks plainly. The other ring contains the remnant soul of the Tao Tai, a gluttonous beast. Xiao Yin is paralyzed with shock. She begins to recount the past. 10 years ago, she was gravely wounded. She had to anchor her soul to the ring. When she saw the Tao Tai devouring Xiao Yan's mana, she used the Heaven Cage seal to lock it away. Yin Minghua apologizes for the trouble she unintentionally caused. Lin Feng is startled to realize she belongs to the Taihu Void Temple. He recalls the three great holy lands of the Tianyuan continent. At the top sits the Mount Shu Sword Sect. Next is the Great Lane Temple. And finally, the Taihu Void Temple. The Taoist sect is usually humble, but every time a disciple enters the world, they cause a massive stir. The woman introduces herself. My name is Yin Mingwei. Xiao Yin is shaken by the name. Lin Feng feels a pang of jealousy, realizing his potential disciple almost fell into the hands of a holy land. Lin Feng tries to calm himself down. Even if she's from the Taihu Void Temple, Xiao Yin is still my target. Yin Mingyue smiles sweetly, but there's a calculating glint in her eyes. It makes Lin Feng realize she's going to be a handful. After analyzing the situation, Lin Feng realizes he still has a winning move. His eyes burn with renewed determination. He gives a light chuckle. A Taotai, you say? It really has been quite a while since I've encountered one. Both Yin Mingyue and Xiao Yin are horrified. They never expected Lin Feng to have faced a living Taotai before. Lin Feng introduces himself as Taoist Lin. He asks Yin Mingyue about the injury she sustained 10 years ago. She becomes wary, unable to see through the depths of his cultivation. Lin Feng tells a story about meeting a demoness who hid her soul in a fake peach tree. He starts connecting the dots. He guesses it was the demoness Long Yi. The air around them suddenly turns frigid. Yin Mingyue thanks him for the information. She asks where Long Yi is now. Lin Feng tells her he doesn't know. He remains on high alert internally. In his mind, Lin Feng imagines a showdown between Yin Mingyue and Long Yi. A pair of rivals bound by fate and hatred. A struggle that would last a lifetime. Finally, he understands why those two look at each other like they want to tear the other apart. It's mostly because they both have their eyes on the same child of destiny. Thinking about the next woman in the picture, knowing Mingyue's enemy is still alive makes Lin Feng want to stir the pot even more. He keeps a calm face while dropping a teasing remark. Taoist Yin, you've lost your physical body, and your soul is tethered to that ring. Getting around must be quite a hassle, wouldn't you say? Yin Mingyue's gaze turns pensive and dangerous. She finally speaks up. I have a way to reconstruct my body, but it requires a great deal of preparation. Until then, I must remain within the ring. If I don't, my spiritual power will simply dissipate. Lin Feng immediately jumps in. I can help with that. He pulls out some spirit-settling grass. Yin Mingyue recognizes its value instantly. She eyes the herb suspiciously and asks in a low voice, are you going to all this trouble just for the sake of Xiaoyan? Lin Feng stays composed on the outside, but inside, he's on guard because she's seen right through him. He beats around the bush, saying he's just looking for a successor. He claims he wouldn't dare compare himself to the Taihu Void Temple. He simply asks her to give him a chance. Yin Mingyue gracefully agrees. She takes the spirit-settling grass and gives him a warning. The Heaven Cage seal is growing weak. The Tao Ye's remnant soul could wake up at any moment. It's best if Xiao Yin doesn't carry that ring for now. Caught off guard by the request, Lin Feng flinches ever so slightly. He keeps smiling, but he's sweating bullets on the inside. He thinks to himself that these two women are exactly the same kind of dangerous. He maintains his poised smile. He answers softly, that's a small matter. I'll handle it. Lin Feng takes the ring from Xiao Yan's hand. His hand trembles slightly, but he forces himself to stay calm. Now is not the time to show fear. He funnels his mana into the ring. He mutters a familiar chant as he works. Suddenly, his eyes light up as something changes. A blurry shadow emerges, and a massive, monstrous beast lunges out. It has glowing green eyes and jagged white fangs. Layers of lightning seal surround it. Only now does he realize the truth. Even as a mere remnant soul, its power is already at the foundation establishment stage. It's far more terrifying than any cultivator at the same level. No wonder it was able to drain all of Xiao Yan's cultivation back then. Lin Feng touches the glowing threads of the seal. He immediately understands that the Heaven Cage seal has been severely depleted. He tries to exert his strength, hoping to reinforce the seal with his own mana. But the more power he sends in, the dimmer the light becomes. He stands there, stunned. This beast is far more complex than he ever imagined. Looking at his hands, Lin Feng comes to a conclusion. Without understanding how the Heaven Cage seal works, feeding it power will only backfire. He can't help but blame himself for the mistake. He turns to Xiao Yan and asks about his plans for 3 years from now. Meanwhile, the beast continues to growl ferociously. Xiao Yan answers bluntly. He is determined to take back everything he lost. Lin Feng gives him a warning. Your talent is great, but your opponent has a much higher starting point. Plus, she has the support of the Flowing Light Sword sect. Is 3 years really enough? Yan Mingwei chimes in softly. She offers to teach him the spells of the Taihu Void Temple as compensation. This leaves Xiao Yan with a lot to think about. Lin Feng was secretly delighted. With his senior helping out, the chances of success were clear. Xiao Yan double-checked. If you say so, senior, you must have a way. Lin Feng replied that everyone has untapped potential. What matters is whether you're willing to endure the hardship. Xiao Yan's determination flared up. I'm ready to walk a path through hell if that's what it takes. Lin Feng nodded in approval and accepted him as a disciple. Just then, a loud noise put them both on high alert. A young girl with pink hair appeared. It was Xiao Zhuaner. Lin Feng told Xiao Yan to go speak with her in private. While he waited nearby, Zhuaner touched down. Her deep gaze fixed intensely on Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the weight of her stare. Mingyu giggled, covering her mouth. She noted that this was another fated encounter for Xiao Yan. Lin Feng fell into thought. Meeting by chance is destiny, but how it influences things is hard to say. Mingyu teased him, saying he sounded like a Buddhist monk. He gave a light smile, but his mind remained on the Heaven Cage seal. Suddenly, a firebird flew past. Budian tugged at his sleeve, asking to go play. Lin Feng told the boy to be careful. Budian happily chased after the firebird. Mingyu praised Budian's natural talent. Lin Feng smiled and told her not to praise him so much in front of the child. A thought about the Taihu sect flashed through Lin Feng's mind. The system reminded him that to recruit a personal disciple, all previous ties must be severed. He realized that if he wanted to poach someone, he had to cut them off from their original sect first. Just then, Mingyu realized the firebird belonged to the Blazing Flame Sword sect. Lin Feng's expression tightened. He realized the Blazing Flame Sword sect had their eyes on this place. Deep in the forest, Budian was still innocently chasing the firebird. The bird flew back to its master, leading Budian straight into the enemy's nest. The boy suddenly realized he was in danger. Zhang Nam pointed and cheered. Elderly let out a wicked laugh. He was thrilled to have found such a genius. Elderly tried to lure Budian into joining the Blazing Flame Sword sect, but the boy said he already had a master and turned to run. A ring of fire appeared, blocking his path. A threatening voice boomed. Budian cried as he ran. He shouted that he wouldn't go with bad people. Elderly ordered Zhang Nam to take action. He laughed mockingly. Budian dropped into a defensive stance. He warily faced off against Zhang Nam. The boy lunged forward to counterattack, but Zhang Nam remained contemptuous. He thought a little brat at the 4th level of Qi refining stood no chance against him. Suddenly, Budian grabbed Zhang Nam's leg. The boy used his strength to slam him into the ground. Elderly was shocked. Zhang Nam was knocked unconscious by the blow. Budian tried to escape, but he was bound by fiery ropes. The flames transformed into a tiger, pinning the boy down. Zhang Nam broke into a sweat, barely managing to keep control. The other disciples stood back and laughed. In a rage, Zhang Nam grabbed Budian by the hair. He shoved the boy's head into the dirt. He roared, trying to beat him into submission. Amidst the pain, Budian remembered his master's words about an unyielding will. Right then, a cold voice rang out. Unhand him this instant. From a distance where a light flashed, Lin Feng stepped forward slowly. His presence began to radiate outward. His face made his intentions clear. His golden pupils glowed with a chilling, killing intent. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, as if it intended to annihilate everything. Blue light surged through the sea of fire, swallowing the enemies below. Zhang Nam's eyes widened in terror. Heavy pressure weighed down on his entire body. Elderly showed a look of disdain. He waved his hand and gave a cold, loud laugh. You dare show off here with such pathetic cultivation? Lightning clashed violently with the fiery energy in midair. Lin Feng was startled to realize his opponent had already reached the golden core stage. He quickly ran the numbers. He was currently only at the 7th level of Qi refining. Even if he broke through to foundation establishment, he'd be no match for a golden core cultivator. Budian scrambled toward Lin Feng, crying out for his master. but he was immediately blasted back by an invisible force. He reached out, letting out a sharp cry. Elderly grabbed the child firmly. The boy struggled and wailed, begging to be let go. Lin Feng stared coldly at his opponent. His voice was pure ice. Is the blazing flame sword sect of a Nine-Heaven Sword Alliance reduced to bullying children? Elderly sneered in contempt. A lowly rogue cultivator like you thinks he's worthy of standing before me? This child has extraordinary talent. Staying with you is a total waste. Joining the blazing flame sword sect is his true destiny. As for you, his face darkened, and his voice became a cold hiss. I've gained a good disciple today, so I won't bother with you. Now get lost, as far as you can. If you show your face again, I'll cut you down with a single strike. Lin Feng felt the crushing pressure bearing down on him. This was the overwhelming power of a golden core cultivator. He clenched his fists so hard they trembled. He looked down deep in thought. Should I just take this lying down? The gap in power is just too vast. If I make a move, I'll definitely die. He told himself to stay calm. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Being stubborn right now would just be suicide. And yet, Lin Feng couldn't take his eyes off his poor disciple being taken away. He cursed under his breath. To hell with being smart. I didn't cross over to this world just to live a life of shame. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. His eyes burned with a man's pride. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die with my head held high. I'm putting everything on the line. Lin Feng's resolve caught Elderly by surprise. The elder curled his lip into a cold smile. If you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to oblige. Elderly pressed 2 fingers together to manifest his technique. Glowing red energy erupted like a world-ending fire. Seeing the attack rushing toward him, Lin Feng thought that even a single strike held terrifying power. Taking a head-on would be certain death. Zhang Nam shouted in triumph, mocking him. Trapped, Budian could only cry out for his master and worry. Elderly didn't hesitate. He pointed his fingers forward, commanding the sword chi. The light instantly expanded in midair. The sword chi transformed into countless blades, storming toward Lin Feng. His gaze sharpened. He could feel that every single blade was strong enough to level a hill. Xiao Yin recognized the fiery formation. It was the power of the Golden Core stage. Zhuaner stood nearby, evaluating the scene. Brother Xiao Yin, I'm afraid the master you want to follow is all talk and no action. Ming Yu watched with her arms crossed, her heart racing. She thought that if she didn't step in now, it would be too late. Lin Feng gripped his ring to activate it. The internal system reported a behavioral analysis failure. Switching to divine ability analysis mode. A blue screen appeared, showing the ability to deconstruct spells in a short time. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. His face was filled with determination. He decided to take a reckless gamble. The sword chi, carrying monstrous power, was closing in. He slid the ring onto his finger. A blinding golden light erupted. The Tao Tai let out a roar as it surged forth. It sensed an irresistible source of energy calling out to it. Lin Feng was stunned as the surrounding spiritual energy was sucked dry. He let out a triumphant laugh. If that's the way it's going to be... Lin Feng raised his hand to meet the savage waves of sword chi. Even though they were massive, they couldn't pierce through him. The disciples of the blazing flame sword sect mocked him, thinking he was overestimating himself. But the moment the sword chi touched Lin Feng's hand, it began to vanish. It was being neutralized with ease. Elder Li and his disciples stared in absolute shock. How could such powerful energy be completely negated? Lin Feng stood tall and proud. With one hand, he dispelled the entirety of the red sword chi. In just an instant, only wisps of white smoke remained between them. Budian beamed with pride, shouting that his master was so cool. The other disciples couldn't believe their eyes. Elder Li's face contorted with rage. He couldn't believe his power had been broken. Lin Feng stood his ground. Inside, the Tao Tai roared with satisfaction from the meal. The ring flashed with light once again. Elder Li finally turned serious. He shoved Budian toward his disciples, preparing to go all out to destroy Lin Feng. The tension between the two was like a powder keg ready to blow. He raised his hand to form a seal, summoning massive fire energy. The disciples nearby felt the temperature skyrocket. Lin Feng knew that getting hit by this would turn him to ash. A fire sword, condensed from endless flames, was pointed directly at him by Elder Li. Lin Feng was a bit nervous, but he was committed to the gamble. Lin Feng placed his hand over his chest, guessing the trajectory. If I'm wrong about where he's aiming, I'm dead. Elderly lunged forward with the sword without hesitation. The disciples waited breathlessly for the outcome. Lin Feng waited silently for his moment. The fire sword pierced straight toward Lin Feng's chest, leaving Elderly speechless. He's still alive? Lin Feng was relieved that he had guessed correctly. The Taotai roared in anger at being used. It was ready to devour the opponent. Elderly realized in a panic that his spiritual power was being drained dry. All the fiery energy was being swallowed by the ring. Lin Feng observed calmly. Elderly trembled as his accumulated energy was sucked away. Cold sweat poured down his face. He realized he had completely misjudged this man. This isn't someone I can fight. I have to get out of here. Run now or we all die. Lin Feng looked down on Elderly, calling him nothing more than a brat. Tao Tai let out a pained roar, his body strained to the breaking point. That voice struck his mind like a heavy stone. Lin Feng pressed 2 fingers together before his chest. His aura began to coalesce rapidly. He pointed a finger, unleashing a torrent of fire to send the attack right back. You've caused enough trouble. Now, take back what belongs to you. Elderly let out a terrified scream. The fire strike hit him head-on. He was left completely powerless to resist. Xiao Budian's eyes sparkled with pure admiration. The disciples of the sword sect stood frozen, stunned to see Elderly so utterly overwhelmed. Anyone who dared to call him a brat must possess an even higher level of cultivation. Xiaoyan couldn't hide the look of sheer terror on his face. Zhener began to reassess the situation. If Xiaoyan could take this man as his master, his future would surely be limitless. In this world, there is always someone stronger. There is no such thing as the strongest. Elder Li had been defeated. His subordinates were still in a state of shock, unable to process what happened. Xiao Budian remained dazed by the sheer scale of Lin Feng's power. A bearded man growled, reaching out to seize a hostage. Lin Feng watched them in silence, his expression unreadable. The bearded man's hand froze mid-air at the sound of Lin Feng's cold warning. If my disciple loses so much as a single hair, every last one of you will die. Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret that part of his power had been swallowed by Tao Tai. Tao Tai growled, vowing to devour his enemies once he recovered. Lin Feng grasped a surge of blue energy in his hand. He calmly remarked that his opponent had no hope of growing any stronger. Tao Tai cursed in fury, feeling the constraints of the Heaven Cage seal. Lin Feng sighed, thinking that it was only thanks to the system's timely analysis that he was able to gain control in the nick of time. It really was a stroke of luck. In the distance, Elderly stood stark naked, his skin flushed a bright red. His 2 subordinates hurried over, telling him to get dressed while they scrambled to help one another. Xiao Budian was still reeling from the shock. He asked his master if he could teach him that move. Lin Feng patted his head with a smile, telling him he wasn't quite at that level yet. Focus on your training, and I'll teach it to you when the time is right. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. He turned and demanded to know why Zhang Nam had dared to strike his disciple. Before Zhang Nam could even finish his sentence, another of Elder Li's subordinates rushed forward and slapped him. The man shifted all the blame onto Zhang Nam in a fit of rage. Zhang Nam collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lin Feng watched the scene, feeling a sense of irony. That was one hell of a slap. A single blow nearly took half his life away. Lin Feng spoke with cold indifference. I will not make things difficult for you today. I am sparing your life so that my disciple may claim his revenge with his own hands. Xiao Budian chimed in immediately. That's right. Just wait until I've mastered everything my master has to teach. I'll come and settle the score with you myself. He glared at them. Did you hear me? Then he continued. Now, take your elder and your people and get out of my sight. Don't you dare show your faces anywhere near here again. The man bowed his head quickly in response. The group beat a hasty retreat. Mingyu stood behind them, observing everything. She was deep in thought. She had originally planned to use the moment he used the Heaven Cage seal to sense his mana flow. But she realized she had completely lost that ability. She watched Lin Feng, her mind racing. Could he have predicted my intentions? Is that why he used Tao Tai to test me? His actual realm must be far beyond anything I imagined. Mingyu suddenly recalled the words Lin Feng had spoken. Little girl, have you caused enough trouble yet? If you're done, I'm returning your things. She thought to herself, did he really say those words to me? Lin Feng felt her scrutinizing gaze on him. He began to wonder, did I accidentally push her too far? A moment later, Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhen'er approached. Lin Feng saw them and thought, finally, here they come. Xiao Yin immediately dropped to his knees, bowing as he addressed Lin Feng as his master. Lin Feng told him to rise, declaring that from this day forward, he would travel and train by his side. The system immediately flashed a notification. Congratulations on recruiting your second disciple, Xiao Yin. Reward, 1 chance and 500 exchange points. He couldn't help but flash a satisfied smile. The system interface appeared. Name, Xiao Yin. Age, 15 years and 1 month. Cultivation, first level of Qi refining. Potential, physical and bone structure above 8. Comprehension, over 9. Willpower, over 9. Luck, over 8. Note, displays exceptional talent for alchemy and medicine. Recommended education path, fire-based Taoist arts. Abilities, martial arts as the primary focus. Training note, potential for alchemy is extremely high. Having read the report, Lin Feng thought to himself that this recruitment went much smoother than expected. Lin Feng stroked his chin, lost in thought. Fire-based arts, huh? I only have a 9 Heavens Thunder technique in my possession, so what should I do? Xiao Zhen'er happily congratulated Xiao Yin. Lin Feng noticed that the girl beside him was so perceptive that even her silence couldn't hide her emotions. Xiao Zhen'er took Xiao Yan's arm and asked if the senior intended to take him away from Xiaozhou. Lin Feng replied that he wouldn't be staying here for long. Once Xiao Yin has settled his family affairs, we leave immediately. He continued, this path is a difficult one. I must guide him through every step of his journey. Training is one thing, but time is of the essence. He needs to see the world and gain experience. Only through worldly trials and serendipitous encounters will his progress soar. With that in mind, he thought that perhaps others could come along too. Hearing this, Xiao Zhen'er looked saddened and apologized to Xiao Yin. She wouldn't be able to accompany him. Lin Feng watched them, reflecting on the situation. Even with all my arrangements, I couldn't sway her. Her Dao heart is stronger than I thought. Xiao-san, where in this world are you? Xiao Yin spoke softly to comfort her. He told Zhen'er not to worry. He wasn't leaving just yet, and he had a feeling they would see each other again soon. Mingyu finally spoke up. She reminded them of her promise to teach a technique from the Taihu Guan as compensation. She said she had intended to teach the Heaven Cage Seal, but it seemed unnecessary now. Hearing that, Lin Feng clenched his fist. He knew she had realized he already possessed the Heaven Cage Seal. Mingyu continued, I will pass on the Red Lotus Burst. It is a fire-type technique that is notoriously difficult to master. Training is dangerous, but its power is absolutely worth the risk. Xiao Yin bowed in gratitude and accepted. She added one more thing, regarding the preparation of the soul-stabilizing pill. In addition to the soul-soothing grass provided by fellow Taoist Lin, we need a few supplementary herbs. She asked Xiao Yin to help gather them. Xiao Yin replied that it would be no trouble at all. Lin Feng mentioned he had some business of his own to attend to. Xiao Zhen'er asked for permission to return to the estate to reassure her family. Xiao Yin agreed. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. Tao Yi's constant screaming was giving him a headache. Soul-soothing grass. The soul-stabilizing pill. Everything is connected to that woman. If I consume it, I can recover at least 50% of my strength. Tao Dai grumbled incessantly. He claimed that if he could just swallow a few more golden core cultivators, he'd have his power back. Then he muttered that there wasn't a single good soul in the Taihu Guan. He went on, as if reminiscing about the past. The previous saintess had her Dao heart shattered. Her cultivation vanished. She was married off as a mere concubine. She was bullied and oppressed by mortals. In the end, she died coughing up blood. The son she left behind was all alone. His father was cold, and his stepmother tormented him. Lin Feng listened in silence. Suddenly, he asked with renewed interest, Are you saying the previous saintess was murdered, and she left behind a son in a wealthy family who was treated as an outcast? Someone who suffered terrible oppression? Tao Dai snapped back. Why the hell should I tell you? Lin Feng didn't say another word. He only offered a mysterious smile. Tao Dai accidentally stepped onto the containment circle. He screamed from the burning sensation. It's too hot. He transformed into the shape of a child, crying out in pain. Lin Feng watched him, completely speechless. The child-formed Tao Dai shouted, What are you looking at? This is just what I look like. What a rare sight. Lin Feng remarked. No wonder you talk and act so childishly. Turns out you really are just a brat. He screamed in a rage. Who are you calling a brat? Lin Feng laughed. If you want to be treated like an adult, then start acting like one. At the very least, you should understand your current situation. Then his voice turned stern. So, who exactly is responsible for all of this? Tao Tai stammered out a panicked defense. If I hadn't been hit by that freak from the Blazing Sword sect first, I would have slaughtered everyone. The Heaven Cage seal couldn't have held me. I would have swallowed it in one bite. Lin Feng smiled at that. Are you trying to remind me that I should kill you now while you're still weak? Tao Tai shook his head frantically. No, that's not it. Lin Feng replied coldly. Actually, it seems quite reasonable to eliminate you now. He began to analyze. 3 years ago, you devoured the cultivation of a young boy. That boy is now my disciple. I should take revenge on his behalf. Tao Tai flinched. He broke out in a cold sweat as Lin Feng continued. You hate Yin Minghua, but she and I are on rather good terms. Finally, keeping you around until you recover would certainly be bad for me. Tears began to stream down Tao Ye's face. Lin Feng gave a sinister grin. I have countless reasons to kill you. Give me one reason why I should spare you. Tao Tai pleaded desperately. Senior, I'll do whatever you command. The Taihu Guan only cares about quality over quantity when it comes to disciples anyway. The sect has very few disciples. Many spend their entire lives without ever stepping into the mortal world. They remain secluded, devoted only to their cultivation. But whenever a disciple does descend the mountain, the entire world is thrown into upheaval. The most outstanding inner disciple is chosen as the sect's worldly representative. The current saintess of Taihu Temple is named Meng Bingyun. Her talent is peerless. She's recognized as the most brilliant disciple to emerge in 1,000 years. She practices the path of supreme emotional detachment. Together with the path of void yin and yang, they form the two scriptures of Taihu. These are the most powerful techniques within Taihu Temple. This path focuses on experiencing deep emotion, then discarding it, seeking the heavenly way through the lens of the human way. At its peak, one transforms cold indifference into the great Tao itself. All living beings weep upon hearing of it, yet she remains unmoved. Even heaven and earth bow before her. The ultimate taboo is becoming entangled in worldly feelings, constant worry and lingering thoughts, being shackled by love. And yet, Meng Bingyun met a man who would haunt her entire life. The pillar of the great Zhou dynasty, Grand Tutor and Marquis Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu. Because of Zhu Hongwu, Meng Bingyun suffered an emotional tribulation she couldn't overcome. Her Tao heart shattered. Her world-shaking cultivation vanished into nothingness. It was the most tragic end possible for a practitioner of the path of supreme emotional detachment. The great Zhou dynasty grew stronger by the day. Successive monarchs were diligent and wise. The nation's power surged. When the throne passed to the great sovereign, Liangban, the empire's strength expanded rapidly. Both Liangban and Zhu Hongwu deliberately suppressed the religious sects within Great Zhou. 20 years ago, they joined forces with the Nine Heaven Sword Alliance and other powers to commit a world-shaking act. A single strike that changed the entire landscape of the grand celestial world, the extermination of Buddha. The great Zhou dynasty teamed up with multiple factions. They laid siege to the Great Lane Temple, one of the 3 great holy lands. The battle was catastrophic. Countless masters fell in combat. Many primordial spirit cultivators perished. In the end, Liangban and Zhu Hongwu emerged victorious. The Great Lane Temple was wiped off the map. Only Taihu Temple and the Mount Shu Sword sect remained in the world. Taihu Temple was originally at odds with the Great Zhou dynasty because of her relationship with Zhu Hongwu. Meng Bingyun was even expelled from her sect. She was nearly hunted down by her own people to cleanse the gates. Following the fate of her cultivation, Meng Bingyun entered the world to temper herself. She became a courtesan of the arts, selling her talent, but never her body. And Marquis Xuanji's manor took great pride in its strict etiquette. Despite her former glory, she ended up as a mere concubine, and was eventually tortured to death by the Marquis's primary wife. Lin Feng listened completely stunned. The depths of a Marquis's manor are as treacherous as the sea. For a man as powerful as Zhu Hongwu, Emotions are insignificant compared to power. He asked, "So what happened to her son?" He said he'd only heard that Meng Bingyun had a son named Zhu Yi. That name is a bit of a strange coincidence. His situation is dire. With his mother gone, he's in even more danger. Whether he's dead or alive, no one knows for sure. Hearing this, Lin Feng knew he had to get to Great Zhou quickly. He had to take the boy under his wing. The spirit was startled and angry. It shouted, "Let me go first." He walked briskly. "I have a few things to settle before heading to Great Zhou." He clenched his fists, telling himself, "I have to deal with this fire spirit essence eating away at my body right now." He opened the system interface. His heart was full of anticipation. He decided to use his draw right then and there. He pointed at the system and spoke. Third draw. Primary goal, a fire system technique. Secondary goal, a treasure to neutralize the remaining fire essence. He pursed his lips, full of determination. If I pull a fire technique, I can neutralize the essence and use it to boost my cultivation. That would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He folded his hands in a silent prayer. I hope the reward is actually useful this time. The system announced the Tianshan Crimson Pearl Pill, effective for treating injuries caused by fire system energy. He was overjoyed. The system continued. The wheel opened up 2 fire techniques. Sunburst War Chi and an incomplete Akila's Unmoved King Seal. He grew even more excited. He rested his chin on his hand, calculating. The Crimson Pearl Pill only heals injuries. Should I pick it as the target, or use it to increase the success rate? The system display read. Sunburst Yang Flame, Fire Attribute. One of the 7 foundational flames of the Solar True Fire. Mastering it allows one to birth a miniature sun, progressing toward the dawn true fire. Pairing it with the Solar True Fire Law grants one of the 7 great true flames. Lin Feng weighed his options. The Unmoved King Seal has been upgraded and is strategically stronger. But I still need to get Xiao Yin and Xiao Budian to the Great Zhou capital, even though the Sunburst Yang Flame has lower combat power for now. Its future potential is undeniable. He decisively chose it. He wondered, could this just be luck? Then it hit him. This definitely isn't a coincidence. He remembered his previous spins. Unlike a real, physical wheel that relies on force, this is a virtual wheel. It spins exactly how it's programmed to. So what's the pattern? He thought about it anxiously, based on the experience of pulling the soul-soothing grass. The wheel usually completes about 3 full rotations. He reached toward the wheel. If the pattern is fixed, Sunburst War Chi is in slot 9. Then this time, I should start from 18 or 1. His hand trembled slightly. He steadied himself. It has to land. The wheel began to spin. 1 rotation. 2. 3. He concentrated his focus. Half a turn more, and then it jerked to a stop. Damn it. The wheel stopped on Akila's Unmoved King Seal. The system announced the draw was complete. Lin Feng panicked and shouted, "System, you're messing with me on purpose, aren't you?" He suppressed his anger. "Fine, this technique isn't bad either. Once I get the second half, it'll be on par with the 9 Heavens Thunder Law." The system asked if he wanted to begin cultivating the Unmoved King Seal. He reminded himself to stay alert once they left the European region. Avoid leaking any info. He pressed confirm. The priority is purging this fire essence from my body. The system announced the activation of the Unmoved King Seal. Cultivation progress uploading. His entire body erupted in a faint golden light, followed by a series of mental instructions. Lin Feng was startled. He wondered what on earth was happening. Observing closely, he realized the demon fire had flooded the 7 major acupoints he'd just opened. He closed his eyes tight, sensing it. This feeling is exactly like when I first started the Unmoved King Seal, when my cultivation jumped straight to the 7th level of Qi refining. A surge of energy became clear within his mind. The fire origin path was clashing with his lightning power, but strangely they began to merge. Becoming one, Lin Feng conjured a small spark in his hand. High-level cultivators only risk practicing multiple paths to break through. Conflicting techniques can easily cause one's cultivation to go haywire. That's why masters usually focus on one primary path, with others being secondary. But I'm a completely different case. He thought, with the system protecting me, no one can see through my foundation. I can switch my core technique whenever I want, regardless of whether it's orthodox or unorthodox. Even my magical power can increase instantly. Having finished his thoughts, he ran towards Xiao Budian and told him it was settled. Let's go meet your fellow senior disciple. The boy looked up and asked, is it over? Then the two of them went to find Xiao Yan. Where Ming Yu was also waiting. Lin Feng asked if he was done practicing. Do you have it under control? Xiao Yan replied that the process was very smooth. He felt as though he had mastered every move. Lin Feng smiled, satisfied. Ming Yu chuckled. Fellow Taoist Lin, you seem to be in a very good mood. He replied, helping others is always a cause for celebration. Lin Feng continued. For the past 3 years, your realm didn't increase, yet you never gave up. You kept training persistently. It's because of that persistence that your foundation is more solid than any average person's. You've accumulated much. You'll face fewer bottlenecks during your future breakthroughs. Those 3 years might seem like a waste, but you'll find that you'll make up for it very quickly. Xiao Yan asked in surprise when Master would teach him a technique. Ming Yu was also curious. Fellow Taoist Lin and this young disciple both seemed to practice lightning-based arts. Xiao Budian just stood there with an innocent look. Lin Feng patted the boy's head and said, this child is well suited for lightning, so I passed those techniques to him. Then his tone turned serious. One must teach a disciple according to their natural talent. As for Xiao Yan, I have other plans for him. Ming Yu was even more shocked. This man can use multiple types of techniques with such mastery. He's clearly no ordinary Taoist. Xiao Yan's jaw dropped in admiration. Master really is a hidden expert. Doubt began to stir in Ming Yu's heart. Could he be a high-level cultivator from some secluded sect that just recently emerged? Xiao Yan clenched his fists. I wonder if my parents in the heavens are doing well. He looked up and smiled. I keep telling myself I'm doing just fine, even though I lost everything. My cultivation was gone, and I had to endure endless humiliation for my own clan. But now that I've found the cause, I can finally start my cultivation over from the very beginning. He looks at Lin Feng and thinks to himself, besides, I have an incredibly powerful master now. Then he glances over at Xiao Budian and remembers he has a junior brother even younger than himself. Lin Feng watches him for a moment before speaking. From this day forward, you are my eldest disciple. For now, you will hold the status of the sect leader's personal disciple. As the eldest brother, you must set an example for the others. Xiao Yan bows respectfully and replies, yes, master. Xiao Budian cups his hands in a formal greeting and says, sure, Tianxia greets his eldest brother. Xiao Yan smiles and pats the boy's head. He promises to protect him from now on. But then he pauses, realizing he's 16 and only at Qi refining level 1. While this 3-year-old kid is already at Qi refining level 4. Xiao Yan immediately hardens his resolve. I must train even harder. Master, please rest assured. Xiao Budian just stands there, tilting his head in confusion. Lin Feng smiles and says, in the future, if your junior brothers or sisters get into trouble, it's up to the eldest brother to step in. Xiao Yan thumps his chest confidently. Even if some old fogies show up, there's no need for Master to act. I can handle it myself. Xiao Budian gets excited. He raises his hand in support. Lin Feng tells Xiao Yan to go get ready. They leave Ozhou in 3 days. Ming Yu mentions that she's still counting on Xiao Yan for her medicine. Lin Feng glances at Ming Yu in surprise upon hearing this. He feels a bit awkward when she catches him looking. He then asks, fellow Taoist Yan, what do you plan to do next? Ming Yu cups her hands and replies, I'll need some guidance from you, fellow Taoist Lin. First, I must stabilize my soul, then I'm going to find Long Yi. Lin Feng wonders, is the grudge really that deep? Ming Yu says with a hint of anger, she has something very important in her possession. Whether for my sect or for myself, I must take it back. Lin Feng replies, I encountered that demoness a month ago in the mountain ranges of northeast Ozhou. He thinks to himself, if Ming Yu takes action, that woman probably won't dare bother me again. He continues, at the time, she was possessing an old peach tree. She used the awakening of the Dongwu to harm the villagers. I happened to be passing by and broke her evil spell. That was how I saved Xiao Budian. He asks, what exactly is Long Ye's background? Ming Yu answers, her true form is the Lang Huang jade tree. The system interface appears. The Lang Huang jade tree belongs to the spirit wood lineage. All things have a spirit. Even plants and trees can become spirits. Among the 4 great divine trees of the world, the strongest are the Wutong divine wood, the Shala tree, the ginseng fruit tree, and the Lang Huang jade tree. Lin Feng muses that with such a foundation, It's no wonder Mingyu treats her as a mortal enemy. He mutters, "If I had known her origins, I would have finished her off sooner." Mingyu adds, "She is the direct disciple of the demon Saint Tianmei. She practices the heavenly Tao Demon Sutra. If it comes to a life-and-death struggle, we might both end up destroyed." She thanks Lin Feng for wounding her opponent. He smiles and replies, "It was nothing really." Back at the Xiao family estate, Xiao Yan is packing his things. Xiao Zhen'er stands outside the door, watching him quietly. Once everything is ready, Xiao Yan goes out to meet Lin Feng and Xiao Budian. Lin Feng gives spiritual food to his two disciples. Xiao Yan thanks him. Xiao Budian eats while praising how delicious it is. Lin Feng looks visibly stressed. He sighs, thinking these two little money pits are going to bankrupt him at this rate. Afterward, Xiao Yan enters a state of meditation. A layer of green spiritual light envelopes his body. Lin Feng is moved to tears. It hasn't even been 3 days, and he's already reached Qi Refining Level 3. He can't help but sigh in awe. Mingyu observes this with suspicion. He wears Taoist robes, yet he possesses the secret teachings of the great Lane Temple. She wonders if he's a monk who escaped years ago, or if he stumbled upon the lost arts after the temple was destroyed. On the 3rd day, Xiao Yan says his goodbyes to Xiao Zhen'er. He promises that he will definitely return to see her. Zhen'er replies that she will wait for him to reclaim his glory. Lin Feng watches them, childhood sweethearts with such deep feelings. Mingyu notes that Xiao Yan broke through to level 3 in just 3 days. Fellow Taoist Lin, you certainly have a keen eye for talent. She sounds a bit regretful. Lin Feng scratches his head and laughs. You flatter me. He cups his hands to bid Mingyu farewell. I wish you success in everything. Mingyu softly returns the gesture. Xiao Yan takes Xiao Budian's hand as they set off. Lin Feng thinks excitedly, Zhu, your master is coming for you. Elsewhere, Zhang Nam is suddenly struck so hard he coughs up blood. At the Blazing Flame Sword Sect, Elderly is furious, scolding his subordinates for reporting nonsense without knowing the enemy's background. He clenches his fist, teeth gritting, swearing this grudge must be settled. Suddenly, a man's voice asks, "What's the grudge? Tell me about it." A man dressed in pure white, with a handsome face, carrying a long sword, and wearing a bamboo hat appears. He arrogantly states that the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance always helps its own. He's ready to lend a hand. Elder Lee's subordinate is shocked to realize he's a core formation cultivator. His gaze lands on the sword. Elder Lee understands immediately. He's from the Mount Shu Sword Sect. 3 months later, in Tianjing City, the sounds of vendors fill the air. Xiao Budian runs around the streets demanding milk. Suddenly, someone scoops him up and calls him back. Xiao Yan warns the boy not to run off or he'll get lost. From a distance, Lin Feng tells him to let the kid play. He has someone to find. After 3 months, Xiao Budian has reached Qi Refining Level 7. Xiao Yan is at level 6, and Lin Feng is at level 10, in front of a wealthy estate. Lin Feng observes the stern guards and notes that they're actually using level 6 cultivators as gatekeepers. The Marquis of Xuanji's manor is truly impressive. A shop owner nearby laughs, saying there's much he doesn't know. The young man praises the Marquis for being a master of both the brush and the sword. His military achievements are legendary. And then he turned to scholarly pursuits, making a name for himself on the imperial honor boards. He is a truly exceptional man. Lin Feng nods, understanding the situation. The system notifies him that it has found a suitable target for a direct disciple. Lin Feng quickly looks around to search. A young man appears. The system displays information for target number 4. Innate constitution, above 7. Comprehension, above 9. Willpower, above 8. Fortune, above 10. Extremely high talent. Recommendation. Recruiting him will make him a pillar of the sect. Lin Feng is stunned after reading this. A fortune of 10 is practically god-tier luck. That's right, this is the one. The youth walks toward the manor gates. Lin Feng asks who he is. The shop owner looks over. He notes the young man in green has a very calm aura, not like a commoner at all. The shop owner smiles and says that's Zhu Yi, the second son of the Marquis of Xuanji. His mother was a former courtesan who has passed away. He's quite a good student. He's about to take the civil service examinations. Lin Feng's eyes light up. The owner adds that Zhu Yi plans to go to Mount Qingyang to visit his mother's grave and stay at a temple to focus on his studies. Lin Feng confirms it to himself. He is definitely the one. He then stands up and takes his leave. Inside the marquee of Xuanji's manor, Zhu Yi is focused on his books. He thinks to himself that whether he can give his mother a proper status depends entirely on this year's exam. He calculates, if I make the honor board, my mother's spirit tablet can finally enter the ancestral hall. If I become a cultivator and earn a title, her status could even surpass that of the main wife. Suddenly, a strange movement startles him. He mutters, was that an earthquake? Outside, Lin Feng is performing a spell. Countless brilliant purple lights appear. Lin Feng says, since you want to watch, then come out into the open. Zhu Yi steps out from behind a tree and bows, asking for forgiveness for his intrusion. Lin Feng closes his eyes and asks, are you not afraid? Zhu Yi stands tall and replies, the sages teach that the upright have no fear of evil. If the heart is just, then demons cannot invade. Thunder is the ultimate yang force that dispels dark spirits. Since the Taoist master controls lightning, you cannot be an evil spirit. Lin Feng opens his eyes and laughs. Scholars are usually men of few words, but you are different. Zhu Yi replies that he reads to understand the principles of all things, to distinguish between gods and demons. That is the true search for the source. Lin Feng is surprised by Zhu Yi's interest in cultivation. Zhu Yi wonders if the Taoist wants to take him as a disciple. But then he remembers his father doesn't allow him to practice martial arts, and he has no money for an apprenticeship. This opportunity is hard to read. Lin Feng observes him and concludes, just as I expected, this person has a very deep and calculating mind. He won't be easy to persuade. He sighs inwardly. A glow of emerald light once again envelopes him. He speaks slowly. What a pity. All of that is nothing but baseless rumors. The path of the Tao is never simple. How could an outsider understand the truth of it? Lin Feng says no more. His figure flashes and disappears. I still have matters to attend to. We part ways here. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Zhu Yi stood there alone, staring blankly as the figure vanished. He started to mutter, is he really just leaving like that? Zhu Yi lowered his head, overcome with sadness. He blamed himself, realizing he had been foolish to think the Taoist master had any intention of taking him in. It turns out it was all just a misunderstanding. That Taoist looked so young. But who knows how old he actually is? He wondered, if I could actually master the Taoist arts, would I finally be able to make my father bow his head and admit he was wrong? Outsiders can't possibly understand the struggle of those living through it. Which path am I even supposed to take? Just then, a faint pink light flickered before his eyes. He reached out to touch it. The light transformed into a purplish-pink stone. Zhu Yi was bewildered. What on earth is this? In the distance, Lin Feng thought to himself quietly, that's a good piece of treasure. Think of it as a gift from your master. Zhu Yi examined the stone closely and read the inscription under his breath. The Nine Heavens Divine Lightning Law, full text, following a trail of faint smoke. He noticed something else in the corner and cried out, wait, those old books I just bought? Why are they burning? Several books were slowly turning to ash inside the brazier. He looked closer and whispered, the Ksitigarbha Sutra? Could this be a Buddhist cultivation manual? Overjoyed, Zhu Yi picked it up. I was just stressing over how to even begin my cultivation. The heavens really are helping me. Lin Feng, watching from outside the door, let his jaw drop. Are you serious? That actually worked? He gripped the wall tightly. Thoughts raced through his mind. Isn't that the old book he bought before leaving the city? A perfect 10 in luck. A 10. That is so incredibly unfair. Lin Feng remained hidden, assessing the situation. That manual is a secret Buddhist technique. Its power could easily rival the Akala King mantra. He rested his chin on his hand, calculating. Back then, a fleeing monk must have hidden it in that pile of old books, waiting for someone fated to find it. And that someone turned out to be Zhu Yi with his maxed out luck. The Ksitigarbha Guardian Technique. An ancient secret from the Great Lane Temple. It uses unshakable endurance as its foundation. It is as profound and silent as a hidden scripture. Once you forge the Ksitigarbha golden body, your physical form becomes eternal, transcending 10,000 tribulations. No worldly magic can harm it. Lin Feng closed his eyes to contemplate. Zhu Yi's destiny has already begun to shift. But will he still accept me as his master? He watched Zhu Yi with astonishment. The boy was already entering a state of deep meditation. A faint golden glow began to radiate from his body. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. 9 points in comprehension is truly terrifying. He's already drawing qi into his body. He really is on a different level. Lin Feng started to hesitate. What should I do now? Should I risk pretending to be a Buddhist cultivator? I could lie and say I was the one who hid the manual in that old book. But Chu Yi is incredibly cautious. A clumsy lie like that probably wouldn't get past him. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. That's it. He hid in the bushes further away. He planned to wait until morning before making his move. The moon eventually gave way to the sun. A crowd had gathered in front of the Chu family gates. People were whispering, asking who it was. Servants stepped out from the back entrance. Why is there such a fuss? Another person hushed them. Then someone mentioned a certain stout, bloated man, dressed in expensive silks. It was Chu Jun, a servant brought over by Lady Xiao, nicknamed Chu the Limper, an 8th-stage qi refinement cultivator. Chu Jun tossed a few stones idly. He arrogantly asked where Chu Yi had gone. My fists are starting to itch. Someone sneered, saying he had fled to a ruined temple. He'll be easy to deal with once he gets back. The group laughed and decided to head to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to enjoy themselves. The three of them walked away, throwing insults, calling the boy a worthless piece of trash. Lin Feng just stood at a distance, watching them silently. At a table inside the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, a man in black mentioned a rumor about a scholar in blue at the mountain temple who could control lightning. The man in green, sitting opposite him, replied, that scholar is likely some high-level master undergoing a tribulation. At Chu Jun's table, a man in light brown dismissed those rumors as nonsense. How could Chu Yi possibly possess such powerful magic? A man in gray with his hair in a bun replied. The Marquis strictly ordered Chu Yi to focus only on the classics first. It isn't his turn to cultivate yet. Who would dare break the rules? Chu Jun said they should go check it out. If it's true, we'll turn him over to the Marquis for punishment. Chu Jun stood up abruptly and said, let's go. Lin Feng, sitting nearby, heard everything. Well then, my dear future disciple, don't be scared if you have to suffer a little. Your master will have your back. Back at the temple where Chu Yi was staying, Chu Jun burst in and delivered a heavy kick, sending the boy to the floor. Enduring the pain, Chu Yi said he had no idea what they were talking about. Chu Jun roared in anger, demanding he hand over the cultivation manual as he kicked over the brazier. The brazier flipped with a loud clang. A page of a cultivation manual was revealed from the ashes. Seeing this, Lin Feng gave a silent praise. Perfect timing. A servant picked up the page and said, young master, what is this? Chu Yi was stunned when he saw it. Chu Jun's face darkened instantly. Chu Yi tried to explain he didn't know why that was in the brazier. Chu Jun grabbed the manual and shouted that he was taking it to the Marquis to handle. At the mention of the Marquis, Chu Yi felt a surge of dread. The servant said that since they were all involved, they all had to go together. Chu Yi gave a silent, grim nod. He knew he couldn't let his secret cultivation come to light. Lin Feng, hiding behind the door, was excited. Finally, it's time for my grand entrance. As he followed them secretly, another group of people suddenly arrived. It startled Lin Feng. Something's wrong. The sound of footsteps was getting closer. He thought it best to retreat for a moment. The new group stormed into the temple. Chu Yi and Chu Jun were both terrified. One of them pointed at Chu Yi and said, that's the scholar. Chu Jun turned pale, stammering. He had no clue what was happening. Lin Feng continued to watch from his hiding spot. He cursed his luck. He hated unexpected variables. Chu Yi asked who they were. And why were they looking for him? Chu Jun sneered, suggesting he'd probably cause some trouble. Or maybe he had gambling debts. The men in black barked in order to kill everyone except the scholar. A woman beside him acknowledged the command. Chu Jun shouted in a rage. Do you have any idea who I am? He threatened them, claiming to be from a Marquis of Xuanji's household. Touch me, and your entire families will be slaughtered. The man with the scarred face let out a cold laugh. Entire families? He gritted his teeth, saying his whole clan had already died at the hands of the Marquis' dogs. A debt of blood must be paid. Lin Feng was shaken by what he heard. The man said he was there to collect interest from the Marquis' son. Then he pulled out a cloth. Chu Jun began to tremble when he saw it. The snow flower? You're the remnants of the Snow Wind Kingdom. To arms. Chu Yi clenched his fists, stating he was just a neglected concubine son. Taking me hostage is a mistake. The man from Snow Wind sneered. Oh, we are well aware of that. He stepped closer, saying that since Chu-Yi grew up in the manor, he must be very familiar with its layout and defenses. Another man gave the order to move. The woman complied. She lunged forward instantly, striking Chu-Jun's two subordinates until they coughed up blood. Seeing this, Chu-Jun turned and bolted. The leader of the Snow Wind group roared not to let anyone escape. Their tracks couldn't be discovered. An underling took the order and gave chase. He shouted for Chu-Jun to stop as he ran. Watching the scene, Lin Feng figured that fat guy might still be useful. I can't let him die. He leaped down from the roof. Lin Feng whispered through a voice transmission. Xiaoyan, bring your junior brother to Mount Qingyang west of the city. We'll meet there. He hesitated to use the transmission stone, his heart aching at how expensive it was. Xiaoyan's voice quickly replied through the stone. Don't worry, master. We're on our way. Lin Feng was still anxious. I hope those two brats don't get into trouble. With that thought, he decided to finish things here first. Chu-Jun was running like a madman, huffing and puffing. He felt like he was reaching his limit. He screamed, cursing his parents for only giving him 2 legs. Suddenly, the crackle of electricity filled the air. Startled, he skidded to a halt. His 2 pursuers stopped dead in their tracks as well. One of them realized something was wrong. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It hit both men directly. Chu-Jun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He trembled, asking who had done it. Lin Feng stepped out and said calmly, that would be me. Seeing him, Chu-Jun felt a slight sense of relief. He immediately started sucking up, promising to report this deed to the Marquis. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shattered the tree right behind him. His face turned pale as a ghost. Lin Feng told him coldly to shut his mouth. Leave everything you have and get lost. He looked the man straight in the eye and continued. I will personally pay a visit to Chu Hongwu another day. He tightened his grip, his knuckles turning white. I won't say it twice. Chu-Jun gave a strained laugh, stammering that he didn't know where it was. Deep down, he cursed his rotten luck. It seemed like nobody showed the Marquis any respect anymore. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold and sharp. Chu-Jun immediately began to fawn and grovel, suddenly remembering. With trembling hands, he held the item out. Please, great Taoist, take it. Lin Feng turned to leave without a word. Chu-Jun scrambled after him, asking if he was free to go. Lin Feng told him to deliver a message to Marquis Xuanji. Get ready. I'll be coming for him in a few days. Then he barked, now get moving and deliver the news. Chu-Jun nodded frantically and bolted. He was suspicious. He couldn't sense the other man's cultivation level at all. Could he really be some legendary master? As he ran, he decided it was best to report to the madam first. Lin Feng watched him go with a subtle smirk. I'm counting on you to spread the word. He knew that even if Chu-Yi wasn't the favorite, he was still the Marquis's flesh and blood. And now that he'd been taken by the people of Snow Peak Kingdom, the Marquis's estate would definitely be out for blood. He looked up at the sky, hoping the reinforcements would arrive soon. He was worried about Chu-Yi, but luckily the spirit stone he'd left behind hadn't been discovered. The enemy had already retreated toward the eastern mountain range. Lin Feng set off. As he walked, he planned to regroup with Xiao Yin and Little Bud at Mount Qingyang. Arriving at the mountain, he spotted Xiao Yin standing near the edge of the woods. He asked what had happened. Xiao Yin replied, Don't worry, master. I'm fine. Little Bud's face lit up the moment he saw him. Master, Xiao Yin began to explain the situation. While the two of them were walking through town, they ran into a creep harassing a woman, so they stepped in to help. But then a middle-aged man appeared, demanding to know about the immovable Bright King arts. He even tried to kidnap them. He had a distinct scar on his head. His cultivation was incredibly high, likely at the foundation establishment stage. The techniques he used were also from the immovable Bright King arts. Lin Feng fell silent as he listened. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The immovable Bright King arts, huh? There's an 80 or 90% chance he's a monk from the Great Lane Temple. I didn't expect them to be entangled with the Taoist sections. He continued, Let's put that aside for now. We have to go after your new junior brother. He's been captured. Xiao Yin answered immediately, ready for action. Lin Feng added a warning. But this isn't a debt we're just going to let slide. Remember that man's face well. Sooner or later, we're going to make him pay. Xiao Yin agreed enthusiastically. Little Bud piped up beside them, cheering, Yes, I'm finally going to have another senior brother. Lin Feng patted the boy's head and said, "If you go looking for trouble, you'd better be ready to handle the consequences." The three of them set off together. He led the way. This is a shortcut to the eastern side of Mount Xingyang. Xiaoyan wondered why they weren't just charging in to save him. Lin Feng replied calmly, "There's no rush to make a move just yet. I want to see what your new junior brother is made of to test his character and his will." He suddenly remembered something and turned to Xiaoyan. "That monk you ran into, did he use the immovable Bright King inner fire?" Xiaoyan thought for a moment. "I'm not entirely sure. The soldiers had him surrounded. He had to unleash a terrifying green flame to break through the line." Lin Feng frowned at the news. True fire of the fire element is usually orange gold. According to the records, the immovable Bright King inner fire should be milky white. But this man's flame was emerald green. It proves his cultivation still stems from the immovable Bright King arts. But it's incomplete. He's missing the most crucial piece. Xiaoyan grinned. "Master, mine is incomplete too. When are you going to teach me the second half?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Greed is a dangerous thing. Master what you already have before we worry about what's next." Internally, he let out a cold snort. "You dare touch my disciple? You dare steal my techniques? Let's just see who ends up robbing who." On the eastern slopes of Mount Xingyang, Chu Yi was bound tightly, escorted by the men from Snow Peak Kingdom. Their leader demanded to know why Hui Ku hadn't arrived yet. A subordinate said they were still waiting, but the leader just huffed. "Don't bother. That man never follows the rules. Who cares if he's from the Great Lane Temple?" Just then, a figure appeared. It was clearly a monk. His voice rang out with chilling composure. "It's fine. It's simply because I am much stronger than all of you." 5 strangers suddenly rushed in from a distance, their footsteps heavy and urgent. A man with his blonde hair tied in a high bun frowned. "Something is wrong with this old man," he said. The other replied, "I just feel like someone is watching us." Lin Feng and Xiaoyan, hiding nearby, overheard them. The Marquis's men certainly got here fast. The groups from earlier had now converged. The blonde man screamed, "It's an ambush!" Immediately, the two sides lunged at each other in a chaotic brawl. Lin Feng, Xiaoyan, and little Bud sat perched on a high ledge, watching the entire scene unfold from afar. Little Bud pointed. "Master, that man in gray is the monk who blocked our path before." Lin Feng shifted his gaze. He saw the gray-robed monk channeling the Bright King's wrath. Green flames coiled around his body like serpents. A bald man shouted, "Hey, monk! Lai Feng has already abandoned you. He's clearly using you as a human shield." The Arhut roared in fury, "Shut your mouth." Deep down, he was seething with resentment. If he had truly mastered the Bright King's wrath, he wouldn't be struggling like this. Suddenly, a flash of orange-gold light sent a surge of panic through the Arhut. He threw everything he had into a defense, but it was useless. He couldn't believe his own flames couldn't hold it back. He tried to strike back, but his opponent dodged with ease. A massive explosion followed. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. That sword cultivator is already at the foundation establishment stage, and he's wielding a top-tier flying sword. A man in white said coldly, "To think a remnant of the Great Lane Temple would sneak into the Gale Association." The person beside him remained silent. The man in white flicked his wrist. A pale blue light erupted and surged outward. He added, "The formation has sealed off the area. No one escapes." The Arhut let out a mocking laugh and muttered, "The one who can't escape might not be me." He threw out countless Saraira beads, each as large as a pearl. He bellowed, "It's you who are trapped." The man in white gasped in shock. "Are those corrupted Buddhist Sarairas? The hatred in them is overwhelming. You dare use the relics of your ancestors to refine such dark magic." The coal man also spat out an insult. "You traitorous scum." The Arhut gritted his teeth and laughed maniacally. "Even if I am cast into eternal hell, I will make you demons pay. This is the Buddha's guidance. My sect will understand." He swept his arms, channeling his energy. He chanted loudly, "Compassionate Buddha, sweep away the filth of this world." The 24 heavens Arhut array opened. The various Saraira artifacts flew into the air simultaneously. Then they slammed into the ground, forming a circular cage. Images of Buddhas, ancestors, and sacred scriptures manifested in the air. Lin Feng was stunned. Every Arhut in the array had the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. The energy was staggering. The Arhut began to chant. "Merciful Buddha," he called out, "please lead these lost souls back to the righteous path." The man with the high bun was hit by a mental assault. He clutched his head in agony. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. The others were also being affected. One of them began to mutter a confession of his sins. The blond man tried to fight back. "Enough of this crap. Just die already." But in his heart, he had to admit this Arhut was terrifyingly strong. One of the Arhut phantoms gripped a long sword tightly. The spectral form immediately shifted into an attacking stance. It lunged forward with a punch, but the opponent narrowly avoided it. The man shouted, "Blaze! Sword, return to me." The sword flew back, but it was snatched out of the air by a Buddha phantom. He stared in horror, unable to comprehend what was happening. Lin Feng and his disciples watched from their vantage point. He silently noted that the moves were a bit clunky. If he wanted to save Chu, he'd have to get past this hurdle. The monk had to be dealt with first. He needed to find a weakness. He beckoned Xiao Yin over. Lin Feng leaned in and whispered, "In a moment, do exactly as I say." Xiao Yin hesitated. "Master, what's the plan?" He smiled. "I have my ways. Today might just be your chance to show off." The formations. Energy was still being maintained by the monk. Xiao Yin charged out. The Arhut saw him and smirked. "I've been looking everywhere for you. And now you just crawl out of the woodwork." He stood up and said, "Either way, I can't let this brat get away." He pulled out a tiny snake. The snake rapidly began to swell in size, transforming into a colossal serpent. "Capture them alive. That's an order." The giant snake lunges instantly toward Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin is startled, but Lin Feng's words flash through his mind. If the enemy uses a spirit seed, don't get bogged down in the fight. Head straight for Lin Shan in the distance. With that, Xiao Yin puts everything into his escape. Lin Feng and Xiao Budian watch the scene from a high vantage point. He realizes the 24 Arhats can only operate within the range of the Buddha light. The Arhats themselves can't leave that area. The more he thinks about it, the more he smiles. All I have to do is break the formation. He tells Xiao Budian to go help his senior brother kill the snake. Xiao Budian's eyes light up as he gulps. "Master promised us snake soup." The giant snake is still hot on Xiao Yan's heels. He's panicked. For something the size of a mountain, its speed is insane. Just then, he hears Xiao Budian calling out, "Senior brother, over here." Xiao Budian charges forward, full of spirit. "Let me see what this thing is made of." The boy leaps right in front of the snake's jaws before vaulting onto its back. He stomps down hard and lets out a shout. "You have to strike where it hurts. I don't care how big you are, I'll find your weak spot." Xiao Budian flings himself off the snake's back. Blood sprays everywhere. The serpent lets out a pained roar. The snake's tail sweeps violently, but Xiao Yin dodges just in time. Furious, he snaps. "You had a lot of fun chasing me just now, didn't you?" He activates his fire arts, gritting his teeth. "How do you like the taste of this?" Red Lotus burst. Xiao Yin leaps onto the giant snake's head and delivers a crushing blow. The serpent's body erupts in flames. It lets out a wretched scream. Lin Feng murmurs to himself. This battle isn't even a challenge. He continues thinking. Those two little rascals are being quite ruthless. But then he notices something strange. The snake hinges its jaws wide. A bizarre orb of energy flashes inside its throat. It throws its head back high. The orb begins to rise. It looks like there's a powerful spirit tool hidden inside. The snake lowers its head. Its cold, vicious gaze locks onto Xiao Yin and Xiao Budian. It lets out a thunderous growl. The energy orb swells to massive proportions before firing directly between the two. Lin Feng watches closely, calculating the situation. There is definitely a spirit tool within that beam of light. Its power is easily on par with a foundation establishment cultivator. Observing more closely, the orb contains a strange spirit tool. He realizes it's been damaged. He quickly analyzes the situation in his head, using a snake to nourish the tool, to speed up its recovery, and then using the tool to empower the snake in return. That great master's idea isn't half bad. Right then, Xiao Budian unleashes an attack with a shout. "Move it!" Pinkish-purple energy orbs fly from the boy's hands, slamming into the snake's body. The creature howls in agony. Xiao Yin cheers, impressed by the move. But a moment later, his expression shifts. The giant snake is condensing another orb, and this one is even larger than the last. Shout Buddy and freezes. A voice shouts out, "Watch out! Get out of the way!" As the snake spits out the energy orb, Xiaoyan lunges forward instantly. He grabs Xiao Buddy and shoves the boy out of harm's way. Xiao Buddy cries out in alarm. "Senior brother." Xiaoyan is shaken for a split second, then grinds his teeth. A fiery rage erupts from his left hand. He roars, "Let's see who dies first." The snake leaves him no opening. Immediately, it breathes fire to counterattack. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning rain down from above. The strike forces the serpent to its knees, but it still clutches the mysterious spirit tool in its mouth. Xiaoyan is relieved to see this. Xiao Buddy laughs, calling out the heaven's sun divine light. The giant snake explodes. A massive boom echoes through the air. The spirit tool is sent flying into the sky. Lin Feng immediately snatches the spirit tool into his hand. Xiaoyan lets out a groan. "Master, if you'd watched for any longer, I would have been toast." Xiao Buddy chimes in too. "Master," Lin Feng chuckles. "I told you today would be a chance for you to show off. A close call, but no real danger. Once I've removed the previous owner's seal, this spirit tool will be yours." Xiao Buddy quickly asks where his spirit tool is. Lin Feng pats the boy's head and tells him to go collect the snake's blood and core. "I'll use them to help refine your physical foundation." The Arhut sees them preparing to retreat and swings his arm to block them. He bellows, "Don't you dare run." A giant hand crashes down, smashing toward them, leaving behind nothing but a pool of dark red blood. Just then, someone tosses a white object into the air. The bald man looks around in a panic, sensing something is wrong. He decides to head back and call for reinforcements. Lin Feng suddenly appears right behind him. He's holding a long, bone-like staff. The man gasps, "Where's my bone staff?" Before he can process what's happening, Lin Feng brings the staff down hard on his head. The man collapses, dazed and defeated. Lin Feng explains with a smile. A precise strike to the Baihui point on the crown of the head is enough to knock anyone out. Xiaoyan asks in surprise if that was the Acne Star move. Xiao Buddy cheers excitedly. "Master, let me try." Lin Feng hands the staff to the boy. "Give a shot, but don't kill him. We still need to question him." Xiaoyan can only sigh as he watches the scene. Lin Feng suddenly remembers to check Hui Ku's spirit tool. He takes it out to examine it. This thing doesn't look like a pestle, nor does it look like a hat. The system display pops up. Spirit tool, shocking thunder cicada. A semi-finished product. Defense-oriented. Capable of nullifying attacks. One of the 10 unified Buddhist guardian tools. Title, 10 Directions World. Only a nascent soul cultivator can fully refine it. However, the shocking thunder cicada lowers that requirement. After reading, Lin Feng realizes it isn't broken, just unfinished. He's thrilled. Now that it's in my hands, I'm not giving it back. But then he remembers. Hui Ku is probably free to act now. He immediately activates the system analysis. He thinks about how he needs to take the spirit tool and get out of here quickly. He wonders if there are any secrets hidden within this Buddhist guardian weapon. The system displays more information. Divine ability, minor samsara art. Can discern right from wrong. Perceives karma. Can redirect the trajectory of an attack for defense. Lin Feng is secretly overjoyed. As I thought, there's a trick to it. Xiaoyan runs over to report. "Master, the snake blood and core have been harvested." Lin Feng tells him to bring some of the snake blood. Then he pours it into the spirit tool. The tool begins to glow. The system announces, Foundation Establishment Spirit Tool, Shocking Thunder Cicada, has been successfully refined. Lin Feng is delighted. It worked. He smiles. "Xiaoyan, this is for you." Xiaoyan's eyes sparkle. He respectfully thanks his master. Xiao Buddy tugs on Lin Feng's sleeve, acting cute. "Master, I want a Foundation Establishment tool too." Lin Feng looks down at the boy. He says he'll help him forge one when he's free. "But first, let's take care of business." He turns away as he speaks. The smile on Lin Feng's face suddenly vanishes. He freezes at the sight before him. Looking at the man who has been beaten to a pulp, Lin Feng is completely speechless. Xiao Buddy definitely went a bit overboard just now. He uses a bolt of lightning to wake the man up. The man screams in pain. Lin Feng narrows his eyes. "You awake?" The man trembles in fear. He struggles to turn his head, stammering. Who are you?" Lin Feng maintains a cold smile. He asks how many people the Marquis of Xuanji's mansion sent into the mountains to hunt the Leaf Feng party. Seeing him hesitate, Lin Feng barks. Speak, now. If you want to live, answer me. His voice drops an octave. You've worked so hard to reach this level of cultivation. Do you really want to die for someone else? Marquis Xuanji isn't your father. The man lets out a sigh. He says that counting himself, there are 10 foundation establishment cultivators. As for chi refiners, there are over 100, led by Mr. Huang San. Lin Feng frowns. Huang San? The man answers weakly. Huang San is... Before he can finish, Lin Feng steps on him. Who gave you permission to look at me? Enduring the pain, he explains. Huang San is the third steward of the Marquis' mansion, a golden core stage cultivator. He handles all of the mansion's external affairs. Lin Feng is momentarily taken aback. A golden core steward? Lin Feng calls Xiao Budian over. The mischievous boy runs over, takes the command, and brings the staff down on the man's head. The man only has time for a brief cry before blacking out again. Lin Feng searches him. He mutters that this guy was carrying quite a lot of good stuff. He chuckles. No-cost business really is the fastest way to get rich. He discovers a cultivation technique he's wanted for a long time. The system displays the name, Vast Ocean River Art, a water-type technique that increases the density of true qi. Lin Feng is thrilled after reading it. With this, I can clear 3 more acupoints. My mana is full. Time is of the essence. I'll leave the training to the system and get my disciples ready to move. I'm really looking forward to finding my third disciple. High atop the cliff, Zhou, you remain bound. A man in black asked, Are we still waiting for that monk? We aren't waiting anymore, the scarred man replied. The pursuers will be here any minute. Lin Feng and his 2 disciples watched from a distance. He knew the moment had come. Suddenly, the Snow Peak Kingdom group came to a dead stop. One of them raised a hand, making a strange signal. The scarred man began forming hand seals. Lin Feng felt something was off. Are they about to vanish? A loud boom echoed from beneath the cliff. On my mark! The entire group leaped down. Lin Feng watched intently. Zhou, he was dragged down right along with him. An underground palace revealed itself before their eyes. Lin Feng was genuinely surprised. Lin Feng led Xiao Yin and Xiao Budian into the palace. The air was foul. The spiritual energy here is completely chaotic. I can't sense Zhou Yi's mana stone anymore. Suddenly, the system triggered a side quest, the Black Cloud Underground Palace. Lin Feng cursed under his breath in frustration. The system began its briefing. The Black Cloud Underground Palace was once the abode of the rogue cultivator, Perfected Black Cloud. He met his end when a rift he opened connected this place to the Netherworld Blood River. The mission: retrieve the inheritance within 7 days. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. It wouldn't be the end of the world if the quest expired. But if the Netherworld Blood River can kill a Golden Core expert, how is a Qi cultivator like me supposed to survive? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Xiao Yan and Xiao Budian looked on, worried. This palace is dangerous. Stay close to me, he warned them. He thought to himself, even if the mission fails, it's just a lost opportunity. Deep within the palace, the Snow Peak group ventured further inside. Where are we? One of them asked. This is our secret stronghold within the great Zhou borders, the Scar Man replied. He explained that there was a spatial array in the cellar for their escape, but he also warned them of something dangerous lurking beneath the ground. Many of our brothers have already gone missing here. They hurried toward the formation. Zhou, he realized the gale ahead was coming from a teleportation array. Wait, the Scar Man commanded. If Hooked doesn't show up, we leave without him. Right then, a voice rang out. If he isn't coming, then none of you are leaving either. A group of strangers appeared. Their leader was dressed in purple. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a spell. You're all staying right here, he sneered. A formation ring locked around the necks of the Snow Peak group. They were trapped. The Scarred Man roared in fury. I won't allow this. You think you can just waltz in here and take over? He activated his technique. A brilliant green light erupted. He summoned a violent gale. It swept through everything. Die, he screamed. The strangers remained unfazed. A man in yellow laughed. Let us show you the power of the 5 Elements sect. 5 men in colored robes gathered to form a massive array. The 5 Elements formation expanded rapidly. It was so powerful it completely swallowed the Scarred Man's hurricane. He spat through gritted teeth, trembling with fear. Damn it. His strength was almost spent. From above, a man in gold looked down with a mocking tone. Why are you being so slow? It's 6 against 1, and you're wasting this much time? Hearing this, the Scar Man's heart skipped a beat. A plump, middle-aged man with squinting, smiling eyes appeared in midair. He looked at Zhou Yi and spoke. Young Master Yi, I've come to take you home. Facing him, Zhou Yi's face went pale. The Snow Peak men immediately blocked the way, hissing, Who the hell are you? You may call me Huang, the man replied calmly. Most people know me as Huang San. The moment they heard the name Huang San, the Snow Peak men shook with rage. You son of a bitch, the leader roared. He threw his hands forward. Furious spirals of energy launched out. They howled from all directions, converging on Huang San. Huang San raised an eyebrow, a contemptuous smile on his lips. It seems you still don't understand the situation. He flicked his hand. A chilling blue light, as if from the depths of the underworld, surged out. In an instant, it blanketed the entire palace. The Snow Peak leader's face turned purple with rage. Bastard, don't get cocky. He threw out a talisman as the wind shrieked. The talisman exploded in midair. It transformed into a roiling storm of thunder. The lightning blasted through Huang San's blockade. At the same time, the Snow Peak group shouted to one another in a panic. A golden core talisman. Mine can only buy us a few seconds. They immediately scrambled into the spatial array. Before leaving, one of them kicked Zhou Yi hard. Rot in hell, you brat. As he fell into the deep black abyss, a single, desperate thought flashed through Zhou Yi's mind. I don't want to die. Just then, Huang San appeared just in time. He snatched Zhou Yi by the collar. Huang San hauled Zhou Yi up. He moved past the Snow Peak group, who were screaming and fleeing in chaos. Zhou Yi had escaped death by a hair. He couldn't stop gasping for air. Before he could even steady his nerves, the underground palace began to shake violently. Rocks and debris rained down. After a moment, the tremors stopped. The Snow Peak group had already made their escape. Huang San let out a cold laugh. Those cowards are lucky to be alive. With the way I disrupted that array, they won't end up where they intended. They'll be lucky if they don't get torn apart by the spatial turbulence. He turned his gaze toward Zhou Yi. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Heaven is truly just. It didn't let young Master Yi fall into the hands of those rebels. Otherwise, how could the Marquis ever show his face? Huang San suddenly reached out. He gripped Zhou Yi's face tightly and snorted. If the young master died for the sake of filial piety, to save the Marquis from a difficult position, I'm sure the world would praise your sacrifice. With that, Huang San squeezed Zhou Yi's throat. Zhou Yi's vision began to blur. His breath came in ragged gasps. Is this really where I die? As he was savoring Zhou Yi's despair, Huang San's expression suddenly shifted. He spun toward the tunnel and barked. Who's there? Standing before Huang San was a youth in white, wearing a bamboo hat. It was Liu Yang. He looked up, his voice icy. Hey, have you seen a young man in white wearing a star crown? He should have a small child with him. Huang San's eyes landed on the long sword at Liu Yang's waist. One look at the engravings, and he knew. This was a disciple of the Shushan sword sect. His pupils constricted. A Foundation establishment cultivator nearby, eager to please, barked, How dare you? How dare you address Master Huang San like that? Liu Yang let out a mocking smirk. The sword in his hand gave a low hum. Clang! The sharp blade slid from its scabbard. Immediately after, a flash of cold light swept across the room. A deafening explosion rocked the palace. The rock wall behind the Marquis's men was suddenly covered in terrifying cracks. The sword had pierced deep into the stone before returning to Liu Yang's hand in the blink of an eye. After that display of power, Huang San narrowed his eyes at Liu Yang. You certainly are arrogant. He tossed Zhou Yi to his subordinates. Then he turned back to Liu Yang and roared. Void-piercing strike. Shushan sword chi is truly impressive. But you've come to the wrong place. The people you're threatening belong to the house of Marquis Xuanji. Don't expect to leave the great Zhou Empire alive today. Huang San formed a hand seal. Absolute zero. Frozen world. 10,000 miles of frost. In an instant, snow and wind howled through the underground palace. Bone-chilling cold condensed, coating everything in white. Liu Yang remained composed. His voice was slow, yet sharp enough to pierce bone. Zhou Hongwu might have the right to say that to me. You? Not a chance. Besides, one day I will surpass him. As the words left his lips, an overbearing sword chi exploded outward. It tore through the ice and snow. It lunged straight for Huang San. The chilling aura from the blade left Huang San paralyzed with terror. That's not the Xiao Zhe sword. It's the Xiao Shang sword chi, the strongest of them all. Shushan's 6 meridians. He desperately pushed his mana. He tried to manifest a 10,000-year ice shield to defend himself, but it was all in vain. As the cold light flashed, Huang San stood frozen, completely helpless. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yang's single strike had sliced him clean in half. A rain of blood sprayed across the air. Zhou Yi broke out in a cold sweat, drenched as if he'd been in a storm. Liu Yang sheathed his sword casually. Remember my name. It's Liu Yang. Behind his mask, a hint of murderous intent touched his lips. I will be the one to kill Zhou Hanwu. This is getting boring. I'm going to find that young Taoist now. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Liu Yang's retreating back, Zhou, he suddenly remembered Lin Feng. A white robe, a young Taoist wearing a star crown. Just who was that man? By the banks of the Netherworld Blood River, Lin Feng walked calmly with Xiao Budian and Xiao Yin. Miserable screams echoed from the depths of the river. The water was as red as blood. A thick metallic stench filled the air. On the surface, Lin Feng looked perfectly calm. But inside, he was screaming his head off. What the hell is the Gale Society even doing? The spatial rift is already open, yet they still sent me here. Are they seriously trying to force me into a side quest? Finding Zhou Yi is my top priority. With that in mind, Lin Feng turned to his disciples and warned them. This water erodes spirit energy. Stay far away from it. The 2 disciples quickly cupped their hands and replied, Understood, Master. Xiao Budian looked up and called out. Master, Lin Feng asked softly. Xiao Budian tugged on Lin Feng's sleeve and pointed toward the Arhut. Master, look over there. The Arhut was in agony. His entire body was engulfed in crimson flames. He seethed with resentment toward the Gale Society. If they dare abandon me, I'll never forgive them. Seeing this, Xiao Yin suggested, He's been tainted by the Blood River water. Let's kill him while he's weak. Lin Feng gave a slight smile. Wait, take out the Great Thunder Scripture. He handed a scripture to Xiao Budian. Take this. Do exactly as I said. Follow my lead in a moment. The Arhut was drowning in frustration. If only I had mastered the immovable Ming Wang mantra, this blood pool would be nothing. That brat killed my spirit snake and crushed my Dharma artifact. I'm going to grind his bones to dust. Just then, Lin Feng appeared right in front of him. Recognizing Xiao Yin, the Arhut roared. You brat, you still dare show your face? Lin Feng stepped forward with a faint smile. Grand Monk, you troubled my disciple the other day. Today, you pay the price. The Arhut's expression darkened. Who taught you the immovable Ming Wang mantra? That is a secret art of the Great Lane Temple. He then pulled out 24 Saraira beads and hurled them at Lin Feng. The Arhut bellowed. 24 Heavens Arhut Array, activate. A brilliant golden light blanketed the Netherworld Blood River. 24 golden Arhuts began to manifest. Lin Feng remained unfazed. He told his disciples, watch closely. One golden Arhut swung a massive hand down toward Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin reacted instantly. He used the Great Thunder Scripture to block it. The massive hand stopped dead in midair. The Arhut cried out in shock. What is going on? Lin Feng rejoiced inwardly. Just as I suspected. Buddhist artifacts resonate with the same Tao. The golden Arhut thinks Xiao Yin is on its side. But immediately after, the golden Arhut changed direction. It lunged at Lin Feng, roaring, Thief! D! At the critical moment, the Arhut's attack failed to harm Lin Feng. Spirit energy surged around him. He was successfully channeling Buddhist techniques. The Arhut's voice trembled. The gifted scripture of the heavens. Fury erupted within the Arhut. He gnashed his teeth. Even if you have that scripture, it's nothing but an empty name. Lin Feng replied coldly. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well, clinging to a few ancestral bones, and you think you can stop me? The Arhut screamed maniacally. Let's see if you can break my 24. Arhut array. Lin Feng sneered. This measly array? My 2 disciples are more than enough to handle it. The Arhut was stunned. He felt someone tampering with the Sarairas acting as the array cores. Startled, he turned toward Xiao Yin and Xiao Budian and roared. You 2 have some nerve. In a corner of the array, a golden light flickered on the ground. It was one of the Saraira beads. Xiaoyan urged him. That's it. Hurry. I'll hold him off. Xiao Budian stepped forward with a piece of yellow cloth. He threw the cloth over the Saraira and shouted, Got it. Then he carefully picked up the Saraira bead. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. It worked. Suddenly, the Arhot's voice thundered in their ears. You people, right after. Controlled by the Arhot, a golden manifestation lunged with its claws toward the two disciples. Hand over the Saraira. Xiaoyan instantly leaped into action. He used the Great Thunder Scripture to intercept the blow. The collision triggered a violent explosion. The entire netherworld blood river shook. Xiaoyan shouted with all his might. Hurry up! Xiao Budian understood immediately. He tightly wrapped the Saraira in the cloth. The Saraira was completely isolated. The spirit energy within was instantly sealed off. The golden Arhut lost its power source. With a single punch, Xiao Yin shattered the giant figure. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The Arhot's golden radiance began to dissipate. Lin Feng stood by with a smile. The 24. Heaven's Arhut array is nothing special after all. The entire formation was completely broken. Xiao Budian happily presented the bead. Master, gravely injured, the Arhut coughed up blood. He let out a hateful scream. Even if I have to go to hell, I'm dragging you down with me. You filthy heretic. A surging killing intent erupted from him. Sensing danger, Lin Feng immediately went on guard. This isn't good. The Arhut laughed like a madman. Then a bizarre swirling black hole appeared above his head. The black hole unleashed a terrifying suction force. It pulled in everything nearby, from dust and debris to the Arhut himself. He shrieked, Heretic, go to hell with me. Nirvana, reincarnation. In that split second, Lin Feng acted decisively. He reached out and shouted, Divine light of the Northern Emperor. Just as the thunder was drawn, lightning boomed. The Arhut's body was blown to pieces. Blood rained down everywhere. At the final moment, Lin Feng managed to snatch the Arhut's storage bag. The underground palace shook violently. He shouted a warning to Xiao Yin and Xiao Budian. The spiritual energy is in chaos. Be careful. A moment later, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Thinking to himself, this is bad. His hand instinctively reached for the ground to steady himself. His head was spinning. He rubbed his forehead. At least I grabbed the loot before he was sucked away. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. Lin Feng suddenly cried out in shock. Wait a minute. Where did my two disciples go? Lin Feng let out a tired sigh. He tried to reassure himself. Whatever, never mind. Those two are protected by their protagonist halos anyway. It won't be easy for them to die. With that thought, he decided to check the storage bag first. He searched through it, mumbling to himself. Sure enough, the full, immovable Ming Wang mantra was inside, along with two strange pills. The system quickly displayed the information. The purple pill is a Great Lane resurrection pill, a divine medicine from the Great Lane Temple. It's specifically for treating external injuries. It has incredibly powerful recovery effects. The golden pill is a realm-breaking pill, used to break through bottlenecks in minor cultivation stages. One can break through immediately after consumption. It also significantly increases the success rate. Now understanding the use of the two pills, Lin Feng tucked them away. He then scanned the surrounding area. He muttered about finding a way out. Just then, the system notified him that the host was very close to a side quest item. Please follow the map to the location. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. You gotta be kidding me. Another coincidence? The system continued to entice him, displaying info on the Black Cloud flag, a golden core stage Dharma artifact. It is the life-bound artifact of perfected Black Cloud. The system then generously provided a map to the hidden location. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This must be the location of the Black Cloud flag, the system mentioned. The Netherworld Blood River, standing before the dark red, pungent river. He couldn't help but pinch his nose. This smell is horrendous. At that moment, Liu Yang's voice rang in his ear. Found you. Lin Feng immediately turned toward the source of the sound. He saw Liu Yang in white robes, leaning against a rock with a smirk. So you're the Taoist who provoked the Blazing Flame sword sect? You look pretty ordinary to me. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A golden core stage sword cultivator from Mount Shu. This is not good. His heart was racing. What kind of rotten luck is this? In just a few short months, I keep running into top-tier experts. Lu Yang looked around and, seeing Lin Feng alone, asked, "Weren't you supposed to be traveling with a child? Where is he?" Lin Feng put on a forced smile. "What child?" His mind raced to come up with a plan. Against a golden core stage, my only option is to play it cool. Lu Yang crossed his arms, clearly unconvinced. "Stop playing games. When you fought the Blazing Flame Sword sect, you had that kid with you." Lin Feng immediately feigned confusion. "Sir, I am merely a level 10 Qi refinement cultivator." Lu Yang continued to observe him intently, but his confidence began to waver. Could I really have a wrong person? He looks so ordinary. The more I look at him, the more confusing he gets. If we aren't fighting, why can't I see through his cultivation? Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Because I happen to have a little trinket that masks my cultivation level. As he spoke, Lin Feng rummaged through his pouch. He pulled out a string and handed it over. Lu Yang took it and frowned. "Why isn't it working for me?" Lin Feng gave a wry smile. "Perhaps it's because my cultivation is too low." He laughed inwardly. "It's a fake, you idiot." Even so, Lu Yang tentatively believed Lin Feng wasn't the man he was looking for. So he asked, "If that's the case, what are you doing in this underground palace?" Lin Feng replied simply, "I heard rumors of a treasure down here and wanted to try my luck." At the mention of treasure, Lu Yang immediately pressed him. "What kind of treasure?" Lin Feng spoke honestly. "I heard the Black Cloud flag is here, along with a legendary teleportation banner." Lu Yang remained skeptical. "Why can't I sense it?" Lin Feng walked leisurely to the riverbank and said calmly, "Because it's at the bottom of this river of blood." Lu Yang stared at the murky, crimson water. A flash of hesitation crossed his face. He widened his eyes. "Under the river? Are you trying to trick me?" "Fine, you go down first." Lin Feng quickly waved his hands. "This river is foul, and my cultivation is weak. If I go down, I'll surely die." Lu Yang let out a cold snort. "If there's nothing down there, I'll make you regret being born." Lin Feng quickly offered a fawning smile. "I wouldn't dare." Seeing Lin Feng acting so submissive, Lu Yang pulled out a bizarre artifact. He claimed he had seized it from a monster. It had been refined using the netherworld's corrupt blood. He channeled his power and threw the artifact into the river. Immediately, a protective circle opened within the blood-red waters. Lu Yang chuckled triumphantly. "It seems this water can't touch me." Lin Feng watched, feigning terror. "This guy's cultivation really isn't half bad, and he's even got a demonic artifact. If I hadn't planned this out, I'd be dead for sure today." Lu Yang didn't hesitate. He leaped into the river of blood. Using the artifact as a protective shield, he remained completely unharmed. He easily descended deeper into the depths. He looked back up to mock Lin Feng. "See that?" Before he could finish, Lu Yang's expression shifted instantly when he saw Lin Feng standing on the bank with a faint smile. "I'm only smiling because the show has reached its climax." Lu Yang gasped. "What?" Lin Feng immediately stomped his foot hard. The ground split wide open, revealing a set of skeletal remains glowing with a faint golden light, alongside a black flag planted firmly beside them. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the flag. "Finally, it's mine." He pulled it out with a decisive yank. The underground palace began to rumble and shake violently. Lu Yang cried out in panic. "What's happening?" The netherworld river of blood began to churn and surge, swallowing Lu Yang whole. He struggled desperately, unable to understand why he couldn't break free. Standing above him, Lin Feng gave a cold laugh. "These remains are the core of the formation. This is the artifact of the Black Cloud perfected Lord. Once the flag is removed, the river of blood inevitably erupts." Lu Yang realized instantly that he had been played. Enraged, he drew his sword. A chilling blast of sword chi roared toward the shore. He bellowed, "You damn cultists, die!" Lin Feng remained composed. He gave the Black Cloud flag in his hand a light shake. A spatial rift immediately tore open. Before stepping through, he turned back and smiled. "You really are a good man, brother. Without you, I'd still be having a headache trying to suppress this river." "My thanks." A flash of light erupted. Lin Feng vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Lu Yang to scream in despair beneath the waves of blood. His eyes were bloodshot with pure hatred. Having seized the Black Cloud flag, the system immediately notified him that the side quest was complete. Reward, 500 points. Lin Feng was in an excellent mood. He appraised the black cloud flag. It was perfect for both offense and defense. It even had a formation to absorb and nurture spiritual energy. Truly worth it. He decided to save his points. He'd wait until he took Zhu Yi as a disciple to do something big. First, he needed to refine the flag. Not long after, the system confirmed the refinement was successful. The map of the Black Cloud Underground Palace was unlocked. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Who knew this artifact could also display a map? If I trade some vitality, I might even be able to locate Zhu Yi. The thought had barely finished when 3 points of light appeared on the map. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Found them. But his excitement turned to surprise. Zhu Yi is with Xiaoyan? Before he could think it through, the system sounded another alarm. Besides his disciples, several other dots had appeared. Lin Feng frowned. It looks like they aren't alone. This doesn't look good. He muttered irritably to himself. Why are there so many people? I have to get there now. Using the black cloud flag, Lin Feng quickly closed the distance to Zhu Yi. From afar, he could hear the sound of a noisy commotion. He approached silently. At a glance, he spotted Little Pebble. At the same time, he heard a stranger's voice praising the boy, saying a 7-year-old at the 7th level of Qi refining was a true prodigy. Little Pebble replied politely, "Greetings, elders. This junior's surname is Yu. The one beside me is my older cousin, Yu Yin." The yellow-robed elder from the marquis of Xuanji's estate asked with a kind smile, "The Yu family? Could you be descendants of the great Qin's clan?" Little Pebble obediently confirmed it. From the shadows, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. This kid is handling himself very well. However, the elder's expression grew tense. The Yu clan is a massive family, not someone to be trifled with. Why are you 2 stars here? Little Pebble replied innocently that they were just out playing. They saw the cave and decided to enter. Who knew they'd get stuck? He asked if they could lead the way out. A subordinate leaned in and whispered to the yellow-robed elder. The Great Qin diplomatic mission has arrived in the capital. This child might be traveling with his elders. Right then, the silk-clad youth beside the elder suddenly spoke up. Something's not right. He looked coldly at Little Pebble. You practice lightning techniques, while your cousin practices fire. But the Yu clan is famous for water cultivation. Their mysterious dark art is legendary. Why don't you 2 follow it? Little Pebble replied calmly. I study whatever my master teaches me. The youth sneered. If you were true descendants of the Yu family, why would you ever take an outsider as your master? Just then, a gentle voice rang out. Because their master is far stronger than the Yu family. Recognizing Lin Feng, Xiaoyan and Little Pebble bowed in delight. The silk-clad youth narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You certainly talk big. Tell me, just what kind of expert are you supposed to be? Zhu Yi, standing a distance away, also looked over. His eyes were filled with a mix of shock and curiosity. Lin Feng ignored the youth entirely. He looked directly at Zhu Yi and spoke slowly. I missed the chance to meet you once before. So, you're the son of Bing Yun. Zhu Yi was stunned. You knew my mother? A hint of sadness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Years ago, I visited Mount Qingyang to pay respects to an old friend. I saw you then, but I didn't know who you were. Only later did I learn you were Bing Yun's son. You often visit her grave. That is good. The world may have forgotten her, but she left behind her most precious treasure for this world. Zhu Yi was deeply moved, his eyes welling with tears. He cupped his hands in gratitude. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi and spoke with gravity. I once made a promise to your mother. If you are willing, I will take you as my disciple and teach you the Tao. I will lead you onto the path of immortality. His voice grew stern. Zhu Yi, do you accept? Before Zhu Yi could answer, the silk-clad youth cut him off. Zhu Yi's apprenticeship and his future have already been arranged by the marquis. Even if Bing Yun were alive, she was nothing more than a concubine. She had no right to decide his fate. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Who do you think you are? Lin Feng remained calm, but his gaze turned icy. He tilted his head and barked. Shut your mouth when I am speaking. As the words left his lips, 24 Sarira beads erupted in brilliant light simultaneously. Amidst the blinding radiance, Lin Feng spoke with a voice of divine authority. Zhu Hongwu has never fulfilled his duties as a father. He knows only how to impose his own selfish desires. Then it's nothing but an empty title. Zhu Yi is the son of an old friend. whether I'm rejected or not. I won't let anyone stand in the way of his future. A child must choose his own path. Those decisive words filled Chu-yi with a deep sense of admiration as he looked at Lin Feng. The noble youth barked an angry curse, hurling a barrage of purple rings at Lin Feng. Chu-yi yelled, "Look out!" Lin Feng folded his hands and chanted an incantation. 24 Heavens Arhut Array, activate. A golden Arhut manifested, easily swatting the iron rings aside. To his surprise, the rings instantly linked together into a long chain. In the blink of an eye, the chain coiled tightly around the golden Arhut. The noble youth smirked triumphantly. "Is that all you've got?" The golden Arhut remained motionless for a moment, then suddenly reached out and yanked the purple chain with immense force. Lin Feng spoke solemnly. The merciful fall. The chain instantly shattered into pieces, his spiritual artifact destroyed. The noble youth coughed up blood, severely wounded. Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle. "Now, who was it that said, 'Is that all?'" The man in yellow pointed at Lin Feng in a rage. "What's so impressive about 3 against 1? There are 5 of us here. Crushing your Arhut will be child's play." Lin Feng replied coldly. "You want to destroy my Arhut? Fine." The golden Arhut behind him erupted with a terrifying, crushing pressure. The man in yellow turned pale, but he forced himself to stay calm. "It's just a formation. We just need to get out of its range." Hearing this, the remaining cultivators steadied themselves. All at once, they channeled their energy, unleashing a 5-colored spiritual power. A mystical light exploded across the area. At the center, a crimson lotus slowly bloomed. A brilliant golden longsword surged from the flower's heart, dripping with murderous intent. It tore through the wind as it lunged forward. At that same moment, Lin Feng remained perfectly composed. He let out a low, commanding shout. "Arhut's wrath, subjugate the heavens." Quake. Following his command, the 24 golden Arhuts struck out in unison. Golden light blazed from their palms, instantly swallowing the 5 elements cultivators from the Marquis's estate. Agonized screams echoed in every direction. The noble youth grit his teeth, hurriedly pulling out a talisman. He roared, "You'll pay for this." He threw the talisman into the air, desperately trying to transmit 2 words, "Buddha Crow." The message vanished into the void along with the talisman, leaving only a few faint streaks of light behind. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The secret report has been sent. It's time to shift the blame. He immediately ordered the golden Arhut to strike the noble youth directly. An overwhelming pressure bore down on him. The boy barely had time to turn his head before the palm strike crushed him. He died on the spot, having wiped out the group from the Marquis's estate. Lin Feng calmly recalled the 24 Saraira beads, seeing the Golden Lantern guards completely annihilated. Xiaoyan bowed respectfully. Little Bud cheered excitedly. "Master, you're amazing." Chu-yi also stepped forward and bowed in gratitude, then fell into a silent, pensive mood. Finally, Chu-yi spoke up. "Master, I have a question I hope you can answer." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "Go ahead." Chu-yi asked solemnly. "In this world, which holds more weight, logic or strength?" Lin Feng gave a soft laugh. "Without strength, it's hard for logic to travel far. But strength without logic is nothing more than mindless violence. When a person with strength speaks with reason, that is when logic holds the greatest weight." Those words shook Chu-yi to his core. He looked at Lin Feng with profound respect. Suddenly, Chu-yi knelt without hesitation, prostrating himself sincerely. "Master, please take me as your disciple. I wish to cultivate, to learn your techniques, and to learn your philosophy." The system immediately chimed with a notification. "Congratulations on soul-binding Chu-yi as your 3rd disciple." It listed his aptitudes and suggested focusing on lightning or Buddhist cultivation. Lin Feng did the math in his head, then introduced Xiaoyan as the 1st senior brother and little Bud, Shi Tianxia, as the junior brother. Though Shi Tianxia was the 1st disciple, he had volunteered to be the junior. Chu-yi happily paid his respects to the 2 of them. Xiaoyan laughed and told him not to be so formal. Little Bud also gave a friendly greeting to his 2nd senior brother. Looking at his little junior, Chu-yi told himself he would have to work hard to keep up and eventually surpass him, to truly be worthy of the title of senior brother. Once the introductions were finished, Lin Feng asked Chu-yi about his plans for the future. Chu expressed his desire to travel the world with his master, asking for permission to return to Tianjing in 3 years. Lin Feng smirked inwardly. The classic protagonist returns for revenge arc is finally here. Lin Feng gave him some gentle advice. As my disciple, you only need to follow the rules of our sect. Your freedom is still your own. You must choose your own path. Chu Yi replied seriously that he understood. Lin Feng nodded, leading them all out of the Black Cloud underground palace. Afterward, he ventured into the deep forest alone. In the silence of the dense woods, Lin Feng activated the system. I hope this draw yield a good divine weapon or technique, he thought. Having them rely on these mismatched martial arts isn't going to cut it. After thinking it over for a while, he decided to use the excellent draw mode this time. His eyes scanned the items appearing on the screen. Lin Feng analyzed them carefully. The Green Wave Spear's rank is too low. It doesn't meet the standards of a high-tier artifact. The Thunder Sound Fist is only a mid-tier technique. Not a good fit at all. Then he saw the third item, the Spirit Shifting Whistle. It was once a martial technique that made a rogue cultivator famous 1,000 years ago. Though it's been lost to time, it still has value. Without further hesitation, he followed his gut. Lin Feng pressed the confirm button. The system only returned a single mysterious item. Lin Feng couldn't hide his disappointment. The thing I actually need never shows up. Another mystery box. Who knows what it'll be this time? With a sense of trepidation, he opened it. Before long, the first item appeared. A glowing red pill. The description below clearly stated its origin. Name, 9-turn soul pill. Category, medicinal pill. Description, condensed from the essence of heavenly and earthly fire. Effect, specifically heals injuries caused by invasive cold energy. Lin Feng moved on to the second item. It was an ancient manual for a technique called the Directionless Flying Sword. Category, Divine Sword Technique. The introduction mentioned it was the secret sword style of the Directionless Sword Saint, the man who once challenged Mount Shu and walked away unscathed. However, the technique was lost after his passing. He was quite satisfied with the first two items, a great martial art and a useful pill. Finally, the last item. It was called the Lang Xian Jade Leaf. The description said it was one of the 4 divine trees of the world. Lin Feng froze for a moment. Another Lang Xian Jade Leaf, holding the leaf in his hand. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he examined it. What am I supposed to do with this? Isn't this the true form of the demoness Long Yi? Just then, a clear, youthful female voice rang in his ear. That thing is useless to you. Why not just give it to me? Lin Feng immediately scanned the area for the source of the voice. Finally, his gaze settled on the Arctic magnetic sword. The voice was definitely coming from his own artifact. With a complicated look on his face, he circulated his spiritual power, projecting his consciousness into the blade. In an instant, he felt as if he were standing between the vast sea and sky. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. In front of him stood a beautiful girl in white, smiling. He recognized her immediately. It was Long Yi. Long Yi curled her lips and asked softly, "Well, are you going to give it to me or not?" Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation. Has this demoness been clinging to my artifact since Stone Village 6 months ago? Even so, he maintained his composure on the outside, replying coldly. So you finally decided to speak up? Long Yi gave a seductive smile and leaned in close. She whispered in his ear, "I still can't see through your cultivation level." Lin Feng took a deep breath, his voice calm. "I was soft-hearted enough to spare your life last time. It seems that wasn't enough of a lesson for you." Long Yi squinted and laughed. "It's precisely because it was enough that I haven't made a move. Because I truly can't get a read on you." Hearing those words, a cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's skin. "Still," he replied calmly, "how could you possibly see through my cultivation?" Long Yi stared at him intently, then gave a soft chuckle. "That's why I don't want to trouble you. I want to make a deal. Besides, you seem to be looking for disciples." Lin Feng maintained his elegant, carefree air and spoke casually. Who wouldn't be moved when they encounter someone with true talent? I'm no exception. Long Yi gazed at him without blinking. Her voice was sweet, but her words were sharp. Your disciples are like unpolished jade. You spotted them with just a single glance. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately went on high alert. Had she discovered something? His hand tightened slightly inside his sleeve. He heard Long Yi continue. Are you taking in disciples to start your own sect? I know of a place perfect for cultivation that currently has no master. It might suit you well. After hearing her out, Lin Feng finally relaxed. He told himself not to rush. On the outside, his eyes remained half closed. Maintaining an air of noble detachment, he replied leisurely, "That alone isn't enough to sway me." Long Yi gave a wicked smile. "If you have conditions, just say them." With that, she took out a jade flute. "Trade the leaf for this. I'll tell you the location so you can see for yourself. You won't lose out. What do you say?" Lin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. This heirloom, it belonged to the Taishu sect. As if guessing his thoughts, Long Yi confirmed it frankly. "This is the flute Yin Mingwe has been looking for. I'm not sure how important it is. Do we have a deal?" Lin Feng fell silent, weighing his options. Does this enchantress want to use me to keep Yin Mingwe in check? You have your schemes, and I have my plans. Despite having reached a decision, Lin Feng asked one more thing. "What do you want a Longhuan jade leaf for?" Long Yi shrugged. "Yin Mingwe wants to return to the Taishu sect, and I have a place I want to go as well. I've already told you. I have no intention of causing you trouble." Lin Feng's gaze turned stern. "For your own sake, don't entertain such thoughts. But I accept the deal." The deal was struck. Holding the jade flute, he thought, regardless of what this treasure does, the priority is finding the final disciple. He pursed his lips. "I hope everything goes smoothly." Though a flicker of unease crossed his mind. It'll be fine, right? At the same time, outside the courtyard of the Marquis Xuanji's mansion in the southeast of the Great Zhou capital, the steward, Dao Er, held a talisman inscribed with the words Buddha and Wu. He turned toward the recruited cultivators. His voice was raspy. "Huangsan failed, and he's involved with the remnants of the Buddhist sect and Great Qin's Wu family. The Marquis is truly furious this time." Dao Er issued sharp orders. "First, gather everyone at the site where Huang San disappeared. We must find clues. Second, hunt down the Gale Society and the remnants of the Great Lane Temple. Spare no one. Third, follow me to the Great Qin Envoy's headquarters. Force Wu Yao to explain himself." Every word carried the weight of a mountain. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Marquis said only 2 words. "Pay up." A day later, at the Great Qin Envoy's Inn in the West City, the servants bowed respectfully to welcome him. "This way, Mr. Dao Er." Inside the private room, Master Wu's subordinates glared at Dao Er's back, cursing loudly. "Your people go missing, and you come looking for us?" Master Wu sat in his chair and snorted coldly. "They're clearly trying to pin the blame on the Wu family." He immediately ordered an investigation. "I want to see who has the guts to do this. I heard the Shi family is having trouble too. Someone is targeting Shi Tianyi." Master Wu didn't forget to give instructions. "If we're short on hands, let me know immediately." He sighed as he finished speaking. Troubled times. Meanwhile, on the forest path leading to the Haoyun underground palace, Hui Kong trudged along alone. As he walked, he sensed the aura of the Saraira. "The Arhut must have been here and fought," he muttered, "as long as the Saraira is safe." Suddenly, Hui Kong's eyes burned with rage. His voice was filled with resentment. That Arhut dared to betray his master and disrespect his elders. "I must reclaim the Saraira to appease the soul of my senior." Thinking of this, Hui Kong gritted his teeth and swore, "I will kill him." 3 months later, on a clear day, Zhou Yi was focused on his cultivation. Xiao Yan and Xiao Budian stood on either side as protectors. Lin Feng watched with satisfaction. "These really are my disciples. Their progress is incredible." But the moment he thought of the word disciples, his expression darkened. "I still haven't found the final one, and there's less than a month left." After calculating for a moment, an idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind. "While the kids are training, I'll use the Haoyun flag to search a nearby city." He walked out to an open space and sat down. Looking at the Haoyun flag in his hand, he fell in a deep thought. "I've searched all of Great Zhou and Great Qin, but still no match. Do I really have to look for some heavenly genius? This is too difficult." Thinking this, Lin Feng sighed. "Forget it, I'll go back to Xiao Budian." Unexpectedly, as he was lost in thought, the hand holding the Haoyun flag shook slightly, causing the artifact to undergo a transformation. Only then did he snap out of it. "What's happening?" Immediately after, a blinding light erupted before Lin Feng, forcing him to shut his eyes tight. A few seconds passed. The light faded. He opened his eyes. His lips parted slightly, Where am I? His surroundings were completely different. Chaotic and eerily hazy. Lin Feng was stunned. The flag tore through space and brought me to another dimension before he could wrap his head around it. The scene vanished again. Once more, a brilliant radiance blinded him. He instinctively shielded his eyes. What the? I'm gonna go blind. After a while, his vision slowly returned. Lin Feng looked around in confusion. He wondered, what on earth is going on? Was I pulled into the space inside? Just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out in his ear. I am F.A. Bozy of the Shindao sect. Who are you? An old cultivator appeared before Lin Feng. Judging by his robes, he was clearly a man of the Tao. He introduced himself as F.A. Bozy of the Shindao sect. Lin Feng didn't recognize the name, so he checked the system. The information revealed that the Shindao sect was located in the southern borders of the Great Qin Empire, near the ancient Starry Sea, a border region between humans and demons. The sect had nascent soul experts. After reading this, he pondered. Then he looked up and replied calmly, I'm just a wandering cultivator from the mountains. You may call me Lin Dao. Without waiting for F.A. Bozy to say more, Lin Feng asked directly, It seems you're injured, fellow Taoist. These words startled the old man. Then he admitted, Indeed, I was wounded in the void battlefield. I had to enter secluded meditation to recover. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What is the void battlefield? He quickly searched the system. Soon, the information became clear. The void battlefield is an independent space outside the main world, filled with rare cultivation resources, but also temporal turbulence. It's incredibly unstable, so dangerous that even golden core cultivators aren't guaranteed to survive. After reading this, Lin Feng nodded. So that's how it is. A fragment of memory suddenly flashed through his mind. The elder of Stone Village had mentioned it. Xiao Budian's parents had gone missing. They went to a dangerous place to rescue his grandfather. Old Man Shure's words echoed in his head. When they discovered that dangerous place, his parents were so desperate to find his grandfather that they left the boy with someone else. Then, tragedy struck. Thinking of this, Lin Feng deduced that the place must be the void battlefield. He looked at F.A. Bozy and spoke slowly. That place is indeed dangerous, but the rewards must be significant. F.A. Bozy didn't answer immediately. He silently evaluated him before concluding, I can't see through this person's cultivation. F.A. Bozy looked distressed and sighed. It's more than just dangerous. Even the grand ancestor of the Manhwa sect couldn't escape. If your accidental intrusion hadn't caused a disturbance, I'm afraid I would have died in there. Hearing that, Lin Feng calmly pulled out a bottle of pills and handed it over. You've been injured by a glacial chill, fellow Taoist. Take this 9 Revolutions Flame Soul Pill. It will neutralize the frost. F.A. Bozy took the bottle. He looked stunned. Why are you helping me? Lin Feng simply smiled. I give because I want to. I don't need a reason. F.A. Bozy burst into laughter. It seems I was overthinking things. I will remember this kindness. You are welcome at the Shindao sect as our guest anytime. After their exchange, Lin Feng returned to the spot where his 3 disciples were practicing. As soon as he arrived, he found them laughing and chatting lively. He asked warmly, What's all the excitement about? Chu, are those new clothes? Chu smiled and replied, My eldest senior brother bought them for me. Seeing Lin Feng, Xiao Budian eagerly chimed in. Master, we heard that the Hongyu sect recently opened its gates for recruitment. Some people failed the entrance exam and were blocked at the gates, so they ran off to Yuanxing Mountain. Xiao Yin, standing nearby, added with a touch of pity, one guy really put his life on the line. In the end, the Hongyu sect made an exception and took him in as an unofficial disciple. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression shifted instantly. He asked urgently, Where is this person now? A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Lin Feng immediately headed for the Hongyu sect. The moment he arrived, he began searching frantically for that young man. His heart was racing. The discipleship ceremony has already begun. Don't tell me someone with protagonist-level destiny is going to join the Hongyu sect. Just then, the system flashed a notification. Suitable target. Detected for core disciple status. The system highlighted a blue-haired youth in the recruitment line. Name, Wang Lin. Bone structure, 5. Savvy, 10. Mental strength, 10. Fortune, 8. Summary. Natural talent is flawed, but the potential is immense. Recommendation: recruit and provide dedicated instruction. Meanwhile, Wang Lin stepped forward into the main hall. Many looked at him with utter disdain. Whispers began to circulate. How did someone like him get in? It's embarrassing. On the contrary, Lin Feng was incredibly excited. He made up his mind. I have to take this disciple. 2 of his stats are at the max level. But before he could celebrate, Lin Feng saw Wang Lin being accepted by the Hongyu elders right there in the hall. An elder's majestic voice echoed. From this day forward, you are disciples of the Hongyu sect. You must remember our teachings. Each word struck Lin Feng's ears like a thunderclap. The system chimed in with a reminder. Target meets requirements, but has already pledged to another master. The current relationship must be severed before he can become your core disciple. Because of this, Lin Feng immediately found his way to the unofficial disciples' quarters at the Hongyu sect. Watching from the shadows, he reassured himself. It's fine. That was just an accident. Wang Lin will definitely be mine. Lin Feng analyzed Wang Lin's situation. This kid used desperate measures to force his way into the Hongyu sect. The elders are bound to resent him, and his peers will look down on him. Without any pity from them, my chances are even better. Sure enough, when he reached the area, he heard the other disciples mocking him. Wang Lin, people like you are a disgrace to the Hongyu sect. Why don't you try another one of your little stunts? Passing the inner sect trial is what takes real skill. Wang Lin kept his head down, his lips pressed thin. He let their insults wash over him. His heart felt bitter. Why do I have to be sect brothers with people like this? Just wait, I'll show them one day. Eventually, the group of disciples left, leaving Wang Lin alone. Once everyone was gone, he looked up sadly. Father, mother, I'll never become an immortal if I stay here at the Hongyu sect. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice whispered in his ear. You will certainly become an immortal. Wang Lin spun around in shock. He saw Lin Feng, radiating an otherworldly and divine aura, slowly walking toward him. Stunned, he asked, Who are you? Lin Feng kept a serious face and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, In a sect like this, if you're only doing chores, how can you practice the way? Your talent is extraordinary, yet your progress is slow. How can you possibly succeed? These words struck a chord deep within Wang Lin. Astonished, he asked, What do you mean, immortal? Lin Feng looked him in the eye and spoke slowly. Are you willing to leave the Hongyu sect and join my lineage? I will teach you with everything I have and pass on all my divine techniques and laws to you. Lin Feng maintained his composed demeanor, not pressuring Wang Lin. He simply said calmly, Think it over carefully before you decide. Wang Lin remained silent throughout the encounter. His right hand instinctively moved to his chest. That movement made Lin Feng pause. Wait a second. With 8 points in fortune, he must have stumbled upon some sort of lucky break. Lin Feng knew he shouldn't linger. It would only make Wang Lin more suspicious. He turned to leave. Before disappearing, he left one final message. It's all right. If you agree, I will wait at the foot of the mountain for 20 days. When you've made up your mind, come find me. With those words, Lin Feng vanished without a trace. After he left, Wang Lin sat there in a daze. A wave of regret washed over him. Was I being too paranoid? Maybe he wasn't after my treasure after all. Leaving the Hongyu sect, Lin Feng felt a bit of mental strain. Wang Lin's guarded stance earlier clearly showed he was afraid of his opportunity being stolen. Lin Feng knit his brows slightly. It's highly likely that kid has a top-tier artifact, or is being secretly guided by a master, walking his own path against the heavens. While lost in thought, Lin Feng accidentally overheard a conversation between 2 Xian Dao sect disciples. The spiritual energy at Mount Hongyu is definitely more abundant than at our sect. It's perfect for cultivation. It won't be long before this place belongs to the Xian Dao sect. From the brush, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The Xian Dao sect? The 2 disciples continued their discussion. Our ancestor, F.A. Bozi, returned safely, but the ancestor of the Hongyu sect died on the void battlefield. It's all heaven's will. No matter how good a sect's residence is, without a powerhouse to guard it, they'll have to give it up sooner or later. Lin Feng quietly watched them walk away. His mood instantly lightened. A subtle smile played on his lips. Heaven never closes all doors. This makes things a whole lot easier. 3 days later, in his private room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Spiritual energy surged around his body. After a while, he opened his eyes. He looked at the sky thunder jade essence in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. The essence within the jade is spent. My cultivation speed has slowed down. But because of that, my mana is more refined than ever. Just then, a notification arrived from the system. Congratulations, host, on clearing all 12 nodes. You have reached the peak of the 12th level of chi refining. A look of pure satisfaction finally crossed Lin Feng's face. I finally did it. He rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, even though I started from the 4th level, reaching this stage in less than a year. Am I actually a genius? While he was feeling smug, a knock came from the door, followed by Xiao Yan's familiar voice. Master, are you in there? I have something I'd like to ask you. Lin Feng reminded himself to keep up appearances in front of his disciples. He straightened himself up and replied, come in. Xiao Yan led Chu Yi and Xiao Budian inside. Lin Feng sat tall on his platform and asked, how is your cultivation progressing? Are there any areas where you're feeling stuck? Xiao Yan cupped his hands excitedly. Last night, I had an epiphany regarding a new martial art. I was hoping for your guidance, Master. Furthermore, the bottleneck in my saber technique has loosened. I want to try for a breakthrough. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Critical hit +1. Chu Li spoke up next. Master, yesterday I happened to find a strange flower. I brought it back specifically for you to take a look at. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Critical hit +2. Then it was Xiao Budian's turn. The boy scratched his head innocently and said, Master, I've already broken through to the 10th level. I'm not even sure how it happened. That childish voice made Lin Feng break into a cold sweat. Critical hit +3. Despite his complicated feelings, Lin Feng maintained his aloof expression. He took the flower that Chu Yi had brought. The system quickly displayed the information. 3-leaved orchid. Spiritual medicinal plants. This is a perfect spot for gathering spiritual energy. Look at that brilliant golden glow. This is the primary ingredient for refining fragrance-breaking pills. I've seen enough. Lin Feng felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. I really can't underestimate a luck stat of 10. Lin Feng coughed lightly. I'm very pleased that you all have gained such insights. However, you must not be impatient with your cultivation. Persistence and steady effort are key. Go on, get some rest. The 3 disciples immediately bowed and gave their assent. As they walked away, Lin Feng grew even more determined. How can I call myself a master if my own disciples surpass me? I need to speed up my foundation establishment. Lin Feng began to deliberate carefully. Foundation establishment, also known as building the Tao foundation. It's divided into 3 stages. The early stage is opening the sea of qi. At this stage, one's power far exceeds that of a qi refinement cultivator. The middle stage is constructing the spiritual altar. There are 9 grades of spiritual altars. First grade is the highest. 9th grade is the lowest. Then comes the stage of condensing the cauldron atop the altar. This is the most critical part of foundation establishment. The quality of the cauldron determines the success of core formation and directly impacts one's future in the golden core stage. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyebrows shot up. Back then, the little guy faced disaster because his innate sea of qi formed a first-grade altar, surpassing even a supreme altar. A supreme cauldron atop a supreme spiritual altar. The path to the golden core stage. Even to the nascent soul and primal spirit stages, everything would be wide open. Lin Feng calculated silently. The little guy's aptitude is still at its peak. When he builds his foundation and opens his sea of qi, I wonder if he can reach the level of a supreme spiritual altar. Suddenly, his expression darkened. If I don't complete the main quest, I might not even be able to keep my life. He muttered to himself, for disciples aren't enough. I wonder when that Xiandao sect will show up at the Hung US sect to cause trouble. Lin Feng pondered. I heard the 2 sects are neighbors. They even joined forces once to fight off foreign enemies and the demon race. Even if they fight over precious lands, their relationship should still be somewhat friendly. Perhaps the Xiandao sect's methods won't be too brutal. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. Lin Feng slammed the table in frustration. Am I really supposed to wait another 2 or 3 months? By then, the grass on my grave will be 3 feet high. He pursed his lips, weighing his options. It seems I can't just sit around and wait for the Xiandao sect to act. I need to prepare a plan to go up the mountain and snatch it myself. This won't just offend the Hung US sect. It'll put me in direct competition with Wang Lin. Right now, I have to utilize every bit of power available to me. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Lin Feng slapped his forehead. That's it. He quickly pulled out a shimmering gold and silver ring. I'll have to rely on the Heaven Cage refinement seal. I almost forgot about this little lady. Inside the ring, cold beams of light intertwined. In the center, Tun Tun was sighing incessantly. I'm starving to death. I'm so hungry. It rested its hands behind its head. Its face was full of boredom as it mumbled. At the very least, give me something to eat. While grumbling, Tun Tun suddenly stood up and glared at Lin Feng. Its voice was cold. Out with it. What are you doing here? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. We've known each other for a while now. I still don't know what to call you. Tun Tun replied resentfully. Why on earth should I tell you? Lin Feng slowly sat down in front of it, his voice coaxing. There's something in it for you. Like food, for instance. Hearing the word food, Tun Tun's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Feng nodded. But you have to tell the truth. If you lie to me, you know the consequences. He pulled out a pill. Seeing the medicinal pill, Tun Tun immediately became well-behaved. My name is Tun Tun. There, I said it. Is it time for lunch? Lin Feng tossed the pill over. Eat up. Tun Tun opened its mouth and swallowed a whole. As soon as the pill hit its stomach, Tun Tun smacked its lips. That's not enough. Not even for a snack. Lin Feng frowned and asked, wasn't that sword aura from the old man of the sword sect last time enough? Tun Tun immediately got angry. Are you trying to trick me into being bait again? Lin Feng smiled faintly. If I don't do that, your stomach will stay empty. Do you really want to starve? Tun Tun's face turned pale. Its voice trembled. Fine, fine, I agree. Having secured Tun Tun's agreement, Lin Feng's mood improved significantly. He casually opened the door and stepped outside, feeling confident. Now I have some help. After walking a few steps, he saw his 3 disciples standing in the courtyard. They were all looking toward the horizon. Xiaoyan pointed. Which way did that huge centipede fly just now? The little guy nodded repeatedly. I think there were people on top of it. Zhu Yi pondered. I guess that centipede was at least 100 meters long. Lin Feng instinctively looked up to follow their gaze. His eyes suddenly brightened. That direction leads to the Hung US sect. Could the people from the Xiandao sect have arrived already? He quickly gave chase toward the giant centipede. Soon, he reached the foot of Mount Hengyue. At the summit, a thunderous sound echoed. The centipede circled in midair, refusing to land. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up. As expected, it's Mount Hengyue. Looks like the Xiandao sect is about to make their move. He felt a surge of joy. My disciple, Wang Lin, Master is coming for you. A short while later, Lin Feng appeared near the Xiandao sect group at the entrance. In front of the gates, a silver-haired elder questioned the sect leader of the Hung US sect. Fellow Taoist, it seems your sect has quite a few promising young sprouts this time. The sect leader of the Hung US sect replied politely, not all. You've come from quite a distance. Please come inside and rest first. The Xiandao sect elder bluntly refused. No need. This matter cannot be delayed. Let the competition begin immediately. In the bushes, Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. In such a hurry? They must be certain of their victory. On the arena stage, the clashing of weapons rang out. But Lin Feng didn't care to watch. He focused only on finding Wang Lin. Finally, he spotted him among the ranks of the Hengyue disciples. He's only been gone a few days, and he's already joined a sect. What's more, he's showing signs of drawing qi into his body. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the middle-aged cultivator who was Wang Lin's master, Sun Dezhu. He observed carefully. Something fell off. This man's cultivation is only at the 8th level of qi refinement. Yet Wang Lin is progressing so quickly, he must have had some other stroke of luck. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Just then, a miserable scream erupted from the arena. Looking up at the stage, the disciple of the Hung US sect had been defeated by the Xiandao sect student. The victor looked down at the groaning man on the ground with smug satisfaction. He arrogantly declared, You Hengyue disciples should just all come at me at once. I could take all of you on by myself. That provocative attitude enraged the sect leader and elders of the Hengyue sect. The sect leader stood up and barked. You're being far too arrogant. The elders also voiced their protest. This is against the rules. The Xiandao sect elder remained calm. He coughed lightly and said, This time, we shall use one person to decide the winner. If a Manhwa disciple can last 10 seconds, you win. However, there must be a condition. He proposed, if the Xiandao sect wins, we will have the right to use Mount Manhwa for 500 years. Hearing this, Lin Feng scoffed to himself. Finally, their true intention of seizing the land is revealed. The Manhwa sect leader gritted his teeth and asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you serious? One person can really defeat all of our disciples." The elder remained composed. He signaled his disciple on the stage to take out a talisman. The disciple immediately activated it. In an instant, his entire aura exploded. The Manhwa disciples below were terrified. His cultivation suddenly soared to the great perfection of chi refinement. Even the Manhwa sect leader's face paled. That talisman could only be refined by a nascent soul cultivator. Has an ancestor of the Xiandao sect returned? The silver-haired elder confirmed it nonchalantly. Indeed, ancestral Master Faju has returned from the void battlefield. He brought news that both of your Manhwa ancestors have fallen. Out of respect for our history, we decided to settle this with a competition. If no one steps up to fight, the Xiandao sect wins by default. The entire sect fell into a gloomy silence. One disciple whispered, "The strongest among us is only at the 10th level of chi refinement. How can we fight him?" Another sighed, "This match is already lost." Wang Lin stood in the crowd, his face full of resentment, yet he was powerless. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled secretly. If I didn't provide some secret help, this battle would probably become Wang Lin's big opportunity. What a shame, a real shame. Everyone waited, but no one dared to step onto the stage. The Xiandao sect declared their victory. Just then, powerful streaks of light descended from the horizon, slamming straight into the peak of Mount Hongnak. From the dark clouds, a majestic voice thundered across the sky. "I am a Taoist Pabanzi. All disciples of the Hongnak sect, hear my command. From this day forward, Mount Hongnak belongs to the Xiandao sect." The Hongnak sect leader and elders frantically formed hand seals to activate the mountain protection array. Resentment burned in their hearts. It was clear the enemy had come prepared. Before long, the Hongnak mountain barrier took shape, barely managing to withstand Pabanzi's onslaught. But the Hongnak sect had no nascent soul cultivators. Against Pabanzi, it was like an insect trying to stop a carriage. A moment later, the protection array surged toward Pabanzi in a counterattack. But he simply let out a single shout. Shatter! All of Mount Hongnak shook violently. Dust and debris filled the air. Pabanzi's voice, carrying terrifying spiritual power, rang out again. "I will say this one more time. The people may leave, but the property stays. If you continue this nonsense, I won't hesitate to wipe the Hongnak sect off the face of the earth." He let out a cold laugh. At the same time, he announced that the Xiandao sect would begin recruiting disciples right here. Anyone who wished to stay would be welcomed. These words threw the Hongnak sect into total chaos. Disciples began whispering among themselves. Maybe joining the Xiandao sect is actually better. Even if we stay, we can't protect this mountain. Amidst the chaotic chatter, Lin Feng silently kept his eyes fixed on Wang Lin. Pabanzi is choosing people based on their latent talent. Let's see what Wang Lin chooses to do next. Wang Lin was currently caught in a dilemma. After a few seconds of hesitation, he reached a decision and turned his back on the offer. He followed closely behind the Hongnak sect leader as they departed, walking away blindly into an uncertain future. The sect leader let out a bitter sigh. "Is this all that's left of us? Well, so be it. Let's go." From a hidden corner, Lin Feng continued to observe Wang Lin in secret. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This kid actually has a sense of loyalty. He didn't abandon the Hongnak sect. He thought to himself, "It doesn't matter where we go. Wherever my disciple is, that's where I'll be." Lin Feng followed the retreating Hongnak group to a desolate mountain. He hid himself in the thickets, just in time to hear a leader from the other sect cursing. The Xiandao sect is utter trash. Nothing but a pack of bandits. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was ordered by his fellow disciples to go fetch water. He obediently carried the wooden buckets to a stream. But Sun Xiaozhu stood in the distance, his cold gaze following every single move the boy made. He stealthily shadowed Wang Lin, his face twisted with murderous intent. Lin Feng quickly caught up as well. He saw the sinister look on Sun Xiaozhu's face and sneered. "This master is clearly up to no good. Wang Lin reached the stream, completely unaware he was being watched. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Feng suddenly thought of an old proverb. The mantis stalks the cicada. At that moment, Wang Lin pulled out a pearl. He gazed at it, lost in thought. This bead I found under the cliff doesn't just heal wounds, it also aids my cultivation. Could this be the key to changing my destiny? Thinking of this, his brow furrowed. This secret must never be revealed to anyone. Just then, Sun Xiaozhu's familiar voice rang out in Wang Lin's ear. My dear disciple, let me have a look at that pearl. Wang Lin jumped in shock. He quickly hid the bead behind his back and stammered. Master, it's just an ordinary bead. I just picked it up for fun. Sun Xiaozhu smirked wickedly. You dare lie to me? With that, he stepped heavily on Wang Lin. With talent as pathetic as yours, there's no way you could have channeled qi into your body. You must be hiding a treasure. In the shadows, Lin Feng grinned. Perfect. It's time for his real master to make an appearance. On the ground, Wang Lin was in pain, but he still gripped the pearl tightly. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from it. The black smoke coalesced in midair, forming a humanoid figure. It was an old ghost named Kong Nan, laughing eerily. Wang Lin never expected the pearl to be a vessel for such a being. Terrified, he fell back onto the ground. Trembling, he managed to choke out, What is this thing? Even Lin Feng was startled. He gritted his teeth, staring at Kong Nan. Damn it! You actually have a powerful backer? Seeing Kong Nan, Sun Xiaozhu flew into a rage and barked. Where did this wandering ghost come from? How dare you interfere? He pointed his finger right at the old ghost's face. He roared, Prepare to die, and immediately launched a spiritual attack. Kong Nan simply shifted his body slightly, dodging it with ease. He laughed contemptuously. You don't know your own limits. He waved his hand, and the black smoke surged out, swallowing Sun Xiaozhu's power whole. Sun Xiaozhu's face turned deathly pale. He gasped and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Infuriated, he pointed at Wang Lin and screamed, You traitorous disciple! How dare you conspire with a demon to harm your master? As of today, I am expelling you from this sect. As soon as he said that, the system immediately notified Lin Feng. The target has been severed from his previous relationship. Host may now recruit him. Lin Feng was in disbelief. Was it really that simple? On the other side, Sun Xiaozhu still didn't realize how much danger he was in. He shouted threats about reporting this to Grandmaster Kim Dangkai to punish Wang Lin and this demon. Kong Nan stood beside Wang Lin, a dark, sinister smile slowly spreading across his face. Do you really think you'll be alive to go back? Sensing the killing intent, Sun Xiaozhu was struck with terror. His voice trembled as he asked, What do you want to do? Kong Nan didn't answer. He simply raised his hand, and the black smoke instantly coiled around the man like a python. Sun Xiaozhu was terrified to the extreme. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Wait, but it was already too late. The last thought that flashed through his mind was that his spiritual power was completely useless. A moment later, the black smoke tightened its grip. In the blink of an eye, Sun Xiaozhu was reduced to a charred, black skeleton. His eyes were wide and vacant. Having finished off Sun Xiaozhu, Kong Nan stretched his arms comfortably. It's been a long time since I've tasted something so delicious. He turned to Wang Lin, who was looking at him with extreme caution. He gave a faint laugh. What are you staring at? In my life as a cultivator, I kill those who defy the heavens. If someone touches what's mine, I kill them. Your pathetic sect was kicked off its own mountain, fleeing like stray dogs. They are destined to be killed and humiliated. Wang Lin lowered his head and asked softly, What are you trying to say? Kong Nan replied nonchalantly, Don't you want to become stronger? Hearing this, the veins on Lin Feng's forehead began to throb. This old ghost isn't just stealing my job. He's stealing my lines. Wang Lin became excited and asked urgently, Can you help me get stronger? Will you teach me divine techniques and magic? Kong Nan nodded. But the path of cultivation is full of hardship. Can you handle it? Follow me, and in less than 10 years, your name will shake the world. Those nascent soul cultivators today will be nothing to you. Those words shook Wang Lin to his core. Determination was written all over his face. I don't care how hard it is. I'll endure it. Lin Feng stood nearby, his anger reaching a boiling point. A roadblock appeared out of nowhere. He clenched his fists, ready to step in. But he suddenly paused when he saw the strange, smug smile on Kong Nan's face. He calmed himself and analyzed the situation. Something is wrong with this guy. A realization flashed through Lin Feng's mind. To everyone else, Wang Lin is just a piece of trash. Why would this old ghost be so happy to take him as a disciple? He must have an ulterior motive. With that thought, Lin Feng decided to wait and see. On the other side, Kong Nin said to Wang Lin, "This is no place to talk. Follow me to a more secluded location." As soon as he finished, he used a divine technique to carry Wang Lin away through the air. Lin Feng lightly waved his black cloud flag, determined not to let Wang Lin out of his sight. Let's see what kind of game this old man is playing. Kong Nin brought Wang Lin to a deserted forest. He said coldly, "No one will disturb us here." Lin Feng had also arrived, quickly hiding himself in the bushes to observe. He watched every movement. Kong Nan said with a serious expression, "To practice my techniques, you must use the yellow spring bead in your hand." He explained, "Your natural talent is poor. There's only one way to get strong quickly. I will perform a soul infusion to skyrocket your strength." Hearing this, Wang Lin looked skeptical. Soul infusion? Kong Nan nodded. "Use your mind to trigger the yellow spring bead. At the same time, I will open your sea of consciousness and perform the infusion. The merging energy will allow you to shed your mortal shell and be reborn." Wang Lin listened intently, but he still gripped the pearl tightly. After a long silence, he asked, "Senior, why are you helping me?" Kong Nin froze. A moment later, the old man let out a cold snort. "I'm here to save you, and yet you doubt me?" Wang Lin lowered his head and replied, "I appreciate the kind gesture, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. I only ask that Senior returns me to where I came from." Kong Nan's expression instantly darkened. "You ungrateful brat. Do you even have any idea what you're saying?" Wang Lin looked up, his expression serious. "This junior is dull-witted. I lack the ability to repay such a great favor." Kong Nan let out a twisted laugh. "Stupid. Truly stupid. I wasn't giving you a choice." Kong Nan waved his hand. Billowing black smoke surged toward Wang Lin. Surrounded by the dark mist, Wang Lin's mind grew hazy as he struggled to break free. Kong Nan sneered with contempt. "I want to save time, but you just had to do this the hard way." Deep in the thicket, Lin Feng's eyes widened. This isn't how the script is supposed to go. Wang Lin's strength was fading fast. His face was pale, but he gritted his teeth. "I can't sleep. I have to stay alive." His vision began to blur. Wang Lin desperately searched for a way out. That old ghost relies on the yellow spring pearl, but he doesn't seem to have full control over it. With that thought, he focused every ounce of his will on the bead, praying for it to respond. In the midst of his peril, the yellow spring pearl suddenly pulsed with light. Wang Lin gripped it tight. It felt like his very last ray of hope. Kong Nan was struck with terror at the sight. Damn it, the secret has been discovered. Tragic memories flashed through the old man's mind. His physical body had been destroyed in battle, leaving only his soul to seek refuge within the yellow spring pearl. He had nearly been refined by it. When Wang Lin first found it, his blood had stained the pearl. Fortunately, his cultivation was too low to actually control it. But if he could possess Wang Lin, he could reclaim a physical form and gain total mastery over the yellow spring pearl. At that thought, Kong Nan's eyes filled with murderous intent. He immediately unleashed more black smoke to begin the possession. Lin Feng finally understood what was happening. This guy is the real villain here. Meanwhile, Wang Lin had reached his absolute limit. Despite the help from the yellow spring pearl, his cultivation was just too weak, pinned down by the black smoke. His entire body trembled. He felt a numbing, bone-chilling cold. Sorrow filled his heart. "Mother, father, I think I'm dying." As Wang Lin's world turned dark, a surge of resentment rose within him. What would have happened if I had followed that Taoist back then? Just as his consciousness was about to flicker out, a voice both strange and familiar rang in his ear. "Beat it, you old ghost. Get your hands off my disciple." Wang Lin forced his eyes open. He caught a glimpse of a white-robed Taoist before passing out. Lin Feng immediately dispelled the black smoke. He carefully checked Wang Lin's injuries, confirming it was only mental exhaustion. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around, his voice turning cold. "Kong Nan, get lost, and I might just let you live." Kong Nan let out a furious roar. "You dare ruin my plans?" You're asking for death. He wove his hands into a seal. The black smoke exploded outward, gathering in midair as a chorus of wails echoed through the trees. Kongnan looked at Lin Feng provocatively. Allow me to show you the true power of my night parade of 100 ghosts. Lin Feng appeared calm on the surface, but he was on high alert. This soul fragment is roughly at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. I can't leave any loose ends today. No sooner said than done. He unleashed 24 Saraira beads. Kongnan narrowed his eyes in disgust. Foolish, meddling trash. I hate monks the most. He surged his energy. The night parade of 100 ghosts manifested. The shrieks became even more mournful. Dozens of ghostly figures lunged forward. Lin Feng's eyebrows shot up. Those red lights, they were the eyes of the ghosts. He recognized a face among them. It was familiar. It was Sun Xiaozhu, the boy who had just been killed. Kongnan laughed like a madman. You little brat. Now it's your turn to die. I'll turn you into one of my puppets. A smirk played on Lin Feng's lips. Please, don't try to show off your parlor tricks in front of a master. He casually snapped his fingers. In an instant, a brilliant Buddhist light erupted behind him. The radiant glow swept through the area, incinerating Kongnan's spirits. The old man's form shuddered as he stammered. What is this? Lin Feng stood tall, flanked by 24 golden light arhats. A smug grin spread across his face. Who was it you said you were going to deal with? The smile on his face grew wider by the second. Fine then, let's begin. The moment he spoke, the 24 golden arhats moved in unison. They charged with an overwhelming aura straight into Kongnan's army of evil spirits. On Lin Feng's command, the golden arhats made short work of the souls under Kongnan's control. Watching the spirits he had spent so much effort refining get wiped out before his eyes. Kongnan was driven mad with pain and rage. If I weren't so heavily injured, they would have reached the Foundation establishment stage long ago. Killing you would have been as easy as crushing a dog. His eyes flared with fire. His features contorted as he screamed. Once you fall into my hands, I'll make sure your soul is utterly obliterated. The tide of the battle was clear. Lin Feng's smile only deepened. It's a pity for an old monster like you to have run into me, your natural enemy. With those words, he pressed his palms together. The pressure radiating from his body exploded. The time was ripe. Lin Feng swept his sleeve with force and shouted, 9 heavens, heavenly law, divine thunderbolt. Suddenly, massive bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens. The violent strikes slammed directly into Kongnan. Lin Feng gave the order, die, you old ghost. Faced with the descending thunder, Kongnan could only watch helplessly, howling in pure hatred. A blood-curdling scream rang out and then abruptly stopped. Kongnan was originally just a remnant soul living inside the yellow spring pearl. Now, he was being torn apart by the lightning. His lower half disintegrated into ash, while his upper half was sealed by the electrical arcs. He glared at Lin Feng with pure malice, but he didn't dare take another risk. If he did, his old life would truly end here. Thinking fast, Kongnan immediately withdrew his soul and dove back into the yellow spring pearl. Lin Feng slowly recalled his 24 Saraira beads. He walked over to Wang Lin's side. His gaze fell upon the yellow spring pearl in the boy's hand. He picked up the bead. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. I didn't expect the old ghost's soul power to recover so quickly. Just then, Kongnan's raspy voice echoed from within the pearl. Kid, no matter how smug you are, it's useless. As long as I am inside the yellow spring pearl, you cannot kill me. Sooner or later, I will come for your head. Lin Feng's expression didn't flicker. He raised his hand and drew a sigil in the air. The sky-rending seal slammed directly onto the yellow spring pearl. Kongnan was still sneering. I'll be the one laughing in the end. But his laughter was cut short, replaced by a panicked shriek. What are you doing? How did you sever my connection to the yellow spring pearl? Kongnan was shaken to his core. This is the sky-rending seal of the Great Void Sect. How do you know this secret technique? You aren't even a Buddhist cultivator. Lin Feng didn't bother to answer. He simply glanced at Wang Lin. The old ghost is sealed. Wang Lin should be waking up soon. Lin Feng sat cross-legged beside Wang Lin, circulating his power to help the boy regain consciousness. A while passed. Wang Lin's eyes remained tightly shut. Lin Feng frowned. No matter how much I stimulate his senses, there's no reaction. His gaze shifted to the yellow spring pearl lying on the ground. A thought flashed through his mind. Wang Lin's soul must have been pulled into the bead. I have to get him out quickly. Wang Lin has no cultivation. If his soul is separated from his body for too long, he won't be able to return. After weighing his options, Lin Feng decided to contact his 3 disciples. He took out a transmission crystal and crushed it. A white light flashed, followed by Xiao Yan's voice. Master? Is something wrong? Lin Feng got straight to the point. I have something to discuss. How would you feel about having another junior brother? Xiao Yan's voice was full of surprise and curiosity. A junior brother? When is he coming? Lin Feng answered slowly. It's not certain yet. In the meantime, you and Zhu Yi take good care of that other boy. Be patient and wait for my return. Xiao Yan replied cheerfully. Don't worry, master. We'll be waiting for you. The light from the crystal faded. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. The spiritual energy within this yellow spring pearl is truly abundant. At the same time, in the deepest reaches of that space, Kong Nan found himself imprisoned by countless rays of light. Master Lin Feng appears. See, Kong Nam scoffs. Did you really think you could lock me up with a puny heavenly cage curse seal? On the contrary, this seal has allowed me to see right through your cultivation level. You're nothing but a lowly chi refiner. I'm going to break this seal right now, and then I'll imprison your soul in this very spot. He slaps his thigh provocatively as he speaks. But before Si Kong Nam can enjoy his laugh, Lin Feng's calm voice rings out. Before you can even try that, I've already made my preparations. Strike. Lin Feng calmly emerges. From within the Buddhist light, Si Kong Nam's face turns pale. How can you manifest inside the yellow spring pearl? What kind of treasure did you forge using a Buddhist Saraira? Looking down from above, Lin Feng frowns. You old ghost. Today, this grand formation will purify you. Elsewhere, back at the inn, Xiao Yan explains the situation to his 2 junior brothers. So that's the gist of it. We'll stay here and wait for Master to return. Xiao Budian's eyes go wide as he complains. Waiting like this is so boring. Xiao Yan softens his voice. In that case, let's go look for Master. Xiao Budian suddenly gets an idea. How about we check out the city market? I want to see some swords. I want to buy one. Zhu Yi nods in agreement. I want to buy one too. And we can pick up a gift from Master while we're at it. Since both of them want to go out. Xiao Yan agrees. Let's go relax for a bit. The market is currently packed with people. After browsing for a while, and Xiao Budian both find sword they like. Zhu Yi asks Xiao Yan. We've finished our shopping. Where to next? Xiao Yan suddenly stops in his tracks. He looks stunned, in front of an ordinary stall, where a commoner is peddling his wares. Xiao Yan's gaze is fixed on a particular sword. Zhu Yi notices something is wrong. Does eldest senior brother like that sword? Xiao Yan muses. I feel a connection to it. It's like Master always says. It must be fate. Xiao Budian doesn't overthink it. He excitedly pulls at Xiao Yan's sleeve. Let's go check it out. As they get closer to the strange weapon, Xiao Budian's lip twitches. This thing looks way too big. Zhu Yi smiles and says, if you like it, just buy it. Xiao Yan thinks it over and nods. The 3 brothers focus all their attention on the sword. No one notices that across the street, Huikong is quietly observing them. Watching Xiao Yan, Huikong smiles. The thunder-shocking Zen. I finally found it. Xiao Yan trembles, dragging his heavy feet. He gasps for breath as he walks. Every word he speaks seems to drain his life force. You too. He uses all his strength to shout. Can't you wait up for me? Zhu Yi and Xiao Budian stand a few steps away. They're trying their best not to laugh. Xiao Yan glares at them. He still has to carry the 1,000-pound sword alone. Eventually, Xiao Yan reaches a large tree and collapses to rest. Drenched in sweat, he pants heavily. Xiao Budian whispers, eldest senior brother, are you sure you and that thing are meant to be? Zhu Yi sighs. Why bother with such a clunky thing? Xiao Budian rests his chin on his hand, teasing. Did you do something terrible in a past life, brother? Xiao Yan grumbles. I didn't expect this either. It's even suppressing my mana. Just then, Xiao Budian senses someone behind them. He turns around. The boy's eyes meet Huikong's. Huikong slowly removes his bamboo hat. His voice is flat. Why is an Arhut's thunder-shocking Zen here? Where's the Arhut? Where's the Saraira? The 3 brothers face Huikong in silence. Xiao Budian stares at him. This man's cultivation is unfathomable. We're in trouble if Master isn't here. The boy takes the lead and speaks. A master gave it to our teacher, and then our teacher gave it to us. Surprise flashes in Huekong's eyes. He raises an eyebrow. This kid is already at the 10th level of qi refining. He asks, "And who might your master be?" Xiao Budian shakes his head. "Master didn't say." Xiao Yin chimes in. "Is there something you need, great master?" Huikong narrows his eyes. "I'm only asking about the whereabouts of the thunder-shocking Zen. It is a Buddhist treasure belonging to my sect." Xiao Yin remains calm. "This treasure was gifted by our master. Without his permission, we cannot hand it over." His heart is pounding. Huekong's expression shifts. He snaps. "What did you say?" Zhu Yi, who had been silent, steps up beside Xiao Yin and grabs his hand. "Senior brother." Huikong immediately restrains himself. He sighs, his voice low. "The monk who gave you the thunder-shocking Zen. Do you know where he is?" Xiao Budian answers quickly. "No idea. We met him half a year ago near Tianyuan City in the Great Zhou Empire. If you want to find him, you can look there." Huikong nods. "Thank you. Namo Amitba." With those words, he vanishes without a trace. Xiao Yin snorts. What kind of monk comes and goes like that? Zhu Yi remains wary and whispers, "He might come back. We should hurry and regroup with master." Xiao Yin nods. The three brothers turn to leave. In the distance, Huikong flickers in and out of sight. He is secretly calculating. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. As Xiao Yin leads his juniors out of Shazhou, they are spotted by young Master Tian subordinates. One of them immediately reports back. "Young Master Tian, I just saw a child." Young Master Tian frowns. "So what if it's a child?" The old man beside him speaks slowly. "That child looks exactly like Shirzailing. I suspect he's his son." Young Master Tian's eyes light up. "Are you sure?" The old man replies with certainty. "This old servant has a sharp eye for people. I didn't expect the child to still be alive and grown this much." Young Master Tian ponders for a moment before giving an order. "Get more people, tail them. Report back once you've found where they're staying." The old man bows. Meanwhile, inside the Yellow Spring Pearl, Lin Feng observes his surroundings. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. There's also lead and mercury. With prolonged exposure, my mana is starting to lose control. He looks at Si Kongnam. This old ghost is using the pearl's power to resist being purified by the Buddhist light. Lin Feng activates the system. He needs to find a way to break the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. A smirk plays on his lips. The Wan Gui sect was a notorious demonic sect 1,000 years ago, before it was wiped out by the Mount Shu Sword sect. This should be enough to rattle him. With that thought, Lin Feng sits down across from Si Kongnam and asks directly, "Are you from the Wan Gui sect?" Si Kongnam lets out a raspy laugh. "I didn't think anyone still remembered us." "That's right. I am Great Elder Si Kongnam." Lin Feng smiles. "I have a friend who mentions it often. Even in his sect, legends of the Wan Gui sect are still passed down." Si Kongnam is curious. "Is your friend from the demonic path?" Lin Feng bursts into laughter. "No. My friend is Liu Yang, a disciple of the Mount Shu Sword sect. In his sect, there's a legend about a senior who wiped out the entire Wan Gui sect with a single stroke of his sword." Si Kongnam is stunned. Then it suddenly hits him. In that brief moment of distraction, a gap appeared in his mana. Si Kongnam bellows in a rage. "You did that on purpose just to provoke me. I'll kill you." Lin Feng remains outwardly calm. He taps his thigh lightly. Secretly, he's laughing. The angrier he gets, the more openings he leaves. The veins on Si Kongnam's forehead bulge. He curses furiously. "You little brat. I almost fell for your trap." He hurriedly steadies his mind to control the Arhut. Across from him, Lin Feng winces and mutters to himself. How did he react so fast? Lin Feng looks away from the system interface, which is currently displaying information about Blood River True Water. It's one of the 6 great true waters of heaven and earth. Born from the netherworld, Yellow Spring, it's even closer to the source of the Yellow Spring than the Blood River of Hell. After reading this, Lin Feng falls into deep thought. The Yellow Spring orb is likely directly linked to the legendary Yellow Spring itself. It might even contain the Yellow Spring True Water. The system continues its notification. If a soul makes contact with the Yellow Spring True Water, they will lose all their memories. However, there is a method to restore it to its original, pure state. Lin Feng quickly assesses the situation. This Yellow Spring orb isn't made of pure Yellow Spring True Water. It's merely an object refined from it, but it still inherits some of its divine properties. He narrows his eyes slightly. Water and fire are naturally at odds. To completely suppress the yellow spring true water, I'll need a true fire of the same rank. An idea flashes through Lin Feng's mind. There isn't a complete source of yellow spring true water here. Maybe I could try using the inner fire of Akala. He thinks of the 24 golden light arhats. He weighs his options carefully. Even though I haven't reached that stage yet, they might be able to pull it off. If I use the Akala mantra's power to guide them, it might be enough to awaken the arhats. He decides to act. Lin Feng begins circulating his energy. He transforms it into the fire-type Akala mantra. He attempts to connect with the 24 golden light arhats. As expected, 3 of the arhats respond almost instantly. They resonate with Lin Feng's Akala mantra. He feels a surge of excitement. It worked. Practicing the mantra actually awakened 3 of them. Lin Feng gives a cold smirk. Old ghost, you won't escape your fate this time. As if sensing something terrible was about to happen, Kongnan lets out a massive sneeze. Lin Feng suddenly shouts, Arhat formation, now! The 3 golden light arhats burst into intense flames. At that same moment, Lin Feng partially closes his eyes. He begins chanting under his breath. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, Kongnan panics and screams, You little bastard! What are you trying to do? Lin Feng's expression turns solemn. His gaze is ice cold. His voice rings out with divine authority. Even a compassionate Buddha heart can turn into a furious flame. Boundless, wrathful fire. Exterminate all evil. Suddenly, the golden light arhats surround Kongnan. The sound of chanting roars like thunder. The remaining golden light arhats ignite one by one. Cold sweat breaks out on Kongnan's forehead. He mumbles in a frantic daze. Behind the brilliant red flames, the appearances of the arhats begin to shift. In an instant, the entire space within the yellow spring orb shakes violently. A blinding light erupts. The Buddha's light fills everything. The immovable wisdom king, Akala, slowly manifests. His face is filled with divine fury. The heavenly eye opens at the center of his brow. Nan is beyond terrified. He shrieks, The wisdom king, you've actually mastered the cleansing fire? Akala slowly raises his hand. The flames in the void condense. They explode forward, charging straight at Kongnan. Kongnan's pupils shrink in horror. A split second later, his entire body is swallowed by the raging fire. He howls with venomous hatred. You little brat. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. With those words, Kongnan screams like a madman. Right after, a sound like a crashing tide echoes from deep within the yellow spring orb. Lin Feng's expression changes instantly. What the hell is that sound? A violent surge of water pours out. It grows more ferocious by the second. By the time it reaches Lin Feng, it's a terrifying flood. He grits his teeth. This is bad. There really was yellow spring true water inside this orb. That old man actually unleashed it. Lin Feng immediately leaps into the air to dodge the powerful torrent. Seeing him in a desperate spot, Kongnan laughs triumphantly. Lin Feng glares back coldly. You want to go down together? Keep dreaming. Sweat beads on his skin. He tries to focus his mind, but the Akala true fire in his hand has dwindled to a tiny spark. It's nowhere near enough to counter this massive amount of yellow spring true water. Just as things look hopeless, Lin Feng's eyes light up. He sees a glowing sphere of light. It's Wang Lin's soul. Lin Feng immediately lunges toward the light. He feels a surge of relief. My disciple, you showed up at just the right time. He steadies his breathing. He sits cross-legged atop the glowing orb. He lets the yellow spring current carry him away. A moment later, a black stone pillar appears before him. Lin Feng reaches out to touch it. He finally breathes a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the stone pillar beneath his hand glows brilliantly. Lin Feng is stunned. This feeling, he gasps in pleasant surprise. I'm gaining insight into a secret technique. The Yellow Spring Nirvana Manual. Lin Feng looks over at Wang Lin. So this is the true cultivation path of the Yellow Spring Orb. Once Wang Lin wakes up, he can use the Yellow Spring Nirvana Manual to control this treasure. Thinking of that, Lin Feng smiles. For the first time, he feels like he's actually doing his duty as a master. Not far away, a figure rises from the Yellow Spring current. It's Kongnan. His entire body has been eroded by the yellow spring true water. He's half transparent now. His face is twisted into a hideous mask. He screams with malice. You dare to use me as a stepping stone to master the yellow spring orb? I'll make you wish you were dead. He looks at the yellow spring water in his hand and laughs coldly. Even though I can't escape this place, this is a blessing in disguise. Not only am I no longer afraid of the yellow spring true water, I can actually control it. His dark gaze turns toward the black stone pillar. He mutters, "You two little bastards. This time, you're definitely dead." Xiao Yin leads Zhu, Yi, and the little guy deep into the forest. After walking for a while, the little guy suddenly stops. He whispers, "Someone is following us." Zhu Yi looks at the boy and speaks softly. "I've already checked. They're only in the qi refining stage. It's not that monk from before." The little guy suddenly remembers. "Back when we left Shazhou, someone was staring at me. Might be the same group." Xiao Yan's expression darkens. He gives a decisive order. "The terrain up ahead is perfect. Let's take care of them there." Zhu, Yi, and the little guy answer in unison. The three of them speed up and vanish in an instant. The two cultivators behind them gasp. "Oh no." One of them panics. "Hurry, after them." The other follows the trail while grumbling irritably. "Why did young Master Tian make us follow these three nobodies anyway?" The other snaps at him. "Shut up and follow orders." Suddenly, he cries out. The footprints are gone. Their faces turn pale. This is bad. Right then, the rustling of leaves sounds right in their ears. The two of them look up. A massive black iron sword already blocks their vision. Xiaoyan drops from above, swinging his sword with all his might. But the black iron sword is so heavy, he can't put his full strength into the strike. The blade only grazes the two cultivators before slamming into the ground. The impact creates a deafening thud. One of the cultivators sneers in contempt. But as he turns his head, he's met with the little guy swinging a white bone relic at him. He screams in terror. It's over. He immediately collapses to the ground. He foams at the mouth, completely unconscious. The remaining one doesn't even have time to react before a long sword is pressed against his throat. Zhu, he stands before him, his voice flat. "Quiet. We won't kill you. But that depends on your attitude." The little guy walks over with a smirk and asks directly, "Why are you following us?" He punctuates his question by tapping the bone relic. The scout is shaking like a leaf, but he still tries to act tough. "We're from the Wu family. You'd better let us go." Zhu Yi turns to Xiao Yin and whispers, "That's sure Tian's maternal family, isn't it?" Xiao Yin nods. Zhu Yi turns back coldly. "In that case, kill him." The little guy's eyes sparkle with mischief. Zhu Yi's sword moves. The scout screams in panic before falling silent. Xiao Yin leans on his sword and sighs. "Do you think they recognized our little junior brother?" Zhu Yi ponders for a moment. "They're probably suspicious. That's why they sent these two to tail us." The little guy bows his head, feeling guilty. Xiao Yin waves it off to comfort him. "If anyone's a burden, it's me." Looking at the massive black sword, he says gloomily, "It's too heavy. Carrying this will make it easy for them to catch us." Zhu Yi reassures him. "We'll take turns carrying it, and then we'll send a message to Master." At the same time, 10 miles away, a group is pushing deep into the forest. Young Master Tian leads the way, his brow furrowed in a tight scowl. "Two of our men have vanished without a trace. Could they have been discovered?" He turns to Elder Yu, who sits with eyes closed, resting his spirit. "Elder, I implore you. I need you to take action. This matter is vital to the clan." Elder Yu responds indifferently. "My only duty is to protect you. Anything else is not my concern." That attitude leaves young Master Tian fuming. But he has no choice but to endure it. He curses his bad luck under his breath. With a heavy sigh, he turns away and orders his subordinates to keep tracking the trail. On the other side, little Guy is drenched in sweat. His hands tremble as he hauls the massive black iron greatsword. He grimaces and groans. "This sword is way too heavy, and it's sealing my cultivation." Xiao Yin scratches his head. "That's exactly why I want to take it back for Master to look at." Little Guy perks up instantly. "Then let's go find Master right now." Zhu Yi speaks with concern. "We still have pursuers on our tail." Before he can finish, his expression shifts, as Dao Air's voice rings in his ears. "To think, young Master, he has taken someone else as his master. What a pity." Dao Air arrives, leading the cultivators from the Marquis's mansion. He gives Zhu Yi a cold, mocking smile. The Marquis has already arranged a proper teacher for you. Come back with this old servant. Zhu Yi responds calmly. I see. Dao Er sneers. A filial son like you, led astray into a wicked sect. Your master is likely just some lowly commoner. The insult makes Xiao Yin and little guy seethe with rage. Dao Er continues to pile on the pressure. The Marquis ordered your safe return to the mansion. And with that, the cultivators of the mansion reveal themselves from the shadows all at once. Zhu Yi and his two seniors are completely surrounded. Dao Er says coldly, the Marquis's orders are absolute. I will see them through. Inside the Yellow Springs Pearl, Wang Lin remains unconscious. Lin Feng sits atop a sphere of light. His mind is focused to the extreme. The scripture of the Yellow Springs manual blazes with a brilliant golden light. Beads of sweat form on his brow. Just a little bit more, he thinks. At that moment, a figure silently closes in. Kongnan appears. He channels the Yellow Springs' true water and roars. I will pay you back 100-fold for the humiliation I suffered. Lin Feng grits his teeth. Just as I'm about to reach enlightenment through nirvana, this old geezer shows up to ruin it. He immediately hurls out 24 Saraira beads. Activate, he commands. The Saraira beads explode with light, temporarily halting the flow of the Yellow Springs. Kongnan lets out a sinister cackle. Let's see how long you can hold out. He pours his power into the Yellow Springs' true water. Lin Feng narrows his eyes. Don't you dare ruin my progress. With a thought, he instantly communicates with Tunten. I'm going to need your help this time. Tunten is so startled, she nearly jumps out her skin. She yells in sheer resentment. You can't be serious. You actually want me to drink the Yellow Springs' true water? I'm not doing it. No way, absolutely not. Lin Feng stares her down. His tone is calm, but it carries a hidden threat. Fine then. But let's be clear. If you don't eat, you're going to starve. Tunten's face falls instantly. A look of pure misery washes over her. She twiddles her fingers together. But, seeing her hesitate like that, Lin Feng realizes something. Wait, have you actually drunk Yellow Springs' true water before? Tunten pouts. I have. The taste isn't actually that bad. It just makes my head feel all fuzzy and light. And then I forget everything from the past. Lin Feng pauses. A Taotai truly lives up to its reputation as a legendary beast. Even the domineering Yellow Springs' true water only makes it lose a few memories. He thinks this to himself, but on the outside, Lin Feng maintains a bright, coaxing smile. What's there to be afraid of? The most important thing is eating your fill. Tunten huffs coldly, thinking to herself that this guy is definitely up to no good. Then she mumbles, whatever, I'll eat first. I've been starving to death for the past 6 months. Hearing her agree, Lin Feng is overjoyed. Then I'm counting on you, Tunten. Lin Feng's eyes slowly snap open. He tosses the Taodai ring into the air and recites an incantation. Heavenly Dragon Seal. Expand. At that sight, Kongnan is so furious his head nearly explodes. You little brat. He screams, taking advantage of the moment. Lin Feng focuses his mental energy. I call upon you, Yellow Springs' true water. Bind with me. Within his sea of consciousness, an image of a ceaselessly churning river appears. He slowly approaches it and looks down at his own reflection. Lin Feng is momentarily stunned. His reflection in the water is constantly shifting. One moment, a graceful young woman. The next, a hunched old man. It's as if a lock has been turned in Lin Feng's mind. These are my past lives and countless cycles of ancient reincarnation. He half closes his eyes, murmuring under his breath. Yellow Springs, reincarnation. Nirvana, rebirth. Following the mantra, everything in this place decays and vanishes, only to be born anew. Lin Feng finally grasps the eternal truth. He opens his eyes and smiles faintly. Seeing that smile, Kongnan's heart skips a beat. Did he just smile? Lin Feng suddenly stands tall. He reaches out and commands. Great Vortex, absorb. The Taotai immediately returns to his hand. The Yellow Springs' true water is no longer obstructed. It thunders down like a massive waterfall. Lin Feng calmly allows the torrent to wash over his body. Instead of harming him, the Yellow Springs actually lifts him up. A radiant halo glows above his head, while the cycle of the Yellow Springs revolves endlessly beneath his feet. Kongnan stares at the scene, utterly speechless. How is this possible? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curls up. And why wouldn't it be? Drink every last drop. As soon as he speaks, he flicks his hand. Kong then instantly plunges straight into the depths of the Yellow Springs abyss. Beneath the churning currents, he struggles wildly. He looks up and grits his teeth in a defiant challenge. I have already merged my soul with the Yellow Springs pearl. Unless you destroy the pearl itself, you can never kill me. Lin Feng gives a half smirk. And who told you that was the only way to kill you? Just as he finishes, Kong Nan realizes the water around him has suddenly turned pitch black. He screams in a panic. What are you doing? Why is the water changing? Lin Feng replies nonchalantly. Tell me, do you know of a technique derived from the Yellow Springs Nirvana called the Nether Puppet? This technique uses the true water to transform a person into a living doll. You retain your memories and your sense of self from your past lives. Kong Nan is stunned. The Nether Puppet? Lin Feng nods and continues his explanation. To put it simply, you'll be exactly as you were. Except for one thing. You must obey my every command without question. Upon hearing this, Kong then lets out a scream of utter despair. The Yellow Springs' true water doesn't weaken. It surges even more violently. It swallows Kong Nan whole, dragging him down to the very end of the stream. Lin Feng's mind finally relaxes. That old geezer is finally out of the way. Inside the sphere of light, Wang Lin slowly regains consciousness. Hearing the movement, Lin Feng quickly turns around. His eyes light up. My disciple is finally awake. Wang Lin's eyelashes flutter, and then his eyes snap open. He asks dazed, Where am I? Who am I? Inside the Yellow Springs pearl, Wang Lin shudders slightly as he fully awakens. Just then, he hears Kong Nan's muffled struggles. Is that the voice of the old ghost? How is he still here? Wang Lin looks up. His face instantly fills with pleasant surprise. Before him, Lin Feng stands shrouded in golden light. With the bearing of an immortal, looking exceptionally handsome, Wang Lin's eyes go wide. A thought flashes through his mind. I remember now. It was this immortal master who saved me. Lin Feng gives a gentle, kind smile. He raises his hand, condensing spiritual energy. With 2 fingers pressed together, he lightly taps the sphere of light surrounding Wang Lin. The sphere shatters instantly. Wang Lin is finally set free. He lands softly on a rocky outcrop by the edge of the river. Lin Feng descends to stand before him. Remembering the debt of his life, Wang Lin hurriedly kneels to pay his respects. He blames himself for his lack of manners. I don't want to waste the master's kindness. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought to himself that it was good the boy was sensible. On the surface, he maintained his dignified aura and spoke warmly. As long as you're all right. It was a small matter. Wang Lin hesitated, looking like he wanted to say something but held back. Lin Feng cut straight to the point. Do you wish to take me as your master? Overjoyed, Wang Lin dropped to his knees and bowed. You saved my life, immortal master. I'm willing to join your sect. I will follow your every command. Please, accept me as your disciple. Waves of excitement crashed inside Lin Feng. Truth be told, he was even more thrilled than Wang Lin. He had finally been waiting for this day. The system's congratulatory chime rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for recruiting the 4th personal disciple, Wang Lin. You have received rewards and 500 exchange points. First main quest completed. Distributing special rewards. Lin Feng was dying to check them immediately, but he kept up his act as the perfect master. He turned to Wang Lin and spoke. The Yellow Spring Pearl is your destiny. Keep it for yourself. Lin Feng's elegant bearing and unfathomable cultivation filled Wang Lin with reverence. He whispered, Master. Lin Feng smiled and gave his instructions. From now on, I will pass down everything I know to you. You have 3 senior brothers. How far you go on the path of cultivation depends entirely on you. Wang Lin bowed his head. His voice was full of passion. Please, Master, be strict in your teachings. I will not let your expectations down. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. A teachable youth is a good thing. He suddenly paused. He almost forgot his plan for training Wang Lin. He quickly pulled up the system. Wang Lin's information appeared. Age, 15 years and 6 months. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Level 1. Bone Structure, 5. Comprehension, 10. Willpower, 10. Luck, 8. The system recommends water or demonic cultivation, focusing primarily on spellcasting. Difficult in the beginning, but rapid progress in the later stages. Having read this, Lin Feng weighed his options and decided to let Wang Lin cultivate the Yellow Spring Rebirth mantra. With the support of the Yellow Spring Pearl, he'll overcome the difficult early stages even faster. He told Wang Lin to leave the pearl first. Once we're outside, I will pass the technique to you. From now on, you are the absolute ruler within the Yellow Spring Pearl. Wang Lin replied obediently. Thank you for your great kindness, master. Once they were outside, Lin Feng transferred the Yellow Spring Rebirth mantra to Wang Lin. Under his guidance, Wang Lin quickly returned to refining the Yellow Spring Pearl. Lin Feng took the chance to tally his gains. He had gained a child of destiny as a disciple, mastered a new technique, and possessed the nether puppet technique, turning that old ghost into a puppet. At that thought, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. The nether puppet is strong, but it has its limits. It only destroys the physical body while preserving the consciousness. Their previous life's cultivation is fixed and cannot increase. Furthermore, if the cultivation gap is too large, it can't be used, and it carries a high risk of backlash. Lin Feng frowned. Those are some significant drawbacks. But since he was in a good mood, he didn't dwell on it. He turned his attention to the special reward. A mysterious chest appeared before him. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up. It certainly lives up to the name, special reward. He reached out and touched it. His eyes instantly lit up. The special item was the War God Demon Puppet. As long as it has enough energy, it can unleash terrifying combat power. It has no fear of death. Lin Feng nodded to himself. It consumes energy. Wouldn't that old ghost's soul be perfect fuel? He began to calculate. Although his body was heavily injured, his soul was still incredibly potent. Using it as a sacrifice for the War God Demon Puppet should activate it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't hide his grin. Just then, Wang Lin fully regained consciousness. Seeing the Yellow Spring Pearl glowing in his hand, he cried out, Master, I've finished refining it. Lin Feng's smile widened. A War God Demon Puppet. Soul resources. The system really does favor me. While Lin Feng was still celebrating, Wang Lin suddenly spoke up. Master, Lin Feng thought he was going to ask about the cultivation technique, so he praised him warmly. As expected of my good disciple. You learned so quickly. Wang Lin shook his head. Pointing at Lin Feng, he asked, Master, something on you seems to be flashing repeatedly. Lin Feng looked down. His pupils dilated. A sound transmission jade. Did something happen to the other three? He immediately crushed the jade. Zhu Yi's voice rang out. Master, when we were heading out, we ran into people from the prince's residence. They might have recognized Junior Brother. They're currently on their way back to Mount Hengyue. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He quickly gathered his things and turned to give orders. We're going to rescue your brothers. Wang Lin replied, Yes, Master, on Dao Er's command. The cultivators swarmed forward to surround them. Their aura was overwhelming. Xiao Yan, Little Bud, and Zhu Yi stood back to back. Zhu Yi gave a bitter smile. It looks like I've dragged you all into this again. Xiao Yan frowned and countered. Don't say such things. It's annoying. Little Bud nodded in agreement. Brothers should fight side by side. Dao Er's eyes gleamed as he let out a cold laugh. So, a remnant of the Buddhist sect shows up too? Having been discovered, the Arhat slowly stepped out. His expression was indifferent. This humble monk is Hui Kong of the Great Lane Temple. Dao Er smirked. You dare show your face knowing I'm here? The Arhat replied calmly. I seek the relics of my elders. I will not retreat, even if I must cross mountains of blades or seas of fire. Dao Er sneered. Then hurry up and enter the cycle of reincarnation. With that, his magic power exploded. In midair, Dao Er unleashed the dragon elephant Vajra Fist. The Arhat's eyes widened in shock. That's the guardian divine ability of my Great Lane Temple. How do you know it? From the void, a majestic golden eagle spread its wings wide. Vast magical power surged forth. A single flap of its wings sent the Marquis's cultivators stumbling back. The Arhat formed a hand seal and roared, Garuda! The golden eagle immediately obeyed. Countless golden blades rained down directly toward Dao Er. Faced with the dense rain of blades, Dao Er remained perfectly composed. A contemptuous smirk played on his lips. Without a hint of panic, Dao Er raised his hand, channeling the dragon elephant Vajra fist. Each punch shattered the golden blades. The Arhut panicked, realizing things were going south. I'm no match for him. He hurriedly recalled the golden eagle. Immediately after, the Arhut transformed into a streak of light, desperately fleeing. From the attack range, Dao Er narrowed his eyes at the fading streak of light and sneered. As expected of the great Lane Temple's ultimate escape art, the Great Peng wind riding technique. I'll let him get away for today. The Arhut vanished in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyan, Little Bud, and Zhu Yi couldn't help but feel frustrated. He ran away after just one exchange. Dao Er turned to Zhu Yi, his voice coaxing. Now then, young master, come with this old servant to find the charlatan who bewitched you. Once he's dead, I'll take you back to the capital to report to the Marquis. While he was speaking, Dao Er's brow suddenly furrowed. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Today is certainly full of uninvited guests. A steady, youthful voice rang out. Dao Er. That's not quite right. From the dense forest, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Young Master Tian emerged leisurely at the head of his retinue. This is the territory of the Great Qin dynasty. You all are the guests here. Dao Er didn't even bother to glance at him. His gaze was fixed solely on Elder Yu. You must be the mountain peak Taoist of the Ghost Spirit sect. Elder Yu slowly rose to his feet. Mr. Dao Er of the Marquis Xuanji's residence, I presume? Pardon my lack of manners. Dao Er inquired politely. I wonder what young Master Yu is here to enlighten us about. Young Master Tian pointed coldly at Little Bud. It's that little brat. The old man beside him nodded in confirmation. Young Master Tian stared at Little Bud. I'm here for him today. And what about you, Mr. Dao Er? Dao Er answered bluntly. I'm here for young Master E. But first I want to ask, where is their master? I might as well get rid of that charlatan while I'm at it. A murderous glint flashed in young Master Tian's eyes. Since he's taken a master, he definitely needs to be eliminated. Do you know where he is, Mr. Dao Er? Dao Er shook his head. These three brothers are keeping their mouths tight shut. Neither young Master E nor that little brat will talk. His gaze shifts toward Xiaoyan, his voice turning icy. Then we'll just have to pry the truth out of that man in black. Young Master Tian lets out a sinister smile. My thoughts exactly. He waves his hand, signaling his men. They immediately lunged at Xiaoyan, seeing that they were out for blood. Xiaoyan, let's go. The massive sword hits the ground with a heavy thud. Echoing through the area, Xiaoyan spreads his arms, rapidly gathering spiritual energy in his palms. The energy erupts into two blazing flames. He glares directly at Dao Er and young Master Tian. His eyes sharp and cold. You people certainly have everything calculated, don't you? Seeing those flames, young Master Tian is shaken. The red lotus burst. Xiaoyan remains expressionless. As he thrusts his hands forward, the flames roar, tearing toward the two Wu family cultivators charging at him. The power of the red lotus burst is absolute. In an instant, it incinerates the two cultivators, leaving nothing behind, not even their bones. As the smoke clears, the gruesome scene is revealed. Flesh and blood are scattered everywhere, making everyone shudder. Dao Er snaps out of shock and barks an order. Capture them alive. We need to know who they really are. Xiaoyan shouts, go. Zhou Yi and Xiao Budian respond in unison. Following the order to capture them, the cultivators from the Marquis estate and the Wu family charge at once. Zhou Yi and Xiao Budian coordinate their counterattack. Lightning surges around them. In the blink of an eye, they both form hand seals, unleashing the lightning blade. A blinding flash of light erupts. A line of golden core cultivators falls instantly. The scent of blood fills the air. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yi signals his juniors. Target the leader. Capture the king to break the army. The three of them burst forward with incredible speed, streaking toward young Master Tian like arrows released from a bow. Seeing them rush him, young Master Tian remains calm. Right on time, he raises his hand, and spiritual energy begins to condense. A strange glazed flask appears and is hurled forward. In a heartbeat, the flask expands until it's nearly 100 feet tall. The mouth of the flask generates a terrifying suction force. Xiaoyan's face pales. He shouts, this is bad. He's trying to suck us in. Xiaoyan quickly pulls out the thunderous Zen tool, muttering an incantation. A golden Buddhist light flares up, pushing back against the suction. Young Master Tian snorts coldly and surges his spiritual energy. An intense frost instantly covers a 10-mile radius. Xiaoyan frowns. It's the profound nether art. Zhou Yi's voice trembles. It's so cold. Xiaoyan tries to circulate his energy to compensate, but his power is being suppressed. He grits his teeth, deciding to risk it all. He grabs the black iron greatsword, pouring his entire soul into the blade. If we are truly destined, then help me overcome this crisis. An eerie, sinister aura immediately envelopes his body. Right after, Xiaoyan raises the black iron greatsword high with both hands. A ferocious momentum explodes from him. Young Master Tian's smug expression vanishes as his eyes nearly pop out of his head. He stands frozen as a sword strike that seems to tear through space itself comes crashing down. At the critical moment, a massive black stone slab appears in front of him, blocking the lethal blow. It turns out Elder Yu had moved, using his mountain-suppressing stone to protect young Master Tian. The black stone and the black iron greatsword collide. An earth-shattering explosion rings out. Shockwaves of energy rain down like a storm, sending the Foundation establishment cultivators fleeing in a panic. Elder Yu breathes a sigh of relief and offers a nod of praise. Not bad, kid. It's a good thing my sacred mountain is sturdy. Despite the praise, Elder Yu coldly drives the black stone down to crush Xiaoyan. Exhausted, Xiaoyan can't even move a muscle. He can only watch helplessly as the black stone falls. The ground trembles violently. The weight is like Mount High crushing Xiaoyan's body. He feels as if his bones are shattering. He tries to reach for the black iron greatsword, but Elder Yu snatches it away. I'll be taking this sword. It's a fine treasure, but you aren't worthy of it. Elder Yu continues to channel his technique. The gravity of the black stone surges. Xiaoyan coughs up blood in agony, feeling like his internal organs are being pulverized. Elder Yu demands coldly, "Where is your master?" Zhou, he screams in desperation. "Stop it." Xiao Budian breaks into sobs. Xiaoyan grits his teeth. "Don't get ahead of yourself, you old ghost. Sooner or later, my master will take your pathetic head." Tao Air lets out a contemptuous sneer. "Is that so? The outcome is already decided. I'll be the one to behead that heretic. Too bad you won't be alive to see it." Young Master Tian laughs triumphantly. A master who can't even protect his own disciples is nothing but trash. Xiaoyan growls, "Shut up." Tao Air glances at Joey. "See this, young Master E? That heretic is probably nearby right now, too scared to show his face. What's the point of following a coward like that?" Zhou E remains silent, his teeth clenched tight. Young Master Tian saunters over and stomps his foot onto Xiaoyan, sneering. "Trash following trash. What a perfect match." Xiaoyan's eyes turn bloodshot. "Don't you dare call me trash." Young Master Tian smirks. "I'll call you whatever I want. What are you going to do about it?" As he mocks him, a calm, indifferent voice echoes in his ear. "He won't have to do anything." Lin Feng appears. His gaze drops to see Xiaoyan covered in blood. Killing intent erupts from him as he speaks with terrifying calm. "Are you all so eager to die?" Xiaoyan's vision begins to fade. He mutters softly, "Master," before losing consciousness. Seeing Xiaoyan so gravely injured, the murderous intent in Lin Feng's eyes deepens. Elder Yu can't sense his cultivation level, but he's still enraged. He barks, "Enough with the theatrics. Let's see what you're actually made of." Elder Yu flicks his sleeve. The black stone flies up, transforming into a massive, sky-blotting mountain that crashes down toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng remains unbothered. "You aren't even worth my time. I'll find you a more suitable opponent." As soon as he finishes, the war god puppet appears before him, radiating an eerie purple light. Lin Feng stands behind the puppet, his voice cold as ice as he gives the order. "Tear that old ghost apart." Instantly, the war god puppet's eyes ignite with a fierce glow. It lets out a savage roar and stomps its feet, causing the ground to heave and crack. Its silhouette vanishes from sight. Before the crowd can even react, the sound of whistling wind pierces their ears. They look up just in time to see the puppet moving like a bolt of lightning. With a single punch, it sends Elder Yu's sacred mountain flying. Elder Yu turns pale with horror. his heart racing. He can't believe his soulbound treasure was swatted away with just one blow. Young Master Tian stands nearby, eyes wide, completely speechless. What kind of monster is this thing? Inside the war god puppet, Kong then is consumed by rage. Being forced to burn his own soul to maintain the puppet fills him with absolute resentment. Lin Feng continues his command. Grind his bones to dust. Receiving the order, the puppet charges straight ahead. Elder Yu's face is white as a sheet. Even from a distance, he can feel the suffocating pressure of that oncoming fist. In a panic, Elder Yu forms hand signs to recall his treasure, raising the black mountain to shield himself. At that moment, the war god puppet's eyes glow crimson. With a single strike, the puppet shatters the majestic mountain into pieces. Even Elder Yu is sent flying. On the ground, Elder Yu is in a pathetic state. His bones and internal organs are severely damaged. Seeing the war god puppet slowly approaching, his pupils shrink in terror. His limbs tremble uncontrollably. Lin Feng stands in the distance, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Where's the man who was just talking about crushing my disciple? The war god puppet is now standing right over him. It calmly lifts a foot. Elder Yu screams in a frantic plea for mercy, ignoring the desperate wails. The heavy foot comes crashing down. Blood splatters everywhere. Elder Yu is now nothing more than a mangled corpse. The gruesome sight turns the other cultivators' faces pale. Elder Yu he's really dead. That monster. What the hell is it? The crowd retreats in unison. Cold sweat beaded on young Master Tian's forehead as Lin Feng's icy voice rang out. And where do you think you're going? Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Didn't you just call my disciple a piece of trash? Young Master Tian shuddered, a chill running down his spine. His eyes instinctively darted toward the battle god puppet. He grit his teeth, cursing under his breath. The battle god puppet lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Terrified, young Master Tian screamed for it to stop. But the puppet remained silent. It reached out and snatched him by the ankle. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. His leg was torn clean off, thudding onto the ground. Young Master Tian's face turned deathly pale. His body was ripped in two. Blood sprayed everywhere. Tao Er couldn't maintain his composure any longer. He lunged toward Xiaoyan. He intended to take a hostage to turn the tide. Before he could strike, the battle god puppet blocked his path. He sucked in a sharp, cold breath. This speed is terrifying. It looks like I have no choice but to use my trump card. Tao Er's hands, hidden within his sleeves, clenched tight. The bones throughout his body emitted a gruesome cracking sound. In an instant, Tao Er pressed his palms together. His blood energy erupted. It condensed into a massive figure, towering like a mountain. The dragon elephant's majesty. Its pressure bore down on everything in sight. He pointed directly at the battle god puppet. The hulking figure and a golden dragon charged forward simultaneously. The dragon elephant's subduing demon roar thundered. The giant and the dragon collided head-on. At the same time, the battle god puppet unleashed a double punch. Power surged like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the puppet's sheer force pulverized the dragon elephant into dust. Its massive hand spread wide and slammed down directly onto Tao Er's head. Cornered, he let out a desperate roar of defiance. Tao Er thrust both hands upward, transforming them into a double palm strike. He met the battle god puppet's hands head-on. Under the horrific pressure, Tao Er's kneecaps shattered instantly. He screamed in agony. Facing death, he drained every drop of his mana. Once more, he manifested the giant figure in a suicidal struggle. Lin Feng watched from a distance, thinking to himself that it wasn't over yet. The energy reserves were nearly empty. Without hesitation, he sacrificed the remaining soul of Kong Nan. A desperate wail echoed from within the yellow spring pearl. A moment later, the battle god puppet was surged with new spiritual energy. Its eyes glowed a fierce red. An explosion of pressure crushed every bone in Tao Er's body. Blood sprayed from his eyes, nose, and mouth all at once. He stared in agonizing disbelief. With his final breath spent, Tao Er slumped over dead. The cultivators of the Marquis' estate watched in absolute horror. They couldn't believe Tao Er had met such a gruesome end. That monster is too terrifying. Panic seized them as they all scrambled backward. A A faint smirk played on Lin Feng's lips. His voice was cold, sounding as if it rose from the depths of hell. Anyone else? He asked with a light chuckle. The moment he spoke, violent, invisible ripples radiated from the battle god puppet. Hui Kong, who had been hiding, was shaken out of his concealment. His heart hammered against his ribs. How'd he find me? Lin Feng glared coldly at Hui Kong. Killing intent swirled deep in his eyes. From this day forth, anyone who dares lay a hand on my disciples can forget about leaving here alive. The battle god puppet immediately surged forward to attack. Hui Kong hurriedly pressed his palms together, chanting an incantation. He invoked the name of the merciful Buddha. A brilliant, dazzling Buddhist light erupted. In midair, a majestic, golden-winged great pung spread its wings. Unfortunately, none of it could stop the puppet. A thought of pure despair flashed through Hui Kong's mind as the massive hand snatched him up. The brutal force of the grip threw his blood and energy into chaos. He coughed up blood, severely wounded. Having captured Hui Kong alive, the battle god puppet came to a calm halt. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. The trash has been dealt with, and the puppet's energy has just run out. He lightly shook the soul flag in his hand, retracting both the battle god puppet and Hui Kong. Lin Feng calculated his gains silently. Keep what's useful. Right then, the familiar voice of Elder Bo rang out. Your methods are truly brilliant, fellow Taoist. You've certainly put on quite a show for this old man. Lin Feng tilted his head, replying nonchalantly. So, you've seen enough to finally show your face? Elder Bo silently evaluated the puppet. It's overbearing, but only enough to threaten those at the Golden Course stage. He had no intention of making an enemy, so he kept things civil. The troublemakers have been eliminated. He wouldn't hold Lin Feng responsible. Elder Bo glanced at the corpses of young Master Tian and Tao Air. He offered to clean up the aftermath. Lin Feng gave a dry chuckle. What crafty old fox. Everyone knows the Yu family has deep ties with the flower, the Great Qin's southern border. If he wants to take credit for the cleanup, let him. It's fine to have someone else handle the dirty work. He immediately agreed. The chaos finally began to settle. Lin Feng rushed to Xiaoyan's side. Hearing his master's footsteps, Xiaoyan struggled to prop himself up, offering a weak smile. Master, I saw it all. You were incredible. Lin Feng looked at his disciple with deep affection. Xiaoyan, you did well. Upon checking his injuries, he found numerous broken bones. No wonder he was in too much pain to move. He reassured him, I will heal you. I won't let you miss your duel with Murong Yenran. Xiaoyan forced a teasing smile. You have to keep your word, master. Otherwise, we'll both lose face. Lin Feng understood the sentiment. He intentionally increased the pressure of his hand. Xiaoyan's eyes welled up from the sudden sting. Ow, master. Seeing Xiao Yan in pain, Zhu Yi and the little guy's eyes turned red with worry. Xiaoyan gave them a bright grin. As long as you guys call me Big Senior Brother, I'll put my life on the line to protect you. Just like Master did for us. His words moved them both deeply. They thanked him in unison. Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled as he turned to Wang Lin and asked, Are you Master's new disciple? Wang Lin hurriedly bowed in respect. Greetings, Senior Brother. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Feng carefully lifted Xiao Yan into his arms. We can get to know each other back home. The priority is treating your senior brother's wounds. The disciples replied in unison. Yes, Master. As Lin Feng departed, Elder Bo stood there, watching them go. He clicked his tongue in admiration. If only I had disciples like that. The disciples of the Profound Way sect looked at each other, silently wishing they had a master like him. Back at their residence, Xiaoyan lay motionless on the bed. His face was pale. The little guy anxiously clutched Lin Feng's sleeve, asking for news. Lin Feng shook his head. The injuries are too severe this time. If we don't treat this perfectly, I'm afraid his cultivation will be ruined. Zhu Yi bowed his head, filled with guilt. He felt it was his fault for involving his senior brother. Lin Feng let out a weary sigh. He comforted them in a soft voice. I'll find a way. Don't blame yourselves. He told the disciples to go rest. The little guy, Zhu Yi, and Wang Lin obediently left the room. Inside, Lin Feng was lost in thought. He remembered the recipe for the great thunderclap rejuvenation pill he had obtained. That might work, but I don't know the first thing about alchemy, and I don't even have a cauldron. Cold sweat broke out at the thought. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him. Lin Feng burst into a loud laugh. I almost forgot about that person. Xiao Yin is saved. The laughter made Xiao Yin raise an eyebrow in relief. Immediately after, Lin Feng entered the space within the black cloud flag, holding the black cloud flag in his hand. Lin Feng marveled at its miraculous properties. It can fly and traverse space. A true treasure. He sought out Hui Kong. Amidst the flickering black and white light, he saw him pinned down by the puppet. Hui Kong asked coldly, "What do you want?" Lin Feng countered with his own question. "Weren't you one of the people who attacked my disciple? I heard you recognize the Arhut's Thunderclap Zen and are hunting him down." Hui Kong chanted a Buddhist name. He explained that the Arhut had betrayed the sect and murdered his elders. He had to pursue him to reclaim the Saraira. Lin Feng stepped forward and asked for his Dharma name. Hui Kong answered without hesitation. Lin Feng then continued, "If I gave you the Arhut's whereabouts, how would you handle it?" Hui Kong's gaze turned icy. He grit his teeth and said he would cripple the man's cultivation, then drag him back to chant sutras in repentance for the rest of his life. Lin Feng shook his head calmly. "That's a shame. You aren't up to the task." Hui Kong frowned, lost in speculation. Does Senior intend to kill this poor monk? Or did the Arhut die by your hand? His gaze was clouded with suspicion. Lin Feng flicked his sleeve, his voice indifferent. "The Arhut is indeed dead, but not by my hand. He perished alongside the cultivator, Zhou Hongwu." The monk did not nod, remaining silent. "I do not strike those who have not crossed me." Upon hearing Zhou Hongwu's name, Lin Feng issued a command. "Both of his managers and old, you had already been crushed. For those who dare to trample upon my disciple, I shall take one of their legs." Having said that, Lin Feng glanced at Hui Kong and asked, "Why do you think I chose to capture you alive rather than kill you?" Hui Kong froze for a moment, then bowed his head to ponder. "Is it because this poor monk never actually harmed your esteemed disciple, and only wished to track the whereabouts of the Saraira?" Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. It was obviously because Si Kongnan's soul was almost entirely depleted, and he needed to find fresh materials. However, he maintained a composed and heavy demeanor outwardly. He replied coldly, "That is only part of the reason. The other reason is your junior brother, the Arhut, before he passed into the next life. I was right there beside him." As he spoke, Lin Feng produced the glistening thunder scripture. "He entrusted this treasure to me before he died. It is a pity the 24 Saraira were destroyed within the netherworld blood river of the Black Cloud underground palace." These words sent a shock through Hui Kong. His pupils contracted violently. Lin Feng's voice echoed in Hui Kong's ears. Before his death, the Arhut knew he had betrayed his masters and ancestors. He knew he could not escape the depths of hell. His only regret was that he wouldn't live to see the sect's great vengeance fulfilled, even though he was manipulated by others. He still acted out of a sense of blood debt. I admire that. At this point, Lin Feng let out a sigh. A flash of sorrow appeared on his face. Hui Kong believed every word without a shred of doubt. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Choking with self-reproach, he sobbed. "Junior brother, you took the wrong path." While Hui Kong was consumed by his grief, a subtle, secretive smile curled the corners of Lin Feng's lips. That smirk was quickly hidden away. In front of Hui Kong, Lin Feng maintained his stern and dignified appearance. He handed him the glistening thunder scripture. "So, the reason you keep your life today is because of your junior brother. Where you go from here is for you to decide." Hui Kong bowed his head in response. "This Dharma artifact was a gift from my junior to you, senior. This poor monk would not dare to take it back." Lin Feng probed for his intentions. Hui Kong spoke sadly of his wish to pay respects to the Arhut and then attempt to recover the Saraira. Lin Feng nodded. "In that case, I shall see you out." He ordered the war god puppet to let go, releasing Hui Kong. Then, with a wave of his hand, he opened the space within the black cloud flag. He sent him away. Once free, Hui Kong pressed his palms together in a deep bow. "I apologize for my previous offense against your esteemed disciple." His heart was filled with gratitude. "In the future, if you have need of me, please do not hesitate to call." Lin Feng tilted his head and gave a word of advice. "The underground palace is dangerous. I hope you proceed with caution." Inwardly, he laughed himself. This big monk is so damn easy to trick. Hui Kong bowed once more and took his leave. Lin Feng told him indifferently to go. The moment the door closed, he broke into a wicked grin. From his robes, he pulled out a silk pouch. He was secretly delighted. A pouch belonging to a golden core cultivator of the Thunder Sound Temple must contain the Thunder Sound Great Restoration Pill. He remembered when he had helped Hui Kong up earlier. He had conveniently swiped the pouch. Talk about quick hands. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression darkened. The seal on the silk pouch was too strong for his current cultivation level to open. His eyes lit up. He could have Wang Lin use the yellow spring true water to break the seal. At that exact moment, the system suddenly flashed to life. Lin Feng let out a startled cry, making Xiao Yin mumble in his sleep and frown. Lin Feng received a main mission notification. Establish the foundation of a new sect mantra. A sect requires at least 60 members. The foundation must be built within 1 year. Failure to complete it will result in erasure. Having read this, his expression became even more unsightly than Xiao Yan's. He gritted his teeth and cursed the damn system. Lin Feng was fuming. The time limit was only 1 year, and he was only at the great perfection of qi refining. The screen lit up again, asking whether to initiate the sect foundation construction. Note, this is the most vital foundation for the path of immortality. The system displayed the confirmation prompt. Lin Feng pressed agree without hesitation. The system required the host to envision an image to construct the Tao Law. He rubbed his chin in thought. Images of mecha robots mixed with Pokemon flashed through his mind. Lin Feng frowned, muttering strange things. He immediately snapped out of it. He slapped his head, reminding himself not to think about nonsense. It could ruin the entire process. Lin Feng repeated nervously. The foundation of the Tao Law, right then. The concept of Taiji suddenly manifested. The system's mechanical voice confirmed his thoughts. The construction process began. Before long, the system announced the formation of the heavenly moral scripture. The yin-yang Taiji diagram appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. The diagram rotated slowly, turning into black and white light that filled the void. It then gave birth to the 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. It continued to evolve into other attributes. Watching the transformation before him, Lin Feng's consciousness was opened. This was Taiji begetting yin and yang. Yin and yang begetting the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols begetting the 8 trigrams. The system required him to select reference Tao laws. The Bagua section of the heavenly moral scripture. Lin Feng guessed he had to merge 8 attributes to create his own unique Tao law. With that thought, he formed a hand seal. He pressed his hand against the character for thunder, implementing the 9 heavens heavenly thunder law. The thunder character immediately began to glow. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Next, he pressed the character for water, implementing the yellow spring nirvana art. The water character also lit up. It was just as he had predicted. Having grasped the rule, Lin Feng tried the other positions, but there was no reaction. He realized each position only corresponded to a matching Tao law. Next were the Akalanatha art and the Ksitigarbha Sutra. These 2 laws corresponded to fire and lightning respectively. Looking at the remaining characters, a thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He immediately reached into his pocket. He pulled out the Blackstone Mountain God he had snatched from Old Yu. After examining it closely, he discovered the Great Mount scripture carved upon it. He rejoiced at his stroke of luck. Lin Feng used the Great Mount scripture to represent the mountain attribute. The mountain character on the screen finally lit up. The Tao Law was more than halfway complete. His spirits were high. Now, only heaven, wind, and marsh remained. He remembered he had accumulated quite a few reward points for missions and his disciples. The system displayed the exchange list. It included the starry array art, the celestial wind scripture, and the wave piercing art. Each required a massive amount of points. Lin Feng's jaw dropped. All 3 were perfect, but he didn't have enough points. After considering it for a long time, he decided to exchange for the starry array art first. Exchange successful. Lin Feng immersed himself in realization. A vast starry sky appeared in his mind. The stars shifted and turned. A moment later, the system announced the comprehension was complete. The law met the requirements. Only 2 more attributes were needed for the fusion. Lin Feng opened the lottery section with high expectations. The system notified him that the current laws were not suitable for the lottery. Lin Feng selected the excellence mode. 3 items appeared, making him both happy and confused. but his joy vanished instantly when he saw the Thunder Sound Great Restoration pill sitting in a non-selectable slot. Lin Feng cursed the scamming merchant system. Out of options, he aimed for the Celestial Wind scripture and hit the draw button. He muttered a prayer for luck in his heart. The result, a total score of only 13. Lin Feng exploded in rage. He cursed the system mercilessly. Veins popped out on his forehead. He didn't even bother looking at the reward. At that moment, the system announced the activation of a random mission. The Wind Thunder Talisman. An ancient talisman appeared in Lin Feng's hand, named the Flowing Wind Talisman. It could be combined to create the Wind Thunder Creation Formation. Lin Feng checked the mission details. He needed to go to the Wind Thunder Sea in the Great Hengduan Mountains to find the Thunder Source Talisman within 3 months. Failure to meet the deadline would result in mission failure. Outside Xiao Yan's room, Xiao Buddy inside with worry. Zhu Yi and Wang Lin also hoped their eldest senior brother would wake up soon. Zhu Yi reassured the two of them. Master is here. Everything will be fine. Just then, Lin Feng's voice rang out, calling for Wang Lin. Following instructions, Wang Lin used his blood to break the seal on the silk pouch and hand it back to Lin Feng. Inside the pouch were only a few pills and ingredients for the Thunder Sound Great Restoration pill, causing him to click his tongue in disappointment. However, an old bronze mirror caught Lin Feng's eye. The system immediately triggered a side mission, repair the Heaven and Earth mirror. His eyes widened in shock. Checking quest information. I need to go to ancient Marsh City to gather Galaxy Sand to repair the treasure within 3 months. Otherwise, the mission will fail. Lin Feng frowns. The two locations are 10,000 miles apart. But now isn't the time to overthink it. The priority is saving Xiao Yan with a Thunder Sound Grand pill. Refining the pill will require a high-quality cauldron. While he is lost in thought, Wang Lin, Zhu Yi, and Xiao Buddy are already standing by his side, knowing their master is worried. Wang Lin asks what's wrong. Zhu Yi asks, sadly, if there's anything they can do to help. An idea suddenly flashes through Lin Feng's mind. He happily puts an arm around Zhu Yi's shoulder and tells him to come along. Before long, Lin Feng leads Zhu Yi to the Great Qin Dynasty's trading district. He says he wants to rely on Zhu Yi's luck to pick out a good cauldron for Xiao Yan. These words deeply move Zhu Yi. He resolves to find the best one possible. Lin Feng stops in front of modest stall. His gaze stops on a strange-looking casket. Zhu Yi steps forward and picks up a pitch-black cauldron. He sends a voice transmission to his master, saying that while it looks ordinary, it feels very peculiar. He asks for an appraisal. Lin Feng inwardly praises his disciple's sharp eyes. He tells Zhu Yi to put the cauldron back for a moment. The stall owner, a rogue cultivator, asks warmly, "What are you looking for, fellow Taoist?" Lin Feng calmly picks up the casket he noticed earlier to examine it closely. He nods, assessing it as decent. The rogue cultivator immediately starts gushing with praise. "You certainly have a sharp eye, fellow Taoist. This casket was crafted from a very special piece of raw stone. Storing medicinal herbs inside will ensure no loss of spiritual energy." Lin Feng nonchalantly asks for the price. The rogue cultivator smiles and replies, "I'm not sure what you'd like to trade for it, fellow Taoist. Perhaps some medicinal pills?" Lin Feng takes out a chi-nurturing pill and hands it over. He asks if the man will accept it. The rogue cultivator's eyes light up instantly. 30 chi-nurturing pills, and the casket is yours. Lin Feng thinks to himself, chi-nurturing pills are difficult to refine. Even Hui Kong's entire stash only had a little over 50. This guy is definitely overcharging. With that thought, he says coldly, "That's way too expensive." The rogue cultivator gives a forced smile. "How could you call this expensive?" Lin Feng's expression darkens. "I'm trading pills for goods, so give me an honest price." The corner of the rogue cultivator's mouth twitches slightly. 25 pills. I can't go any lower than that. Lin Feng bluntly counters the offer. 5 pills. The rogue cultivator jumps up. "No way. Are you here to buy something, or just to cause trouble?" Lin Feng replies calmly. "You said this casket was carved from a single piece of raw stone. Then explain to me what this seam is doing here." The rogue cultivator's face changes instantly. He fumbles, unable to find his words. Lin Feng lets out a cold snort. "You dare sell fakes here? You know the consequences, don't you?" The rogue cultivator turns pale. 15 pills. I really can't reduce it any further. Lin Feng narrows his eyes and smiles. 10 pills. Agree, and we have a deal. Otherwise, we can go talk to the market manager. Sweat begins to bead on the rogue cultivator's forehead. Finally, he grits his teeth. 15 pills. And I'll throw in that cauldron your disciple was just looking at. Lin Feng is secretly overjoyed. It worked, but he maintains his act and pretends to compromise. Fine. Only because my disciple seems to like it. On the way back, Zhu Yi wants to speak several times, but hesitates. Lin Feng walks at a leisurely pace without looking back. He asks as if casually, do you think it's strange that your master bargained so hard over a few chi-nurturing pills? Zhu Yi answers honestly, I'd find it a bit confusing to see you calculate such small gains. I don't quite understand it. I hope Master can enlighten me. Lin Feng stops walking. He explains slowly and clearly. In the end, it all comes down to the word money but never look down on money. Money itself is a form of power. It can aggregate the will of millions and even command ghosts and gods. Every day, countless people pray for wealth just as they pray to Buddha. Do you have any idea how much willpower that represents? Lin Feng turns around and looks directly at Zhu Yi. The concept of money encompasses the very path of humanity. In this world, there is the great Tao for the vast, and the small Tao for the minute. Zhu Yi is stunned after hearing this. It takes a long time for him to come back to his senses. He quickly bows in deep respect. Master is absolutely right. I was far too shallow before. Lin Feng continues walking. Enough. Let's go back and refine the medicine. Taking the strange cauldron Zhu Yi picked out, Lin Feng begins refining the pill to treat Xiao Yan's injuries. He channels spiritual energy into the cauldron. But even after a long time, there is no reaction. He sits down in deep contemplation. The system lights up. It turns out this is the hearth of the celestial heart fire. It can generate its own heart fire, but it needs one of the 7 great true fires to reach its full potential. After reading this, Lin Feng is satisfied. Zhu Yi's eyes really are sharp. Then he frowns. If it's such a good cauldron, why can't I use it? He checks further and sees the note regarding the 7 great true fires. Lin Feng sighs. Those aren't exactly easy to find. Rubbing his temples, he mutters, a lesser fire should still work. It'll just be less effective. The stronger the spiritual fire, the better. If it's too weak, it won't activate at all. A thought flashes through his head. Got it. The image of the Akila's inner fire appears. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curl up. This stuff is even superior to the 7 great true fires. He channels a stream of true qi into the cauldron. The small, old cauldron transforms before his eyes into a massive, towering furnace. Its black body looks solid and powerful. Observing the transformation, Lin Feng concludes this is indeed the heart fire. The burning power of the Akila's inner fire is no joke either. Looking at the herbs in his hand, he feels a brief flicker of worry. Even if I have the fire, I've never actually refined pills before. After a moment, he risks putting all the herbs into the furnace. An hour later, thick black smoke billows out. Lin Feng sighs. Pill refining really isn't something you can leave to luck. He rethinks the process. Was the fire too strong, or was the recipe wrong? He suddenly remembers that alchemists use their own mana to form the pill fire. A new idea takes root. Lin Feng calls his 4 disciples over. First, he checks on Xiao Yan. Seeing him alert and conscious, he feels relieved. Wang Lin asks what's happening. Lin Feng points to the furnace behind him. You see this? Zhu Yi's eyes widen as he recognizes the cauldron from the market. Lin Feng nods. This is the hearth of the celestial heart fire. I have modified it. I called you all here today to test it out. Xiao Yan cups his hands, ready for the task. Lin Feng takes out 2 recipes. He says he wants to refine the healing pills, but he'll use the opportunity to teach them the way of alchemy. He hands out the recipes and gives instructions. I purposely made a few mistakes in this Thunder Sound Grand Pill recipe. I want you to find them. You may discuss it. I'll be listening. Lin Feng stands to the side and listens. He laughs at himself inwardly. The disciples begin their discussion. Zhu Yi reads, while Xiao Budian offers some naive suggestions. Wang Lin asks about the Sky Valley grass. Xiao Yan shakes his head in disagreement. Lin Feng evaluates them as he listens. The system really has an eye for talent. Xiao Yan has a profound understanding of alchemy. The time of an incense stick passes. Lin Feng speaks up. Tell me, where are the mistakes? Both Zhu Yi and Wang Lin look toward Xiaoyan. He speaks calmly. The Sky Valley grass must be finely ground. The frost dew should be mixed with the wisdom fire scale grass before entering the furnace. Also, the furnace needs to be preheated much earlier. Lin Feng asks the other three for their thoughts. Everyone shakes their heads. He nods approvingly. Then we'll try refining it your way. Lin Feng follows the instructions. Using the Akila's inner fire to warm the furnace, he adds the herbs. Xiaoyan waits anxiously. Compared to Xiaoyan, Lin Feng is even more nervous. Finally, the moment to open the furnace arrives. The fragrance of the pills fills the entire room. 8 thunder sound grand pills emerge. Xiao Budian gasps in awe. Xiaoyan feels his body lighten instantly. Lin Feng takes a pill and hands it to Xiaoyan. He praises them for a job well done. Then he tells him to take the pill and meditate to regulate his breath. He then turns to Xiao Budian and asks about the 2 ancient sucking swords. Xiao Budian presents the swords. As soon as Lin Feng picks them up, he is struck with astonishment. It's so heavy it's actually stalling my spiritual power. He frowned. There's definitely more to this than meets the eye. Lin Feng sent his consciousness deep into the sword's inner space. Everything before him went pitch black. Then, he came to an abrupt halt. A roaring violet flame flickered into existence. The power radiating from it was terrifying. Amidst the shimmering blue light, he spotted the words, 3 Evil Emperor Swords. Lin Feng checked the system. This is the Netherworld Evil Emperor Fire. One of the 7 great true fires. The king of 10,000 flames. Once suppressed in the deepest pits of hell. After reading the description, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. It seems this is Zhang Yan's destined treasure. He waited for him to finish absorbing the medicinal energy. Lin Feng asked about the sword's origins. Zhang Yan explained that he had bought it at a market. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. This is the 3 Evil Emperor Swords. It houses the Netherworld Evil Emperor Fire. Zhu Yi and Xiao Budian were both stunned. Wang Lin's eyes widened in shock. Xiaoyan, however, was overcome with joy. Xiao Budian jokingly asked for a share. Xiaoyan replied that he'd settle it after paying back the pills. Zhu Yi watched the exchange quietly. Wang Lin looked on with deep admiration. Lin Feng stood there, watching them with a faint smile. Xiaoyan truly has an affinity for fire. Perhaps it really is fate. He asked Xiaoyan if he had used the sword yet. Xiaoyan mentioned that in a moment of desperation, he had chanted an incantation and saw a vast sea of violet flames. Lin Feng compared it to his own observations. It was confirmed that was the Netherworld Evil Emperor Fire. He explained, a true fire possesses its own consciousness. If your cultivation isn't high enough, it will backfire. Zhu Yi and Xiao Budian both remembered the sight of Xiao Yan being consumed by flames. Lin Feng spoke gently. Because your cultivation was insufficient, the true fire ended up controlling you instead. His voice turned stern as he warned Xiao Yan to master it soon. Otherwise, you'll lose your sense of self entirely. Then, he offered some reassurance. This is also a great stroke of luck for you. Just don't use it recklessly. Xiao Yan respectfully took the sword back. Thank you for your guidance, master. Lin Feng nodded, seeing that Xiao Yan's injuries were nearly healed. He began planning for the 2 upcoming subquests. The system sent a quest reminder. Lin Feng suddenly remembered there was an unread explanation. He looked it up. It turned out his disciples could complete subquests in his stead, and he would still receive the rewards. He smiled, satisfied with the news. Lin Feng looked at his 4 disciples and spoke slowly. You all didn't do too poorly this time, but you still need more training. Then he pulled out a silk pouch. I have a task I want to entrust to you. Consider it part of your training. Xiao Yan held the pouch in his hand. He looked completely bewildered. Only then did Lin Feng pull the flowing wind talisman seal from his sleeve. The disciples' eyes all locked onto the talisman in his hand. Lin Feng said calmly, this is the flowing wind talisman seal. I recently discovered an item within the Wind Thunder Sea that could be fused with this. It is called the Thunder Origin Talisman Seal. Your mission is to go there and bring it back. Xiao Budian excitedly asked where the Wind Thunder Sea was. Lin Feng handed the talisman to Zhu Yi and explained. Head east from here, past the Great Transverse Mountains. The lake to the east is the Wind Thunder Sea. The talisman allows you to ride the wind, so there's no need to walk. Having said that, he noticed Xiao Yan's injuries weren't fully healed and that he was carrying the heavy 3 evil emperor swords. Lin Feng told him he could keep the sword in his cosmic bag normally, but to take it out during training. The 3 of them replied in unison. "We understand, Master." Wang Lin stood in the corner of the room, watching silently. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at his fellow disciples. Finally, he turned to Lin Feng with an expectant look. Lin Feng walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "I have business to attend to as well. Since you just joined the sect, you'll come with me for your training. We're heading to the ancient mansion city to find galaxy sand." With that, he used the Black Cloud flag to open a spatial portal and took the 2 of them away. The ancient mansion city was blanketed in a thick white mist. It was desolate, with not a soul in sight. 2 figures suddenly materialized. Wang Lin stepped out of the portal onto the flat ground. Faced with the ruins, Wang Lin asked blankly how they were supposed to find the galaxy's sand. Lin Feng gave a dry internal laugh because the system only mentioned the item was born here. Still, he maintained his dignified master persona and replied sternly, "Finding the galaxy's sand isn't the priority. What matters is your training." Lin Feng noted that while Wang Lin had innate talent, it hadn't surfaced yet. This caused the boy to lower his head in sadness. Immediately after, Lin Feng encouraged him, saying he was a diamond in the rough. "With the right polishing, you will shine brilliantly. Though the training may be grueling, I believe you can do it." Those words ignited a fire within Wang Lin. He clenched his fist tight. "I won't let you down, Master." Lin Feng told him that the ancient mansion city would be his first training ground. Finding the galaxy sand doesn't matter. What matters is what you learn from this place. If you face a major threat, I will step in. But normally, you must handle things on your own. Wang Lin bowed. "Yes, Master. I will give it my all." Lin Feng nodded. He told him he would be watching from the shadows. Wang Lin ventured into the ancient mansion city. Lin Feng used an invisibility technique to follow closely behind. Wang Lin had no idea he was there. He told himself that even if he wasn't a natural genius, he wouldn't let anyone beat him when it came to hard work. Following behind Wang Lin, Lin Feng calculated his moves as he walked. Finding the galaxy sand will mostly depend on me. But this kid has a bit of luck on his side. He shouldn't end up empty-handed. Suddenly, he felt a ripple of energy. Instantly, he sensed 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator and a few at the chi refining stage just ahead. Lin Feng sent a telepathic message to Wang Lin. "There are people up ahead. I won't be showing myself. Handle this on your own." Social interaction is also a form of training. Wang Lin nodded. Understood. He was determined not to disappoint his master. Wang Lin moved deeper in. The mist parted, revealing 4 figures approaching. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Leading them was a youth in extravagant clothing. It was young Master Shui. The moment he arrived, he started complaining about how boring the place was. His lackeys followed behind, laughing to please him. They said they were here to earn some credit, mentioning 3,000 elite troops sent to hunt down rebels. Young Master Shui muttered to himself, calculating how much reward he could claim. Lin Feng deduced that some rebels must have fled into this area. Just then, a scrawny middle-aged man known as Ma Wu stepped forward. He let out a cold chuckle and said the terrain here was treacherous. They had only managed to capture the rebels' families. Young Master Shui dropped his arrogant act in front of Ma Wu. He showed a respectful attitude and agreed with everything he said. Right then, all 4 of them went silent. Wang Lin stepped out from the mist. Young Master Shui barked, asking who he was. Wang Lin cupped his fists and introduced himself, but he was met with disdain for being only at the 2nd level of chi refining. A lackey laughed mockingly. "You've got some nerve." Wang Lin politely asked about the galaxy's sand. The expressions of young Master Shui and his men darkened immediately. Wang Lin felt a shiver run down his spine. Young Master Shui coldly confirmed his goal. Then, he waved his hand, ordering his men to seize him. The lackeys lunged forward to attack. One of them sneered, telling Wang Lin he'd go easy on him if he behaved. Wang Lin was panicked, but he reminded himself this was his master's test. He regained his composure and quickly dropped into a defensive stance. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. The courage to strike is just as important as raw power. Young Master Shue's lackey underestimated his opponent. He scoffed and mocked Wang Lin. He swung a heavy palm strike directly at Wang Lin's head. The intense pressure made Wang Lin break into a cold sweat. The force was overwhelming. He took a deep breath. In the split second the enemy closed in, his expression became eerily calm. Wang Lin pointed his finger and unleashed the yellow spring finger. A dark beam shot straight forward. The lackey screamed in terror, begging for mercy. This caused Wang Lin to hesitate for a fraction of a second. The beam grazed the man, leaving him unharmed. Wang Lin snapped out of it, realizing his mistake. Behind him, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. It's hard to avoid hesitation during your first real fight. Ma Wu looked at the hole in the ground created by the yellow spring finger. He turned his gaze toward Wang Lin with newfound interest. The lackey, having cheated death, was now fuming with rage. He channeled his spiritual power into a ferocious water dragon that surged toward Wang Lin. Facing such a powerful offensive, Wang Lin regretted his earlier hesitation. His face darkened. He resolved not to let his emotions cloud his judgment again. In that life-or-death moment, Wang Lin pressed his hands together. He connected his mind with the yellow spring pearl. The pearl rose above his head. It erupted with a golden light and instantly shattered the water dragon. Young Master Shui and his subordinates stood there, stunned. A flicker of pure greed sparked in his eyes. He turned to Ma Wu, his voice thick with desire for the treasure. Ma Wu chuckled, claiming he wasn't one to bully the weak. He promised to help suppress the treasure's power instead. A smirk played on young Master Shue's lips. Hearing that, his mind was finally at ease. He exhaled a plume of thick white smoke. "Attack," he commanded. The white smoke lunged forward like a living thing. Wang Lin channeled the yellow spring's pearl, erecting a barrier to hold it back. Ma Wu gave a subtle signal. Instantly, countless thorny vines erupted from the ground beneath Wang Lin's feet. The vines rapidly wove themselves into a restrictive cage. A cold sweat broke out across Wang Lin's forehead. He could feel his spiritual energy being drained at an alarming rate. Young Master Shui laughed triumphantly. He jeered that the treasure in Wang Lin's hands was nothing more than a piece of junk. Wang Lin realized he was nearly running on empty. He tried to fire off a yellow spring's finger to pierce the smoke, but the vapor reformed instantly. His face went deathly pale. Young Master Shui looked down on him with pure contempt. He mocked a mere second-level chi refiner for trying to defy the heavens. Just then, a brilliant golden light exploded from the sky. The radiance instantly vaporized the white smoke. A massive wand symbol manifested, shearing through the vines like paper. Wang Lin was finally free. "Who's there?" Young Master Shui roared in a blind rage. Through the shifting mist, Lin Feng stepped forward with slow, deliberate strides. Wang Lin's face lit up with joy. "Master!" Lin Feng patted his shoulder, a small smile on his face. "You did well. I'll take it from here." Lin Feng turned his gaze to young Master Shui and asked about the galaxy sand. The four of them stared back at him in dead silence, confused by their strange reaction. Lin Feng reflexively looked down at his own clothes. He wondered why these people were looking at him like he was some kind of freak. Did I put this on wrong or something? No, that can't be it. This outfit clearly radiates the aura of a legendary master. At that moment, young Master Shui suddenly burst into a loud, mocking laugh. The laughter was dripping with derision, aimed squarely at Lin Feng and his disciple. As the laughter subsided, young Master Shui spat out a sneering insult. "A mere peak chi refiner dares to put on airs in front of me. What a joke." He glanced sideways at Lin Feng. "You must be using some treasure to mask your true cultivation, aren't you? I wouldn't have even noticed if you hadn't made a move. But that little trick just now? Utterly pathetic." Ma Wu, standing beside him, joined in the laughter. "Look at this guy, wearing Taoist robes but using Buddhist techniques. To think such a disorganized mess of a cultivator would act so bold. You really don't know the height of the heavens, do you?" Stung by the insults directed at his master, Lin Feng simply turned away in silence. But Wang Lin couldn't stand it. Seeing his master humiliated was too much. He barked back, shouting that his master's power was unfathomable. "He's far beyond the likes of you." The subordinate who had been beaten by Wang Lin earlier seized the chance to gloat. A chi refining master? Who could he possibly protect? He turned to flatter young Master Shui. "Do you even realize who you've run into?" This is young Master Shui of the Great Zhou Dynasty's Shui clan. Basking in his master's reflected glory, he pointed a finger directly at Lin Feng. Hillbillies like you probably haven't even heard of his prestige. Lin Feng offered a calm, thin smile. I've heard that the Great Qin has 4 great families. As for the Great Zhou, I heard they've been in a pitiful decline lately. Sadly, your name has never reached my ears. Those words made young Master Shui think Lin Feng was intentionally spitting on his pride. He ground his teeth, his face contorting with fury. For that comment alone, don't even dream of leaving here alive today. Ma Wu immediately began circulating his spiritual energy. He scoffed, saying a chi refiner wasn't even worth his time. But if there were reinforcements, he would back his master up. With that support, young Master Shui grew even more arrogant. He snarled that 3,000 great Zhou troops were stationed in the ancient city. General Xie is nearby as well. There's nowhere to run. He even began to suspect Lin Feng was a remnant of the Great Lane Temple. Capturing him would be quite the achievement. Those threats didn't move Lin Feng in the slightest. He remained completely composed and at ease. That attitude only fueled young Master Shui's killing intent. He spoke in a chilling tone, citing Great Zhou law. Rebels are to be executed on sight. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a long sword glowing with brilliant golden light. Kneel and confess your crimes, he roared at Lin Feng. Hand over the pearl, and maybe I'll settle for just crippling your cultivation. With that, the sword shot through the air, aimed straight for Lin Feng. The 2 subordinates behind him scrambled to suck up to him. The young master is far too merciful. Someone like you should be cut down in a single stroke. If Master Ma stepped in, he'd crush you like a bug. To Lin Feng, their words were nothing more than a bad joke. He looked up at the incoming blade. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. So you have a sword. Big deal. You really have the nerve to show off your swordsmanship in front of me? I'll show you what it means to fall from grace. Lin Feng casually brushed his sleeve, his voice cold and detached. I have no interest in bullying the weak. Since you're in the chi refining stage, I was going to limit myself to the same. But I didn't expect you to be so utterly beneath me. A chilling light flashed in his eyes. Young Master Shui had no idea the disaster that was about to strike. He continued to mock Lin Feng as some kind of insane priest. Lin Feng didn't even bother to argue. He shifted his gaze to Ma Wu. Foundation establishment. You're the strongest one here, aren't you? Ma Wu sneered and spat out an insult. Still acting tough at death's door, young Master Shui lunged with his sword, a sadistic grin on his face. If you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to send you on your way. The sword tip whistled through the air. Lin Feng didn't even flinch. Like I said, I'm not a fan of bullying children. He withdrew 24 Saraira beads. Suddenly, a blinding Buddhist light flooded the entire area. Lin Feng's voice rang out, calm yet filled with divine authority. Using the golden core stage really does feel like I'm picking on you. As the light flared, young Master Shui's sword was blasted out of his hand. His eyes widened in pure terror. How was this possible? Before he could even process what was happening, rings of white light expanded, covering hundreds of feet. 24 golden arhats manifested instantly, forming a tight formation around the 4 of them. Faced with such a terrifying sight, Ma Wu's voice trembled as he tried to negotiate. Senior, please, stop this divine technique. This must all be a misunderstanding. From within the radiance, Lin Feng appeared, radiating an overwhelming majesty. You harass my disciple. You drew your weapons against me, and you call that a misunderstanding. Ma Wu dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. He claimed to be a disciple of the Changshan Huiluo sect. My master is Ancestor Huadeng. I beg you, senior, show us some face for his sake. Young Master Shui's fear turned into a desperate rage. General Xie and the army are right here. What are you afraid of? He screamed. After berating Ma Wu, young Master Shui whipped out a talisman and hurled it at the golden arhats. Die damn you, he shrieked. The talisman erupted into a violent inferno. The power was so immense that even Lin Feng had to shield his eyes. That tiny slip of paper sent a massive tremor through the golden arhats. Ma Wu cheered in relief. A golden core power talisman. Under the crushing weight of the talisman's power, the golden arhats began to catch fire. Young Master Shui laughed cruelly, ordering them to press the attack. Once the army gets here, whether you're golden core or nascent soul, you're dead. Understood, the two subordinates shouted in unison. Ma Wu formed a hand seal. He spat out a strange, exotic seed. The seed hovered in midair. Fueled by his spiritual energy, it began to sprout. Within moments, at the very center of the formation, the seed emitted a pure green light that masked a hidden, violent power. The green radiance swept across the 24 golden arhats. Their forms began to destabilize. Ma Wu fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. He advised him that if he retreated now, they wouldn't pursue the matter. Young Master Shui let out a sinister chuckle. Let's see what other little tricks you have left. Once this barrier is gone, I'm going to make you suffer. Ma Wu continued his advice. Leave now, or you'll regret it. From the heart of the flames, Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he replied. The question is, who exactly is going to be doing the regretting? The 24 golden arhats suddenly burst into flames simultaneously. The three in the center burned with a terrifying intensity. The others merged into groups. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into Akila's inner fire. Witnessing this world-shaking sight, young Master Shui and Ma Wu screamed in sheer panic. An 8-armed Buddha slowly manifested. Young Master Shui's golden core talisman was instantly incinerated into ash. The red sea of flames shifted into an endless expanse of white fire. Ma Wu's sprout was scorched and twisted beyond recognition, with his life-bound treasure destroyed. Ma Wu shrieked in agony before being burned alive by the white flames. Young Master Shui and his two subordinates had no escape. They were swallowed whole by the sea of fire. Wang Lin looked at Lin Feng with profound respect and awe. So this is the true power of my master. Lin Feng suddenly remembered he still needed to ask about the galaxy sand. He quickly withdrew the inner fire. As the white flames dissipated, they revealed charred, blackened corpses. Lin Feng's gaze landed on Ma Wu. Fortunately, a sliver of his soul remained. Lin Feng summoned Ma Wu's tattered soul fragment. Terrorized, the spirit shrieked, What are you going to do to me? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes with a smirk. I have to admit, Foundation Establishment is definitely on another level compared to Qi refining. He grinned like a cunning fox. You've only got a fragment of your soul left. Why not do me a favor instead? Without another word, he sealed the man's soul inside the Yellow Springs Pearl. Inside the Yellow Springs Pearl, Ma Wu howled and cursed in rage. Lin Feng pursed his lips, already aware that Ma Wu's nascent soul master had placed a restriction on him. The moment he died, his master would sense it. Hearing this, Ma Wu fell into utter despair. Lin Feng continued to smile. I'm not going to kill you. I want to see if your master even realizes the mess you're in. Now start talking. Why did you all turn on me the moment I asked about the Star River sand? Ma Wu lowered his head, resigning himself to his fate. He explained that they were hunting down traitors of the Gale Society. Lin Feng frowned. What does the Star River sand have to do with the Gale Society? Ma Wu explained that every cultivator in the Gale Society carries Star River sand on them. Lin Feng nodded as the pieces clicked into place. However, he still didn't know their exact location. It looked like he'd have to capture someone from the Gale Society to get answers. With his mind made up, Lin Feng handed the Yellow Springs Pearl to Wang Lin. He told the boy to use it for practice. You need a target to sharpen your skills. For now, stay within the space of the Black Cloud flag and practice the Yellow Springs finger. Remembering Ma Wu was still trapped inside, Lin Feng warned him not to kill the man just yet. He was still useful. Wang Lin obediently nodded. Ma Wu let out a final, threatening scream. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Look at yourself. You're basically a ghost already. Half a month later, in the ancient marsh city, Lin Feng wandered through the thick mist. He paused, catching his breath. It's been half a month, and I still haven't found any sign of the Star River sand or anyone from the Gale Society. It's like they're all in hiding. He let out a soft sigh. The people of the Gale Society, they really know how to cover their tracks. But if they clash with the Great Zhou army while being hunted, the surge in power will be impossible to hide. Right then, not far from Lin Feng, blinding flashes of light erupted. A powerful aura surged through the air. There was definitely a battle going on. His eyes instantly lit up. That's it. Lin Feng quickly activated the Black Cloud flag. His body instantly dissolved into the thick layer of mist. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the source of the light. Ahead of him, a few hundred yards away, A brutal battle was unfolding. He quickly activated his concealment technique and crept closer in silence. Judging by their armor and weapons, Lin Feng figured they were soldiers under the Great Zhou Empire. At that moment, they were surrounding three figures. The commanding officer of the Great Zhou army stood with his blade drawn, his aura reaching the heavens. A system interface appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. The Divine Martial Army. This was an elite squad composed of cultivators within the Great Zhou military. They moved with perfect coordination and strict discipline. Their power was immense, and they held a powerful immortal formation as their trump card. The Divine Martial Army was currently deploying the Divine Martial Godslaying formation. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. What kind of formation is this? He rubbed his chin in thought. It requires razor-sharp weapons and relies on an overwhelming tactical stance. Those three won't stand a chance against them. With that thought, he instinctively shifted his gaze toward the three people being surrounded. Among them, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a woman dressed in striking crimson robes. It was Yu Hongyan, faced with a massive army. Yu Hongyan didn't back down. Instead, she stood her ground, her resolve hardening. She barked out a cold command. "You bastards! Let's see you try to handle this." She swung the long spear in her hand with a powerful sweep. Her eyes burned with an indomitable spirit. The sharp tip of her spear lunged straight toward the soldiers of the Divine Martial Army. The squad stood firm, locking their ranks. Over 20 blades came crashing down at once. A cold, chilling light illuminated the area. The blades collided with the crimson flames erupting from Yu Hongyan's spear. The deafening roar of clashing metal echoed through the air. The ground shook violently. The 20-plus soldiers were all pushed back simultaneously. They slammed their blades into the ground to steady themselves. Only then were they able to barely remain standing. Lin Feng watched from the sidelines, nodding in silent approval. This woman in red is at the Foundation establishment stage and nearly at the Sea of Qi level. But her combat strength is far beyond anything I imagined. At that moment, the strongest commander of the Divine Martial Army spoke. His voice boomed like thunder. "Yu Hongyan, drop your weapons and surrender. It's your only way out." Yu Hongyan glared at Ji Chang. Her hair fluttered wildly in the wind. Her face was elegant, yet her eyes were filled with a deep, burning resentment. In response to his command, Yu Hongyan simply raised her hand and threw back a defiant retort. Ji Chang's expression didn't flicker. He stood his ground, channeling spiritual energy through his right hand. He summoned the shadow of the mysterious crow beast hidden within his body. The beast's shadow seemed to roar to life. Its eyes glowed a menacing red. A terrifying, savage aura spread through the air. The crow beast let out a violent howl. In an instant, it shattered Yu Hongyan's wall of flames. As the dust settled, Ji Chang stood facing Yu Hongyan. Once again, he issued his ultimatum. "Traitors of the Gale Society, defy us, and you will be executed." Yu Hongyan bit her lip. Fury erupted in her eyes. She slammed her foot into the ground. The earth cracked and shattered beneath her. Moving like a bolt of lightning, Yu Hongyan closed the gap between her and Ji Chang. "I'll take your head first." With a shout, she swung her spear. A storm of flames erupted, raining down on Ji Chang. Ji Chang's pupils constricted. He instinctively threw himself backward. His lips moved rapidly, chanting the name of the divine spear. Just as the flames were about to consume him, he pulled a jade slip from his storage bag and crushed it instantly. The jade slip transformed into a protective screen in front of him. Ji Chang took a deep breath. He formed a series of hand seals over his chest. His spiritual power exploded. The entire divine martial army instantly sheathed their blades. They mirrored his hand seals. Working in perfect unison with Ji Chang, the ground trembled violently. From the sky above, thunder and lightning struck down simultaneously. Yu Hongyan's brow furrowed. The Earth Core Thundershock. So they were waiting for the right moment to unleash this. There was no turning back now. She decided to give it everything she had. She charged straight into the divine martial army's formation and screamed. The fire from the tip of Yu Hongyan's spear surged directly at Ji Chang. She was radiating pure, killing intent. Ji Chang's face went pale. The spear whistled through the air, piercing right through his defenses. He stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Ji Chang scrambled to pull himself up. Cold sweat drenched his forehead as he gasped for air. He cast aside his damaged armor. Immediately after, he coldly gave the order to the divine martial army. Wipe them out. Yu Hanyin had just barely managed to withstand the Earth Core thunder shock. But that single move seemed to have drained every last bit of her strength. She was panting, exhausted. If it weren't for her two companions catching her, she wouldn't have been able to stay on her feet. Her voice was hoarse as she urged them. We have to go now. The great Zhou reinforcements will be here soon. The three of them quickly vanished into the thick mist. No one noticed a thing. Despite his injuries, Zichang remained calm and composed. He began to quietly trail them from behind. Seeing his silhouette fade, Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. He waited until everyone had disappeared into the fog. Before he finally stepped out from the shadows, Lin Feng frowned deep in thought. These people are incredibly cunning. They deliberately faked a defeat just to scout ahead. They're trying to find the Gale Society's headquarters, here in an ancient marsh city. That guy almost lost his life to Yu Hongyin's spear. With that thought, Lin Feng immediately followed in the direction Yu Hongyan had fled. At the same time, in the Divine Martial Army's camp within the ancient marsh city, inside the command tent, a blood-curdling scream rang out and was suddenly cut short. On the ground, a man lay motionless. He was dead, beside the cold corpse. A pale woman clutched a sobbing child tightly in her arms. In the commander's chair, General Xie sat in his full armor. He was casually wiping blood off his long sword. His voice was ice-cold. He refused to flatter me. How about you? The woman bit her lip hard. She tightened her grip on her child. General Xie slowly approached the mother and child. Now, give me a compliment. The woman could only sob in silence. Suddenly, General Xie snatched the child from her arms. The woman spiraled into a panic. Tears streamed down her face. General Xie pressed the edge of his blade against the child's neck. Praise me, or he dies. The woman's body went stiff. Her eyes were vacant and hollow. This monster was leading an army to slaughter his own countrymen from the Snow Wind Kingdom. You killed my husband right before my eyes. And now you force me to praise you? How could I ever? As she remained drowned in her agony, the sound of child's crying echoed in her ears. The child's terrified wails left her no room for hesitation. Choking back her tears, she pleaded, General, you are a brilliant and divine warrior. Please, I beg of you, spare my son. General Xie looked on with a look of pure enjoyment. Keep going. Don't you dare stop. If you stop, he dies. The young mother was forced to utter words that made her skin crawl with self-loathing. You are the unrivaled conqueror of this world, a genius of absolute brilliance. General Xie gave a cold, dismissive laugh. Is that all? I despise noisy brats like you the most. All you do is cry, and you haven't the slightest clue how to flatter me. He spoke with chilling indifference. There's no point in keeping you around. With that, he hurled the child downward. The woman lunged forward in a desperate frenzy, pulling her child tightly into her arms. But General Xie struck without warning, bringing his foot down hard upon the small, fragile form. The woman's screams turned into a maddening howl. In a sudden flash of cold steel, her eyes went dull and lifeless. Her body collapsed, the terror still etched deep into her face. Staring down at the three motionless corpses, General Xie remained cold and detached. His voice was dry and devoid of emotion. By taking these 3 lives, my cultivation has increased once more. Not bad. He flicked the blood off his blade and spoke casually. This is the price for refusing to flatter me. He let out a cold snort. Those Lifeng Association traitors. They're using some kind of tracking technique to pinpoint locations within the ancient city marsh. General Xie pulled back the curtain and stepped outside. There, the Xinwu army stood in perfect formation. They waited in eerie silence. From his high vantage point, General Xie barked the order. Move out. Our target. The traitors' hideout in the ancient city marsh. Not a single traitor is to be spared. A cruel smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, blossoming into a dark, sinister grin. Back at the ancient city marsh, Zichang cautiously followed behind Han Yan, while Lin Feng silently monitored his every move. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Lin Feng's spine. He instinctively turned his head to scan the surroundings. This bloodlust, the scent of slaughter is overwhelming. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, his gaze clouded with suspicion. Was it just a mistake? A trick of the senses? Setting the thought aside for now, Lin Feng looked up to see Hong Yin reaching into a silk pouch. She pulled out a short sword and infused it with spiritual energy. The blade trembled slightly before hovering in midair. The tip of the sword spun several times, until it finally locked into place, pointing directly in one direction. Immediately after, Hong Yin signaled the two cultivators with her. Let's move. Lin Feng followed quietly from behind, observing everything in silence. Now he understood. Yu Hongyin really was a member of the Lifeng Association. She was using that artifact to navigate the ancient city marsh. Following her lead, Lin Feng eventually arrived at a hidden, sandy region deep within the area. He was genuinely surprised. In the middle of this tangled, sprawling marsh, there was a place as dry as this. It was like an oasis in the middle of a desert. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. A sandy desert. A realization suddenly struck him. Could this be related to the Stardust Sand? Lin Feng immediately activated his invisibility technique. His figure faded into the air as he quietly slipped into the desert. As he walked, he scanned the area meticulously. There was almost no trace of any presence here, and a concealment formation was clearly at work. It was as if all tracks had been scrubbed clean. Because of this, he made every step with extreme caution. Hong Yin came to a halt in front of Mountain Cave. Hiding behind a large rock, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of the entrance. The location was incredibly well hidden. No wonder the Shinwu army couldn't find it despite their constant searching. A massive boulder stood before the cave entrance. As Hong Yin approached it, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Hong Yin, you're back? A young man poked his head out, looking relieved. Is everyone back safely? That's great. Hong Yin gave him a cold look and issued a stern reminder. Keep your eyes peeled on your shift. Don't be careless and give away our position. The young man chuckled in response. I only spoke up because I saw it was you. If it were anyone from the Zhou dynasty, I would have cut them down long ago. Hong Yin then led the two cultivators into the cave. Ji Chang, still tailing them in secret, hid behind a rock and waited for a moment. Once he confirmed Hong Yin had gone inside, Ji Chang pulled out a silver bracelet and slipped it onto his wrist. He raised his right hand to form a seal, chanting under his breath. Moments later, a plume of black smoke emerged, shrouding Ji Chang entirely. His body began to fade, until he turned and stepped into the cave. Lin Feng watched the entire display from the shadows, unable to hide his surprise. That artifact is even more sophisticated than my own invisibility technique. If I hadn't sensed the fluctuations in his spiritual energy, he probably would have slipped right past me. But a stealth artifact like that, I have one too. Stepping out from his hiding spot, he stood before the cave and gave the black cloud flag a gentle shake. In an instant, he had vanished and made his way inside. Seeing the people dressed in simple clothes, living such a primitive lifestyle, Lin Feng paused for a moment. This place wasn't just a hideout, it was a village. The laughter of children echoed from a distance. One child was sprinting along, clutching a hen in his arms. He yelled as he ran, "If they catch us, we're dead meat." Just then, a village woman stormed out, shouting at the top of her lungs, "You rotten brats! How dare you steal my chicken? I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Lin Feng strolled casually through the village. Passing by the window of a thatched hut, he saw a frail woman lying in bed. A young girl sat beside her, carefully feeding her medicine. Lin Feng quietly looked away. Not far from there, a man was playing with his two children, their laughter filling the air. As he walked a bit further, the rhythmic sound of children reciting their lessons reached his ears. The peaceful, rustic scene began to soothe his mind. Lin Feng allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. These people must be the Xiefeng locals, the families of the Lifeng Association cultivators. Right at that moment, he spotted Ji Chang's back. The man's expression was heavy with conflict. General Xie's bloodlust is overwhelming. If he finds his place, these innocent people won't stand a chance. While Ji Chang was paralyzed by hesitation, Hong Yan's voice suddenly rang out, catching the attention of both men. She spoke with a sharp, commanding tone. The Zhou dynasty has deployed a massive force this time. In this crisis, everyone must take up arms to defend our home. Following the sound, Lin Feng and Ji Chang saw Hong Yin standing before the village youths. Her presence was powerful. If we don't push ourselves to train and grow stronger, how can we ever hope to protect our families? She hammered the point home. The young men shouted their agreement in unison, seeing the entire village united in purpose. Ji-chang closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He pulled out a sound transmission stone. But the moment he prepared to crush the crystal, his vision suddenly went dark. His body felt as though it were falling into an endless void. Ji-chang's eyes snapped open. Before he could process what was happening, an unfamiliar voice drifted through the darkness. Lin Feng stepped slowly out of the shadows, his white robes fluttering. He spoke with total calm. I can't just stand by and watch this. Ji-chang gasped. Who are you? Lin Feng stood before him, his voice steady. I've taken many lives in my time, but I still have a moral compass. The people here are innocent. I won't let them get caught up in this. Ji-chang was shaken to his core. His pupils contracted in shock. This is the pocket dimension of the Black Cloud flag. He looked down at his palm, realizing the transmission stone was now useless. Trapped within the artifact's space, Ji-chang actually felt a wave of relief. A faint smile touched his lips. Perhaps this is for the best. Lin Feng noted every change in the man's expression. What is your name? Ji-chang answered directly. I am Dao Ji-chang, of the Great Zhou Vanguard. Lin Feng nodded. And who is the commander of the Shenwu army? Ji-chang remained silent. Lin Feng continued. Aside from your name, is there anything else you'd like to say? I won't say a single word about military secrets. Is that clear? Ji-chang nodded solemnly. You're a sharp one, Taoist. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. A pity. If I truly wanted to know, I could just rip the memories right out of your soul. Do you really think you could keep your secrets then? Ji-chang remained composed. Then I suppose I'll have to witness your methods for myself, Taoist. Lin Feng offered a faint smile. A man loyal to his duty. I can respect that. In truth, you don't want your superiors finding this place either, do you? Ji-chang fell silent at those words. He hung his head, unable to find an answer. Lin Feng gave his sleeve a casual flick. You can figure out how to escape this place on your own. I'm done here. With that, he turned and walked away. Lin Feng disappeared, leaving Ji-chang standing there, frozen. Watching from the shadows nearby, Lin Feng mused to himself. This commander has a terrifying bloodlust. Even his own men are terrified he'll slaughter the innocent. Lin Feng studied Ji-chang's retreating figure. He evaluated the man carefully. Ji-chang follows military discipline, but he clearly has a conscience of his own. Emperor Zhou and Marquis Xuanji might underestimate the nature of cultivators, but a man's internal sense of justice isn't easily swayed. Lin Feng stepped out of the Black Cloud flag's pocket dimension. Meanwhile, in the village where the Gale Society's kin were hiding, a young man strolled along, whistling a cheerful tune. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Lin Feng was already standing right behind him. He silently raised a wooden staff and, with a dull thud, the young man's eyes rolled back, as a massive lump swelled on his head. He collapsed in a heap. Deep in the forest, Lin Feng wore a serious expression as he searched the unfortunate young man. He muttered to himself while searching. Finally, he found what he was looking for. Clutching a short sword, Lin Feng exclaimed in delight. The blade looked ordinary enough, but the hilt was embedded with a crystal the size of a small starstone. It has to be Star River sand. He paused to think for a moment. Every member of the Gale Society carries one of these. That means they must have a substantial supply of Star River sand. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. These daggers have been pointing in a fixed direction this whole time. If they aren't for navigation within the ancient city, then his eyes suddenly lit up. They must be using a secret technique to resonate the Star River sand with the local mineral veins. Lin Feng funneled his spiritual energy into the short sword. The blade began to spin rapidly. Before locking onto a specific direction, Lin Feng followed the lead to the back garden of the Grand Estate, where Yu Hongyan usually preached. He circled around the manor. After walking for a long distance, he came to a sudden halt. Before him lay the entrance to a dark mountain cavern. Lin Feng stepped inside cautiously. The spiritual energy within the cave was so pure, it was almost overwhelming. A powerful master must have been here, or perhaps a grand formation is in place. This realization put him on high alert. He pressed deeper along the rock walls. Before long, a faint, shimmering light appeared up ahead. Lin Feng cast a concealment spell and stepped out into a vast sea of sand. The grain shimmered like pulverized gold. He observed the crisscrossing patterns etched into the dunes. They looked chaotic, but they were actually part of a massive runic formation. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto a figure standing atop a sand dune. Who could that be? It was a young man dressed in white. He had delicate features, but his face was deathly pale. He seemed to be in agonizing pain. Lin Feng sensed a profound connection between this man, the golden sand, and the formation itself. A wave of dread washed over him. I can't see through his cultivation at all. That means his level is far beyond mine. Lin Feng stood in silence. Just then, the youth in white let out a soft cough and spoke in a cold tone. A cultivator from the Great Zhou? Umph. To think you managed to get in here. Yu Hongyan really is getting more and more careless. A massive surge of power erupted from him. The young man on the dunes was none other than Kong Nanhua. Sensing the intruder, he demanded, "You managed to make it all the way to me. Who exactly are you?" Lin Feng was shaken. So this sea of sand has detection capabilities as well? Lin Feng moved to activate the black cloud flag, but Kong Nanhua was faster. He manipulated the sand to surge forward, closing in on Lin Feng from all sides. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. This is bad. I'm completely cut off. From a distance, Kong Nanhua watched his opponent in silence. His eyes narrowed. A golden core stage artifact? A shame it's damaged. It won't be enough to stop me. In Kong Nanhua's mind, anyone associated with the Great Zhou was nothing more than a ruthless monster. He formed a hand seal. He poured more spiritual energy into the terrain. The golden sand instantly began to churn, lashing out at Lin Feng in violent waves. As the black cloud flag's barrier began to buckle under the immense pressure, Lin Feng cursed under his breath. Every single grain of sand weighs a ton. Even if I dodge, the flow will just change direction and keep hunting me down. In that split second between life and death, Lin Feng looked down at the ring. Heavenly Dragon Seal. Release. The moment he shouted the command, Tun Tun, who had been resting inside the ring, instantly jolted awake, faced with the endless sea of golden sand. Tun Tun cried out in a panic. What the hell is this stuff? Lin Feng gave a dry chuckle. It's food. Tun Tun, being naive, took him at his word. He transformed into his massive beastly form and began devouring the golden sand by the mouthful. Before long, he was huffing and puffing, reverting to his human form. He rubbed his round belly. A second later, he snapped. He pointed a finger at Lin Feng and yelled, "You bastard! What did you just make me eat? I'm freaking choking here." Lin Feng stifled a laugh. "You're lucky you got anything to eat at all." Tun Tun roared in fury. "One of these days, I'm going to swallow you whole." Lin Feng just pretended not to hear him. He activated the Heavenly Dragon Seal once more, locking Tun Tun back into the ring. The sandstorm dissipated. Lin Feng walked calmly toward Kong Nanhua, seeing that the intruder was completely unscathed. Kong Nanhua couldn't hide his shock. "You actually broke through it?" Noticing Kong Nanhua's pale complexion, Lin Feng asked. "You're injured, aren't you?" Kong Nanhua let out a light cough. "That's none of your concern. If you have any more tricks, bring them on. I can take it." Lin Feng fell into thought. He casually flicked his sleeve, looking completely composed. "I'm not looking to take advantage of anyone, nor do I have any intention of bullying an injured junior." Startled by being called a junior, Kong Nanhua looked up at him, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Seeing Kong Nanhua's tension, Lin Feng lowered his voice to reassure him. "I have nothing to do with the Great Zhou. In fact, we had our share of conflicts. You can lower your guard." Kong Nanhua stared him down and said slowly, "Explain yourself." Lin Feng replied indifferently. "One of my disciples happens to be the son of Marquis Xuanji of the Great Zhou." Upon hearing that, Kong Nanhua's anger flared. "Are you mocking me?" Lin Feng's expression remained calm. "And what if I told you that disciple nearly died at the hands of his own father?" A flash of realization crossed Kong Nanhua's eyes. Memories from 6 months ago resurfaced. Zhu Hongwu's illegitimate son, Zhu Yi. Could it be him? Lin Feng continued. "A month ago, I killed one of Zhu Hongwu's head stewards, a man named Dao, I believe." Kong Nanhua considered this for a moment before asking, "Then what exactly brings you here?" The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled upward. "I'm here for the Star River Sand." Kong Nanhua got straight to the point. How much do you need? Lin Feng was secretly pleased. So he really does have it. He tested the waters. 10,000 units. Do you have that much? Kong Nanhua went silent, then shook his head. I can't give you that much. Lin Feng understood. He had it, but he wasn't willing to part with it. Lin Feng weighed his options. If we can reach a deal, a peaceful resolution would be ideal. Just as he was thinking, the front of his robes suddenly began to glow. He looked down. That was where the treasure Lung De once mentioned was kept, the stone flute. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed it. He was surprised. This flute used to be completely lifeless, but now it's actually reacting. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward Nanhua's pale face. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The artifact is vibrating. Could this stone flute actually heal his injuries? Nanhua looked up at him, his eyes fixed on the stone flute. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. This could be a new bargaining chip. But if I heal someone this powerful, what if he becomes too difficult to handle later? After weighing his options, Lin Feng asked, Are you a noble of the Snowy Peak Kingdom? Nanhua shook his head. No. Strictly speaking, I am a citizen of the Great Zhou. Nanhua began to explain his origins. Both my parents were commoners of Great Zhou. They were educated, and even passed the imperial examinations. Lin Feng was curious. Then why are you an enemy of Great Zhou? Nanhua shook his head again. My parents lived out their lives in peace. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought of the brilliant Hong Yin and asked, Is there someone in the Gale Society who has captured your heart? Nanhua lowered his head. Have you met Hong Yin? I don't reject the idea of love, but I've never felt that spark for anyone, not even her. Lin Feng mentally scoffed and asked point blank, Then why are you helping the Gale Society? Nanhua replied, The society's founder was Yu Hongfeng. We went through life and death together. Before he passed, he asked me to protect our people. I gave him my word. At the mention of that, a trace of sadness crossed Nanhua's face. Lin Feng realized something. Even though he's in so much pain, he's breaking into a cold sweat. This man remains perfectly calm while facing the Great Zhou and the Marquis of Xuanji. Danger is always looming, yet he still treats life and death with indifference. All to keep a promise to an old friend. To Nanhua, his word is heavier than life itself. That was the conclusion Lin Feng reached. He stepped closer to Nanhua. He took out the stone flute. Regarding your injuries, I have a way, but I can't guarantee it'll hold. As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy began to radiate from the stone flute. Upon contact, the pain-racking Nanhua's body subsided instantly. His complexion regained some color. He was stunned. Nanhua looked up and asked, You're here for the galaxy's sand, aren't you? But that item is vital to me. I cannot hand it over. Lin Feng found it strange, but simply reassured him. There's no rush concerning the galaxy's sand. With that, Lin Feng raised the stone flute and handed it over. I'm giving this to you. On one condition. You must not reveal that I used this flute to heal you today. Can you do that? Nanhua was silent for a moment, then nodded. I can. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Then it's a deal. He then channeled his spiritual energy and placed the stone flute into Nanhua's hand. Gripping the flute, Nanhua thought to himself, he gave away such a treasure so easily. He must really trust me. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Thank you. Immediately after, Nanhua began to guide the spiritual energy from the stone flute. He unlocked a mysterious source of power that surged into his body. Just as Nanhua was focusing on healing himself, a strange phenomenon occurred with the stone flute. The stone flute slowly ascended into the air. The surrounding darkness was suddenly illuminated. A blurred spectral image began to unfold. A breathtaking sight appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Rolling mountain ranges, drifting white clouds, and shimmering sunlight. A celestial stairway stretched straight toward the 9 heavens. At the edge of the horizon, a hidden grotto heaven flickered into view. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock. This is clearly the outskirts of the void battlefield. The grotto heaven of a great immortal. This stone flute seems to be the key to opening it. No wonder Yin Mingyue and the Void Temple value it so much. Nanhua slowly opened his eyes and muttered, These stairs to heaven, they feel so familiar. Nanhua reminisced. 10 years ago, I accidentally discovered it atop a mountain peak. I thought I'd found a divine opportunity, so I tried to ascend. Who would have thought that the moment I set foot on it, I'd be struck down by heavenly lightning? If I hadn't retreated immediately, I'm afraid I would have lost my life. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up. Kong Nanhua is at the golden core stage, yet one step left him in such a wretched state. That just shows how terrifying the restrictions on this immortal grotto truly are. To conquer this place, what kind of power will be needed to break through? Lin Feng speculated. The flute definitely has a connection to the grotto. But is it enough to walk the path to heaven on its own? Meanwhile, Nanhua continued. Ever since then, I've been ensnared by a mysterious power. It doesn't just torture my body, it invades my very soul. Though I survived, the injuries have persisted until now. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned and asked, where exactly is that mountain peak? Lin Feng calmly pressed for details. What is its location? After a brief silence, Nanhua replied, I went back once to find a cure, but the place had vanished. I've searched for it many times since then, but always came up empty-handed. It seems it's not in a fixed location. It floats through the voids of space and doesn't always manifest. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, pondering. The image that just appeared must have come through the void. For the first time since they met, Nanhua offered Lin Feng a smile. To sum it up, thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. I originally thought this item was only to suppress my injuries. Now, it seems there's hope for a full recovery. I no longer have a need for this galaxy sand. Even if there were 10,000 more, I'd give them all to you. With those words, Nanhua folded his hands and recited an incantation. His entire body began to glow. The golden sand beneath Lin Feng's feet slowly parted, revealing a hazy expanse below. Lin Feng looked down. He was completely stunned. In a burst of starlight, Lin Feng saw countless grains of sand shimmering like pure gold. He cried out in delight. It's all galaxy sand, Nanhua explained. Because I was heavily injured before, I couldn't control the distant sand. I could only use what was near me for protection. But thanks to you, my condition is improving. Giving this to you is no trouble at all. Lin Feng nodded slightly. From his words, it was clear the flute couldn't heal everything immediately. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to the trade, even if he was in pain. He thought to himself. To him, maintaining his strength and his promise to protect his people are more important than his own well-being. With that thought, Lin Feng suddenly asked, is it worth it? Nanhua gave a calm smile. It's hard to say if it's worth it. It's not about being noble. It's just my nature. If I weighed every gain and loss and turned my back on my conscience, I'd easily fall prey to heart demons. That would only hinder my cultivation. Nanhua's voice was gentle and sincere. Looking at it another way, I had no choice. Everyone has their own path. This is the one I chose. The galaxy sand is all yours, fellow Taoist. I will focus on healing now. Please help yourself. After speaking, Nanhua sat cross-legged. He connected with the stone flute to begin his healing. Lin Feng didn't disturb him. He used a black cloud flag to collect all the galaxy sand. The corners of his mouth curled up. This should be enough. Lin Feng immediately entered the space within the black cloud flag. He took out the Qinquan mirror. Then, he channeled spiritual energy into his hands, blending the new galaxy sand with his energy and pouring it into the mirror. The cracks were slowly sealed. Soon, the Qinquan mirror was fully restored. While observing it, Lin Feng suddenly shivered. This mirror is burning through my mana. He tried to establish a mental link with it. Time passed. Lin Feng kept calling out, is anyone in there? But the mirror remained silent. Looking closer, he realized the mirror had no consciousness. It was only draining mana to complete its self-repair. Lin Feng's face darkened. The consumption rate was massive. I'm about to be sucked dry. He quickly swallowed a mana restoration pill. With tears in his eyes, he sighed, this is brutal. His lip twitched. Thinking about the phrase, returning an item to its rightful owner, made him furious. Lin Feng pointed at the Qinquan mirror and scolded it mercilessly. Even if you were plated in gold, it wouldn't hide how mediocre you are. Just then on the surface, the words Qinquan appeared on the foggy mirror. At the same time, a mechanical voice rang in his ear. Host has successfully repaired the Qinquan mirror. Mission complete. Reward, 500 exchange points. Lin Feng muttered, 500 points. He looked up and laughed heartily. Plus the 700 from before, That makes 1,200 points. Celestial Peak Tao Scripture. Come to Papa. He quickly opened the exchange system. Celestial Peak Tao Scripture. Price 800 points. This is the secret transmission of the Heavenly Wind Pass. Cultivation complete. Violent Fist. Wind God's Path. Not a moment's hesitation. Lin Feng confirmed the exchange. Only the final step remains. A brilliant starlight flickered. Lin Feng turned back to look at Manhwa. His complexion had regained its color. His spirit was refreshed and vibrant. Manhwa held up 6 stones with both hands and offered them back. Thank you, fellow Taoist. My injuries are fully healed. I return these items to their rightful owner. Lin Feng took them back. He didn't forget to warn him of the danger. If I could find this place, the sovereign's men will arrive sooner or later. If the enemy arrives, you should retreat immediately. Take the people of the Snowy Peak Kingdom and leave. Manhwa bowed in response. My strength has been restored. While I can't guarantee everyone's absolute safety, I have enough power to move them. Lin Feng nodded. Since you have a plan, I won't say any more. We part ways here. If fate allows, we shall discuss the Tao together again. Manhwa smiled. If what you say is true, fellow Taoist, I truly look forward to that day. Back at the ancient residence, having reached mastery, Lin Feng rode the wind and stepped upon the clouds. A faint hint of satisfaction touched his lips. Mission accomplished. He was about to call little Lin back when he suddenly frowned. He looked down at his palm. There was a strange movement within the black cloud flag. Jiqiang was frantically throwing sound-transmitting crystals into the surging clouds within. Jiqiang's face was etched with anxiety. Sweat poured off him. He kept mumbling to himself while throwing the crystals without pause. Everything around him was silent. Jiqiang let out a heavy sigh. Just then, Lin Feng's familiar voice echoed in his ear. If I remember correctly, your actions just now constitute a betrayal of the divine martial army. Facing Lin Feng, Jiqiang lowered his head in silence, then offered a relieved smile. You're right. Just as Kong Manhwa said, this is simply my nature. I feel that doing this is right. Jiqiang paused there. He recalled the brutality of General Xie. His expression turned tense. If he were the one leading the army this time, I would never have dared to do this. And if he finds this place... Jiqiang took a deep breath and continued. Neither cultivator nor commoner will be able to escape. That is something I do not want to see. Lin Feng nodded. The decision was yours. Don't let yourself regret it. With that, he quietly disappeared and went outside. Lin Feng took out the Cosmos Mirror. After a moment of contemplation, he channeled his power into it to investigate. Suddenly, the mirror's surface emitted a golden glow. Lin Feng was startled. What is this golden light? Before he could regain his composure, multiple blinking red dots appeared on the mirror. It made him gasp in shock. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Lin Feng thought back to the games from the modern world. If the golden dot represents my current position, then who do these thousands of red dots represent? At that thought, a surge of unease rose in his heart. This isn't good. He lowered the mirror. His pupils constricted violently. Before Lin Feng's eyes stood a massive, formidable army. Their armor and weapons were in perfect formation. Looking at their uniforms, he immediately recognized the divine martial army of the great Zhou dynasty. Lin Feng turned around, realization dawning on him. The red dots on the Cosmos Mirror reflected their presence. The size of the dots represented their cultivation level. The divine martial army has discovered the Li Feng Society's hideout and moved in to surround us. He hurried to bring Jiqiang out of the black cloud flag. Jiqiang was stunned. Why did you? Lin Feng just looked around. He saw the army arrayed and ready. Jiqiang stammered. This how? I clearly didn't. Lin Feng nodded. I know you didn't report our location. But inside the black cloud flag, every movement is under surveillance. I called you out to ask about the divine martial army strategy and who is in command. Jiqiang lowered his head truthfully. This is the divine martial army's left camp. The vanguard always consists of the most elite units. The front line is the spearhead of the divine martial army. The soldiers are all battle-hardened. They are incredibly experienced. Their average cultivation is also a level higher than the other camps. Speaking of which, Jiqiang's voice dropped. But that was how it used to be. Not long ago, the general commanding the left camp was demoted. The higher-ups transferred the Cyclone camp's command to take over us. Lin Feng asked suspiciously, Is it the General Xie you mentioned? Jiqiang shook his head. His surname isn't Xie. His name consists of just one single character. He tried to remember. That man started as a rogue cultivator. He joined the divine martial army. His infamy spread far and wide. Now, he has become a successor of the long-lost god-slaying sect. Rumor has it he treats slaughter as his Tao. He is bloodthirsty by nature. Regardless of whether they are cultivators or mortals, he kills anyone who displeases him. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression gradually darkened. The god-slaying sect? He wasn't the only one. Even Jiqiang opposed General Xie's brutal methods. He remembered the first year of the campaigns against the other nations. The number of civilians who died at his hands was in the hundreds. Jiqiang's voice was full of worry. His cultivation is currently only at the Golden Core realm, but his fearsome reputation has already spread everywhere. He's known as the Divine Martial Army's #1 butcher. Finished. He turned around and urged Lin Feng. So, before he notices us, we need to retreat immediately. Lin Feng remained still and silent, leaving Jiqiang completely stunned. Before he could understand what was happening, Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder, causing him to blur out a question. What are you doing? Lin Feng replied coldly. You go on ahead. I'll hold him back. Before the words even finished, a roar echoed out. A mere golden core artifact dares to charge into my army's formation. A rat hiding its head but showing its tail. Immediately following was the sound of violent, whistling wind. Inside his sleeve, Lin Feng's hand tightened around the black cloud flag. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. This is bad. The flag won't move. They've worked together to lock down the space around here. A group of soldiers appeared through the mist, his eyes filled with astonishment. Lin Feng only had time for one thought. This isn't good. Immediately after, he summoned a Dharma formation. 24. The Heavenly Deva Arhut formation. 3 giant golden statues appeared. One statue stood as a shield in front of Lin Feng, helping him block General Xie's attack. Lin Feng closed his eyes. His lips moved, reciting a mantra. The statue behind him immediately transformed. Golden Vajra, Akala, the immovable wisdom king, with just the raise of a hand. The statue turned the soldiers under the general's command into ash. Now, he was the only one left on the battlefield. The general stood tall, showing no fear. The immovable wisdom king's inner fire and Buddhist relics? How dare you provoke the great Lane Temple? The general roared. In that case, you must die too. He stepped forward. Lin Feng was horrified to see the man's figure suddenly vanish. He barely had time to think. He disappeared when General Xie appeared right behind him. Swinging his weapon down, General Xie lunged straight at Lin Feng. Heaven-defying absolute sword. Lin Feng managed to spin around. A multi-armed Buddha appeared. Compassion turned to wrath. Boundless explosive flames. Exterminate. Activate. A heavenly eye opened on the statue's forehead, seeing through all things. A rain of bronze-colored power manifested. General Xie's sword was blocked by a layer of force. Startled, then delighted. I caught you this time. I finally caught you. Right after, a world-shaking explosion occurred. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing General Xie's figure. He sneered. So you're just a chi refining stage puppet. It's a miracle you managed to refine Buddhist relics into an artifact. General Xie said arrogantly. Fine. Now, get on your knees and flatter me. Otherwise, I won't leave enough of you to bury. Lin Feng scoffed. Flatter you? Is there something wrong with your head? General Xie drew his sword. I follow the path of slaughter. Only through killing can I increase my cultivation. I've killed until I'm numb. Empty. His lip curled. Only when I kill and receive praise for it does the slaughter feel meaningful. So now, flatter me. Lin Feng looked on, completely exasperated. So, he really is insane. I was wrong to even try reasoning with you. The evil general's expression turns cold. Refusing, are you? Then die. His malevolent blade slashes forward. The tip of the sword aims straight for Lin Feng. Lin Feng doesn't show a hint of panic. The corner of his mouth twitches into a smirk. Another figure appears behind him. The evil general charges. A path of absolute slaughter. All offense, no defense. To act against the heavens. That is the true essence of the heaven-defying sword. Lin Feng is startled. This isn't good. His sword is faster. Lin Feng realizes with a shock. His blade is just as fast as I imagined. He immediately raises his hand and chants an incantation. Massive bronze statues manifest behind him all at once. The statues form a circle with Lin Feng at the center. Each statue is enveloped in raw power. The energy begins to solidify. Lin Feng grits his teeth. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The left half of the statue. Until the hells are empty. I shall not become a Buddha. On the right side of Lin Feng's face. Only when all souls are saved will I attain enlightenment. The statue behind him grows increasingly powerful. Lin Feng's gaze turns resolute. Ksitigarbha golden body. A surge of energy instantly envelopes him. Lin Feng is horrified to see the general's blade inches from his eye. Fortunately, two forces clash just in time to stop it. A murderous glint flashes in the evil general's eyes. He lunges forward once more. He moves like a bolt of lightning. He circles Lin Feng relentlessly. Internal fire of the immovable Wisdom King and the Ksitigarbha golden body? How can he possess both? The general leaps high into the air. Then he brings his sword down in a violent strike against the ground, tearing a massive fissure into the earth. Lin Feng remains on high alert. This homicidal maniac definitely won't back down that easily. Sure enough, a triumphant smirk spreads across the general's face. He suddenly closes his eyes and thrusts his sword forward. Suddenly, an army of soldiers appears in unison. This is bad. Lin Feng realizes it immediately. This is the Shenwu Juxian formation. Damn it. This psycho can't take me one-on-one. So he's calling for backup, bringing 3,000 troops to surround one person. Does he have no shame? Lin Feng weighs his options. The space inside the black cloud banner is inaccessible right now. My only choice is to take to the skies. He immediately waves the banner in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he appears at the mountain's peak. The evil general looks up, tracking his movement. He points his blade directly at Lin Feng. Don't let a single one of them escape. Slaughter them all. Lin Feng stands calmly atop the peak. He looks down with a composed gaze. A moment later, he steps back into the space of the black cloud banner. Ji Chong, standing opposite him, asks in surprise, "Why have you returned, sir?" Lin Feng thinks to himself, "I almost forgot. I've severed the spatial link between the inside and outside of the banner." He chuckles to himself. To take shelter, obviously. If I stayed out there, 3,000 guys would have punched me into a paper doll by now. Lin Feng inquires, "Why didn't you report the situation here to the left camp earlier?" Ji Chong replies, "While we were tracking the Gale Society, the entire 3,000 troops of the left camp were deployed." Stroking his chin, he adds, "The evil general has the Juxian formation as his trump card. Even against a nascent soul cultivator, he'd still stand a chance." Lin Feng nods slightly. "That makes sense. It's only natural that a low-level chi refiner like me couldn't stop him." Ji Chong sighs inwardly. This man is truly unfathomable. On the surface, Lin Feng maintains a polite demeanor. But inside, he's screaming, "Damn it. Even if I use all 24 Saraira beads, I might not win this." This opponent is no pushover. Quantity has a quality. All its own. He suddenly remembers. Kong Nanhua mentioned setting up the Great River Quicksand Formation to protect the Gale Society. Perhaps that formation is enough to hold off the Shenwu army. Xiaohei looks at Hong Yin, seemingly realizing something. Lin Feng smiles at them. All familiar faces. Xiaohei speaks up, questioning him. "What on earth is happening outside? And just who are you?" Hong Yin, losing his temper, charges forward with his weapon. "Enough talk. Let's capture him first, then ask questions." Nanhua quickly intervenes. "Hong Yin, Xiaohei, stop." Xiaohei asks, confused. "Mr. Kong, who is this man?" Nanhua quickly explains. "This elder means no harm. My injuries have only improved because of him." Xiaohei is shocked. "What? Isn't he with the Zhou dynasty?" Hong Yin can't believe it either. "He healed Mr. Kong?" Xiaohei frowns. "But the Shenwu army is right outside." Nanhua casts a glance. "I'm afraid the Zhou dynasty is here for the broken sword." He turns to Lin Feng. "If he intended to harm you, he wouldn't have helped me. Besides, his strength is at least equal to mine, if not greater. You're no match for him." Lin Feng thinks to himself. No. If I didn't have the war god puppet, I wouldn't have this kind of confidence." He asks directly, "Do you have a clear grasp of the situation outside?" Nanhua nods. A core formation cultivator is leading 3,000 men. They've already deployed the Shenwu Juxian formation. He continues. The formation has locked down the space around the border city. Retreat is impossible. Our only option is to fight. Once we repel them, we'll relocate. Manhwa immediately orders. Evacuate the villagers immediately. Everyone capable of fighting, prepare to meet the enemy. Hong Yin says suspiciously, "You already left, so why did you come back? Or did you realize you couldn't escape and decided to hide inside Mr. Kang's formation?" Lin Feng smiles to himself. "You're absolutely right. Not that I'm going to admit it, though." Hong Yin snaps. What the hell is he smiling at? Xiaohei speaks in a low voice. Mr. Kang has his own plans for this. Just then, a shout rings out. "You pests hiding in there. Come out and face your death." A massive pillar of power erupts behind the general. A terrifying force begins to descend from the sky. The sheer scale of that power is immense. It's happening too fast to react. Manhwa watches calmly. Then, he slowly brings his hands together. Closing his eyes, he thinks to himself, the time has come. Victory or defeat depends on who can hold out until the very end. The golden grains of sand begin to shift. They swirl into flowing streams. Spilling out through the crevices, they gradually converge to form an incredibly powerful formation. The evil general scoffs. A 7-layered formation? Malevolent blade. The force from the heavens crashes down like a thunderbolt. The two powers collide with massive impact, creating a deafening explosion. Manhwa keeps his eyes tightly shut. He fights to maintain his concentration. The golden sand continues to flow according to his will. The general watches. Over there, a swamp. The golden sand slowly descends. A massive flood surges as if to swallow the mountain whole. The great river quicksand formation is officially active. The swirling torrents rise, as if they're about to submerge the entire black cloud banner. The general's power slams directly into Manhwa's shield. A thunderous roar echoes. The general observes from a distance. Passive defense will never win the day. This battle is already mine. He lets out a shout. His entire being explodes with violent energy. That force coalesces into a massive blade, hurtling forward. Manhwa is nearing his limit. Even though the sand is trying to wear down the enemy's power, it's moving too slowly. It's like trying to put out a forest fire with a cup of water. His expression darkens. My secret manual is just an incomplete fragment. If I had the full, eternal Great River Quicksand incantation, I could have shattered this Juxian formation. From below, Lin Feng observes the battle. He notices Manhwa's condition is deteriorating. He analyzes the situation. The quicksand formation draws power from heaven and earth. The Juxian formation relies on human strength. Man's power is finite, while the world's is infinite. If the fight is dragged out, Manhwa will win. But he also understands that the combined might of 3,000 men creates immense destructive potential. It's very likely they'll break the formation before it can wear them down. Looking at Manhwa's face, it's clear he can't hold out much longer. Lin Feng frowns, thinking, what's the best move here? The general's power is slowly eating away at the shield. It's even showing signs of being pierced. Rocks and earth begin to tumble from above, sending the people into a panic. A massive boulder crashes down, instantly crushing a house. Inside the array, Kang Manhwa gritted his teeth, barely holding on. Lin Feng suddenly realized something. He checked the system. Completing the quest grants a standard draw. Lin Feng thought to himself, these kids sure know how to pick a time. He hesitated for a second, then hit the button. Initiating draw. The wheels spun. Nothing. Another draw. Still nothing. Lin Feng was losing his mind. Tears welled up. No way. At a life and death moment like this, the system is useless. A heavy vibration echoed. Lin Feng looked up, worried. This isn't good. The river of sand array is about to, it can't hold on. High above, Kang Manhwa continued to struggle, teeth clenched. Hong Yin and Xiaohei watched with bated breath. Lin Feng's mind raced. What should I do? What the hell can I do? Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Wait, Lin Feng remembered. Kang Manhwa's secret treasury of quicksand should fit the Tier 2 criteria. He decided to take a gamble. Mastering a golden core cultivator's technique is usually incredibly difficult, but the current situation provides the perfect conditions. He looked up at Kang Manhwa. I can't afford to be wrong about this. Lin Feng called out. Fellow Taoist Kang, your cultivation technique seems incomplete. Hong Yin turned and snapped. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Kong Nanhua descended from above. You notice that? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. He said, I think I've seen the full version of this secret treasury of quicksand somewhere before. I'm just not entirely sure. Would you mind letting me take a look at your manual so I can compare them? Xiaohei couldn't help but complain. This guy is clearly fishing in troubled waters. He questioned, if you've really seen the full version, wouldn't it make more sense for you to show it to Mr. Kong first? Kong Nanhua looked down, deep in thought. Then, with a decisive move, he tossed the book down. Lin Feng caught it effortlessly. He wondered, is this enough? It has to be enough. The system immediately chimed. Technique type and quantity verified. Criteria met. Commencing fusion. A sound echoed from the vortex. Technique fusion complete. Initializing setup. Heavenly Virtue Scripture. Chapter 1. The 8 trigrams. The system interface flashed, confirming success. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His body levitated into the air. He felt his internal energy undergo an earth-shattering transformation. His original core foundation vanished. All his energy shifted into a completely new state. Like a single drop of water falling. Lin Feng snapped awake. His eyes flew open. Suddenly, in front of him, a beam of light appeared. The manifestation of Buddhist law. His mental world slowly unfurled. Colors flooded his vision. Primordial chaos transformed into the early universe. Countless galaxies were born. The one symbol formed. Life was born and life perished. Everything turned in an endless cycle. Lin Feng whispered, the great Tao of the 8 trigrams is hidden within. This is the true meaning of creation. He looked at the notification panel. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a new cultivation technique. Congratulations on completing the second quest. Lin Feng pondered. The reward for the first quest was already this powerful. The second one must be extraordinary. The system displayed. Item obtained. The 2 phases of life and death array map. He guessed. Within the 6 variations of this array, there must be one capable of countering the Shenwu army's immortal slaying array. With that in mind, Lin Feng looked up. Kong Nanhua was still struggling against General Xie's relentless assault. That sword tip was only a hair's breadth away from the shield. Kong Nanhua frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Hong Yin turned away, unable to watch. Xiaohei immediately rushed forward and shouted, Hong Yin, what are you just standing there for? I have to go out and prepare. Hong Yin said through gritted teeth, even if the river of Sand Array is broken, I'll make sure to take some of those Zhou bastards with me. Lin Feng spoke up. Such courage is truly commendable. Hong Yin turned to glare at him. Kong Nanhua immediately intervened. Do not be rude. Hong Yin was about to argue back in frustration. But one word from Kong Nanhua silenced her. Hong Yin has a fiery temper. He said in a low voice, I am incompetent. I cannot withstand the immortal slaying array. Especially with that butcher leading the troops. I fear he won't leave anyone alive. Kong Nanhua lowered his head. I'm not afraid to die. I only regret that I couldn't keep my promise to Hong Feng. Hong Yin tried to comfort him. If not for you, Mr. Kong, we would have died by the Zhou quartz blades long ago. We are the ones who dragged you into this. Kong Nanhua looked at Lin Feng and asked, You've been calm from the very beginning. It's as if an army of 3,000 and an immortal slaying array mean nothing to you. He suddenly dropped to his knees. If you have a way, please save the people here. Hong Yin and Xiaohei cried out in shock. Mr. Kong, Lin Feng asked, You truly believe in me? Kong Nanhua didn't hesitate. I do. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Fine. This time I shall step in. He spoke slowly. Since you trust me, I have never let those who do down. Immediately after, Lin Feng moved his hands into a seal. A beam of light, sharp as a blade, tore through the air. The shield of the river of Sand Array was instantly reinforced. General Xie's expression shifted. What is this? Above, a yin-yang diagram slowly manifested. Everyone was terrified. Panicked voices rang out. What's happening? Why can't I feel anything anymore? General Xie sneered. Is this the only trick you have? Then stay there and wait for death. The pressure from him continued to intensify. Rocks and boulders were thrown into chaos. Then his immortal slaying array slashed violently toward the black cloud flag. Commotion erupted inside. Someone asked angrily, Is this just some ordinary diversionary array? Is this all you're capable of? Xiaohei couldn't contain his rage. Mr. Kong really misjudged you. If you don't actually have the strength, why bother acting like a grandmaster? Hong Yin crossed her arms, her voice cold. Saying this now is useless. Are we just supposed to stand here and wait for death? Lin Feng remained silent. He directly activated the technique. Outside, General Xie and his legion marched forward with overwhelming momentum. He gave a faint laugh. His eyes suddenly turned cold. His body shot up into the sky. Defy the heavens. Annihilate all life. Somewhere, a sword enveloped in a crimson aura vibrated violently. The moment has come. A blood-red surge of power stabbed straight into the ground. A horrific collision exploded. A streak of white light flashed past. Lin Feng's gaze became resolute. Now is the time. His face was grim. 2 phases of life and death array. Open. A brilliant blue light erupted. 6 paths of life and death. The cycle of mortality. Light surged from the foot of the mountain, gradually converging into a massive circle. An ancient character appeared, stopping General Xie's offensive cold. The surrounding space suddenly warped. The immortal slaying array was being swallowed bit by bit. General Xie realized with horror that his array was disintegrating. The soldiers watched in a daze as a single seed slowly appeared. The people below rejoiced and prayed. A miracle! It's a miracle! Please, heavens, protect us! Hong Yin was stunned. Everyone stood at a distance, watching the array. Lin Feng's silhouette appeared along with a message. This was originally a grudge between the two of you. I did not wish to get too involved, but those in the mountain are kin. Yet, do the 3,000 soldiers outside not have families of their own? General Xie listened in silence. But you are filled with wicked karma. No survivors. Leaving no room for retreat. You're forcing my hand. The evil general sneered. You're just a brat playing tricks. You hid in here like a rat when I hunted you before. And now you dare show your face? His gaze darkened. I'll hack you into 1,000 pieces. Let's see if you can keep bragging then. The evil general's silhouette hovered between heaven and earth. The absolute sword began to crack and splinter. Lin Feng issued the command with a delighted grin. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way. The general suddenly realized. This formation is draining all the power from my absolute sword. Lin Feng clasped his hands and chanted an incantation. Annul the 6 realms. Heaven and earth revolve. Activate. Instantly, a massive sphere of light manifested. Lin Feng's technique frantically absorbed everything in its path. The soldiers immediately fell into a panic. They scrambled over each other to escape. Run. Get out of here. In the blink of an eye, only the corpses of soldiers remained scattered across the road. The general let out a scream of agony. He gritted his teeth in pure fury. What kind of twisted formation is this? Give me back my sword. The sword vibrated violently. It turned into a streak of light and lunged at Lin Feng. Ha ha ha. Are you asking for death? Lin Feng's expression remained cold and stern. Those who live by slaughter shall perish by it. He roared. Annul the 6 realms. Earthly cycle, revolve. Lin Feng asked coldly, why don't you guess? Where his sword came from? Suddenly, his sword clashed head-on with the absolute sword. A violent wave of energy exploded, sending the evil general reeling. His eyes widened in shock. Lin Feng's power surged straight into his body. The sword's pressure slammed him deep into the ground. Then, the sword soared straight into the sky. The dark clouds began to disperse. Brilliant sunlight poured down. The people cheered. The sun is back. A child shouted with joy. Look, Mommy. Flowers are blooming on the ground. Groups of people emerged from the mountains. Is it finally over? Hong Yin shielded her face and let out a sigh of relief. We're safe. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Up there, Lin Feng was hovering in midair. His gaze was pensive. Hong Yin watched him, speechless, as Lin Feng descended. She bowed her head in deep gratitude. Senior, your divine powers are peerless. You've truly turned the tide. Hong Yin will never forget this debt of gratitude. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. Hong Yin turned to those behind her. We were disrespectful to the senior before. We beg for your forgiveness. Lin Feng nodded slightly at her words. He looked satisfied. Lin Feng thought to himself, this is only the surface level of the 2 phases formation of creation and destruction. Its true power goes far deeper than this. He felt a surge of secret joy. The special mission reward was definitely useful. It was worth every bit of effort. It makes me look forward to the next mission even more. The system immediately issued a notification. A new mission is now available. Mission panel displayed. Main mission 1.2. Locate a suitable site. Establish an official immortal sect. Mission description. The path of cultivation. Heaven and earth nurture all. For a sect to flourish, it must possess its own unique arts and an independent territory. Time limit, 3 years. Failure will result in the host termination. Lin Feng thought about the great immortal sects. Every major sect has a mountain-protecting formation. The Void Temple has the supreme Void Yin-Yang formation. The Great Lane Temple has the Great Lunar Tathagata formation. The Mount Shu Sword sect has the Grand Pre-Heaven Myriad Swords formation. Lin Feng folded his arms in deep thought. When cultivators of the same rank clash, only another formation can counter a formation. The system giving me the 2 phases formation as a mountain-protecting array must be intentional. But right now, the variations of life and death aren't refined enough. And I need to stabilize my own cultivation. His eyes suddenly lit up. Just how terrifying would the true power of this formation be? He stroked his chin, pondering further. It might even be able to unlock the myriad mysteries of creation and control the life and death of all things. A look of firm determination appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. The first step of the plan has taken shape, but the most urgent task is to find a place to settle down. At that thought, he frowned again. A good location isn't easy to find. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together. An idea flashed through his mind. While thinking, he absent-mindedly remembered Long Yi mentioning a special, unclaimed spirit cave. Maybe I should go check it out. Only then did he notice the people standing before him. Kong Nanhua stepped forward and bowed. Thank you for coming to our rescue. Kong Nanhua will remember this for the rest of his life. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Heaven helps those who are worthy. Don't worry about it. I didn't step in because I was looking for a reward. Kong Nanhua turned to Hong Yin and whispered. I promised Hong Feng I would protect you, but my cultivation is limited. If it weren't for this fellow Taoist, I'm afraid I wouldn't have even survived myself. Hong Yin bowed her head. We are deeply grateful for Mr. Kang's protection over the years. We owe you so much. She continued in a low voice. You were never a part of the Blizzard Society. Yet you protected us until now based on a single promise. We will never forget it. It was our fault. We relied too much on your protection and brought this disaster upon ourselves. Kong Nanhua looked at her. He comforted her softly. Don't blame yourself. Lin Feng watched indifferently from distance. Making such a mess on someone else's turf. It's a miracle you weren't wiped out sooner. I wonder if they'd be hunted down this easily. In a different empire? Xiao He turned to Hong Yin. He spoke up hesitantly. Hong Yin replied with a stern face. I've made my decision. We are leaving Great Zhou territory for now. We need to consolidate our strength. She continued. Once we're strong enough, we'll return and reclaim our lands. Xiao He lowered his head in silence. Kong Nanhua warned them. Entering another empire means you could easily lose your autonomy. Hong Yin clenched her fist and said firmly. Then we'll just have to see if we're strong enough. The people of the Blizzard Kingdom are not easily broken. Kong Nanhua smiled. Hong Feng would be proud to see the person you've become from the afterlife. Kong Nanhua turned to Lin Feng. Saving us today was like giving us a second life. Unfortunately, I still have heavy responsibilities to fulfill. He bowed once more. If we ever meet again, Kong Nanhua will never refuse any request you may have. Lin Feng waved it off. It's nothing. He turned to leave and said, we'll meet again if fate allows. I look forward to discussing the Tao with you then. Take care of yourselves. Lin Feng departed on a dark cloud. Below, Kong Nanhua remained bowed in gratitude. Kong Nanhua looked at those around him and instructed. I'll meditate for a moment to recover. You all should get ready to move out. Hong Yin nodded. Then she turned to her subordinates to give the order. Prepare to withdraw. Hidden among the boulders, Xiao He took something out. He crushed a transmission stone. A voice echoed. What's the situation? Xiao He replied. We were saved by a Taoist. The voice replied. That was incredibly close. Leaving Great Zhou might be for the best. The sect will send disciples to assist you and gain some experience. Xiao He sighed. That means they'll be getting even more involved. He knelt down and replied. We will make all the necessary preparations. The voice continued. Did you find any leads while tracking Chu Yi? Xiao He answered thoughtfully. I heard rumors that he appeared in Chuzhou City, near the border of the Great Qin Empire. But it hasn't been confirmed yet. The face of the person giving the orders flickered dimly. He said, "Understood. Now get out of there quickly." The light cut out instantly. Another figure appeared and spoke. Wu Xingjun was disguised as a white-robed Taoist. He's been making quite a name for himself lately. I've never heard of this character before. Xiao He clenched his fists. He gazed at the sky, lost in thought. The Taishu sect. Had their people arrived yet? Lin Feng returned to the ancient mansion in the city. He glanced around and said, "Let's see how that guy's doing." Appearing behind a brooding Ji Chong, Lin Feng asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Ji Chong avoided his gaze. "I can't go back to the Divine Martial Army. The entire army was wiped out. Being the sole survivor, I have no face to return." Before he could finish, Lin Feng cut in. "I'm letting you go." Ji Chong jumped up, overjoyed, and thanked him. Then he spoke seriously about his plans. "I want to head to the Great Qin Empire and find a way to join a major sect. To advance my cultivation, I only joined the army for the resources and techniques anyway." Lin Feng gave a casual nod. Ji Chong tightened his grip. His voice rang out with determination. "I need power. Incredible power." Lin Feng raised a hand as if to leave. He didn't forget to offer a word of encouragement. "In that case, I wish you the best of luck." Ji Chong's figure slowly faded into the air. He cupped his hands and bowed in gratitude. He hoarsely thanked the Taoist master for sparing his life. After Ji Chong left, Lin Feng drifted into thought for a moment. That guy definitely has a good head on his shoulders. But that's none of my business. Right now, I just need to head back with Wang Lin. It's about time I see those little rascals again. A month passed by quietly. Lin Feng and Wang Lin stepped into the backyard. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Xiao Budian rushed over like a bolt of lightning. "Master," he cheered. Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi also stepped forward to pay their respects. "Greetings, Master." Lin Feng patted the boy's head. He jokingly asked, "You little brat, have you been causing trouble for your senior brothers?" Xiao Budian grinned and immediately denied it. Xiao Yan put his hands on his hips and said sternly, "Young man, report your progress." To Master. This made the boy instantly flustered. Zhu Yi reached out and produced a seal. "Master," he said solemnly, "your 3 disciples did not fail you. We brought back the Thundersword seal." Lin Feng chuckled to himself. "I already knew that." Xiao Budian suddenly remembered something. He pulled out another seal to show off to Lin Feng. "Master, look at this," he shouted excitedly. In the boy's hands were 2 seals radiating powerful energy. When joined, they erupted in a brilliant light, leaving the disciples both thrilled and curious. Lin Feng assessed the items in his mind. This might not look like much, but it's definitely a treasure. His gaze swept over the cultivation levels of the 3. Xiao Yan had reached the peak of the 11th level of qi refining. Xiao Budian was at the 12th level, great perfection. Zhu Yi had also reached the 11th level. Seeing such growth, Lin Feng's eyes widened. When they last saw each other, Xiao Budian was only at level 10. Xiao Yan was at level 9. And Zhu Yi was only at level 7. Yet now, their breakthrough speed is faster than their own masters. He gave a proud smile. His mind wandered. Is this the legendary Protagonist aura? I've finally obtained the right techniques too. I must enter secluded meditation to solidify my cultivation. Off to the side, Wang Lin hung his head, dejected by his lower cultivation. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought to himself, "What are you so sad about? Someone with your late bloomer potential is the one people should truly fear." He cleared his throat and praised Zhu Yi. "It seems you've had quite a harvest this time." Suddenly, Zhu Yi's expression turned serious. He said he had something else to report. He brought out a magical staff. He explained to Lin Feng, "This is called the spirit-breaking shuttle. When it emits the golden light, it can silently penetrate an opponent's body, destroying their soul before they even know what hit them." Zhu Yi continued, "On our way back, the 3 of us stumbled upon a cultivator who had died after failing his tribulation. Thanks to some luck, we absorb a portion of his leftover essence, which is why our cultivation progressed so quickly. We also acquired a formation called the Dark Mandala Formation. The strange thing is, whether it's refining artifacts or practicing spells, Everything goes smoothly for me. But when Big Brother and Junior Brother tried, there was no reaction at all. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought, his luck is incredible, and his comprehension is even higher. Truly impressive. He comforted them, saying everyone has their own destiny. Just then, he added hesitantly, I'm afraid we might have caused a bit of trouble. He reported that after that cultivator died, others were also eyeing the inheritance. A conflict broke out between them. During the fight, we accidentally killed 2 of them. Xiaoyan placed a hand on Xiao Budian's head and added, if this kid's hands hadn't been so itchy, we would have been gone right after taking the loot. Xiao Budian stuck out his tongue and scratched his head. I didn't know where they were hiding, he defended himself. I just happened to fire off a bolt of lightning and it hit them. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. They haven't even been back for long, and they've already brought a mountain of trouble. He asked, do you know who they were? Xiaoyan replied, they claim to be from the Aeon God sect. Lin Feng reassured his disciples. He told them not to worry about it. Just remember, don't go looking for trouble. But if someone messes with you, hit them back with everything you've got. The 3 cupped their hands in unison to accept the command. Xiao Budian excitedly spoke up again. On the way back, we passed through a valley. We saw 1,000 gold thunder snake about to shed its skin. He asked if they should go and deal with it while they were at it. Lin Feng replied calmly, you little brat, are you worried about your baptism ceremony? The boy scratched his head with an embarrassed grin. Well, master, I'm almost 5 years old now. Lin Feng rubbed his head. He promised they would go in a few days. I won't forget your baptism. He calculated in his mind. Before that, I need to enter seclusion. I have to break through to Foundation establishment. Deep in the forest, Lin Feng sat quietly with his knees pulled in. His expression was pensive. This isn't working. It's not a lack of mana. He sighed. Do I still not fully grasp the hidden meanings of the 8 trigrams, heavenly Tao? I've been trying for nearly a month, yet I still can't break through the Qi Sea to Foundation establishment. It seems that even though this technique suits me, I still need to keep searching for the right path. Thinking this, he gave up on trying to force the breakthrough. He stood up and took a leisurely stroll through the woods. Suddenly, Lin Feng stepped into a puddle. He stopped. He quietly stared at his own reflection. His eyes suddenly lit up. It was a dragonfly. Lin Feng sat down. His mind wandered, thinking about the short lifespan of such a creature. Existing for only a few days. Does it even have a meaning? The dragonfly flapped its wings and flew off. Lin Feng stood up abruptly and watched it go. His gaze turned distant. Whether it's a human living for years or a dragonfly for days, both are subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death. In the end, there is no difference. Every life has a purpose. It's just that humans fail to see it. He muttered to himself about the cycle of life. Just then, the same dragonfly from before reappeared. For 3 days straight, Lin Feng stood still, observing that dragonfly. His eyes had dark circles, but his mind was sharp and clear. He whispered softly, it has been reborn once again. I finally understand. Lin Feng concluded, the dragonflies, humans, and every living soul in heaven and earth, even the myriad things in the universe, all go through the cycle of birth, existence, and decay. Destruction, then the cycle begins anew. From the chaotic void, heaven and earth are born. The primordial world takes shape. All things come into being. They grow with time, only to eventually vanish. Lin Feng closed his eyes in contemplation. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the essence of life. Formation, existence, and void, this is creation. He entered a state of deep meditation. The heavens seemed to expand. A divine radiance washed over his body. In Lin Feng's ear, the system's mechanical voice rang out. Congratulations, host. Breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage successful. Comprehension of the heavenly Tao, Tai Ching achieved. 8 trigrams heavenly Tao treasury requirements met. System upgrading to Phase 2. After reading the notification, he smiles with satisfaction. Finally, I've reached the Foundation establishment stage. I hope the rewards this time are even better. The screen displays a 23-day creation essence pill for use by cultivators at the nascent soul stage or higher. Aids in breaking through subrealms and increasing cultivation efficiency. Can only be used once per lifetime. Lin Feng is pleasantly surprised. It really is a pill that directly boosts cultivation. Before his excitement can even fade, the system's screen flashes again. Lin Feng is speechless when he sees an exchange price of 9,000 points. Even if I pooled my entire net worth, I wouldn't have enough for the spare change. Used to this merchant-like behavior from the system, he quickly regains his composure. Based on experience, items in the exchange shop can usually be obtained through the lottery, and I haven't used my recent draws yet. Thinking this, Lin Feng activates the system lottery. Looking at the unfamiliar interface, he is momentarily stunned. Has the lottery been revamped? Recalling that it used to be a simple wheel. This time, there seems to be a new category added. His eyes land on a lot-shaking cylinder. He presses it. An annotation appears on the screen. The host must select an item currently in their possession as a stake. Note, items provided directly by the system cannot be used. Lin Feng is skeptical. I have to place a bet just to draw a lot? Setting his doubts aside, he continues reading. The system has 30 lots divided into 4 types. A red lot costs 1 draw. Directly exchange for the desired item. A long white lot costs 1 draw. Returns a different high-quality item. A white lot returns the original item. A short white lot costs 1 draw and does not return the item. There is a note at the bottom. The higher the value of the stake, the higher the probability of drawing red or long white lots. Lin Feng grasps the key point. If I want the good stuff, I have to bet something valuable. He sinks into thought. I can't use system items. So what should I take? He looks through his treasures one by one. First is the black cloud flag. Lin Feng shakes his head. This thing is too useful for moving into internal space. The second treasure is the Wind Thunder Talisman Seal. He rubs his chin, considering it. The Wind Thunder Seal is a system item, but the Wind Origin Talisman Seal is not. However, that's the foundation of the sect. That won't work either. Third is the Heaven-Earth Mirror. He frowns. Its scouting capabilities are too vital. This is a no-go as well. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembers. Right? The narrow spirit mountain. He holds it in his hand, inspecting it. Though it's damaged, it's still a magic treasure. From a golden core stage. It should have decent value. Lin Feng decides to use this treasure as a stake. He turns back to the screen to read the rest of the rules. Before drawing, select a desired item, such as a demon-breaking pill or a wind spirit pill. The avatar image pill. The 33-day creation essence pill. Wait, that pill is only effective starting from the nascent soul stage. I'll set that aside for now and pick something else. The screen displays the Pure Yang Sword, a golden core stage magic treasure. Forged from pure Yang True Fire. Lin Feng ponders. Pure Yang True Fire is one of the 7 great true fires. As if understanding his thoughts, the system explains that pure Yang True Fire belongs to the fire element. It is the ancestor of all fires in the grand celestial world, both righteous and primordial. Based on that information, Lin Feng makes his choice. I'll go with the pure Yang True Fire. Who knows what secrets I might uncover? He decides firmly. I choose the Pure Yang Sword. The system requests the stake. Narrow Spirit Mountain. Lin Feng grits his teeth. Time to take a gamble. Let's turn this scrap into gold. He presses confirm. Immediately, the lot-shaking cylinder appears before him. A thin layer of sweat breaks out on Lin Feng's forehead. Out of 30 lots, 3 are red, 9 are long white, 10 are white, 6 are short white. He quickly calculates in his head. White and short white make up 60%. Red is only 10%. Perhaps the value of the mountain isn't quite equal to the pure Yang Sword. Even so, since it's come to this, he can only tell himself. High risk, high reward. Then he shouts out, start the draw. At his command, the cylinder shakes violently in midair. After a moment, it stops. Lin Feng stares intently at the cylinder. His expression is solemn. Nothing unusual is happening on the outside. He decides to leave it to luck. He points at a random lot. The lot trembles slightly. A moment later, it slowly slides out. Lin Feng flinches, cursing under his breath. It's white, but when he sees it's a long white lot, he breathes a sigh of relief. At least my luck isn't completely terrible. He watches the screen nervously. While he didn't lose his draw or his stake, he has no idea what the system will exchange it for. As he's thinking, the system screen suddenly flashes. Lin Feng reflexively covers his face, squinting. What is this? A pitch-black command token appears on the screen, engraved with the word palace. Lin Feng's eyes widen. He rubs his chin, wondering. What the hell is this thing? The system quickly provides an explanation. This is the sect construction token for the Grand Main Hall, used to build the core architecture of the sect. Its durability exceeds the cultivation of the builder. Only an enemy 2 major realms stronger can destroy it. The main hall is suitable to serve as the core for the Mount Zion Grand Array. Once completed, it can be officially named. Holding the token in his hand, Lin Feng gives a bitter smile. This is the foundation and the face of the sect, but it doesn't help boost my cultivation. He sighs. He decides to put it away for now. A sharp glint flashes in his eyes. This period of secluded cultivation has been quite fruitful. A full month has passed in the blink of an eye. It's time to end my seclusion and show my disciples a completely different Lin Feng. With that thought, he leaves the mountain with an air of confidence. At the foot of the mountain, the moment he sees his master, little guy runs over joyfully and cheers. Master, you're finally out of seclusion. Xiao Yin and Wang Lin, standing nearby, quickly bow in greeting. Greetings, master. Seeing only 3 of his 4 core disciples, Lin Feng asks, where is Zhu Yi? Xiao Yin steps forward with cupped hands to report. A few days ago, junior brother reached the 12th level of qi refining. He encountered a slight complication, so he is currently in seclusion. Lin Feng looks at Xiao Yin. The corner of his mouth twitches slightly. It seems it's not just Zhu Yi. Even you have changed quite a bit. He narrows his eyes, evaluating him. I haven't seen this kid in a while, and he's already stepped into the 12th level of qi refining. Lin Feng can't help but feel impressed. Calculating the time, it has been exactly 1 year since he took him in. Images of the first time he met Xiao Yin slowly play back in Lin Feng's mind. A youth who was once at the peak and then fell to the bottom of the abyss. For years of suffering, he took 1 year to return to the 12th level of qi refining, steadily accumulating power until today. Compared to before, Xiao Yin is not only stronger in cultivation, but his personality has matured. He has let go of his worldly grudges, returning to a state of pure combat. His will is tempered, becoming more determined and steady. From now on, this kid's path of cultivation will be both fast and stable. Lin Feng feels a sense of relief in his heart. While he is lost in thought, little guy suddenly calls out, Master. Lin Feng turns to look. He gently pats the boy's head and says, let's go. Lead me to that snake. We will use its blood for your baptism. After speaking, Lin Feng turns to instruct Xiao Yin and Wang Lin. This time, only Tian Hao will follow me. The 2 of you stay here and assist Zhu. Hearing the order, both respond in unison, yes, master. Before leaving, Lin Feng speaks to Xiao Yin in a serious tone. If Zhu Yi reaches the peak of qi refining, tell him not to rush in a foundation establishment. You as well. Wait for my return. I will have arrangements for you. Xiao Yin bows and replies, I understand, master. With everything settled, Lin Feng activates the black cloud flag. He says to little guy, let's go. Before long, the rolling black clouds carry the master and disciple away. In another location, a rift in space opens. A shadowy figure of light descends gently. The light shines directly onto the compass in Qiaolong's hand. At this moment, he is riding the ancient vicious beast, the Phi Lim. Under the brilliant sun, Qiaolong sits cross-legged with a straight back. His brow is tightly knit. His eyes are locked onto the needle of the compass. He judges that the target is very close. At that exact moment, the compass needle suddenly begins to spin violently. Qiaolong is startled. His expression darkens instantly. How did I lose his position so suddenly? He mutters coldly. It looks like he's using some kind of spiritual tool to hide. But don't think for a second you can escape me. Qiaolong grits his teeth with pure hatred. Anyone who dares to kill a member of the Wind God sect is a dead man, even if they flee to the ends of the earth. At that very moment, Lin Feng and Xiao Budian have already flown to a valley. From a distance, Xiao Budian points excitedly. Master, this is the place. Lin Feng focuses his senses. The entire valley is overflowing with violent, thunderous energy. Even from this far away, the power is palpable. Looking up at the sky, he sees a faint purple glow flashing behind the layers of clouds. It seems the descending heavenly lightning is the key. Its sheer pressure is many times stronger than the energy in the valley. Master and disciple land softly on the ground. Lin Feng scans the surrounding forest. He He breathes a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, the heavenly golden thunder serpent hasn't started shedding yet. Xiao Budian stands beside him and whispers, "Master, when do we make our move?" Lin Feng gives him a light tap on the head. "What's the rush? Have you already forgotten what I told you?" He adopts a stern, teaching tone. "How could you forget everything so quickly?" Xiao Budian rubs his head. "I haven't forgotten," he quickly replies before reciting. The heavenly golden thunder serpent is a fierce beast. Its strength is comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. It absorbs lightning to complete its shedding process. Once finished, it can evolve into a heavenly golden thunder Jiaolong and soar proudly through the 9 heavens. Lin Feng nods. "Go on." Xiao Budian continues. After the evolution, the heavenly golden thunder Jiaolong will have power equal to a golden core. However, it will be extremely weak for a short period immediately after. Lin Feng approves. "I intend to use the blood of that serpent, after it's tempered by the heavenly lightning, to baptize your body." But high-level spirit beasts like this don't just rely on their own lightning to evolve. They must also borrow the power of heaven and earth. They seek out natural lightning. As he speaks, his gaze becomes profound. He turns and pats Xiao Budian on the head. "So we just stay here and wait. Observe the situation. It won't be much longer." Sure enough, up in the sky, the thunderclouds begin to roll with increasing violence. The purple radiance grows more blinding by the second. Finally, it even scatters the dark clouds. Seeing that the time is ripe, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth curls up. "Let's go see." Just then, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly strikes straight down. A long, drawn-out roar echoes from within the valley. Lin Feng and Xiao Budian move closer and see a heavenly golden thunder serpent writhing within the electrical field. The serpent struggles frantically. Its scales are peeling away. 2 sharp horns slowly begin to sprout from the top of its head. Right before their eyes, it is transforming into a Jiaolong. Its eyes burn with fire. The thunderclouds in the sky shake violently. A bolt of heavenly lightning, looking like it could tear the world apart, strikes down into the valley. Lin Feng narrows his eyes. Here it comes. Immediately after, the ferocious thunder strikes the heavenly golden thunder serpent directly. A tragic, deafening roar resounds. The entire valley trembles. Lin Feng frowns. This evolution is clearly being forced. He looks up at the sky. The lightning is still raging. The heavenly thunder hasn't stopped yet. I wonder if this snake can actually withstand it. Lin Feng suddenly freezes. He pulls out the Chinquan mirror, a yellow dot appears on the surface, representing his own position. Not far away, a red dot flickers. It puts Lin Feng on high alert. Something's wrong, he whispers. It's a foundation establishment cultivator. It seems I'm not the only one looking for an opportunity here. He closes his eyes to investigate. Lin Feng can feel someone setting up a massive array. Gale force winds are converging. The range covers the entire valley. Lin Feng calls Xiao Budian over. "Good disciple. Take this flowing wind talisman seal. Wait for my command." Receiving the seal, Xiao Budian replies with excitement. "Don't worry, master." With those words, the boy's figure turns into a streak of light and charges down into the valley. Looking at the lightning filling the sky, Lin Feng makes a cautious assessment. The wind force is getting stronger. Countless bolts of purple electricity are converging from all sides, striking down directly onto the head of the heavenly golden thunder Jiaolong. The purple light flashes repeatedly, forcing Lin Feng to shield his eyes. The violent phenomenon lasts for quite some time. Then, the thunder gradually dies down. Inside the valley, billowing black smoke rises into the air. Lin Feng waits with bated breath. Is it a success or a failure? As the smoke clears, Lin Feng's eyes light up. From behind the hazy curtain of dust, dragon claws slowly begin to emerge. A majestic Jiaolong reveals itself. Its body is nearly 30 meters long. A golden light flows across its entire form. This is the heavenly golden thunder spirit beast, a golden core stage beast. Suddenly, fierce winds rise, enveloping the valley. Up on a cliff, Chao Long sits calmly atop his Feilian. The corner of his mouth twitches into a smirk. "Even though your aura was flickering in and out, this young master still knew you were in this valley." Chao Long stares intently at the heavenly golden thunder Jiaolong. Sensing its weakened state, he sneers. How perfect! I'll deal with both the person and the beast in one go. His hands quickly form seals. He shouts, Gale devil-trapping array, open. At his cry, the wind in the valley becomes even more savage. Xiaolong huffs coldly. I originally planned to subdue the thunder Xiaolong first before settling scores with you. But I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. As he speaks, his hands increase the speed of the hand signs. I might as well bag everything at once to save time. Xiaolong pours more mana into the array, silently waiting for the thunder Xiaolong to fall into the snare. Inside the valley, Xiao Budian slowly moves forward. A white light radiates around him, fending off the fierce winds. The boy's eyes are full of anticipation. His right hand grips the flowing wind talisman seal tightly. After a while, Xiao Budian smiles softly. Master was right. The flowing wind talisman seal can't fully block this. For now, I can only move slowly. If I go too fast, the wind protection will collapse. Having said that, he channels spiritual energy into the talisman. Gradually, he begins to sense the direction. He looks up at the mountain peak. This is the place. The gale gets stronger by the second. Even with the talisman's protection, Xiao Budian dares not be careless. He carefully climbs up step by step, nearing the peak. The deeper I go into the array, the stronger it gets, he thinks. It's putting a huge strain on the talisman. If I keep going, I'm afraid the flowing wind talisman won't hold out. At that thought, the corners of his mouth drop. He looks worried, just as he's feeling stuck. The roar of the heavenly golden thunder, Xiaolong, echoes in his ears. The beast has just survived the heavenly tribulation. Although its strength has reached the golden core level, its aura is extremely weak. It can't immediately break Xiaolong's gale devil-trapping array on its own. Amidst the storm, it writhes in pain. Its eyes are filled with pure rage. It opens its mouth to gather thunderous power. In an instant, the thunder Xiaolong suddenly unleashes a massive blast of lightning. The two forces clash violently. Xiao Budian ends up being the one who benefits. The purple lightning and the gale partially cancel each other out. The pressure on the flowing wind talisman drops significantly. The boy joyfully realizes the wind is weakening. Xiao Budian chuckles to himself. So that thunder Xiaolong is fighting against the array. He clenches his small hand in excitement. I can climb up safely now. When he finally sets foot on the mountain peak, Xiao Budian huffs and puffs. I finally made it up. He recalls Lin Feng's instructions. This array is completely different from the Arhud array we faced before. The flowing wind talisman is only meant to show the way. It definitely can't break an array created by an enemy's spiritual tool. To break the array, I have to rely on my own skills. Xiao Budian closes his eyes. He takes a deep breath. 2 months ago, Xiao Budian, Zhu Yi, and Xiao Yan went to find the Thunder Origin Talisman seal. After going through countless hardships, the three of them finally brought the talisman back. Since the two talismans merged, Xiao Budian has gradually come to realize that the fusion of wind and thunder can generate infinite power. Lightning creates life, and it grows without end. Thinking of this, the boy stands tall. He spreads his arms wide. He channels purple lightning in his right hand and grips the flowing wind talisman in his left. Xiao Budian immediately unleashes the power of wind and thunder. His hand tightens around the talisman seal. His mind connects with the talisman. The patterns on it begin to glow. The moment has arrived. The boy begins to guide the wind and thunder, transforming them into pure energy. The swirling air current spins faster and faster, gradually forming a massive vortex. Blinding bolts of lightning flash within its layers. The vortex and the lightning blade collide with a roar, nearly shattering each other instantly. Sweat beads on the little guy's forehead. His concentration is pushed to the absolute limit. He struggles to merge the two powers. Finally, instead of clashing, the wind and lightning begin to fuel one another. The little guy cries out in excitement. This is it. Help me. He shouts at the top of his lungs. The lightning-infused vortex tears through the storm, striking the flag etched with the ancient beast, the Fail Yin. The eyes on the flag suddenly flare with light. Yeah, the little guy bellows. The vortex and lightning erupt simultaneously. Violent energy slams directly into the amber flag. A deafening explosion shakes the heavens. Thick clouds of dust and smoke billow upward. My flag, Chao Long screams in a blind rage. He points a trembling finger at the little guy, hissing through his teeth. You're dead meat, kid. Chao Long raises his hand. Over a dozen vortexes instantly converge. The little guy looks up. His brow furrows deep in focus. He calmly erects a lightning barrier around himself. The vortexes howl incessantly, striking the barrier in a relentless barrage. The boy spreads his arms, holding his ground with grit. A massive shockwave rings out. Debris and stones are sent flying everywhere. As the dust slowly settles, the small silhouette of the little guy is revealed. Seeing the boy still, standing tall against the gale, Chao Long scoffs coldly. This little brat actually has some skill. His voice is thick with arrogant malice. Let's see how many more hits you can take today. The little guy looks up and sneers. You're getting way too ahead of yourself. Whatever you put me through now, my master will pay you back tenfold later. Chao Long frowns. Your master is nearby. So what? He's probably just some lowly Foundation establishment cultivator. He stares at the boy with a mocking grin. You know about my sect's secret sigils? My technique is hidden. Only those at the golden core stage or higher can even detect it. Trash like you can't sense a thing. Cao Long Second Tempo. Your master is just another mediocre Foundation stage loser. But I have the Fei Lian wind gathering formation. Anyone below the golden core stage is no match for me. So even if your master shows up, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. But first, I'll finish off this little animal. He flicks his wrist. Countless vortexes lunge straight for the little guy, facing the ferocious storm. The little guy gives a calm, eerie smile. You're finished before you even touched him. As he speaks, the void suddenly twists and warps, swallowing Chao Long's vortexes whole. A moment later, the entire area falls deathly silent. Chao Long is horrified. What? They're gone? No. He screams. They didn't just disappear. I can still feel them. Following his instincts, Chao Long spins around toward the valley. Sure enough, his vortexes hadn't dissipated. They had been moved elsewhere. Chao Long can't hide his shock. Someone is redirecting my vortexes, turning them toward a different target. While he's still reeling in disbelief, the little guy's joyful voice rings in his ear. Master. Chao Long looks down and sees Lin Feng, dressed in white, standing by the boy. Well done, he says. Tears well up in the little guy's eyes as he tattles. Master, that midget was bullying me. Lin Feng smiles and pats the boy's head. Silly kid, you're still young. He's a Foundation establishment cultivator. It's only natural you're not his match yet. Once you reach Foundation establishment yourself, killing him will be as easy as child's play. Chao Long listens to the two of them laughing and chatting. The veins on his forehead bulge. His face darkens with rage. You bastards. He clasps his hands and roars. Fine. I'll show you two exactly what easy feels like. Beneath his feet, the clouds begin to churn violently. The nine-wind demon array appears. Chao Long suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood essence. The blood merges with the howling gale. In an instant, the vortexes turn a gruesome blood red. A murderous aura fills the air, staining half the sky in the color of blood. Lin Feng lets out a faint chuckle. Is that all the power you've got? Why wouldn't I have noticed your little tricks? I just didn't care enough to bother. No matter how many of you come, I'll take you all on. With that, Lin Feng calmly points a finger into the air, unleashing the dual-world void technique. Immediately, the 8 trigrams heavenly Tao archive manifests before him. Against the onslaught of the ferocious blood vortexes, the space around Lin Feng and the little guy suddenly turns dead quiet. The blood vortexes weaken before abruptly reversing. A counterattack. Right back at Chao Long. Chao Long's pupils shrink in terror. Cold sweat pours down his face. This is bad. A streak of green light erupts from his waist. The ethereal light swirls around him, enveloping both Chao Long and the Fei Lian. It's formless and invisible, yet it carries a terrifying power, tearing the bloodstorm right in half. Chao Long's eyes flash with a sinister light. He commands a green light to strike Lin Feng. The light shrieks through the air, charging straight ahead. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curls slightly. It seems you still don't get it. Compared to your wind power, My power is the one that is truly formless and invisible. As he speaks, his figure vanishes into thin air. The green light continues its path, slamming into the mountain behind them, causing the entire range to tremble violently. Lin Feng reappears exactly where he was. Chao Long's face turns pale as a ghost. The Nine Heavens Formless was crafted by my elders. I can't fully control it yet. I'm clearly no match for this guy. He quickly barks an order. Fei Lian. The Fei Lian bolts like a flash of lightning, carrying Chao Long away in a desperate retreat. He calculates his chances. I can't beat him, but he can't catch me either. Once I get back, I'll call the sex experts. Then I'll kill him for sure. Looking at Chao Long's smug retreating back, Lin Feng gives a half smile. He points a finger toward him. Don't you understand yet? Lin Feng mutters an incantation under his breath. Dual World, Void, Secret Art. The space beneath Chao Long's feet instantly warps. His face turns deathly white. What's happening? His head spins with vertigo. In the blink of an eye, Chao Long finds himself right back in front of Lin Feng. Cold sweat drips down his neck. Why am I back here? He frantically tries to form a seal. Nine Heavens Formless. Lin Feng's voice rings out with chilling indifference. Compared to wind, lightning, or even molten lava, spatial gravity is the most terrifying power of all, because in every aspect, all power originates from space itself. Having said that, he points his finger downward. An overwhelming pressure instantly crushes down on Chao Long. His face goes paper white, completely unable to resist. His upper body plummets toward the bottomless abyss. His eyes bulge in sheer panic. Why am I falling? Why can't I control myself? Chao Long sees his lower half still sitting on the back of the Fei Lian. His mind goes blank. Wait, that's... Fresh blood sprays from his severed torso. A single thought flashes through Chao Long's mind. Am I dying? Blood gushes out as he lets out a frantic, final scream. Lin Feng's silhouette appears before his failing vision. The corners of the man's mouth curl up. That smile fills Chao Long with a final, desperate hatred. I can't accept this. Lin Feng ignores the man's feelings entirely. He thoughtfully rubs his chin. This scene is probably a bit too much for a kid. Thinking this, he looks down at the little guy, who is cheering with excitement. That move was amazing. Lin Feng's lip twitches slightly. I guess I was worried for nothing. He glances over at the Fei Lian. The beast looks at him as if it's seeing a god of death. Trembling as it backs away, Lin Feng gently pats the little guy's head. The Fei Lian might be a mixed blood, but carries a rare ancient lineage. You really are a lucky brat. Not only did you get the heavenly gold lightning blade, but someone even brought you a gift. I'm adding a Fei Lian to your collection. The little guy excitedly climbs onto the beast's back. Can I really ride it? The Fei Lian glares at the boy in a fit of rage. But suddenly it feels a bone-chilling cold. It turns its head instinctively and catches Lin Feng, narrowing his eyes with a smile. The Fei Lian freezes, suppressing its feral nature. The beast obediently let the little tot climb onto its back. Just then, Lin Feng noticed a belt still around the Gao Long's lower body, glowing with a faint green light. He let out a cold snort. Still thinking of running even now? Lin Feng raised his hand and drew a rune in midair. The heavenly dragon seal immediately locked onto the belt, sealing it. His gaze then shifted toward the heavenly golden thunder sparrow. He thought to himself, might as well take this one too. With that, he reached out and activated the dragon binding seal. Lin Feng took out the cloud-whisking flag and muttered softly, collect. Instantly, the heavenly golden thunder sparrow was sucked into the flag's inner space. The little tot turned and called out quietly, Master. Lin Feng mounted the Fei Lian's back and commanded, let's go. This trip has yielded quite a harvest. Your baptism is going to be something to look forward to. The little tot turned his head and acted spoiled. Master, can I have that belt? Lin Feng gave him a playful flick on the forehead and answered gently. That thing is poisonous. I still have a use for it, so I can't give it to you just yet. But there will be something much better waiting for you at home. Thinking of Zhu Yi, Xiaoyan, and Wang Lin waiting back for them, Lin Feng smiled. Not just you. Your 3 senior brothers will also get their share. The little tot asked curiously. What is it, Master? Lin Feng replied mysteriously. You'll know when we get back. Let's move. Meanwhile, in the eastern regions of the great Zhou Empire, Manhwa sat in meditation with her eyes closed. A moment later, her eyes fluttered open. Beneath her feet, the ocean waves rose up to support her. Manhwa bowed respectfully toward the horizon. Disciple Yin Manhwa pays respects to master. Where Manhwa bowed, 5 colored clouds swirled and surged. Before long, the clouds condensed into a human silhouette. It was a young woman of breathtaking beauty. Her voice rang out softly. "How is your recovery coming along?" Manhwa clasped her hands and reported. "Thanks to your assistance, master. My physical body has fully recovered. My soul and body are now completely fused. However, to fully restore, my original cultivation level will still take some time." The woman in the white clouds nodded slightly. "That is good. I can finally rest easy." She looked at Manhwa and sighed. "You caused quite a disaster this time, but I suppose it was a blessing in disguise. However, the Heavenly Path selection has already found a new candidate. Once you return to the sect, you will have to wait for another opportunity." Manhwa bowed. "Your disciple obeys." The woman in the clouds continued. "If you only wish to return as an ordinary disciple, you may return to the sect at any time." Hearing this, Manhwa lowered her head. "But I am not willing to settle for that." Manhwa looked up, her gaze filled with determination. "I feel that the opportunity has already arrived." The woman in the cloud smiled. "Does this opportunity you believe in have something to do with that rogue cultivator named Daoist Lin?" The woman asked Manhwa again. "The chance you mentioned must be related to that Daoist Lin you spoke of." Manhwa nodded. "Exactly. He is capable of bringing about many surprises." Seeing her disciple smile, the woman in the clouds nodded. "I shall wait and see then. The choice is yours. Have you made your final decision?" Manhwa replied in a low, steady voice. "I choose the great Zhou Empire. Liang Pan and Chu Hong complement each other perfectly. Moreover, they can purge their internal turmoil. It offers the highest chance of success." The woman in the clouds did not object. "Then proceed as you wish." As she spoke, her figure began to fade away. Manhwa bowed respectfully to see her off. Once her master left, the setting sun began to dip below the horizon. A quiet night soon blanketed the world, and the stars began to twinkle. Manhwa lost herself in thought for a moment, a hint of sadness touching her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Condensing spiritual energy at her fingertips, she called out softly. The spiritual power shot down into the calm water. Shortly after, a water spirit slowly materialized. Manhwa ordered the spirit to spread the news throughout the cultivation world. The water spirit asked worriedly, "If your junior brother finds out that the flute is in Daoist Lin's hands, I'm afraid he won't let it go." Manhwa replied indifferently, "Letting him go and test our dear junior brother wouldn't be such a bad idea." The water spirit took its orders and vanished into the depths. Manhwa let out a cold, soft laugh. "Why do I get the feeling it's my junior brother who's going to suffer?" Thinking of Lin Feng, she fell into deep thought. He's clearly just a rogue cultivator. Yet I can't help but feel he will be a formidable enemy for the Taihu sect in the future. Perhaps letting my junior brother probe him is for the best. Meanwhile, in the barren expanses of the demon realm, a corner of an ancient tree suddenly glowed brilliantly. From within the trunk, Long Yi slowly stepped out. She clasped her hands in a respectful salute. Long Yi pays respects to master. Before her, space rippled like water, and a woman stepped out. Her entire body was shrouded in mist. It was the great sage of the heavenly charm demon tribe. Her enchanting voice rang out. "If it weren't for that stubborn Yi Lan Yuan sharing your bloodline, you wouldn't have recovered this quickly." Long Yi gave a seductive smile. "On the contrary, I should thank that human." The heavenly charm great sage stepped closer and asked, "You've already given him the Taihu sect's flute?" Long Yi smiled mischievously. "Not exactly. I also leaked the news to Yin Manhwa." The heavenly charm great sage nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. But why did you tell him about that hidden residence?" Long Yi's eyes flickered with a strange light. "I feel that this man has no small ambitions. If he builds up his own power, he might just be the one to take down the Taihu sect." The heavenly charm great sage gave a half smile. "That's quite a lot of confidence in him." Long Yi squinted her eyes and laughed. "I only trust my intuition. Even if I'm wrong, there's nothing to lose. That cave residence wasn't our territory anyway. If he can take it, let him." The heavenly charm great sage looked at Long Yi and continued. "Besides, The Golden Crow Ancestor's grandson is currently near that residence, right? Long Yi hugged her playfully and laughed. The Golden Crow Great Sage has been making things difficult for you lately. I thought I'd give him something to keep him busy. It's for the best. The Heavenly Charm Great Sage looked at Long Yi, and both master and disciple burst into giggles. Back at the forest, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and Xiao Yin saw Lin Feng and the little tot returning and ran over in joy. Lin Feng immediately sensed Zhu Yi's aura. It was full and complete. He had clearly broken through to the great perfection of the qi refining stage. Seeing everyone gathered, Lin Feng spoke slowly. You're all here. I have something to say. Lin Feng stood before his disciples and spoke seriously. Previously, I taught you all different cultivation methods, including those from the Buddhist sects. Have you ever doubted whether our sect lacks its own legacy or if we're just a patchwork of styles? Xiao Yin and Wang Lin looked at each other. Xiao Yin scratched his cheek. It felt a bit strange at times, but I've never doubted you, master. Zhu Yi contemplated. The methods may be diverse, but they suit each of us perfectly. Wang Lin's eyes were full of adoration. I will learn whatever master teaches me. The little tot smiled widely. Master's techniques are super powerful. If there's anything even stronger, remember to give it to me. Lin Feng burst out laughing. After listening to them, he spoke warmly. The techniques from before were only to help you build a foundation. Now that your foundations are solid, I will pass down the true divine abilities. When you reach the foundation establishment stage, you will be taught the appropriate path. Following that will be our sect's 8 trigrams shrouding the heavens' great Tao treasury. That is the true cultivation legacy of our lineage. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Lin Feng began the transmission. The 4 disciples focused on circulating their energy. Each of their mana signatures glowed differently according to their strengths. After a while, Lin Feng spoke. I am passing down the 8 trigrams shrouding the heavens' great Tao treasury. The path is profound. You must comprehend it yourselves. The disciples replied in unison. We obey your command. Then, Lin Feng patted the little tot's head. You've been looking forward to your baptism, haven't you? Let's do it today. The little tot cheered happily. Thank you, master. Lin Feng brought out the celestial heart fire cauldron, using the immovable Enlightenment King's fire to heat the cauldron. He waited until the timing was perfect before adding the spiritual herbs. Over a dozen rare spiritual herbs and poisonous species were tossed in one by one. The water in the cauldron began to boil violently, the colors swirling into a chaotic mess. A bizarre odor began to waft out. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and Wang Lin looked at the cauldron. All of their faces turned pale. Xiao Yan pointed at it. This color doesn't look right at all. Wang Lin furrowed his brows. The smell is pretty foul too. Zhu Yi muttered to himself, using alchemy to temper a human body. The 3 of them turned toward the little brat with mischievous grins. The little brat trembled, but his voice remained stubborn. I'm not scared. Lin Feng stood before the furnace. One hand formed an incantation gesture. The other held a flask of wine. It is time. With those words, he poured the wine into the furnace. Lin Feng glanced at Fei Lian. Your turn. His eyes flashed with sharp intensity. Hearing Lin Feng's chuckle, a chill ran down Fei Lian's spine. Shaking, it gingerly extended its leg. Lin Feng nodded. Good boy. With a flick of his finger, he made a small incision on Fei Lian's leg. Fei Lian stepped toward the celestial heart fire furnace. It began channeling its spiritual energy inside. Everything is ready. Lin Feng called out, get in. The little brat immediately leaped into the furnace. I'm ready, master. Outside. Lin Feng swept his hand through the air. The furnace lid slammed shut. Use your cultivation to guide the medicinal essence through your entire body. Inside the furnace, drenched in sweat, the little brat replied, Yes, master. The young boy followed the instructions, focusing all his energy on his cultivation. A full day and night passed, watching the intense flames roaring around the furnace. Xiaoyan asked worriedly, Master, is the fire perhaps too strong? Lin Feng shook his head. It's fine. Your junior brother is almost finished. Right then, the little brat's voice echoed from within the furnace. I'm done. Master, open the furnace. Lin Feng waved his hand. The lid flew open. The little brat shot out like a bolt. His entire body was charred black as coal. Lin Feng, Xiao Yin, Zhu Yi, and Wang Lin couldn't hold back their laughter. A moment later, the little brat finished washing up, dressed in clean clothes. He stood tall before everyone. Xiao Yin observed the boy quietly. He then pulled out the Tao Huang sword and tossed it over. Junior brother, let's see what you're made of now. The little brat caught the Tao Huang sword effortlessly with a single hand. Then, with a fluid motion, he swung the blade with absolute decisiveness. That sight left Xiao Yin, Zhu Yi, and Wang Lin all sharing the same thought. He lifted a 5,000-pound sword with one hand. Just how powerful has his physical body become? Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The little brat doesn't just have heaven-defying talent. His physical strength is monstrous. He truly has a solid foundation. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yin, Zhu Yi, and the little brat, giving his instructions. The baptism is complete. The three of you will follow the techniques I've taught. Attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The three joined their hands in unison. Yes, master. Lin Feng watched their departing figures in silence. He then turned his gaze toward Wang Lin. He saw that the boy's eyes were still fixed on his seniors, unable to hide his deep admiration. Lin Feng spoke words of comfort. I know you look up to them, but as long as you work hard, you will catch up sooner or later. Wang Lin replied, Yes, master. And he continued, While listening to your lecture earlier, I had a slight realization. I try to modify the Yellow Springs pool technique. I hope master can take a look. Lin Feng looked at Wang Lin. You modified the Yellow Springs pool? Wang Lin answered respectfully. Just a small adjustment. Please guide me, master. Lin Feng let out a helpless laugh. Flawless comprehension. My disciples really are extraordinary. He nodded. Tell me what you've realized. I will listen and provide further guidance. Wang Lin immediately replied, Yes, master. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, waiting for Wang Lin's presentation. In his hand, he held 24 Saraira beads. He took the opportunity to seal the area to avoid any trouble. 3 months later, Lin Feng was still sitting cross-legged. The shimmering light of the Saraira beads radiated around him. His eyes were half closed, his expression solemn. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. He looked at the Saraira beads and smiled. Finally, success. Holding a Saraira in his hand, Lin Feng chuckled softly. These 18 beads are the pure essence of the Buddhist sect. If I hadn't refined them before, I'm afraid this would have taken much longer. Thinking of the other 6 masters, he snorted coldly. A man's death is like a lamp going out. I doubt you all would mind anyway. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. I wonder how far little Lin has come with his modifications to the Yellow Springs pool. Xiao Yin and the others should be finishing their 3-month meditation as well. Right then, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the cave entrance, jolting him. This feeling, they're about to emerge. The system notification rang in his ear. The screen displayed, Congratulations to core disciples Shi Tianxia and Xiao Yin for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Lin Feng was immensely satisfied. Not bad at all. The mechanical voice continued. Since more than half of the host disciples have reached foundation establishment, the system grants a special reward. The host cultivation has increased by 1 minor stage. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Wait, I get a piece of the action too. He quickly steadied his mind, closing his eyes to enter deep meditation. A surge of clear energy flooded into his dantian. The spiritual power within him surged like a tide. Lin Feng's consciousness flickered. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Feng had entered his subconscious world. He looked at the glowing spiritual altar at the center and sighed. Even though it's a mid-stage foundation altar, it still feels too ordinary. Suddenly, the altar began to transform. Lin Feng was startled. A first-grade spiritual altar. He tried to calm himself. Well, I suppose it's fine. Having a first-grade altar at the foundation stage is rare enough. Not to mention my disciple was once a supreme being. Lin Feng thought to himself. This altar was formed based on my 8 trigrams celestial secret manual. It's proof of how profound that technique truly is. He muttered, being too greedy isn't good. Among countless cultivators, anyone with a first-grade altar is already a monster. Just as he thought that, the system alerted him again. Congratulations to Zhu Yi for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Since the number of disciples has exceeded half at the foundation stage, The host receives an additional reward. The spiritual altar has been upgraded by 1 tier. This news truly caught Lin Feng's attention. The altar had already gained 1 tier, and now it was gaining another. Lin Feng cheered. A 10-petal supreme altar. He laughed heartily. The system finally gave me some real benefits. With the spiritual altar reaching the supreme pinnacle, the ultimate great Tao is right before my eyes. In the past, my power was great but scattered without an altar. Now, this altar doesn't just stabilize my power, I can command it at will. My combat strength has skyrocketed. Lin Feng looked over at Wang Lin beside him. He had also woken up. From a distance, the little brat waved enthusiastically, calling for his master. Lin Feng smiled at his disciples. Very good. It is your hard work that brought these results today. Wang Lin cupped his hands to congratulate his fellow disciples on their promotion. Xiaoyan, Zhu Yi, and the little brat all knelt before Lin Feng. This is all thanks to Master's guidance. Lin Feng replied warmly. A master only opens the door. The cultivation depends on you. You must persevere to the end, so today's efforts aren't wasted. The disciples thanked him in unison. Wang Lin added, I will also persevere for the sake of my goals. The little brat stood still, looking at the two of them. He whispered in his heart, Father, Mother, I'm almost strong enough to come find you. Xiaoyan silently steeled his resolve. In less than 2 years, the humiliation of today will be repaid tenfold. Zhu Yi also held his own ambition. I will make my father bow before my mother's grave. The little brat reported seriously. During the foundation process, I've gained a deeper understanding of our sect's secrets, and I've even realized a new technique. Xiaoyan was surprised. Zhu Yi also mentioned he had made some gains. Please guide us, Master. Seeing his 3 disciples eager to show off, Lin Feng smiled inwardly. The young love to compete, but I'm in a mood to throw some cold water on them. Lin Feng looked at Wang Lin and said, during the lecture, little Lin also had some insights. He even modified the techniques he's practicing. He proposed, today, we shall have an internal discussion regarding our sex Tao. Upon hearing this, each had a different expression. Wang Lin was startled. Xiaoyan remained calm. Zhu Yi stayed composed. The little brat was ecstatic. Lin Feng said gently, you've been with the sect for a long time now. Today's debate will be a test of your comprehension. Xiaoyan eagerly responded. Wang Lin, however, looked a bit shy. Master, I haven't even reached foundation establishment yet. Lin Feng gave a small smile. It's just a friendly spar. Besides, once I transfer some of my power to you, you'll have enough to perform the modified Yellow Springs technique. Wang Lin spoke cautiously. Then let's just stick to techniques. No real fighting, okay? Little Beautyin laughed. Third senior brother, you're being way too careful. Wang Lin just offered a soft smile. Lin Feng observed him silently. He's usually prudent, but he doesn't lack courage when it counts. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lin Feng asked, who wants to go first against little Lin? Little Beautyin pouted. Sparring with third senior is like being a target dummy for his practice. Zhu Yi frowned. The gap in our cultivation is too wide. There's no glory in winning this. Xiaoyan stepped forward on his own. He patted Wang Lin on the shoulder. I'll go first then. Old third, remember to go easy on me. Wang Lin replied politely. I should be the one asking you to show mercy, big senior brother. Lin Feng told little Beautyin and Zhu Yi to watch closely. He then led them to a clearing at the mountain peak. Wang Lin bowed. Big senior brother, please. Xiaoyan gave a faint smile. Go ahead. Make the first move. Wang Lin nodded. Then I won't hold back. Wang Lin immediately activated his technique. Yellow Springs Finger, Annihilation. Instantly, a stream of black smoke billowed from Wang Lin's fingertips. It completely swirled around Xiaoyan, trapped within the black mist. Xiaoyan calmly sensed the energy. His body felt heavy, as if he were plummeting into the depths of the Yellow Springs. From above, Lin Feng watched intently. Wang Lin is truly something else. He just reached the Qi stage, yet he's already mastered the modified Yellow Springs. And he's perfectly fused the void of 2 worlds into it. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, deep in thought. An attack coming from a rift in space is nearly impossible to defend against, without a specific countermeasure or a space-stabilizing treasure. And if caught off guard, most people will be finished. He shifted his gaze to Xiaoyan. Little Yin, how are you going to break out of this? Suddenly, Xiao Yan's entire body erupted in fierce, crimson flames. A smirk of admiration played on his lips. Not bad at all, Third Junior. I just wonder how many more of those shots you've got left in you. As he spoke, Xiao Yan threw a powerful punch. He instantly unleashed a surge of violent palm energy. The roar was deafening. In a flash, the black smoke was completely blown away. Within seconds, Xiao Yan had returned to his normal state. But a heartbeat later, his body surged with light once again. He unleashed the 8 trigrams crumbling strike. He lunged straight at Wang Lin, whose eyes narrowed instantly. Even so, Wang Lin remained composed. Spiritual energy gathered in his arm as he triggered another secret technique. Yellow Spring's finger. Reincarnation, Wang Lin shouted. Suddenly, an 8 trigrams diagram appeared, blocking Xiao Yan's fist. The center of the pattern glowed intensely. It swallowed the force of the punch whole and quickly reverted to its original state. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh in appreciation. Now that's interesting. Immediately after, the violent flames behind him erupted once more. Wang Lin quickly raised his hands to stop. He said with a wry smile, I can only pull that off 3 times. If we keep going, it's going to get ugly for me. Please, Big Senior, let's call it a day. The apologetic look on his face made Xiao Yan sigh with regret. Lin Feng thought to himself, both the 8 trigrams crumbling and the Yellow Spring's finger have been fused with their own unique traits. It seems the great Tao of the 8 trigrams truly encompasses everything in existence. He pondered, this is only the first chapter of the heavenly Tao scripture. There must be even deeper techniques further in. I really need to master this self-created cultivation path myself. Otherwise, it'll be too embarrassing. Just then, Zhu Yi's voice rang out. Third Junior's techniques are indeed extraordinary. It's just a pity his cultivation level is still limited. Little Beautyan also felt bad for Wang Lin. You're right. If Third Senior's cultivation were a bit higher, this match would have been way more exciting. Lin Feng spoke up, offering a reminder. A man can change completely in just 3 days. You have to keep an open mind. Who knows? One day, little Lin might make a massive leap forward. Since you guys are a step ahead, you need to stay sharp. If he overtakes you later, don't come crying to me. Zhu Yi quickly bowed, apologizing for his complacency. Lin Feng continued. If you're still itching for a fight, get out there yourself. The second match is between the 2 of you. They both answered in unison. We ask for your guidance, Master. Lin Feng turned to Xiao Yan and Wang Lin, asking casually, well, did you 2 learn anything? The 2 looked at each other and replied together. Definitely. Lin Feng said to Xiao Yan, your junior's Yellow Spring's finger actually has a second form. Xiao Yan shot a cold, playful look at Wang Lin. So this kid was holding out on me? Wang Lin quickly protested his innocence. I was backed into a corner. Wang Lin said with an awkward expression, Master, could you please say everything at once next time? Otherwise, Big Senior is going to kill me. Lin Feng turned and pinched Xiao Yan's ear. Don't be so hot-headed, kid. Listen to what I have to say first. He explained on Wang Lin's behalf. Little Lin's third form is quite profound. It's not meant for direct combat. And it's not fully polished yet. It still needs some work. As they were talking, Wang Lin suddenly cried out, Look, everyone! The new match has started. Following his finger, Xiao Yan and Lin Feng looked down at the clearing. Zhu Yi and Little Beautyan were already in their stances. Little Beautyan took the initiative. Second Senior, I'll make the first move, okay? I'm sure you won't mind. With that, he immediately began circulating his spiritual energy. Lightning erupted violently. He tore through the air, charging straight at Zhu Yi, facing the thunderous onslaught. Zhu Yi remained unbothered. Bring it on. Amidst the crashing thunder, Little Beautyan charged with a determined gaze, shouting at the top of his lungs. Seeing that Zhu Yi hadn't reacted yet, Wang Lin wondered if there was a hidden trick. Xiao Yan was also confused. Is that all Little Junior has? Lin Feng turned his back and said calmly, Beautiful. Keep it going. Your Little Junior isn't as simple as he looks. But deep down, he was still a bit anxious. Could this brat have actually reached that level of enlightenment? Finally, Zhu Yi spoke up. Little Junior, if this is all you've got, then you've been getting lazy lately. This is the sword art I've realized from our sect scriptures. I like your thoughts on it. Zhu Yi drew his long sword from its scabbard. He swung with an overwhelming aura. He unleashed the way of the changed sword. Instantly, purple light and lightning intertwined. He spoke leisurely as he moved. This move is called the constant wind and thunder. His voice was deep as he recited the mantra. Heaven moves with strength. A gentleman strives tirelessly. The earth is vast and devoted. A gentleman sustains all things with virtue. Follow the wind's course. Strengthen the self with thunder. Constant wind and thunder. A gentleman remains unwavering in his wisdom. As he finished, he gave a sharp shout. The purple light exploded, shattering the lightning. Little Beauty praised him sincerely. As expected of second senior. That sword technique is incredible. But then, he let out a cheeky grin. I don't really understand all that philosophy stuff. All I know is that my force wasn't strong enough. So, next, I'm just gonna hit harder. Hard enough that even you can't block it. Second senior. I don't have your amazing intuition. To use the changed sword to master all the 8 trigrams. I only have 2 powers, wind and thunder. With that, Little Beauty clasped his hands, surging his power to the limit. He challenged his senior. His power continued to skyrocket. Can you handle this, second senior? He lunged forward with the momentum of a catastrophic storm. Take this. Infinite wind and thunder. The void shook violently. The 2 forces of Zhu Yi and Little Beauty collided, forming an 8 trigrams duality. The supreme origin of wind and thunder. Wang Lin couldn't help but exclaim. So powerful. Xiao Yin was equally stunned. This scene is unbelievable. Lin Feng fell in a deep thought. Just as I thought, Little Beauty didn't let me down. He silently compared his disciples' talents. Wang Lin grasped the meaning of the heavens. Xiao Yin deduced the laws to break all forms. Little Beauty pushed wind and thunder to their absolute limits, surpassing the 4 symbols. And Zhu Yi is the most scholarly, merging the 8 trigrams to create the way of the changed sword. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Even though they've only just begun, this is incredibly precious. Little Beauty asked Zhu Yi, well, second senior, what do you think of this technique? Zhu Yi nodded in approval. Your mastery of the wind and thunder style is truly impressive. The long sword in his hand suddenly flared with light. It's far too early to decide the winner of this match. Zhou Yi took a combat stance and spoke. If you think it's over, you're dead wrong. With those words, he traced an array with the tip of his blade. Under heaven, there are mountains. Hexagram of retreat. Little Bud cried out as the figure ahead of him suddenly vanished. Then, with a confident grin, he shouted, wind and thunder backflow. 2 violent surges of blue and purple energy erupted behind him. Suddenly, an afterimage of Zhou Yi appeared behind Little Bud, catching the boy off guard. Zhou Yi's blade swung down, only to be blocked by a surge of power. Without even turning around, Little Bud spoke. Second senior brother, your movement techniques are even more elusive than the Cloud Dragons. Zhou Yi remained silent. At that moment, Little Bud's power seemed to explode. He declared confidently, once I close the distance, you're finished. Seizing an opening, he threw a sudden punch. But Zhou Yi only smiled, whispered retreat, and vanished in a thin air. Little Bud's face darkened. He's running again. No matter how he attacked, Zhou Yi disappeared instantly. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Yin smiled. In a battlefield, that changes by the second. Even the smallest shift can change the outcome. But second junior brother made a mistake this time. Engaging Little Bud in close quarters is a bad move. He should have kept his distance. Wang Lin immediately countered. That's not right. Xiao Yin asked, surprised. Huh? Wang Lin explained. I can't put my finger on it, but something feels off. Xiao Yin scratched his head and muttered. Is that so? In the distance, the 2 figures continued to flash across the field. Zhou Yi maintained a calm smile. Xiao Yin was impressed. Second junior brother is staying way too cool. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. The winner has been decided, but it wasn't a matter of cultivation levels. Xiao Yin was about to ask, but Lin Feng simply gestured. Just keep watching. You'll see. Zhou Yi's flickering presence was driving Little Bud mad. The boy thought irritably. Damn it. Stop hiding and dodging. He let out a massive roar, unleashing a violent surge of power. The boy poured everything into a burst of speed. Seeing Little Bud closing in, Zhou Yi calmly spoke from behind. Little junior brother, the ritual was just completed. I haven't been back long. In just 1 month, your momentum has peaked. Next, you must maintain stability. Don't let it shrink back. He continued. The power of wind and thunder can unleash infinite strength. But do not let the technique overpower your own body. No matter how tough your physique is, it's hard to withstand the infinite fury of wind and thunder. Meanwhile, my accumulated power is only just beginning to show. Suddenly, little Bud froze. He screamed internally. I can't move at all. At that moment, he activated a fire technique. From beneath the earth, strange fire is born. The hexagram of darkening light. Tears welled up in the corners of little Bud's eyes. Oh no, I'm in trouble. The raging flames surged toward him. He tried his best to resist, but was still blown back, letting out a cry. Little Bud snapped upright. His cheeks puffed out in anger. Second senior brother, you're way too sneaky. He wasn't offended by the remark. He smiled and helped little Bud up. If we're talking about being sneaky, Master is right over there. No one can beat him. Take today as a lesson. In the future, don't make the same mistake against a real enemy. Little Bud was still fuming. I only lost by one move today. Next time, I won't be so reckless. Seeing that the match was settled, Xiao Yan and Wang Lin bowed to Lin Feng. It's just as Master predicted. In terms of cultivation and raw power, little junior brother is superior. But in terms of mental state, he's lacking. Lin Feng smiled and turned around. Even a precocious 5-year-old can't match the patience of a 16-year-old youth. He then shouted toward Zhou, Yi, and little Bud. Be careful. Go back and rest. Reflect on your mistakes during the fight. Then Lin Feng asked Xiao Yan and Wang Lin. Do either of you want to spar with Zhou Yi? Wang Lin quickly declined. I am no match for second senior brother. But Xiao Yan spoke up. I'll do it. He raised a fist and said confidently, let's see what second junior brother's sword path is made of. Zhou Yi saw it all, but remained silent. His expression was unreadable. Xiao Yan approached Zhou Yi and said, let me test your swordplay, second junior. Confidence was written all over his face. Second junior brother. Just like little junior brother, I'll choose to fight you in close quarters. With that, he lunged forward. His power surged directly toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi smiled and gripped his sword. He replied to Xiao Yan, if that's the case, then come at me, eldest senior brother. He then chanted an incantation. Thunder above the heavens. Hexagram of great power. Pointing his sword at Xiao Yan, he shouted, a gentleman does not act against decorum. Xiao Yan's eyes widened. Xiao Yan hurled a fireball at Zhou Yi's incoming force. The two powers collided and exploded. The explosion startled Xiao Yan. Before he could react, Zhou Yi continued to channel thunder, spreading across heaven and earth. A massive wave of energy surged forward. Xiao Yan smiled. It's useless. Then he clenched his fist, forming a seal. Watching from the side, I see it now. Eldest senior brother's intent is pure destruction combined with hidden power. All things in creation, heaven and earth. Neither yin nor yang can escape his overbearing dominance. Zhou Yi thought to himself, my changed sword style can evolve into many forms. It builds up power, but it's easily broken. Comparing it to his 8 trigrams disintegration, it really is like throwing an egg against a stone. Seeing Xiao Yan's flaming fist swinging toward him, Zhou, staring at the fireball, he thought quickly. No matter what, I have to retreat first. Wang Lin observed and asked, is second senior brother planning to exhaust his patience like he did with little junior? Little Bud frowned. Eldest senior brother usually charges straight in, but that's not exactly how he fights. Sometimes his blood runs even hotter than mine. Lin Feng's voice suddenly startled them both. Just watch in silence. The three of them continued to watch the battle unfold. Xiao Yan smirked. His eyes were full of confidence. You want to use the same trick you used on the kid on me? Not a chance. I'm not falling for that trap. Then his power exploded. I'll give you a chance. Let's settle this. A fireball formed in Xiao Yan's hand. He lunged straight at Zhou Yi, shocking him to the core. Xiao Yan hurled a fireball at Zhou Yi, but he didn't panic. Calmly, he reached out and grabbed the sword beside him. Zhou Yi held the sword and chanted, fire within the marsh. A gentleman regulates the calendar to clarify the seasons. He shouted, revolution's sword. The sword soared through the air. Zhou Yi smiled and said, perfect timing. Your momentum is fading, eldest senior brother. You've lost this round. Zhou Yi counterattacked with a fierce sword strike. It shattered Xiao Yan's fireball. The remaining force surged toward Xiao Yan, but he didn't flinch. He even praised him. But it's not enough. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in shock. Xiaoyan smiled and formed a seal. 8 trigrams disintegration. External release. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a massive, crimson aura. Seeing this, Zhou Yi thought, how is this possible? I poured all my energy and my strongest mana into that strike. His face fell. 2 intense battles in a row had taken a toll on him. After unleashing that last move, even my voice has no strength left. I lose. Lin Feng, watching from the cliff until the very end, finally spoke. Zhou Yi, come up here first. Then he turned to Little Bud and asked, Tianming, are you interested in a match with your eldest senior brother? The boy replied happily. Then please guide me. Seeing Little Bud take the field, Xiaoyan shouted. Wait, why the little junior brother? On the contrary, the boy giggled as he ran over. Eldest senior brother, let's spar for a bit. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. Lin Feng thought to himself, 10 years of hard training has led Zhou Yi down the path of a gentleman. But he lacks true gentleness and humility. There's still a fire smoldering deep within his heart. He turned and asked with a smile, what's with that look? Upset because you lost and can't accept it? As he spoke, Lin Feng thought, he truly is a precious gem. Even I can't just step in carelessly. Lin Feng said, you lost, and you aren't satisfied. It's eating at you, isn't it? Zhou Yi flinched and clenched his fist tightly. He bowed his head, maintaining his gentlemanly decorum. But I consider myself a passionate youth with a drive for success. How could I just accept defeat, even if it was against my senior brother? Hearing this, Lin Feng thought to himself, the competitive spirit of youth. Better to guide it than to suppress it. He then asked, so, what do you plan to do next? Zhou Yi looked up, meeting Lin Feng's gaze. I want a rematch with my eldest senior brother. Otherwise, a weight will remain on my heart, and this frustration will never fade. My thoughts will remain blocked. Lin Feng smiled and asked, and what does it mean to be clear? Zhou Yi replied, citing the scriptures, clarity is merit. Recognizing one's true nature is work. Following that nature is virtue. I believe that is what it means to be clear. Lin Feng chuckled. That's not entirely without merit. But have you considered one thing? He continued, when you follow your own nature to find clarity, you might easily force others to go against their own, leaving them with no clarity at all. Since you uphold the way of a gentleman, shouldn't you avoid imposing on others what you yourself dislike? Zhou Yi was left speechless. Lin Feng looked toward the sky and went on, living true to one's heart and finding flow in all things is a joyful and free way to live. There is nothing wrong with that. But if you only care about your own clarity while disregarding everyone else, that is nothing but selfishness. Zhou Yi's eyes widened. He repeated his master's words in his mind, disregarding the feelings of others, forcing them to meet my own standards, using my own likes and dislikes to define right and wrong, deciding for others, and believing I'm right, expecting them to be grateful. He felt a surge of confusion. Follow me and live, oppose me and die. Then, an image of a man standing amidst ruins flashed in his mind. His expression darkened as he realized it was his father. Seeing his silence, Lin Feng let out a sigh. I have to say, inheritance is a terrifying thing. Despite the friction between father and son, they are identical to the bone. Zhou Yi closed his eyes. It was as if 2 tombstones stood before him. One was an upright gentleman, with a heart as pure as a child's, and a will of iron. The other was a selfish man, indifferent to the world, and just as stubborn as the first. The former lived by a sincere heart, while the latter merely indulged his own desires. He opened his eyes, a smile of realization dawning on his face. He bowed deeply to Lin Feng. I nearly lost my way. I am ashamed, and I thank you for the reminder, Master. Lin Feng replied. The fact that you realized it so quickly shows you have been reflecting on your soul. Still, he thought helplessly to himself. Thank goodness I pulled him back in time. If he became more like the Marquis of Xuanji, he wouldn't just be at odds with his father. He would have eventually clashed with me as well, and we would have ended up as enemies. He turned back to Zhou Yi with a smile. All right then, get your spirit back. Let's focus on the match between Xiaoyan and Tian Xia. It's reaching its climax. Down on the field, Xiaoyan shouted, Little junior brother, we're both straightforward people. No need for all this dancing around. He grinned. How about we just go for it? One move to settle this. What do you say? Little guy smiled and replied, You're on. Two glowing blades of light appeared in his hands. The young boy gathered 2 surges of energy. He unleashed a violent torrent of power toward Xiaoyan. Eldest senior brother, take this. Xiaoyan laughed. You little brat. You attacked before you even finished talking. Trying to get the upper hand on me? He wasn't about to be outdone. A sphere of fire erupted from his palms, countering little guy's assault. The 2 massive forces collided and then vanished, dissolving into the void without leaving a trace. Little guy thought to himself, I keep summoning wind and lightning, but eldest senior brother keeps neutralizing them. This has turned into a contest of endurance. On the other side, Xiaoyan was calculating as well. This proves that in terms of spells and techniques, we're evenly matched. Unless something changes, this will come down to who has more mana left. With that thought, a confident smirk played on his lips. Little junior brother, a man like me doesn't believe in fate. An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from his entire body. Watching from a distance, Lin Feng smiled. It's one thing for Zhu Yi to be competitive, but Xiaoyan has always been the same. In his mind, he must uphold the title of eldest senior brother. He has to be a worthy example. Xiaoyan threw a punch toward little guy. The boy immediately blocked it, firing back, eldest senior brother. Sometimes you just have to believe in the impossible. Immediately after, the boy surged with power, using a massive burst of strength to halt Xiaoyan's attack. Xiaoyan suddenly leaped high into the air, catching little guy off guard for a second. But in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure, channeling all his strength into his arms. The boy took the incoming strike head-on. The 2 forces clashed, sending a violent spray of sparks everywhere. Lin Feng saw this and smiled. Is it finally decided? The 2 powers continued their fierce struggle. Sparks flew wildly. Xiaoyan's eyes snapped wide. He was sent flying back by little guy's raw strength. However, Xiaoyan quickly stabilized himself, landing lightly as if he hadn't been touched at all. He rubbed his arm, exclaiming in shock, I guess I really have no choice but to believe. What has this kid been eating to grow this much? That physical toughness is seriously impressive. Little guy smiled and said politely, You were holding back, senior brother. Just then, 3 figures descended gracefully from above. Xiaoyan was startled for a moment before calling out, Master. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, asking calmly, after that continuous exchange of attacks, How'd it feel? Xiaoyan replied without hesitation. It certainly wasn't just for show. Lin Feng nodded and said, Sparring with your brothers is different from a life and death struggle. Winning or losing isn't what matters. What matters is what you learn from it. His gaze landed on little guy. He smiled in approval. Tian Xia, you did not disappoint me. Your mastery of wind and thunder is excellent. You've even gone beyond the 8 trigrams heaven-earth canon, grasping a fraction of the dual intent mystery. That is a rare achievement. Having been praised, little guy scratched his head and smiled. Thank you, master. But the joy didn't last long. Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned stern. He paused before continuing. Your infinite wind and thunder is powerful, but it's still too slow. Your first and second senior brothers only waited because they wanted to see you perform your spells. But a real enemy won't give you that kind of time. He added, not to mention your third senior brother's death silence finger. The moment he triggers it, your wind thunder power would be locked down by his space of silence. Hearing his name mentioned, Wang Lin flinched. Lin Feng turned to Xiaoyan and little guy. Of course, you could try to use brute force like Xiaoyan to break through the space of silence. But if little Lin had a cultivation level equal to yours, he wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Little guy was shaken by this revelation. He cupped his hands seriously, his eyes full of determination. Master, I understand. Lin Feng then shifted his gaze to Wang Lin. Little Lin, your most important task right now is to quickly raise your cultivation level. Stop obsessing over perfecting the third finger of the heaven-selected finger technique. Wang Lin immediately bowed. This disciple will work harder. Lin Feng stroked his chin, musing. So, do you all understand what you need to improve on? Xiaoyan and Wang Lin replied in unison. We understand, master. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He looked at his disciples and smiled. It's good that you've gained something today. The 4 disciples cupped their hands and bowed together. This was all thanks to your guidance, master. Lin Feng said, all right, this was a good practice session. You've seen your own shortcomings clearly. Now, go and reflect on them. Perfect your techniques. All four shouted in unison. We take our leave. Lin Feng stood still, watching as his disciples disappeared into the distance. He muttered to himself, the 8 trigrams dissolution. Then he slowly reached out his hand. He swung it forward with force. 2 iron chains shot out. Next, his fingers blurred as he performed a fire spell. A violent burst of heat erupted, leaving 2 deep, long trenches in the ground. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened. He executed wind and then lightning spells in sequence. His movements were flawless, his power overwhelming. Looking at the deep grooves he had made, he thought, since I created this path myself, the domains within the Great Tao Canon are indeed things I can master with just a glance. He stroked his chin. These prodigies really are something else. But techniques like the Wisdom King's Inner Fire or the Ksitigarbha Golden Avatar, ultimately, they are my path. They don't truly align with my own mystic arts. Lin Feng muttered to himself. It's true what they say. You can't see clearly without a comparison. Only by grasping the mystic arts of both worlds did I realize what my true path and technique should be. He took a deep breath, lost in thought. I can still use other techniques in a fight. Being flexible is the key to victory. But my own path and techniques, those are my true foundation. Suddenly, a strange idea flashed through his mind. It feels like I've tapped into something entirely different from the void of the 2 worlds. A profound type of magic that needs to be refined step by step. He sighed and spoke softly. Well, never mind for now. I'll focus on mastering that later. The task at hand is more important. Then, he remembered something. The intel from that enchantress, Long Yi, only mentioned a dragon vein at the western foot of North Kunlun, but she didn't give a specific location. He looked up at the sky. The foot of North Kunlun is 10,000 miles away. Finding that place won't be easy. He opened the system interface, checking the quest duration. Main quest. Find a suitable location to establish a sect. The path of cultivation. Method, land, wealth, and companions. For a sect to flourish, beyond its own unique teachings, it needs a powerful dragon vein to attract talent. Time limit, 3 years. Failure to complete will result in the immediate erasure of the host. Lin Feng thought to himself, since I accepted this quest, including the time my 3 disciples and I spent in seclusion, nearly half a year has already passed. He rubbed his chin. 3 years sounds like a long time, but it goes by in a flash. Lin Feng looked up, his mind made up. I'm leaving for Kunlun immediately. 6 months later, in the Kunlun Mountains, Lin Feng let out a sigh. I still haven't found this Mount Yujing. I've been wandering this place for half a year. I even sent my 4 disciples, who have incredible luck, to search everywhere. He sighed again. Could that enchantress have been telling the truth? He reminisced. She said Mount Yujing was located northeast of Great Barren Mountain. Only those fated to find it would ever see it. She also said, Mount Yujing isn't strictly part of Kunlun. It floats within the 9 heavens, enshrouded in mist and frost year-round. It often merges into pocket dimensions, appearing and disappearing at will. Lin Feng had asked, then how am I supposed to find it? The enchantress smiled and replied, Mount Yujing usually hides within the rifts of space. It only reveals itself once every 60 years. It's been 58 years since its last appearance. It will show itself again in 2 years. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on your fate. Lin Feng sped off, riding a dark cloud. He grumbled as he flew. This intel is way too vague. I'm wasting my time believing her. Even though Kunlun is rich in spiritual energy, all the prime locations and blessed lands are already occupied by major powers. With my current strength, I can't just seize one. He held his head. My mind is a mess. I can't just settle for some mediocre spot. Not only would I be unsatisfied, but my disciples would be disappointed too. Suddenly, he was startled to see smoke rising from below. A giant bird was breathing fire, burning an entire village to the ground. The villagers were fleeing in a panic. Cries for help echoed everywhere. The massive bird kept spitting fire. Its screeching was deafening. Lin Feng stared intently. He thought, a fire crow? He formed hand seals to gather energy and gave a low shout. A massive surge of flames shot straight at the fire crow, catching it completely off guard. The villagers below cheered when they saw the fire crow defeated. The fire crow is dead. We're saved. They looked up at Lin Feng, who was hovering in the sky, and shouted their thanks. The immortal has saved our lives. The crow shrieked out a curse. Arrogant Taoist, mind your own business. I'll kill you and use your soul to refine my arts. My young master and my kin are nearby. You're looking for death. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought to himself, a young master and his kin? The fire crows appearing in such numbers must mean they have a goal. They're likely looking for something. Could it be Mount Yujing? With that in mind, he asked, where are the rest of your kind? Lead the way. The crow, enraged, fired 2 fireballs at him. Foolish human, you don't know what's good for you. Immediately after, countless fire crow spirits appeared around it, launching a coordinated attack. Lin Feng understood immediately. These spirits were all made from the people it had slaughtered. He said in a cold voice, since you've killed so many, death is too good for you. With that, he chanted a spell. Void tongue, be still. A black hole appeared in midair, swallowing the fire crow's flames whole. It cried out in panic. Where are my flames? Before it could react, Lin Feng lunged forward, closing the distance instantly. He swung his hand and slammed it into the bird's head, making it cough up a mouthful of blood. Realizing it was outmatched, the fire crow spread its wings to flee. Lin Feng immediately barked a command. Heavenly Dragon Seal. The crow was bound tightly within a sphere. It struggled and screamed. Let me go. Lin Feng asked coldly, speak. Where are the rest of your kind? Why have you all appeared here in such large numbers? The fire crow roared. You won't get a thing out of me. You'll burn in a sea of fire. Lin Feng's expression darkened at those words. A sphere of white fire appeared beside him. I'll tell you this. If you don't talk, this fire will be your grave. He flicked his finger. The flames immediately began to burn. The fire crow shrieked in agony. Wait, stop. Don't burn me. I'll talk. I'll talk. Lin Feng retracted the flames and forced the fire crow to confess. The crow replied, we invaded the foot of North Kunlun, this time specifically to find Mount Yujing. This confirmed Lin Feng's suspicions. I knew it. Monsters run wild in Kunlun, but fire crows wouldn't dare trespass into human territory without a reason. He immediately asked the crucial question, do you know where Mount Yujing is? The crow replied, of course. Our young master has already pinpointed its current location, in a desolate mountain range. The houses have been leveled, leaving nothing but ruins. Lin Feng landed gently. He scanned the area and thought, looks like I'm a step too late again. The fire crows have already retreated. He searched the area for a long time, but only managed to confirm that a flock of fire crows had been here. No one knew their exact destination. Lin Feng muttered, how many locations does this make now? I either just miss them or find nothing but empty nests. Suddenly, movement behind him made him jump. He spun around immediately, on high alert. Before him stood a young man with pale blue hair. The youth stared back at him, eyes full of suspicion. Yang Qing spoke first. Those beasts destroyed another village. Then he looked at Lin Feng and asked, who are you? Lin Feng replied, I came here to wipe out those fire crows as well. Yang Qing looked into the distance and said, my senior brother, Chao, has a treasure that can track them. We're currently hunting them down. These demons appeared only recently. They've slaughtered quite a few mountain folk. Lin Feng raised his sleeve to his mouth. Is that so? Before he could finish, Yang Qing continued. Disciples from the surrounding sects are teaming up to eliminate them. Would you like to come with us, fellow Taoist? Lin Feng gave a slight, polite smile. That sounds like a good idea. He asked, you trust me that easily, even though we just met? Yang Qing replied, we're both humans. No matter how wicked you might be, we share a common enemy for now. He added, besides, you have an elegant air about you, an extraordinary aura. You don't look like the villainous type. Lin Feng smiled and followed him. In that case, let's go together. The two headed deeper into the forest. Lin Feng asked, I haven't asked which sect you belong to. And how should I address you? Yang Qing replied cheerfully, just call me Yang Qing. I'm a disciple of the Cloud Water Cave. Lin Feng praised, reaching the great perfection of qi refining at such a young age. You truly are gifted, Yang Qing said humbly. I'm only fast at learning the Tao, but I'm weak when it comes to actual combat. He lowered his head sadly. I'm not very good at spells or martial arts. My senior brothers are natural geniuses. I'm the only one who's a slow learner. That's why I have to give him my all just to keep up with my cultivation. Listening to him, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. A small sect with a disciple of this caliber? He's a diamond in the rough. Watching Yang Qing's back, Lin Feng realized something. This kid is too gentle, too sheltered. He's far too trusting. Who tells a complete stranger their biggest weakness is the moment they meet? As the two of them climbed the steps, a voice suddenly called out, "Junior brother Yang, you're finally back." Yang Qing turned around immediately. "It's senior brother Gao. Come on, let's go say hello." Lin Feng gave a slight nod and followed behind. They approached a small group of people. Gao Fan, standing at the head of the group, spoke up. "Well, did you find any sign of the fire crows?" Hearing that voice, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Why does he sound so familiar? Yang Qing quickly bowed with his hands clasped. "My apologies for making you wait, senior brother Gao." He then turned to introduce him to Lin Feng. "This is Gao Fan. He's a senior from the Wind God sect. He's leading the joint effort to take down the fire crows." At those words, Lin Feng's expression darkened. The Wind God sect is located at the foot of the southern Kunlun Mountains. What are they doing all the way here in the northern range? Someone from behind chimed in. "Honestly, Yang Qing, you really are slow. Do you have any idea how long you kept senior brother Gao waiting?" As soon as Gao Fan looked back, the group went dead silent. The female disciple blushed and lowered her head. A smirk played on Gao Fan's lips, looking quite pleased with himself. "That's enough. Don't blame junior brother Yang." He put his hands behind his back and spoke with an air of authority. Coming out to meet him was the right thing to do. If things had turned dangerous, I would have been there to help. Lin Feng watched the interaction closely. It seemed a lot of people here looked down on Yang Qing, even though his cultivation level isn't low at all. It must be because his combat techniques are lacking. And this kid spills all his flaws the second he meets someone. No wonder they treat him like a joke. Lin Feng finally spoke up. "I once met someone from the Wind God sect named Gao Long. I wonder if he might be related?" Gao Fan answered without hesitation. "Gao Long is my cousin. He's got a hot temper and loves to look for trouble. If he offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf." Lin Feng gave a casual reply. "Don't worry about it. Your cousin and I actually hit it off quite well. It's been 2 years since I last saw him. Meeting his older cousin today must be fate." Gao Fan then asked, "And how should I address you, fellow Taoist?" Lin Feng clasped his hands. "You can call me Taoist Lin." Gao Fan hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Are you also here to hunt the fire crows, Taoist Lin?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. Yang Qing mentioned you have a way to track them." Shun, she crossed her arms and frowned at the mention. "Yang Qing, you really can't keep your mouth shut, can you?" Yang Qing lowered his head, stammering an apology. Gao Fan intervened smoothly. "It's fine, junior sister Shenxi." Shenxi's face turned red as she whispered. "Yes, senior brother Gao." Gao Fan turned back to Lin Feng with a smile. "It's actually quite simple. I happen to obtain a feather from a fire crow demon commander. I can use it to sense their presence within a certain range." Shenxi leaned in and whispered into his ear. "Senior brother Gao, we don't know anything about this man's background." Gao Fan replied cheerfully. "Anyone who wants to eliminate the fire crows is an ally." He then gestured for Lin Feng to join them. Lin Feng smiled. "I appreciate the invitation." As he watched Gao Fan charm the group, Lin Feng thought to himself, Gao Fan is supposedly the top talent of the Wind God sect's younger generation. A second-grade foundation establishment cultivator. A master of the Dragon Fist and Wind Claw techniques. Brilliant, humble, and approachable. Known for being a righteous hero who fights for the common man. Always willing to give advice on cultivation. And generous with his pills. He really does seem like the perfect model of a kind-hearted cultivator. The kind of person that's very easy to like. Sitting down next to Yang Qing, Lin Feng asked, "You've been watching senior brother Gao give advice for a while now. Why don't you go ask him for some pointers?" Yang Qing looked awkward. "My problem is common knowledge. If even the elders can't fix it, I shouldn't bother senior brother Gao with it." Lin Feng smiled inwardly. This kid's problem isn't a lack of talent. It's his mindset. That's something only he can overcome. He spoke aloud. "Well, get some rest then. We'll be moving out soon. I shouldn't push him too hard since we just met." The group continued their trek upward. They pushed through a path thick with mist. As they emerged, a jagged mountain peak loomed before them. Gao Fan pulled out a glowing red feather. Shun Shi asked, "Isn't that the demon commander's feather?" He didn't look back, only stating, "They're close. Very close. They're coming." One of the female disciples looked worried. "There are so many of them. I don't know if we can handle this." Another person agreed. "You're right. And our cultivation levels aren't exactly high. Gao Fan gave a reassuring smile. Fire crows breathe true fire, and their wings carry a deadly fire toxin. It's specifically designed to shatter protective wards. He produced a gourd, pouring out several crimson pills and handing them out. These are fire-avoiding pills refined by my sex elders. Take one, and you'll be immune to the toxin. One for everyone. The battle is about to begin. Shunshi couldn't hide her admiration. As expected of senior brother Gao, he's prepared for everything. Holding the pill, Lin Feng noticed something unusual. He remained silent, observing the others. Once everyone had swallowed their pills, someone suddenly screamed, "Look!" A swarm of fire crows was descending from the mountain like a tide. A half-man, half-crow figure appeared in the center of the swarm. Gao Fan's group gasped. "It's the young lord." Lin Feng studied the figure. "So that's the fire crow young lord." Gao Fan stepped forward, drawing the creature's gaze. He shouted, "Your kind belongs in southern Kunlun. Why'd you come here to slaughter innocent people?" The creature caught sight of the feather in Gao Fan's hand. Recognition flashed in its eyes. With a wave of its hand, 3 crows shrieked and dove down. "I wonder how you humans managed to track us. So you have the commander's feather. In that case, just die." Gao Fan's expression didn't waver. "You brought this upon yourself." He swung his arm, manifesting a powerful force against the swarm. A massive cyclone erupted, tearing through the crows. In an instant, the swarm was blown to pieces. The group erupted in cheers. Senior brother Gao is incredible. Yangqing watched with wide eyes, full of longing. "I wish I could be that strong." Gao Fan raised his voice. "Today, we purge this evil." In unison, the group charged forward. Lin Feng watched them go, standing perfectly still. He looked down at the pill in his hand. "A fire-avoiding pill, huh?" He took a tiny, cautious bite of the pill. A cold smile touched his lips. The disciples were now in the thick of it, fighting the firebirds with everything they had. Yangqing hesitated, asking if he should join in. Shunshi turned and snapped at him. "What are you just standing there for? This is a battle to slay demons." Yangqing immediately rushed into the fray. Lin Feng stayed back, watching from a distance. He waited for the right moment to intervene. He called out, "I'll cover the rear for you all." Shunshi scoffed when she heard him. "Coward," she muttered under her breath. Yangqing could only offer an awkward, forced smile. Lin Feng stood his ground, quietly analyzing the shifting tide of the battle. His eyes were fixed on the figure facing the swarm. What exactly is he plotting? Gao Fan moved with practiced grace, dodging every fiery strike. He seemed completely unfazed by the intense heat. Suddenly, he spotted the fire crow young lord hovering, watching the chaos. Surrounded by his elite guard, he decided to go for the head. To end this, he had to take down the leader. He lunged forward, launching a devastating strike at the young lord. But the creature's reflexes were too fast. It raised a shield of flames, blocking Gao Fan's attempt to capture it. Startled by the sudden ambush, the young lord's face twisted in rage. He let out a deafening roar. Flames erupted violently from his body. The crows surrounding him were instantly incinerated, their ashes turning into pure fire that began to take shape. 3 massive pillars of fire rose up behind the young lord. Ancient demon seals shimmered in the air above him. The sheer pressure crushed down toward the earth, turning the very ground beneath them into a sea of burning rock. The young lord declared with an arrogant sneer, "Mortals, taste my Fire King's true word curse." The onlookers watched in horror as the searing ancient sigils manifested. They shielded their faces, trembling as they asked what it was. Gao Fan observed the scene with a stern, appreciative gaze. "So this is the ancient script of a Yao clan. I didn't expect him to grasp its divine essence to such an extent." He circulated his internal energy to dispel the pressure and let out a faint smirk. Written language is the refined essence of civilization. But this Yao script before us? It's nothing more than a joke. With those words, Gao Fan struck without a hint of mercy. His cultivation surged forth like a tidal wave. The energy started as a weak, swirling vortex, but it rapidly expanded, ballooning in size. Its overwhelming power spiked to a terrifying degree. The gathered force condensed, transforming into a massive, shimmering blade of light that cleaved toward the young lord. As the slash closed in, the young lord panicked, desperate to dodge. But before he could escape, the strike tore through his wing. He let out a blood-curdling scream. A severed wing plummeted from the sky. Feathers scattered everywhere like falling snow. The young lord fell right after it, wailing in agony. The people below gasped in awe. Senior Brother Gao's Dragon Wind Strike truly lives up to its reputation. The young lord's fire counterattack surged toward Gao Fan. Yet he simply smiled, knowing he could easily handle it. A whirlwind of cultivation energy surged forward, instantly shattering the young lord's technique. Gao Fan remained completely unscathed. The female disciples below cheered for him, their eyes full of adoration. Senior Brother Gao is just too incredible, Lin Feng observed from a distance. A slight smirk played on his lips. It was as if he had already predicted this outcome. The real show is only just beginning. Despite losing a wing, the young lord forced himself to stand. His gaze was filled with nothing but contempt for Gao Fan. You're just at the golden core stage. How dare you act so arrogant? He was clearly preparing a new move. He let out a primal roar as hellish flames erupted around him, reaching for the heavens. He transformed into a colossal fire crow. His eyes turned blood red. He activated the Great Fire Crow formation to launch his assault. The young lord led a swarm of smaller crows, charging straight at Gao Fan. A fireball began to condense in his maw. It swelled until it blazed as bright as the sun itself. The brilliance was blinding to everyone watching. Lin Feng spoke in a low, heavy voice. Once it fully manifests, it will be the solar true fire. The young lord laughed triumphantly. I'll give you credit for recognizing the solar true fire. Without hesitation, he unleashed a violent torrent of fire at Gao Fan. The flames spilled over onto the ground. The civilians below screamed for help as the blistering heat scorched them. Lin Feng watched the chaotic situation from afar. He was silently waiting for Gao Fan's next move. Despite his protective energy, one of Gao Fan's arms was caught in the blaze. It left a severe blackened wound. The crowd panicked at the sight, terrified that even senior brother Gao couldn't hold out. Gao Fan only chuckled softly and spoke coldly. You filthy beast. Have you never heard that water and fire are irreconcilable? The young lord, in his massive form, paused in confusion. His pupils shrank back to normal. What? He asked. Behind him, from within the massive mountain range, a canyon suddenly split open. A beam of deep blue energy shot out from the depths. The young lord realized with horror what it was. Lunar true water. He never imagined a lunar water vein was hidden in this place. Gao Fan explained indifferently. This lunar true water is the perfect counter to your solar true fire. Lin Feng thought to himself. Could he have known about the water vein all along? The lunar true water crashed down. The young lord shrieked in resentment. He knew that even with his solar true fire, he couldn't withstand this. He poured every ounce of his strength into one final strike. Fire and water collided violently. A fierce, decisive battle erupted. The two elements clashed in a frantic struggle for dominance. The young lord tried to use his flames to engulf the water, desperate to turn the tide. I need more power, he screamed inwardly. Under the immense pressure, the water scattered, only to quickly reform. It condensed into a new sphere of water. The young lord was terrified. He didn't expect that even after being dispersed, the lunar true water could fully reconstruct itself, fueled by the underground water vein. The lunar true water grew stronger by the second. It completely overwhelmed the solar true fire. As the flames flickered and died, the young lord tried to retreat, but the water had already shattered his defenses. Before he could even process it, the lunar true water lunged right before his eyes. The hydro force pierced through his energy, extinguishing his flames entirely. It engulfed the young lord, leaving him screaming in agony. The fire crow young lord was finally slammed into the ground, along with his swarm of minor crows. He knelt there, trembling uncontrollably. His wings were stained blue by the lunar water. Filled with both fear and hatred, he looked up. Did you plot all this just for us to die together? The lunar true water continued to churn, refusing to dissipate. Everyone around Gao Fan began to shake with fear. Someone asked anxiously, Senior Brother Gao, is what he said true? Shouldn't she immediately barked, shut up. Senior Brother Gao has a plan. What is there to panic about? Someone noticed the lunar true water spreading toward them. They cried out in a panic, asking what they should do. But Gao Fan only lowered his head and smirked. It was as if everything was going exactly as he had foreseen. Gao Fan turned back to reassure them, his voice oozing confidence. Don't be afraid. I've already prepared a way to suppress it. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. They vied to praise Gao Fan for his foresight. May success be yours. Gao Fan gave a half-hearted thanks, but a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. Shunshi blushed while praising his humility. But Gao Fan replied with a cold laugh. I'm not being humble. Without all of you, I wouldn't have been able to seize this lunar true water. Yang Qing stared at that eerie smile in shock. Senior brother Gao? He called out, confused. Gao Fan ascended above the crowd and spoke loudly. I really must thank you all. Everyone grew suspicious. The moment he finished speaking, countless red threads appeared from his hand, connecting to every person present. The crowd was stunned. Their limbs went limp. Their strength began to drain away. A red thread pinned itself into Shun-Shi's forehead. She asked in terror, What is this? Every single person was now under his control. The red threads sucked out their essence, leaving them screaming for mercy. Lin Feng stood still, observing the betrayal. After Shun, she tried to pull the thread away. A red mark appeared on her brow. She was too dizzy to even circulate her energy. Now, she could only refer to Gao Fan with pure hatred. Everyone's life essence was being drained dry. Flames erupted around Gao Fan's body. He laughed with maniacal glee. The life-refining cauldron art is as effective as they say. A massive, ominous vision appeared above his head. Gao Fan formed a hand seal and shouted. A wall of fire abruptly surged up, blocking the path of the lunar true water. The wall of flames ground the water's momentum to a halt. Gao Fan laughed uproariously at the success of his plan. He marveled at the brilliance of the life-refining cauldron art. He planned to find a place for secluded cultivation to refine the lunar true water. He was perfectly willing to betray his comrades for ultimate power. Shunshi clutched her head, asking in fury, Gao Fan, what is the meaning of this? Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle. What else could it be? You've all been used. Lin Feng looked at the blazing Gao Fan and explained. His goal from the very beginning was the lunar true water. He knew the water vein was here, but didn't know the exact location, so he set this whole stage. He used the fire crows as bait. He needed their solar true fire to draw the lunar true water out from deep underground. The fire crow young lord listened in silence. He gritted his teeth, masking his burning resentment. He saw his own companions as nothing more than ingredients. Fuel for his secret art to help him refine and subjugate the lunar true water. Lin Feng further exposed his intentions. On the surface, he pretended to be hunting fire crows, but in reality, he turned the human cultivators into pawns for his plan. Shunshi and Yang Qing turned pale with fear. Yang Qing looked up at Gao Fan, who was hovering in the air, absorbing their essence. He immediately realized the key was the fire-avoiding pill. Gao Fan looked down at him. His expression shifted. He admitted that the fire-avoiding pill was an evil seed he created using the life-refining cauldron art. It used their blood and life force as fuel to control the lunar true water. Shunshi immediately questioned him. This is clearly a forbidden evil art. Gao Fan, what are you trying to do? Gao Fan answered her with a look of pure disdain. He wanted the lunar true water to seize the primal power of the heavens and earth. He continued his lecture to the crowd. His only desire was to become a legend, a favored son of heaven whose name would echo through the ages. Gao Fan added arrogantly that whether they understood or accepted it didn't matter. Anyone who resisted would be eliminated. To him, his own interests were far more important than the lives of his comrades. He pointed directly at the young Yang Qing and mocked him. You've got a good eye to recognize that the fire-avoiding pill was an evil seed. It's just a pity you're so weak. Yang Qing stared back at him with a chilling gaze. Gao Fan then turned his attention to Lin Feng and asked, Gao Long died by your hand, didn't he? At least. You were involved. Lin Feng replied with a shrug. What? Do you want to avenge him? Gao Fan nodded, then shook his head. He turned away, cursing Gao Long for being a foolish, reckless brat, who only knew how to use their master's name to cause trouble. He added that he always had to clean up the guy's messes. In fact, he owed Lin Feng a thanks for getting rid of him and saving him the trouble. Gao Fan flinched. My questions are answered. Now, you can all die in peace. He gave a sinister smile, assuring them he'd make sure it was painless. Yang Qing lowered his head, lost in thought. Hearing Gao Fan's threat, Lin Feng asked sternly. What exactly do you plan to do? At that moment, Yang Qing looked over at him. Yang Qing looked apologetic but still mentioned a spell called the Mountain Torrent Curse. It was a forbidden sect technique. He explained to Lin Feng that it releases all one's power in an instant but causes massive damage to the body. Since he was already under Gao Fan's spell, he wasn't sure if he could even pull it off. Lin Feng spoke up immediately. That kind of secret art usually kills the user before the enemy. You might die from the backlash before you even land a hit. Yang Qing could only look on awkwardly. Still, Lin Feng reassured him, telling him there was no need for that. He admitted that Gao Fan's plan was incredibly tight. Nearly perfect. It's a shame. If it weren't for one single variable, you would have succeeded. The words made Gao Fan freeze. Lin Feng continued. Unfortunately, that variable is me. He raised his hand, tracing the patterns of the heavenly dragon hiding technique. He swung his hand straight forward. The move was lightning fast, catching Gao Fan completely off guard. Gao Fan panicked as the red threads were severed. Who did this? He roared. Who the hell intervened? He gritted his teeth and hissed. This is bad. Looks like things just got interesting. The expression on his face. Gao Fan's face shifted between looking ridiculous and infuriating. He cursed inwardly. Without the blood essence to feed it, he was losing control of the lunar true water. His whole body trembled. He planted his feet, desperately trying to re-refine it. The flames surrounding him gradually turned to gloomy, eerie blue. Lin Feng watched from below. He thought to himself that his new technique wasn't quite finished yet. He had only managed to cut a quarter of the red threads. Beside him, Yang Qing looked up at Gao Fan in worry. Lin Feng suddenly frowned in confusion. Why does this guy look like he's severely constipated? High in the air, Gao Fan's face turned pale. He screamed incessantly, like he was trying to tear his own throat out. No, come back. He kept yelling. He was in so much pain, he couldn't accept reality. Despair was written all over him. That previous smirk was long gone. Gao Fan plummeted from the sky, hitting the ground with an earth-shattering thud. Lin Feng, Yang Qing, and Shun Shi all winced in sympathy. Lin Feng felt a mix of pity and amusement. Just watching that hurt. Gao Fan lay face down, motionless. Lin Feng covered his mouth, worried. He had only meant to break the commoner's red furnace, not do this. Gao Fan gritted his teeth and lifted his head in agony before collapsing, unconscious. The lunar true water escaped his body, terrifying everyone. No one understood what was happening. Lin Feng covered his mouth. Yikes, that's nasty. The lunar true water lunged toward Shun Shi, her eyes widening in shock. It then brushed past the others and vanished. Lin Feng scanned the area and pondered. Even though the lunar true water broke the furnace, Gao Fan managed to condense it into a compact essence. However, this essence had entered a dormant state. It needed a host body to survive. Everyone watching thought the same thing. Out of all those blue lights, only one contained the actual true water essence. Who was the lucky one? Just then, Gao Fan roared, "Who is it? Who has the lunar true water?" His fists clenched in pure rage. He forced himself to look up at Lin Feng with eyes full of hatred. Lin Feng calmly advised him that since it was dormant, even if the solar true fire were right in front of it, it couldn't be woken up. The 8 people behind them charged at Gao Fan with a mix of anger and excitement. They shouted that his own evil spell had backfired. You still dare to look at us like that? We'll gouge your eyes out and beat you to death. Yang Qing didn't join the fray. He stood back, raising a hand to try and stop them. Lin Feng, unable to take it anymore, barked, "You bunch of idiots. Don't you realize the situation you're in?" Yang Qing turned back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's smile made Yang Qing ask worriedly, "What's wrong?" Lin Feng looked ahead and whispered, "They're here." Right then, hearty laughter rang out from somewhere. The voice mocked Gao Fan for his pathetic state. He said he never knew Gao Fan had such bizarre tastes. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. The mocking laughter continued to echo. Gao Fan snapped awake and screamed, "Li Xiang, Lu Sudong, Qin Tao." Everyone looked up. 3 men appeared high above. Each stood on a different mountain peak, looking down with smirks. Li Xiang, who seemed to be the strongest of the 3, spoke up, mockingly praising Gao Fan as the one he respected most of their generation. Not only had he mastered an ancient secret art, but he'd almost captured the lunar true water. Truly, his cunning and methods were second to none. Gao Fan furrowed his brows deeply. He clenched his fists and hissed through his teeth. What do you want? Another one, looking particularly shifty, told him not to play dumb. Li Xiang added that if he was in too much pain to think, he'd help him clear his head. At the same time, he raised his hand, gathering power for a killing blow. Gao Fan's eyes bugged out. Unable to bear the humiliation or the impending attack, he blurted out that he'd give them the location of the Kunpeng's secret treasury. But that place wouldn't open for at least another few years. Not even a nascent soul ancestor could break the seals before then. Lin Feng watched the scene. His eyes lit up at the mention of the Kunpeng. That was a primordial divine beast of legend. Even if it was just a mixed-blood descendant, the treasury left behind would be priceless. The two on the mountain pushed their luck. Saying that wasn't enough to buy his life, Li Xiang coldly told him they had known about that for a long time. Those words pushed Gao Fan to his limit. His gaze became as sharp as a blade. Another voice rang out. The lunar true water is still here. It hasn't returned to the earth. The three men looked down in unison. The voice continued. The true water essence is currently parasitic within one of these people. Find out who it's on yourselves. Qin Tao, the fattest of the three, laughed gleefully. That's easy. We'll just scrub them all clean. Hearing this, the crowd below panicked. They stammered, realizing these men meant to kill everyone. Their faces went pale, knowing their foundation establishment cultivation was no match for them. Shunshi stepped forward, her hands clenched tight. She glared at the three above and shouted, "We'll fight them to the death." The others heard her and charged forward as one, shouting at the top of their lungs. They scattered in different directions, aiming for the three men. Only Lin Feng and Yang Qing stood still amidst the roaring battle cries. Yang Qing couldn't move a muscle. He struggled with himself. In his mind, he screamed for his legs to move. Lin Feng stood behind him and spoke coldly to Yang Qing. Risking it all now might not mean death. What is there to be afraid of? Yang Qing flinched and stammered a reply. Before he could finish, Shunshi ran up from behind and cursed them both for being cowards. Are you just going to stand there and wait to die? She barked. Lin Feng sighed and asked if she really planned to charge in. Shunshi looked back at him, completely confused. Immediately after, she lunged forward again, but only made it a few steps before being blocked. Li Xiang suddenly roared. Heavenly Blade, Wind Wheel Wall. Shunshi was forced to a halt. She asked in shock, "What is this?" Li Xiang gave a short reply. A secret technique of the Wind God sect. He taunted them, giving them a chance to attack. Shunshi gritted her teeth and poured all her power into her spell. She struck out, shouting, "Let's see how long you can hold this." A powerful beam of green light shot straight ahead. Qin Tao stood by, enjoying the show, and commented that Li Xiang's Heavenly Blade Windwheel Wall was getting more impressive by the day. Shunshi struggled to hold her ground, but she was reaching her limit. She knew deep down she was no match for him. Qin Tao turned to Sudong with a grin and said they should join in before Li Xiang got beaten. The other man laughed in agreement. Sudong clasped his hands together, preparing to counterattack. He muttered, "I've been waiting for this chance." In that instant, a massive sandstorm erupted in the middle of the battlefield. Shunshi's disciples immediately recognized it as the flowing wind flying sand technique. From the Wind God sect, a senior disciple roared. His clothes began to tear. "Let me handle him." With that, he shut his eyes tight. He flexed his arms, his muscles bulging. He gathered every ounce of his strength for one explosive burst to break through the storm. But his body remained rooted to the spot as if locked in place. He couldn't move at all. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He frowned in confusion. Why can't I break through this storm? A voice drifted out from the thick sand, offering a reminder. My flowing wind sand technique isn't known for its offensive power. He gave a cold laugh and continued. Once you step into my storm, don't even dream of leaving alive. The cultivator began to sweat profusely. He tried to stay calm. Raising a hand, he began to circulate his power. Don't get too cocky. As long as I don't step into your sandstorm, there's nothing you can do to me. A faint blue light began to radiate from his body. A lethal blow was struck directly into the heart of the storm. The vortex instantly distorted. It coalesced into a fierce, towering giant. Step by step, the giant advanced toward Lu Tudong. Struck by the attack, it let out a sky-shattering roar. Though the blow was painful, the giant lunged aggressively toward Lu Tudong's group. Tudong looked up at his massive opponent. He let out a sneer of utter contempt. Is that all you've got? Qin Chao channeled his internal energy with a single hand. He chuckled as he spoke. It's my turn now. He made a confident declaration. My cyclones aren't as roundabout as theirs. I'll end this for you very quickly. He snapped his fingers and pointed forward. A massive vortex formed instantly. The howling cyclone tore straight toward the giant. It ballooned in size as it traveled, slamming violently into the opponent's chest. The giant shrieked in agony before shattering into 100 pieces. It gradually dissipated into the void. The sandstorm monster was completely crushed, leaving nothing behind but scattered debris. The Taoist clutched his head and groaned. Tears and snot streamed down his face. He collapsed to the ground, wailing. 2 disciples watched the scene in a total panic. Even our 2 seniors failed. Shunshi frowned, muttering uneasily, "It's over. I'm afraid we're going to die here today." She gripped the gemstone in her hand, her lips pressed into a thin line. Using this as my only choice left. With that, Shunshi hurled the orb toward Qin Chao and shouted. The stone slammed into the solid protective shield. Arcs of lightning instantly erupted. Yang Qing's eyes widened in shock. It's a thunderbolt bead. Li Xiang pressed 2 fingers under his chin and smirked. He channeled his Yin energy to absorb the lightning and said coldly, "Redirect." Shinshi's face paled as she screamed. "It's no good. Run." Before they could even turn, a deafening explosion lit up the entire mountain peak. Amidst the rising dust, a battered Shunshi struggled to stay upright. The disciples were also severely wounded, their bodies covered in blood. At the same time, the head disciple of the Cloud Water Cave was blasted back. His body was sent flying through the air. He slammed into the ground right behind the group. His massive frame lay there, completely unconscious. One disciple shouted in a fit of rage. "You wind God-sect bastards are committing murder in broad daylight. Is there no one left in the Beilu region to demand justice?" Qin Chao stood on the mountain with open arms and mocked them. "Justice?" he sneered. "Do you really think anyone will be left alive to tell the tale?" A voice echoed from behind him. "So, the wind God-sect's power is what passes for justice? Then your brand of justice is still quite pathetic." Qin Chao froze. He instantly guessed the speaker's identity. Lin Feng was already standing directly behind him. His gaze swept over them, cold and sharp. Qin Chao spun around. He folded his hands, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Then why don't you tell me? How much weight is enough to be called justice?" Lin Feng replied with a confident smile. "Take me, for example." He strolled toward a large tree and sat down leisurely, as if entering a meditative trance. This caused Shunshi to snap at him in anger. "You're still trying to play the hero at a time like this. Are you that eager to die?" Murmurs broke out around Lin Feng. He was hiding in the back when things were at a stalemate, and now he's acting like some grand hero. Someone chuckled coldly, suggesting they let him draw the enemy's attention. "Maybe those 3 thugs will give us a chance to escape." Qin Chao curled his lips into a wicked grin. "You got a lot of nerve. Let's see if you actually have the skills to back it up." The whispering didn't stop. Someone mocked him, saying he was just closing his eyes and waiting for death. Only a faint, desperate glimmer of hope remained in their hearts. Qin Chao laughed disdainfully. "It seems I won't even need to lift a finger myself." Yang Qing stepped forward and stood silently, observing Lin Feng for a long moment. He leaned in close and whispered, "What exactly is the plan here?" Lin Feng replied calmly, "Just relax and watch the show." Qin Chao waved his hand and laughed, declaring he would show everyone something they'd never forget. But at that exact moment, a voice rang out. Showing who exactly? The 3 disciples, Xiao Yin, Zhu Yi, and the little guy appeared just in time. Zhu Yi gave a faint, cold smile. "Master told us there's no need to be polite with you lot." The little guy put his hands on his hips and excitedly suggested, "How about we each take one? 3rd senior, you back us up?" Wang Lin, riding the Philian beast, replied, "Fine, I'll just watch you guys achieve a swift victory." Upon seeing the Philian beast, Qin Chao, Li Xiang, and Lu Tudong all stared in utter shock. An unbelievable realization raced through their minds. These kids are already Foundation establishment cultivators. Xiaoyan looked at Qin Chao and asked arrogantly, "This fat guy seems pretty aggressive." Hearing this, Qin Chao's face contorted with rage. "You 3 brats are only at Foundation establishment, yet you dare be so insolent." The Cloudwater Cave disciples glared, annoyed by the sheer arrogance of the newcomers. Bragging by yourself wasn't enough? You brought kids along to die with you? Qin Shao immediately clasped his hands and roared. Earth-swallowing gale. A massive whirlwind surged, pulverizing the surrounding earth and stone. Its power was enough to annihilate anything in its path. The little guy leapt into the air and shouted, "Big brother, leave this fat guy to me." Qin Shao, standing atop the peak, asked dismissively, "With just your meager level?" Xiaoyan smiled thinly and said, "In that case, second junior, let's move together." Zhu Yi immediately replied, "Got it." He drew his sword and spoke coldly. "This stubborn fool dies right here." Zhu Yi flew closer with his sword in hand. Lu Tudong saw this and scoffed. "You little brat, you have a death wish." He spread 4 fingers and began chanting an incantation, causing Zhu Yi's expression to suddenly shift. The flowing wind flying sand technique surged forth, surrounding Zhu Yi, but his face remained ice-cold and composed. He realized this was just an illusion meant to deceive the mind. Zhu Yi pressed 2 fingers together. "Close your eyes," he whispered. "How can mysterious fire compete with the sun and moon?" Dark mandala array. The array expanded, engulfing the entire space, simultaneously trapping Lu Tudong inside. His face twisted in panic as he cried out, "This isn't good. I can't sense the outside world anymore." From within the dark array, Zhu Yi shouted, "Flowing wind, flying sand, cease." Lu Tudong screamed in terror. "What kind of technique is this?" Immediately after, both he and his sand technique were sucked into the center of the dark array. The two stood face to face. Zhu Yi stared at his opponent with eyes like ice. He swung his sword to finalize the formation and roared, "Marsh Sword Dao, first form, Wind Sword Dao." Wind over the marsh, the Zhong Fu hexagram. 2 arcs of sword qi tore through the air, slashing toward Lu Tudong. He cried out, swift bird emerging from the cage. Lu Tudong was completely paralyzed. His limbs refused to move. He took the 2 sword strikes head-on. A blood-curdling scream echoed and then abruptly cut off. His life had come to an end. The array dissipated, leaving only Lu Tudong sprawled on the ground, breathless. Shunxi's eyes widened as she stammered in shock. He ended it in just 1 strike. Over on the little guy's side, Qin Shao erupted in fury. His violent aura roared in a threatening manner. "Brat, don't overestimate yourself." The little guy spread his arms, unleashing rolling thunder as he shouted, "Infinite wind and thunder." Qin Shao was stunned, unable to find his voice. How is this possible? The wind, the thunder, and the violent energies collided, creating a massive shockwave. The little guy flashed a smug grin. In an instant, the wind and thunder completely swallowed and subdued Qin Shao's dark aura. His jaw dropped in disbelief that his earth-swallowing gale could fail so miserably. Before Qin Shao could finish a sentence, the little guy intensified the wind and thunder. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking directly. In a panic, Qin Shao raised his hands to shield his face, stammering for him to stop. Before he could utter another word, he was blasted backward by the force of the wind and thunder. Blood sprayed everywhere. Qin Shao died instantly. Li Xiang's face turned pale as he witnessed the scene. He asked, trembling in disbelief, "How can this be happening?" Xiaoyan rested one hand on his hip. He clenched his other fist and stepped forward, speaking coldly. "This time, it's our turn." With that, he threw a direct punch. 8 trigrams crushing blow. Simultaneously, Li Xiang dropped into a stance and activated the heavenly dance windwheel wall. Shunxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Even a thunderbolt bead couldn't break through that move. How can he? The 2 techniques instantly clashed. But to Xiaoyan, Li Xiang's windwheel wall was as flimsy as paper. Xiaoyan punched through the barrier with ease. He closed the distance right in front of Li Xiang's face. A punch carrying terrifying lethal force landed. Crimson liquid sprayed from Li Xiang's mouth as he was sent tumbling backward through the air. At the mountain peak, 3 bodies now lay scattered, their fates unknown. Shunxi stood there completely dazed. Is this guy really just an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? Lin Feng chuckled, his interest piqued. He shifted his stance and spoke softly. "Now this is what I call a fair fight." A moment later, he was caught off guard. His eyes widened in genuine surprise. On the other side, Gao Fan struggled to his feet. Though his body trembled, he fought to maintain his balance. With a burst of energy, he lunged toward Wang Lin. Yang Qing cried out in a panic, warning him to be careful. Fei Lian also turned its head to look down. Gao Fan roared the beast's name. He barked out a desperate command. "Attack with me, now." Fei Lian took one look at the situation and shook its head in refusal. Lin Feng had already stood up by then. He stood there with one hand placed in front of him, looking completely composed. Lin Feng let out a delighted laugh. Gao Fan let out a furious scream, hurling insults. He demanded that Fei Lian return to his side. Fei Lian remained completely indifferent. Enraged, Gao Fan spat out that the beast was a vile creature. Gao Fan clasped his hands and roared, "Dragon Fist Wind Slash." But immediately, fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to force control over Fei Lian. His heart was filled with bitter malice as he thought to himself, "You wretched beast, following whichever way the wind blows. Every single one of you can go to hell." Wang Lin gently stroked Fei Lian's head. With a kind gaze, he whispered, "It's your turn to show them what you've got. Master has seen everything you've done." Hearing those words, Fei Lian turned its head. It opened its maw and unleashed a powerful sonic wave directly at Gao Fan. The terrifying pressure sent him crashing down in agony. Gao Fan's face turned purple with rage as he screamed curses. "You traitorous beast!" Then he suddenly froze as his eyes met Wang Lin's. The two of them locked eyes. Wang Lin raised two fingers and shouted, "Heavenly Emperor Selection, Annihilation." The yellow spring finger immediately hemmed Gao Fan in. His eyes bulged as he frowned in pure terror. "What is this?" Gao Fan gritted his teeth in a panic. He threw his arms out in despair. "This is bad. I don't have the strength left to break through this space." Down on the ground, the people from Yinshui Cave watched intently. Shunshi was stunned once again. Just one move. Is he really only in the qi refining stage? The disciples surrounding Xiao Yan were endless in their praise. Now this is what real power looks like. That heaven feather wind wall was so strong, yet it was shattered by a single punch. That was incredibly cool. Several female disciples blushed, exclaiming in admiration, "He's so handsome." Xiao Budian closed his eyes, soaking in the glory. Only 5 or 6 years old and already at the foundation establishment level. Unbelievable. Someone whispered, wondering if he might be the offspring of an ancient primordial beast. But they were quickly hushed by another. The disciples gossiped until they reached a conclusion. Their mana feels similar, so they must be practicing the same cultivation method. I just wonder how powerful their master actually is. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Feng said nothing. He simply closed his eyes and gave a faint, knowing smile. That's not quite it. Each one of them is a child of destiny. Shunshi turned and asked him what he was smiling about. Lin Feng kept his smile and replied, "It's hard to say for sure." Shunshi then turned and barked at Yang Qing, asking why he was still standing there like an idiot. We should let him suffer a little more. Yang Qing was lost in thought, trying to piece it together. Could it be that Taoist Lin is actually... The three brothers and Xiao Yan walked toward Lin Feng. Shunshi's joy was written all over her face. She smiled brightly, thanking the four of them for saving her life before asking for their names and their sect. Lin Feng stepped in to introduce them. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yi, Wang Lin, Xiao Budian. Upon hearing this, the four of them knelt in unison and clasped their hands in respect. Disciples pay their respects to master. Shunshi stood frozen to the spot. What is happening? Lin Feng looked at his disciples with a gentle gaze. He didn't hold back his praise. You all did very well. Stand up, all of you. Shunshi still hadn't recovered from the shock. She muttered to herself, wondering if this was all a hallucination. She could only manage a few stutters as Lin Feng turned to leave. Lin Feng turned to Yang Qing and spoke. Your problem doesn't lie in your cultivation level or your spells, but in your mindset. Be more confident and courageous. The path ahead is actually much wider than you think. Yang Qing bowed his head in gratitude after hearing this. I promise to work harder. As Lin Feng prepared to depart, Xiao Budian ran up and asked if there was a reward. Lin Feng smiled and told him he'd see what he could do. Lin Feng pointed toward the Fire Crow Beastman and asked, Is that Fire Crow okay? The Beastman's face crumpled as he realized he hadn't been forgotten. Lin Feng replied with a smile that he had come specifically looking for him. He used the Black Cloud flag to imprison the Fire Crow Beastman along with the defeated enemies, then declared that they were done for the day. Lin Feng said his goodbyes to Yang Qing. Until we meet again. He then waved his flag and flew off with his 4 disciples. Yang Qing stood below, watching them go. His eyes were heavy with deep thought. When will I be able to be like that senior and his disciples? Effortlessly soaring through the clouds and defeating powerful enemies. Even that boy riding the Fei Yin was only at the 5th level of qi refining. He turned around and was startled to find Shun Shi and the other disciples standing right behind him. The head disciple smiled and said, Yang Qing really had a good eye for people. Shun Shi also asked if Senior Lin was a cultivator from Kunlun. Yang Qing quickly waved his hands and shook his head, saying he didn't know the senior's background. Shun Shi laughed it off and gave a gentle reprimand. Are you still holding a grudge because I was rude to you before? She then bowed her head and apologized. The other disciples began to whisper among themselves again. Someone with such a fated connection wouldn't reveal things easily. He might even forget about us the moment he turns around. Yang Qing was too sad to respond, but then he suddenly pointed and asked, What's that? A mass of orange-gold clouds, bright as fire, appeared in the sky and was rapidly approaching. Everyone looked up, filled with doubt. Shun Shi frowned, her voice laced with worry. That's the golden lamp sign. A black fire eagle spread its wings and flew toward them. Its eyes were fierce and predatory. It looked down at Shun Shi's group and roared a question. The young lord of my clan? Where is he? It didn't care for explanations. The Black Eagle was certain that these people were the ones who had injured the young lord. Shun Shi quickly said that a Taoist in white robes had taken the Fire Crow young lord away. The Black Eagle flapped its wings, unleashing fire as it roared. Hand him over. It closed in, demanding to know where they were. Shun Shi pointed at Yang Qing and said the other man had left, but Yang Qing knew the way. Yang Qing stammered in fear, saying he didn't know. The Black Eagle moved even closer to Shun Shi. She closed her eyes and suggested that if it just took Yang Qing, he could find the white-robed Taoist. This had nothing to do with the rest of them. The Black Eagle considered this and then replied, This human comes with me. As for the rest of you useless lot, I'm done with you. It let out a frenzied screech. Die, all of you. As soon as the words left its beak, someone screamed in despair. No. A moment later, it swung its wings and unleashed a terrifying sea of flames. Shun Shi let out a pained scream. In the blink of an eye, the Black Eagle's fire incinerated everyone. Standing nearby, Yang Qing couldn't take it anymore. He clenched his fist tight. He whispered to himself, trying to stay calm. Be brave. Just be a little more brave. The look in his eyes suddenly changed. His pupils transformed, glowing a brilliant gold. Yang Qing raised both hands high. The Mount Hong incantation surged forth in a violent torrent. The technique was launched directly at the Black Eagle. The beast stared intently at Yang Qing. Its gaze was filled with scrutiny. The Black Eagle narrowed its eyes and muttered, That's Grand Moon primordial water. It immediately retreated to dodge. A sense of unease rose within its heart. Right at the critical moment, the Black Eagle unleashed an attack with its full power. It caused Yang Qing's Grand Moon primordial water to rebound back at him. Yang Qing was sent flying by the counterforce. His body plummeted straight down toward the cliff. A shroud of blue energy still enveloped his body. The Black Eagle's eyes glowed a menacing red as it watched him fall. Grand Moon primordial water. You certainly are a lucky one. But regardless of who you are, anyone who dares capture the young lord of my clan is marked for death. It flapped its wings and prepared to leave. It left behind a cold parting word. There's no need for the great king to intervene. The next time we meet, I will burn you to ashes. Down in the abyss. Yang Qing sank slowly into the river, drifting into a coma. He had completely lost consciousness. Meanwhile, back with Lin Feng, he hurried to one side, holding the black cloud flag. He needed to check on the condition of the Fire Crow young lord. He manifested his spirit and entered the space inside the flag. The moment the Fire Crow young lord saw him, he barked aggressively. Who are you? Do you have any idea who I am? Lin Feng replied with total indifference. I don't care who you are, but I happen to be acquainted with the Fire Crow King's father. Is there something you want to say? The Fire Crow young lord fell silent, calculating his odds. Is this guy actually intimidated by my status? Lin Feng asked in a stern voice. Why has the entire Fire Crow clan moved toward Kunlun on such a massive scale? The young lord quickly tried to evade the question. It's nothing. I just wanted to come out and play. My clansmen just happened to come along. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and gave a cold, dry laugh. I don't need you to tell me. I can already guess it. It's Mount Yujing. The prince is startled. How could he possibly know that? Lin Feng continues. I once met the Jade Tree Demon, Long Yi. She was the one who told me about Mount Yujing. The prince asks in shock. You actually know the Demon King Long Yi? Lin Feng rubs his chin, deep in thought. It seems Long Yi was at the nascent soul stage during her prime. In that case, Yin Mingwei doesn't have much of an advantage. The Black Crow Prince also begins to think things through. The Golden Crow Grand Sage and Long Ye's master haven't been on good terms for years. Long Yi probably intends to move against our clan. I have to inform my father immediately. He says urgently. Look, I'll give you the exact location of Mount Yujing. Will you let me go then? Lin Feng smiles. Your only choice is to tell me everything you know. As for what to do with you, I'll make that decision when the time comes. I won't hurt you. The Black Crow Prince reluctantly begins his confession. From here, travel 4,000 miles to the west. There is a peak called Lingyun at the northern foot of Mount Kunlun. Mount Yujing is a divine mountain floating within the sea of clouds. Right now, it is positioned directly above Lingyun Peak. But there's a hazy purple mist surrounding the mountain. I've tried to get inside several times, but I could never break through. Lin Feng nods. I'll figure that out once I get there. There's one more thing. Hand over the solar true fire. The Black Crow Prince immediately objects. In your dreams, Lin Feng pulls out a bead of true water, a threatening glint in his eyes. You've tasted the solar true fire before. It didn't feel too bad, did it? Well, I don't have the solar true fire. I do have the river of forgetfulness true water, one of the 6 great true waters. I can certainly let you try some of this instead. The Black Crow Prince stammers, panicked. You, who do you think you're threatening? Lin Feng remains calm, his smile never wavering. I prepared this river of forgetfulness pearl specifically for you. What do you think? Overcome by fear, the prince quickly surrenders the solar true fire. Fine, just take it. Lin Feng takes the treasure and turns to leave, satisfied. It's finally mine. Now let's see what happened to those Wind God Sect people. The 4 members of the Wind God Sect are sprawled across the ground, unconscious. Their bodies are covered in wounds. Lin Feng looks down at them and sighs. This bunch really took a beating. Gao Fan opens his eyes and wakes up. He gives a weak thumbs up and a fawning smile. Senior Lin, I remember your guidance when we were dealing with the Fire Crows. It must be fate that brought us together. I hope you can overlook our past misunderstandings, Senior. Lin Feng judges him silently. He's certainly thick-skinned. He changes tune fast. He turns toward Tan Tao and the others. And what about the 3 of you? Lin Feng strokes his chin with a faint smile. You are all disciples of the Wind God Sect. I recall killing a certain pest from your sect once before. A man named Gao Long. Tan Tao and his companions immediately turn pale with terror, realizing that their only chance at survival is to offer up a treasure. All 3 of them point at Gao Fan simultaneously. They scramble to be the first to reveal the secret. A man of your stature deserves that power. Senior, please listen to us. He knows where the ancient Kunping treasure is hidden. The 3 trembling men speak as fast as they can. That treasure was left behind by the ancient Kunping demon. Only someone as great as you is worthy of possessing it. Gao Fan jumps up and glares at the traitors, speechless. He is consumed by a blinding rage. These bastards actually sold me out. Lin Feng approaches with a cold smile. The others continue their desperate accusations. Gao Fan doesn't just know the location. He even has the artifact to open the vault. Gao Fan grits his teeth. I know the Kunping treasure is located in the North Pole Ice Sea. And yes, I have the key to open it. However, the treasure has been encased in eternal ice for ages. That's why I came here, to find a way to melt it. Lin Feng hums in acknowledgement. Gao Fan continues. The cycle of yin and yang is shifting. In a few years, the yang energy will erode the ice and make it thinner. But even then, it will be incredibly difficult to break. One would need either the extreme heat of the 7 great true waters or the power of a master of all waters to control the solar true water to break that ice. Lin Feng nods. So that's how it is. That's why you lured the Fire Crows and the lunar true water into a fight, hoping to swoop in and reap the rewards. Where's this key? Lin Feng reaches out his hand. Gao Fan produces a small scale. This is it, a Kuanping scale. Lin Feng examines it, feeling a surge of surprise. This Kuanping scale actually contains spatial power. If it can be compressed to this size, its true form must be miles long. He immediately sends a telepathic message. Xiaoyan, follow my black cloud flag 4,000 miles west to Lingyun Peak. Xiaoyan replies. Understood, master. Lin Feng turns back to the wind god sect disciples to give them instructions. Stay here and behave yourselves. With that, he turns and leaves. He takes out the glowing netherworld pearl and begins to calculate. Even without the lunar true water, Xiaoyan's netherworld evil fire should be enough to break through the eternal ice. But first, I need to inspect this true fire seed. Lin Feng clasps his hands together, causing the netherworld light to flare up intensely. The stone pulls his consciousness into a different space. A dozen different theories flash through his mind. This is a virtual world constructed by spiritual power within the mind. Lin Feng looks up at the sky. The divine light of the solar true fire is truly formidable. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes through the space. Who dares to covet the solar true fire seed I bestowed upon my descendants? Lin Feng frowns. This voice, a golden crow firebird, spreads its wings and appears before him. It is the golden crow grand sage. Lin Feng looks up. His expression darkens. It turns out this is just a shred of the golden crow grand sage's divine will left within the fire seed. A mere lingering consciousness. And yet, this tiny shred of will creates a pressure so heavy it's hard to breathe. It seems it was left here as a safeguard to prevent anyone else from taking the seed. If anyone attempts to refine it, this divine will use the seed to create an avatar to slaughter the intruder. That avatar would possess immense power. It would be far beyond my current level. But I understand the principle behind it now. This is the perfect time to test my new spell. I might as well refine this seed while I'm at it. The golden crow lets out a thunderous shout. No matter who you are, to touch this seed is to court death. Lin Feng swings his arm in a sharp, horizontal slash. He executes his technique. The golden crow asks in pure astonishment. Who are you? How could you possibly sever my connection to the fire seed? Lin Feng gives a faint smile. What a stupid question. Do I really need to answer you? Shortly after, he exits the virtual space. He exhales softly. It's time to head back out. Lin Feng stands still for a moment. He holds the netherworld pill in his palm. Deep in thought. This spell still needs some refinement. Skill analysis. I shouldn't waste energy on spells I created myself. Then, analyze the solar true fire seed. Initiate. The system displays the analysis results. Solar true fire divine light analysis complete. Would you like to learn it now? Lin Feng confirms the choice. Through the system's analysis. Gaining comprehension this way is certainly fast. If I could use this to reverse engineer the solar true fire mantra, that would be ideal. But deriving a mantra from skill is as difficult as reaching the heavens. He clenches the ring on his finger and thinks to himself, this is the solar true fire. My initial instinct was correct. A voice screams in his mind. Give it to me. Give it to me right now. Lin Feng frowns and speaks sternly. What kind of trick are you playing now? Tunten immediately replies. Before, I could only vaguely sense the aura of the solar true fire, so I couldn't be sure. But at this distance, I'm certain that's definitely it. Lin Feng smiles and asks her, so what if it is? Even if it's the solar true fire, it belongs to me now. Tunten clenches her fists, her face full of desperation. I'm begging you, give it to me. Please, just give me the solar true fire seed. Lin Feng pauses to consider this. This brat is a glutton, but she's never been particularly picky before. This is the first time she's ever begged me for anything this desperately. He asks curiously, why do you want the solar true fire so badly? Tunten looks up. Her eyes are filled with determination as she speaks. I want revenge. Lin Feng asks for clarification. You want revenge on someone who's been reduced to a mere remnant soul? Tunten shakes her head. It's more than that. I want to clear my parents' names. My father was the Taodai Grand Sage of the Demon Tribe. My mother was the Gale Taodai Queen who commanded the vicious beasts. Thoughts race through Lin Feng's mind. In her race, she's still just a child. And yet, her strength is far from weak. If her parents were that terrifying, then the enemy who reduced her to such a state must have a truly formidable background. Lin Feng looks at Tunten. The burden left by her parents. Powerful enemies and a crushing sense of helplessness. It turns out this little girl has been carrying all of this on her shoulders. She pleads with him again. If you just give me the Solar True Fire Seed, I'll do anything you want. Tunten's voice is filled with raw sincerity. Lin Feng sits down and looks at her, his voice softening. This kind of humility doesn't suit you at all. It seems your enemy is quite formidable, but I'm afraid a single seed of true sun flame won't be enough. Tunten clenched her fists and snapped. Straw on my ass. That day, that Hu-Fun from the Fox clan only knew how to use some cheap illusions. In terms of cultivation, she's just an average demon. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, deep in thought. A demon at the Foundation establishment level managed to beat you until only a remnant soul remained? If it could kill you, wouldn't dealing with your parents be child's play for it? Tunten frowned and continued her story. That damn fox is heavily protected by the clan's ancestor. She hides away in Mount Qingxiu and never comes out, so she's incredibly hard to kill. Lin Feng asked curiously. Who is this ancestor of hers? Tunten replied. The nine-tailed great sage, the progenitor of the celestial fox clan. Though she isn't famous for aggressive combat, she has countless divine abilities and tricks up her sleeve. Even my father finds her difficult to deal with. Lin Feng chuckled. If it were truly a life-and-death struggle, your father would likely have the upper hand. But it would be easy for a third party to swoop in and take advantage of the situation. And who would that third party be? Tunten narrowed her eyes and answered. The 10 sages of the demon clan, of course. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. The 10 sages? In an instant, countless theories about the peak great demons honored as sages since ancient times flashed through his mind. Among them, the heavenly charm great sage is the most mysterious. No one knows her whereabouts, but no one dares to doubt her strength. Even my father said he couldn't see through her. Her demon arts rank second in the 10 authorities of the heavenly Tao Demon Sutra. It's the highest ranking technique still in circulation today. Lin Feng scratched his cheek as the realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Her backing is the nine-tailed great sage. But what does this have to do with the true sun flame? Tunten replied. It's certainly not because of the celestial foxfire. Even though it isn't one of the 7 true flames, it's still a renowned spiritual fire. Lin Feng nodded and followed up. Then why do you still need the true sun flame? Tunten slammed her hand against the ground and barked. Because I have to deal with the dark water, mysterious underworld of the Xianming clan. Only the true sun flame can counter that bone-chilling, mysterious underworld true water. That bastard refused to marry me and chose that fox Hu-Fun instead. He even beat me within an inch of my life. It's infuriating. Lin Feng was stunned. Wait a second. Marry you? Tunten explained matter-of-factly. That's right. Back then, I had the cultivation of a demon king. I tried to kidnap my man, but I failed. What a joke. The whole thing caused such a stir that the entire grand celestial world knows about it. Tunten said indignantly. My parents lost all their dignity because of me. Isn't this a massive humiliation? That's why all you men are good for nothing. Lin Feng was left speechless. So all this fuss for half the day was just because she failed to kidnap a groom? Tunten grumbled. Why are you so nosy? Lin Feng asked with a straight face. He Shui Xianming beat you this badly, and your parents didn't step in? A flicker of sadness crossed Tunten's eyes. I destroyed his physical body. His soul was severely damaged. Only a remnant survived, but he's definitely not dead yet. As for whether my father started a war with the Xianming clan, I don't know. All I know is that I've been hiding in this ring for over 10 years. Tunten punched the wall hard, causing cracks to spiderweb outward. She gnashed her teeth and said, If I have the true sun flame to suppress the mysterious underworld true water, combined with my divine abilities, I can definitely defeat him. Lin Feng fell into contemplation. The mysterious underworld true water is the coldest ice water in existence. It can freeze even a person's soul. To counter it, the true sun flame, one of the 7 true flames, is indeed the most effective. No wonder Tunten is so obsessed with it. He crouched down in front of her and spoke slowly. Now, Tunten, don't take this the wrong way. Tunten looked up. What? Just say it. Lin Feng continued. That He Shui Xianming guy risked his life just to protect Hu-Fun. Their feelings for each other must run very deep. I'm afraid there's no room for anyone else to get between them. Tunton immediately fired back. What are you talking about? He's just playing around with that who fun. Lin Feng felt a wave of helplessness. Is Heishui Xuanming's brain wired wrong or something? Why did he fight so desperately against you? Tunton stated her naive thoughts quite bluntly. Because I wanted to mate with him. But the guy refused to cooperate no matter what. So, I had no choice but to teach him a lesson. We traded blows until tempers flared. Eventually, it turned into a duel to the death. Lin Feng was completely a loss for words with this girl. Tunton held out her hand, pleading, just give me the true sun flame already. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead wearily and asked, what do you even plan to do with it? Tunton replied that it was to defeat Heishui Xianming, to force him to leave Ufan, and then force him to do certain things. Tunton jumped up in excitement. Mating. That's right. It's for mating. Once I have a child with Heishui Xianming, that seductive little fox won't matter anymore. In her mind, a rosy fantasy began to unfold. My handsome man, you'd better listen to me. Not going to cooperate. Today, you're going to listen whether you want to or not. I'm very skilled. I promise it won't hurt. Lin Feng judged her silently in his heart. She talked about great humiliation, about a sea of blood and bitter grudges, and irreconcilable enemies. His whole body twitched. The intro was so serious. She even dragged her parents into it. I thought it was some epic Demon King vendetta. The more I hear, the more wrong this feels. Are all demons like this? Seeing him turn to leave, Tunton called out. Huh? Where are you going? Don't leave. Where's the true flame seed? Give me the true flame seed. Just then, Lin Feng received a message from his disciples. Master, we've reached the summit of Mount Lingyun. Below them stood a single mountain. The peak was so tall it seemed to pierce straight through the clouds. Lin Feng folded his arms and said, Mount Yujing should be right here. The four of you, follow me up. Xiao Budian, Xiao Yin, Zhu Yi, and Wang Lin all replied in unison. Yes, master. He took his four disciples and ascended into the sky. Lin Feng hovered above, surveying the entire area. He felt a seed of doubt. What's going on? There isn't a single living soul in the sky above Lingyun Peak. Lin Feng entered the area where the fire crow was imprisoned. The creature saw him and asked, Do you intend to let me go now? He ignored the question and simply asked, Why can't I see Mount Yujing? The fire crow broke into a cold sweat as it answered. It can't be seen with the naked eye. It only reveals itself when touched. Otherwise, every time Mount Yujing emerged from the turbulent flow of the void, it would have been discovered long ago. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately took flight. I shall see for myself. Suddenly, something caught his eye. This is, before him, a distorted region of space was constantly fluctuating. He reached out to touch it, but an invisible force repelled him instantly. Lin Feng was surprised. It seems to be refusing my entry. Xiaoyan pointed from behind and asked, Master, what was that just now? Lin Feng didn't answer. He swung his hand, slashing through the space ahead. A massive mountain, breathtakingly magnificent, appeared before them. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Mount Yujing, a majestic mountain range without equal. Xiao Yin asked tentatively, Master, is this the place you wanted to bring us to? Lin Feng turned back with a smile. That's right. This is Mount Yujing. It is the official gate of our sect. Well, do you like it? Xiao Yin said excitedly. No question about it. It's incredible. Zhu Yi also marveled at the sight. The white jade capital in the heavens, with 12 towers and 5 cities. This is truly a celestial paradise on earth. Xiao Budian laughed and climbed onto the Phalian's back. Phalian, let's go, hurry. The Phalian carried the 4 of them, darting forward like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng watched them and chuckled softly. Always so impatient. Suddenly, a surge of purple chi erupted. The Phalian jerked to a sudden halt in surprise. It stumbled, sending the 4 people on its back flying. All 4 went into a free fall from the sky. They screamed in unison. The Phalian regained its senses just in time. It dived down and scooped everyone up. Watching Lin Feng laugh as he drifted over on a cloud, Wang Lin asked, Master, did you already know? Did you know this purple chi was blocking the way? Lin Feng glanced at them. What's the matter? Sulking over a little bump in the road? He pulled a secret seal talisman from his spatial storage. The Heavenly Dragon Pillar Seal was activated. It began to continuously absorb the purple chi. Seeing that the purple chi wasn't shifting at all, he grew pensive. Even the heavenly dragon pillar seal can't trap this purple mist. Luckily, I reacted quickly. I can use my analysis ability to examine it. A notification appeared. All-encompassing purple chi. Great Grand Genesis Mother Chi. At the dawn of heaven and earth. When creation was born, a wisp of pure spiritual energy appeared simultaneously. It isn't inherently aggressive, but it can either manifest or repel. This is the source of all things. Lin Feng stroked his chin as the realization dawned on him. The moment it touches the mana of the heavenly dragon pillar seal, it shifts its form to match. That's how it avoids being controlled. This gas is known as the Zhou Heaven Purple Chi. It is also called the primal mother chi of the great Zhou Heaven. Lin Feng turned to his 4 disciples to explain. The hazy mist before you is the Zhou Heaven Purple Chi. It can give life to all things, but it can also push them away. Do not take this lightly. Finding the mountain earlier was just a warm-up. The real test begins now. Let's move. No holds barred. Whoever breaks through the barrier of the Zhou Heaven Purple Chi and sets foot on Mount Yujing first will receive a special reward. The 4 of them cheered with excitement upon hearing this. Yes, master. Xiao Budian quickly stepped up, full of energy. I'll go first. Philian, give me a hand. The young boy raised his hand to the sky with a shout, summoning a massive green cyclone. Once the vortex had gathered enough power, Xiao Budian immediately gave the command to strike. However, the attack had absolutely no effect on the purple chi. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, it's useless? Zhu Yi calmly raised his sword with a slight smile. I'm afraid that kind of attack won't work. Enough talk. Shadow Sword, emerge. He formed a hand seal and shouted. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Confident, he unleashed his sword stance. Zhu Yi lunged forward in a direct assault. But the moment he made contact, an invisible barrier blocked him. He gasped. Even the way of his sword is being repelled. At the same time, Xiao Yin unleashed his ultimate move, the 8 trigrams disintegration. He stepped in to support Zhu Yi. Let me try to neutralize this flow of qi. Maybe we can find a way in. The two combined their strength to attack, but it still did nothing. Everything is failing. They were left stunned by the sheer power of the Zhou Heaven Purple Chi. Suddenly, the purple chi snaked out and coiled around Zhu Yi's longsword. He panicked. This isn't good. A cry of alarm rang out as Zhu Yi was enveloped by the purple mist. But a moment later, he was surprised to find himself teleported right next to Xiao Yan. The proximity left both of them blushing in embarrassment. Lin Feng appeared and spoke. It seems you still don't understand the nature of this purple chi. Does anyone know what just happened? Wang Lin rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Since it's called the mother chi of all things, it must represent the essence of creation and birth. But eldest senior brother's 8 trigrams disintegration is a technique of destruction. Creation. The two are complete opposites. Xiaoyan looked as if he'd just had an epiphany. It's a good thing Master pulled junior brother out in time. Otherwise, it could have been disastrous. Zhu Yi let out a sigh. It looks like we'll have to try a different approach. Xiao Budian, however, seemed to cheer up instantly. Seeing this, Lin Feng cautioned him. Don't be so impatient. My reward won't be that easy to claim. The group shouted together in determination. We will give it everything we've got. The 3 of them discussed their next move. This Zhou Heaven Purple Chi is truly difficult to break. All our moves are useless against it. We need to know our enemy and ourselves to succeed. Let's observe it a bit longer. Lin Feng simply stood there with a smile. Then Xiaoyan shouted, All right, Philip, fly around the purple chi once. Xiao Budian refused to be outdone. As he watched his disciples scatter, Lin Feng thought to himself, I need to put in some effort as well. I have to break this barrier before I can step onto Mount Yujing. He understood exactly how sturdy this wall was. The sea of clouds is completely sealed off the space inside. Standard methods or void techniques won't work to cross it. Lin Feng recalled his disciples' attempts and realized, whether it's a spell or a person, the purple chi repels everything. This chi is very similar to my own incomplete techniques. At the beginning of time, the pure chi rose to the heavens, while the turbid chi sank into the earth. The Zhou Heaven Purple Chi is a part of that pure chi formed during the dawn of creation. It carries a profound, mystical meaning. Lin Feng sat down to meditate and reflect on the Tao. His understanding of the laws of nature reached a new level. This truly is the perfect opportunity. The spiritual platform was established long ago, yet the internal cauldron has yet to be forged. He continued his contemplation. The quality of the cauldron will have a massive impact on the success of the golden core later on. I cannot afford even the slightest mistake. First, I must feel the spiritual energy of the world. I must try to merge my body with heaven and earth. Then in the distance, between the sky and the sea, an ethereal sea of consciousness appeared. Lin Feng opened his eyes, using his will to control it. He began to sketch the shape of the cauldron. The golden sphere immediately transformed into a tripod cauldron. The cauldron materialized before him. Sitting in midair, he thought, the initial form is complete. The next step is to temper it with my mana. Lin Feng touched the handle of the cauldron. The cauldron suddenly soared upward, vibrating violently. The light it radiated was even more blinding than before. He began to cultivate the supreme tripod cauldron. The perfected cauldron emerged into the world. It shimmered with a brilliant golden light. Spiritual energy surged wildly. The aura within his body continuously gathered. Lin Feng was ready to move to the next stage of the great refinement. He opened his eyes. His gaze was cold and sharp, accompanied by a confident smile. With a single glance, it was clear that his grand plan was fully prepared. Feeling the new power surging through him, Lin Feng said in a low voice, after waiting so long, I've finally reached the final stage of foundation establishment. I wonder if I have enough power now to break the Zhou Heaven Purple Qi. He placed a hand on his chest. A look of doubt crossed his face. Something seemed to be happening beyond his expectations. A brilliant flash of golden light suddenly shot into the sky from Lin Feng's wrist, making him gasp. The universe mirror. Lin Feng was stunned and confused. Why did the universe mirror activate on its own? His face was full of shock. He realized that the light from the treasure was directly dissolving the purple qi. He reached out to retrieve the universe mirror. He thought to himself, it seems I underestimated you before. Holding the universe mirror in his hand, the radiant light it gave off brought him a sudden realization. This thing is actually the turbid qi hidden deep within the earth. Behind Lin Feng, a Taiji yin-yang symbol appeared. He muttered an incantation. Qian is heaven, Kuan is earth. The heavens generate yang energy. The earth nurtures yin power. The incantation ended. The purple qi quickly dissipated. Lin Feng gave a slight smile. It seems that by borrowing the power of the universe mirror, I can reach Mount Yujing. He immediately moved forward. The scenery before him suddenly became surreal. Countless orbs of light appeared, reflecting scenes of a celestial realm. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with awe. This is truly a paradise on earth. He held up the universe mirror. Two dim characters suddenly appeared on the surface of the mirror. A sense of unease immediately washed over Lin Feng. The situation was getting worse by the second. He thought, this isn't good. The light from the universe mirror is fading, and the purple qi is constantly closing in. Lin Feng pressed his finger to his forehead, casting the two-world void projection to find a way out. Space shifted. He arrived at a different location, but the distance to the mountain peak was still vast. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel anxious. It was as if he were lost in another dimension. He considered his options as he walked. These purple clouds are massive and intimidating, but they don't seem to have any killing intent. Lin Feng thought deeper, rubbing his chin. The power of the universe mirror is clearly limited. I'm afraid it won't be enough to reach Mount Yujing. If I want to go further, I have to strengthen the mirror. And that source of turbid qi is likely the primal earth essence. Right then, the system's voice rang out. Host has triggered a random quest. Central Mutu Divine Light. He was left completely dazed. The quest panel continued to display. Quest, Central Mutu Divine Light. Background. The Zhou Heaven Purple Qi has activated the Mutu Divine Light within the universe mirror, but it is currently weak. To strengthen it, you must find a high-quality earth element spiritual item to nourish it with the primal earth essence. Time limit, 10 days. If the time limit expires, the quest will be cancelled. After reading it, Lin Feng was even more confused. What exactly counts as strong enough? He pondered the situation. Mutu is obviously related to the earth. But where am I supposed to find it in 10 days? Looking into the mirror, a red dot appeared, blinking. It seemed to be providing a set of directions. Lin Feng was surprised. Why does this feel like I'm looking for hidden treasure? Despite his doubts, he continued to press on. He had a vague feeling that the target might be near the Black Cloud Underground Palace. I'll just head there and see. Elsewhere, a squad of soldiers was standing guard at the town gates. The general crossed his arms and said irritably, "Guarding this hellhole is such bad luck. There's absolutely nothing to be gained here." A subordinate behind him agreed. "And we have to worry about the netherworld blood river beneath the ground erupting." Suddenly, a figure appeared. Someone shouted, "Someone's coming!" From the sky, a person slowly descended. All the soldiers knelt and shouted loudly, "Greetings, General!" The general from before asked, "General Chun, aren't you off duty today? What brings you here?" The man waved his hand in response. "I was worried about the netherworld blood river, so I came to check on it." Hearing that, the soldier said, "General Lee just finished his inspection and left. Didn't you run into him, General Chun?" He followed the man into the ranks, asking casually, "Was that green plum wine I gave you the other day to your liking?" The other man replied coldly, "It was a waste of effort. The empty bottles are still sitting in my house." The general immediately realized something was wrong. A cold, sharp light flickered in his eyes. Something is definitely off. He continued to press him. "Has General Chun gone senile?" The man frowned and asked back, "What do you mean?" The officer signaled the soldiers and said, "I recall you hating green plum wine more than anything. Could you have possibly forgotten?" The soldiers immediately surrounded him. They shouted in unison, "You're not General Chun. Just who the hell are you?" The man slowly removed his mask, a faint smirk on his lips. "The cat's out of the bag, then." He spoke coldly. "But if you think the likes of you are enough to stop me, you're dead wrong." The general suddenly panicked. His body went stiff. He couldn't move a muscle. The imposter's true form was fully revealed. Fiery red eyes and blood-red robes. Blood energy swirled around him. He pointed a finger at the ground and spun in a circle. A circular magic array instantly manifested beneath the soldier's feet. The officer turned back only to see his subordinate's eyes bulging. Fresh blood began to spray everywhere. Piercing, tragic screams rang out. In an instant, nothing remained but a pile of corpses scattered in a pool of blood. Tangze looked down and spoke in a frigid tone. "Pathetically weak. I suppose you'll have to finish your duty in hell." His footsteps crunched on the scorched, burning earth. Tangze stopped before the dark red flow known as the Netherworld Blood River. He looked on with great interest. "So this is the Netherworld Blood River. The scent of blood is so sweet. You must be happy to see me, aren't you?" Tangze called out calmly. "Lu Yang," hearing the familiar voice. The man suddenly snapped his eyes open. Tangze approached with a smirk. "The taste of the blood river's essence must not be too bad, right?" Lu Yang recognized his identity and immediately snarled. "Did you come here just to mock me?" Tangze chuckled. "I'm not that bored. I'm here to save you, obviously." He continued mockingly. "Look at the pathetic state you're in. Who else would bother with you besides me?" Lu Yang frowned suspiciously. "Since when were you so kind?" Tangze replied cheerfully. "Of course I'm not. You'll have to trade your intel for it." Lu Yang was stunned. "Intel?" Tangze spread his arms and spoke loudly. "Lately, there's been a white-robed man named Daoist Lin. He's been acting quite arrogant across Wui's Star. Someone found him an eyesore and wants him eliminated." He asked rhetorically, "I'm sure this man isn't a stranger to you." The words shook the other man to his core. Tangze stroked his chin, satisfied. "Judging by your face, this deal will be easier than I thought." Lu Yang gritted his teeth. His eyes burned with rage. "Get me out of here. I won't just give you intel. I'll kill him myself." Tangze channeled his dark magic. He gave a sharp command, "Withdraw." Then he swung his hand, creating several reddish-orange gems. The gems shot straight into the talismans hanging on the wooden stakes. A terrifying pressure instantly erupted, as if it wanted to crush the very space around them. Tangze declared with satisfaction, "The deal is done." Immediately after, the talismans disintegrated. Tangze said slowly, "What I practice isn't the orthodox blood river arts. Just like this branch of the blood river, I just neutralized." He felt a hint of regret. "But this is only a small branch of the Netherworld blood river. It's a pity I can't take all 9 branches with me." The two men departed. Lu Yang asked doubtfully, "Are you worried about the blood river causing chaos on the surface too?" Tangze replied, "I don't care about other places, but this spot is too close to the Great Zhou capital." He turned back with a sneer. It's a shame your sword heart has been tainted. Even if you return to Mount Shu, you'll find it hard to wash away this stain. Liu Yang thought to himself in a rage. If he hadn't just saved me, I'd be using his head as a football right now. The scene shifts to a dense forest. Lin Feng took out the universe mirror to find his way. This should be the place. In front of him was a pitch-black cave. Following the guidance of the mirror, Lin Feng frowned, but he was certain he wasn't mistaken. He resolutely stepped inside. Might as well see where this leads. His pace gradually slowed. The interior was dark and filled with obstacles. A thick mist drifted about, making Lin Feng even more cautious. Experience tells me that places like this usually have elites guarding the treasures. In that exact moment, he sensed danger. The moment the thought crossed his mind, it appeared. A ferocious, ape-like demon general lunged at him, intending to tear him apart. But Lin Feng's speed was so great that the beast couldn't keep up at all. It could only stand there in a daze. Just then, a blast of fire struck the demon general's back from behind. It was sent flying violently into the rock wall. Lin Feng quickly analyzed the situation. This demon general is only at the foundation establishment stage. It's a bit weak for a treasure guardian. It scrambled to its feet, its armor shattered. He remarked, "This stone armor is actually quite sturdy. It looks like it just saved your life." The demon showed no fear. It roared again and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to channel his magic. After another round, a horizontal slash split the target in two like a loaf of bread. Job done, Lin Feng gave a slight smile. An earth ape. It seems what I need is deeper within this cave. As he ventured further in, eyes were watching from outside. Serious eyes, filled with hidden schemes. The moment Lin Feng went deep inside, a figure silently appeared. The person approached the demon general's corpse and raised a knife. They sliced straight into the head. A moment later, an orange gem emerged. The mysterious person turned out to be Feng Ling. Seeing the sparkling treasure, she was overjoyed. That was an easy kill. "My thanks, Chief Mu," Feng Ling said with a giggle. Nobody would want these little trinkets anyway. Xiao Jin could only watch her cleverness with helplessness. Feng Ling was the type of person who never missed. Any chance for profit, whenever she made a move, she swept the place clean. She even held her head high with pride. What do you know? Getting the good stuff in your hands is what matters. As she spoke, she admired her prize. "Look at this color. If I take this back and polish it, it'll make a great earring." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her. "Little girl, that's not meant for an earring." The gem in her hand was instantly snatched away by someone else. The person on the left was Zhang San, a cultivator from the Fengshan sect. He gripped the gem tightly and said, "To be precise, this doesn't belong to you anymore." Beside him was Zhang Lin. Feng Ling panicked when she realized who they were. The corner of Zhang Sin's mouth curled into a cunning smirk. "Recognized us, did you? Planning to go spread rumors?" Feng Ling cowered in fear. "No. Didn't your esteemed sect just lose something? So what? I'll help you look for it." He became even more suspicious. "Help us look?" He leaned in with a fierce expression. "Could it be that you're the one who stole the Feilian?" Feng Ling waved her hands frantically, pointing toward the deep cave. "It wasn't me, but I know who did it. That person is over there." Zhang Sun looked up in that direction. She pointed at the demon general's corpse again. "That guy killed this giant ape. I saw him with my own eyes, riding a green spirit pet into the cave." Her pitiful act made Zhang Sun hesitate. It's true that a girl at the chi condensation stage could hardly kill a Foundation establishment beast. If her words are true, then she's innocent. "I was just passing by. I happened to find 2 treasures by accident." She wiped her tears as she continued. "How could a little girl like me have any bad intentions? I've already given you the info. Please let me go." Zhang Sun sent a telepathic message to Zhang Lin. Elder Lai Feng recently sensed the Fei Lian in this vicinity, and now someone has actually seen it. Could it be a coincidence? I'll head back to report first. But Zhang Lin disagreed. "This is our chance. If we can find Feilian and Gao Long, the reward will be massive." Zhang Lin hesitated for a moment. "Fine, I'll follow your lead." But he looked at Feng Ling's small frame and asked, "Do we need to kill her?" Zhang Sun didn't hesitate. "Forget it. Killing her would only bring us trouble. Keep her alive. She might even end up saving our skins later." He turned and headed deeper into the cave. "Let's move. It's time to meet that guy." Once the 2 of them were out of sight, Xiao Jin called out softly Fengling? A calculating smile finally spread across her face. This is going to be quite the show. Back with Lin Feng. As he ventured deeper into the cave, a sudden light appeared. He couldn't help but wonder, how is there light this deep underground? He took a few more steps forward. Lin Feng suddenly stepped into a massive, open cavern. He approached the brilliant source of light. This is blinding. He wondered where such an intense glow was coming from. A massive chunk of jade, glowing gold like a miniature sun, appeared before him. This is... Lin Feng gasped in awe. The concentration of earth essence here is incredible. He sat down to take a closer look. This must be what's powering the universe mirror. Just as his hand was about to touch it, a sight caught him completely off guard. A monkey-like beast appeared, but it was 10 times larger than the one before. It bared its razor-sharp fangs at him. Lin Feng recoiled in surprise. So this is the real guardian of the treasure. Its fierce, murderous gaze forced him to retreat instantly. He barely dodged a devastating blow. Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat. This beast is nearly at the golden core stage. It's too fast. It swung its massive arm, intending to crush him. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and shouted, "Void Blade Art, Spatial Shift." In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng teleported away. The beast's strike pulverized the boulder behind him. Dust filled the air, echoing with the beast's roar. He reappeared right in front of the treasure. Now's my chance. He snatched the jade and immediately put some distance between them. A system notification appeared. The Mountain God Jade is a natural divine artifact. It only crystallizes after absorbing the essence of 100,000 mountains. Lin Feng smiled, satisfied with his prize. So it's a natural spirit treasure of heaven and earth. This is more than enough to nourish my pentad earth divine light. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. He whipped his head around. I didn't sense this earlier. It only appeared the moment I took the Mountain God Jade. Was this jade suppressing something? The enraged beast was already looming behind him. It exhaled a cloud of vapor and commanded, "Put the treasure down." It leaned back, taking a deep, massive breath into its chest. Then it unleashed a blast of toxic gas. Lin Feng squeezed his eyes shut, unsure of what he was facing. The space was quickly swallowed by a thick green mist. The beast smirked, assuming he was dead. To its surprise, a familiar voice rang out. Is the power in this mist only meant to corrode physical matter? Lin Feng walked out of the cloud, completely unscathed. Not a bad spell. He gave a mocking smile. Thanks for the heads up. Next time I see a spell like this, I'll know exactly how to handle it. The beast grew even more furious. Vile human, you steal my treasure and kill my kin. Now, pay with your life. Lin Feng reached out his hand and said, "This is the perfect time to test out my new technique." He raised a massive wall, blocking the torrent of gas spewing from its mouth. Lin Feng was impressed by the sheer power of his new ability. My second original spell is finally taking shape. As he debated what to name it, he sensed something strange. He snapped his gaze toward the cave entrance. This surging mana, what is it? Lin Feng recognized the auras of Zhang Sun and Zhang Lin, 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. They're fast. He frowned. They must be here for the Mountain God Jade too. He turned back to face the beast. Lin Feng realized he was being backed into a corner. If those guys are here for the jade, I'll become everyone's target. But then, the corners of his mouth curled up. I wanted to keep perfecting this spell, but it looks like that will have to wait for another time. Zhang Sun shouted the moment he arrived. That person wasn't lying. He really is here. Lin Feng placed 2 fingers on his forehead again and said, I'll let you guys have your fun for a while. The beast suddenly turned and spat a cloud of gas toward Zhang Sun and Zhang Lin, catching them off guard. Once again, the area was drowned in green mist. The beast let out a frustrated roar. 2 more of them. A voice called out, Hey, you damn monkey. It turned out they had used an artifact to suck up the mist. They had avoided the lethal blow. Zhang Sun looked around in shock. Where's that Philian thief? The beast grew livid, thinking 2 more thieves were here for the Mountain God Jade. It lunged forward. The one who appeared was Lin Feng. He said in a cold voice, If you want the Philian, I'll just have to let you fight it out yourselves. Zhang Sun frowned and demanded, Listen here, you oversized ape. Where's the thief who had the Philian? Did you kill him already? The beast roared in a blind rage. I don't know anything about a Philian. Get lost while you still can. If you dare lay a finger on my treasure, I'll swallow you whole. Zhang Sun glanced at the glowing jade in the distance and realized the truth. It seems this monkey is guarding a treasure that's far from ordinary. A dark greed took hold of Zhang Sun. Judging by your tone, it sounds like you've already devoured the guy who was fighting you. The beast wasn't intimidated and snapped back, so what if I did? Watching the scene unfold from below, Lin Feng was quite pleased. Just as I expected, I didn't even have to bait them. These Wind God sect idiots are making their move on their own. Then a doubt crossed his mind. How did these two know that I have the Philian? When exactly did I slip up? Zhang Sun stepped forward and spoke. We've been hunting that guy for a long time, only for you to go and swallow him up. Zhang Lin added, he still owes us a debt. Zhang Sun made an immediate decision. In that case, we'll just have to cut your belly open. The two of them instantly joined forces to cast a spell. Two massive tornadoes tore toward the beast. Gradually, they merged into one. Even Lin Feng stared in surprise. Their wind-based mana is merging perfectly. The unified cyclone erupted with terrifying power. The beast, of course, refused to back down. It let out a furious roar. You're just two Foundation establishment brats. Its eyes turned blood red, filled with murderous intent. You think you can take me? It opened its mouth wide and began to draw in air. Zhang Sun screamed, solar flare. The dual-wind cyclone lunged straight ahead. The beast unleashed a blast of magic from its gullet. The two attacks collided, triggering an earth-shattering shockwave. High above, Lin Feng struggled to keep his footing. I shouldn't have underestimated these two. Zhang Lin roared, Astral Gale, transform. The power of the cyclone surged once more. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the beast finally looked panicked. It couldn't hold it back anymore. Its upper body was torn to shreds. Blood sprayed everywhere as it died instantly. The cyclone continued to grind away, pulverizing the cliff face behind it, until it crumbled into nothing. Only half of the beast's carcass remained on the ground. The brothers withdrew their technique. Zhang San said, let's go. After a hit like that, whoever was in its stomach is surely ground to dust by now. Zhang Lin replied with a frown. He was so arrogant, I just couldn't hold back. He turned toward the glowing jade. At least we didn't walk away empty-handed. At that exact moment, Lin Feng revealed himself. He leaned down and picked up the treasure. A satisfied smirk crossed his lips. That was quite a performance. But this harvest you're talking about, did you mean this mountain god jade? That is picked up off the ground. Zhang Sun cracked his knuckles threateningly. You picked it up? So you were the one fighting that monkey earlier. Which means you're the one who stole the Philian. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. The Philian? I think you two have the wrong person. Zhang Lin's voice turned cold. It's not up to you to decide whether we have the right man or not. Once you come back to the Wind God sect with us, everything will be clear. Lin Feng replied defiantly. It's a shame I haven't gotten my hands on the Cyclone Formless Manual yet. But since you two delivered yourselves to my door, he continued, given how you two operate, I'm sure your hands are stained with plenty of blood. That makes it much easier for me to take you down. Zhang Lin remained arrogant and shouted, you have a death wish. Let's see if you can still talk big after I break every bone in your body. The moment he made his declaration, his right hand was sliced clean off. Blood sprayed everywhere like a crimson rain. Only then did Zhang Lin feel the bone-shattering agony. He let out a blood-curdling shriek while Zhang Sun cried out in a panic. Brother, Lin Feng's voice turned cold and stern. I've been watching you two for a while now. Your methods are quite vicious, aren't they? It seems there's no reason to let you keep that hand. Zhang Lin wailed in pure agony. My hand is gone. Zhang Sun rushed over and quickly used a spell to stop the bleeding. Junior brother. Blood coughed out from his mouth as he struggled to speak. Brother, my arm is really gone. Lin Feng picked up the severed limb and spoke casually. Is this what you're looking for? He offered a cold, indifferent suggestion. A dangerous thing like this is probably better off in my hands. Zhang Lin's strength began to fade. He spoke with a trembling voice. Brother, hurry, just run. Lin Feng took a step forward. A thick, murderous intent radiated from him. When you two committed those crimes, surely you must have expected a day like this. Zhang Sun immediately pulled out a talisman and roared. Great teleportation talisman. The talisman erupted in a brilliant light. In an instant, the two of them were warped away. Lin Feng let out a playful chuckle. You think you can actually run? Outside, two figures were seen fleeing in the distance. Zhang's son carried Zhang Lin on his back, thinking they had finally escaped. The great teleportation talisman worked. We're alive. We made it. I swear, I will make him pay back this debt for your arm 1,000 times over. Lin Feng raised his hand and spoke softly. Let me give you a little parting gift. It's called the All Heavens Barrier. Zhang's son immediately felt a wave of unease wash over him. He was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. He looked around with frantic, wide eyes. When he saw Lin Feng standing right in front of him again, he let out a terrified scream. How? Why am I back here again? Lin Feng gave a polite, gentle smile. Gentlemen, it looks like we've met again. In a panic, Zhang's son tried to activate the talisman once more, but it only flickered for a second before going completely dark. Terrified and furious, he bellowed at the sky. Why can't we escape? What the hell did you do to us? Lin Feng replied calmly. Just a simple little trick. The All Heavens Barrier is a spatial isolation spell. It creates a wall that completely severs all magic power and spiritual energy. Within this 3-meter radius, you're nothing but birds in a cage. There is no escape. Then, Lin Feng summoned a pitch-black banner. All right, you two. Since you've already seen me in action, you're coming with me. Suddenly, the ground shook so violently that he nearly lost his footing. Lin Feng felt a bead of sweat roll down his face. These tremors again. It seems the mountain god Jade was indeed suppressing something. He closed his eyes and used his divine sense to scan the area. A faint white mist began to slowly spread out. His body remained perfectly still, but the vision that appeared in his mind left him shaken to the core. A literal sea of blood filled with countless skulls. The air was filled with heart-wrenching screams of agony. The Avicii fiend, an endless cycle of reincarnation. This is hell, a despair from which there is no exit. Lin Feng was stunned. The Avicii fiend is actually sealed beneath this ground? One of the 4 great gods of sealing. Any living soul that touches it will be stripped of its spirit and turned into an evil ghost, forever barred from the cycle of rebirth. He fell into silent thought. This power is far too bizarre and overbearing. Without the mountain god Jade to keep it suppressed, it's best if I get out of here as soon as possible. He immediately used a teleportation spell. Right at that moment, another figure appeared. It was Feng Ling. She wore a satisfied, cunning smile. You really are quite capable, aren't you? Now that I know your whereabouts, things just got a lot easier. I'll just let you lead the way and cause trouble. And once you're dead, I'll be the one to reap all the rewards. Xiao Jin shrugged and offered a reminder, but it looks like he didn't leave anything behind for you. In that instant, countless skulls erupted from the ground beneath her feet. Feng Ling gasped in shock. This isn't good. Suddenly, a horrific, blood-red scene of hell unfolded before her eyes. Piles of skulls were stacked in a grotesque display. She screamed. He actually left this thing behind for me. She turned and bolted in a total panic. As she ran, she couldn't stop cursing. That white-robed Taoist bastard. I'm going to remember your face. You better hope we never cross paths again. Lin Feng suddenly let out a sneeze. That's strange. Am I catching a cold or something? Holding the mountain god, Jade, in his palm, Lin Feng spoke with satisfaction. Everything is ready. Standing in the middle of a mystical space, he knew it was time. It's time to break through this layer of death energy. He summoned the universe mirror. Once the mountain god Jade had absorbed enough energy, Lin Feng gave a thunderous shout. Central Earth Divine Light. He quickly turned, aiming the mirror straight ahead. A beam of light shot out, appearing to pierce through the infinite, illusory universe. The system notification chimed. Central Earth Divine Light enhancement complete. Host has successfully completed the mission. Reward earned. 1 lottery draw. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with genuine interest. Jade Capital Mountain. Let's see what this place actually looks like. Lin Feng shielded his eyes to get a better look. In the distance, could I finally be reaching the end? The next second, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Standing before him was a mountain of such majestic scale, it was almost impossible to comprehend. The immortal peak, Jade Capital Mountain. Lin Feng landed softly and began to walk. Step by step, he climbed the stairs. If I follow this path, it should lead me straight to the summit. He strolled leisurely through the lush, emerald landscape of rolling peaks and flowing waters. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. Lin Feng came to a realization. This Jade Capital Mountain it actually contains the fundamental principles of time. He continued forward, heading toward a brilliant light ahead. As he drew closer, a massive tree that looked like it had stood for 1,000,000 years came into view. Lin Feng couldn't help but be impressed. Could this be the mysterious heavenly treasure tree? Its sheer grandeur caused him to freeze in his tracks for a long moment. Its canopy was so vast, it seemed to cover the entire sky. This is absolutely unbelievable. He looked up toward the towering height and muttered to himself, I bet a single falling leaf from this thing could crush a person to death. But then he frowned, deep in thought. I'm surprised a tree this massive isn't even ranked among the 4 great mythical trees. Lin Feng recalled the legends of the 4 great mythical trees in existence. The Wudong Divine Wood, the Ancient Jade Tree, the Ginseng Fruit Tree, and finally, the Bloodsow Tree. He tilted his head back, pondering. But standing here in front of this mysterious heavenly treasure tree, I can't help but feel that even if those 4 were combined, they could hardly compare to this. Is it just an illusion? The surrounding space remained silent and dreamlike. Lin Feng stood perfectly still. Suddenly, he realized he could no longer tell which direction he was facing at the top of the treasure tree. Everything seemed to be shrouded in a veil of death energy. He reached his hand up high. It felt as though he had touched an invisible barrier. His eyes snapped open in surprise. The space around him began to distort violently. Lin Feng instinctively closed his eyes at first, then slowly opened them to examine his new surroundings. He had been transported to a lush, green land with a massive tree towered over everything. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, thinking hard. I didn't expect this treasure tree to have its own internal grotto heaven. Right then, the sound of a child crying echoed through the air. It turned out to be the wailing of Tian Ge. Standing beside him was a young girl with a sword strapped to her back. Across from them sat an old man, alone, focused on a game of Go. Lin Feng was completely taken aback. What exactly is going on here? That old man is known as the elder of the chessboard. And that crying child is Tian Ge, the one they call the Earthborn Child. Lin Feng looked at the girl with the sword and felt a cold sweat. This girl is acting so aggressively. Who in the world is she? He slowly approached them. He could hear the child sobbing and stammering about being hungry. Lin Feng muttered under his breath. The Earthborn Child actually gets hungry? He knelt down and gave a gentle, soothing smile. There, don't cry. His gaze drifted toward the vibrant green grass surrounding them. A question formed in his mind. Why is the wild grass here growing so exceptionally well? Suddenly, a large sword case slammed down beside him. It startled him, and he instinctively dodged to the side. Lin Feng snapped irritably. Hey, can't you see there's someone standing here? Watch your step. Are you just going to hang around the base of the tree all day? At the same time, the sharp click of a game piece hitting the board rang out. The sound caught his attention, and he turned to look. Lin Feng stared at the old man and said, Don't even bother explaining. He thought helplessly to himself. You really don't care about anyone else, do you? In his heart, Lin Feng thought, this chessboard must be the most difficult game to play. But then he noticed something very strange. On this board, it wasn't just about where the pieces were placed. The entire state of the game was constantly shifting on its own. Lin Feng sat down and picked up a white stone to test the board. But just as he was about to place it, he hesitated. In the end, he didn't make the move. He simply chuckled and said, Forget it. I still don't quite understand this game. It's better not to step into a dead end. He stood up and gazed into the distance. I just hope no one interferes with my control over the hallowed celestial treasure tree and the Mount Yujing abode. Then, he leaped high into the air. His figure landed directly on the crown of the massive tree, looking out at the breathtaking scenery before him. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. This truly is a blessed land, but he still had work to do. First, he had to probe the secrets of the hallowed, celestial treasure tree. With that thought, he closed his eyes. He allowed his spiritual energy to flow through every inch of the space. Suddenly, Lin Feng was pulled into another dimension. It was a strange archival space. To think this treasure tree actually contains the laws of space. He reached out and lightly touched the outer barrier. Slowly, he felt the current merging into his body. In just a brief moment, Lin Feng understood. So this celestial mountain has formed its own self-contained world, he thought. The cosmic purple chi symbolizes life. Mount Yujing represents eternity and time, and the hallowed celestial treasure tree is space itself. Time, space, life. These three elements combine to form a world. Yet, it seems something is still missing. Life is more than just mere existence. Flowers, grass, birds, beasts, even humans. Mountains, forests, rivers, and seas are all part of creation. The difference lies in the spirit. Time, space. Only when life and spirit unite can a complete world be formed. Realizing this, Lin Feng looked down at the palm of his hand. The missing piece to perfect this world is spirit. On the mountain peak, a brilliant halo suddenly appeared, illuminating everything in all directions. Amidst cries of shock, Xiao Budian, Xiao Yin, and Zhu Yi, along with Wang Lin, stood there in a daze. The purple chi has been completely absorbed. The young boy shouted in excitement. This must be Mount Yujing. From high above, Lin Feng's voice rang out. I have opened the sea of clouds for you. The four of them immediately mounted their spirit beasts and flew toward the summit. Wang Lin shouted, quick up the mountain. That's Master's voice. Xiao Yin said worriedly. It looks like we've wasted far too much time. Zhu, he blamed himself. Master spent a long time preparing this trial for us. Yet we squandered it. Wang Lin clenched his fists with determination. Next time, I definitely won't let Master down. Even Aphelion was breaking a sweat just watching them. They were downcast for a moment before encouraging one another. We can't lose heart. We'll definitely complete the task next time. For now, let's get up that mountain. Lin Feng whispered Lu Yin. They've all made it up. He extended his hand to cast a spell. Just to be safe, I should reactivate the cosmic purple chi to protect everyone. The system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, on finding a suitable location. This spiritual land meets all requirements to establish a sect. Congratulations, host, on completing the third mission. Special rewards have been issued. Hearing this, Lin Feng finally felt at peace. I've been in this world for so long. I finally have a place to call home. The image of a small branch appeared, sparking his curiosity. The mission is finally done. The system explained. Item, Time Anchor Chronovine Root. A spatial spirit root belonging to the blessed Grotto Heaven. It can freely adjust the flow of time within an independent space. Max speed, 100x increase. Max slow, 100x decrease. It can be further enhanced in the future. Lin Feng realized that his cultivation efficiency had just been overhauled. This means my growth speed has increased 100-fold. He stroked his chin with a faint smile. He suddenly remembered that his 100-fold state seemed to far exceed even 100 times the pressure of gravity. Thinking deeper, 100 years in the cave is only 1 year outside, and I can accelerate things in parallel, while expanding the space within the natural great world. Most great sects have abodes that can accelerate time, but reaching 100-fold increase is incredibly rare. With this grotto heaven in his hands, he immediately felt relieved. The 3-year promise with Little Yin no longer felt like such a heavy burden. Just then, the system chime rang out again. A new mission has been posted. Host, please check immediately. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, stunned. Another mission already? That was fast. He clenched his fists in irritation, thinking to himself, can't you let me enjoy even a moment of leisure? The system began announcing the details. Main Mission 2.0, establish the sect and recruit disciples. Congratulations, host, on completing the preparation phase. You may now officially establish your sect's gates. From now on, you must build the foundation of your sect. Requirement: recruit a total of 30 disciples with a potential value of 25 or higher. Time limit: 10 years. Failure to complete within the limit will result in the immediate execution of the host. Lin Feng's face turned pale as he listened. These conditions are way too harsh. He began to seriously consider the requirements. Potential is made up of 4 categories: bone structure, comprehension, willpower, and luck. An evaluation chart appeared. All 4 of his current little brats scored above 33 points. I'm not sure what the cap is, but I'd guess around 40. True geniuses reach 30. Exceptional talents reach 20. The threshold for cultivation is 10. Ordinary people have none. Clearly, the top-tier disciples system must have a potential of 30 or higher, with a total value exceeding 25. That's the standard for an elite inner disciple. Lin Feng angrily snapped a branch and yelled, Finding disciples like that is like finding a needle in a haystack, even with a 10-year limit. How long will it take to find enough of them? The system is clearly setting me up to fail, but he forced himself to accept it. First, I need to increase my cultivation. I'll build my reputation, so that talents will seek out my sect on their own. That's the only proper way. With his mind made up, he jumped down. He quickly buried the treasure he had just received. Planting the chrono vine was the priority. Suddenly, it began to react. It moved incessantly, its vines growing at an incredible speed, tightly coiling around the trunk of the massive tree. Lin Feng watched in awe. It's growing so fast. With this, the sect's cultivation grounds are officially formed. He stood still, lost in thought. The energies of time and space have resonated perfectly. It feels incredibly soothing. From this day forward, this abode shall be named the hallowed, celestial Chronogrotto. His eyes were filled with anticipation. From this moment on, the connection between him, the hallowed, celestial treasure tree, Mount Yujing, and the cosmic purple chi would only grow deeper. Thoughts continued to proliferate in his mind. The combined forces gradually stabilized the small world of Mount Yujing. Lin Feng's expression shifted repeatedly. If I truly want this to become a small fortress, I'm afraid I'll need to form my golden core first. He reached his hand forward, guiding a stream of energy to gather at the tree trunk. Then, in a low voice, he commanded, "Begin hundredfold acceleration." Instantly, the colossal tree erupted in a brilliant light. It seemed to be undergoing a violent transformation. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He told himself, the chronovine isn't fully matured yet. As its master, I'll temporarily enjoy the benefits of time acceleration. If necessary, I can call the kids to train together and save time. But after thinking for a moment, he decided to prioritize raising his own power. Because if the small world of Mount Yujing were to appear in the skies of the Kunlun Mountains, it would easily attract unwanted attention. Lin Feng pulled out a scroll. Before going into seclusion, I need to take precautions against any risks. He stepped outside. A radiant burst of spiritual power spread out. The disciples looked up. Seeing the spectacle, they cheered. The boy excitedly pointed upward. In an instant, a massive yin-yang symbol manifested in the sky. Lin Feng's voice boomed reassuringly. Do not be afraid. This is only a temporary mountain guarding array. I will be in seclusion for a while. You all stay here on Mount Yujing and focus on your cultivation. Zhu Yi praised the place, calling it exquisite. Xiao Yin passionately reminded everyone not to slack off. Xiao Budian happily agreed. Wang Lin nodded, following the eldest disciple's lead. They remained suspended in the peaceful scenery, unaware that in the distance, a violent black aura was rising. A terrifying figure with glowing red eyes roared. He could feel the aura of the bracelet vanishing. In another land, Liu Yang sat within a cultivation sphere, desperately trying to purge the heavenly one true water from his blood river, true water. The pain made him grit his teeth. As the sphere shattered, Liu Yang stood slanted on the ground. Finally, the last trace of that blood has been purified. Chen Gang, a golden core stage cultivator from the Great Void sect, spoke up, demanding the intel he was owed. Liu Yang asked in surprise, I never imagined my employer would be the Great Void sect. Do you also intend to eliminate the white-clad Taoist? Chen Gang replied coldly. He's in my way. Hearing this, Liu Yang frowned and spoke with hidden meaning. A year ago, he was only at the 10th level of Qi refining. By now, he's likely only reached the foundation establishment stage. There are more than just one or two people who want him dead. Chen Gang calmly listed the facts. A golden core elder of the blazing fire sword sect. The golden core enshrined of the Wu Shi. The second manager of the Marquis Xuanji's mansion. And 4 golden core monks from the Great Lane Temple, all fell by his hand. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's veins bulged in anger. If we face him head-on, I'm afraid we won't stand a chance. Chen Gang glared and questioned him. In front of everyone, he killed 2 golden cores and captured one in a direct confrontation. You're calling that a trick? Liu Yang turned pale under the pressure. Facing 3 golden cores alone. This is completely absurd. Suyi recounted the experience in detail. Chen Gang turned and replied. At that time, he summoned a battle puppet. The surrounding waters remained eerily calm. Chen Gang broke into a cold sweat as he continued. That puppet was incredibly powerful. It's unclear how he refined it to possess such tactical prowess. Eliminating him won't be easy. Recalling the past, he asked, "Do you understand his formation techniques?" In the Great Marsh region, a formation diagram suddenly lit up. He used an unseen formation to annihilate 3,000 divine martial troops, along with the Golden Corps commander's immortal slaying formation. Liu Yang's eyes widened in horror. Just hearing about that formation sent a chill down his spine. Shun Gang realized with frustration. It seems the other side doesn't know the full story either. He gritted his teeth in regret. The essence water was a complete waste. Right then, Tang Zhe appeared and intervened. Clearly, everyone wants Taoist Lin dead. And yet, you're already falling into internal strife over a few speculations. Isn't the Great Void sect famous for breaking formations? Tang Zhe suggested calling for Senior Brother Pang. Shun Gang agreed, finding it reasonable. He placed his hand on the clear water. The image of Pang Jie appeared. Shun Gang reported the situation. Liu Yang thought to himself, so this is the current World Walker of the Great Void sect. The World Walker is the secular representative of the great sects, maintaining relations and upholding their prestige. Liu Yang smiled, remembering. In the past, the Great Void sect only had female walkers. They were criticized for being too yin and lacking yang. Finally, a man has appeared this time. Pang Jie smiled and spoke. In this world, yin and yang are in constant flux. What's so strange about following the principles of the righteous path? Just hearing those few words, Liu Yang recoiled. This man's cultivation is unfathomable. He can even read my inner thoughts. If he wanted to, he could likely extinguish my soul at any moment. Pang Jie handed over a small drum and gave instructions. If you need to break a formation, take this supreme formation-breaking drum. Shun Gang replied gratefully. With this, we won't need to trouble you to deal with Taoist Lin, Senior Brother. Pang Jie spoke calmly. If that's the case, then go. If everything is as expected, make sure you return safely. Shun Gang replied confidently. Before the image faded, Pang Jie added one more thing. That man has a young disciple named Zhe. From what I recall, bring him back for observation. A talent like that shouldn't be left to wander. He's truly a hidden gem. Shun Gang respectfully accepted the order. I will follow your arrangements completely. Senior Brother Pang. Liu Yang spoke up to ask, so, do you know where he is? Shun Gang turned and replied, the exact location is unknown, but he was recently spotted at the northern foothills of Mount Kunlun. The corners of his mouth curled into a calculated smirk. Shun Gang then asked about Tang Zhe. The man let out a long yawn and said, I'm at a critical stage of my cultivation. I'll likely have to enter secluded meditation soon. Shun Gang gave a slight smile and replied, if anything comes up, I'll contact you. With that, the two departed on their flying swords. Tang Zhe watched them go with a faint smile. His figure gradually vanished. Up on Mount Yujing, Xiaoyan stretched his arms and said, finally, today's cultivation session is over. Let's go for a stroll down the mountain in a bit. Xiao Budian excitedly agreed immediately. Zhu Yi smiled as he reflected. My horizons have truly been broadened. The ancients really didn't lie to me. He leisurely took in the scenery. The waterfalls cascaded down, and immortal mist swirled around. This Tao sanctuary is truly a blessed land. Suddenly, he glanced over at Wang Lin. The third junior brother's spells were in motion. Before him was a floating sphere. It radiated a heavy, murderous aura. Inside, a man was trapped, screaming in agony. A moment later, Wang Lin underwent a change. He stood up, frowned, and conjured a streak of black energy before shouting, heaven-punishing underworld finger. The sphere instantly expanded. The black energy enveloped and constricted the captive inside. Then it shrunk back to its original size. Wang Lin looked a bit disappointed. It seems a single strike still isn't enough to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. Zhu Yi stepped forward to remind him. When facing an enemy, you should be efficient. If they deserve to die, just kill them outright. There's no need for such humiliation. Hearing this, the boy obediently replied, if it makes you unhappy, second senior brother, then I can stop practicing it. Zhu Yi sighed to himself. I'm certain he'll go right back to it the moment I leave. Wang Lin, however, continued to play innocent. Sensing something, he turned his gaze elsewhere. In the sky, a massive ball of fire streaked through the air. Zhu Yi's expression changed as he shouted, something is coming. It turned out to be the fire crow, Xiaoyan. Zhu Yi and Wang Lin were simultaneously horrified when they felt the aura. This demonic power, it's reached the golden core stage. Circling high above, its glowing red eyes scanned the surroundings, recalling the words of the young lord from years ago. There is a strange cave dwelling at the northern foothills of Kunlun. Could this be the place? The fire crow was about to charge forward when it was repelled by a barrier, slamming right into its face. He thought grumpily, someone got here before me. They even set up a massive formation, but he was still full of confidence. He funneled all his demonic power into his beak. You think this thing can stop me? With that, he spat fire directly at the barrier. The two forces collided, instantly causing a violent tremor. A loud explosion rang out, and dust clouds billowed through the air. However, the barrier quickly restored itself, completely unshaken. On the contrary, it absorbed the power from the fire crow's attack, instantly forming an even more solid defensive wall. He broke into a sweat. He couldn't believe his solar true fire had been turned into mere mist. What kind of divine ability is this? Just then, a brilliant golden aura suddenly appeared behind him. Who is it? The person who appeared was perfectedly Feng, a golden core cultivator from the Wind God sect. He chuckled and said, Zhang Lin's signature aura completely vanished right here. This place truly hides a secret. The fire crow immediately recognized a familiar face. So it's Li Feng. Li Feng frowned and mocked him. A monster like you dares to barge into the northern Kunlun foothills? Aren't you afraid you won't make it back? The crow replied angrily. Old man, you think you can hold me? Li Feng clasped his hands and said, I didn't come here to fight you today. Then he unleashed his aura. Zhang Lin's breath was cut short here. It definitely has something to do with this immortal mountain. With that, he charged forward resolutely. I want to see who the master of this cave dwelling really is. Li Feng swung his hand, striking directly at the formation Lin Feng had set up. But the move seemed to produce no effect whatsoever. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He spoke in a grave, shocked voice, turning fire into water and transforming wind into thunder. Such masterful techniques. The master of this space is truly extraordinary. The fire crow watched, disappointed. Seems this old man can't do anything either. Li Feng then pulled out a brilliantly colored fan. The crow cried out in shock. I can't believe you actually used the 6-colored feather fan to refine a 7th ring of light. Li Feng held the treasure high and fanned it down with all his might. A multicolored gale surged forth, slamming directly into the barrier. To everyone's surprise, the treasure's power took effect. The yin-yang protection array began to spin before slowly fading away. Finally, it vanished completely before their eyes. Seeing this, the fire crow grew cautious. That old man's 7-colored wind is specialized in breaking spiritual power. It's incredibly insidious. I have to be careful. I can't let myself get caught in it. Li Feng glanced at him and barked, Monster! This master has important business today. I won't waste time settling scores with you for now. Leave the Kunlun range immediately. He added a stern warning. If you dare trespass again, there will be no turning back. However, just as Li Feng attempted to fly toward the peak, the formation suddenly reappeared with immense power, forcing him to raise his hands in a desperate defense. The barrier retaliated unexpectedly, striking Li Feng head-on and hurling him backward. He lost his balance and crashed violently to the ground. Seeing the scene, the fire crow couldn't help but burst into a mocking laughter. Humiliated, Li Feng struggled to sit up. He lashed out in a rage, shouting, You monster, take this. The fire crow dodged easily. He didn't miss the chance to taunt, Old man. Didn't you say you had important business to attend to? Inside, Xiao Budian was flushing red from laughing so hard. All 4 of Lin Feng's disciples burst into laughter. Xiao Yan remarked sarcastically, That formation was broken ages ago. Maybe his voice is just too puny for anyone to hear. Just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out. How pathetic. Hearing the voice, Li Feng turned his head. The fire crow took notice as well. Chun Tsang arrived, riding upon a cloud. Liu Yang followed close behind. The two quickly approached. Recognizing their identities, Li Feng bowed respectfully. So it's fellow Taoist Chun from the Taishu sect. Chun Tsang replied with a smile. Perfect Wind sect, Master Li Feng. I remember you now. On the surface, Li Feng smiled and spoke politely. Years ago, fellow Taoist Chun visited the Perfect Wind sect. Seeing you again today, your presence is even more grand than before. But inwardly, he felt uneasy. If someone from the Taishu sect is here, I'm afraid there's no share of this fortune left for me. Chun Song spoke up. I have business here. I'll speak with you once I'm finished. Hearing this, Lai Feng understood. It was exactly as he had expected. Looking toward the majestic mountain shrouded by the barrier, Liu Yang questioned, Are you certain this formation was set up by that man named Lin? Chun Song crossed his arms and confirmed, There's no mistake. He said coldly, That man's life belongs to me. He continued, Mount Shushan must have its share of this mountain. It's not a matter of simply yielding. Chun Song announced loudly, I am Chun Song, a core disciple of the Taishu sect, traveling the world by the order of the Taoist sect. I command Lin Feng to appear at once. His voice echoed through the air, but no one replied. His arrogant tone made Xiao Budian harbor resentment. He dares to give orders to our master? Xiaoyan quietly reminded him to stay calm. Our opponents are all in the golden core stage. As long as the formation holds, just watch. Do not disturb master's seclusion. Seeing no response, Chun Song took out the treasure entrusted to him by Pang Jia and said coldly, If you won't come out, then I'll let myself in. He tossed the treasure high into the air. Its size immediately grew tenfold. He roared, Let me shatter your formation. Lai Feng cried out in shock, No way. Could that be the supreme, ancient breaking bell? Lai Feng was terrified by its aura, but quickly realized something. Wait, that's not right. This isn't the original artifact. Otherwise, we'd have been crushed to death by the shock waves already, relying on his Dharma treasure. Chun Song threatened with arrogant momentum. I'll break your formation first, then we'll settle the score. The bell flew toward the barrier. Powerful sound waves rang out in succession, causing the yin-yang circle to fluctuate violently. The treasure gradually gained the upper hand. The rapid ringing was ear-piercing. Finally, the great formation was shattered. It crumbled into pieces, revealing its true form as a book. The four disciples were stunned by the sight. Master's great formation, it's been broken. Chun Song let out a disdainful smirk. Is that all you've got? He thought to himself. No matter where you hide, you won't escape. Liu Yang charged forward in a rage and barked. Lin, get your ass out here. The group flew toward the giant tree at the mountain peak and landed. Chun Song said coldly, If you don't come out, don't blame me for dragging you out. I'll make you lose face right in front of your disciples. The four inside watched the scene unfold. Zhu, he said worriedly, Their Dharma treasure is too powerful. Master is still in seclusion, with no one controlling the formation. The enemy has already made it onto the mountain. We're in trouble now. Where Lin Feng was sequestered, at the top of a colossal tree draped in vines, an object flew in from another dimension. Only a month had passed in the outside world, but within the void, he had spent 8 long years. His golden core had reached perfection. That was his array scroll. Lin Feng remained seated, motionless. His eyes were tightly shut. A stream of spiritual power slowly radiated before erupting violently, enveloping everything in its path. Both beasts and humans appeared within that immense presence. He saw a point of light ahead. Could that be the form of the golden core? In this place, Lin Feng remained calm, as if immersed in a deep dream. Fragments of memory floated by, sparking countless thoughts. Why do memories from before I transmigrated keep reappearing? Is it a reminder that I don't belong to this world? Or is it forcing me to let go of my final connection to my old world? He floated in the void, then slowly fell into a hazy, indeterminate realm. Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, when there was nothing left but darkness. It turned out, everything was just a fleeting moment before comprehending life and death. He closed his eyes again, realizing he stood at the gates of life and death. Loss followed by recovery. Between the two poles exists a massive fear. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. How can I resolve this terror? Lin Feng immediately entered a state of deep meditation. His hands held the Dharma cauldron. Sitting in solemn zazen, countless streams of spiritual power swirled around him. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are wearying. Creation, existence, destruction, and emptiness are the nature of the universe. When creation ends, life begins anew. A never-ending cycle. Only as steadfast will is the unchanging truth. This is the key to condensing the golden core. Swallowing the golden core into his belly. The hopeless gate of life and death. He felt no fear. Only by daring to step forward can one overcome it. His eyes blazed with light. A confident smile appeared. Here I come. The essence he had absorbed flew into the Dharma cauldron one by one. It contained immense power, slowly diffusing outward. Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared in the darkness. He stood up amidst a shroud of deep purple, spiritual energy. His robes had also shifted to a dark purple hue. At this moment, Lin Feng had officially stepped into the golden core stage. The corners of his lips curled up. The uninvited guests outside have surely caused enough trouble by now. Chen Song spoke with arrogance. Are you ready to die? The scene shifted to the disciples. They were still discussing tactics to deal with the threat. Zhu, he said anxiously, Master is in seclusion. If the enemy attacks now, the situation will become even more precarious. Xiao Budian frowned and suggested, that mysterious sky treasure tree looks very powerful. What if we lure them into attacking it and let the tree suppress them? Xiao Yin frowned and countered. The tree's power is only a guess. If we fail, we'll only end up harming the tree itself. Xiao Yin declared without hesitation. We can only rely on ourselves. He clapped his hands. Master is in the cave heaven at the top of the tree. It's best if we don't disturb him. We four will handle this battle ourselves. Lai Feng roared in fury. My most beloved disciple died at the hands of you and your master. I will have my revenge. You two stay out of this. Lu Yang replied with a cold laugh. I only want that man named Lin. The others don't matter. Chen Song pointed toward Zhu Yi and Xiao Budian, instructing, that kid and the scholar in the green robes. Don't hurt them. Being singled out like that made both sides feel uneasy. Xiao Yin and Wang Lin looked on indifferently and said, the other two are yours to deal with. Xiao Yin let out a cold sneer. Based on stars? In an instant, his power erupted. He barked out a question, his aura surging. Who do you think you're looking down on? Lai Feng confidently threw his hand forward, unleashing a massive torrent of flames. You really don't know when to quit, do you? The fire gradually took the form of a giant flaming beast, charging straight at Xiao Yin, intended to swallow him whole. Xiao Yin was momentarily startled, but he regained his composure immediately. He threw two flaming punches, striking head-on. The impact shattered the beast. Two massive sources of power collided violently. Clouds of dust and smoke billowed into the air. Zhu Yi sent a voice transmission to his two junior brothers. Eldest brother managed to block the first strike. This time, we have no choice but to coordinate. Otherwise, our chances of winning are zero. Junior, prepare the infinite wind and thunder. Maximize its power. For the counterattack, we're counting on you. With that, he lunged forward. I'll buy us some time. I'm going to draw his attention. I'm leaving the rear to you guys. Zhu Yi immediately leaped into the fray. He channeled his sword Dao and swung his blade downward. Lai Feng quickly spotted the movement. He raised his hand to block the strike and barked. Foundation establishment brat, get lost. Zhu Yi was knocked backward by the force. But before Lai Feng could even catch his breath, Zhu Yi shouted at the top of his lungs. Now! Wang Lin condensed a thick mass of black energy and fired it straight forward with a roar. Nirvana finger. Lai Feng tilted his body to dodge, but the attack still grazed him. A bleeding wound appeared on his face. He frowned and muttered, that was a close one. If his mastery of that move were any higher, I would have gone down. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. You just missed your only chance to kill me. Xiao Budian immediately began gathering energy into an yin-yang ring. This is the deciding moment. Lightning converged relentlessly, causing the yin-yang ring to swell in size. Lai Feng turned around to take a defensive stance, but when he saw the technique clearly, its power was far beyond his imagination. Xiao Budian gave a cold laugh. Old ghost, try. Surviving this before you talk. The boy hoisted the yin-yang orb in his hands. He seemed to be struggling under its weight. He put everything he had into hurling it at Lai Feng. Lai Feng recoiled in terror. Desperately trying to block the blow, Lai Feng immediately invoked the Nine Heavens' boundless defense, putting everything into his protection, and yet the yin-yang orb shattered with ease. Lai Feng let out a mocking laugh. Is this the killing move you were so proud of? Xiao Budian crossed his arms and replied. Master said, the line between real and fake is blurred. Victory belongs to the unexpected. At that moment, Xiaoyan appeared behind him like a ghost. His hands gripped his heavy blade tight. Did you really think we didn't have follow-up? The moment the words left his mouth, he delivered a devastating blow, slamming the opponent directly into the ground. This is the real finisher. Xiaoyan exhaled sharply and slowly descended. Lai Feng coughed up blood from the brutal impact of the fall. Liu Yang's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Xiaoyan spoke up. Taking down a golden core in one shot is harder than it looks. The fire spirit smirked mockingly. To be pushed this far by few kids. Only an old fossil like you could be such a disgrace to golden core cultivators. Lai Feng cursed in a rage. You damn brats and your cheap tricks. Liu Yang frowned and prepared to draw his sword. I gave you a chance and you blew it, so don't blame me for what happens next. 3 foundation establishments and a bit of weird energy almost took down a golden core. Truly unexpected, but enough is enough. That man named Lin should just show himself. How long do you plan on hiding like a coward? Xiaoyan pointed a finger directly at his face and roared. Watch your mouth. You must have suffered a hell of a lot at my master's hands to hold such a pathetic grudge. Liu Yang shouted back in rebuttal. That trash master of yours is nothing but a lowly chi refiner. If he hadn't used underhanded schemes to trap me, his head would have rolled a long time ago. Chun Gang chimed in with a laugh. This master you all worship so much. His cultivation is likely no higher than your own. He's just an expert at playing tricks and acting mysterious. You're young, so it's only natural that you were deceived. He wore a look of utter contempt, but it's not too late to snap out of it. There's still a way out for you. He then turned toward Xiao Budian, trying to coax him. Reaching foundation establishment at such a young age. Join the Great Void Sect, and a limitless future awaits you. Chun Gang continued to ramble on. Foundation establishment in less than 2 years. You truly are senior Sister Bingyun's son. Uncle Hongwu certainly has a sharp eye for talent. You've been away from home for too long. The reason you should return to the Great Void Sect is because it was your mother's own sect. As for you other two, your willpower is decent. Follow me back to the mountains. If you pass the trials, you might earn a place in the Great Void Sect. Xiaoyan was driven to madness and barked. Are you ever going to stop rambling? Do you seriously think you're some kind of saint? He replied with a cold stare. Don't play your two-faced games with us. We're not interested. Zhu Yi pointed straight at the opponent and questioned him. I only have one question for you. When my mother passed away, where were you people? Xiao Budian even stuck out his tongue in mockery. Chun Gang hissed through clenched teeth. Utterly beyond saving. His entire body suddenly erupted in brilliant light. Heavenly Dragon Curse Seal. A massive barrier immediately formed, trapping the 4 of them inside. They cried out in shock. The Heavenly Dragon Curse Seal. Chun Gang spoke in a low, commanding tone. Just come with me quietly. Xiaoyan tightened his grip on his heavy blade and growled. Stay the hell down. In the next instant, a massive explosion of fire erupted, spreading in every direction. Chun Gang's eyes widened in shock. Liu Yang stood frozen, unable to move. Even a fire spirit broke into a cold sweat. Xiaoyan declared in a stern voice. Don't even dream of taking my junior brothers away. The crowd realized with a start. This flame, it's a netherworld imperial flame. One of the 7 primal true fires. The mountain shook with the intensity. The purple flames soared high into the sky, forming a circle that besieged Chun Gang's barrier. Xiaoyan swung his blade repeatedly against the barrier, roaring with fury. Don't you dare think you can take them. Chun Gang composed himself. So what if it's the netherworld imperial flame? You think a measly foundation establishment brat can stop me? He immediately summoned the great dragons. 9 dragons heaven-returning shield. As the final dragon manifested, Chun Gang shouted, suppress. He clenched his fist tight. Gritting his teeth, he let out a roar. The 9 dragons immediately swirled around the 4 of them, forming the returning dragon grand array. Xiaoyan frowned, struggling with all his might to hold them back. He knew deep down that lasting even a moment against a golden core was nearly impossible. Right then, Zhu Yi reached out his hand and called softly. Senior brother. Wang Lin also reached out. Xiao Budian joined in. We're in this together. Xiaoyan was stunned for a second, then gave a satisfied smile. If we can fight, we won't retreat. Backing down now wouldn't be manly at all. All four shouted in unison. Let's drive the enemy out together. Chun Gang began to feel the pressure mounting. Foundation establishment brats actually trying to resist? How pathetic. He raised his high-level Dharma flag and shouted. Still water flag, manifest. Under Chun Gang's command, the great dragons struck down simultaneously. The suppressive technique surged like a violent flood, only growing stronger. It completely overwhelmed Xiao Yan's flames, forcing his counterattack to crumble. The juniors behind him shouted words of encouragement. Hang in there, senior brother. Chun Gang sneered. After all this, you still believe in that master of yours? He's nothing but a hollow fraud. He laughed right in their faces. So what if he has treasures? You can't hide what a joke he really is. Xiao Yan roared in fury. Shut your mouth. Chun Gang continued his tirade. Closing the sect was just a way to hide his shame. I've already broken his formation. Now he's terrified I'll destroy his puppets too. He's got no cards left to play. You think a person like you could ever guess my methods? Suddenly, Xiao Yan noticed a strange phenomenon. Two powerful pulses of mana abruptly slammed into the ground. The space felt as though it had fallen into a dreamscape. The sky turned an enchanting shade of purple. Lin Feng stepped down slowly from the high stairs. I paid them back for what they did to you. Leave the rest to me. Master, Liu Yang's blood boiled with rage at the sight. You little brat, Lin. You actually dare to show your face? I'm going to hack you into 1,000 pieces. Lin Feng closed his eyes, his voice cold. To think you dare cause such a ruckus on my Jade Capital Mountain. It's a good thing my disciples are safe. He opened his eyes, and they were overflowing with killing intent. If they weren't, I would have ground your bones to dust by now. Liu Yang drew his sword and stepped forward, snarling. You think you can still act tough without the river of sticks to help you? He pointed his blade directly at Lin Feng. Today, I'm going to expose you for the fraud you are. Liu Yang took a deep breath and activated his technique. 10,000 Qi manifestation. Sword burst. Master, look out. Lin Feng remained still, eyes closed. His expression was perfectly calm, just as the tip of the blade was about to strike. He snapped his eyes open with a mysterious smile and chanted, Void Blade Art. In an instant, a barrier materialized, bringing the sword to a dead halt. Liu Yang's strike vanished into thin air. What? It disappeared. Even Shen Song stood frozen, trembling in shock. Lin Feng stared his opponent down. He pointed 2 fingers forward. If you've crawled back here again, it means you're ready to die. Allow me to grant your wish. Void Blade Art. The backlash sent Liu Yang reeling. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is impossible. It hasn't even been 2 years. How did you get this strong? But he refused to accept it. It has to be a treasure. He's using some kind of artifact. There's no way this is his own power. Lin Feng's voice turned icy. Are those your final words? A surge of light completely engulfed Liu Yang. Wait. Stop. A strange, searing pain began to spread through him. When he looked down, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Where's my body? In the end, nothing was left of Liu Yang but his head rolling across the dirt. Shen Song took a step back, his tone shifting instantly. Slaughtering a cultivator of Mount Shu. Fellow Taoist Lin, have you considered the consequences? Lin Feng lowered his head. His voice was thick with fury. You force your way into my sect. You try to murder my disciples. That is a self-imposed death sentence. Neither Mount Shu nor the Great Void Sect would claim such dishonorable rogues. Besides, since none of you are leaving Jade Capital Mountain, no one will ever know. Terrified, Lai Feng tried to make a break for it. But the moment he took flight, he slammed into a celestial barrier. Lin Feng spoke with finality. The Aeolian sect isn't going anywhere either. Our war will come sooner or later, but it won't be today. With a wave of his hand, he imprisoned the man in a spatial cube. You're staying here. Forever. The cube began to shrink, crushing Lai Feng until he spat out blood. The Aeolian sect will never forgive you for this. A moment later, he was crushed into nothingness, leaving only a bloody mess inside the cube. The cube fell to the ground with a thud. The fire fruit took a human shape, gagging at the sight. He couldn't find his young master, and now he's lost his own life. I don't think I'm making it out of this alive either. Chun Song spoke in a low, heavy voice. Liu Yang said you were at the Foundation establishment stage. Clearly, he was wrong. Luckily, I came prepared. A jade slip flew from his hand. It erupted with a brilliant radiance. A massive silhouette emerged, blotting out the entire sky. A towering figure was summoned into existence. The black dragon, Jeong. The fire fruit trembled, whispering to itself. A dragon? This isn't a flood dragon, or a hornless dragon. This is a true, celestial dragon. Does the Great Void Sect really keep dragons as pets? As expected of the #1 sacred land. Such overwhelming power. The dragon, Jeong, possessed sharp, massive horns and a majestic silver beard. A member of the dragon race. They've stood at the peak of all demons since ancient times. I didn't expect a golden cord disciple to possess a treasure like this. Chun Song, is this the powerful opponent you mentioned? That's him. Do not underestimate him. The dragon let out an arrogant laugh. He doesn't look like much of a physical threat. Lin Feng flicked his fingers and gave a mocking smile. You stupid beast. You think you're in a position to be picky? He immediately summoned his massive avatar. Fine, I'll give you a real fight. Is this some kind of demonic puppet? Wait, no. It's an astral avatar. Lin Feng smiled. Is this more to your liking? The dragon charged forward, excited for the brawl. This is exactly what I wanted. But before it could close the gap, Lin Feng vanished. In the very next heartbeat, Lin Feng reappeared right in front of its face. He buried a fist deep into the dragon's gut. The force of the blow sent the black dragon reeling. It was knocked clean across the sky. It struggled to stabilize itself. Its mind was racing in shock. This strength, it exceeds even that of my own race. Its eyes were now filled with caution. Looks like I've kicked a steel plate this time. It stared intensely at Lin Feng. I cannot afford to mess around with this man. The two sides stood in a tense standoff. Neither side was willing to back down. Jeong gritted its teeth, seething with hidden resentment. I didn't expect to run into such a monster on this trip. Chun Song definitely set me up. It tried to maintain its composure. It took a deep breath. However, it suddenly let out a roar. It threw a punch with a thunderous whistle. Compared to the elites of my tribe, you're still far behind. Jeong lunged at Lin Feng with blinding speed. Yet, Lin Feng's expression remained utterly indifferent. The moment they clashed, Lin Feng leaned to the side, narrowly evading the strike. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. The exchange happened in a flash. That simple dodge was enough to make the dragon break out in a cold sweat. Lin Feng clenched his fist tight. He delivered a brutal uppercut straight to the dragon's chin. Blood sprayed everywhere from the impact. The massive body was sent flying backward. Lin Feng sighed in disappointment. Is this really all the dragon race is capable of? The dragon race, Jeong muttered, struggling to stand. He rubbed his throbbing head. His head began to shift, transforming back into a dragon's visage. Today, I'll show you what a true dragon is. His entire body began to warp and grow. He reverted to his true form, a colossal dragon. He swung a razor-sharp claw, aiming to end Lin Feng with a single strike. Jeong used all his strength to swat Lin Feng high into the air. Then, he opened his maw, revealing rows of jagged fangs. He intended to swallow him whole. Instead of panicking, Lin Feng gave an amused smile. You're really relying on nothing but your size? The dragon froze at his words. Lin Feng spun in midair and slammed a heavy fist downward. Jeong refused to give up, biting down hard. On Lin Feng's arm, Chun Song hovered in the air, his voice trembling. Mount Kunlun is about to collapse under the pressure. Lin Feng laughed. My puppet has you pinned down. And yet, you're not even fighting back? He asked coldly, trying to run? Pang Jie frowned, thinking to himself. Those from the Great Void Sect either win or die. There is no escape. Pang Jie gave a chilling glare, his voice hard as iron. If you fight to the death, your clan will be well provided for. But if you flee, don't blame me for turning on you. The threat left Chun Song shaking with fear. He gritted his teeth and resolved to keep fighting. Since when has the Great Void Sect feared fight? Even if I'm pushed to the brink, I'll fight to the bitter end. Lin Feng activated his divine ability and spoke. So this is what broke my two elements formation before. It's certainly impressive. Last time, I was in seclusion and wasn't here to control the formation. Today, let's have a rematch. Chun Sung laughed out loud. The Great Void Sect possesses the supreme formation-breaking drum. It is the natural nemesis of every formation under heaven. Trying to hide behind a barrier is just asking for humiliation. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He replied coldly. Then how about you try this on for size? As the move was unleashed, it felt as if time and space were being torn apart. A blood-red wall rose into the sky. The world itself began to warp. A violent gale howled through the air. Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed directly at his enemy. The drum in Chun Gang's hand suddenly shattered into pieces. Cracks spread across his face like breaking porcelain. His entire body began to disintegrate. Lin Feng looked down at him from above and asked coldly, "You said that without my formations and puppets, I was nothing. So what do you think now?" Even in this state, Chun Gang managed to smirk. "I suppose I miscalculated." A bizarre mark manifested on his forehead. "If I'm going to die, I'm going out with a bang." Chun Gang's humanity vanished. A surging power enveloped him, radiating the cold, suffocating dread of the Taishu sect's absolute dominance. An X-shaped formation materialized in the air. Pang Jie stepped through. His voice dripped with smug satisfaction. "You've done well, junior brother Chun. I'll take it from here." The World Walker of the Taishu sect stood face-to-face with a nascent soul cultivator. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Pang Jie, the World Walker of the Taishu sect. Go on, keep talking. You used a disciple's life as a sacrifice to allow your soul to descend. Then you refined him into an external avatar just to seize his physical body. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I?" Lin Feng's voice turned icy. To think a sacred ground of the Tao would resort to such vile methods. Pang Jie remained unfazed. "This is the resolve every Taishu disciple must have to purge the world of heretics like you. They have all prepared themselves for sacrifice," he justified. "I am simply following the will of heaven. The heavenly Tao is impartial, not heartless. They followed the path of fate. Taking this body brings me no shame." Lin Feng roared in fury. "Do you really think the Taishu sect rules this world? That anyone who refuses to submit is defying heaven itself?" Pang Jie fell silent for a moment, then closed his eyes. "Believe whatever you like. I'm only here to reclaim what doesn't belong to you." He gestured with his hand. His gaze swept over the celestial mountain and its treasures before landing on Xiao Yin and the other disciples. Lin Feng's anger flared. "Mount Yujing and the stone flute are just material possessions to me. I wouldn't blink if I lost them. But you dare to point your finger at my disciples?" Pang Jie gave a mocking laugh. "The ritual is complete. I have manifested. Do you really think you can stop me?" Lin Feng's reply was short and sharp. "Whether I can or not isn't for you to decide." Lin Feng activated the all-heaven cage. Massive cuboid barriers began to form. He made a firm declaration. "Because I do not permit it." Pang Jie was instantly imprisoned within the barrier. He slammed against the walls in a rage. "My mana is being suppressed. What kind of sorcery is this?" Chun Gang was now little more than a hollow shell. His eyes were rolled back, blank and soulless. Pang Jie clenched his fists, finally conceding. "It seems I underestimated you." His form began to fade. He left behind one final warning. "Don't get too comfortable. We will meet again, and that day is not far off." Xiao Yin shouted in jubilation. "We won." In that moment, a massive figure descended from the sky. It was Lin Feng in his giant form. "We won." He turned his head and confirmed. "Yes, we won." The disciples cheered, tossing the little guy into the air. "This is amazing. We protected our home. Master is incredible." Amidst the celebration of victory, Lin Feng's heart remained heavy with worry. "I didn't expect a fixed sect location to cause so much trouble. Our position has been exposed. Those troublemakers won't stop here. For now, I must hide our tracks." He spread his arms and chanted an incantation. "Mind, Spirit, Celestial Mountain, Divine Tree." As the final words of the mantra resonated, the great tree erupted with a colossal surge of energy. It shot into the sky, tearing open a dark rift through space. The mountain peak detached from the earth. It slowly drifted into the black hole. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from the physical world, leaving only a bizarre, deep crater behind. The land now floated within the void of space. Lin Feng thought to himself, "If I can just take my cultivation one step further and form my nascent soul." He looked grave as he contemplated. "I would have a deeper understanding of the secrets of space." Combined with the black heavenly treasure tree, Mount Yujing could move in and out of the void at will. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling him back to reality. "Master." His four disciples stood behind him, waiting quietly. Lin Feng paused for a moment. Then a small smile played on his lips. "I might have been a bit too hard on them lately, but things are clearly moving in the right direction." He walked slowly toward his loved ones. For now on, we have our own sect grounds, a place we can truly call home. The 4 disciples bowed in unison and called out respectfully, Master. Lin Feng stepped forward and told them that because he had been late coming out of seclusion, they had been forced to suffer. Xiaoyan replied with a smile, Master, please don't say that. It's better to look at it as valuable training. Zhu, he spoke up solemnly. Our only regret is that we weren't strong enough. We couldn't drive the back ourselves. In the end, we still had to rely on you to step in. Hearing this, he nodded with satisfaction. Knowing how to feel shame and striving to improve is a virtue. Lin Feng continued. Then he moved on to other matters. He began to explain more to the youths. The Black Heaven Spirit Abode is now ready for use. We must not let such a blessed land go to waste. The group moved to another part of the land. They stopped to admire the breathtaking scenery, unable to hide their awe. Lin Feng let out a soft sigh. By his calculations, he only had exactly 1 year left. Time waits for no one. I still need to recruit 30 disciples with potential over 25. The road ahead is still long and heavy. Thinking back to that barrier scroll from before, he reminded himself that he still had to deal with the Taishu sect and the 2 Mount Shu factions. If I don't increase my strength soon, I'm afraid disaster will be unavoidable. This time, I was lucky the all-heaven purple chi integrated into the formation. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. He slowly formed an yin-yang sign with his hands in front of his chest. The 6 paths of creation and destruction have 6 variations. Each one requires specific materials to anchor the formation. The all-heaven purple chi represents the heavens. To perfect the change of heaven and earth, I need a corresponding earth element. The central burial ground's divine soil light blends with the purple chi, so it counts as earth. But the amount of divine light here is pitiful compared to the purple chi on Mount Yujing. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. That's it. I can use the spoils of war I gathered this time. Lin Feng held up a white cloud flag. He called out loudly, Still water flag, hallowed soil. Then he summoned another treasure, the mirror of heaven and earth. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation when he saw the results. Lin Feng couldn't stop himself from laughing out loud. Just as I thought. The essence of the hallowed soil is even more profound than the mountain god jade, but his joy quickly subsided. This amount still doesn't compare to the vast expanse of purple chi. If only I could find the source, that would be perfect. Having found a lead, he turned to question Shingang, who had just regained consciousness. Who refined the hallowed soil in the still water flag? Where did it come from? The prisoner chose to stay silent. I figured he wouldn't talk easily. Lin Feng issued a cold threat. Someone from the Taishu sect must have heard of a certain technique. At the mention of the name, Shingang froze in terror. The netherworld soul-wrenching mother. He lost control and screamed. I can't believe you'd use such a vile technique. Lin Feng crossed his arms and replied indifferently. You call that vile? It's nothing compared to Pang Jia. I would never sacrifice my own people. Chun Gang continued to scream in a delusional frenzy. You don't understand senior brother Pang's vision. He will definitely avenge me. Lin Feng stepped closer, his presence suffocating. He'd better not come looking for trouble. Otherwise, I'll tell the whole world how he sacrificed his own junior brother. Let's see how much prestige the Taishu sect has left after that. Chun Gang trembled. No one will believe you. He smiled confidently. Oh, they'll believe me. Because I have the best witness right here. Chun Gang felt like he was falling into a hypnotic trance. But he still tried to resist. I won't say a word. Lin Feng replied casually. Take your time. Struggle all you want. Sooner or later, you'll talk. But not right now. First, tell me where the hallowed soil is. Not long after, the plan was set. He questioned him thoroughly. The hallowed soil comes from the Changchun mountain range. Shingang answered hollowly. Mount Changchun has a passage leading to the barren expanse of the demons. The beasts congregate there in massive numbers. The 100-grass pharmaceutical sect only settled there because they were greedy for the rare herbs. Lin Feng grew pensive. It seems finding the soil won't just mean dealing with demons, but also the pharmaceutical sect. He continued. Fine. Now, tell me everything about the current state of the Taishu sect. Chun Gang began to recount the history. The Taishu sect was once the ultimate sacred ground. 10,000 years ago, they led the humans against the demons. But now, it has rotted from the inside out. Usually, the master of the Great Void sect only handles mundane affairs. All major decisions are made by the Council of Elders. Under this system, the council is divided into two factions. He continued. One faction advocates for world domination. They want to become the supreme sect that leads all of humanity. The other faction values peace and balance between the various sects. The current World Walker of the Path of Conquest represents the interventionist faction. He is their successor and the primary focus of their training. Conversely, the faction dedicated to maintaining balance is led by Yin Minghua. She is the new generation leader of the pacifist faction. A faint smirk played on Lin Feng's lips. He thought to himself, the strongest fortresses always crumble from within. If the Great Void Sect is caught in an internal power struggle, I'll have much more room to maneuver. He was incredibly satisfied. Furthermore, I have another chess piece in play. His gaze shifted toward the land. Up there, how are those boys doing now? Up on the surface, Xiao Budian looked quite flustered. Why want to eat? Xiao Yan asked. Try feeding a different way. Lin Feng spoke up. How's it going? Are you having fun with this thing? The young boy bowed respectfully. Master. Lin Feng looked down and was momentarily stunned. There were medicinal pills and food everywhere. Who tries to feed a mass of sword essence like this? He glanced over at Xiao Budian. Seeing the boy grinning sheepishly, he immediately knew who the culprit was. Only this little demon king of chaos would do something so bizarre. Xiao Yan lowered his head and said, It only seems to react to eating. But every time it eats, it just throws it back up. Wang Lin asked curiously, Master, what exactly is this thing? Lin Feng replied with a serious expression. I've read many records of the supernatural, yet I've never seen any mention of this. Lin Feng then spoke to another. You used to talk so much. Why are you so quiet today? Xiao Budian replied shyly. I'm not really sure myself. But out of the four of us, this little guy seems closest to Big Brother. He broke into a cold sweat. The boy said earnestly, he doesn't react to anyone else. Only when Big Brother does something is there any movement. But even then, it's very faint. Lin Feng looked toward his disciple. A thought flashed through his mind. So Xiao Yan gets a reaction? Suddenly realizing something, he knelt down. He stared intently at a red sphere. Strange. It seems only this one has been bitten. Lin Feng picked up the pill with a small piece missing. He turned it over, observing it closely, and said, This is a blazing sun pill. It contains the essence of fire marrow. It's highly beneficial for cultivators of the fire element. He glanced at Tiange. He thought to himself, this little fat fellow seems to have an affinity for fire-based spiritual energy. That explains why the others said he only reacts to Xiao Yan. Lin Feng mused. Though Xiao Yan practiced fire techniques before, he has since switched to the Great Tao of the 8 trigrams. I doubt there's much fire energy left in him. Then it hit him. Could it be sensing the evil Emperor Overlord sword on Xiao Yan? With that thought, Lin Feng said, Xiao Yan, bring out the evil Emperor Overlord sword. Perhaps that will unlock this little guy's secret. Hearing this, Xiao Yan drew his sword. Tiange sensed it immediately. He sprang up and lunged toward Xiao Yan. Lin Feng smiled. It looks like my guess was right. He's very interested in your true fire. He continued as Xiao Yan patted Tiange's head. If I'm correct, this little guy is a rare type of spirit essence. His body is composed entirely of condensed spiritual energy. He has no intellect, only a gluttonous instinct, but he's incredibly picky. He only likes to eat fire. The stronger the fire, the more he loves it. Xiao Yan said, breaking into a sweat. The problem is the power of the netherworld evil Emperor Fire is terrifyingly dominant. Can he actually handle eating it? Lin Feng replied calmly. In small amounts, he should be fine. Xiao Yan nodded. He gripped his sword and activated a technique. Tiange's eyes lit up. He began to babble, chirping that he was hungry. Xiao Yan dampened the flames slightly and warned, little guy, be careful not to get hurt. Tiange opened his mouth and gulped down the flames. He puffed out his cheeks and chewed happily, as if it were a delicacy. But suddenly, his face turned purple. The boy collapsed, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground. Lin Feng thought to himself, easy to eat, but hard to digest. A long while later, Tiange finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, he shot up into the air. Xiao Yan was startled and shouted, he's running away. Lin Feng ordered, everyone, follow him and see where he goes. In a nearby clearing, Tiange stretched his body. and let out a joyful giggle. The next moment, he tumbled onto the ground. The earth around him began to rise and press together. By the time Lin Feng arrived, the spot had been transformed into a patch of fertile soil, perfect for planting. He looked on with a serious expression. This garden seems to contain an incredibly abundant life force. Let me see how effective it is. He sat down and dug into the soil with his hands. Several small pits appeared beneath, emitting a strange light. A sprout shot up, leaving him astonished. The dried medicinal herbs that had been harvested and dried long ago, which should have lost all vitality, were now coming back to life. He noted that ginseng grew to the size of a hand in just an instant. It looks like a sleeping child in the dirt. Only seconds later, it spread into a massive, lush green patch. He thought, is this the transformation? Countless spiritual herbs began to sprout at lightning speed. Among them were some shaped like fair-skinned infants dangling from flower branches. Zhu Yi cried out in shock. They've gained spirits. This ginseng has attained a spirit form. Wang Lin watched the little figures dancing and said, these medicinal herbs are at least 1,000 years old. Never mind a century. It takes ages to gain a spirit form. Any random piece of dried herb here is becoming a spirit. This speed is terrifying. Lin Feng closed his eyes and said, the 5 elements generate and overcome one another. Fire creates earth. No wonder, no wonder. He smiled and continued. The stronger the fire power, the greater the spiritual energy and soil quality Tian Go produces. The netherworld evil emperor fire is one of the 6 great true fires of heaven and earth. To him, it's the ultimate gourmet meal. Hearing this, everyone was in awe. Isn't this place a treasure trove, then? Who could compete with spiritual medicine growing at this speed and quality? Lin Feng smiled and asked, do you boys know what he is now? Xiaoyan was so embarrassed his face turned red. Xiao buddy and patted his shoulder and laughed. Big brother, I'll leave raising this little guy to you from now on. Lin Feng looked at the boy clinging tightly to Xiaoyan's leg and spoke. The soil he creates is called Tian Go Spirit Soil. It can accelerate the growth of plants exponentially. As for his human form, let's just call him the Tian Go Boy. He chuckled and said, it seems he's quite fond of you. Why don't we do as the others suggested? I'll leave him in your care. Xiao Budian asked curiously, Master, if the Tian Go Boy is this amazing, are the other 2 weirdos in the grotto heaven also incarnations of some spirit essence? Hearing this, he replied sternly, I will handle those 2 myself. Don't you boys touch them. Our Mount Yujing sect is now taking shape. The official opening is urgent. You must all increase your strength quickly. The boy asked excitedly, Master, you're opening a mountain and establishing a Taoist temple. You're founding a sect. Does that mean the 4 of us are the very first disciples of this sect in this world? Lin Feng teased, that's right. But I seem to remember someone saying they wanted to be everyone's little brother. Just then, Zhu Yi interjected with a question that left him speechless. Master, what exactly is the name of our sect? Seeing his disciples' expectant gazes, Lin Feng froze. A cold sweat broke out. Oh no, I haven't actually thought about that yet. What should I call it? At the question, Lin Feng stroked his chin and spoke. I've decided. Our sect shall be called the Sect of Destined Sovereigns. He thought to himself, the Sect of Destined Sovereigns. Anyone who joins will be a child of destiny. Your founder guarantees you a life of smooth sailing and endless progress. He looked up with pride, confident that such a beautiful name would be showered with praise. Instead, he was met with the blank, indifferent stares of his disciples. In desperation, Lin Feng changed his plan. He coughed a few times to compose himself and said, that was just a joke. Actually, the name of our sect was decided long ago. He explained solemnly, our sect is called the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Mystery within mystery. The gate to the profound. Establishing a foundation based on the heavenly Tao. The group on the other side remained frozen as if their pressure points had been struck. Wait, that actually works? Then they all began chatting excitedly. When we go out and announce our names later, it'll sound so much more imposing. The 3rd disciple of the sect leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The more I think about it, the better it fits. It's a great name, and it actually means something. From now on, I am a disciple of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm just glad everyone likes it. If they didn't, I wouldn't even know what to call it. He then spoke up. All right then. Hurry up and get back to your cultivation. Later on, you'll have to guide the new disciples who join the sect. Shout Buddy and burst out laughing. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up being the youngest master ever. His comment made everyone roar with laughter. Lin Feng stood still. He looked up at the sky. They finally left. His expression turned serious as he muttered to himself. It's just that so much time has passed, and right now, the sect is literally just a single tree. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. At the very least, I need a library pavilion, an alchemy lab, an artifact workshop. His mind was a mess thinking about the construction tokens in his hand. Just then it clicked. That's right. I still have one more lottery draw. He pulled up the system interface. He looked it over repeatedly, feeling a bit let down. Nothing in here really stands out as top tier. A 5-claw golden mountain, earth, thunder, and fire abilities, cloud riding, and wind walking. Finally, something caught Lin Feng's eye. It was quite unique. Setup token, library pavilion. He stroked his chin, pondering. Last time, after spinning 3.5 times, it stopped 4 slots further. That's a total of 3 rotations and 13 slots. I might as well take this chance to study the mechanics of this spinner. He selected his desired target. He set the spin to start from slot 1. Then he sat back and waited for the results. Lin Feng let out a soft sigh. It looks like the range of the spinner fluctuates between 3 rotations and 9 slots to 3 rotations and 13 slots. My luck this time clearly isn't that great. A large black sphere appeared in his hand. That's the mysterious part about this little thing. Too bad I'm still not sure what its actual function is. Thinking this over, he gave himself a mental note. I'll just put it in the storage bag for now. I need to keep it away from the sun true fire. And I better avoid any heavy friction or the thing might catch fire. Lin Feng frowned. He decided he needed to prepare a few things in advance. I need to send my war god clone to Mount Changchun to find a resting soil. I might as well see if there's a chance to recruit any new disciples along the way. The war god clone acted on Lin Feng's behalf. Standing atop a dark cloud-like rock, he was calculating his moves. The heaven-level pure water was originally found on Zhengang. If I think about it, it's actually perfect for cleansing the blood cloud flag that was tainted by the Netherworld Blood River. Now is finally the time to unleash its full power. His eyes flashed with determination. Even though using spells through a clone isn't as fluid as using my main body, this overwhelming physical strength is more than enough to make up for it. It can definitely complete the task in my stead. The benefits of the golden chessboard are truly endless. These ideas have been brewing since I first understood the 8 trigrams heavenly code. I've caught a vague glimpse of several layers of profound meaning regarding divine abilities and martial arts. His attitude was incredibly focused. This is the perfect time to use the massive blood energy of the war god clone to create this new martial art. At that moment, he flew toward a place where 2 mountains stood apart. Lin Feng adjusted his flight path. That direction to the south must be Mount Changchun. He looked down at the landscape as if observing the terrain. Deep within the lush forest, a group of people was engaged in a fierce battle. Lanning shouted at the top of her lungs. Master, Uncle Du, everyone break through and retreat. Don't let us hold you back. Xiamu let out a taunting laugh. Little beauty, your master is much more sensible than you. Can't you see the situation you're in yet? He put on a disgusting, lecherous face. He tried to coax her, saying if she just behaved and followed him, he'd make sure she was well taken care of. If we practice dual cultivation, there's still hope for you to reach the golden core stage later on. Those words made her scream in fury. Taoist Xiamu, your sins are absolutely heinous. How many women have you ruined? I would rather die than go anywhere with a monster like you. Xiamu remained completely unfazed. I'm afraid that's not up to you. Get her. Don't hurt the little beauty. I want her alive. Immediately, one of his subordinates lunged straight at her. A man blocked the blow for her and pleaded, Lanning, run quickly. The 100 Herb sect is nearby. Hurry and get them help. Lanning was in a panic, but he insisted urgently. Run now. Otherwise, we're all going to die here. She gritted her teeth. Then, with tears streaming down her face, she let out a bitter, desperate laugh. Xiamu laughed loudly. She thinks she's actually going to escape. But then he suddenly lunged forward and grabbed her. Where do you think you're going, little lady? A corner of her clothes tore, leaving Lanning shocked as she clutched her chest. You shameless bastard. Xiamu sneered. It looks like we'll have to finish our dual cultivation right here. Lin Feng, watching from above, thought to himself, this moment isn't exactly the classic heroic youth saves the beauty scenario, where the girl falls into his arms and they swear eternal love. Right then, someone suddenly appeared. A cold voice declared, doing something like this to a woman. It really makes me sick. Xiaomu barked out in anger. Who's there? Lin Feng was also stunned. Damn. He took the words right out of my mouth. Xiaomu cursed in a rage. Which rat dares to interfere with my business? The other person replied nonchalantly. I've heard that Taoist Xiaomu has been practicing evil arts for a long time, always kidnapping young women to use as cultivation vessels. Your hands are already stained with blood, he added firmly. But today, I'm asking you to let this lady go. The person was Hong Yi. His voice was deep and steady. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless. For a moment, everyone froze. Lin Feng thought to himself, bewildered. This scene looks way too familiar. But wait, that's not right. There's something slightly off about this majestic appearance. Hearing this, Xiaomu didn't look scared at all. Instead, he laughed out loud. I thought it was some powerful master. Turns out it's just a kid at the late foundation establishment stage. If you're looking for death, I'll be happy to provide it. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Xiao Si, Xiao Lu, grab him. The two of them charged forward immediately. Yes, master. The onlooker shouted. Young master, be careful. Hong Yi spoke coldly. I really hate people who wear black. And what color are you wearing exactly? As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a terrifying wave of power. He roared that they had defiled that color. The two men were instantly blown away. They tumbled backward onto the ground. Xiaomu immediately became wary. Who the hell are you? At that moment, a black carriage appeared in midair. He leapt high into the air and landed gracefully on the carriage. Hong Yi asked sternly, You're asking me who I am? He then waved his hand forward. The people below were instantly suppressed by his aura, rendered unable to move. Everyone stood stunned, whispering, The thunderous war chariot. Hong Feng Yi. Someone recognized him and cried out, It's the young master Hong Yi, Yi Piaoxue. While Lin Feng was watching in disguise. He looked down curiously and thought, He really is too young. This old-school style of posturing only works on greenhorns like you guys. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out, Husband. Several young women appeared on the carriage. Xiao Nu urged him, Husband, hurry up and deal with those Taoists. Don't waste our precious time together. The girl next to her chimed in. Lil Yi is so handsome. Xiao Man called out softly, Husband. Lin Feng could only gape at the scene. Then he thought excitedly, A harem? Is this the legendary harem from the stories? A whole group of girls like that? Why aren't they all looking at me? If there's any action, it should be coming my way. He was driven absolutely mad with jealousy. He almost blurted out a curse. Seeing how smug Hong Yi looked down there made him incredibly annoyed. I'm out here being a good man, and I can't even catch a break, while this bastard gets to monopolize a whole group of beauties. The heavens really are blind. Lin Feng opened the system to check Hong Ye's info. Something didn't seem right. Such a massive harem, and he has the aura of an emperor. He could definitely be recruited as a disciple. But then he paused. He discovered something strange. This guy doesn't even have a master. His potential and character are passable, I suppose. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He wondered in surprise. His fortune is actually this low? Is the system glitching out? Below, Lanning was mesmerized, seeing Hong Yi as her savior. He truly lives up to his name as Master Hong Yi. We're saved. Someone nearby whispered. I heard Master Hong Yi cultivated in the deep mountains for 5 years before entering the path. And it only took him 3 years to reach foundation establishment. Is that true? Another confirmed. It's all true. Just a few days ago, he even slew a golden core beast. He really is a young prodigy. Everyone assumed Old-time Mu was a dead man walking this time. Hong Yi stepped forward and said coldly, Surrender or die. Naturally, Taimo refused to back down. He cursed as he retreated. You little brat, you only dare to be so arrogant because of that thunder chariot. Those words enraged Hong Yi. His eyes turned chillingly cold. Do I even need the thunder chariot to take you down? Lin Feng thought helplessly. Talking that big, did the protagonist change while I wasn't looking? Hong Yi confidently declared, Why would I need to go all out against someone like you? Taimu roared, Return my sword. Hong Yi commanded the flying sword back with a sharp gaze. A massive treasure behind him suddenly vibrated. It created a pressure that felt incredibly heavy, even if its magical power wasn't overwhelming. Hong Yi smirked. Now, I'm giving it back to you. The sword streaked back instantly. It nearly sliced him in half. He landed gracefully and challenged him. Hurry up and show this young master what other tricks you've got. Lin Feng was annoyed to the limit. This show-off is really... I can't stand him. But Xiao Man was completely starstruck. Lil Yi is so handsome. The woman beside her felt the same. My husband is truly incredible. Dealing with that Taoist is no small feat. Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat, thinking sarcastically. For some reason, I actually want to cheer for the villain. Insulted like this, Taimu must be losing his mind. He roared. Once I'm done killing that brat, I'll drain your primordial yang and torture you to death. Suddenly, countless chains surged from the void. They quickly bound Tai Mu's body tight. He struggled in vain. He cried out in terror. What kind of treasure is this? It's actually suppressing my body. Lin Feng was also startled. His cultivation level has been suppressed to the absolute minimum. Hong Yi gritted his teeth and passed judgment. You've truly angered me now. You made two fatal mistakes. First, you shouldn't have kept swinging that sword in front of me. Second, you should never have insulted my women. I will wipe out your entire clan. With that, he raised his hand high. He summoned a sharp cold blade. As he unleashed his technique, the 7 kills dragon-slaying sword appeared. He shouted, 7 kills dragon-slaying sword. Lin Feng was stunned. This sword carries an incredible amount of killing intent. It's no ordinary weapon. Hong Yi gripped his weapon tightly and said coldly, Today, I'll show you what a real sword looks like. Taimu could only watch helplessly from below. He desperately tried to use his self-defense arts like the Yin Win technique. 5 elements, unity. The swords immediately merged into one. They surged toward Hong Yi all at once. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. It shook the entire area, and the ground shattered into pieces. Debris flew everywhere across the battlefield. Taimu took the chance to escape. He lunged into the air. Hong Yi used his magic to attack, shouting, You wicked ghost. You think you can run? He turned back and growled, If you keep chasing me, I'll drag you down to hell with me. Then he spat out something that looked like blood. He quickly formed a series of hand seals. Finally, he pressed his hands together in front of his chest. He fired a terrifying wave of power downward. Lin Feng pinched his nose in disgust. This stench is absolutely unbearable. Nothing is more revolting than this, except for Netherblood. Just then, Lanning rushed forward and screamed, Young master, watch out. That's the ultimate Yin Win poison. She was hit by the technique immediately. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hong Yi was completely horrified. Taimu used the chaos to flee. That brat got lucky today. Hong Yi roared in a fury. You traitor. Don't you dare think you're getting away. Lanning said weakly, Young master. She tried to warn him. Don't chase him. There might be an ambush. Hong Yi asked urgently. Are you okay? Why were you so foolish? Lanning smiled weakly and replied, Being able to take a blow for you is my honor. As long as you're safe, it's enough. He cried out her name. Lanning lay motionless on the ground. Xiao Man checked her condition and said, Look, since she's wearing the young master's jade pendant, the toxin has stopped spreading. Xiaoru nodded. It looks like she's out of danger for now. Hong Yi said solemnly, The poison in Lan Ying's body is temporarily contained. But to cure it completely, we must go to the 100 Herbs sect. I have a history with them. If you don't mind, let me take her up the mountain. The man hesitated and replied, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. He was annoyed but firm. She was poisoned because of me. I have the responsibility to cure her. Once she's safe, I will personally bring her back to your sect. Hong Yi urged him. Taoist master, don't hesitate. A life is on the line. Finally, he nodded. Very well. I'll leave her in your care, Master Hong Yi. Xiao Man smirked and said, Looks like we've got another sister joining us. Xiaoru giggled. The more the merrier. The little girl asked worriedly. Our husband is going to the 100 Herb sect for the primordial spirit pill. I wonder if it'll be enough to cure her. A woman stepped forward and cautioned her. Xiaoru, don't say such things in front of outsiders. The girl apologized flusteredly. The woman embraced her gently and said softly, Silly girl. I know you didn't mean it. Seeing them laughing and chatting, Lin Feng stood at a distance, stunned. He thought to himself, What kind of harem is this harmonious? It's unbelievable. He gritted his teeth in envy. Damn it. How does this guy charm so many people? He's even making me want to ditch my own master. watching the carriage disappear into the distance. He guessed they were heading toward the Hunter Herb sect. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Strange. The scanner says Hongye's fortune is only 5 points. But no matter how I look at it, he seems far luckier than Zhou Yi, who has max fortune. Is the equipment broken? However, the group below didn't follow the carriage. Instead, they turned and flew in the opposite direction. Lin Feng found it hard to understand. Why are they flying toward Taoist Taimu? Thinking this, he decided to follow them secretly to see what was going on. They quickly landed on a nearby mountain. At that place, Taimu had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Feng was incredibly suspicious. Why are they gathering here? One of them bowed respectfully. Taoist master, Taimu asked, how's the situation progressing? He replied, Lan Ying is exceptional, but Master Hong Yi is surrounded by beauties. It might be hard to succeed. Taimu smirked. He's already taken Lan Ying with him. He won't suspect a thing. The plan is moving along perfectly. The other person sighed. Everything must be done to the very end. Lin Feng finally realized the truth. Oh no, they're on the same side. They were just putting on a show to trick Master Hong Yi. Taimu ordered, you lot head down. They all replied in unison, yes, sir. He gritted his teeth. After paying such a heavy price, we must succeed. I will have that primordial spirit pill from the 100 Herbs sect. Lin Feng stopped hiding. He stepped out directly. Just what exactly is this primordial spirit pill you keep talking about? Taimu was startled by the strange voice. He immediately turned around and barked. Who are you? Lin Feng replied coolly. Who I am doesn't matter. The point is, you lot actually dared to plot against an immortal. To think you would target young Master Yihong. This Ren Yuan spirit pill you're scheming to steal. What is its true origin? He scoffs, slowly drawing his sword. My secrets are only for the dead. Lin Feng suddenly vanishes from sight, reappearing directly behind him. He smirks and asks, now, are you ready to tell me what the Ren Yuan spirit pill is? The scene shifts to a dark, gloomy prison cell. A child asks while trembling, Brother Huan, are we going to die here? The boy shakes his head, trying to reassure her. No, we won't. Sister Hong, Yin will definitely come to save us. The little girl sobs quietly. Huanzi wipes away her tears and says firmly, don't be afraid. Even if Sister Hong Yin doesn't come, I will protect you. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoes from outside. The person stops right in front of the cell. The two children huddle together, shaking with fear. Ancestor Bai Chao speaks with a cold, piercing gaze. We're still short on Ren Yuan's spirit pills. It's your turn now. After listening to the full explanation, Lin Feng rubs his chin and speaks. According to you, the Bai Chao herb sect recently refined a new type of medicine called the Ren Yuan spirit pill. A foundation establishment cultivator can use it to quickly break through to the golden core stage. And if a golden core cultivator uses it, they can enhance their own spiritual quality. Meanwhile, Taimu is gagged and unable to utter a single word. Lin Feng's gaze darkens. If a pill like that is held by the Bai Chao herb sect, won't they be able to mass-produce golden core cultivators? Add a nascent soul ancestor to that, who would be strong enough to oppose them? He summons dark clouds to shroud the mountain range. The strongest sect around here should be the Great Wasteland Sword sect. How could they possibly turn a blind eye to this? Thinking this, he flies off. The Ren Yuan spirit pill is definitely worth a thorough investigation. Below, Taimu screams hoarsely. Let me go first, damn it. The scene shifts to a cave somewhere on Chongqing Mountain. Lin Feng descends slowly. He cautiously enters the cavern. He remembers Chun Song saying the living soil was inside this cave. As expected, this place is incredibly well hidden. But after searching for a while, he is disappointed. There is only a tiny, meager amount of living soil left. Lin Feng asks in a cold voice, what is the meaning of this? Based on what you said, the amount taken should have only been a small portion. Chun Song explains hurriedly. I really only took a little bit. Perhaps someone else discovered it and cleaned the place out. Right then, a voice shouts from outside. Who's there? He pulls Chun Song's soul back inside. Turning his head to look out, Lin Feng says, cultivators from the Bai Chao herb sect. He offers a polite smile and explains. I heard there was a miraculous soil here called living soil. Supposedly, it regenerates and never runs out. So, I came to take a look, but it seems there's nothing left. Sweating nervously, they ask, did your excellency come here specifically to take the living soil? Lin Feng replies with a serious expression. No, I was merely curious and wanted to investigate. I practice water-based arts, and soil counters water. I wouldn't go looking for trouble for myself. Saying that, he uses a spell to strike the nearby rock wall. See for yourselves. One of them speaks up. Fellow Taoist, you've arrived at a bad time. All the living soil in this cave has already been taken by our sect ancestor. Hearing this, Lin Feng is inwardly shaken. The Baichao ancestor again. That's a suspiciously convenient coincidence. He quickly calculates his next move while saying aloud, that is truly a shame. I wanted to understand how this miraculous soil could regenerate itself. The man wipes his sweat and replies, seeing it isn't necessarily a good thing. As you said yourself, living soil is the natural nemesis of water arts. Lin Feng casually follows up. Indeed, I heard your noble sect is about to finish refining the Run Yuan spirit pill. I wonder how the progress is going? The other party responds in surprise. Our Baichao herb sect has never had something called a Run Yuan spirit pill. Where did you hear such a rumor? Lin Feng gives a forced smile. Perhaps I was mistaken. He thinks to himself that the man's expression doesn't look fake. Maybe his cultivation is too low to know the news. But a moment later, he realizes something is off. If the Baichao herb sect was spreading the news, the disciple should have known first. Yet these two are completely clueless. This is certainly getting more interesting. Even so, he bows slightly to take his leave. Since there is no more living soil here, this humble priest shall depart. The two men return the gesture. We wish you a safe journey, fellow Taoist. Lin Feng rides his dark clouds away once more. He thinks to himself that someone is clearly spreading rumors about the Run Yuan spirit pill on purpose. Whether it's true or false, the Baichao herb sect is headed for disaster sooner or later. Who knows, I might even find an opportunity to sneak in. He looks at the massive mountain before him, deep in thought. The Baichao herb sect has long been famous for its extraordinary alchemy. Lin Feng takes a deep breath. The mist covering this place alone radiates spiritual energy from countless spirit herbs. His eyes sweep the area for clues. It would be best if I could investigate the interior. But how on earth do I bypass this mountain-protecting array? Suddenly, he spots a group of people flying past on swords. The one leading them is Chu Bin. Lin Feng breaks into a cold sweat. That's a golden core sword cultivator. That sword light clearly belongs to the Great Wasteland Sword sect. He thinks of their supreme treasure, the Great Wasteland Sword Cannon, a legacy passed down from the primordial era. Seeing it today with my own eyes, its reputation is well-deserved. The group flies a bit further and then stops. Watching their departing figures, Lin Feng tells himself, the Great Wasteland Sword sect is the strongest power in the southern region of the Earth Grand Mountain Range. A golden core cultivator coming to the Baichao herb sect is like a superior coming down for inspection. He continues to move. The mountain protecting array has closed. The corners of his mouth curl into a slight smile. My chance has arrived. The dark clouds drift silently through the air. Below, Manhwa and Hongyan appear. One of them speaks. The array is closed. We should begin our move as well. Then, they both quietly slip underground to move more easily. While moving stealthily, Lin Feng continues to keep an eye on Chu Bin and his companions. His eyes scan the surroundings with keen interest. 9-curve heavenly Ganoderma, the primary ingredient for restoring spiritual power. Mystic golden blood ginseng, the main ingredient for the thunder sound great returning pill. Extremely effective for healing external wounds. 3-color gloom orchid, used for the triple yang sea lantern, which can clear the chi sea of a foundation establishment cultivator. It increases the total capacity of their spiritual power. There's even spirit-merging fruit, which accelerates the absorption of heaven and earth essence. It speeds up cultivation significantly. His eyes light up with fascination. These truly are rare treasures, every single one of them. At that moment, the group enters a palace. Chu Bin gives his instructions. The rest of you wait here in the main hall. I will go meet Senior Baichao alone first. Let's avoid breaking protocol. Lin Feng ponders. The Great Wasteland Sword sect must have heard about the Run Yuan spirit pill and came to investigate. Following them into the main hall is too dangerous. I might as well take this chance to find the living soil first. Chu Bin steps into the grand hall. He bows respectfully. Your junior, Chu Bin, pays his respects to Senior Baichao. Ancestor Baichao laughs and replies, Kubin, no need for such formalities. Your master and I have been friends for over 1,000 years. Chubin speaks up. I heard you're preparing to open the alchemy furnace again? The ancestor smiles. You've arrived at the perfect time. This batch is entirely healing pills. Take half of them back for your master. Chubin shakes his head. That can wait until later. I am here on my master's orders to ask about the Run Yuan spirit pill. The outside world is already in an uproar over it. Lin Feng calculates his moves while activating the Chinquan mirror. A spiritual light flashes. He advances step by step. Is it this area? A patch of wasteland. He rubs his chin, thinking, the living soil must have been taken not long ago. They likely used it for something specific. Could it be related to the Run Yuan spirit pill? If it really exists, and the Baichao sect disciples don't know, it means Ancestor Baichao is hiding it on purpose, secretly refining it. His thoughts spin rapidly. If I were him, where would I hide a secret alchemy room? In a place where no one can approach. Somewhere only the Ancestor can freely enter and exit. Lin Feng stomps firmly on the ground, sensing the earth's veins. If he dug an underground chamber beneath Chongqing Peak without an entrance, it would be nearly impossible for outsiders to find. A deep, calculating look flashes in his eyes. A nascent soul cultivator can move through space itself. Not even invisible terrain can stop me. It must be incredibly convenient for the old ancestor to go in and out of that cave. I just need to pinpoint the exact location. He pulled out a black flag. Even if I haven't reached the nascent soul stage yet, it's enough to break into that old man's golden nest. Lin Feng instantly teleported in front of a massive door. He felt certain. There's a restriction inside. It seems my hunch was right. Lin Feng decided to circle around the exterior to investigate further. Suddenly, countless giant ants crawled out from nowhere. They swarmed toward Lin Feng. He let out a smirk. Old Ancestor Baichao certainly has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Then, he easily teleported away, but against someone who mastered spatial arts. Like me, these are useless. Venturing deeper inside, the area was completely covered in ice and snow. It was so cold that he had to wrap his arms tightly around himself. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings. This is suspicious. Why is it so freezing down here? What kind of place is this exactly? Outside the palace. Old Ancestor Baichao reassured him. Relax. No one will ever find the alchemy chamber. The secret of the human origin spirit pill will stay hidden forever. Chubo broke into a sweat. But the rumors have already spread everywhere. Even though Master tried to suppress them, they're only drawing more attention. So he wants to wait for the storm to blow over. The old ancestor chuckled. No need to worry. The second batch of human origin spirit pills is almost complete. You stay here. Just take 6 pills back with you. Chubo stammered. But old ancestor Baichao placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice turning stern. Do you doubt my word? Unless they're at the nascent soul stage, no one can enter my alchemy chamber. He continued. I've set up layer upon layer of restrictions. I'll know the moment a blade of grass even twitches. The alchemy room is encased in a 1,000-year-old ice mountain. Old Ancestor Baichao said firmly. The restriction can only be broken if the ice melts in an instant. I ask you, who could possibly possess such divine power? Meanwhile, Lin Feng was stuck in a dilemma. If I use the true solar fire on ice this thick, it'll alert the owner immediately. And there's a spatial restriction blocking the path. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit Lin Feng. I could try using this. He pulled out an orb. This thing turns hot when it encounters cold, and cold when it encounters heat. As it ignited into flames, he threw it. The fire flared up violently, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Lin Feng was satisfied. The wall of ice turned into a sea of fire. The greater the fire, the stronger the reversal force. This item truly is miraculous. The flames carved out a wide passage. He reached out and retrieved the orb. Then, he ventured deeper inside. With this many restrictions, I want to see just how many treasures that old geezer is hiding. After walking a bit further, Lin Feng found the place empty. Only a faint scent of medicinal herbs lingered. He slowly pushed open the door in front of him. Inside, countless large cauldrons were being heated. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He wondered what was inside and opened one to check. Every cauldron is filled with breathing soil. Are they using it to brew medicine? But immediately, Lin Feng recoiled in horror. There was an infant soaking inside the cauldron. The sight filled him with absolute rage. You animal! Even in a world of cultivation, can people really be this inhuman? He felt nauseous, realizing that old thief Bai Chao dared to use newborns to refine medicine. But then he grew suspicious. Why do these children have golden cores from Jindan stage cultivators inside them? Lin Feng was horrified. They're so young, yet they've already formed. Golden cores? How is that possible? But looking closely, their seas of qi haven't opened. Their spiritual foundations haven't even been established. The spiritual energy in their bodies was just forcibly crammed in. They aren't even cultivators yet. And yet, there's a pill atrium inside their bodies. A golden core is actually condensing in there. How bizarre. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. I get it now. The human origin spirit pill isn't a pill at all. It's the bodies of these children. They themselves are the human origin spirit pills. He stood there analyzing the situation. They're both the furnace containing the pill, and the pill itself. This must be a void cauldron. The principle is similar to the supreme spiritual fetus my clan brother once tried to steal. But this method truly does help foundation establishment cultivators drastically improve their golden core success rate. Lin Feng could sense it. At least 30 children in these cauldrons have had their void cauldron shattered. What are they going to do with these kids? He sighed. These cauldrons are definitely linked to old Ancestor Bai Chao. Whether I save them or take the breathing soil, it'll alert him. He thought coldly to himself. Old Ancestor Bai Chao, you're truly evil. I can't save these children today, but I will never let you get what you want. Lin Feng suddenly sensed someone approaching. The footsteps grew clearer. He quickly pressed himself against the wall to watch from the shadows. A brilliant light suddenly flared in the middle of the room. Two figures appeared one after another and stepped into the room. Lin Feng recognized them. He was slightly taken aback. Kong Nanhua and Yu Hongyan. Why are these two here? He frowned, wondering. One person would make sense, but both of them have such serious expressions on their faces. Did something happen back at the Gale Society? Hongyan barked in anger. How dare the Bai Chao pharmaceutical sect do something so heartless? Nanhua reminded her in a low voice. We were blocked by the ice wall before. We didn't dare to charge in recklessly. This time, there's a hole in the ice wall. Someone clearly broke through. Yet old Ancestor Bai Chao hasn't reacted at all. Whoever did this is extremely skilled. They must still be nearby. She opened a cauldron to check and reported. Mr. Kong, Xiao Huanzi is okay. It seems that Chongqing Peak cultivator we captured wasn't lying. The child is indeed here. Nanhua said gravely. But rescuing him right now will be very difficult. These cauldrons are definitely linked directly to old Ancestor Bai Cao's consciousness. If we even touch them, I'm certain he'll sense it immediately. Hongyan was full of regret. We worked so hard to get in here, and we even found Xiao Huanzi. Nanhua sighed. The time isn't right yet. If we alert the enemy now, it'll ruin everything. We can't save Xiao Huanzi just yet. Hongyan nodded reluctantly. I understand, Mr. Kong. We've already leaked the information. We'll only have a chance once others are lured here by the rumors. Eavesdropping from the corner, Lin Feng finally understood. So they were the ones who spread the news. Nanhua said, let's go. We need to leave first. To avoid being discovered. A flash of bright light erupted. The two of them vanished in an instant. Lin Feng approached the cauldrons, his voice heavy. I can't stay here long. I'll restore everything to the way it was first. Then I'll find a way to save you all later. Amidst the vast and majestic mountains, Lin Feng walked lost in thought. Suddenly, he spotted a creature that caught his eye. It turned out to be a powerfully built tiger demon. It looked fierce, clearly not easy to approach. But Lin Feng didn't panic. On the contrary, he thought, old Ancestor Bai Cao's human origin spirit pills have certainly stirred up quite a few factions. Even the tiger demons have been alerted. He stroked his chin, analyzing. The Gungjin tiger tribe are descendants of the ancient white tiger. Their bodies are incredibly tough, with razor-sharp claws and teeth. Magic hardly scratches them. The Gungjin Tiger King is even immune to 100 poisons, and practically indestructible. A calculating smirk played on his lips. This Gungjin Tiger King doesn't fear poison or plants. An old Ancestor Bai Cao's techniques are all rooted in herbs. Isn't that his natural counter? Thinking this, he revealed himself and spoke up. Is the human origin spirit pill really so powerful that even a Tiger King is interested? Lin Feng continued. The effects of the human origin spirit pill are indeed extraordinary. The tiger demon immediately whipped its head around and roared. Who's there? He replied with a knowing smile. The Baichao pharmaceutical sect has dispatched cultivators to guard the human origin spirit pills. The quality of a golden core can leap from a yellow core to a top-tier purple core. The tiger demon thought in surprise. I can't even see through this guy's cultivation level. It spoke out skeptically. If these human origin spirit pills are so miraculous, why would the great sects let them stay in the hands of the Baichao pharmaceutical sect? If they really were that effective, the Baichao pharmaceutical sect would have flourished long ago. Lin Feng explained. These 2 points alone severely limit the value of the human essence soul pill. First, its effectiveness is restricted. Second, the success rate of refining it is incredibly low. He spoke as if casually revealing a secret. I just happened to overhear some inside information, so I thought I'd share it with you. The fox demon immediately grew agitated. He thought this human was remarkably straightforward. The human essence soul pill is indeed a rare treasure. I have to report this to the Fox King immediately. It shifted into a defensive stance and barked a question. Who the hell are you, and how do you know so much? Lin Feng replied with total indifference. Who am I? That is something you don't need to know. The plan is 80% complete. I can't help but smirk. Is this cat really thinking about capturing me? If you even try to make a move, I'll drag you back and turn you into a sleeping mat by my lake. Right then, a familiar carriage suddenly appeared. Lin Feng sensed it immediately and looked up. The newcomer was none other than Hong Dai. Lin Feng let out a weary sigh. Not this guy again. Please, don't ruin my progress. Hong Dai spoke with an air of supreme arrogance. To face a golden fox demon without a shred of cultivation. You certainly have guts. Lin Feng frowned in annoyance. He didn't even bother to respond. Hong Dai grew even more condescending. Even though you lack cultivation, your body is sturdy. You have a certain natural talent. Come drive my carriage. In exchange, I will teach you the ways of the Tao. The offer made Lin Feng freeze in his tracks. Hong Dai acted as if he were being incredibly generous. If you truly have the aptitude and the wit, I shall take you under my wing and protect your path of cultivation. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with sarcasm. My friend, did your parents never teach you that there's a time and place for such arrogance? Xiao Man poked her head out and giggled. My lord, that cat over there is quite beautiful. Hong Dai immediately moved to please her. Do you like it, Xiao Man? If you want it, I'll catch it for you. She cheered happily. I knew you were the best. He asked playfully, is there a reward for me? Xiao Man gave Hong Dai a quick kiss on the lips. She scolded him shyly. You're so wicked. Are you satisfied now? The sight sent the fox demon into a blind rage. You bastards! How dare you treat me like a common toy? It roared and lunged forward, ready for a fight to the death. The fox demon bared its fangs and snarled. Do you have a death wish? Hong Dai casually blocked its claws and spoke nonchalantly. Little kitty, if you don't behave, my lady won't be happy. The two sides immediately clashed in a frantic battle. Lin Feng sighed to himself. This cat is so easily provoked that he's actually fighting seriously. I'm counting on you to get back and deliver the news to the Fox King. He spoke up, feeling helpless. Are you really going to unleash your demonic aura right here on old Ancestor Baitsao's turf? If that old man shows up, and you have to face a nascent soul expert, where do you think you'll run? At that exact moment, a surge of magical power erupted. A voice boomed through the air. So, it's a Gangjin tiger demon causing trouble at the 100 Herbs sect. The fox demon recognized the voice instantly. Panic surged through its heart. Damn it. It's old Ancestor Baichao. A magical chain shot out and bound the demon tightly. It thrashed about in agonizing pain. Old Ancestor Baichao shouted. Now that you're here, don't even dream of escaping. A woman covered her mouth in shock. This is the space-piercing technique of a nascent soul ancestor. Hong Dai nodded knowingly. Indeed, it's nothing unusual. Once you successfully form your core and master the right secret techniques, traversing space isn't that difficult. My husband is truly impressive. He smiled and replied, I have many more tricks up my sleeve. You'll come to understand them all in time. Seeing the fox demon on the verge of death, Lin Feng let out a frustrated sigh. What a mess. My entire plan has been flipped upside down. I have no choice but to risk exposing myself. He instantly fired an immortal art upward, severing the chain, and barked a command. Move it. Old Ancestor Bai Chao retracted his power in shock. The fox demon seized the opening and fled for its life. As it ran, it wondered who could have possibly saved it. Then it cursed itself. Just focus on escaping first. Think later. The fox demon vanished into the horizon. Old Ancestor Bai Chao muttered, displeased. Lately, a rift leading to the demon realm has appeared. They're becoming bolder by the day. Inside the quiet main hall, Old Ancestor Bai Chao broke into a cold sweat, filled with doubt. Who on earth dared to interrupt my spell? Chubin spoke up cautiously. Could there be another nascent soul, cultivator, watching us from the shadows? Someone who moved to sabotage us? The ancestor glared at him. I'm not sure, but whoever it is, they're definitely not simple. The moment their power moved, it vanished. Even I couldn't lock onto their position. Old Ancestor Bai Cao's voice turned heavy. The real issue is whether that fox demon knows the secret of the human essence soul pill. If it reports back to the Gungjin Fox clan, then we are in serious trouble. Chubin spoke worriedly. My master is currently in seclusion. He won't be able to make it here anytime soon. If we inform the other elders, the news of the pill will be impossible to hide. The ancestor tried to calm him. It's all right. He continued. I remember your master possesses a certain artifact, the essence-transforming divine lightning net. If I can borrow that, I can definitely take down that fox demon. Hurry back to the mountain, borrow the treasure, and bring it here. Chubin immediately complied. I'll go at once. I can't let what I've set in motion slip away so easily. Lin Feng looked at the shimmering lights in the sky, lost in thought. Calling for backup? He raised an eyebrow. If Old Ancestor Bai Chao was hiding things before, proactively seeking help now will surely expose the truth. The Gungjin Fox King has already put significant pressure on them. If the Great Wilderness Sword Sect investigates, Old Ancestor Bai Chao might not make it out of this cleanly. It's highly likely someone within the Great Wilderness Sword Sect is colluding with him. That person must have covered his tracks during the last investigation. Lin Feng thought to himself, it seems this tangled web of connections goes deep. I hope that fox demon doesn't let me down. The scene shifts to the Great Wilderness region of the demon realm. The fox demon coughed as it muttered to itself. I didn't expect that old ghost to have grown so powerful. I didn't even have a chance to run. It whispered. That purple-robed Taoist said the human essence soul pill had limited effects. But from what I saw, even a nascent soul cultivator would benefit greatly. Thinking of this, it hardened its resolve. I absolutely cannot allow the human race to keep growing stronger. I must convince the Fox King to attack the sect. 3 days later, at a massive snow-white tower, the disciples gather to receive their orders. Each person guarding the formation must carry 5 vials of recovery pills. You must be able to restore your spiritual power at any moment. A team of 10 inner disciples will hold the key mountain pass. Everyone else will be stationed throughout the inner courtyard. Be ready for battle. The fox demon will attack soon. Every one of us must unite to repel the enemy. Once the meeting concluded, they all shouted with fervor. We will give our all to protect the sect. On Hong Dai's carriage, Lin Feng knit his brows. Such a massive commotion. It looks like a major war is brewing. A woman spoke. If you stay behind in such danger, my love, won't they owe you a massive favor? He smiled in response. When the time comes to ask for the human essence soul pill, they'll find it very hard to refuse. Xiaoman blushed and praised him. You are so clever, my lord. Hong Dai beamed with pride. Of course, my intelligence is second to none. The sky gradually darkened. It was an omen of the coming storm. Lin Feng realized it immediately. It's here. A streak of crimson appeared in the sky. That light slowly expanded, like a gargantuan spatial portal. Shadows began to pour out in waves. Too many to count, amidst the majestic mountains shrouded in night. The fox demon led its clan with a thunderous roar. The assault on the mountain gate had begun. They surged upward with violent force. The disciples below clutched their heads, struggling to endure. Someone screamed. This is the fox demon's soul-seizing sound. Circulate your power and resist it. The fox demon laughed like a maniac. Old Ancestor Bai Chao slammed his hand onto his chair in a rage. He roared. Impudent. Those few words alone exerted a terrifying pressure. The disciples rejoiced. The Ancestor's power is truly divine. The fox demon mocked him openly. Old Ancestor Bai Chao. You're just as useless as you were back then. He replied with a cold voice. Fox King, you've been silent for a long time. He raised 2 fingers toward the sky and shouted. 100 years ago, you couldn't break my eternal spring restoration array. Immediately, a brilliant light erupted from the mountain peak. Ancestor Bai Chao continued. You won't be able to today either. The surrounding disciples stirred. Listen to that. The Fox King's laughter died down. A brilliant light illuminated the night. Lin Feng remarked in a low voice. A mountain-shaking formation set by a nascent soul cultivator is indeed extraordinary. The witnesses cried out in terror. The Eternal Spring Restoration Formation. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended upon the earth. Sharp claws dug deep into the stone floor. Every fox demon knelt in unison. We respectfully greet the great king. The Fox King spoke. Ancestor Bai Chao, you truly are a cunning one. The moment I arrive, you activate the mountain-shaking formation. But all your efforts are in vain. Today, both the Human Origin Spirit Pill and Eternal Spring Peak. I will destroy them both. He roared out an order. Before the reinforcements from the Great Desolation Sword Sect arrive. Release the Spectre Wraiths. Try to break the Eternal Spring Restoration Formation, the Fox King bellowed. The sky instantly turned an eerie shade of green. Countless Spectre Wraiths poured out from the void. It was a terrifying sight. A disciple cried out in a trembling voice, Spectre Wraiths? There are too many of them. Lin Feng thought to himself. These Spectre Wraiths were originally those devoured by the fox demons. Their souls and cultivation were forcibly bound. He was taken aback. This technique is identical to that old monster's 100 Ghost Night Parade. But the souls of these Spectre Wraiths are far inferior. They can't compare to the arts of the Netherworld. Lin Feng whispered. It's about to begin. The Spectre Wraiths lunged down in a massive wave. The disciples braced themselves to resist. Everyone hold the line. Keep channeling your spiritual power into the formation. They haven't broken through the second layer of the seal yet. The shrieks of the Spectre Wraiths echoed in every direction. Their bodies twisted hideously as they spat out thick, dark energy. Lin Feng noticed something. These Spectre Wraiths are even devouring their fallen kin to grow stronger. It seems the formation's collapse is only a matter of time. The corner of his mouth curled into an intrigued smile. If Ancestor Bai Chao wants to survive this tribulation, he'll have to rely on the reinforcements from the Great Desolation Sword Sect. But for the sake of the Human Origin Spirit Pill, I won't let him have his way. Lin Feng surveyed the area and spoke. This is the path the Great Desolation Sword Sect must take. He placed 2 fingers to his forehead. My main body has to pass through here as well. Void Blade Technique. Lin Feng said coldly. Don't even dream of any reinforcements getting through. Just then, Lin Feng spotted a flash of crimson light. He recognized it immediately. What I've been waiting for is finally here. His sudden appearance forced Chu Bin to slam on the brakes. Chu Bin broke into a cold sweat. He cursed under his breath at being blocked midway. A barrier? He wondered suspiciously. What is this person's cultivation level? I didn't even sense him. He thought anxiously. The Eternal Spring Restoration Formation is about to break. The Bai Chao Pharmaceutical Sect is still waiting for help. He barked out. I am on urgent business. Why are you blocking my path, fellow Taoist? Lin Feng smiled and said, Your spiritual aura feels desolate and ancient. You must be a disciple of the Great Desolation Sword Sect. Chu Bin replied coldly. So what if I am? Lin Feng's expression turned serious. It's nothing. Since you're from the Great Desolation Sword Sect, I have something to say. Chu Bin shouted impatiently. I'm in the middle of a life-or-death rescue. Whatever it is, it can wait. Lin Feng's voice grew heavy. What I have to say also concerns human lives. Chu Bin gritted his teeth in fury. Lin Feng exposed him bluntly. The Bai Chao Pharmaceutical Sect refines human origin spirit pills through inhumane means. Why does the Great Desolation Sword Sect turn a blind eye? Chu Bin was horrified to find he couldn't move his body. He feigned composure and said, Those are nothing but slanderous rumors. We have already sent people to investigate. They are completely baseless. Lin Feng's tone sharpened. Is that so? The peaks of Eternal Spring are vast and numerous. I've done some investigating myself. I didn't find any human origin spirit pills either. Chubin probed. Could it be that you were the one investigating? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched upward. But not long ago, I discovered a secret alchemy chamber sealed deep within the heart of Eternal Spring Mountain. The human origin spirit pills use the bodies and souls of young children as cauldrons. Chubin broke out in a sweat and asked, "Is such a thing really happening?" Lin Feng replied solemnly, "I saw those so-called spirit pills with my own eyes. As long as we tear down Eternal Spring Mountain, the truth will be revealed." Chubin was both frightened and enraged. He put on a show of indignation. To think they dared to pull the wool over the eyes of the Great Desolation Sword Sect. I will go there with you. If those human origin spirit pills really exist, I won't let this slide. Lin Feng turned to leave, not forgetting to offer a compliment. Such a sense of responsibility. You truly live up to the name of the Great Desolation Sword Sect. Just as he took flight, Chubin suddenly broke into a wicked grin and instantly unleashed a killing move. You fell for it. Lin Feng calmly replied, "Not a bad performance, but still not as good as mine." Immediately after, he appeared behind Chubin and said, "At first, I was afraid of killing an innocent man, but now, I'm certain you deserve to die." Chubin gasped in horror. "What?" He turned his head in a panic. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to teleport through space. Could he be at the nascent soul stage? Or is he carrying a high-level artifact? Chubin attacked desperately. "I don't care what your realm is. Let's see you escape." From this move, Lin Feng saw countless bolts of lightning weaving into a net. It lunged down to trap him. He thought to himself, a nascent soul stage artifact. This must be the trump card Ancestor Baichao was waiting for. Using lightning to counter the metal element Fox King, the lightning net immediately sealed off his retreat. Lin Feng was forced to jump back to dodge. He frowned. Once imprisoned by this lightning, one would be burnt to ashes within an hour. But this only piqued his interest. He was determined to crush his opponent. A nascent soul stage artifact is indeed extraordinary. If combined with intent and space secret arts, it would be even more terrifying. He waved his hand and cast a spell. Void Blade Technique. His magic struck out, aiming to shatter the lightning net. But unexpectedly, everything reverted to its original state. He calculated quickly in his mind. Just as I suspected, Chubin looked absolutely delighted. The business of the Great Desolation Sword Sect is not for outsiders to meddle in. This is what happens when you stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Lin Feng spoke up. "It sounds like you know exactly how the human origin spirit pills are refined." The man sneered and shot back. "So what if I do? Compared to the value of a human origin spirit pill, that little bit of loss is nothing. You should know just how much influence a single batch of these pills can have." Lin Feng smiled in response. "You don't need to tell me that right now. In a moment, even if you don't want to, I'll drag everything out of that head of yours." At that very moment, another Lin Feng unexpectedly stepped out from a spatial portal behind him. He stared at his opponent with cold eyes. Killing intent surged. "Are you prepared to die?" Chubin let out a loud roar. His voice was full of rage. "Don't take me for some commoner, kid." He immediately swung his sword. Although Lin Feng dodged in time, the blade still managed to graze his face. Lin Feng glanced at Chubin. The man was arrogant to the extreme. "Is the Great Desolation Sword Sect somewhere you trash cultivators can challenge?" Great Desolation Sword Song, first form. As he spoke, he unleashed a violent strike that felt like it could sweep away the clouds. The sword's intent gives life to all things. His mouth curled into a smug grin. He acted as if victory was already in his grasp. To his shock, the sword shattered into pieces. Only then did Chu Bin realize his fate was sealed. Lin Feng appeared before him like a ghost. He asked coldly, "You've swung that sword enough, haven't you? Is it my turn now?" He pulled his hand back to gain momentum. Then, he unleashed a blast of raging flames. It pierced straight through his opponent. Chubin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng said coldly, "Pay the price for those children you captured." The man remained stubborn until his very last breath. "No." Immediately after, Lin Feng threw a punch that sent Chu Bin's head flying from his shoulders. He noticed the lightning net had loosened. It slowly descended. Then, it shrank back into its original form, a round sphere. Lin Feng marveled. Trying to fly back to your true master? A nascent soul artifact has actually developed this much intelligence. Truly a rare sight. He raised both hands and spoke. But how could I ever let you leave? I still need you to deal with that tiger. That dull gray sphere began unleashing increasingly powerful surges of lightning. Under Lin Feng's influence, it looked as though it were about to explode in midair. Bolts of lightning struck down, one after another. Suddenly, a man appeared in the distance, roaring in fury. You dare kill my disciple and steal my Dharma treasure? You've got some nerve. Lin Feng sighed softly to himself. To think a shred of divine sense was still left on this treasure. Lin Feng reached out and crushed it, making the old man scream in agony. He muttered irritably, "So much chatter." The celestial barrier instantly severed the connection between Ancestor Huang Lei and the Thunder God Net. Then, he continued to cast his technique. Celestial Realm Barrier. An enraged roar echoed from within the grotto of the Great Desolation Sword Sect. The old man shrieked in a fit of rage. Once I break through to the nascent soul stage and finish my seclusion, I will hack you into a million pieces. Meanwhile, Lin Feng practiced using Chu Bin's lightning orb, calculating how much time he needed to refine it and erase the remaining imprints. This treasure is mine now, but it's not quite perfect yet. Just then, he noticed a mountain in the distance. A smirk played on his lips. The Changchun heaven-returning array has been broken. I have to head back now. There's no time to lose. That thing on the ground has been completely tamed. Might as well take it back as an offering. The place was shrouded in a thick, eerie mist. Countless fox demons and vengeful spirits were swarming in. They lunged forward, attacking the disciples. A massive hand suddenly descended with overwhelming force. A direct hit to the fox demon's chest sent it flying, coughing up blood. The one who struck was Ancestor Bai Chao. He wondered himself, confused. What's taking him so long? Chubin isn't here yet. A little longer, and Changchun Peak will fall. Disciples and fox demons clashed in a chaotic melee. It was a gruesome, terrifying scene. The disciples fought desperately, bound by their oath to protect Changchun Peak. But they were still being mauled by the fox demons. Right then, a voice rang out. "Stop right there." That familiar carriage appeared once again. One look at the carriage, and you knew exactly who it was. "Everyone, how about you show me a little respect?" A hand swiftly drew the sword from his back. Hong Yi spoke coldly. "Get off Changchun Peak, or don't blame my blade for being merciless." The crowd cheered in relief. "Lord Hong Yi is here to help." The fox demon snarled. "Who do you think you are?" That gave him the perfect opening to speak. "You're asking who I am?" Hong Yi replied with supreme confidence. "The most handsome man, north of Changchun, the strongest warrior, south of Kunlun. That would be me, Hong Yi." His words left the fox demon stunned, but they quickly snapped out of it and roared. "Brothers, I can't stand this guy. Let's get him. Off with his head." Hong Yi immediately unleashed his collection of treasures. One of his artifacts instantly bound an enemy, catching the pack off guard. A fox demon growled and lunged at him. You might have caught one dog, but what about me? Its claws snagged the hem of his robe. Hong Yi scrambled back to maintain a safe distance. It laughed arrogantly. "Don't try to be a hero if you don't have the skills. Without your treasures, you're nothing." Those words made Hong Yi roar in fury. A dragon in shallow water is teased by shrimp. You're nothing but bottom feeders bullying the strong. If I don't wipe out every last one of you Gingjin fox scum, I'm not fit to be human. The fox demon summoned a massive claw and grinned wickedly. "You don't need to worry about being human today. Just become a ghost." He shot back with disdain. "You think you're enough to take me?" Suddenly, an eerie vortex appeared in the air. A blinding burst of magical power erupted. The fox demon cried out in panic. "What on earth is this?" Hong Yi stared, wide-eyed with shock. This power is literally warping space and manipulating gravity. Who is doing this? He floated in midair. He looked up and froze. This phenomenon. The fox demons trembled with terror. A sound echoed through the area. Even Hong Ye's horses were shaking uncontrollably. The young women in the carriage were in a state of sheer panic. It was Lin Feng, appearing atop the black dragon, Jieyong. His aura was magnificent and awe-inspiring. The disciples gasped in wonder. "Look up there. Someone is standing on a dragon's back." Hong Yi stood there dazed. This presence, it puts my carriage to shame. Lin Feng stood tall and firm. His arms were crossed over his chest. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. A fox demon yelled out, refusing to back down. So what if it's a pure-blooded armored black dragon? It's just a low-level demon commander. Nothing to brag about. Then it immediately ordered its subordinates. Kill him. With a single move, Yahello the black dragon seized and slaughtered countless fox demons, leaving them screaming for mercy. He casually waved his hand. The fox demon suddenly realized something was wrong. Their bodies began to glow and disintegrate in agony. My body, what's happening to my body? The disciples were so stunned they couldn't even move. The onlookers began whispering fervently. Who is he? He's incredible. He kills demon commanders like it's nothing. And he arrived on a dragon. Could he be a legendary nascent soul ancestor? This is terrifying power. Lord Hong, ye can't even compare to him. The gossip continued. Meanwhile, Hong Yi was seething with rage. How could they even compare us? That guy is killing demon commanders. While Lord Hong Yi has only taken down demon generals. It's only natural he'd struggle against a pack of commanders. Lin Feng remained composed high above. He didn't make a move unnecessarily. The little demon added fuel to the fire. She shouted that Lin Feng was the very person he had wanted to make his servant. Everyone froze. Even the disciples were paralyzed with shock. Then, they all burst into mocking laughter. Trying to make a nascent soul expert your servant. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. My sides hurt. The laughter went on and on, followed by blatant, unreserved insults. Talk about having no shame. To actually dream of making someone like him a servant. His face must be as thick as a brick wall. Hong Yi stood perfectly still. He turned and questioned them with a cold sneer. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. Then, his expression darkened. Since you want to laugh so much, you can die laughing. He waved his hand and summoned a massive cauldron. Surges of magical power spilled out. Lin Feng was slightly startled. This energy, this artifact, is far beyond the golden core stage. Hong Yi coldly commanded, kill them all. The cauldron came crashing down. Everywhere it touched turned into a bloodbath. Whether human or fox, none were spared. Only now did the fox demons feel true terror. Their entire bodies were trembling. One looked down in a daze at the gaping hole in its stomach. A demon commander killed in a single strike. Hong Yi snorted. He spoke with utter contempt. Nothing but a bunch of worthless pests. He thought to himself, I usually use the void tripod for defense, making it hard to unleash its offensive power. And yet, I let these frogs in a well look down on me. A smug grin spread across his face. I'll show you the true power of my void tripod. The look on that kid's face right now must be priceless. But Lin Feng's eyes were still filled with nothing but disdain. That sent Hong Yi into a total frenzy. What the hell are you? How dare you look at me like that? Suddenly, he coughed up blood in horror. One of the women from his harem had suddenly run a sword through his chest. I finally waited long enough for you to release the void tripod. Hong Ye's eyes bulged as he gasped. Why you? Immediately, the other concubines struck at once, stabbing and slashing him repeatedly. Hong Yi screamed in desperation. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He collapsed to the ground in excruciating pain. Hong Ye's voice trembled. Why? Why did you do this? She replied coldly. Did you ever stop to wonder why we followed you? He was stunned. Wasn't it because of my charisma? She laid out the truth plainly. It was your little void tripod that caught my eye. I want to take everything. Hong Yi trembled as she continued her questioning. Then what about them? Another woman stepped forward to recount the past. The world believes you were in seclusion on the mountain, seeking the Tao, that you forged your own path of cultivation. Is that true? She continued. Back then, a cultivator suffering from chi deviation sought peace on that mountain. All he needed was to be submerged in the nearby lake to be saved. Tears began to stream down her face. But what did you do? You stole his cultivation manual. You left him there in agony, waiting for death. She choked back a sob. That man was my father. I arrived just one step too late to save him. She stepped forward. Her voice was cold and threatening. My dear husband, tell me, do you think I should kill you? Watching from the side, even Lin Feng felt a surge of anger. You really are a piece of work. After all that effort, it turns out he wasn't the one playing them. They were the ones playing him. Hong Yi stammered. You all felt the same way? You too, she replied with a smirk. To be honest, I never had a grudge against you, young master. Nor did I ever love you. I was only after the human origin soul pill. Xiaoman spoke up. Let me finish the story for her. She began. Xiaoro already had a childhood sweetheart, but you used your power and influence to force a marriage proposal on her family. She only married you because she was afraid your power would harm the man she loved. Don't flatter yourself. As for me, I only used you as a shield to hide from those hunting me. Who would have thought you'd actually try to force yourself on me? She raised her leg high and slammed her foot down ruthlessly on Hong Ye's precious jewels. A blood-curdling scream erupted. The sound was so agonizing it made everyone nearby wince in sympathy. Lin Feng winced inwardly. That's gotta hurt. Looks like there's no saving him this time. Lin Feng spoke aloud. It seems young Master Hong Yi is out of options. Hong Ye's magical treasures began to float into the air one by one. Lin Feng was impressed. These two items are definitely extraordinary. Suddenly, a sword lunged straight toward him. Even though its master was dead, its power seemed to have increased. Lin Feng remained calm. Since you've chosen to target me, he activated his magic to seize control of everything. Then I suppose I'll take the lot. With just a flick of his strength, he swept all the treasures into his sleeve. He looked down at the women who were once part of Hong Ye's harem. They stood there in stunned silence. Lin Feng felt a spark of amusement. It seems they were only after his treasures. What a coincidence, so am I. He looked toward the distance. Suddenly, he remembered something important. The old monster Bai Chao and that Tiger King must have reached the upper level by now. Lin Feng gave the order. Take me up there. Jie Yong broke into a cold sweat. There's a demon king up there, and it's that ferocious Gung Jin Tiger King. I'm not going up there just to die. Lin Feng gave its head a gentle, reassuring tap. What are you worried about? I'm right here. The dragon remained stubborn. I don't care. I'm not going. Lin Feng scoffed. Such a massive body, yet the heart of a mouse. Whether you like it or not, you're going up today. He called the dragon by its full name. Jie Yong. The dragon jolted upright in shock. Terrified, Jie Yong asked, How do you know my true name? Lin Feng thought to himself, the soul of Chun Gang told me long ago. The Taishu sect uses true names with the dragon controlling art to dominate the dragon race. He replied coldly, Jie Yong, immediately. Take me to the summit of Mount Changchun. Dreading to disobey, the dragon took flight. As soon as they arrived, they saw a blue orb of magical energy hovering in the distance. The Tiger King was in a frenzy, launching a relentless assault. The Tiger King let out a low, weak growl. You insignificant insects actually think you can protect this great array? Don't make me laugh. Inside the orb, Ancestor Bai Chao was struggling to hold his ground. The entire mountain range shook violently from the clash. The old man roared. Final seal of the Changchun Rejuvenation Array. Open. The Tiger King mocked him. Ridiculous. He gathered a massive flame in his maw and spat it out. The swirling inferno surged forward as if to incinerate everything in its path. Lin Feng mentally assessed the attack. The power of that wind is incredibly sharp and potent. It's likely on par with the high peak of the ninth heaven. The Tiger King continued to press his weight against the supporting tree. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought to himself, it looks like the old monster Bai Chao hasn't given up yet. The Tiger King lunged ferociously. I'll tear you pieces of trash to shreds, he roared. He used his claws to rip through everything. Inside, Ancestor Bai Chao immediately spat out blood. He cursed in a rage. All brawn and no brains. What the hell has Chu been doing? According to the plan, he should have returned long ago. Just then, a strange beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. The Tiger King laughed triumphantly. Old ghost, after 1,000 years, I finally have the chance to destroy your Changchun Peak. The mountain range behind them was sliced clean in half. Earth and stone collapsed with a thunderous roar. It was a scene of absolute devastation. The disciples lay scattered and broken below. Even Ancestor Bai Chao was in a pathetic state, barely holding his defense. He was beyond furious. Don't you dare think you can run rampant here, you monster! Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power erupted. Ancestor Bai Cao's giant flower branches glowed a deep red. He spoke. You think cutting my Changchun vine shows skill? Vile beast, witness the power of my samsara flower. The corners of his mouth curled into a smug grin. Any mortal swallowed by the samsara flower will fall into an eternal cycle. There is no salvation. Now, Doc, the Tiger King didn't even blink. He countered with cold mockery. In all these tens of thousands of years, you still haven't learned. Metal conquers wood. Don't you know that? And you're still trying to play with flowers and grass? He lunged high into the air. His silhouette was as fast as a bolt of lightning. With a single swipe, he pierced through the heart of the flower. Gungjin, source-shattering slash. Ancestor Baichao froze, trembling in pure panic. My samsara flower. The samsara flower I nurtured for 100 years. The Tiger King roared with delight. Baichao, if you have anything else hidden, bring it out now. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. He looked at the old man's battered state. If you won't make a move, I'll hell myself. Then I'll come back to finish playing with you. He used his powerful claws. He grabbed the two halves of the split mountain, revealing the secret chamber hidden within. The Tiger King mused. It seems that Cultivator wasn't lying. There really is a secret inside this mountain. He smashed the structure apart, exposing countless small cages. He thought excitedly, let's see how these human-origin soul pills taste. But just as he reached for them, a mysterious force blocked his path. The Tiger King roared in surprise. Who's there? At that moment, Manhwa emerged from the level below. He announced loudly, the people in these cages are all alive. I will not let you eat them. Lin Feng thought to himself. I figured Manhwa's group would still be around. The Tiger King didn't care what was inside. He was only annoyed that someone was blocking his way. Where did this little rat crawl out from? State your name, boy. Manhwa began to channel spiritual energy into his chest. Then he spoke. I have no name and no title. I am merely a passerby who cannot stand by and watch such injustice. Ancestor Baichao turned his head in shock. Even the Tiger King was momentarily stunned. Manhwa erected a massive wall, a wall of thick, towering sand. He spoke urgently. I beg you both, please spare these children. He then encased the cages in a protective sphere of sand. The Tiger King flew into a rage. A mere golden core cultivator dares to ruin my plans? He slammed his claws repeatedly against the sphere, but every attack proved useless. The Tiger King was shocked. What? How can a golden core cultivator withstand my claws? He continued his relentless assault. Lin Feng watched and analyzed the situation. Manhwa must have found the complete version of the eternal river-sinking sand curse. To break this formation, I'm afraid even two nascent soul cultivators would need considerable time. He wondered what would happen once the barrier was finally breached. From within the sphere, Manhwa spoke. Hong Yin, use this chance to save them. She immediately replied. One of the cages was forced open, revealing a familiar face. Hong Yin choked back tears. Xiao Huanzi, Big Sister is here to save you. At that exact moment, a tree branch forced its way in. Ancestor Baicao's voice rang out. Save them. His eyes turned venomous. Today, not a single one of you is getting out alive. The Tiger King glanced over at the old monster Baichao. It looks like the old man is planning to go all out. He saw Manhwa and Hong Yin desperately trying to find an escape route. Lin growls, his eyes glowing a deep, menacing crimson. Go ahead, try and see how far you can get. I'll deal with you once I've finished off that old bastard. The air suddenly turns deathly still. The silhouette of a massive black dragon glides through the air with effortless grace. Lin Feng observes the scene carefully. The very sky begins to shift and change. It's enough to conceal whatever chaos is happening within. This makes it much easier for me to make my move. Manhwa looks on, visibly confused. Is Lin Daoxiao here as well? Could he also be after the human origin soul pill? He replies with a subtle, knowing smile. Indeed, I am here for the human origin soul pill. Specifically, to make sure it vanishes from this world forever. Lin Feng turns away and gives his orders. Daoxiao, get the children down the mountain to safety. Leave the rest to me. Patriarch Baichao manifests a colossal sphere of magical energy. It pulses with an overwhelming, rolling power. He asks in a frigid, merciless tone, are you prepared to meet your end? The Fox King shows not a hint of fear. Stepping forward, he lets out a derisive smirk. Using the sky-opening fruit, are we? Sacrificing centuries of cultivation just to kill me. Is it really worth it? He replies bluntly. To end the millennium-old grudge between us. How could it not be worth it? The Fox King immediately shifts into a combat stance. His demonic energy surges in violent reverse. Countless sword phantoms swirl around him. Come on, Bai Chao. Don't disappoint me now. Patriarch Bai Chao hurls the magical sphere straight down. The Fox King kicks off the clouds for momentum. He lets out a roar, wreathed in terrifying, scorching flames. The two horrific forces clash violently. The resulting shockwave feels as if it's tearing the very fabric of space apart. In the end, the sphere is sliced into 1,000 pieces. The fragments rain down from the clouds to the earth below. Looking up from a distance, the sky erupts in a series of unprecedented explosions. It's only now that the old man truly feels the grip of terror. Even the sky-opening fruit couldn't touch this monster. The Fox King seizes the opening and lunges forward. Today, your nascent soul belongs to me. Patriarch Bai Chao is paralyzed with panic. Before he can utter a word, a claw rips through him. Blood gushes out like a fountain. He recoils, desperately trying to cling to life. His hands form rapid seals, activating a forbidden art. Bai Chao medicinal sect, self-severance art. He grits his teeth, his thoughts racing. It seems today's vengeance will have to wait for another day. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the air. Fellow cultivator, please stay your step. Lin Feng has appeared out of thin air. He says, don't be alarmed, my friend. I've come to lend a hand. Patriarch Bai Chao asks suspiciously, who are you? Summoning a sphere of lightning, he speaks nonchalantly. Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is, do you recognize this lightning net? The old man recognizes it instantly. The essence primordial divine lightning net. You, who on earth are you? Patriarch Bai Cao's suspicion grows. Where Chu Bin and the others? Why are you the only one who showed up? Lin Feng replies with perfect composure. Chu Bin is currently dealing with the fox demons below. We can discuss the rest once we've dealt with this beast. The Fox King lets out a roar of pure contempt. You think you can subdue this king with nothing more than a measly artifact? He continues to gather energy within the lightning orb. Is that so? Then he hurls it straight into the sky. Primordial, nine-refined divine lightning. Countless bolts of lightning rain down, forcing the Fox King to dodge incessantly. He snarls in fury. Your cultivation isn't high enough to draw out this artifact's true power. You can't do a damn thing to me. Lin Feng gives a sharp reminder. Are you just going to stand there? Do you want to watch the Bai Chao sect's 1,000-year legacy crumble to dust? Patriarch Bai Chao breaks into a cold sweat, hesitating. But then, he makes a firm decision to follow the lead. Since you stepped in to help, my friend, then today, I shall give my all to suppress this monster. The magical sphere gathers its strength once more and hurtles downward. The Fox King is forced to dodge while being constricted by the lightning net. Standing behind him, Lin Feng thinks to himself. The old man has finally given up on the idea of fleeing. A calculating smirk plays on his lips, though he maintains a harmless facade. Now, I just need to find a way to wipe them both out in one go. The Fox King roars as he struggles to hold his ground. If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation isn't nearly enough to keep me trapped. He lunges desperately, intending to rip the youth to shreds. It seems you're nothing but a mere golden core cultivator. Lin Feng speaks nonchalantly, his voice cool and indifferent. You talk too much. Do you really think you've escaped? Only now does the Fox King realize something is horribly wrong. What the? It turns out another incarnation of Lin Feng has silently grabbed hold of his tail. He gives a cold smile. Fox Demon, if you don't watch your back in a fight, you deserve to die. The Fox King snaps his jaws, baring sharp fangs as he lunges. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng immediately unleashes his technique. 8 trigrams martial art, frozen heaven's pool. He clenches his fist and delivers a direct, heavy punch. As the thick smoke gradually dissipates, the Fox King is trembling in agony. His entire body is covered in wounds. His hands are soaked in blood. He looks as though he's reached the end of his strength. Suddenly, a massive bolt of electricity strikes him. The shock is so violent, his very soul feels as if it's about to disintegrate. Lin Feng speaks up with a reminder. Well, aren't you going to finish this? Seeing the perfect opportunity, Patriarch Bai Chao seizes it. Let me be the one to end this, Fox. The magical sphere swells rapidly and hurtles toward the Fox King. He bellows. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion erupts. The Fox King howls in a fit of rage. You want me dead? He erupts with every last drop of his power. determined to make this a fight to the death. Don't you dare think you're getting out of this alive. Lin Feng immediately shouts. His nascent soul is exiting his body. He's going all out. The Fox King bellows. White Fox Starfall. Lin Feng stands directly in front of Patriarch Bai Chao as a shield. But he suddenly shifts behind the Patriarch, leaving the old man horrified. No, I have to dodge this. Lin Feng speaks quickly. My friend, I'll be borrowing your body for a moment. He thrusts his hands forward and shouts, above and below. Great capture. Shudder. Two colossal hands instantly appear and tightly seize Patriarch Bai Chao. It's as if they intend to crush him into dust. He struggles in agony and screams, A sneak attack! You little brat. You had ill intentions from the start. A smirk curls at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Just a little longer and that should do it. Go ahead and enjoy the full force of the Fox's final strike. The Fox King's soul ejection strike slams directly into Patriarch Bai Chao. He lets out a blood-curdling wail. His body begins to go limp. His limbs begin to wither and fall away, a truly gruesome sight. In the blink of an eye, Patriarch Bai Chao is beaten into a mangled mess. Lin Feng speaks in a stern, frigid tone, using innocent children to refine your medicines. This is exactly the end you deserve. Blood rains down from among the clouds, staining the sky a deep, dark crimson. A small, infantile foot emerges. Patriarch Bai Chao's body shrinks until he looks like a small child. His face darkens with rage as he roars. You think destroying my physical body is the end of it? Lin Feng flies over to stand face to face with Patriarch Bai Chao. The old man grits his teeth and growls. Just who the hell are you? He replies with a subtle, mocking smile. Naturally, I have my reasons for killing people. Lin Feng continues with perfect composure. But I have no intention of telling you what they are. Now, rest in peace. This drives Patriarch Bai Chao to the absolute brink of fury. He erupts with power, screaming maniacally. If I'm going to die, then you're coming with me. Next comes a reckless, desperate explosion of power. Patriarch Bai Chao lunges forward, intent on mutual destruction. That terrifying wave of energy blasts straight toward Lin Feng. But the youth stands his ground, tall and unmoving. Dragging me down with you? A mocking smirk plays on his lips. The thing I despise most is a nascent soul's self-detonation. Right then, purple rings of light begin to manifest. The old man freezes in shock. It is Lin Feng's dual-world void displacement art. And in an instant, Patriarch Bai Chao vanishes. When he reappears, the sight before him is none other than the Fox King. Regret finally hits him, but it's far too late. Stop! I can't stop it. The Fox King howls in absolute despair. No! An earth-shattering shockwave rocks the world. The Fox King isn't dead yet. He rasps. Thank goodness I managed to separate my nascent soul. Even with this tiny body, at least I'm still alive. Lin Feng appears, asking softly, Is that so? You're still breathing. The Fox King barks back in anger. Don't get cocky. He suddenly realizes Lin Feng's true intent. Set up a barrier immediately. Protect yourselves. You don't have another chance. Lin Feng said with a smirk. The primordial energy within your nascent soul is incredibly pure. I'll help you preserve it. Behind him, the black dragon, Jie Yong, felt a surge of hope. If I can just swallow that nascent soul essence and the remains of the Gilded Fox King, I'll finally become a true demon king. Lin Feng looked at the Fox King. I recall someone earlier demanding justice from me. Lin Feng turned to the dragon, Jie Yong. What justice was he looking for exactly? The dragon immediately replied with total submission. The guy clearly wasn't in his right mind. Whatever the great immortal says, that is justice. Hearing this, Lin Feng asked, Can I count on you if I need something done in the future? The dragon answered firmly. Through hell or high water, to the heavens or the depths of the earth. You need only give the word. It then added expectantly, Great immortal, what about this fox demon's body and its nascent soul essence? Is it up for grabs? Lin Feng closed his eyes and replied, That depends on your performance. Work hard, and I won't treat you poorly. Overjoyed, Jie Yong soared through the air in celebration. Then he bowed his head low in a sign of deep respect. The first light of dawn began to peek over the mountain range. Yet, the disciples and the fox demons were still locked in a tireless struggle. Lin Feng gave a thunderous command. Everyone stand down. He announced in a booming voice. The Fox King is dead. The fox demons froze, unable to believe it. This can't be. How could the Fox King be dead? The disciples, however, erupted in cheers. We won. The fox demons are defeated. System notification. Host has eliminated a regional demon king. Cumulative reputation points have reached 70. Reputation conversion activated. As the host's deeds spread, reputation points will convert into current prestige. Current reputation, 70. At 80, you will attract common talents with potential. Those with a score of 20 or higher will automatically seek apprenticeship. At 90, you will attract elite talents. A score of 24 is excellent, and 28 or higher is a genius. Lin Feng thought to himself with satisfaction. As long as I hit 80, I have a real shot at completing the main quest. He stroked his chin, pondering. The person with the highest reputation around Mount Koluan is only at 20. But I need to reach 80. I wonder how long that will take. He continued his train of thought. It looks like I'll have to head to the Great Desolation Mountains to undermine the foundation of the Great Desolation Sword sect. While he was talking to himself, the fox demons scattered in a panic. Run. Fast. That guy's expression is terrifying. Anyone who gets in his way is dead meat. Just run. Lin Feng asked, surprised. What's wrong with these fox demons? It's not like I'm going to eat them. He called out to reassure the disciples. The fox demons have retreated. There is no need to panic. Someone asked doubtfully. Who is the one speaking? Lin Feng replied calmly. I am a friend of the 100 Herbs Ancestor. I heard the 100 Herbs sect was facing a great catastrophe, so I rushed here to help. He let out a soft, mournful sigh. A friendship of 1,000 years. Who would have thought our last meeting would end like this? Hearing this, the disciples were moved to tears. The Ancestor really did have powerful connections. Lin Feng smiled and offered gentle comfort. There now. Don't be too overcome with grief. The 100 Herbs sect still has all of you. He thought privately. Without a leader, this place will fall apart in no time. I can't let all those spirit herbs and plants go to waste. A short while later, Lin Feng met up with Kong Nanhua and Hong Yan. Fellow Taoist, it's been a while. Kong Nanhua said sadly. I truly don't know where we should go from here. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed something unusual. The look in her eyes seemed to be filled with deep-seated resentment. Kong Nanhua spoke up. The past is the past. Let's not dwell on it. As for these children, what do you plan to do with them, Taoist Lin? Lin Feng replied flatly. I originally came here for another matter. I never expected the 100 Herbs Ancestor would dare use children to refine medicine, just to create a false core. That pill was a human essence elixir. He continued. So, I decided to take him out while I was at it. As for these kids, if they remember the way home, they should be reunited with their families. Kong Nanhua let out a long sigh. I thought the same, but I'm afraid that might be impossible now. Lin Feng asked in surprise. Why? Kong Nanhua explained. Senior, these children are far too young. Their minds haven't fully developed. And after being trapped in those cauldrons, their consciousness is so clouded they have no memory of where they came from. Faced with this, Lin Feng suggested. Then let them come with me for now. Once their minds have recovered. If they want to go home, I will take them back. And what about the two of you? What are your plans? Kong Nanhua smiled. I'll find a quiet place for secluded cultivation. If all goes well, and I break through, I might reach the nascent soul stage. Lin Feng suddenly remarked. If I'm not mistaken, your internal water elements are currently out of balance. Kong Nanhua was stunned. You truly have a keen eye, Taoist. If I can refine the Hunyuan true water during the seclusion, I might be able to survive the lightning tribulation and form my core. Lin Feng smiled. In that case, come to my Mount Yujing. It will certainly be a massive help in breaking through your bottleneck. Kong Nanhua hesitated. Well, Hong Yan understood and quickly reassured him. Master Kong, please don't worry about me. I can take care of myself just fine. Lin Feng silently checked the system. System talent evaluation. Bone structure 8. Perception 8. Mindset 7. Luck 7. Total potential 30. While she's not quite as monstrous as those other kids, she's still very valuable. He then spoke. If you wish, you may come along as well. She asked joyfully. I can go too? He replied casually. Of course. It's been a while since I've had guests. Kong Nanhua said gratefully. You saved my life before, and now you offer such great kindness. I have received too much from you. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life, and follow your every command. System notification. Main quest Sect Guardian triggered. Accept Kong Manhwa as a Sect Guardian? Lin Feng was surprised. This counts too? He smiled and replied, there's no need to speak of serving me. If you don't mind, you could take on the role of Guardian in my sect. I have a few disciples who lack discipline. I hope you can help me keep them in line. Kong Manhwa felt a bit awkward. Great teachers produce great students. Guiding the disciples of a sect leader like you, that's no small amount of pressure. System display. Kong Manhwa has officially become the host Sect Guardian. Main quest completed. Reward. 1 gacha draw. Lin Feng laughed. Enough joking. Time is of the essence. Let's move out. He thought to himself. This turned out to be a buy one, get one free deal. A massive win for this trip. After traveling for some time, the familiar mountain appeared before them. Kong Manhwa looked at it and sighed in admiration. This place is truly an ideal land for cultivation. One day here is worth 1,000 miles elsewhere. He said, Sect leader, this is a rare blessed land. If I train here, I'm confident I can overcome the tribulation and achieve nascent soul. Lin Feng smiled. I'm glad you're both satisfied. Now, let me introduce you to my troublesome disciples. He shouted, Xiao Yan, Xiao Budian, get out here. We have guests. But only silence answered him. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of unease. Why is no one answering? Under the great tree where the old man played chess, Lin Feng's voice echoed in Zhu Yi's mind. Zhu Yi, do you hear me? Why is no one responding? Zhu Yi broke into a cold sweat as he explained. Master, junior brother was playing near the old man by the treasure tree. He was sucked into chessboard. Eldest senior brother tried to pull him back, but he got dragged in too. Third junior brother, and I didn't dare make a reckless move. Hearing this, he gave a stern instruction. I'm coming right now. Don't be afraid. Stay exactly where you are and wait for me. Then, he turned back to his guests and smiled. Children will be children. They got a bit too playful and ran into a little mishap. I'll be right back after I handle it. Sorry for the poor first impression. Kong Manhwa replied. Sectmaster, please go on ahead. Instantly, Lin Feng transformed into a streak of light and took off. He muttered to himself as he flew. Those two brats, they cause trouble every single day. Zhu Yi said anxiously, it's been an hour already. Could they be in danger? Wang Lin reassured him. Don't worry, Master will definitely find a way. Right then, Lin Feng appeared. The two cried out in joy. Master, he asked, what on earth did Tianhao do to get sucked into the chessboard? Zhu Yi recounted the events. Junior brother took a piece from a board and was immediately pulled inside. Big brother tried to pull him back but got swept in too. I tried to contact them, but there was no response. Lin Feng looked at the chessboard. Then he sat down and picked up a spiritual chess piece. Startling the two, they cried out, Master, be careful. A spatial portal opened. He reassured them. Wait here. I'll be right back. With that, he stepped forward and vanished inside. Inside was a bleak, gray landscape like a snowy night sky. Lin Feng spoke up. As I thought, there's a pocket dimension inside the board. He sighed, wondering, where did those two brats run off to? He ventured deeper into the void. Lin Feng noticed something strange. The boundaries between black and white were dissolving into gray. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and rubbed his head. A sharp pain spread through him. He pressed 2 fingers to his chest, struggling to stay conscious. But it didn't work. His consciousness began to fade. Even his spiritual power couldn't resist it. He collapsed onto the snow, helpless. Strange. Lin Feng lay there, motionless. He mumbled incoherently. The world. As he tried to form a hand seal, he suddenly snapped awake. He sprang up, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the barrier of heavens still works. Lin Feng realized only a nascent soul cultivator with spatial comprehension can enter this place without being hypnotized into a deep sleep. He raised his hand and thought, it's likely the spatial energy is still taking its toll. Lin Feng frowned. If this place intended to kill, I doubt even a nascent soul cultivator could withstand its full power. After a few more steps, he spotted Little Bud and Xiao Yan. Lin Feng approached them slowly. Found you two at last. That's quite a transformation. Suddenly, he noticed something odd and said, these two actually dared to build 5 spiritual altars already, and they're trying for a 6th. Xiao Yan's cauldron is also incredibly strange. It holds immense evolutionary potential. Suddenly, the boys shouted, get him! Then, something emerged from Little Bud's head. Surprising Lin Feng. What on earth is that? A phantasm appeared, showing the boy cheering happily. Big brother, get him. And that gorilla image was actually Xiaoyan. Lin Feng sighed in exasperation. Is that really how you see Xiaoyan? The scene shifted again. Zhu Yi turned into a duck, quacking incessantly in his ear. Little Bud groaned in frustration. Second brother is so annoying. Lin Feng stroked his chin, realizing this phantasm reflects the child's deepest primal thoughts. It's how he truly perceives everyone around him. He suddenly grew curious. I wonder what I look like in this brat's heart. Thinking this, Lin Feng drew closer. I gotta see this. Upon closer inspection, he froze for a moment. Aside from the boy, there wasn't another living soul in sight. Only little Bud, clinging to a mountain, wailing, "Master." Only then did the realization hit him. Wait, could it be? Lin Feng whispered to himself. So I'm that mountain. He chuckled at the boy's antics and left little Bud's side. Heading toward Xiaoyan, he wanted to see what was happening with him. In the dream, he was running frantically, clutching his belongings. Xiaoyan was scrambling after little Bud, picking up all the things the younger one had tossed aside. He looked terrified of losing anything. Lin Feng could only laugh helplessly. These two are quite the pair. One causes trouble, and the other cleans it up. Suddenly, the scene blurred and shifted again. This time, it was a vast, endless ocean. His fellow disciples were there too. This was how the boy felt about him. Xiaoyan dove into the water, swimming to his heart's content. Lin Feng understood. In the boy's perception, I am the boundless sea. His voice turned serious. The spatial power here is incredibly eerie. Those trapped in the dream seem to have their deepest secrets exposed. If I keep sleeping here, and someone else enters, wouldn't they see right through me? With that thought, he snapped back to reality. Now isn't the time for reflection. My priority is getting these two kids out of here. He raised 2 fingers to form a seal, his eyes snapping wide, preparing to cast his technique. He reopened the spatial rift using the dual world void art. Lin Feng lowered the 2 disciples through the rift. Zhu Yi and Wang Lin cheered the moment they saw them. Master is back. Just then, little Bud and Xiaoyan woke up as well. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Lin Feng standing before them. They immediately sat up and greeted him. Master, he replied with a smile. You two really are nothing but trouble. But we have guests arriving soon. Straighten yourselves up and look sharp for me. They answered in unison, Yes, master. The 5 of them stood in silence for a long moment. Lin Feng watched them, calculating his next move. Then, he cast a spell over his disciples. Before we meet our guests, we must look presentable and unified. Little Bud cheered excitedly. So we're getting new clothes. In an instant, all 4 disciples were clad in a completely new look. Lin Feng smiled, thinking to himself, I took the chance to examine them with my consciousness while changing their clothes. You lot have certainly surprised me. Little Bud has established 6 spiritual altars. Xiaoyan's cauldron can absorb the 7 great true fires to evolve. While the 2 were excitedly showing off their new robes, his gaze shifted to Zhu Yi, analyzing him carefully. This kid has already reached the altar core realm. He's refining his own unique pillar. It's entirely different from the norm. A Dharma cauldron is taking shape. It's clear he hasn't chosen his path yet. He's currently grasping the laws of darkness within the duality of light and dark. The duality of light and dark is the most primordial origin. It's also the most profound level of existence, whether light or dark. Both are the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. They contain the infinite great Tao. Lin Feng deduced the key point. To complete his cauldron, Zhu Yi is still missing the path of radiant light. He turned to Wang Lin and continued, though he's only at the peak of qi refining. Once he builds his altar and refines his Tao cauldron, will he give me another pleasant surprise? He turned and urged them, let's move. Don't keep them waiting. Then he smiled and asked Tianhao, how many spots do you plan to have for your spiritual altars in your sea of qi? Have you figured it out yet? Little Bud replied enthusiastically. Did you guess it, master? I'm planning on 9 spots. Hearing this, he fell into thought. 9 spots, huh? The system has an item called the 9-hearted heavenly flower seed pod, a rare spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, specifically used for merging exotic insects. I wonder if it would be of any use to little Bud. Lin Feng's gaze turned solemn. The number 9 holds special significance. I wonder if it's linked to those darker forces. Thoughts piled up, yet everything remained hazy. There's still no lead on Xiaoyan's true fire or Zhu Yi's path of light. And the price for that nine-hearted heavenly flower is exorbitant. Even if I spent every last resource, I'd struggle to trade for a single seed. He exhaled a weary sigh. This needs to be dealt with soon. Otherwise, it will hinder their cultivation. At worst, they'll be stuck in one realm forever, unable to progress. Lin Feng suddenly realized, if I delay the system's disciple recruitment quest, the penalty upon failure is execution. In a corner beneath a colossal ancient tree, a brilliant, dense light began to gather. Lin Feng's 4 disciples clasped their hands in unison. "Greetings, Mr. Kong." Manhwa spoke graciously. "I have learned much from the sect master. I consider myself half a disciple. How could I even compare to your core disciples? Seeing such pillars of strength gathered here today, the sect is bound to flourish." He turned toward him and asked with concern, "I wonder what matter is weighing so heavily on the sect leader's mind?" Lin Feng answered him honestly, "I won't hide it from you. I've got quite the headache. My eyes are dark from the strain." His voice was heavy with worry. "I'm currently searching for the 9-heart heavenly flower lotus pods for the kids' cultivation." Manhwa stroked his chin, lost in thought before speaking. "I don't have any on hand, but I know of a place where they might be found. From what I've heard, the 9-heart heavenly flower lotus pods have appeared there before." Lin Feng asked urgently, "Where is this place?" He began to explain slowly. "North of Mount Kunlun lies an endless desert. At the edge of that wasteland, where the desert meets the mountains, there's a plain in the far west of the Great Qin Empire. It is called Shazhou." Manhwa continued, "Shazhou is technically part of Great Qin, but in reality, it is controlled by the Tianyao Pavilion. They are a mysterious and cautious organization. They have never involved themselves in worldly conflicts. They primarily deal in trading resources across the various continents. Every year, on the 9th day of the 10th month, the Tianyao Pavilion appears in Shazhou to host the Vasi Dharma Fair. Cultivators from all over gather there to trade cultivation resources. Over the last 3 years, the 9-heart heavenly flower lotus pods have appeared twice at the fair. Both times, they were brought for trade by the same person." Lin Feng asked about the person's background. Manhwa shook his head, unsure. "I only heard that the person is searching for something they haven't been able to find yet. So, there's a very high chance they will show up again at this year's fair." He offered a serious analysis. "According to the system's map, Shazhou also lies within the northern reaches of Mount Kunlun. If we can make a name for ourselves there, it will greatly increase our influence. If handled well, we can build our prestige without shedding a single drop of blood. Furthermore, the population there is quite diverse. It's an ideal place to recruit new disciples." Lin Feng responded, "But this path carries both benefits and risks. Recruiting disciples in Shazhou could easily invite trouble from other powerful factions." He looked at his disciples and made a firm decision. "Regardless, we must attend the Vasi Dharma Fair. It will help us build our reputation and solve the cultivation issues for these kids." Lin Feng placed his hands behind his back and added, "I also need to take another step forward and break through my own cultivation. With my current strength, leaving Mount Yujing to face a nascent soul stage expert alone is still far too risky." Mount Yujing was unusually peaceful at this moment. Lin Feng looked over at the children and said, "The child brought back from the 100 Herb sect is currently being taught by Zhu Yi. Everyone else is focused on their training." With that in mind, he sat down. "Since I have a free moment, I might as well begin my breakthrough." His eyes drifted shut. Spiritual power began to circulate. Winds began to swirl violently around Lin Feng. A glowing core, brimming with energy, condensed above his head. The tribulation of yin and yang. To reach the mid-stage golden core, one must undergo the tempering of yin fire within the body. Success leads to ascension. Failure turns one to ash. The yin fire tribulation isn't purely a disaster. Surviving it purges all impurities, making the golden core truly perfect. The golden core soared through a glowing crimson void. Lin Feng followed closely behind it. 2 opposing forces of ice and fire appeared before him, as if about to collide. He strained to raise his hand high, grabbing hold of his own power with an iron grip. A powerful, warm light flared within his mind. Lin Feng returned to reality with a satisfied smile. The void lightning art, after fusing the heavens and the 8 trigrams ice sky. The 4th technique is finally complete. I've successfully reached the mid-stage golden core. Suddenly, a certain aura caught his attention. In the distance, Hong Yin was also sitting in meditation. She was completely enveloped in raging flames. Lin Feng realized she was about to break through to the mid-stage foundation establishment. Her spiritual altar was forming. He observed her closely and noted, her spiritual power is sufficient, but she's still missing a key step. She cultivates the path of fire. But as a woman, her constitution is naturally yin. Her path is different from that of male cultivators. Lin Feng guided her. You need to draw out a sliver of true yang hidden within your primordial yin. Use it to bridge the yang energy produced by your techniques. Only then will you succeed. Seeing that she could barely hear him, Lin Feng decided to take action himself. Fine, I'll help you out this once. Consider it an early investment. He gently released a single leaf. It drifted down onto the crown of her head. Lin Feng whispered, "This is a leaf from the Black Heavenly Treasure Tree. It will help you cross this threshold. But whether you succeed or fail still depends entirely on you." In just a few moments, Hong Yin ascended directly to the 9th level of the 1st grade spiritual altar and stabilized her realm. Lin Feng smiled in approval. Her spiritual altar is truly extraordinary. Realizing she had been assisted, Hong Yin bowed low in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your help." Lin Feng replied in a stern voice. "I merely showed you the way. Without your own talent, it would have all been for nothing." He spoke slowly. "Your eyes are full of hatred and rage. If the fire in your heart doesn't consume your enemies, it will eventually burn you to a crisp. Since our paths have crossed, why don't you tell me what you're hiding?" Hong Yin clenched her fists tightly. Her voice choked as she cried out, "He's too strong." Even Mr. Kong was no match for him. "I'm training like my life depends on it just so I can kill him with my own hands. But I really don't know if I can do it." The more she thought, the more despair set in. She slowly recounted her past. The Gale Society was an organization formed by the survivors of the Snow Gale Kingdom to resist the Great Zhou Empire. My elder brother, Yu Hafeng, was one of the founders who gave his life. The only one left is Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie and my brother were incredibly close. Even the technique I'm practicing now was taught to me by him. But at the time the war broke out at the Dazai ancient city, he was in secluded meditation elsewhere. After emerging from seclusion, Zhang Jie had entered the nascent soul stage, but his personality became volatile and unpredictable. It was as if he had suffered a cultivation deviation. We heard the Gale Society had retreated from the Great Zhou border. He was consumed by a mindless rage. He cursed us, calling us cowards and sellouts. Then he slaughtered every single one of our people in the Gale Society. Him. I must kill him to avenge them. After listening, Lin Feng spoke up. Rather than a tragedy, this sounds more like a heartbreaking joke. Hong Yin lowered her head and replied, "I made a fool of myself in front of you." He gently patted her head to comfort her. "You really shouldn't underestimate yourself. The nascent soul stage is definitely not your limit." Lin Feng said sincerely. "You will catch up to him soon. Surpass him, confront him, and end this grudge with your own hands." Hong Yan's tears began to fall. Her voice trembled as she replied, "Yes, Senior." Lin Feng offered his congratulations. Manhwa immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your help, sect leader." Then he suddenly asked, "Oh, that's right. Where are Xiao Yin and the others?" He smiled and replied, "They should be on the mountain. I'll call them over right now." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 disciples appeared in the blink of an eye. "Master," they called out in unison. Seeing Manhwa, they bowed their heads in greeting. "Greetings, Mr. Kong." He raised both hands to cast a spell and whispered, "Last time we met, I didn't have a proper greeting gift. Allow me to make up for it this time." A magic circle, like a spatial gateway, opened instantly. A shield appeared in front of each disciple. Manhwa introduced them. "These are called the Vast Riverescent Shields. Consider them a gift for our meeting. They're yours. It's a small token, so please don't refuse." Xiaoyan touched his and marveled at how incredibly solid it felt. Lin Feng smiled and explained, "Of course they're solid. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find it hard to break their defense. With these 4 shields, even if you run into an enemy you can't beat, they won't be able to do anything to you." They excitedly thanked Mr. Kong. The little guy asked innocently. Mr. Kong, do you have any other cool stuff? Just give them all to us. Xiaoyan frowned and scolded him. You got some serious nerve, kid. Lin Feng patted the boy's head as a reminder. You need to learn contentment. He laughed and said, if you really want gifts, your master has prepared a few things for you as well. The little guy cheered joyfully. I knew it. If Mr. Kong is this generous, there's no way master would be stingy. Lin Feng turned to instruct Manhwa. I'll be taking them to the Vasi Dharma fair shortly. While I'm away from the mountain, I'm leaving everything in your hands, elder. Manhwa happily agreed. We both need some time to recover our spirit power. When the sect leader returns, we'll continue with the lightning tribulations. Wu Lin bowed his head in a silent plea. Master, I wish to stay on the mountain to cultivate. I hope to achieve a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Lin Feng nodded in approval. That works too. Once you've reached foundation establishment, I will grant you your treasure. He then stepped toward Manhwa. Mr. Kong, I'll be counting on you to look after things while I'm away. The man gave a relaxed laugh. Small matters. Leave it all to me. Focus on your cultivation. Lin Feng then turned to Hong Yen. Do you wish to accompany me? She looked at him, startled. Am I allowed to? He gave her a slight smile. Your personality is as fiery as your name. Secluded cultivation doesn't suit someone who needs an outlet for their energy. Traveling and experiencing the world will be far more beneficial for your understanding of the Tao. Hong Yan's cheeks flushed a soft red. She bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you for your consideration, senior. Xiao Dai ran over and tugged on his sleeve playfully. Master, what about the treasures? Lin Feng patted his head. How could I ever forget you? But once you receive it, you're coming with me on a long journey. Have you made up your mind? The three disciples answered in unison. We've already decided. We'll follow you anywhere, master. Xiao Dai was dying of curiosity. So what kind of treasures are they? Stop keeping us in suspense. Lin Feng shook his head with a chuckle. You kids have zero patience. Immediately, 3 specks of light appeared, swirling in the air. Xiao Dai's face lit up with pure joy. With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, the 3 treasures revealed their true forms. The amber golden butterfly, the 7-slaying dragon cleaving sword, and the hanshi. He began to distribute them. Xiao Yan, this hanshi is yours. The boy immediately bowed. Thank you, master. Lin Feng gave his advice. Right now, you need speed and flexibility more than raw power. The hanshi is perfect for you. Take your time to realize its hidden wonders. Xiao Yan replied with excitement. Yes, master. Then he turned to Chu Yi. Little Yi, this sword belongs to you. Chu Yi stared at it, his mind racing. What majestic blade. Lin Feng smiled. This sword carries an incredibly heavy aura of slaughter. In terms of raw destructive power, it's top tier among magic treasures, even for the golden core stage. Do you feel its killing intent is too overwhelming? Are you worried it might not suit you? Chu Yi hesitated. Master, your eyes are keen. This sword is indeed at odds with the path of the sword I follow. I fear it might lash out against me. Just as I thought. This blade is far too domineering. Pure authority isn't enough to tame it. He spoke up again. Among all my disciples, you're the most composed. Your self-control is unmatched. That is why you're the only one who can truly master this blade. The young man fell into a long, silent reflection. Then, Lin Feng's voice rang out once more. Think of it as another way to temper your spirit. Hearing that, he finally nodded and accepted the treasure. I promise I won't let you down, master. Lin Feng had always been a master of psychology. Each person required a different approach. For someone like Chu Yi, constant encouragement and showing high expectations were all it took to drive him forward. Xiao Dai rushed forward and snatched the final treasure. His eyes sparkled as he asked if it was really his. Lin Feng laughed. After I killed the Gungjin Tiger King, I extracted a portion of its nascent soul essence to forge this demon tiger spirit. Its combat strength is at the peak of the golden core stage. With this golden butterfly, you can command it at will. The boy jumped for joy, thanking his master profusely. Lin Feng told them all to take their treasures and get some rest. We leave for Shazhou tomorrow. The disciples obeyed in unison. The next morning, the city of Shazhou was already bustling with activity. Xiao Dai was running everywhere, wide-eyed. He was curious about everything, leaving Xiao Yin breathless, trying to keep up. Don't run off on your own, he shouted. Just then, Hong Yin noticed something peculiar. She pointed at a pair of people and asked what was going on with them. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. When he didn't answer, Hong Yin called out to him again. He was caught in an incredibly awkward position. Concepts like that didn't seem to exist openly in this world. The surroundings remained loud and lively. Amidst the surging crowd, two young men were walking side by side, their bond clearly intimate and warm. Lin Feng asked her what she thought of them. Hong Yin blushed and whispered her reply. They look like lovers. He felt a bit embarrassed himself. He slowly explained that in the mortal world, there are indeed people like that, those who love their own gender. But even that didn't quite cover the whole truth. Lin Feng continued. Think of it simply. It's not that they like men in general. It's just that the person they fell for happened to be a man. The Great Tao isn't only about the union of yin and yang. Hong Yin seemed to have an epiphany, asking if love that transcends the world is the truest kind of love. Seeing Lin Feng breaking into a cold sweat, she tilted her head in confusion. He could only close his eyes and answer that everyone has their own preferences. We shouldn't look at them as if they're strange. Though, of course, men and women falling in love is still the majority. She still looked quite puzzled. Lin Feng quickly tried to change the subject. He felt completely helpless inside. The best he could do was tell her not to overthink it. He honestly didn't know how else to explain it. Suddenly, a man stepped forward and called out to Hong Yin. It was Ming Ju. He asked loudly if they were here for the Hanhai Dharma assembly. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Since when did I start looking like a rich playboy who bullies innocent girls? His gaze swept over the men accompanying Ming Ju. Most were at the foundation establishment stage. Two of them had even reached the late stage. Ming Ju let out a crude, mocking laugh. His eyes were glued to Hong Yin with a filthy intensity. He even commented that her talent wasn't bad and he should take her back. His parents would surely be pleased if she bore his children. Ming Ju began to boast. He told her that as a newcomer, she must find things difficult here. But if he led the way, even the Heavenly Tomb Pavilion would have to show respect to his Honglan sect here in Shazhou. Hong Yin gave a cold refusal. I don't need it. He grew annoyed. He smirked, saying a rose with thorns was even better. It only made him more interested. The civilians nearby saw Ming Ju's group and scrambled away in fear. They whispered about the monsters coming to ruin lives again, wondering why heaven hadn't struck them down yet. It was no surprise, even the Heavenly Tomb Pavilion was wary. He had the backing of a powerful force from the Great Qin Empire. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched into a smirk. Ming Ju arrogantly barked at the ants in the crowd to stop staring. Beat it. Hong Yin turned and whispered. May I take care of this? Lin Feng smiled. Do as you please. While Ming Ju was still rambling about status, Hong Yin vanished from his sight. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right in front of him. She told him coldly that he wasn't worthy. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. Clenching her fist, she delivered a punch that sent him flying. Ming Ju's body slammed hard into some wooden crates. He slumped on the ground, looking like he was ready for his next reincarnation. Xiao Dai shivered at the sight. He turned to his seniors and asked if they had ever accidentally offended Big Sister Hong Yin. The other gave a strained laugh, saying he was currently trying to remember. Seeing their master down, Ming Ju's subordinates charged all at once. They swarmed Hong Yin, but she didn't show a hint of fear. Surrounded on all sides, she walked through them as calmly as if she were walking through a pack of stray dogs. The leader lunged forward to attack first. Bold but reckless, he lashed out with a whip. Countless fireballs erupted as she dodged with the grace of a phantom. Another man slammed his palms onto the ground. Deep red corrosive bone, dust began to spread everywhere. Bone erosion, red dust. He roared. Lin Feng watched calmly from the sidelines. That red dust is highly corrosive. It eats through both spirit power and magic treasures. Once you're caught, it's hard to escape, like falling into quicksand. He wasn't in a hurry to intervene. He wanted to see how Hong Yin would handle it. She stood perfectly still, calculating her move. Hong Yin quickly spun her weapon, creating a massive gale. The wind blew the entire layer of corrosive dust far away. The man fell back in shock. The bone erosion red dust was useless. Several others immediately rushed in to help. They moved in formation, placing their hands on the shoulders of the man in the center. Fire, ice, and sand attributes began to merge. Hong Yin braced herself, moving with extreme caution. The sand and stone gathered, forming two giant hands. They swung toward her, coordinated with the fireballs. Hong Yin ducked and wove through the attacks. She mentally analyzed the combination of ice and earth defenses. A powerful surge of magic energy slammed down right where she stood. However, the corners of her lips curled upward. She realized the fire defense was the weakest. Next came ice, and finally earth. Gripping her weapon tight, she judged their spells to be far too disorganized for actual combat. A moment later, Hong Yin lunged at one of them like a bolt of crimson lightning. She unleashed the divine firmament. Her opponent spiraled into a panicked frenzy, terrified by the overwhelming force of the strike. Hong Yin slowly closed in on her prey. The sheer pressure turned his face pale with dread. She showed absolutely no mercy. With a single horizontal slash to the throat, she finished him. The battle was over. Over a dozen men lay scattered across the ground. Lin Feng calmly asked his disciples if they had learned anything. Their faces flushed as they repeatedly nodded, insisting they had. Hong Yin stepped forward and bowed, apologizing to Lin Feng for causing extra trouble. She was clearly consumed by guilt. He simply smiled, telling her it was a small matter not worth worrying about. Secretly, he reminded himself that this was the Great Qin Empire's territory. I wonder if anyone from the Yu clan is attending the Gobi Desert Dharma assembly. If so, Lin Feng spoke up. Since we're already here, let's take a look around. If you see anything interesting, go ahead and buy it. Excited, Xiao Buddy dragged Xiao Yin off to hunt for treasures. Lin Feng remarked that the goal of this trip was essentially a treasure hunt. Looking at Zhu Yi with a smile, he felt a bit self-critical. Especially little Yi. His luck is a perfect 10 out of 10. He's the type who stumbles upon treasures just by stepping outside. Being too busy would really be a waste of the kid's natural talent. On a street in Shazhou City, a stall owner was busily welcoming customers. The moment he saw Lin Feng approaching, he greeted him with an enthusiastic, wide grin. Lin Feng glanced over and asked if he had any local specialties from Shazhou. The merchant immediately presented a glowing green jade resting in an exquisite box. He explained that this precious pearl was brimming with liquid essence. It was perfect for female cultivators looking to preserve their youthful beauty. Hong Yin crossed her arms with a look of disdain. She scoffed, calling it a mediocre trinket with no real use. Lin Feng chuckled, noting that in her eyes, only things meant for killing were worth anything. Lin Feng asked if she wanted to keep looking. Hong Yin shook her head, saying there was no need. Just then, they both turned toward a loud shout. Zhu Yi came running over, calling out to his master. He held out a yellow pouch. Master, I found this object to be very strange. It feels familiar, yet at the same time, it makes me feel quite uneasy. It gave off such an eerie vibe that I bought it, even though the price wasn't cheap. Lin Feng laughed and waved it off, saying it wasn't expensive at all. If you like something, just buy it. Don't worry, your master will handle the bill. He took the bag from Zhu Yi and thought to himself, so that's what it is. No wonder it brings out such conflicting feelings of affinity and disgust. Lin Feng said enthusiastically, the fabric of this sachet is actually a remnant from the cassock of an enlightened monk from the ancient Great Lane Temple. He gave Zhu Yi a knowing look and continued. The immeasurable Tathagata Sutra belongs to the path of light, which is perfect for augmenting this boy's techniques. Then, pointing to the small seeds inside, he added, the real treasure is right here. These are shihi grass seeds, the only spiritual herb capable of refining the solar true fire. With enough shihi grass, you can nurture these seeds into an actual solar true fire. Lin Feng thought, I guess I really have to believe in luck. This thing is a top-tier find. Another shout rang out. Master! Lin Feng turned to see Xiao Buddy and Xiao Yin approaching, their arms full of items. Lin Feng pointed at Xiao Buddy's bag. Not bad at all. It looks like we've had quite a haul this time. He stroked his chin in thought. An 8 out of 10 for luck. Even if these items can't be used immediately, we'll keep them for later. On a bustling street in southern Shazhou City, Lin Feng stared intently at a painting hanging on a wall. He read the small script in the corner and said, Found it. Call the seller out here. I want this treasure. A servant bowed in response. I will report this to the guest immediately. However, True Lord Jinghua's movements are very hard to predict. I truly cannot guarantee when he will arrive. I hope you can understand, honored guest. Lin Feng mentally reviewed the titles. Golden core stage is a perfected one. Nascent soul is a true lord or an ancestor. It seems he's a nascent soul cultivator. The servant continued, explaining that this 9-hearted celestial lotus pod was put up for sale by true Lord Jinghua, Mao Shihao. Lin Feng gave a forced smile at the sound of such a bizarre name. Suddenly, the space around him warped, making his vision blur. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, identifying this as the pressure of the nascent soul stage. He looked up in shock as a stranger appeared. It was a man, yet his features were as beautiful as a woman's. Shihao spoke from behind him. He said he felt someone probing his painting with spiritual power, so he came to see who was eyeing his treasure. Lin Feng thought, this guy appeared way too suddenly. The servant bowed respectfully and announced that true Lord Mao had arrived. This gentleman is the one who was looking at the 9-hearted celestial lotus pod. I was just about to notify you. Lin Feng nearly choked. So this is true Lord Jinghua, Mao Shihao? The man gave a faint, elegant smile. With a playful glint in his eyes, he said, fine then. Let's have a chat. Shihao stepped closer and asked, you want my treasure, do you? He leaned in and lowered his voice. Then follow me back to my private manor so we can talk. But I'm straight. Lin Feng immediately lurched to the side as if avoiding a plague, leaving Shihao standing there stunned. Just then, Xiao Budian appeared at his side and asked what was wrong. I'd rather not talk about it. Referring to that embarrassing situation, Lin Feng pretended to rap the boy on the head, saying, what would a kid like you know? Xiao Budian stared blankly, wondering why he'd just been hit. Lin Feng turned away and urged them on. Don't dawdle, follow me. Scene shifts to Shihao's private manor. He lay reclining like a queen, looking thoroughly smug. The corner of his mouth curled up as he asked, now then, speak. What do you intend to trade for my treasure? Hearing this, Lin Feng stepped forward. He pulled out a bottle of spiritual pills. A light medicinal fragrance drifted through the air. Shihao's eyes widened as he recognized its value. Could this be the celestial one true water? Lin Feng thought he'd agree instantly. To his surprise, Shihao said that while it was good, it wasn't what he needed right now. He then manifested an image of the lotus pod for Lin Feng to see. Shihao's gaze was dangerously alluring as he asked, do you have any idea what I'm actually looking for? Inside Mao Shihao's meditation room, Lin Feng held the specimen, observing it before asking, what do you mean, fellow Taoist? Are you saying you don't need the celestial one true water? Shihao rested his chin on his hand and answered directly, of course I need the true water, but I'll use something else to trade for it. If you want to use talisman money, you can make an offer. Talisman money is currency drawn by cultivators. It's divided into 8 ranks, Qi, Tai, Ting, Huang, Zhu, and Yuan. Each rank is worth 10 times the one below it. Xiao Budian bowed his head in thanks for the explanation. Shihao nodded, praising the boy for his good manners. He told Lin Feng that he'd managed to save up a bit over the years. As long as the price isn't outrageous, I can meet it. Lin Feng felt that the man was exceptionally well informed. Shihao thought back to those useless scraps and said he wouldn't claim to know everything, but he knew enough. Lin Feng tilted his head, saying he was just curious. Shihao looked disappointed and suggested trading information for the true water. Lin Feng gripped the glass bottle and asked why he trusted him so easily. Lin Feng calmly replied that if his fellow Taoist was generous, he wouldn't be stingy either. Shihao laughed with interest, saying he'd watch Lin Feng's back when the Vasi Dharma assembly opened. Lin Feng thought it was indeed a rare opportunity. Lin Feng turned to Xiao Yin and instructed him, I'm going to speak with Taoist Mao. You kids go out and play, but stay safe. Xiao Yin respectfully obeyed. Han Yin looked worried and started to speak, but Lin Feng raised a hand to stop her. You all bear my spiritual mark. If you're in danger, I'll be there instantly. Shihao chuckled behind his hand, noting that Lin Feng's disciples were certainly extraordinary. Lin Feng replied that they were just a bunch of mischievous kids. Shihao praised them again, saying they were stronger than he was during his foundation establishment stage. They would surely be elites among their peers in the future. The Vasi Dharma assembly isn't just for trading treasures. When it officially opens, many secret arts and spells will be showcased. Lin Feng asked what the requirements were to participate in the auction. Shihao held up 2 fingers, saying one must be at least at the golden core stage and have a guarantor. Furthermore, you can only bring a maximum of 2 companions. In the side room, Xiao Budian pushed the door open, worried because the person who was just here had vanished. An intricate, glowing formation was active on the floor. He panicked, thinking that the cat from earlier must have run into the array. This is bad. Xiao Budian raised his hands to protect his face and shouted, "It's an offensive array." The light from the formation erupted violently, shocking Lin Feng. That familiar sensation made him worry that Xiao Budian had blundered into someone else's trap. Lin Feng hurriedly told True Lord Mao that his disciple might have caused trouble and he needed to check. The other man smiled, saying he was curious about the disciples and wanted to see what surprises they'd pull off. Shihao stood up, offering to go along. Lin Feng was slightly stunned and asked if he was just determined to watch him fail. Shihao waved it off with a laugh, asking where else he'd get to see such a show. Xiao Budian folded his hands and muttered an incantation. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3. Energy surged around him, converging above his head. His mouth kept moving. I can't calculate it. I can't figure it out. Lin Feng watched and noted the sword intent piercing through the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth as one. I remember now. This must be the sword Dao of the Heaven Sunder Sword Sect. Xiao Budian's hands erupted with purple and green energy. He launched them both into the space ahead. The boy looked at the bridge that had just appeared and grumbled. Math is way too exhausting. It's better to just punch my way through. The 2 currents of energy roared incessantly. Xiao Budian dashed up the stairs that had materialized. Lin Feng's face turned serious. No wonder. Breaking the array was that easy because the person who said it isn't actually inside. Xiao Budian cheered happily. A golden core array is strong, sure, but I'm stronger. Time to get out of here. Hong Yin observed the surroundings and guessed it was a secret chamber. Xiao Budian stepped out of the strange space, looking around in confusion. Where are we? A spiritual herb emitting a radiant golden light appeared before them. Shihao flinched in disbelief. Why on earth is this spiritual herb here? In this room. Lin Feng. Shihao and Hong Yin observed the space inside Little Budian's pouch. Shihao remarked, "This is the 9-crossing heaven-connecting grass. It's a rare treasure that only grows within the blessed lands of the heaven-connecting sword sect." Lin Feng asked in surprise, could this be the primary ingredient for the heaven-connecting altar they've been secretly refining? Little Budian stared blankly at the spirit herb and muttered, "Wow, this looks delicious. I should take this back for Master." The boy reached out and firmly snatched the spirit herb. Hong Yin asked worriedly, "Isn't doing that basically just looting?" Lin Feng covered his face, laughing helplessly. Shihao burst into laughter as he watched Little Budian run off with the herb. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "This kid is something else. I like his style." Lin Feng looked exasperated. "I apologize for my disciple's behavior," he said with a forced smile. Inside the private room, Fu Shi stood with his hands clasped before the 4-seated figures. He respectfully reported that the 9-crossing heaven-connecting grass had been moved to the secret chamber. It still needs a bit more time to reach full maturity. I hope the 4 seniors can stay a while longer. One old man stood up and said, "No need for such formalities. By the time the Dharma assembly concludes, the herb will be ripe." Another old man chuckled. "Fellow Taoist Fu Shi, you've worked hard." Fu Shi clasped his hands and replied, "If I wish to join Shushan, I cannot show up empty-handed. I hope Elder Baizhun can put in a good word for me in the future." Elder Baizhun took a sip of tea and said calmly, "The heaven-connecting sword sect has grown far too arrogant these past few years. They've forgotten their place as the #1 holy land. It's time they were taught a lesson." Another elder gave a disdainful laugh. "Without that 9-crossing heaven-connecting grass, they won't amount to anything." Fu Shi nodded. "Then I shall rely on you, elder. As long as I have that herb, I will speak highly of you before the patriarch." He smiled broadly and gestured for them to follow him. But suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer panic. The elder carrying a sword asked, "What is it?" Fu Shi stammered, It's nothing," and hurriedly urged them to see the herb. On the way to the storage area, Fu Shi introduced the courtyard as they walked. Aside from the heaven-connecting grass, there are many other spirit medicines and treasures here. An impatient elder snapped, "Enough. Just take us to the herb already." Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he silently speculated that the master of this courtyard must have returned. Inside the courtyard, the area was completely empty. Nothing remained. Fu Shi trembled and shrieked. It's gone. The spirit herb is really gone. An elder demanded. Where is the herb? He gritted his teeth in fury. Some bastard took advantage of my absence and dug up the entire spirit herb. Fu Shi looked up at the hole in the ceiling with a murderous glare. I swear, when I catch whoever did this, I'll kill them, he hissed. The 4 elders inspected the hole. One of them noted, the spiritual energy hasn't dissipated yet. The thief hasn't gone far. We can still catch them. Another elder remarked coldly. Fu Shi has already cut ties with the heaven-connecting sword sect. If he dares play games with Shushan, no one in this world will be able to save him. The elder said in a low voice, the theft of the heaven-connecting grass is a serious matter. We must recover it at all costs. The 4 elders took to the sky simultaneously. On the streets of Shazhou City, little Budian walked along, muttering to himself, there are 8 branches in total. Maybe I should just try one branch first. He held the spirit herb as 2 thoughts battled in his mind. One side told him, don't eat it. Take it back from Aster. The other side urged, just eat it. You're still a growing boy. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, ordering him to stop. Fu Shi lunged forward, screaming, you little brat, put that herb down right now. Little Budian stuck out his tongue playfully and zipped away, leaving Fu Shi howling in frustration because he couldn't keep up. Fu Shi muttered angrily and raised his hand to cast a spell. Damn it, you're forcing my hand. Heaven connecting sword shield. He flew through the air, shouting, you little brat, don't even think about escaping. His speed suddenly surged as he gave chase. Little Budian suddenly summoned a massive tiger that struck out, saying, spirit herbs were grown to be eaten, weren't they? Why are you making such a big deal out of it? The tiger's powerful swipe landed a heavy blow on Fu Shi, sending him flying into the distance. Little Budian rested his hands on his hips and asked, why do people who have no sense of logic love to lecture others so much? Fu Shi lay on the ground, dazed, and muttered, who's the one being illogical here? The 3 elders approached. One asked, how did he end up in such a pathetic state? Was it that kid's doing? An elder hovering in the air questioned coldly, brat, did you steal the 9-crossing heaven-connecting grass? Little Budian crossed his arms and played dumb. I have no idea what you're talking about. This guy attacked me the moment he showed up, so I was just teaching him some manners. The elder immediately released his sword and barked, crafty brat, you need to be taught a painful lesson. Gungjin destructive demon-slaying light. The tiger opened its mouth and spat a beam of energy directly at the sword. The sword suddenly vanished, leaving little Budian startled. Where did the sword go? He cried. The boy jumped in surprise as the sword was maneuvered around the tiger, lunging straight for him. Little Budian shouted, not another array. He swung his staff hard, parrying the sword. The elder frowned. It lacks sword chi, so the damage isn't enough. He turned to the 3 behind him. The heaven-connecting sword sect must have realized the herb is missing by now. We must deploy the sword array and finish this quickly. All 4 of us will strike together and cripple this brat. The 4 elders simultaneously surrounded little Budian to form the array. The sword array tore through the void, turning vast distances into a mere footstep. It cut through space to strike the enemy. The Shaoshang sword chi was the most domineering of Shushan's 6 paths. The Taiyin and Shaoyang sword chi followed, one unpredictable and the other the most balanced and gentle of the 6 paths. For pillars of power shot into the sky at once, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The 4 beams of light merged into a barrier, trapping little Budian inside. The boy gave the tiger a soft pat and whispered, hey there, little guy. I'm going to need a hand with this. Little Budian clasped his hands in front of his chest. At the same time, he condensed 2 sources of energy, wind and lightning. One of the elders exclaimed in shock, I can't believe this kid is so proficient in wind and lightning arts. To have this level of cultivation at such a young age. Hand over the 9-crossing heaven-connecting grass, and I'll allow you to enter Shushan to study the Tao. Little Budian gave a mocking sneer. Forget it. Just show me whatever moves you've got left. Another elder barked in anger. You arrogant little brat. The fat elder laughed loudly in mockery. The celestial sect of wonders? You dare mention that name in front of me. Who knows what kind of low-class sect that is or what backwater dump it came from. Just then, a massive force crashed down from above. That surge of power struck the array formed by the four elders, shattering it to pieces. One elder roared in fury. Our Shushan sword array. Who dares break it? Who are you? Lin Feng, along with Miao Shihao and Hong Yin, appeared. Lin Feng replied coldly. I am the leader of the Celestial Sect, Lin Feng. After today in Shazhou City, the names Lin Feng and the Celestial Sect of Wonders will be etched into your memories far deeper than the Shushan Sword Sect. The fat elder sneered. Don't get ahead of yourself. Even the Great Void Sect doesn't dare speak so boldly to Shushan. Right then, a group of people in red robes arrived on a cloud. Lin Feng looked up and said, More people have arrived. He looked up with a faint smile on his face. At the red-robed group approaching, Ming Ju observed the crowd with a stern expression. He stepped forward alongside Lao Lu, silently assessing the situation. Lin Feng thought to himself, so the Wu family's Ming Ju really is here. Ming Ju leaned in and whispered to Lao Lu, It's those two. Even after identifying ourselves as members of the Wu family, they still acted with complete disdain. Lao Lu said in a cold voice, The Honglam sect is also under the Wu family's protection. Anyone who dares provoke the Wu family must pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, he released a burst of energy. A massive attack lunged toward Lin Feng and Hong Yin, causing them to freeze. Lin Feng thought, You're delivering yourself right to me. Perfect. Let's test the power of the nascent soul stage. Miao Shihao stepped forward to block the two of them, saying, Daring to touch my friends right in front of me? You got guts. He snapped his fingers and chuckled. I haven't even returned the favor for your Tiani holy water yet. Consider this array my gift back to you. He then stood before Lin Feng and Hong Yin, conjuring a reflective mirror. The mirror reflected the incoming attack right back at them. The force hit them square in the face. The mirror then shattered and vanished. Lao Lu muttered in confusion. It was a reflection, not a copy. He then growled the name, Mirror Master, Miao Shihao. Lao Lu issued a cold warning. Miao Shihao, I know your cultivation didn't come easily. Turn around and leave now, and we'll act like this never happened. Otherwise, with your measly initial nascent soul cultivation, don't expect to survive the Wu family's wrath. Miao Shihao nonchalantly picked at his ear. Enough talk. Why don't you come and try? Lao Lu's face darkened with rage. Fine then, I'll send you into the cycle of reincarnation myself. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Everyone, please stop. Lin Feng looked toward the source of the sound. And another one joins the party. A group in green robes appeared, led by a young man named Dong Hui. Dong Hui spoke up. This matter concerns the heaven-connecting sword sect. Please stay your hands and let me handle this internal affair. Lao Lu roared. Dong Hui, you certainly picked a convenient time to show up. Fu Shi, standing nearby, trembled as he called out, Master. Dong Hui approached and questioned Fu Shi. Where is the 9-crossing heaven-connecting grass? Fu Shi was paralyzed with fear, unable to find his words. Trembling, Fu Shi pointed toward little Budian. Lin Feng immediately stepped forward to shield the boy. Lin Feng spoke up. Your esteemed disciple stole a spirit herb to gift it to the Shushan sword sect. My disciple happened to discover this and took it back. It is only right that the item returns to its original owner. He then ordered little Budian to hand over the spirit herb. The boy respectfully offered it up, though he secretly regretted not eating at least one branch beforehand. Dong Hui placed a hand over his heart in gratitude and asked, May I ask how I should address you? Lin Feng closed his eyes and replied, I am the leader of the celestial sect, Lin Feng. Dong Hui nodded, promising a generous reward later. A Shushan elder clasped his hands and said respectfully that they had also just learned of this. Our two houses both belong to the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance. Shushan does not tolerate traitors. Dong Hui replied with satisfaction, That is good to hear. Lao Lu clenched his fists, muttering in anger, This isn't over. I will report this to the patriarch and demand justice. As Lao Lu turned to leave, Lin Feng's voice stopped him. You think you can just walk away after bullying my disciple? The fat elder laughed disdainfully. You think you can stop us? Shushan has tens of thousands of sword cultivators. It would take nothing to turn you into a bloody pulp. Lin Feng smiled and replied, Is that so? Then he slowly gathered energy within his palm. On the road far from the provincial city, Lin Feng used his divine ability to create 4 spheres, trapping the 4 Mount Shu elders inside. One of them roared in fury, "You got a lot of nerve," before ordering counterattack. 4 swords struck the energy spheres repeatedly, desperate to break free. Lin Feng gave a faint smile. "Go on, have some fun." An elder cried out in panic. What's happening?" A powerful suction suddenly yanked his body away, forcing a wretched scream from his throat. He suddenly found himself in a strange, unfamiliar place. His face was pale with terror, leaving him speechless. It was an incomplete miniature world. A dark purple plain stretched out endlessly. He stood there in a daze, muttering to himself, "What kind of hellish place is this?" Lin Feng observed the 4 miniature worlds he had created to imprison the elders. 6 elder thought in horror, "This man has created his own heaven and earth. His divine abilities are terrifying." Dong Hui also silently evaluated the situation, realizing Lin Feng, the leader of the celestial sect, must be a powerful reclusive master who had recently re-emerged. Lin Feng calculated his progress. "Once I reach the middle stage of the Golden Core, these miniature worlds will finally be complete. At that point, even a nascent soul wouldn't be able to escape." The fat elder frowned as he realized his mana had been suppressed down to the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, making him jump. "You." Lin Feng folded his arms. "I'll deal with you personally. Since you love bullying the weak, let's see whose path is superior. Your Mount Shu swordsmanship or my celestial sex arts, in a fair fight between Foundation establishment cultivators." The elder shook with rage and screamed, "How dare you insult Mount Shu like this?" Xiao Budian suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch to taunt him. "Hey, shorty, where are you looking?" The elder dodged frantically, sensing things were going south. His face flushed with anger as he bellowed, "This brat even has the spirit of a peak golden core fox demon. How am I supposed to fight that?" Xiao Budian grinned brightly. "Don't worry, I won't use the fox spirit. If you're scared, just say so," the elder replied arrogantly. In the same realm, Mount Shu's swordsmanship is peerless. With that, he immediately unsheathed his sword. The Shaoshang sword chi tore through the air, slashing straight at Xiao Budian. Xiao Budian raised his hand, condensing a sphere of wind energy, and laughed. "Bring it on. It's my turn." The opponent grit his teeth to hold his ground, cursing inwardly. "I can't believe a Foundation establishment kid can produce an attack that threatens a golden core cultivator. This is just pure bullying." The boy stepped back forcefully, letting the twin forces of wind and lightning in his hands erupt violently. Dong Hui's eyes widened in shock. "No way." The Shaoshang sword chi couldn't even withstand a single blow. 6 Elder was also stunned. The Shaoshang sword chi is one of Mount Shu's 6 meridian sword arts. It is rooted in sheer, domineering power. Even if I were in the same realm, I would find it difficult to withstand such a divine ability. He glanced at Lin Feng and began to calculate. If that brat is the disciple, then just how powerful is the master? He then turned and lashed out at Ming Ju. "If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have provoked someone like him." He walked up to Lin Feng with a forced smile. He claimed it was all a misunderstanding and promised not to disturb them again. Lin Feng replied indifferently, "Suit yourself." Lin Feng watched 6 Elder depart and thought, "Perfect. Another player has joined the stage for the auction." He turned to look at Dong Hui. He guessed that the man had been on the verge of speaking up earlier. Dong Hui cupped his hands respectfully. "Sect Leader Lin, they were ignorant and offended your esteemed disciple. By all rights, they deserve punishment, but they have learned their lesson. I hope you can show them some mercy." Having said that, he took out a jade bottle and offered it. Inside were 7 heaven-reaching pills used to suppress injuries. Lin Feng thought to himself, "As expected, you stepped in to play the good guy at the perfect moment." Lin Feng released the seal on the 4 elders and spoke. "I'll give you some face, Taoist." However, Mount Shu was far too indulgent, allowing its members to be disrespectful to a member of the 9 Heaven Sword Alliance. One of the elders sprawled on the ground, his face pale green. He cursed inwardly. "If I could actually beat you, I would have killed you already." Dong Hui looked at the 4 kneeling elders and spoke calmly. "Even the finest tree can't avoid having a few dead leaves. I trust the seniors of Mount Shu would not tolerate such arrogance tarnishing the sect's reputation." He turned back to Lin Feng and asked, "Is Sect Leader Lin also here for the Han Hai Dharma Fair? The Heavenly Mother Pavilion is holding an auction in 3 days. I assume you'll be attending?" Lin Feng smiled. "That's right. Since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave." Lin Feng thought deeply. After this, Mount Shu and the Wu family will certainly be bitter. They'll likely target the item I need at the auction. I might as well have Yang Dong Hui act as my sponsor. Having made up his mind, he asked, "This is my first time here. Are there any special requirements to join the auction?" Dong Hui held up 3 fingers and explained clearly. First, a minimum cultivation of the Golden Core stage. Second, you must have a treasure of your own to put up for bid. Third, you need a recommendation from someone who has attended the fair before. Meet all 3, and you'll receive an invitation. Lin Feng sighed. Finding a sponsor might be tricky. Sure Hao covered his mouth and laughed. To Dong Hui's surprise, he said, "Treading heaven, true lord, don't look at me. I've already promised to be someone else's sponsor." Dong Hui smiled immediately. "In that case, if Sect Leader Lin doesn't mind, I will be honored to sponsor you." He thought to himself that since Lin Feng had helped him significantly today, he should return the favor. Lin Feng gave a sly smile. "It's a great kindness that you're willing to help. How could I possibly mind? Then my thanks in advance. See you at the auction." Dong Hui nodded in agreement. At an inn, Lin Feng and the others walked in, led by the waiter. "This way, honored guests. Please come inside." After sitting down, Sure Hao barked irritably, asking the treading heaven true lord to be your sponsor. "Just what kind of game are you playing?" Before Lin Feng could speak, the man raised a hand to stop him. Sure Hao held up a finger, looking intrigued. "It'll spoil the fun if you tell me everything. I was right to follow you. This is indeed interesting." Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat and gave a forced laugh, thinking that anyone listening would surely get the wrong idea. Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and spoke. "Regarding tomorrow's auction, Sure Hao, could you take my 2 disciples along to broaden their horizons? I've already sent word for them to come here." Sure Hao stood up and waved it off. "Small fry stuff," he said as he walked away. Xiao Budian said regretfully, "Master, it's such a shame about that 9-hold heaven-reaching grass." Lin Feng patted the boy's head. "Think of it as an upfront investment. We'll get something much bigger later. You won't miss out on your share. That item belonged to someone else anyway." As he spoke, he took out a brilliant golden lotus. Xiao Budian gasped, "Master, my spirit altar." The boy immediately sat cross-legged and entered a state of meditation. Lin Feng stood by observing. "There's a change in the spirit altar. Let me use my divine sense to help you check it." Lin Feng looked into the boy's consciousness and saw a spiritual tower rising. The 6 spiritual towers of the world were rapidly taking shape. He held a spirit pill and reminded him to focus. Xiao Budian sat still as his spirit altar was reinforced. Inside Xiao Budian's mind, a massive surge of energy erupted in all directions. It caused the spiritual towers to shake violently. The boy's body emitted twin glows of green and gold. Lin Feng frowned. "Wait, something's not right. There's another change. This structure is identical to the arrangement of the seeds in the 9-heart heaven fire lotus." The spirit altar gradually stabilized. He's about to condense his Dan tripods. "I'll help you refine all 9 Dan tripods at once." Xiao Budian's body levitated as power burst forth. The boy thought excitedly. The Supreme Dan tripods are complete. He turned to report the news. "Master, I've reached the late stage of foundation establishment." Lin Feng advised him to go back and consolidate his cultivation since he had just broken through. Xiao Budian agreed, thinking he needed to ask Tuntin about the solar seed. Inside the ring space, Tuntin was lying down listlessly when he heard Lin Feng's voice. "Do you still want the solar true fire?" It turned its head and replied, "You humans are so incredibly crafty." Lin Feng asked again gently, "So, do you want it or not?" "I'm stronger than you anyway." Tuntin asked excitedly, "Are you really willing to give it to me?" Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Not just the solar true fire. I'm also looking for a way to restore your body and strength." Hearing this, Tuntin asked warily, "What are you planning?" Lin Feng replied, "I never said I wouldn't give you the solar true fire." He took out a glowing golden seed and said, "Before, its effect on increasing firepower was limited. Now I've found a way to nurture the true fire properly. I'll share it with you later." He watched as Lin Feng took out the shihi grass. Tuntin spoke greedily. This stuff is almost extinct in the vast, desolate lands. It immediately popped it into its mouth. Lin Feng told it to keep watching. Tuntin chewed and asked, "This really is Shihi grass. Why are you suddenly being so nice to me?" Lin Feng pointed in one direction and asked what it saw. It saw the ancient remains of the Gengjin bone and began to drool. If I absorb the corpse of this demon king, I could recover to the peak of the demon commander rank. Lin Feng asked, "Do you like it?" Tuntin replied excitedly, "I love it." Lin Feng then pulled the remains away before Tuntin's confused eyes and said, "Good that you like it. No need to say more." Lin Feng turned to leave, saying, "I promised I'd give it to you, but not right now. When the time is right, I'll give you both the solar true fire and the tiger's corpse." Tuntin cursed in frustration, realizing he had been teased again. The next day, outside the inn, Donghui arrived with his disciples and asked if Sect Master Lin was ready. Lin Feng replied, "I'll be in your care, fellow Taoist." As Lin Feng started walking, Xiao Buddy and hurriedly followed behind. Seeing everyone was gathered, Donghui gave the order, "Let's head out." He was secretly astonished, thinking, he's reached the late stage of Foundation establishment in just a few days. It seems he only needed a single catalyst to trigger a breakthrough. The group took to the skies together. As they flew, Lin Feng remarked, "I didn't expect the Heavenly Mother Pavilion's auction to be hidden within the void." Donghui replied, "It's a grotto heaven that only opens when the vast ocean Dharma assembly takes place." A receptionist stepped forward to greet them. Donghui greeted him, "Mr. Song." Song Fu smiled and replied, "Yang Jun, it's been a long time." Donghui introduced Lin Feng as the sect master of the Xianmen sect. Song Fu cupped his hands in greeting and invited them inside. Lin Feng gave a slight nod of thanks, thinking to himself, "I suspect the news of Xu Shan's humiliation has already spread." Lin Feng looked at the space ahead, thinking, this place is completely sealed off by magic power. It's impossible to scout. It seems the auction forces everyone to hide their identities. A disciple stepped forward respectfully and said, "Accommodations have been arranged for Great Lord Tread the Heavens and Sect Master Lin." Donghui nodded and told the others to follow. He led them into a void of pure white and took out a command token to activate it. The scene inside suddenly materialized before them. The disciple turned to Lin Feng, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. He apologized for the simple arrangements. "I hope Sect Master Lin can overlook the humble setting." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right," he said. "I'm only here to witness the legendary prosperity of the vast ocean." Donghui gestured toward the group and said, "Sect Master Lin, let's head inside and take our seats first." He then sent a telepathic message to explain, "There's still some time before the official auction begins. Right now, everyone is entering a shared consciousness space to trade and exchange items. You can go in and take a look first." Lin Feng was slightly surprised. "A consciousness space?" he asked. Donghui continued his transmission, explaining that when the divine senses of many cultivators converge, they form a private dimension. Furthermore, since appearances are obscured, it's extremely secure. Lin Feng gave a brief reply. "Much appreciated." Lin Feng looked at the shimmering flows of white light and fell in a thought. "There truly are countless divine senses intertwining here," he muttered softly. "I'll pick a crowded spot and see what's going on." Inside the consciousness space, a glowing Buddha statue caught Lin Feng's eye, making him gasp in surprise. "Why is there a Buddha statue here? I have to check this out." The radiant statue was surrounded by many shadowy figures. The merchant introduced it. "This is the Tathagata of infinite light. It was once passed down by the great Thunderclap Temple." He claimed he shared no affinity with Buddhism and thus couldn't grasp its mysteries. "I'm putting it up for direct sale today. No bidding required. Only 80 yellow talismans. Whoever is destined for it can take it." Lin Feng frowned slightly as he evaluated it. The statue does possess a pure, prayer-infused Buddha nature, but there isn't a trace of spiritual energy circulating within it. I doubt it contains any divine abilities. He stroked his chin, looking closely, and said, "This statue only has a sliver of Buddha nature left. It lacks a Buddhist soul, and it has no dharma or divine power. 80 yellow talismans seems a bit steep, doesn't it?" The seller's face immediately darkened. He stood firm, stating that the price was 80 yellow talismans, non-negotiable. If no one bought it, he would simply keep it for himself. Lin Feng thought to himself, actually, the price is quite cheap, but I've only just established my sect. My financial resources are still limited. Yet this statue is calling to me so intensely. Should I just buy it and see? While Lin Feng was still hesitating, the seller shouted, "Is no one buying?" and prepared to take it back. Suddenly, an old man held up a pouch of talismans and barked, "Stop!" He tossed the pouch straight over. Having received the payment, the seller announced that the item now belonged to the old man. The Buddha statue was moved toward a hand. The moment the hand grasped it, the statue vanished without a trace. Lin Feng also withdrew from the consciousness space. He stood there lost in thought. I feel like I just missed out on something. Oh well. I should focus on coordinating my war god identity. He calmed himself and muttered, judging by the time, they should be arriving soon. I can intercept them. Inside the Heavenly Mother Pavilion's Grotto Heaven, Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and gave an order. Keep an eye out for anyone leaving the auction early. Miao Shihao asked, confused. What exactly are you looking for? Lin Feng gave a short reply. Just wait a bit longer. He continued. We might not gain anything right now. Let's just see how things play out. Song Fu walked over and asked why they hadn't gone inside yet. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and replied, I'm waiting for a close friend. I just got a message telling me to wait for him. An old man in green suddenly flew off at high speed. Lin Feng watched him go. He was certain, that's definitely him. The old man muttered to himself as he flew. Now that I have the prize, the rest of this junk is useless. Saying that, he brushed his hand over the stone base of the Buddha statue and tossed it away. Zhu Yi immediately caught it. He called out, Master! This piece of salt rock seems to have something strange about it. Lin Feng looked intently at the patterns on the stone and said, There might be more to this than meets the eye. Never mind that. Let's join the auction first. Internally, he was speculating. Zhu Yi's luck is no joke. He just stepped outside and already picked up a treasure stone. There's definitely a secret hidden inside. Song Fu opened the event with a bright smile. Fellow Taoists, today is the Heavenly Mother Pavilion's largest annual grand auction. Thank you all for attending. With that, he clapped his hands. A red dragon appeared. It opened its maw and let out a thunderous roar. Song Fu introduced it. This is the Azure Sea Red Dragon. He continued with a smile. This dragon has reached the peak of the Demon Commander rank. Its demon core is completely intact. Its water element spiritual energy is incredibly pure. Its physical condition is flawless. Starting price is 80 Azure Talismans. Each bid must increase by at least 2. Someone immediately shouted, 90. Another raised it, 92. Song Fu moved on to the next item. A golden core stage Dharma treasure. The Red Flame Thunder Emperor Tower. It contains powerful red flame, thunder fire. As everyone knows, aside from the 7 great true fires, this flame is among the strongest. It is exceptionally rare. Starting price is 50 vermilion talismans. Minimum bid increase is 1 vermilion talisman. The crowd began bidding rapidly. The price jumped from 51 to 60 vermilion talismans in no time. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table. A voice rang out, my bid. Lin Feng stood up and held up 5 fingers. 75 vermilion talismans. Someone cursed under their breath. This kid isn't following the rules. He's driving the price up way too fast. An elder from the Shushan sword sect spoke up. Lin Feng is only pulling this stunt because he's afraid we'll outbid him. He's even sitting next to Yang Donghui to try and mask his identity. That person next to Miao Shihao is likely him or his disciple. He thought to himself. He knew we'd target him, so he took up 2 seats. What a predictable auction tactic. The fat elder beside him said coldly, Let's teach him a lesson. Let him know that a man with no backing is nothing in the face of Shushan. Inside the Heavenly Mother Pavilion's Grotto Heaven, the Shushan elder arrogantly placed a bid. 1 purple talisman. The surrounding crowd gasped. Shushan is indeed wealthy. To open with such a high bid, Xiaoyan turned to ask Lin Feng for instructions. Lin Feng replied calmly, Just do as you please. He then stood up, cupped his hands, and said, 100 and something vermilion talismans. The opponent said coldly, You think a mere 100 vermilion talismans can compete with Shushan's wealth? You're far outclassed. The crowd began to gossip. Is Shushan trying to have a money war with the Shimin sect? Well, it's understandable. The Shimin sect master did make Shushan lose a lot of face recently. Another elder advised, spending this much just to spite someone might not be wise. The other replied, you have a point, but we truly need this red flame Thunder Emperor Tower. The fat elder added, our great grandmaster has hit a wall in his Thunderfire flying sword technique recently. He needs a high-quality spiritual flame to assist him. This red flame Thunderfire is the perfect fit. The elder beside him nodded in satisfaction. Miao Shihao, holding a glowing orb in both hands, sent a telepathic message to Lin Feng. Do you really want this item? If not, don't force a fight with Shushan. I can back you up, but when it comes to raw wealth, we might not win. There are better things coming up later. Hearing this, Lin Feng asked, in your opinion, what's the maximum value of the Red Flame Thunder Emperor Tower? He replied, no more than 5 purple talismans. If it goes higher, let them have it. Lin Feng turned to Xiao Yin and commanded, Yin continue. Xiao Yin acknowledged. He raised his hand and announced the bid. 2 purple talismans. The elder across from them cursed in his heart. I can't believe he actually dares to keep fighting us. The fat elder urges him on. Keep driving the price up until he breaks. Hearing that, he holds up 3 fingers. 3 purple talismans. Just as Song Fu is about to happily announce the winner, Xiao Yin suddenly cuts him off. 350 vermilion talismans. The crowd breaks into whispers. It looks like these two are really going head-to-head. The elder turns to the man with his arms crossed behind him and asks, should we place another bid? The other man replies decisively, outbid him. The elder holds up 5 fingers. 5 purple talismans. Song Fu calls out to the crowd, asking if there are any other bids. Xiao Yin turns to Lin Feng and asks, Master, if I bid 501 vermilion talismans, how do you think Shushan will react? Lin Feng replies calmly, winning this small prize is good enough for now. When no one else raises the price, Song Fu holds up the tower and announces, congratulations to our fellow cultivator from Shushan. You have successfully bid 5 purple talismans for the Red Flame Thunder Emperor Pagoda. Next, he brings out the following item, a jade slip containing a legacy technique. Lin Feng is stunned the moment he sees it. He can feel a heavy, crushing pressure just from the aura of the jade slip. This item is far from ordinary. Song Fu begins to explain. This is an Earth-type cultivation manual known as the Book of Earth and State. Though it is incomplete, its quality is exceptionally high. The starting bid is 30 vermilion talismans. He looks on with suspicion. Why are there so many powerful divine senses focused on this? Could its origins be more than meets the eye? Lin Feng tries to recall what he knows. The full name of the Book of Earth and State is likely the Universe Earth and State Book. It records the true essence of the Earth, a top-tier Earth-type technique. It's even superior to the Ksiddhagarbha Sutra of the Great Lane Temple. It's just a shame it's only a fragmented copy. He immediately places a bid. 1 purple talisman. He vows to himself, I must have this book. The Shushan elder takes notice the moment he hears Lin Feng's bid. If he's speaking up personally, then this technique must be very useful to him. We can't let him have it so easily. The fat elder rubs his chin in agreement. Then he bids 2 purple talismans. Lin Feng bids 210 vermilion talismans. He realizes they're indeed targeting him. In that case, there's no need to be polite. Raise it to 240 vermilion talismans. The crowd erupts into a frenzy. Someone new has entered the fray. Who on earth is this person with such massive financial power? The Shushan elder says in a cold voice. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Lin Feng continues to raise the bid to 260 vermilion talismans. His opponent laughs smugly. 570 vermilion talismans. I won't be satisfied until I've bled you dry. Lin Feng raises the price again. 68 purple talismans. Hearing this, Song Fu slams his gavel and decisively announces, going once for 68 purple talismans. Sold. Congratulations to our fellow cultivator for successfully bidding 68 purple talismans for this legacy jade slip. The elder smiles triumphantly. Shushan and I intentionally drove up the price to squeeze you. Don't think you'll have an easy time today. Dong Hui sends a telepathic message to ask, Master Lin, if there's anything else you have your eye on. The Tontian Sword Sect can lend you some funds. He looks up and replies, that won't be necessary for now. Yin turns to him with concern and says, using so many purple talismans for this technique seems a bit excessive. Lin Feng replies calmly, it's fine. Besides, it's not like I'm the one who had to pay for it. Inside the Tianmu Pavilion's pocket dimension, Song Fu raises his hand to introduce the next item. Next up is the final auction item of today's session. The Golden Tiger Avatar. Its consciousness has been completely wiped clean. Once trained, it will become an external avatar for its master. Below him lies the body of a tiger. In a grand celestial world, having an external avatar is the same as having an extra life. It's another chance at survival. The crowd can hardly believe their eyes. The room erupts in chatter. A treasure. A supreme treasure like this is truly miraculous. Lin Feng observes quietly. He evaluates the item in silence. Old Six suddenly shouts with excitement. An external avatar. I've been searching for one for years. I never expected to run into one here. Song Fu nods in satisfaction. It seems you all have a keen eye for quality. Without further ado, the starting bid is 18 purple talismans. The crowd immediately starts shouting bids. 20 purple talismans. 25 purple talismans. He excitedly raises the bid. I bid 20 purple talismans. The Shushan Sword Sect Elder speaks up. 25 purple talismans. Shushan must have this item. Old Six slams the table and roars. I bid 30 purple talismans. Someone gasps. 30. That's almost the entire fortune of a nascent soul cultivator. Another person adds, good heavens. Has the Wu family gone completely mad? The Shushan elders are collectively displeased. Damn it. The Wu family is going to snatch it away. 30 purple talismans is a desperate move. If we go any higher, it will exceed our budget. One of them steps forward to calm the others. Don't worry. This isn't over. A Shushan nascent soul cultivator, known as Perfected Lord Li Xiong, appears. The four elders call out in unison, Home Master Kong. Kong Chong leans on his hand and says, nothing that Shushan sets its sights on can be taken by another. The elders cup their hands and bow in obedience. He orders them to continue raising the bid. Kong Chong calls out loudly, 40 purple talismans. The crowd is in an uproar. Shushan is truly wealthy. They're raising the price like they're burning paper. Dong Hui also calls out loudly to confirm. 40 purple talismans. Does anyone want to go higher? Old Six pats the table in regret. It was almost mine. Kong Chong says coldly. Go and collect the item. Just then, Lin Feng's voice rings out with a bid. This seat bids 60 purple talismans. Kong Chong glances toward Lin Feng and asks, is that the celestial sect of wonders you were talking about? The elder beside him replies, that's right, Home Master Kong. Hearing this, he reaches behind him to draw his sword. Suddenly, a dark figure speaks up. Does Perfected Lord Kong intend to start a fight here? Kong Chong lets go of his sword hilt and snorts coldly. Fine, I'll give you some face for now. He orders the bidding to continue. He refuses to believe he'll lose. Immediately after, he shouts, 68 purple talismans. Lin Feng smiles and replies calmly, 70 purple talismans. Kong Chong grinds his teeth in fury. He turns to Song Fu and demands they verify this man's eligibility to bid. He suspects the man doesn't have the funds. The crowd speaks up in protest. Shushan can't win the bid, so they're using their status to bully him? No one knows the background of this master of Mount Lin. Let's just see how the Tianmu Pavilion handles this. Song Fu states firmly, Master Lin's financial capacity is fully guaranteed. The Tianmu Pavilion can vouch for him. Lin Feng says with a mocking smile, are our friends from Shushan short on cash? If you don't have enough, I can lend you some. The interest rate is very low. Kong Chang's hatred grows even deeper. He wants nothing more than to kill his opponent with a single strike. Thinking this, he roars out a bid. 100 purple talismans. The elder beside him quickly tries to stop him. This is insane. 100 is already far over your limit. Kong Chong barks, shut up. He turns to Lin Feng and says, Master of the Celestial Sect, it's your turn. Lin Feng replies with a polite smile. My friend from Shushan, you win. Kong Chong laughs arrogantly. Oomph. You dare challenge me? The tiger avatar is brought back in. Someone confirms. This avatar now belongs to Shushan. The elders let out a weary sigh of relief. It's finally over. Kong Chong clenches his fist in joy. Once this avatar is successfully refined, and I break through the nascent soul stage, any price will have been worth it. Someone in the crowd speaks up skeptically. Why does this avatar look so much like a Gungjin tiger demon? Kong Chong turns his head toward the voice. A Gungjin tiger demon? Someone explains. I heard the king of the Gungjin tiger demons at Changchun Peak was killed by someone named Lin Feng. Lin Feng is also the name of the master of the celestial sect. Could it be that this avatar was actually his? He lets out a small, smug chuckle. Kong Chong is so enraged he coughs up blood, screaming, Lin Feng. Inside the Tianmu Pavilion room, Song Fu sits across from Lin Feng and Shi Hao, smiling as he speaks. Master Lin's methods are truly ingenious. Lin Feng replied humbly. You flatter me, Mr. Song. Please don't make me blush. Song Fu pushed the box forward. Here are the proceeds from your auction items, sir. After deducting the fees and commission, the total comes to 90 purple talismans. Shi Hao cried out in shock. 90? Wait, were you the one who sold the blazing Thunder Emperor Tower too? Lin Feng smiled and replied, That's right. Shi Hao looked at Lin Feng with pure admiration. You really are a man of surprises. Lin Feng broke a sweat and joked. I'm not afraid of heaven or earth. But I'm terrified when Brother Shi Hao looks at me with such affection in his eyes. Just then, a system notification appeared. Host's reputation has increased. He thought to himself, as long as my reputation keeps growing, the mission to recruit disciples will be finished in no time. Once little Xiao Yin reaches the Golden Core stage, we'll head to Shazhou to find new disciples. Lin Feng took the box and said, Mr. Song, I believe we'll be working together again very soon. I'll be counting on you then. Song Fu laughed and replied, I wouldn't have it any other way. Outside the city, as the group was leaving, Lin Feng spoke to Dong Hui. Brother Dong, you're welcome to visit Mount Kunlun whenever you have the time. Dong Hui replied politely, I certainly will. The group took to the clouds and flew off. Lin Feng turned and asked Shi Hao, fellow Taoist Miao. I'm taking my disciples back to the sect. What are your plans? Shi Hao smiled and replied, Following you back to the mountain, of course. Lin Feng asked skeptically, Wait, you're not serious, are you? Shi Hao covered his mouth and giggled. Well, at least you're not stupid. Does your sect happen to need a guardian elder? The system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Guardian mission triggered. Recruit the rogue cultivator Miao Shi Hao as a sect guardian. Lin Feng asked, confused. What brought this on all of a sudden? Shi Hao looked at him and smiled. Because following you is just so much fun. Lin Feng thought to himself. If I recruit Shi Hao, the sect's strength will skyrocket. The disciples will also have someone to protect them while they train. It's just that his personality is a bit much to handle. After considering it, he spoke. Fine, but once you join the sect, drop that act. And if you want to go anywhere, you'd better report to me first. Shi Hao cupped his hands and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Shi Hao leaned in and whispered, Sect leader, I'm afraid I can't do that. How about a different request? Lin Feng screamed internally. Good grief. Another system notification appeared. The rogue cultivator Miao Shi Hao has officially become the host sect guardian. Mission complete. Reward. 1 lottery draw. Lin Feng waved it off. Whatever. Let's just keep moving. The group flew on. An object slammed into the ground with a massive explosion. Dust and debris filled the air. A figure holding a black sword emerged. Kong Shuang unsheathed his sword and grit his teeth. Just one step too late. He growled as he walked. I need to kill someone. Suddenly, he sensed something and roared. Show yourselves. 2 ripples, one blue and one red, appeared in midair. Old Ancestor Fei He, a nascent soul cultivator of the Blazing Fire Sword sect, previously defeated by Lin Feng, along with Old Ancestor Qing AI, a nascent soul cultivator of the Flowing Light Sword sect, the one who made the 3-year pact with Murong Yanran and Xiao Yan. They stepped out from the ripples. Kong Shuang saw them and said, I didn't expect to see you two here. For Old Ancestor Qing AI to show up in person, your grand disciple must be truly something special. Old Ancestor Qing AI replied, You're joking, true Lordly Xiong. I've only come to investigate the background of the master of the celestial sect. He thought to himself, if a disciple of the Flowing Light Sword sect really became his maid, it would be a total disgrace. Then he turned to Fei He and asked, Are you here because of the Shoujo City incident? Feihe replied. Little Lee suffered a massive loss. I have to settle the score for him. Kong Shuang spoke up. I hope the Heavenly Mother Pavilion can clarify Lin Feng's situation. Mount Shu will certainly provide a generous reward. A dark figure sent a telepathic message. True Lord Kong, watch your words. It's better to turn conflict into peace. Kong Shuang replied coldly. How can I blame your lot? I've observed that Lin Feng, and he seems like a massive threat. He will surely throw the divine continent into chaos. Another person stepped forward and said, Business is business, after all. Inside the Heavenly Mother Pavilion's grotto heaven, Dong Hui recognized the newcomer, Elder Tan. He approached and said coldly, Personal feelings aside, it's all just business. Elder Tan was one of the chief managers of the Heavenly Mother Pavilion. Elder Tan sent out a message. The master of the Celestial Sect has a mysterious background. His movements are unpredictable. The only intel we can share is that he once traded in Shoujo and produced a spirit stone originating from Mount Kunlun. Hearing this, Kong Shuang replied, That's enough. Kong Shuang clenched his fists in fury. Mount Shu once had a golden core disciple named Liu Yang who went missing at Mount Kunlun after an incident. It seems this man is connected to it. Feihe frowned and said, Mount Kunlun spans thousands of miles. How do we find him without a specific target? Kong Shuang turned to Qing AI and said, First, let's track down the local tyrants here. He suspects the Aeolian sect. Qing AI and he stepped into a space ripple. Feihe looked back and said, Let's go. Recalling Lin Feng's provocative face, Kong Shuang grit his teeth in rage. He swore that this time he would hunt down that bastard's trail atop Mount Yujing. Lin Feng and Shihao stood beneath a massive ancient tree. Shihao suddenly spoke up. Now this is a place truly fit for the living. Lin Feng, standing beside him, replied, If those words got out, you'd offend a lot of people. He suddenly paused. Manhwa stood there with a row of disciples, lined up perfectly. The disciples bowed and shouted in unison, Welcome back to the mountain, Grandmaster. Lin Feng looked at Manhwa and asked, Did you teach them all this? Manhwa replied proudly, I had some free time, so I taught them a little etiquette to handle guests. Shihao stepped forward and praised, Not bad, kid. Your golden core mana is even more abundant than mine. Are you cultivating the primordial pure water? Manhwa gave a humble smile. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. Lin Feng pointed and introduced them. This is true Lord Mirrorflower, Miao Shihao. He will serve as our sect's guardian elder. And this is Kong Nanhua. He is also one of our sect's guardian elders. Shihao leaned in close to Nanhua, startling him, and then laughed. What a dashing fellow. I like him. Lin Feng waved his hand. All right, that's enough. Go find a cave dwelling and get some rest. Shihao let out a soft huff. He turned to leave. Nanhua watched Shihao walk away and remarked, I have a feeling he isn't as reckless as he acts. Lin Feng also watched him and said, I hope you're right. How is little Lin doing? Nanhua pointed and replied, 3 days ago, he entered the grotto heaven for secluded meditation to establish his Tao foundation. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Lin Feng suddenly remembered and said, Oh, right. Zhu Yi. He handed a fragment of a Buddha statue to Nanhua and instructed, This immeasurable light is similar to a sutra. One must be patient to grasp its profound mysteries. You lot better not slack off either. Call little Xiao Chun over. The rest of you, get back to training. Nanhua took it and said, Thank you, master. Hong Yen, Zhu Yi and Little Bud replied in unison. Zhu Yi turned and asked, Where are we going, master? Lin Feng replied, Follow me to the herb garden. A short while later, Lin Feng stood observing the spirit herbs and said, Regarding the task I gave you last time, have you figured it out yet? Xiao Yin replied, I've got it all worked out. The herb garden is doing fine. We just lack a source of water rich in spiritual energy. He channeled his power, condensing qi into a stream of water. Even though the spiritual energy was abundant, it still felt like something was missing. The water, carrying his power, flowed down onto the spirit herbs. Once we find a better source, we'll replace it. He scattered seeds into the soil and said, For now, let's plant the Shiha grass. The seeds sprouted. They grew rapidly, emitting a blinding golden light. They continued to grow until they reached full maturity. Lin Feng said happily. The Shiha grass is ready. The next step is to cultivate it into true solar true fire. He waved his hand and said, let's try slicing off a piece to see the effect. Lin Feng held the Shiha grass and the fireball in his hands. His heart filled with anticipation to see the true solar true fire. The flames ceaselessly absorbed the surrounding Shiha grass, swirling into a stream of raw energy. He exclaimed in delight. It actually works. After absorbing the Shiha grass, the fireball erupted with immense energy. Lin Feng thought to himself, I must use this opportunity to link with the solar true fire and seize this moment to bring it under complete control. At the southern foot of the Kunlun mountain range, a towering structure stood atop a skyscraper-high peak. Inside, many people were gathering. Zhang Hai, a nascent soul cultivator and grand strategist of the Marquis of Xuanji Manor in the Great Zhou dynasty, spoke respectfully. Divine Wind Mountain of the Wind God sect truly lives up to its reputation. Lord Hurricane replied humbly. Mr. Zhang, you flatter me. Old Sixth laughed and said, Lord Hurricane is too polite. Then Zhang Hai asked, I wonder if we have the honor of meeting your noble sect master? Lord Hurricane replied, it is quite unfortunate. The sect master is currently in closed-door cultivation. I fear it will be difficult for him to receive you, Mr. Zhang. He sipped his tea and continued. With the sect master in seclusion, isn't that leaving an opening for that Lin Feng to run wild? Lord Hurricane smiled calmly. As long as he doesn't cross the line, he can cause whatever trouble he likes. But if he goes too far, even if the sect master is in seclusion, I will personally teach him the rules. Old Six spoke in anger. Back then, this old man was careless and let that treacherous thief kill my nephew and escape. I have already sent word. My fifth brother will arrive tomorrow to find Lin Feng and demand justice. Lord Hurricane asked, is it fellow Taoist Yu Tianshan? Old Sixth gritted his teeth and continued. The one who was killed was fifth brother's own nephew. He calculated internally. We might as well exterminate this threat while we're at it. Zhang Hai also spoke up in fury. I have come this time for that very same matter. That man not only captured people from the Marquis Manor, but he also killed my strategist. He slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, how can there be such a vicious person in this world? Lord Hurricane spoke in a serious tone. The Wind God sect is willing to contribute to the Kunlun cultivation world and join forces with you all to eliminate this danger. Zhang Hai spoke with a gloomy expression. That is exactly why I am here. That scoundrel didn't just kidnap members of the manor. He even murdered my steward. He stood up, looked at the two, and said, someone has already engaged Lin Feng in combat. I have ordered for that person to be brought to Divine Wind Mountain. They should be on their way now. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was sitting in focused meditation. Xiaoyan stood by, observing. He thought to himself, the solar true fire is truly mysterious. It carries the power of creation, yet also contains the power of destruction. The fireball in front of Lin Feng's chest absorbed countless runes. He said, aside from his solar true fire technique, it can also open up another Taoist method, one that does not require true fire. The fireball glowed brilliantly in front of him. Lin Feng said, we can call it the Great Solar Heavenly Emperor Scripture. He swallowed the newly formed pill and quickly formed hand seals to refine it. Lin Feng spewed out a gigantic flame. The fire surged up, covering the entire sky. Xiaoyan exclaimed in joy, it worked. Lin Feng smiled and said, the Golden Crow King's seal has been broken. The solar true fire now belongs to me. He pointed a finger, shooting a beam of power into Xiaoyan's forehead. Xiaoyan closed his eyes to comprehend it. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Master, I'm ready. Surging fire intent flowed into the center of Xiaoyan's brow. Lin Feng spoke in a deep voice. Little Yan, take this. Success or failure depends on this moment. Xiaoyan grimaced as he absorbed it. The fire gradually turned purple and was continuously sucked into the furnace. He sat before the furnace. Two streams of fire intent radiated endlessly. Lin Feng warned, let the self be the master. Use the fire as the servant. Do not let the true fire take control as the master. That is the path to ruin. Lin Feng watched and assessed. Little Yan's comprehension is not bad. As long as the direction is right, he will walk the true path. Suddenly, he felt a burst of power shoot straight into the sky. He thought, oh, little Lin is out of seclusion. He approached and held out an electric ring. Little Lin, once you complete your foundation establishment, I will give you this gift. Wang Lin accepted it and asked in surprise, Master, this is, Lin Feng replied, the dual polarity magnetic ring. It can form a barrier combining offense and defense. Its uses are extremely mysterious. Wang Lin clasped his hands in thanks. He thought, now I won't fear being entangled by enemies in the future. Lin Feng observed Wang Lin and thought, the mana inside little Lin is truly strange. He actually comprehended the dual polarity power of life and death. His future achievements might even rival the little tyke. While thinking, he sensed a disturbance. Lin Feng looked toward the mountain where energy was erupting and said, why is there solar true qi at Lingyun Peak? There are also traces of magic from a wind god sect cultivator. He said to Wang Lin, little Lin, get ready. We're going for some live combat practice. Yang Qing was running for his life. He looked back over his shoulder. Ma Shi chased after him, shouting, stop right there. Ma Shi, a golden core cultivator of the wind god sect, unleashed a blast of power at Yang Qing, roaring, let's see where you can run. The blast hit Yang Qing's back, causing him to stumble. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, I didn't expect I still wouldn't be able to escape. Yang Qing raised 2 fingers toward Ma Shi, preparing to counterattack. Then I'll fight you to the death. Ma Shi gathered power in his hand. It seems to be solar true water. 9 heavens formless. Cruel wind eruption. The attack slammed straight toward Yang Qing. The 2 attacks collided violently. Yang Qing took a heavy hit. He fell down, spurting blood. He lay on the ground in agony. Ma Shi walked over, sneering, you brought this humiliation upon yourself. Ma Shi stood there with an arrogant look. He coldly said, you really gave me a big surprise. Originally, I just wanted to ask for news about the master of the mysterious sect. I never expected you to possess solar true water. Yang Qing struggled to prop himself up and replied, you won't get a thing out of me. Ma Shi looked down with contempt. Clearly, you don't know what's good for you. Yang Qing gritted his teeth in fury. He channeled the solar true water to counterattack and shouted. Ma Shi gathered a tornado in the palm of his hand. He struck out in anger. Truly stubborn, the 2 forces collided violently, leaving Yang Qing struggling to hold on. Yang Qing shielded himself and looked up. Ma Shi laughed triumphantly. Even solar true water cannot save you now. Just then, the attack dissipated. Lin Feng's voice transmission echoed out. Solar true water may not be able to protect him, but this seat can. Ma Shi shouted in terror. Who is it? A pair of horns slowly emerged. Lin Feng and Wang Lin appeared, riding the Philian beast. Ma Shi asked, who are you people? Why do you have the wind god sect's Philian beast? Lin Feng waved his hand, creating a screen of purple smoke. You captured Yang Qing just to ask for news about me, didn't you? Now I'm standing right in front of you. Speak. What does your wind god sect want? Ma Shi panicked internally. I need to escape quickly, report to the sect, and settle the score later. The purple smoke enveloped him, making it hard to breathe. He cried out in panic, not good. He intends to swallow me whole. He hurriedly gathered his power and screamed. Open up for me. Ma Shi slammed onto the ground, howling in pain. How is this possible? Wang Lin hovered in the air, creating a barrier around the area. He was treating him as a target to test his new move. Ma Shi struggled to sit up, shouting furiously. Just a mere foundation establishment stage dares to be this arrogant. Wang Lin formed hand seals, creating an orb of energy. The ground shook. Steps, ladders, and white bone hands rose up all around. The bone hands grabbed Ma Shi tightly, causing him to scream in terror. How can you use such terrifying magic? He calculated in his mind. Lin Feng hasn't acted yet. He's clearly letting his disciple practice. I must use this chance to capture the brat in exchange for my life. Ma Shi unleashed a hurricane, destroying everything around him. Wang Lin muttered worriedly. As expected, this move is still hard to use against a golden core cultivator. The 2 faced off in a stalemate. Suddenly, Ma Shi accelerated and shot upward. He dived down to attack, roaring, "Get over here!" The attack was blocked by a white shield. Ma Shi gasped in horror. A top-tier artifact, Golden core level. Wang Lin pointed his finger, releasing a surge of black energy. Finger of Nirvana. The energy instantly locked onto Ma Shi, surrounding him. Ma Shi struggled to break free, launching a counterattack with a roar. Break for me. He clenched his fist, letting out an arrogant laugh. See that, you little brat? Wang Lin looked at him calmly, as if he were looking at a fool. Ma Shi felt a cold shiver of dread crawl up his spine. If the disciple is already this ferocious, just how terrifying is the master? At the peak of Mount Langyun, the two remained locked in a tense standoff. A golden core cultivator really is hard to kill. If I had already established my spiritual altar, my chances of winning would be much higher. But right now, my only choice is to take a risk. Ma Shi watched in shock as Wang Lin's hands moved in a rapid blur of seals. Lightning began to gather violently above his head. Wang Lin pointed his finger and struck. A bolt of lightning bolted straight for Ma Shi. Ma Shi whipped out a banner and screamed, "You want to go all out? Then let's go." The banner instantly transformed into a streak of light and flew forward. The two powerful attacks clashed. They collided midair with a violent explosion. Ma Shi closed the distance, a smug grin forming on his face. This kid is an idiot. He just left himself wide open. As long as I drag this out, I can make my escape. But a moment later, he recoiled in pure terror. How was he able to cast a spell of this caliber? The banner shattered into 1,000 pieces. Ma Shi clutched his chest, coughing blood as he wailed. My artifact. His face darkened with murderous rage. I'm going to tear you limb from limb. The exchange grew increasingly savage. Slowly, Ma Shi began to lose ground. As he struggled to defend himself, he frantically calculated his odds. If I keep risking my life against this kid, Lin Feng will definitely step in. Wang Lin continued his relentless assault, one hand forming seals while the other struck. Ma Shi dodged the blow, thinking only of retreat. I need to get out of here now. Noticing the shift, Wang Lin began to taunt him. Running away, you cowardly thief? Lin Feng watched from the sidelines, evaluating the fight. Little Lin's combat instincts are excellent. He knows how to weigh every factor that influences victory. Ma Shi let out a desperate roar and lunged forward. I'll take you down with me. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. That was fast. He's already pushed his opponent to the point of a suicide charge. Wang Lin watched his foe rush in. Just what I was waiting for. Wang Lin unleashed a direct strike at Ma Shi. Suddenly, Ma Shi seized the opening to spin around and bolt, leaving Wang Lin stunned. What? The man laughed triumphantly as he flew away, glancing back over his shoulder. I only faked a death-defying charge to distract the sect master. That was my only chance to escape. But suddenly, he froze in midair, his face pale with horror. Why is this deathly aura starting to manifest again? Lin Feng caught him effortlessly in the palm of his hand, a cold smile on his lips. If you want to run, you have to ask me first. Wang Lin stepped forward and bowed his head in apology. Master, I was careless and almost let him get away. Lin Feng replied, it's fine. As long as you learn from his experience, that's what matters. Lin Feng turned to Yang Qing, who was being supported by Wang Lin. Little Lin, take it back to Mount Yujing. Yes, master, Wang Lin replied. In the distance, a colossal ancient tree stood atop a mountain piercing the clouds. Lin Feng began channeling his power to heal Yang Qing. His soul and spirit are completely drained. I'll use spiritual energy to stabilize him. Once he recovered his strength, Yang Qing clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, Senior Lin. I feel a sudden moment of enlightenment. I would like to ask Senior to guard my meditation. Lin Feng smiled. Destruction before creation. This is your destiny. Seize it. Lin Feng formed a seal and pressed his finger to Yang Qing's forehead, transferring power. Yang Qing focused, absorbing the energy. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within him. Lin Feng mused to himself. The Grand Solar True Flame and the Grand Solar True Water seem to be connected. I can use the Great Day, Celestial Emperor Path, to understand the essence of the true water. And from that Grand Solar True Water, I can grasp a new mantra. Let's call it the Grand Lunar True Pool. Yang Qing's expression shifted. Lin Feng noticed immediately. Is he trying to establish his spiritual altar now? Fine, let me give him a hand. A great wind swirled, leaves around Yang Qing's head. Yang Qing sat at the center of a pagoda-like structure forming within a watery vortex. Lin Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. This process is even smoother than when Hong Yin established his altar. Just what kind of talent does this kid have? The system notification popped up, leaving Lin Feng stunned. Bone root 9. Comprehension 9. Willpower 5. Luck 8. Summary: extremely high innate talent. Recommendation: recruit as a core disciple. Lin Feng's expression darkened. What's going on? I'm finally seeing Yang Qing's true potential. Could there be something wrong with his previous sect? Beneath the tree, Yang Qing remained unconscious after his breakthrough. Lin Feng looked at the sky, pondering. I'll have to wait for him to wake up before I can ask about his sect. Yang Qing suddenly opened his eyes and rubbed his head. He stepped forward and bowed deeply. You have saved me multiple times now. I am eternally grateful. Lin Feng helped him up. No need for such formalities. Tell me, why were you being hunted? And by the Eelist sect, no less. A flash of anger crossed Yang Qing's face as he remembered. After escaping Hiya's clutches, I went back to report to my sect, but the news leaked and the Eelist sect started hunting me down. Lin Feng sighed. It seems I've dragged you into my mess. But didn't your sect protect you? Yang Qing replied sadly. The Cloud Water Grotto has been destroyed. Lin Feng's expression hardened. His gaze turned sharp as he pressed for answers. Was it the Eelist sect's doing? Yang Qing remembered the Cloud Water Grotto being consumed by blue flames and shook his head. No, it wasn't them. My sect was burned to the ground by mysterious blue fire. Lin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating. Blue fire? He had a suspicion. Could it be the Hades' true flame? Yang Qing continued, his voice choked with emotion. I was gathering the remains of my fellow disciples when the Eelist sect arrived to capture me. They wanted information about you, Senior. I managed to escape, but many of the bones are still unburied. Lin Feng let out a sympathetic sigh. He decided to call Miao Shihao to escort Yang Qing back to the Cloud Water Grotto to handle the funeral rites. A figure suddenly flickered into view. Miao Shihao stepped up to Lin Feng and Yang Qing, sending a telepathic message. Sect Master, is it this kid? Lin Feng replied via transmission. That's him. I need you to accompany him on a trip. Shihao happily accepted, but added a warning. You should know, Sect Master, that the leader of the Eelist sect is a primordial spirit cultivator. He usually spends all year in secluded meditation. But if something major happens, he will definitely come out. Lin Feng nodded. I understand. Lin Feng turned back to Yang Qing. He gestured towards Shihao. This is Elder Jinghua. He will take you back to the Cloud Water Grotto to bury your comrades. Yang Qing wiped his tears and bowed. Thank you, seniors. Shihao stepped forward and patted his shoulder. A real man values loyalty and righteousness above all. Let's go. I'll take you there myself. Yang Qing nodded in response. A system notification appeared. Congratulations. Your core disciple, Shi Tianhao, has reached the Golden Core stage. Congratulations. Your core disciple, Zhu Yi, has reached the Golden Core stage. Congratulations. Your core disciple, Xiao Yan, has reached the Golden Core stage. Lin Feng looked up as three powerful auras approached. The little guy, Xiao Yan, and Zhu Yi all flew back at the same time. The three of them knelt and clasped their hands in unison. Disciples pay their respects to Master. Lin Feng smiled warmly. Rise. The little guy asked excitedly, Master, since we've all formed our cores, what's that reward you mentioned before? Lin Feng teased, don't be so impatient. Let me inspect your golden cores first. He examined their cores and nodded in approval. Excellent. Your foundations are rock solid, and they've even manifested unique phenomena. This is far beyond the norm. Zhu Yi's understanding of light and darkness has deepened significantly. Good work, kid. The perfect unity physique really is something else. Truly extraordinary. He can even purge impurities from his own body. Lin Feng pulled out an incense burner. This bronze void tripod is your reward. The little guy cheered in delight. Awesome. Lin Feng reminded him. Make sure to take the time to refine it properly. There is a profound intent hidden within it. The little guy looked smugly at Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi. I got it, Master. Xiao Yan walked over, slung an arm around the little guy, and rubbed his head playfully. You little brat. Are you trying to make us jealous on purpose? It's been a while since I've gone bird hunting. You're practically asking for it today. Lin Feng looked at his three disciples and laughed. You're all golden core cultivators now, yet you still act like children. The little guy ran off shouting, "Senior, stop hitting me." The system chirped again. System notification. Because half of your core disciples have successfully formed golden cores, the host is granted a special reward. Demon Slaying Spindle. Jade Solitude Armor. Mystic Black Jade Pendant. Your cultivation level has increased by 1 minor stage. Finally, the Wind Tribulation has arrived. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He felt the winds intensifying around his body. He snapped his eyes open. His golden core radiated a brilliant golden light. He said with delight, "Late golden core stage. I've made it." Beneath the tree, Lin Feng crushed a message Jade. Song Fu appeared, looking startled. "Sectmaster Lin?" Lin Feng spoke. "Mr. Song, I need you to spread the word. In 6 months, my celestial sect of wonders will officially open its gates at Shazhou. Not yet accepting disciples. I'll pay the communication fee in full. The main office has provided more intel. 3 nascent, soul, true lords, Ancestor Faihua and Ancestor Qing AI, are scouting the mountain gates." Lin Feng replied, "It's fine. Having fellow cultivators come to offer their congratulations only adds to the sect's prestige." Song Fu nodded and accepted the task. The Heavenly Trade Pavilion will certainly not let sect leader Lin down. Lin Feng thanked him and thought to himself, to be targeted by 3 nascent soul masters. I need to increase my strength and fast. Our powers are evenly matched. Perhaps the one who forged the Heaven-Earth mirror is a master of the Heaven-Earth art. I've just reached a breakthrough, so my only choice is to rely on the spells I have at hand. Lin Feng pointed his finger, casting a spell into the Heaven-Earth mirror. Let's see what this can do. The Heaven-Earth mirror immediately emitted a brilliant golden aura. Ancient characters began to manifest, swirling around the Heaven-Earth scroll. Lin Feng focused his senses and muttered, "Even though I'm standing in the void, it feels as if I'm rooted to the very earth." The Heaven-Earth scroll is truly extraordinary. System notification. Host, please select a foundation for your cultivation reference. Creating the 2nd chapter of the heavenly classic of the way and virtue. He stared at the strange smoke and the 2 streams of blue and red spiritual energy. He realized he had to rebuild the world from the ground up. Wind will keep the world in motion. For wind, I'll use the formless wind god technique. For fire, I'll use the great sun emperor scripture. For water, I'll use the great lunar true water. For earth, I'll use the heaven earth scroll. Lin Feng stood in the center of the formation. The system reported a continuous stream of successful fusions. The 2nd chapter of the heavenly classic of the way and virtue has been created. The 4 elements began to harmonize, tearing through the chaos. Earth, water, wind, and fire intertwine, re-establishing the 4 elemental pillars. The creation of heaven and earth. The pure and the murky separate. Heaven and earth finally take shape. The pure energy ascends to become the sky, manifesting the sun, moon, and stars. The residue settles, gathering to form the vast land. Then the rivers and mountains appear. The creation of heaven and earth. A world is born. This is the true essence of the 4 symbols heaven opening scripture. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Suddenly, someone arrived to seek an audience. He turned around and thought, "This aura's..." Bolts of lightning struck Kong Nanhua's body one after another. Lin Feng watched closely. Kong Nanhua is about to break through to the nascent soul stage. A small entity flew out from Kong Nanhua's body. It took on his exact likeness. Lin Feng remarked, "That is Kong Nanhua's nascent soul." Lin Feng looked up at the sky, deep in thought. Cultivation is an act of defiance, seizing one's fate from the heavens. Only by maintaining an independent heart can one create their own world. It looks like my lightning tribulation is approaching soon as well. He looked off into the distance. Yang Qing and the others have returned. Perfect timing. We hold the banquet tomorrow. At Mount Yujing, Lin Feng instructed his disciples. On the 8th day of the 5th month, our sect will officially open its gates in Shazhou. We are not yet accepting disciples. After that, everyone will follow me to Shazhou. Yang Qing held the items, looking worried. To announce such a thing, Lin Feng replied, "Just do it. I fear Shazhou will not be peaceful." Yang Qing bowed in gratitude. "I will do everything in my power to fulfill the task you've entrusted to me, Senior." Lin Feng reminded them sternly. "This time, when we open the gates to recruit, most of the candidates will be selected by you. How you use the talismans is up to your discretion. They all answered in unison. Lin Feng added, "There's one more thing to do. I'll have this clone accompany you." Lin Feng's clone appeared and said, "Let's move." The clone led them as they flew into the city, drawing the gaze of everyone around. They arrived. The clone took on Xiaoyan's form. Find any potential disciples nearby, then gather at the courtyard in the east of the city. Xiaoyan and the other disciples bowed and complied. Lin Feng sat down to sip his tea leisurely. The disciples dispersed. Kong Nanhua stepped forward and bowed. Sect leader Wu Wanliang of the Outer Heaven sect just sent word. He and his junior brother, Meng Chaoran, will be visiting shortly. Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Then let us prepare to welcome them." He and Kong Nanhua went to the entrance to greet the guests. Wu Wanliang, a nascent soul cultivator from the Outer Heaven sect, along with Meng Chaoran, a core formation cultivator. They entered. Wu Wanliang spoke. "Congratulations, sect leader Lin, on the opening of your sect. Please accept this humble gift as a token of my congratulations." Lin Feng gestured for them to enter. "You're being far too polite, sect leader Wu. Please come in." Everyone took their seats. Wu Wanliang praised him. "I've long heard of your elegant demeanor, sect leader, and your heavenly prowess. Seeing you now, it's clear the rumors didn't do you justice." Lin Feng replied humbly, "Sect leader Wu, you flatter me." Wu Wanliang continued, "I wonder, sect leader Lin, what are your thoughts on the future of Mount Kunlun?" Lin Feng thought to himself, "To bring this up out of nowhere, he must want something from me." Suddenly, someone entered to report. "Pardon the interruption, sect leader Lin." He invited them in. "Please come in, sect leader Yang." Dong Hui whispered into his ear, "On my way here, I saw the great gale of the Eelist sect. True Lord Zhang and Yu Wanfeng are surrounding your disciples." Lin Feng thought, "I wasn't even looking for you, and yet you've come right to me." Lin Feng turned to Dong Hui and said, "Sect leader Yang, if you would be so kind as to lead the way." Then he instructed Kong Nanhua, "Xiao Yin and the others have been cornered by the Eelist sect. I have to go immediately. Inform to stay on high alert." He stepped forward. Wu Wanliang spoke up. "Since it's right before the opening ceremony, I invite everyone to enjoy a spectacular little show." His voice was low and steady. The guests followed the lead. Led by Dong Hui, Lin Feng's group took flight immediately. Xiaoyan shouted, "What is the meaning of blocking our path?" Shu Xian, a core formation cultivator of the Eelist sect, spoke coldly. "I am Elder Shu Xian. Do you still wish to join the Eelist sect or not?" Hearing this, he burst out laughing. "You have the nerve to poach my people right in front of me?" Xiaoyan thought. "They're choosing power and influence. Does everyone really want to take a side? Fine. Let's just see which sect they actually choose." The old man laughed with pure arrogance. "The Eelist sect has stood for hundreds of thousands of years. Who hasn't heard of our name? These brats will be begging on their knees for me to take them in soon enough." Someone in the crowd asked hesitantly, "Should we join the Celestial sect or the Eelist sect?" One of them stepped forward. Seeing this, the old man asked, "Are you ready to kowtow and acknowledge me as your master?" The boy looked up and replied calmly, "I choose the Celestial sect." The others immediately chimed in. "I'm with Lu Xiaofeng." Shu Xian was livid. "You actually want to join that mediocre sect? You'd better think long and hard about that." Lu Xiaofeng pointed directly at the old man and shouted, "Can your Eelist sect even compare to the Mount Shu sword sect?" Furious, Shu Xian lunged. "Insolent brat." He moved like a blur, appearing right in front of the boy. Xiao Yin shouted at the top of his lungs, "You got some nerve." He clenched his fist tight. Since they've made their choice, they are now disciples of the Celestial sect. No one is allowed to lay a finger on them. Xiao Yin threw a punch straight at the old man, roaring, "Get back to the southern foothills of Mount Kunlun, where you belong." Shu Xian sneered inwardly. He fell for it. He condensed a ring of green spiritual energy to meet Xiao Yan's attack. Xiao Yan looked on with utter contempt. "Don't make me laugh." With a single punch, he shattered the very space around them. Shu Xian thought in absolute horror. How is this possible? He's only at the core formation stage. How can he have enough power to collapse space itself? "I can't die here. I still have a glorious life ahead of me." Panicked, the old man turned and tried to flee. Xiao Yan held the flag and watched him. "You think it's that easy to run?" Shu Xian suddenly felt a chill of mortal danger. Xiao Yan had already teleported behind him, making the old man scream in terror. "How dare you!" Xiao Yan lunged forward strike. Why wouldn't I dare? Just then, Gale suddenly appeared and said sternly, "Young man, do not be so arrogant." Xiaoyan sized up the newcomer. He dispelled my 8 trigrams collapse with just a casual flick of his hand. He finished his thought and formed a hand seal. "Old man, you're the one who needs to check your arrogance. Great Sun True Fire." Gale roared in a fit of rage. "Ninth Heaven Gale, heed my call." Flames erupted from Xiaoyan's body. Gale erected a barrier of true chi to block the fire and immediately launched a counterattack. Xiaoyan remains calm. Just in time. Suddenly, a mirror flies in and absorbs the brunt of Zhu Feng's attack. Xiaoyan recognizes it instantly. "Jinghua Jinjuan, Master is here." Zhu Feng feels a wave of unease at the sight. "Who are you to dare oppose the Fengshan sect?" Lin Feng appears, exuding an imposing aura. The disciples cheer, "Master." His eyes narrow as he scans the area. "So, you're sect master Lin Feng of the Celestial Sect?" Lin Feng tells Xiao Yin to lead everyone back to the city. He obeys. Zhu Feng snaps in a rage. "How dare you look down on me?" He unleashes a gale toward the disciples. "Leave them here." Sure Hao rubs his chin at the sight. Talk about a short fuse. His sect mirror flashes. Zhu Feng's attack is instantly deflected. Zhu Feng can't contain his rage. "Meow Sure Hao, do you really want to follow those wolves into the abyss?" Elder Lu steps forward with a sneer. The Celestial Sect truly has no shame, taking in anyone, regardless of gender or background. Even someone like Jinghua Jinjuan is allowed in. Zhu Feng adds mockingly. Seems their sect master has a thing for the delicate types. Xiaoyan grinds his teeth in fury. Sure Hao bursts out laughing. Haha, truth and lies are hard to tell apart. Reality and illusion are one and the same. Who can be certain that what they see is the truth? Zhaili speaks cautiously. Jinghua Jinjuan's cultivation has increased again. It seems he's on the verge of the nascent soul stage. He replies, "You flatter me." A cold voice rings out. "I believe I heard someone call the Celestial Sect a pack of wolves, not worth mentioning." Zhu Feng frowns. "So what if I did?" A terrifying pressure erupts. "If any of you aren't satisfied, step forward. The techniques of my Celestial Sect are peerless." Who's afraid? How can a core formation stage have such overwhelming power? Outside the desert city? Zhu Feng retorts sharply. "What arrogant words! Aren't you afraid the wind will tear your tongue out?" Elder Lu sneers from behind. "From what I see, your sect's strongest technique isn't magic, it's bragging." The Fengshan disciples break into laughter. "Did you guys hear that? You're so arrogant, yet you still joined up? Get lost before you lose your lives." Xiaoyan shoots them a look and fires back. "A grand nascent soul expert can't even handle a core formation kid? The Fengshan sect should just disband already to save whatever's left of your dignity." Zhu Feng grinds his teeth. "Impudent brat." Elder Zhou steps forward with a cold smile. "Well said, you arrogant little brat. Today, this old man will teach you some manners." The surrounding disciples whisper in excitement. Elder Zhou has already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Xiaoyan turns to ask for permission. "Master." Lin Feng nods. Xiaoyan smiles. "Since Master gave the word, I guess I'll play with this old geezer for a bit." Elder Zhou draws his Dharma treasure and shouts. "You truly have no shame." He unleashes a blue Dharma treasure. Xiaoyan realizes it immediately. He's a body cultivator. He quickly retreats to dodge the strike. Xiaoyan clenches his fist. "I hate this the most, dealing with these annoying pests." The cloud-breaking banner in his hand vibrates slightly. Time and again, Xiaoyan successfully evades the onslaught. Elder Zhou senses something is wrong. This energy, it can cut through space. It's even more sinister than the grand solar primordial flame. He clasps his hands. The hand seals activate. Countless wind arrows fly forth. A massive gale surges forward. Xiao Yin tilts his head to dodge. Xiao Yin smirks. "You think I'm afraid?" The arrow rain continues to pour down. He erupts with fiery energy to counter Elder Zhou's gale. The elder sneers. "Did you think you could do whatever you wanted just because you have the grand solar primordial flame?" A vortex sucks in all the fire energy. The glazed fire cauldron appears. This treasure is specifically designed to suppress your flame. Legend says it was forged by a great human master to combat the Golden Crows. Elder Zhou is triumphant. "Before my glazed fire cauldron, all your firepower will be snuffed out." Xiaoyan is stunned as his flame is suppressed. Elder Zhou swings his arm. A surging gale strikes directly toward him. Zhu Feng says gloatingly, "Once we catch that kid, we must interrogate him thoroughly. We'll see if he's colluding with the Golden Crow clan." Lin Feng replies calmly, "The 7 great primordial flames are born of heaven and earth. Those with great talent can naturally comprehend the laws of the universe and the mysteries within." He continues softly, "But since you have doubts, why don't you see if he can summon another type of flame?" The little guy spreads his 2-colored wings and replies slowly, "Then I'll show you." Red and purple flames intertwine. The twin-colored flames erupt violently, incinerating Elder Zhou instantly. The Fengshan disciples tremble in horror. A nascent soul cultivator, killed just like that? Yahello cries out. Could those blue-purple flames be the netherworld evil flame? The primordial flame with the greatest destructive power in legends. Zhu Feng stammers, "Impossible. He actually has a second type of primordial flame." Cold sweat pours down Elder Lu. The disciple is already this terrifying. How monstrous must the master be? He looks up at the little guy. This boy is already a threat to the world's prodigies. If he's allowed to grow, the consequences will be dire. He must be eliminated immediately. The little guy asks coldly, "Does the Yu family want to taste too?" The disciples immediately chime in. Does the Yu family dare to respond? I bet none of them have the guts. Some of the Yu disciples turn away. Others pretend to cough to avoid eye contact. The little guy looks disappointed. If the Yu family is too scared, then forget it. A Yu disciple shouts, face flushing red. "Do you dare to take on 2 of us at once?" Everyone around mocks him. How shameless. Why stop there? Why not call 20 people? Bullying with numbers. Is this how one of the great Qin's 4 great families acts? You've completely thrown away the Yu family's reputation. The little guy points his fingers. You, and 4 more of you, come at me together. A member of the Xian family mutters. 2 wasn't enough for him, so he chose 4. As expected, an extraordinary master has an extraordinary disciple. He smirks. Since he's invited you, don't let him down. Charge him together. At that, the disciples rush forward as one. They quickly surround the little guy. The boy stays in a defensive stance, calmly observing. Tong Hui rubs his chin and comments. He's still so young. An early core formation stage taking on 4 others? I'm afraid he won't hold out for long. Suddenly, 2 Yu disciples are sent flying, crashing into the ground. The Yu family members freeze, stunned and speechless. They can't believe their eyes. Lightning gathers in both of the little guy's hands. Grinning, he flies straight at them. He grinds his teeth and thinks to himself, I cannot go easy on this brat. A banner appears, causing everyone to gasp. What is this overbearing aura? This is a nascent soul Dharma treasure. The Yu family's black underworld banner. How shameless. He quickly forms hand seals and shouts. A surging torrent of water erupts from the banner. The water thunders toward the little guy. At the same time, he erects a barrier around himself. The little guy pulls out his bronze jar and commands coldly, Go! He stands there with a sneer. Don't waste your effort. My black underworld banner has sealed off this entire space. The Yu elder is stunned as the little guy suddenly appears behind him. Oh, then why am I right here? The bronze jar charges straight ahead, slamming directly into the barrier in front of him. The boy clenches his fist. He dives down, delivering a decisive blow. A heavy punch lands, smashing his opponent straight into the ground. The celestial sect disciples cheer in unison. In the same cultivation realm, our celestial sect is invincible. Out in the distant outskirts, the little guy hovers in the air, watching. Elder Lu is panicking. I can't believe 4 core formation cultivators lost so miserably. The little guy uses the bronze jar to suck in the banner. This looks decent. I'll take it. He grinds his teeth and curses the brat for seeking death. But the banner is instantly sucked dry by the bronze jar. Lin Feng stands nearby and smiles. Consider it a reward for your first duel. The little guy sticks out his tongue to provoke them. Since it's in my hands, it's mine now. Elder Lu roars in fury. How insolent. Sure House suddenly appears, shielding the little guy. Laughing, he says, Hey, you from the Yu family. A good person should be a bit more polite. He lashes out in a desperate counterattack. You damn freak. Get the hell away from me. Old Six strike hurdles forward. His opponent focuses energy into 3 fingertips and speaks coldly. The one who needs to get lost is you. Song Lang unleashes a technique, shattering his offensive. Old Six struggles to hold his ground. He lets out a deathly wail. Suddenly, his gaze shifts toward the collapsing space. Cracks spread one after another. 4 figures emerge from the rift. Old Six calls out with a trembling voice, "Fifth brother." Lin Feng is shocked to recognize 4 nascent soul cultivators. Dong Hui sends a voice transmission. That young man in sackcloth is true Lord Li Xiong, Kong Chong of Shushan. That old man is Ancestor Qing AI of the Flowing Lightsword sect. And that middle-aged man is Ancestor Fei Hua of the Blazing Firesword sect. On the other side, Wen Liang transmits a message to Chao Ran. This is bad. The Celestial Sect of Wonders is facing more and more enemies. Kong Chong taunts him coldly. I've heard the Celestial Sect of Wonders is invincible among those of the same rank. Do you dare face me? Dong Hui replies angrily, Brother Kong. The grand founding ceremony is almost here. Choosing this moment to issue a challenge is incredibly disrespectful. Qing AI steps forward with a faint smirk. Dong Hui, it's been a long time. Why don't we find somewhere else to catch up? He grits his teeth. Kong Chong draws his sword and points it forward. Do you have the guts to fight me? He gives a thin, mocking smile. He aims his sword and bellows in rage. Insolent. How dare you look down on me? Kong Chong immediately unleashes the Pulse Path sword technique. Lin Feng frowns. Manhwa suddenly appears to block the blow for him. Kong Chong shouts, "Who are you?" He introduces himself with a calm smile. Elder of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, Kong Manhwa. Kong Chong sneers. A mere elder dares to trade blows with me? I'll cripple you. Manhwa remains unruffled. He raises his hand, summoning spheres of water. The spheres quickly merge into a massive wave, crashing down on Kong Chong. Kong Chong gasps in shock. The primordial water of the origin. He roars, summoning countless sword shadows. Break for me. The two sides are locked in a fierce stalemate. Kong Chong glares at Lin Feng, assessing him. If even a mere elder is this hard to handle, then just how powerful is he? The water tightly surrounds Kong Chong. Manhwa continues his spellcasting. Columns of water turn into arrows, darting toward his opponent. Yahello speaks up. Young Master E. You've been out for so long. It's time to come home. The Marquis is waiting. Zhou E replies. Mr. Tao Er said the same thing back then, and my answer remains unchanged. When my studies are complete, I will return. He frowns. Young Master, have you still not let it go? Zhou E says firmly. Right now, I must uncover the truth behind my mother's death. That day is not far off. Yahello decides to take action. In that case, please forgive my rudeness. He speaks, Master, I want to handle this myself. Lin Feng nods. Zhou E raises a single finger. With one flick, he cleaves Yahello's palm print in two. He thinks to himself in shock. As expected of the Marquis's bloodline, his talent is terrifying. It's a pity his grudge against the Marquis runs so deep. Even if I am punished for it later, I must eliminate him now. Yahello points his finger and says, Young Master E, your talent is extraordinary. I have no choice but to get serious. His expression turns grim. A dark aura envelopes his entire body. Zhou E speaks while dispelling the dark energy. Yahello, a true gentleman is at peace with himself and acts with integrity. The first master only knows how to threaten, not how to guide. A teacher without merit is a man without character. Yahello says coldly, Is this the arrogant logic you've learned over the last 2 years? How wrong? With that, a surge of energy rushes toward Zhou E. He replies in a low, steady voice, meeting force with force. The first master is mistaken. An yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram is drawn. It envelopes the dark energy. Yahello pours all his essence into the dark aura. Like a mantis trying to stop a carriage, as the surrounding dark energy rapidly disintegrates. The remaining flow is forced downward. Zhou E calmly chants, Boundless light, boundless darkness, primordial blade, creation's morning dew. An 8 trigrams formation appears. The ultimate move, the great barrier of the light and dark mandala heavens, unfolds. Yahello is horrified. How can a golden core stage cultivator perform such a technique? The two forces collide violently. A surge of energy erupts in all directions. The crowd gather for the entrance exam stairs in wide-eyed shock. Are the disciples of the celestial sect even human? Every single one of them is terrifying. A golden core taking on a nascent soul. The celestial sect of wonders is truly heaven-defying. Joining this sect was definitely the right choice. If I finish my training here, I could be just as strong. Yahello says solemnly, young master, I must admit, you surprised me. But that only makes me more determined to bring you back to the manor. Lin Feng gathers a small spark of energy on his fingertip and says, don't hold back. Just get through these 2 moves from your grand butler. The energy enters his brow. Joey replies, yes, master. The energy clashes fiercely with Yahello's dark aura. The outcome is still undecided. Elsewhere, the tension is just as high. The white-bearded priest says, Old Six, I'll handle this brat. You go. Old Six gives a quick shout of acknowledgement. He immediately chases after the little guy. I'll pay you back in full. A gale force wind strikes Xiaoyan. A voice barks. You people from a celestial sect don't know when to quit. Today will be your downfall. A group of thugs charges straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin says nonchalantly, I guess you won't learn until I teach you a lesson. A figure leaps up. Hong Yin enters the fray to counterattack. He thinks to himself, my juniors weren't exaggerating. This woman is fierce. Yang Qing waves his hand, freezing a group of people. Patriarch Yu shouts ferociously. The primordial dark water can control the Wu clan. Hand it over now. Before he could even react, a flash of light swept through his body. His nascent soul stings with pain. By the time he realized it, his body was already scorched black. Wang Lin reminds them, if you can't beat them, just blast them with talismans. Don't be stingy. Yang Qing gives a short reply. Old Six screams, charging at the little guy. D. The boy leaps, dodging with incredible speed. You want to kill me, old man? You're nowhere near good enough. Lightning erupts violently from the little guy's hands. Take a punch from me. Old Six quickly gathers chi for a shield. This is bad. The shield couldn't even withstand a single punch. It shatters instantly. He grits his teeth in disbelief. How can a golden core stage cultivator unleash such terrifying power? Old Six quickly performs a spell. I have to deal with him now to prevent future trouble. The little guy also focuses his killing intent into his palm. I want to end this quickly so I can go help Big Brother. Xiaoyan and the Great Gale engage in a fierce battle. Xiaoyan, full of confidence, focuses his strength into his fist and says, that old windbreaker can't do a thing to me. The Great Gale counterattacks, easily dispelling the incoming fireballs. Ridiculous. He clasps his hands together and shouts. A violent tornado swirls, transforming into a giant sword. The wind god sword manifests. Xiaoyan draws his pitch-black heavy sword and says coldly, how about you taste a strike from my blade? Blazing heavens cleaving slash. He swings the great sword and roars, die. The two attacks collide, causing the ground to explode. Clouds of dust billow up. When Liang watches and speaks up, the rise of the celestial sect of wonders has become unstoppable. Chao Ran, standing beside him, asks in disbelief, are you sure, Big Brother? When Liang replies, fortune favors the bold. Making an alliance now is like adding flowers to silk. An ancient aura, overwhelming everything in its path, approaches. When Liang is stunned, such immense power, where on earth is it coming from? The two of them see a white-robed cultivator glide past. It's Pang Jia. How is this possible? He's only in a nascent soul stage, yet his aura is so terrifying. Chao Ran breaks into a cold sweat. It can only be a magic treasure, this power. It must be the treasure of a primordial spirit cultivator to reach this level. Pang Jia stepped forward slowly and spoke. There's nowhere left for you to run this time. Lin Feng stood there, stunned. He hadn't expected to lead him right to this spot. Within 100 miles of Sand City's outskirts, countless cultivators were flying through the air toward them. The Great Void Sect is one of the two great sacred lands of the grand celestial world. Their Taoist techniques are profound and mysterious. Every time a disciple enters the world to practice, they stir up a storm. The two great sacred lands possess countless treasures and artifacts. Some can resurrect spirit souls. Some give birth to the force symbols. Others can even absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate on their own. Every sentient treasure has the power to throw yin and yang into chaos and overturn mountains and rivers. Pang Jie stared at Lin Feng, interrogating him. Lin Feng, we meet again. You killed a disciple of my great void sect. You owe me an explanation. Lin Feng frowned. A wanderer of the great void sect appearing here. And he brought a primordial spirit treasure with him. This is going to be a real problem. The crowd of onlookers began to chime in. I knew this celestial sect wouldn't last long. Even the great void sect has shown up. The celestial sect of wonders is finished. It's a shame they have so many geniuses under them. Ancestor Cloud Elephant of the Cloud Elephant sect, a nascent soul cultivator, stepped forward and cupped his fists. The celestial sect of wonders has been arrogant and overbearing for too long. My Cloud Elephant sect will not stand for such behavior. Fellow Taoist Pang Jie, let me take the lead. I shall eliminate this criminal. Pang Jie furrowed his brows. Is he trying to earn a favor from the Great Void Sect? Cloud Elephant summoned a beast statue. The Cloud Elephant sect wishes to form a bond with the Great Void Sect. Today I will wipe out this evil celestial sect. The beast statue let out a long, intimidating roar. Lin Feng's gaze darkened. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. He swung a palm strike directly at the elephant. Seeing this, Cloud Elephant shouted, Everyone, strike together and destroy him. The surrounding crowd cupped their hands in unison. We are also willing to share the burden for the Great Void Sect. Streaks of energy bombarded Lin Feng simultaneously, but they were all blocked by his barrier. Cloud Elephant stood with his hands behind his back. If you surrender now, I might leave your corpse intact. Lin Feng replied indifferently. A few small fry like you think you're worthy? Cloud Elephant looked confused. His aura is suddenly exploding. Is he trying to break through right now? He shouted in panic, fall back. Now, he's about to break through to the nascent soul stage. Watch out for the lightning tribulation. Lin Feng looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky and thought to himself, it's finally here. The nascent soul tribulation. A stream of water swirled around his body. Countless water dragons soared around him. Pang Jie knitted his brows. He's actually facing his tribulation in the middle of a battlefield? Dark clouds rolled in, blotting out the sky. Old Six pointed and screamed. He's about to form his nascent soul. Stop him quickly. Lin Feng seemed completely detached from the world. He closed his eyes, centering his mind to feel the rhythm of heaven and earth. Cloud Elephant pointed and barked. Don't let him complete the breakthrough. Old Six threw a punch toward him. Lin Feng gave a disdainful smirk and raised his hand. Die, you ants. A mountain was lifted clean off the ground by his power. The mountain crashed down where Cloud Elephant and Old Six stood. They were instantly crushed beneath the peak. Cloud Elephant cried out in horror. How did a celestial mountain appear in the sky out of nowhere? What kind of spell is this? Lin Feng sat cross-legged beside the celestial tree. He pressed his fingers against his forehead. A glowing miniature Lin Feng emerged. The nascent soul stage. Truly an unparalleled sensation. Ancestor Wu roared in fury. Lin Feng, you kill my brother. The Wu family will never let this slide. He replied coldly, you're noisy. Do I need your permission to kill your people? Lin Feng waved his hand. You guessed right. A beam of light struck down directly at Ancestor Wu. He hurriedly opened his dark underworld shield. This is bad, but the shield couldn't even withstand a single blow. His pupils shrank. How is this possible? His star plate was instantly blasted away. The people nearby turned pale with fright. This is terrifying. He killed 3 nascent soul masters in a row. Cloud Elephant frowned. I can't stay here. This guy is too savage. Lin Feng issued a command. You want to leave now? Too late. He appeared right behind Cloud Elephant. An explosion rang out. Cloud Elephant raised his hand in rage. You're pushing me too far. A giant white elephant manifested instantly. Lin Feng remained unmoved. He continued his assault. 8 trigrams crushing heavens, chaotic collision. A massive glowing fist struck Cloud Elephant and a beast. In an instant, his primordial spirit tried to flee, but before it could get far, Lin Feng snatched it. Tsh, greedy. Yahello stood to the side, trembling. Horror filled his heart. Where on earth did young master he find a master this ferocious? He glanced around and realized he was no match. It's better to retreat for now. Lin Feng maintained his hand seal. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. Try to run? No one escapes. A surge of energy rushed forward. It bound Yahello tightly. His body went stiff, unable to move an inch. He coughed up blood. He clutched his chest and screamed, "If you don't let me go, I'll take you down with me." He pulled out a brush. He said the sharpest thing isn't a blade, but the tip of a pen. And the greatest power isn't gods or Buddhas, but the hearts of the people. Yahello wrote a massive character for human, which hovered over Lin Feng's head. He gave a contemptuous laugh. "How ridiculous." Lin Feng scoffed. "What you call the hearts of the people is the inner soul of the world. How can a single word or a mere pen represent that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the character distorted and vanished. Yahello's eyes widened. "How can this be?" A barrier suddenly appeared around him. Yahello screamed in terror. "I'm a Marquise man. You can't kill me." The barrier quickly collapsed into a cube. It imprisoned him completely. Then, in the blink of an eye, it vanished into thin air. Kong Chong frowned. Suddenly, he began to chant, "I am a sword cultivator. I have nothing but my blade. A life spent moving forward. Better to break than to bend." He pointed his finger straight ahead. "Master of the celestial sect, take my strongest strike." Kong Chang's afterimage lunged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood still, casting his spell. The cosmic world barrier appeared to block the attack. He lowered his hand and shouted softly, "Suppress." Kong Chong was instantly trapped inside a sphere. Lin Feng smiled thinly. "It's over." But at that moment, a sudden flash of light slashed through. Lin Feng was taken aback. "I didn't expect the cosmic purple chi to be broken." "Pang Jia is indeed impressive." Pang Jia spoke coldly. "Today, I'll take your life as an offering to my fallen junior brother." Lin Feng looked him in the eye. "If you want my life, let's see if you have the skill to take it." Pang Jia raised his hand to form a seal. A glow emanated from the top of his head. "I will show you what true magic looks like." A surge of life energy poured from his forehead. The heaven and earth avatar rapidly expanded in size. Lin Feng was shocked. A heaven and earth avatar? Inside the consciousness. Pang Jia stood tall within the sea of consciousness. He gave a thunderous roar. The water beneath his feet began to boil and churn. Immediately after, Pang Jia spat out a mouthful of blood. He was stunned, unable to understand why his avatar had failed. A voice rang out. "Foolish." Pang Jia gasped. "Master." His master's voice reached him through a telepathic transmission. "Only by reaching the realm of supreme goodness is like water can you avoid the backlash of the heaven and earth avatar. That is the only way to truly grasp the mysteries of the world." Pang Jia nodded. This disciple understands. Having realized the lesson, Pang Jia immediately manifested the heaven and earth avatar again. His aura connected seamlessly with his hands. Lightning rained down incessantly from the sky. Lin Feng dodged repeatedly. The power is just too much. He raised his hand and released the true fire. Pang Jia calmly threw a punch, shattering the flames. A single strike had snuffed out the solar true fire. Pang Jia stood between heaven and earth, lightning crackling around him. "Show me whatever else you've got. If I don't, I might not make it out alive." Lin Feng continuously flickers in and out of sight, dodging the lightning bolts raining down. Lin Feng frowns. He's too fast. After a period of constant evasion, he finally takes a direct hit. Lin Feng's gaze momentarily falters. Is this where I lose? Immediately after, he snaps back to his senses. No, the word surrender doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Lin Feng plants his feet firmly on the ground. I have to understand the principles of the heaven and earth dharma manifestation to turn this around. He closes his eyes. He merges his body with the world itself, feeling the harmony between the essence of water and earth. On the other side, Pang Jia sees him standing motionless and lets out a cold sneer. Giving up already? Too late for that. His phantom image reaches out to grab Lin Feng. Xiaoyan panics. This is bad. Master is in danger. He quickly holds him back. Eldest senior brother, we have to trust Master. He definitely has a plan. Xiaoyan grinds his teeth. If anything happens to Master, I'll wipe the Taihu Guan off the face of the earth. Right at that moment, Lin Feng's eyes snap open. I've got it. His sea of consciousness expands, shaking off the attack that was inches away. Only by mastering the 4 elements of time, space, life, and spirit can one truly grasp the power of the heaven and earth Dharma manifestation? Pang Jie can't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Lin Feng flicks his wrist. You've been attacking for a while now. It's about time I hand my turn. The four elements of water, earth, fire, and wind swirl together, lunging toward Pang Jie. But he immediately teleports to evade the strike. The four streams of energy slam violently into the ground. Lin Feng frowns. Did it work? Just as he speaks, a small beam of light descends from the sky. Lin Feng raises his hand to block it. However, the force is so immense it sends him crashing into the dirt. Pang Jie stands high above, sword in hand, looking down. Forcing me to use a magic treasure. You should be honored. But he fails to notice that his artifacts, the divine mirror, the Dharma web, and the alchemy pavilion, are all trembling in fear. Xiaoyan watches, confused. What's going on? Why do the magic treasures look terrified? Outside Shazhou City, Pang Jie looks down on Lin Feng from his high vantage point. Lin Feng wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. If you want to kill me, let's see if you actually have what it takes. He waves his hand, erecting a protective barrier around himself. Pang Jie immediately strikes with his sword. A single slash shatters the barrier instantly. Lin Feng dodges in shock. How is this possible? He leaps into the air, the ground. Below him, the earth explodes. So this is the true power of a magic treasure? It really is formidable. Lin Feng quickly regains his composure, gathering primordial energy into his palms. But I'm no pushover either. He swings his arm, launching a strike saturated with spiritual energy toward Pang Jie. Pang Jie frowns and strokes his blade. An attack like this is pathetic before me. A defensive layer manifests instantly. 6th form sword, 3rd form. Immovable void shield. Lin Feng's spiritual energy slams into the immovable void shield, but fails to leave even a scratch. Lin Feng releases a pulse of spreading spiritual energy. It quickly forms a cage, trapping his opponent. Layers of incantations wrap around the body. Pang Jie speaks in a low voice. The 6 Forms proclamation was originally that man's sect-protecting array. The 6 Forms respond. Is that all you've got? You're a long way off from being able to trap me. The immovable void shield glows brightly. The 6 Forms immediately shift, transitioning into the 1st form. Sword transformation. Soaring silk ribbon. Lin Feng chuckles. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. He raises his hand and chants. Destruction of the 6 paths. Heaven and earth transformation. Activate. Pang Jie is startled. This formation truly has its own set of laws. He forms a hand seal. 6 Forms proclamation. Grant me strength. The 6 Forms immediately revert back into a sword. It's the 3rd form of the 6 Forms sword, the Justice Sword. Following Pang Jie's movements, massive bolts of lightning strike down from the heavens repeatedly. Lin Feng stares his opponent down. If I had the grand cosmic purple chi to trigger the heaven and earth transformation, you'd already be dust. He raises his left hand. Let me show you the true power of the heaven and earth transformation. Lin Feng and Pang Jie clash in midair. The battle rages with explosive intensity. The spectacle is like a top-tier, high-budget fantasy film. Pang Jie grinds his teeth. With a flick of the 6 Form sword, the sword transforms into a shield, just in time to block Lin Feng's attack. The moment Lin Feng's spiritual energy touches the immovable void shield, it disperses. Suddenly, the spiritual energy forms a cage, locking Pang Jie inside. The cage snaps shut. Through the remaining gaps, only Pang Jie's unwilling gaze is visible. Then, everything condenses into a single point of light in the sky. Lin Feng stands calmly in the middle of the sky. The crowd below erupts into whispers. He took down the great void sect's walker in an instant. The celestial sect of wonders is truly terrifying. Once the murmurs die down, Lin Feng asks in a cold tone, "Is there anyone else?" At that moment, the first light of dawn begins to crest over the horizon. Outside Shazhou City, 2 layers of barriers envelop the 2 floating islands. Lin Feng reaches out and touches them gently. Time to wrap this up. Just then, my Wulong, the chief manager of the rights department, a nascent soul cultivator from the great Zhou Empire, appears. Please, show some mercy. Someone whispers that he is the great eunuch of the rights department, my Wulong. Lin Feng turns to ask, I wonder what brings eunuch my here. Wulong replies, I am here by His Majesty's decree to deliver these gifts. A scroll unfolds. Congratulations on the mountain opening ceremony of the master of the celestial sect. He scans the contents. It lists a long string of rare heavenly treasures. Lin Feng thinks to himself, Liang Pan is certainly generous to gift so many treasures at once. Wulong says with a smile, His Majesty was quite concerned, knowing that Mr. Zhang had a misunderstanding with the master of the celestial sect. He specifically ordered me to bring this jade slip as a gesture of goodwill. With those words, a nascent soul stage artifact appears. The golden crown of ghosts and gods. When Liang whispers to Chao Ran, to think they even brought a nascent soul artifact. It seems the great Zhou Empire wants an alliance with the celestial sect of wonders. Chao Ran asks, will great Zhou move against great Qin then? When Liang ponders before answering, the possibility is very high. This is the opportunity beyond the heavens mountain has been waiting for. Chao Ran nods. Whatever you decide, senior brother, I support you. Lin Feng looks at the artifact. In front of him, lost in thought. So, they're trying to win me over? Yang Tonghui's voice rings in sect leader Lin's ear. He says, Kong Chang's nascent soul is already wounded. It will be difficult for him to reach the primal spirit stage in this lifetime. Consider it a lesson learned. Why not just let him go? Before Lin Feng can even respond, a strange phenomenon appears in the sky. A small rift of light suddenly glides out. Manhwa steps out. Sect leader Lin. It's been a long time. The surrounding crowd starts gossiping. Isn't that Yin Manhwa? The world walker of the path of Tao? She went missing once, and now she's reappeared. Lin Feng sends a reply. Congratulations on your rebirth, fellow Taoist Yin. Your cultivation has increased yet again. He feels a sense of doubt in his heart. First my Wulong, now Yin Manhwa. Could they be connected? Manhwa covers her mouth and giggles. I must thank you, sect leader Lin, for your help in the past. Then, a small sphere appears in her hand. Lin Feng looks closely. A magic treasure embryo. Manhwa nods. This treasure is called the Vermilion Flame Demon Eye. It can be used as a base for cultivation. Consider it an apology on behalf of Junior Brother Pang. Lin Feng accepts it and asks, Where are you headed, fellow Taoist Yin? He waves his hand, releasing Pang Jia. The conflict between Taoist Pang and me was merely a friendly spar. As soon as Pang Jia is free, he cries out, Senior Sister Yin. Manhwa catches him. Junior Brother Pang. 6 Forms Proclamation. It's been a while. Pang Jia asks if she's returning to Mount Baiyan. The sect leader and the elders all miss her. Manhwa replies, I'll go back for a visit after sect leader Lin's inauguration ceremony. Lin Feng watches Pang Jia's retreating back. Taoist Pang, feel free to visit Mount Yujing as a guest whenever you have time. Then he turns back. He gestures, moving the trapped floating islands to one side. Kong Chong screams, Lin Feng, what do you think you're doing? The sphere drops into Dong Hui's hands. Lin Feng speaks. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Fan Yang to escort true Lord Kong back to Mount Shu. Dong Hui's hands tremble as he catches it. Sect leader Lin. With that, he turns and walks away. Please, everyone, follow me up the mountain for a tour. Lin Feng narrows his eyes and smiles. Despite the minor disturbance, our sect's opening ceremony will proceed as scheduled. Thank you all for coming. A faint mist begins to swirl beneath his feet. The wind rises, and the mist envelopes everyone present. Follow me. As the words leave his lips, a streak of light shoots straight toward the mountain peak. Dong Hui turns and calls out to Fei Hai and Qing AI. Let's go. 3 more streaks of light follow in quick succession. Pang Jia stands still, lost in thought. It seems the celestial sect of wonders doesn't exactly welcome me. Forget it. No point in going just to be embarrassed. At the mountain peak, the group follows Lin Feng to the base of a massive ancient tree. I never imagined Mount Kunlun held such a blessed land. Mingyu looks up, her voice full of wonder. This immortal dwelling, only the pure land of ultimate bliss from the great Lane Temple of old could possibly compare to this. It's certainly not inferior to Mount Shu. Lin Feng smiles as he addresses the crowd. Early next month, I welcome all of you to Mount Yujing to attend the grand opening ceremony of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. At the summit of Mount Yujing, the guests stand under the shade of the great tree, marveling at the surroundings. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. If only I could live in a place like this. Mingyu is stunned. An immortal mountain dwelling like this is exceptionally rare. It's enough to rival the 3 great sacred halls. She smiles to herself. If the rest of the world knew the true value of Mount Yujing, I bet they'd be sick with regret. When Liang's jaw drops. This is truly extraordinary. Chao Ran points ahead. That's not all. Take a good look over there. The disciples of the celestial sect of wonders stand in a row, bowing their heads. We humbly welcome the Grand Master back to the mountain. We have many distinguished guests today. My apologies if our hospitality is lacking. Donghui praises him. Sect leader Lin, your teachings are truly profound. Even your youngest disciples are this outstanding. Lin Feng returns the gesture with a smile. Fei Hua scoffs disdainfully. You dare to establish a sect on a peak as barren as this? Lin Feng feels a flash of irritation. So, there are still people looking down on me. I guess I'll have to show them the real deal. He gives a faint smirk. The celestial sect is newly established and still quite humble. I hope you'll forgive the lack of grandeur. Lin Feng pulls out a command medallion. He tosses the medallion high into the air. A brilliant light erupts. A grand main hall manifests out of thin air. In front of the hall stands a massive, majestic dragon statue. When Liang is terrified, compared to this palace, the main hall of our Heaven Beyond mountain looks like a straw shack. Beside him, Chao Ran is equally dazed. And a shack that looks like it's about to collapse at that. Mingyu is also taken aback. Creation from the void? A divine technique like this proves his true cultivation far exceeds our reports. Lin Feng narrows his eyes and smiles. It's just a little trick. Please don't laugh at me. Inside, however, he is gloating. This should be enough to scare these big shots. Lin Feng waves his hand again. Wait, don't rush. It's too early to be shocked. In the blink of an eye, a series of grand courtyards appear on the barren mountain. Disciple living quarters, the library of scriptures, and the alchemy room. Fei Hua is speechless. The spiritual energy in these quarters is overwhelming. Training here is like being a pig in a trough. Even a farm animal would become a spirit in a few years. Lin Feng muses to himself. It's a pity the alchemy room is still missing a proper cauldron. Suddenly, an alchemy cauldron appears. Donghui asks in shock. Sect leader Lin, is this cauldron? Lin Feng replies nonchalantly. It's called the Heaven Beyond Heartfire Cauldron. I picked it up by chance. It seems decent enough. The surrounding crowd is shaken to the core. The Heaven Beyond Heartfire Cauldron. The cauldron Lin Feng just pulled out is actually the legendary Heaven Beyond Heartfire Cauldron. It requires the scarlet dye, thunder fire, along with the internal and spiritual fires of the Akala to ignite. Its effects are miraculous. The success rate is at least 30% higher than an ordinary cauldron. Donghui strokes his chin, deep in thought. This cauldron has been lost for nearly 1,000 years. I never expected it to be in sect leader Lin's hands. Lin Feng smiles modestly. It was merely a stroke of luck. But inside, he's beaming with pride. The playing dumb act worked perfectly. He turns to Xiao Yin to give him his instructions. From now on, you will manage the alchemy room. As of today, you are the master of the alchemy hall. Xiao Yin bows and clasps his hands. This disciple obeys master's command. Lin Feng then points to Wang Lin and Zhu Yi. Little Lin, train hard. The day you form your golden core is the day you take over the library of scriptures. Little E, from now on, you are the head instructor. You will be responsible for teaching the new disciples. Wang Lin and Zhu Yi reply in unison. We will not fail your expectations, master. Lin Feng turns and walks toward the main hall. He looks down from his high vantage point and declares, the sect opening ceremony has officially begun. Inside the main hall, Lin Feng sits in the seat of honor. Below him, the disciples are lined up in 2 perfect rows. They bow to their founder as one. Lin Feng nods in satisfaction. My sect finally looks like it's taking proper shape. In the main hall at the peak of Mount Yujing, Manhwa says with a smile, today's ceremony has concluded. Our sect leader still has important matters to attend to. I won't keep you any longer, fellow Taoists. Donghui returns the bow. I can find my own way down the mountain. No need to trouble the guardian. The voices of 2 new disciples chatting can be heard from the courtyard. It turns out my initial choice was right after all. The other nods in agreement. Joining this sect feels like stepping into a grand dream. Manhwa notes that the number of disciples has exceeded 50. The sect has become quite lively. Zhu Yi leads the way. Junior brothers, please follow me. I'll get your living arrangements settled first. The other person responds gratefully. Thank you, senior brother Zhu. A while later, back in the main hall, Zhu gives instructions to the new recruits. Once you've settled in, feel free to get acquainted with the place. The official lectures will begin tomorrow. They respond in unison. Yes, senior brother. Lin Feng can't help but sigh with relief. It's good to have disciples. One word and everything gets done. A system notification suddenly appears. Recruited over 30 disciples with potential values above 25. Congratulations, host, on completing Main Quest 2.0. System is currently upgrading. Lucky draws and quest issuance are temporarily locked. Lin Feng thinks to himself, no new quests? That's double the joy. He turns to Mingyu. Why haven't you left yet? Mingyu clasps her hands. Sect leader Lin has been a gracious host. I'm about to head down the mountain, so I came to take my leave. Lin Feng smiles and suggests. A single demon spider seems a bit meager as a gift for sect's founding. Mingyu catches his drift and smiles. I understand. I will surely return with a proper gift later. She adds playfully. I hope you'll accept it, sect leader Lin. Otherwise, I'm afraid I couldn't handle your retaliation. Lin Feng looks calm on the outside, but inside he's screaming. What kind of person does she think I am? Swallowing his pride, he says, by the way, there's one more thing. He reaches out his hand. A stream of black energy shoots from his fingertip, summoning the black dragon, Jieyong. It manifests immediately and calls out respectfully. Sect leader. Mingyu greets him. Old Black. Long time no see. The black dragon, Jieyong, responds. So, you're following sect leader Lin now? Lin Feng explains. I only called him out to ask if he wants to return to the Great Void sect. Mingyu immediately understands. I don't think this dragon wants to go back there at all. Lin Feng shrugs. I haven't given him any benefits, and I threaten him constantly. Are you sure he wouldn't want to go back? He continues. I had many reasons to keep him before. But now, if he wants to go, I won't stop him. Hearing this, Jieyong rushes forward and clings to Lin Feng's leg, crying. No, sect leader. I don't want to go back. It's great here. Please don't kick me out. Lin Feng is stunned. Good grief. You've really changed. Mingyu covers her mouth and giggles. Actually, Old Black married an immortal female dragon back at the Great Void Sect's Dragon Lake. She's as strong as a demon king. Lin Feng's jaw drops. So he's just henpecked. He imagines the black dragon getting nagged and curses silently. Even demons live under such intense pressure these days. Lin Feng looked at him and said, fine. If you don't want to go, then don't. Black Dragon replied joyfully. I'd rather live out my days right here on Jade Mirror Mountain. Mingyu cupped her hands. Since the Black Dragon is staying, I shall take my leave. Lin Feng replied, as you wish. I have things to attend to. I won't see you out. A breeze swept through the treetops. The peak of Jade Mirror Mountain gradually vanished behind a hazy veil of clouds and rocks. Mingyu sighed. It seems sect leader Lin doesn't wish to be disturbed anymore. Manhwa appeared behind her and spoke. The entire mountain has faded into the chaotic void. Its tracks are impossible to find. Even if someone wanted to pester him, they couldn't. Unless the Great Void sect mobilized their entire spirit army to scout it out. But that's impossible. Mingyu glanced at him. You seem to understand the situation well. Manhwa nodded. Indeed, he isn't some demon. Besides, there are too many outsiders eyeing this place. Exposing a weakness would only give others a reason to celebrate. Mingyu teased with a smile. Junior Brother Kong, when did you learn to refine an Earth Origin soul clone? I recall your true body hasn't even reached the spirit origin stage yet. Manhwa replied. Everyone has their own secret opportunities. Isn't the same true for you, senior sister? Before leaving, he left a message. I plan to return to White Cloud Mountain. If I gain anything from this trip, I'll give half to the Etion sect. The rest belongs to you, senior sister. Thank you both for teaching me a lesson. Mai Wulong spoke up from behind. Fairy Yin, your junior brother is far from simple. Mingyu replied. If even he is like that, then the leader of the celestial sect of wonders must be truly terrifying. I just wonder if he can pass the trial. That's coming next. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Great Qin Empire, at the peak of Jingyun, the Radiance Sword sect quietly emerged. Yanran was focused on her sword practice. Her blade suddenly pointed in one direction. In an instant, Xiaoyan's silhouette appeared before the tip of her sword. He softly called out, Xiaoyan. Yinran's sword pointed directly at his face. She frowned. The 3-year promise is almost upon us. Why can't my sword pierce through? Dong Ling sighed. If your Dao heart isn't steady, what's the point of the 3-year promise? The dust of the past rose up. Xiaoyan said furiously, Lady Morong, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never look down on a poor youth. In 3 years, I will find you and reclaim every bit of my dignity. Yinran silently watched his retreating back. Xiaoyan, returning to the present. Yinran was still practicing in the courtyard. Xiaoyan, if you were still the genius you were back then, would you still remember our promise? A voice startled her. Are you thinking of a peaceful duel? You might want to go easy on him, but he certainly won't. Master Dong Ling appeared. Yinran bowed her head. Master, Dong Ling said. The Grand Master brought news back from the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Xiaoyan's strength far exceeds our data. Even if you give it your all, winning will be difficult. Yinran was shocked. Could it be? Has he reached the late stage of foundation establishment? Dong Ling shook his head. He has already formed his core. Furthermore, he wields the true solar fire and the nether evil phoenix. An ordinary golden core cultivator can't even get close to him. Yinran's face went pale upon hearing this. She remembered the old days. Xiaoyan holding her hand, calling her name. The words of the Xiao clan had echoed in her ears. This marriage contract was a match made in heaven. The sword in Yinran's hand fell to the ground. She turned and ran away. Dong Ling called out after her, but was stopped by Qing AI. Let her be alone for a while. Dong Ling looked at Qing AI with concern. What should we do then? We can't just stand by and watch Yinran lose. Qing AI reassured her. Don't worry. I won't let this match go smoothly. At the Celestial Sect of Wonders, inside the alchemy room, Xiaoyan stood before the furnace, humming as he fanned the flames to refine pills. The process had become effortless. Even pills with a success rate of less than 10% could be crafted successfully. The furnace spat out several pills. Xiaoyan caught them. This alchemy room, combined with the heavenly heartfire furnace, brings the success rate to nearly 60%. This is miraculous. Lin Feng appeared at that moment, cleared his throat, and asked, How is your research in the alchemy room going? Zhang Yin cupped his hands and replied, Thanks to the room and the furnace. The success rate has stabilized at 90%. The efficiency of herb usage has reached 50%. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. To achieve this through self-study is quite impressive. He secretly regretted not capturing old Ancestor Bai Chao alive. With his experience, Xiao Yan would have progressed even faster. Lin Feng walked toward the furnace and said, The wonders of this alchemy room aren't just about increasing the success rate. Xiao Yan asked in surprise, Are there other functions? Lin Feng tossed a pill into the air. This is an intelligence pill from the Sword Sect. The pill glowed, releasing spiritual energy. Lin Feng guided him. Try connecting your consciousness to the alchemy room. After following the instructions, several lines of text appeared before Xiao Yan. He said excitedly, Master, this is the recipe for the Heavenly Path pill. Our alchemy room can actually extract recipes from pills. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. He breathed a secret sigh of relief. Good thing I checked the system beforehand. Lin Feng continued. If any long-lost pills fall into our hands, we can use the heaven-returning inscription to recover the old recipes. Xiao Yan was overjoyed. Then wouldn't we be invincible? Lin Feng patted his shoulder. That's why I'm entrusting this alchemy room to you. I expect you to make the most of it. Help the sect grow strong. Xiao Yan nodded vigorously. I absolutely will not let you down. Lin Feng reminded him further. Focus on rare pills, but don't neglect your cultivation. The 3-year promise is coming up soon. Xiao Yan froze at those words. Old memories flooded back. The aura around him instantly shifted. The 3-year promise. 2 flames erupted from Xiao Yan's body like wings. Lin Feng was startled. Xiao Yan, control your emotions. He immediately stabilized his qi. This wasn't good. Xiao Yan knelt down to admit his fault. Your disciple lost control for a moment. Please punish me, master. Lin Feng spoke sternly. I sentence you to remain in the alchemy room to calm your mind. Do not leave until you can fully control your emotions. After saying that, he left. An outburst of golden core true fire could kill people. He couldn't let hatred cloud his judgment. Xiao Yin murmured behind him, "Master." He silently composed himself, suppressing his emotions. Looking at his master's expression, it seemed there was still something left unsaid. Stepping outside, Lin Feng gave a heavy sigh. Would this 3-year promise finally untangle the emotional knots between those two? Just then, the system sent a new message. It announced the completion of the upgrade, and that a mission was about to be revealed. This left him feeling suspicious. A notification appeared. Main Quest 2.1. Enhance Reputation. Expand Influence. Lin Feng read the long line of text. Requirement. Fully upgrade the sect's infrastructure. Expand influence across all sect ranks and the entire natural world. Reputation must exceed 80 within 10 years. Failure to meet the deadline will result in the deletion of the host. He was speechless. Global reputation over 80? Are you kidding me? Lin Feng did the math. This world has 2 great empires, the Great Zhou and the Great Qin. The number of mountain sects, towns, and rivers is countless. He screamed internally. This is really pushing it. Quest 2.1 isn't just slightly harder than 2.0. Fortunately, my personal reputation in North Kunlun has reached 95. I can at least be at ease about that place. Before his joy could settle, the system gave a reminder. Personal reputation is different from sect reputation. Your personal score in North Kunlun is 95, but the sect's is only 75. Please keep working hard. Lin Feng was annoyed. Now that it's leveled up, is everything going to be scrutinized? The system added, reaching level 3 grants 1 automatic lottery draw. We hope the host won't get discouraged and become lazy. Otherwise, you'll be deleted. Lin Feng felt exhausted. Upgrading is getting more and more annoying. Fine, whatever. Lin Feng operated the system. If I'm playing this game, I might as well pull for rewards. Might as well grab all the good stuff I can. The system replied politely. We're taking a loss just by offering this. Lin Feng snapped, just spin it. He glared at the spinning wheel. A celestial spirit, blood-replenishing pill appeared. This is used to permanently increase the character's base stats. Lin Feng's gaze was locked tight. On that top-tier bottle, he immediately hit the spin button. If I combine this with the recipes in the alchemical lab, it can be used indefinitely. That's the one. Lin Feng stared intently. Hurry up, move. The wheel came to a halt. The needle pointed to a common item called the dragon tendon rope. The system mocked him. Congratulations, host. You have received the item you didn't want, the dragon tendon rope. A top-tier, durable material from the Tianyuan world, perfect for refining magic treasures. Lin Feng glanced at it. You're scamming me again. He cracked his knuckles and switched to the dice. The system issued a reminder. The dice pool does not contain the heavenly spirit blood-replenishing pill. Lin Feng was losing his mind. If it's not there, I'll just exchange for it directly. The system pulled up the price list. He gasped. 8,000 points. So, you're basically telling me I can't have it unless I die for it, right? Fine. Switch back to the lucky draw. Lin Feng grabbed a pen. He pawned Zhang Hai's Mountain Autumn brush and even threw in a nascent soul stage magic treasure. Let's see you try to play me now. The system accepted the tribute. Probability for a red draw increased to 70%. Lin Feng shouted, start. He pulled a lot. The system announced a successful white lot draw and a random item reward. Lin Feng wanted to smash the system to pieces. I just needed it to be a red lot with a designated choice. You're really messing with me. The system opened the mysterious item. A small vial appeared. Congratulations. You have received the Heavenly Spirit blood-replenishing pill along with 2,000 exchange points. Lin Feng stared at it, his eyes practically firing bullets. I'll remember this. The system let out a chuckle. Let's try to get along better from now on. It suddenly remembered something and added. Issuing the reward for Quest 2.0. Please accept. Lin Feng muttered to himself. A major quest, and all I get is this beat-up chest? How stingy. He thought about the goal of raising the sect's reputation to 85 in the Tianyuan world. On the Great Qin side, I could take advantage of Little Yan's war. As for Great Zhou and Little Yi, it seems there's some friction brewing there. In the capital of Great Zhou, the imperial city of Tianjing, the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu, Zhu Yi's father, he sat at his desk, reviewing official memorials. He narrowed his eyes. Zhu Yi has already reached the Golden Core stage, the celestial sect of wonders. Lin Feng, Truly noteworthy. There was a knock at the door. He called for them to enter. A eunuch entered to report that the emperor had summoned the grand preceptor to the main hall for a council. Hongwu nodded, acknowledging the decree, as he brushed past the eunuch. Hongwu's aura flared so intensely it made the man shiver. Could the Marquis have made another breakthrough? Inside the main hall, the Emperor of Great Zhou, Liang Pan, sat waiting. Mei Wulong and Ming Yu stood by his side. Liang Pan smiled. "Please, take a seat, my dear minister." Hongwu performed a formal salute in thanks. Liang Pan remarked that Zhu Yi and Fairy Ming had truly surprised him. Hongwu dismissed the praise with humility. Liang Pan laughed, saying it wasn't an exaggeration at all. He mentioned that Fairy Yin and Wulong had already briefed him on the situation. It seems the previous reports were true. Zhu Yi's master is indeed someone who shouldn't be provoked lightly. Wulong recounted the details to Hongwu. Once he finished, Wulong let out a sigh of admiration. "That is everything I witnessed. The celestial sect of wonders is far from simple." Hongwu began his analysis. The celestial sect's strength already exceeds that of the Eelist sect and the Radiant Sword sect. They won't be easy to eliminate. My own investigation yielded similar results. But who exactly is this Lin Feng to have stirred up such a storm so quickly? Liang Pan looked at Hongwu. "It seems you've already formed a judgment. Why not share it with everyone?" Hongwu bowed. The celestial sect's strategy is very formidable. They don't act like a newly established sect at all. It's as if they have some deep, hidden history. Liang Pan nodded. "That much is obvious to everyone. Tell us something else." Hongwu thought for a moment before replying. "In my opinion, while they have the upper hand, they also possess a fatal flaw." Ming Yu asked in surprise what it was. Hongwu explained. "The celestial sect's mantras and supernatural abilities are incredibly powerful. Their golden core disciples can go toe-to-toe with nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, every single disciple is equipped with a nascent soul stage magic treasure. This causes their combat power to skyrocket. Because of this, they cannot be ignored, but we shouldn't overestimate them either." Hongwu gave a cold smile. "Relying on treasures. That is their first weakness." He curled his lip. And as for the second point, Hongwu continued his analysis. Lin Feng doesn't care about the prestige of other sects. According to Eunuch Mai, in just one battle, he offended both the Great Void sect and Mount Shu, and likely many more before that. He scanned the hall. We all know what happened to the Great Thunderclap Temple. If you offend too many sects, a tragic end is inevitable. Mingyu fell into thought, to identify two major weaknesses just from Mei Wulong's words. The Marquis of Xuanji is as sharp as they say. Liang Pan nodded. Lin Feng can tear through the fabric of space and create things out of nothing. But any high-level primordial spirit cultivator can achieve that. Hongwu added, "As can your majesty." Liang Pan laughed heartily. "That is true." He continued, "And couldn't you do the same, Hongwu?" Hongwu clasped his hands modestly. "I wouldn't dare compare myself to your majesty." Liang Pan was pleased. Listening to this has been quite productive. However, I suspect we haven't seen the full extent of his power yet. Hongwu agreed. Hongwu narrowed his eyes. For now, the most important thing to uncover isn't Lin Feng's strength, but the rumored location of Mount Yujing. He spoke to the group. That mountain is shrouded in mystery. It vanishes into the void. Its movements are impossible to track. This is the most difficult aspect of dealing with the celestial sect of wonders. Mingyu nodded. To destroy the celestial sect, their sect leader would have to pilot Mount Yujing to attack Mount Baiyun, or Mount Shu, or even Tianjing City. Hongwu picked up the thread. The price for that would be astronomical. Furthermore, he has no interest in governing commoners. He only cares about finding what he needs. Hongwu gave a faint huff. This leads to the third weakness. The celestial sect is newly founded. Their foundation isn't solid yet. Aside from the sect leader, they have no other primordial spirit cultivators. The moment the sect leader is absent, the celestial sect will surely collapse. He is powerful, but he is alone. Liang Pan considered this. If 3 to 5 primordial spirit cultivators were to surround him, he would have no choice but to surrender. Liang Pan issued his orders. Our strategy remains unchanged. Befriend the distant, attack the near. For now, we will maintain ties with the celestial sect, and also with the Mount Shu sword sect and the Great Qin Empire. In the grand scheme of things, no matter how strong the celestial sect is they're no match for Great Zhou. The officials accepted the command. Mingyu thought with interest that Lin Feng seemed to have met his match. Elsewhere, Lin Feng was still staring blankly at the system. Looking at the notification, Mount Kunlun, Celestial Sect of Wonders. Reputation, 70. He sighed. Increasing reputation is really tough. He racked his brain. I need to do something earth-shaking or find a way to stand on the shoulders of giants. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. He remembered he still had 2 little things to deal with. He waved his hand. 2 sparks of fire appeared. The 2 fire crows transformed into human form. Lin Feng spoke. You offended me before, so you were imprisoned as punishment. One of the fire crows spoke up. Our young master is still young. We hope Senior can show him some guidance. The young master also admitted his fault. Please, Senior, have mercy and forgive us. Lin Feng smiled. It seems you've learned your lesson. I am not fond of senseless killing. I'll release you today, but you must deliver a message for me. The young master asked if he should tell his father. Lin Feng shook his head. No need. Just pass the word to the Golden Crow Grand Sage. The 2 fire crows looked at each other. To the Ancestor? The young master quickly replied that he would deliver it. Lin Feng opened his hand. A small spark appeared. Just take this back and give it to the Golden Crow Grand Sage. The young master and his subordinate took it, bowed, and took their leave. Lin Feng nodded, letting them go. The 2 figures vanished instantly. A moment later, they reappeared at the Lian Mountains. The subordinate exhaled in relief. We finally escaped. The young master nodded. Just being alive is enough. The subordinate asked worriedly if they should really give the spark to the Ancestor. What if it's a trap? The young master looked at the light. He was also worried Lin Feng had a scheme. But the idea of a tiny, purple spark hurting the Ancestor was just absurd. The subordinate nodded in agreement. True. If he wanted to provoke our Ancestor, he wouldn't need to be so indirect. He couldn't fathom what Lin Feng was thinking. The young master shook his head, telling him to drop it. Let's just deliver it and head back quickly before we draw any unwanted attention. The subordinate cupped his hands in obedience. The 2 of them turned back toward Lin Feng's direction to offer a final bow of thanks before departing. Lin Feng watched the 2 crows disappear into the distance and gave a cold snort. They were clearly terrified I'd change my mind, which is why they were talking so much. It seems those few days in lockup did them some good. It certainly taught them a thing or two. He looked up at the sky. I just hope they stay this loyal when I return. Just make sure the goods are delivered to the Golden Crow Great Sage. The wind whipped around him. This was the furthest move he could have possibly planned for. His eyes shone with absolute certainty. Don't you dare disappoint me. Inside the Great Hall of Mount Yujing, Lin Feng was lost in thought. Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel anxious. If this keeps dragging on, I'm afraid the 3-year promise might change, he muttered. If only Xiaoyan could have let off some steam earlier. A massive battle would have been even better. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered something. Oh right, there's still that little Tao Tai. He immediately entered the spatial ring. Tuntin poked her head out. Oh, you finally showed up? She looked at Lin Feng with a hurt expression. You promised to bring me tiger meat. Were you lying to me? Lin Feng chuckled. I haven't broken my promise. Don't worry. I've got something for you. He pointed upward. The Iron Dragon cursed seal vanished. A tiger appeared. Tuntin's eyes lit up instantly. You're really giving this to me? She asked again, just to be sure. This thing isn't poisoned, is it? Lin Feng glanced at her. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Before he could finish, Tuntin lunged. I'm a Tao Tai. Why would I be afraid of a little poison? You want it back? No way. Lin Feng watched speechlessly as Tuntin frantically tore into the tiger meat. Seriously, as long as it's food, she'll eat anything. A moment later, she licked her lips, looking like she still wanted more. Tuntin looked completely revitalized. Finally, I feel alive again. In the blink of an eye, her power surged to the peak of the Demon Commander rank. Tuntin's attitude flipped instantly. She lunged toward Lin Feng. Hand over the true solar fire right now, and I might forget about you locking me up. If not, Lin Feng curled his lip. You little idiot. You sure forget things fast. He waved his hand to suppress her. If I can let you out, I can certainly lock you back up. Trapped in the spiritual energy sphere, Tuntin screamed, You're cheating. I wasn't ready yet. Let me go. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. You got a lot of excuses. Tuntin's eyes welled up with tears. I know I was wrong. Please, just forgive me this once. Lin Feng looked at her and spoke slowly. You know, I'm thinking it might be better to just kill you. That way, I won't have to worry about you causing trouble later. Tunton pouted. I was locked up for so long and didn't complain once. Lin Feng went silent for a moment before nodding. Fine, I'll let you go. As soon as she was freed, Tunton started grumbling. Lin Feng, you meanie. You said you'd give me the true solar fire. Hand it over. Lin Feng looked at her. I never go back on my word. But only if you're a good girl and do what you're told, he added. If you behave, you'll get everything you want. Show some initiative. Tunton blinked. Absolutely. Lin Feng opened his palm. A large spark of fire appeared. Tunton opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Immediately, the flames flickered deep within her eyes. Tunton let out an excited roar. Hey Shui Xinming, I finally have the true solar fire. You're no match for me now. Unless you hide in the Xianming abyss forever. I'm gonna hunt you down. Lin Feng covered his mouth, snickering. I think it's time for her to go outside. After finishing her gloating, Tunton turned and asked Lin Feng, can you send me back to the desolate vast prison? I haven't seen my parents in forever. I really miss them. Lin Feng played dumb, asking casually, oh, so you miss Heishui Xianming? What are you planning to do to him? Tunton blurted out, trample him to death. Lin Feng just watched her silently. Tunton gasped and covered her mouth. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Let's hold off on that for now. If Heishui Xianming is hiding in the Xianming abyss, you should wait until you regain your former Demon King power first. Tunton asked hesitantly. What if that old fox gets him first? Lin Feng laughed. Well, that would be a shame. I have plenty of other delicacies here for you. He listed a series of delicacies that made Tunton's head spin. There's true lunar water, nether evil phoenix, 9 heavens formless gale, and even a third of a Gongjin Tiger King. Tunton immediately grabbed his leg. I'm staying. I'm staying. She looked up at Lin Feng. As long as I listen to you, you won't kick me out, right? Lin Feng reassured her. Don't worry. He pointed toward the sky. The light of dawn began to appear. In an instant, Tunton was standing on a grassy field. She breathed in the fresh air. Looking at the scenery of Mount Yujing, she was bubbling with excitement. I'm finally free. And all these delicious things. I'm going to eat, wait. According to legend, the Taotai is one of the 4 great calamitous beasts of the primordial era, along with the Hundan, Qiongqi, and Taowu, greedy enough to devour everything. At their peak, they could even swallow the heavens and the earth. Every time one appeared, it brought terrible disaster. But right now on Mount Yujing, the scene was the exact opposite. Tunton was beside herself with joy. Her eyes were sparkling. To her, everyone looked like a gourmet meal. Oh my God, am I dreaming? So much food. Tunton's mouth watered. This is great. I don't even have to eat people anymore. Otherwise, that guy would get angry again. But I won't hold back on everything else. Lin Feng patted her head. Go ahead, eat. Eat as much as your skills allow. But it's not for free. You have to help me train them. Having said that, Lin Feng's voice echoed across Mount Yujing. He informed his disciples that an immature Taotai pet was on the loose. Manhwa and those close to him were not to intervene. The other disciples were tasked with capturing her alive. Consider it an exercise. Zhu Yi Xiaoyan, Xiao Budian, and Wang Lin all heard him clearly. They all responded in unison. Lin Feng chuckled. It's time for the kids to see the world. The world is vast. There are countless powerful beings. They can't afford to be lazy. He watched as Tunton dashed off. She was already a top-tier demon general, having fused the Gongjin tiger's body with the true solar fire. Not to mention her innate divine abilities, it would be enough to give them a wake-up call. Yang Qing was planting medicinal herbs. When he saw Tunton rushing over, his eyes widened. She's fast. He immediately unleashed true lunar water to block her. Those are master's herbs. You can't eat them. Tunton's eyes lit up. He really wasn't lying to me. There really is true lunar water here. She opened her mouth and swallowed Yang Qing's attack whole. All right, let's get started. Yang Qing was stunned. It's over. I'm completely outmatched. After swallowing it, Tunton smacked her lips. Is that it? Is there more? Come on, give me everything you've got. Yang Qing scratched his head. There's nothing left. That was all of it. Tunton cried out. That's so little. Barely an appetizer. Yang Qing wiped his sweat and apologized. Sorry for the poor hospitality. Just then, the black dragon Jie Yong appeared behind them. Is that really a pure-blooded Taotai? He stared intently at Tunton. Does the sect leader really treat it like a pet? Tunton put her hands on her hips and shouted. Who are you calling a pet? If you don't know what you're talking about, shut your mouth. Jaeyoung let out a laugh. She got a wild temper. As your senior, let me give you a piece of advice. You can play around with that attitude, but you need to know your place, he said. The sect leader ordered us to bring you back. Just come with me quietly. He only banned the 2 elders from acting, not me. If I catch you, I'm sure to get a reward. Tuntin snorted angrily. If I can't eat people, I guess eating a pet won't be a problem. She opened her mouth and began to inhale. Jaeyoung settled into a defensive stance. Others might fear the Tao Tai, but my armored black dragon clan doesn't. He threw a punch toward Tuntin. If they couldn't do it, what makes him think I can't? Tuntin dodged the punch as quick as a flash. Jaeyoung looked up and laughed. A Tao Tai only knows how to swallow. You won't be able to withstand my punch. Tun emerges from the thick smoke. I'm no ordinary Tao Tai. I've already reforged my body using the Gungjin Tiger King's remains. He looks at Heilung Jiegong with pure disdain. A punch this soft is nothing but niche. Tun's body erupts in flames. I've eaten raw armored black dragons before. I wonder if they taste better roasted? Heilung Jiegong immediately casts a spell. Black scale refining art, activate. Flames surge around Tun as well. 2 ferocious beasts face off. Their powerful auras collide. Yang Qing stands dazed in the wind. He looks down at the scorched herbs. It's all over. All the herbs master entrusted to me are gone. Tun blasts solar true fire at Heilung Jiegong while laughing. I can already smell roasted dragon meat. Heilung Jiegong is fuming in silence. That solar true fire was meant for him, yet it's roasting me instead. If this keeps up, I'll end up as a rotisserie dragon. Lin Feng watches from above. I thought the armored black dragon only possessed physical strength. I didn't expect it to be reinforced with black armor runes. Its magical defense isn't bad either. He narrows his eyes and smiles. A dangerous glint appears on his face. Not bad. It seems everything is going exactly according to plan. Below, Heilung Jiegong suddenly feels a chill down his spine. I don't know why, but I have a terrible feeling about this. He clenches his fists and roars. It's time to settle this. Let's see if my strength wins out, or if your solar true fire can break through my black scale refining art. Tun turns serious and spits fire. Then keep your eyes peeled and watch. He opens his mouth and swallows everything whole. Heilung Jiegong is shocked. He can even swallow magical energy. How am I supposed to fight this? Heilung Jiegong instantly transforms into a streak of light and flees. Running is the best option. Tun fumes with rage below. You're running. Where's my roasted meat? Get back here. He curses incessantly like a Gatling gun. How annoying. There goes my dragon meat. Absolutely useless. These southern demons really amount to nothing. Wang Lin looks down from his flying sword and frowns. This Tao Tai is proving to be quite a handful. Tun looks around for a replacement. I need to find something else to make up for it. His gaze lands on the Phylian, making the creature break into a cold sweat. The Phylian is just a minor general. Wang Lin calmly raises a finger. Spiritual energy converges. Yellow spring finger. He speaks indifferently. I'm sorry. I can't let you eat that. A blast of spiritual energy strikes toward Tun. Tun flies into a rage. He immediately opens his mouth and devours it. After swallowing, he starts coughing violently. He spits it out with a look of disgust. What the hell is this? This tastes like garbage. My stomach can't handle this. Watching from above, Lin Feng is speechless. That technique is meant to destroy the body from the inside out. Behind Tun, Yang Qing is trembling. It's all gone. Clutching a pile of ash, his voice shakes. The herbs. Master gave them to me. In an instant, disappointment and fury explode within him. Yang Qing activates the lunar true water. You've wasted all that hard work. Pay me back right now. Startled, Wang Lin calls out. Wu Ding. He immediately forms hand signs. Junior brother's power has spiraled out of control. He manifests the yellow spring road and whispers, let me help you. Yang Qing's power has surged into a solar nether river. Tun's eyes light up. You clearly have so much, yet you dare to say you had nothing. He licks his lips. You're such a liar. Tun opens his mouth, performing heaven and earth devouring. He vacuums it all up. Yang Qing roars in anger. Apologize properly. But all the released spiritual energy goes straight into Tun's stomach. Wang Lin frowns. If this continues, It'll be hard to land a finishing blow. A bead controlled by Wang Lin rises into the air. The bead radiates spiritual energy. It merges into the solar nether river and flows right into Tun Tun's mouth. His face turns pale. Yellow spring true water. This tastes awful. Truly disgusting. Tun Tun swallows the good stuff while using true fire to burn away the foul parts. He chuckles. This bead doesn't look half bad. I wonder what it tastes like. He clenches his fist. Wang Lin quickly tries to recall the bead rushing toward Tun Tun. He scowls. The yellow spring bead is caught in the Taoye's divine wind. I can't pull it back. Right then, a voice rings out. If you want to swallow my junior brother's treasure, why don't you try this instead? Xiaoyan looks down at Tun Tun from above. Do you dare give us a taste? Tun Tun's eyes sparkle at the suggestion. I don't need that other thing anymore. I'm going to devour every bit of your true fire today. Wang Lin breathes a sigh of relief. The yellow spring bead was almost swallowed. That was close. Just as he finishes, Tun Tun immediately opens his mouth and gulps down Xiaoyan's true fire. Don't mind if I do. Each tiny spark enters his mouth one by one. Immediately after, Tun Tun starts wailing. Too hot. It's too hot. This taste is unbearable. Xiaoyan lets out a laugh. Not so fast. I'll give you plenty to eat. He suddenly remembers something. Oh, right. I can test that move on him. While Tun Tun sticks his tongue out to cool down, two streams of true fire begin to spread. Xiaoyan controls both streams of his true fire from above. Lin Feng is surprised. Has the true fire merged? The two flames fuse into one, vaguely taking the shape of a lotus. A brilliant purple lotus illuminates the peak of Mount Yujing. Xiaoyan smirks. The scene before him is breathtakingly beautiful. True fire like the wings of a bird. A lotus crowned upon his head. Yang Qing is stunned. Big brother. Tun Tun is frozen in place. Is this kid insane? Lin Feng frowns. There's no doubt about it. The monarch of flames. This is Xiaoyan's true path of destiny. Xiaoyan's pupils suddenly lose focus. He looks at Tun Tun and utters something cryptic. Mu Rong Yanran. It really is you. Xiaoyan raises the lotus, preparing to strike. Take this. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice echoes in his head. Stop. Lin Feng warns him via telepathy. Xiaoyan, this spell isn't finished yet. Don't use it here on Mount Yujing. Xiaoyan apologizes. Master, my emotions got out of hand. Lin Feng consoles him. I don't blame you. It's my fault for not teaching you enough. Xiaoyan regains his composure. Holding the lotus, he asks Tun Tun. Do you have the guts to taste this? Tun Tun shakes his head. No thanks. Just looking at it gives me a stomachache. He sticks his tongue out at Xiaoyan. Wait until I form my pseudo-Yao soul and reach the late stage. Then I'll come back for a taste. With that, Tun Tun zips away. Zhu, he says from below. Master, this beast is incredibly powerful. It would take all of us working together just to corner it. But capturing it alive, that's the real challenge. Lin Feng speaks slowly. Actually, capturing it alive isn't difficult at all. He points toward Zhu. Try looking at it from a different perspective. Find its weakness. Zhu ponders for a moment before replying. Understand. Inside the alchemy room of the heaven-returning golden pavilion. Zhu enters and picks up a gourd. He pours out a medicinal pill. The pill emits two streams of black and white mist. Zhu narrows his eyes. This should do the trick. At the summit of Mount Yujing, the gourd is left rolling on the grass. Tun Tun stares at it. A trap with such an obvious scent? Do you take me for a fool? He waves his hand dismissively. I'm not falling for that. But after only a few steps, Tun Tun turns back. It looks like a trap, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is one. Tun Tun tosses the entire gourd into his mouth. Thank for the gift, nature. Don't mind if I do. Right after swallowing, Tun Tun's eyes roll back as he collapses, wailing loudly. I've been tricked again. Zhu appears behind him right on cue. Taking in the whole scene, Lin Feng can only sigh. What an idiot. How many times do you have to fall for the same trick? Zhu steps forward and asks, Are you ready to follow my orders now? Tun Tun lay sprawled on the ground, cursing him for being so underhanded. Right then, Xiao Budian appeared, scaring Tun Tun into running for his life. Even Lin Feng watched in a daze. Why is he running further and further away? Wasn't he supposed to be handed over to me? Xiao Budian helped Tun Tun away. Tun Tun's body was shaking uncontrollably. That despicable Lin Feng. Even his disciples are this devious. To think he'd trick an honest glutton like me. Xiao Budian led Tun Tun into a cave. He set him down and said, "Second senior brother shouldn't be able to find us here." Tun Tun whimpered in pain. "Can't you be a little more gentle?" Xiao Budian whispered, "Quiet down. Don't let them find us." Tun Tun rolled around in protest. "I don't like this. I don't like this." Xiao Budian was speechless. A concealment barrier? This is exhausting. But at least no one should be coming this time. Tun Tun stared at the boy. "Why did you save me?" Xiao Budian looked surprised. "Who said I was saving you?" Then he grinned. Tun Tun's face flushed. He clutched his chest and backed into a corner. "What are you trying to do?" "I'll only mate with a black water mystic turtle. No one else. I was kidnapped here." Xiao Budian snapped. "Who wants to mate with you?" "Even if you begged me, I wouldn't." Tun Tun asked angrily. "Then why did you bring me here?" Suddenly, a look of greed crossed Xiao Budian's face. He started drooling. In a panic, Tun Tun realized why this felt so familiar. His eyes welled up with tears. "That's it. My clansmen have that same look when they see something delicious. Is he planning to eat me?" Tun Tun summoned every bit of strength to scream, "Wait a second." Xiao Budian stopped in his tracks. Tun Tun asked hesitantly, Are you really planning to eat me?" Xiao Budian nodded vigorously. "Of course. Why else would I catch you?" The boy stared at Tun Tun. "I've already eaten every spirit beast on Mount Kunlun. I want to change a pace today. Since you're one of the famous 4 ancient perils, you must taste pretty good, right?" Tun Tun shook his head frantically. "I'm not tasty. I'm really not." Tun Tun burst into sobs. "All this time, we were the ones eating others. How did it come to this?" "Mom, Dad, where are you?" Xiao Budian stepped closer. "Meat tastes best when the creature is nourished by the world itself. You've eaten so many treasures of the earth. The flavor must be exquisite." In his desperation, a thought flashed through Tun Tun's mind. He cleared his throat. "My original body was destroyed. My current form was reconstructed after I swallowed the remnant soul of a Gungjin Tiger King." Xiao Budian looked skeptical. "A Gungjin Tiger King?" The boy thought for a moment and nodded. "That'll work. I've never had Gungjin tiger meat before." Tun Tun put on an air of expertise. He wagged a finger and said, "It tastes terrible. It's pure metallic essence. It'll make you want to gag." Xiao Budian scratched his head. "Really?" Tun Tun continued. "Even as gluttonous beasts, we wouldn't touch a Gungjin Tiger King because they're so hard to swallow." Xiao Budian sighed in disappointment. "Is that so? What a shame. Why did you let your body get destroyed in the first place?" Tun Tun felt like he'd just escaped death. "Yes, it worked. Thank heavens. Mom, Dad, I'm alive." Suddenly, Xiao Budian clapped his hands. "Wait, I've got it. I can't eat the meat, but there's something else." The boy's face turned bright red. Tun Tun panicked. "What now?" Xiao Budian lowered his voice. "I want to tell you something in private. Don't tell anyone." The boy confessed shyly. "The thing I like to eat most isn't meat, it's..." Tun Tun asked curiously, "It's what?" Then he heard 2 words, "beast milk." Tun Tun burst out laughing. "You're all grown up and you still want milk?" But a moment later, he jumped up. "Wait, milk? You don't mean..." Xiao Budian nodded. "Looks like you understand." Tun Tun clutched his chest and screamed. Xiao Budian pouted. "What are you crying for? If you don't have any, just say so." Up above, Lin Feng watched the 2 kids and couldn't stop laughing. Truly, there's always a bigger fish. The glutton finally met his match. He performed a hand seal to summon them back. If he didn't step in now, things are going to get weird. In an instant, Xiao Budian and Tun Tun appeared before Lin Feng. Xiao Budian greeted him. "Master." Tun Tun rushed over and hugged Lin Feng's leg tight. "It's too dangerous on this mountain. It's much safer by your side." Lin Feng gave him a playful scolding. "Let's see if you dare to go running off again." He turned to Xiao Budian and said, "This little guy has eaten countless delicacies. He's basically a living culinary compass. You'd better play nice and pamper him. Your future stomach's happiness depends on him." Xiao Budian nodded eagerly. Xiao Budian grabbed the hand of the dazed Tun Tun. "In the future, we'll share whatever good food we find." Lin Feng smirked. It seemed these 2 gluttons would provide plenty of entertainment. Xiao Budian dragged Tun Tun away. "Stop crying. Let's go get some treats." Tun Tun followed along, still in a daze. Once they left, Lin Feng's voice echoed throughout Mount Yujing. "All disciples, Listen well. I have retrieved my spirit beast. Return to your duties. Jieyong, come to the peak to see me immediately. The black dragon, Jieyong, was startled. Why me again? Before long, Jieyong arrived and bowed. The sect leader called for me? Lin Feng looked at him. I heard you admire that little beast for having so many good things. Why don't you have any yourself? Jieyong waved his hands frantically. I wouldn't dare, Lin Feng asked, really? Jieyong fell silent, then admitted shyly, I'm a little envious. Lin Feng burst out laughing. If you're envious, just say so. Why are you shaking? He casually took out a bottle. If you want something, how could I not give it to you? Jieyong was both overjoyed and terrified. The nascent soul essence of a Gongjin Tiger King? For me, truly? Lin Feng urged, just take it. Jieyong bowed in gratitude. He opened the bottle and downed it. The medicinal power took effect immediately. Power surged through him like a tide. Thunder and lightning gathered in the sky. Lin Feng marveled. A breakthrough? Is he about to face a lightning tribulation? Jieyong let out a roar. An internal core formed within his body. The core vibrated, releasing bolts of lightning. Then the core shattered. A tiny dragon emerged. The tiny dragon and Jieyong locked eyes. A flash of light erupted as they merged into one. Jieyong reappeared with a much more powerful physique. He had finally succeeded in leveling up. He knelt down. I only have this day because of the sect leader's benevolence. From now on, whether to the heavens or the underworld, I, Jieyong, will follow you anywhere. Lin Feng smiled. Forget about the heavens and the underworld. But I actually do need your help with something right now. Jieyong replied instantly. The sect leader only needs to command me. Lin Feng looked up and asked casually, when you fought that beast earlier, you used a defensive technique, didn't you? Jieyong explained it was a racial innate ability of the Black Dragon Scale tribe, called 100 Incantation Refined Armor. It uses demonic energy to condense incantations into the dragon scales. It can resist most spells. He clenched his fists excitedly. Now that I've reached the Demon King level, my defense is even stronger. Even that beast's solar true fire wouldn't be able to touch me. Lin Feng countered. And what if he reaches the Demon King level too? Jieyong gave a wry smile. Then we'd have to fight to find out. Lin Feng nodded. That technique isn't bad. And right now, I need your dragon scales to be put to use. Jieyong answered without thinking. Whatever the sect leader needs. Only then did he pause. Wait a second. Did the sect leader just say he needs my dragon scales? Lin Feng nodded with a gentle smile. I need you to provide some black scales for a refinement technique. Hearing this, the black dragon Jieyong broke out in a cold sweat. Sect master, please don't. Lin Feng let out a smile that lacked even a shred of mercy. He held out his hands to reassure him. Trust me, it'll be fine. Come on, don't be afraid. It won't hurt a bit. The moment the words left his mouth, an earth-shattering scream rang out, echoing across the peak of Mount Yujing. Xiao Budian, clutching his cake, jumped in surprise. Who's screaming like they're being murdered? Did someone get tossed into a vat of boiling oil? Tuntin chimed in while stuffing her face. Deep-fried food isn't good for your health, you know. High atop the mountain. Lin Feng ignored Jieyong, who was clutching his face and sobbing. He casually straightened his belt. No need to make such a fuss over something so trivial. Holding the dragon scale in his hand, he felt the 100 Incantation armor refinement. Watching the dark dragon scale begin to glow. So, this is where the secret lies. The key is in the incantation scripts. It seems to be a variation of an ancient dragon tribe divine ability. Lin Feng turned to Jieyong and asked, I think these black scales should be enough. If I'm short, I'll just harvest some more next time. Jieyong's eyes rolled back in terror, and he passed out cold. Lin Feng sighed. He can't even handle that much? Seeing him unconscious, Lin Feng didn't pay it much mind. With a wave of his hand, he brought out several treasures. Seems he's not lucky enough to witness the moment. The magic treasure takes form. The three treasures in Lin Feng's hands glowed in unison. He muttered to himself, after forming my nascent soul, I wonder what my first refinement will look like. He flicked his wrist. The three treasures ascended. The three treasures released a surge of power and began to merge. They were no longer mere prototypes, but were becoming a complete, refined treasure. Its power far exceeded his expectations. Lin Feng pointed toward the ancient tree behind him. It's a pity I don't have a primordial spirit yet. But the rich have their ways, and the poor have theirs. A branch immediately reached out. Lin Feng called out softly with a smile. The leaves swirled into a stream, enveloping the treasures. Even the branch merged into the refinement process. Lin Feng recited an incantation, commanding the final strike. He swung his arm, ordering them to unify. Immediately after, a complete set of armor appeared. A massive explosion of spiritual energy erupted, blasting outward from the peak of Mount Yujing. Xiao Budian stopped eating mid-bite. His gaze shifted toward his master. Nanhua and Shihao, standing nearby, were also startled. Nanhua bolted upright in shock. What is this terrifying power? Shihao replied hesitantly. The sect master must be refining a magic treasure. Nanhua sighed. If it can trigger such a primal fear in us, it's definitely a powerful artifact. Nearby, the black dragon, Jie Yong, slowly began to wake up. He sat up, clutching his head. Why did I pass out? He never expected to open his eyes to such a majestic sight. A giant dragon was soaring through the heavens. That's... Jie Yong's eyes went wide. That's the cloud flame vision of the Fire Dragon clan. Could the vermilion flame demon eye from Lady Yin have been refined into a treasure? The vermilion flame demon eye hadn't yet fully merged with the armor Lin Feng had crafted. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at it. This demon eye still wants to resist me? He immediately formed a hand seal to suppress it, not allowing it to struggle any longer. Lin Feng's newly forged treasure surged with spiritual energy. He smiled with satisfaction. It seems this artifact has far exceeded my initial expectations. I suspect it won't be long before an artifact spirit is born. Lin Feng reached out and gently touched its demon core. But now isn't the right time. He spoke softly. Rest for now. When the time is right, I'll help you take your spirit form. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Each part of the armor began to glow in unison. The primordial spirit treasure, the Fire Dragon Apocalypse, was officially born. Lin Feng watched as the treasure's aura began to stabilize. He thought to himself that just by gathering enough high-grade materials, he could create such terrifying power. Once he ascended to the nascent soul stage, a full-scale refinement would surely be world-shaking. Nanhua stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations on the successful refinement, Sect Master. Shihao asked with a smile. Given your usual habits, Sect Master, I wonder who will eventually end up with this treasure? Shihao said, half joking. Personally, I'm rooting for little Yin. His 3 auras are balanced, and he's both brave and diligent. He's exactly the kind of man I respect. Nanhua chimed in. Then I bet the second disciple, Zhu Yi, will be the first to reach the nascent soul stage. Lin Feng asked, a bit surprised, why do you say that? Nanhua explained, Zhu Yi's golden core has a unique talent. He was born with special spirit meridians. Achieving a perfect nascent soul will be much harder for him than for others. While Xiao Yin controls the twin true fires and is incredibly strong strategically, ranking first or second in raw power. His temperament is too fiery. He's prone to suffering losses. Zhu Yi is different. He looks ordinary on the outside, but his heart is steady. Every step he takes is deliberate. He rarely makes mistakes. That's why I have the most faith in him. Lin Feng nodded inwardly, finding the logic sound. Noticing this, Shihao asked, Sect Master, don't just listen to us. In the end, who would you choose? Lin Feng looked at Nanhua and Shihao. It's hard to say right now, because there's still a major variable, and that's little Lin. The two looked at each other. Wang Lin hasn't even formed his core yet, and he's the biggest variable? Lin Feng nodded. If little Lin successfully forms his core before Xiao Yin and the other two reach the late golden core stage, then I will choose him to be the first to reach nascent soul. He continued. However, if Xiao Yin breaks through earlier and reaches the late golden core stage first, then I'll have to agree with Nanhua. Lin Feng paused. He glanced over at Yang Qing. Besides, there's one more small variable. On the other side, Wang Lin was comforting Yang Qing. Now that you recognize your weaknesses, you must focus even harder on your cultivation. Yang Qing sighed. I feel like no matter how hard I try, I'll never catch up to Big Brother. Seeing Yang Qing's dejection, Wang Lin rode off on his Philian. If you keep thinking like that, you won't catch up to anyone in this lifetime. Yang Qing watched him go. He slapped his own cheeks to snap out of it. The enemies at Cloudwater Cave are even more ruthless than the Tao Tai. How can I avenge everyone acting like this? On this side, Lin Feng continued to observe. Sure Hao suddenly spoke. He may have a soft personality, but he knows right from wrong. Manhwa looked at Lin Feng. Yang Qing is so introverted and gentle. I'm afraid it might hold him back. Lin Feng nodded. His personality has flaws, but his full potential hasn't been revealed yet. That is the small variable I mentioned. Lin Feng mused. Xiaoyan's innate talent is similar to Yang Qing's. It's only because of his extraordinary background that his stats appear higher. If you look closely, Yang Qing might actually be stronger. Manhwa said with a smile. If Yang Qing could just be a bit more resilient, his future would be limitless. Lin Feng nodded. Let's hope so. I just hope he can withstand whatever the future holds. They turned their attention to Wang Lin. Manhwa marveled. Little Lin meditates on his Phylian, even when he's supposed to be resting. No wonder the sect master thinks so highly of him. Lin Feng took out a small vial and handed it to Manhwa. Please deliver this to little Lin for me. Inside are 7 heaven-reaching pills from the heaven-reaching sword sect. Manhwa asked in surprise. Are you planning a long trip, sect master? Lin Feng nodded. Little Yin has his 3-year promise. There are only a few days left. We must set out. I'll have to trouble you two to watch over the sect while I'm gone. Manhwa and Shihao cupped their hands in response. On the other side, Xiao Yin was talking to Tunten and Xiao Budian when he suddenly remembered. Back then, inside the ring, the Tao Tai that drained all my mana was you, wasn't it? Tunten tried to dodge the question. That tiny bit of mana was so low quality. It wasn't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Xiao Yin let out a cold laugh. Talk about thick-skinned. He pinched Tunten's cheek. I can give you a full meal all at once. The question is, do you have the guts to eat it? Tunten stood her ground. Put on my tab. I'll come back and eat once I've reached the demon infant stage. Xiao Budian quickly grabbed Xiao Yin to hold him back. Take it easy, big brother. We still need her to find us good food. There's no point in killing her now. Tunten was speechless. These 2 senior brothers were definitely not easy targets. Right then, Lin Feng appeared behind her. What was it you just said? Tunten nearly jumped out of her skin. How long have you been standing there? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Say that again, I dare you. Tunten glanced sideways. A Tao Tai knows when to fold. My apologies. My mistake. Please forgive me. Lin Feng patted his head and asked, Is that all? Tunten broke into a cold sweat. Whatever you need in the future, just say the word. I'll make it up to you. Lin Feng waved him off. Forget it. I'll be happy as long as you stop causing trouble. Tunten turned away and made a face. Lin Feng didn't pay it any mind. He turned to Xiao Yan and asked, Are you ready? Xiao Yan nodded. Yes, master. I'm ready. At the Flowing Light Sword Sect. Yannian stood outside her cave dwelling, gazing at the sky. The 3-year promise is almost here. Dongling stood behind her, offering counsel. Moping like this won't solve anything. Yannian spoke softly. If the outcome is inevitable, at least let me face it with some dignity. Dongling suddenly asked, What if there was another way? Yannian turned around, startled. Master, what do you mean? Dongling hesitated. This path might be more painful than facing him head-on. Can you handle that? Yannian replied firmly. Please, just tell me. What could be more painful than how I feel right now? Dongling spoke plainly. If you were to marry Crown Prince Chongyun of the Great Qin Empire and live within those cold palace walls, would you truly be willing to do that? Before she could even answer, Dongling looked away. Prince Chongyun is currently selecting a consort. This is your only chance. Yin Yin's eyes welled with tears. Master. Dongling recalled Qing AI's words. Marrying Yannian off to Chongyun is the only way. Even if Lin Feng doesn't understand the political climate, he'll have to realize it. Treating a royal consort like a servant is a capital offense. Dongling patted Yin Yin's shoulder. The sect leader has already given his word to Great Qin. Get yourself ready. Yannian fell silent, then whispered, I will do as you have arranged, master. Dongling turned to leave. It's good that you've come to your senses. Yannian stood under the starlight for a long time. Then she whispered, Master, I'm sorry. Scene change. Lin Feng and the others set off, riding on the back of the black dragon, Jaeyoung. They headed toward the Flowing Light Sword Sect. He thought to himself, this is a good chance for the kids to see the world, and a way to boost the sect's reputation at the same time. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Feng turned to Xiao Budian and Tunten warning them to behave. Xiao Budian grinned. We're just looking for some azure cloud horn snakes to eat. We won't cause any trouble. Lin Feng still felt a sense of dread taking these two gluttons out with him. He glanced at Xiao Yan. He's been unusually quiet since we left. Xiao Yan was lost in his memories. It's been 3 years. I'm finally going to face her again. Back at the Flowing Light Sword sect. Qing AI asked Dongling, where's Yannian? Is she still in her quarters? Tell her to come out. Dongling pleaded, Master. Please, let her have a moment of peace. Qing AI ignored him. He turned to another disciple. This is important. It's better she knows now rather than later. Bring her to see me. He turned back to Dongling. Why do you seem so on edge today? Dongling replied softly. I'm just worried Yinyan's grief will take a toll on her. After all, she has a very important destiny to fulfill. Qing AI stroked his beard. You're right. We need to ensure she's in perfect condition when we hand her over to Prince Chongyan. A disciple knocked on Yinyan's door. Senior sister? The sect leader is calling for you. As he knocked, the door swung open. It wasn't even locked. The disciple poked his head inside. The room was empty. His face went pale. Oh no, senior sister Yannian. When Qing AI heard the news, he was furious. What? She ran away? Find her, he roared. I want that rebellious brat dragged back here immediately. The order echoed through the Flowing Light Sword sect. Tear this place apart if you have to. Search every inch of Cloudwalking Peak. Qing AI gritted his teeth, abandoning the sect over some petty romance. She has no sense of duty. He shouted in the main hall. Prince Chongyan will be at Cloudwalking Peak any moment now. How am I supposed to fix this mess? Dongling tried to call out to him, but Qing AI had already vanished. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the group arrived in the southeast of the Great Qin Empire. Tun Tun pointed the way for Xiao Budian. The Azure Cloud Horn Snake is nearby. Xiao Budian called out to his master. Lin Feng patted Jie Yong to give a signal. The dragon grumbled inwardly. Go wherever you want. Do you really just see me as your personal ride? Despite his griping, Jie Yong obediently changed course. As they landed, Tun Tun warned. Mask your presence. We don't want to scare the Azure Cloud Horn Snake away. Jie Yong was annoyed, but he didn't dare argue. You little brat. Just wait until I get the chance to tear you limb from limb. He turned and flew off. A true warrior never takes an insult lying down. Before he left, he informed the group that what they were looking for was about 200 miles to the east. Xiao Budian waved goodbye. Thanks a bunch. Xiao Yan turned to Lin Feng. Master, let me go with them and keep an eye on things, just in case anything goes wrong. Lin Feng nodded. It's rare to see him taking the initiative like this. Does he really think they can't handle a simple demon general? Xiao Yan replied calmly. Master, I'm just worried they'll get into trouble. It's not like I'm worried about that little monkey or anything. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Fine then. Go if you want. He watched Xiao Yan walk away, feeling a bit suspicious. Why is this kid acting so eager all of a sudden? Is he hiding something? Just then Lin Feng sensed something. An aura. He turned around. The newcomer was none other than fellow Taoist Qing AI. Qing AI stood above, clasping his hands in greeting. So, it is the sect master of the celestial sect. He quickly apologized for the lack of ceremony. Lin Feng replied indifferently. You're being far too polite. I assume you've come to see me for a reason. Qing AI gave a forced smile. It's only proper. He thought to himself. Riding a demon king-level dragon here is practically announcing your arrival to the entire world. Lin Feng looked up. I've heard much of the Flowing Light Sword sect's reputation. Since I'm in the neighborhood, I should probably get some answers. Qing AI landed on the ground. He chatted with Lin Feng while keeping an eye on his surroundings. He mentioned that before leaving, his sect leader had expressed a desire to meet the master of the celestial sect. Lin Feng noticed his awkwardness and became suspicious. Is he looking for something? He seems rather anxious. Qing AI continued. It seems there's been a bit of a misunderstanding between our disciple, Mu Ranjianian, and your esteemed student. Young people can be so impulsive and competitive. I don't think we should take their little agreement too seriously. What do you think? Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. He thought to himself, is he trying to back out of the promise, or is he up to something else? Lin Feng looked at Qing AI and spoke slowly. Whether or not we take it seriously is not for me to decide. It depends on the wishes of those involved. Deep down, he knew exactly what was happening. Mu Ranjianian's strength is limited. She's obviously no match for Xiaoyan. He smiled and continued. However, my disciple has never forgotten that 3-year promise. Xiaoyan is my head disciple. If he wants to go to Cloud Walking Peak, I will certainly support him. Then he added bluntly, I won't be interfering in the duel itself. I'm only here to pay your sect a visit. Qing AI nodded, forcing a smile. Then you're most welcome. Then he added, but I don't see your head disciple anywhere, Sect Master Lin. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He's likely occupied with something else right now. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tun shouted excitedly, look, there it is. Before them was an azure cloud horn snake, a demon general class, coiled around something. Tun pointed it out to Xiao Budian. The azure cloud horn snake has 3 treasures. The best part is that poisonous horn on its head. It's hollow inside and filled with an amber liquid. It's the concentrated essence of its entire body. The flavor is absolutely divine. He pointed toward the snake's body. The second delicacy is the green mist it releases when its scales shift. Don't think it's just air. The flavor is actually exquisite. Tuntin couldn't stop devouring it. Watching him made Xiao Bidian's mouth water. Compared to this, everything else is third-rate. Xiaoyan stood nearby, muttering to himself. I can understand the liquid inside the horn. But what's so good about eating gas? Only you gluttonous Taodai would eat like this. Tuntin shot him a disdainful look. You just don't know how to appreciate the finer things. Xiao Bidian licked his lips. We'll find out once we have a taste. It looks like this creature is also out on a hunt. The boy continued his questions. That red cloud. It looks like someone's magical treasure. It's being refined. And there seems to be someone inside. Xiao Bidian cracked his knuckles with a grin. Tuntin, looks like it's time to make a move. If we wait for it to finish digesting, there won't be anything left to eat. The group shouted in unison. Let's capture it alive first. Don't let that green cloud essence go to waste. The green cloud horned serpent below was startled. You want to eat me? What kind of monsters are you? It glanced at the red smoke in its belly. I need to refine this quickly and get out of here. It opened its maw and swallowed the red smoke hole. Its body coiled as it prepared to bolt. Seeing this, Xiao Yin shouted, trying to run? He waved a flag in his hand. He thought to himself that it would probably look beautiful when it burns. With a sharp whistle, Xiao Yin blocked its path instantly. You piece of trash. The serpent flicked its tongue and spat a cloud of green gas at him. Xiao Yin tightened his fist and smirked. Not bad for a monster. This innate talent of yours is actually quite similar to my 8 trigrams disintegration. He unleashed a palm strike of spiritual energy straight ahead, but the strike failed to hit its mark. Xiao Yin frowned. Was my mana just dissolved? He worried. If I can't use my techniques, the person inside will be in grave danger. Just then, he recalled Lin Feng's advice. Xiao Yin, your advantage lies in explosive power. A war of attrition is not your forte. In battle, you must play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. That applies no matter who the opponent is. Lin Feng's words echoed like thunder in his ears. The only good enemy is a dead one. Xiao Yan's eyes snapped open. He immediately circulated his power and unleashed his true fire. Tuntin and Xiao Bidian both screamed, no, stop. But neither could stop the true fire from slamming into the green cloud horn serpent. The 2 kids stare with wide eyes. It's over. Seeing the serpent being incinerated, Xiao Bidian panicked. Eldest senior brother, stop your technique. The meat is going to be burnt to a crisp. Tuntin put his hands on his hips and glared at Xiao Yan. I told you we had to take it alive. What a waste. Xiao Yan crossed his arms, ready to argue. If I hadn't acted fast, the person it swallowed would have died. What's more important, a human life or food? Tuntin's eyes sparkled. His blunt answer left Xiao Yan speechless. Obviously, the food is more important. Xiao Yan stood before the dissipating red smoke. All right, that serpent. That piece of trash is no longer a threat. You can come out now. A weak voice drifted out from the red smoke. Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. I shall never forget this kindness. Before she could finish, Yanran stepped out of the red smoke. Xiao Yan froze. It really is a small world. Xiao Yan hissed through gritted teeth. More on Yanran. Yanran's blood boiled as well. Xiao Yan. Immediately after, they both spoke in unison. You got the wrong person. Xiao Yan and Yanran turned their backs on each other, standing inches apart while pretending to be total strangers. Xiao Bidian leaned in and whispered, Eldest senior brother, do you two know each other? Xiao Yin and Yinran answered at the same time. Not at all. The little guy was truly at a loss for words. Who are they trying to fool? Xiao Bidian scrutinized Yinran. Eldest senior brother, just called your name. You're Morong Yinran, aren't you? The one who dumped my senior brother? You've certainly got quite the attitude. Yinran shot back. Is this the conduct of the celestial sect? To use your golden core cultivation to insult me, as you please? Is this the grace of your sect? Xiao Bidian covered his mouth and snickered. When you dumped my brother, how high and mighty was the name of your organization back then? His words made Yinran tremble with rage. If you're used to looking down on others, you'd better get used to being looked down on yourself. Did you think you had some kind of special privilege? Xiao Yin stepped out from behind Xiao Bidian. He looked at Yinran. Miss Morong, why are you here? Have you forgotten about our wager? Xiao Bidian interjected. With your current cultivation, you couldn't even withstand a single move from my brother. Yinran replied coldly. I have never forgotten this day. Since we've met, let's settle that promise once and for all. As soon as she finished, Yinran opened her gourd. A plume of red smoke billowed out. Xiao Bidian noted casually, only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. You're no match for my eldest senior brother. Yinran bit her lip. Then I'll fight with everything I have. She formed a beast-controlling seal. Murong Yinran of the Flowing Light Sword sect seeks your guidance. Xiao Yin remained silent, offering no response. Suddenly, a heavy force descended with a sharp whistle. The strike sent Yinran tumbling to the ground. Lin Feng's voice echoed out. There's a change in plans. Xiao Yin, hold your hand for now. Xiao Bidian pouted. Well, there goes the show. Lin Feng continued. This girl seems to be running away from the Flowing Light Sword sect. Xiao Yin frowned. What kind of game is the Flowing Light Sword sect playing? Xiao Bidian, on the other hand, was excited. Looks like things are getting interesting. Lin Feng instructed. Act as if you never met her. Return to the gathering point first. Once we arrive, we'll see exactly what the Flowing Light Sword sect is up to. Yinran slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Lin Feng, standing before her. Who are you? Lin Feng gave a slight smile. It seems you no longer remember me. Before Lin Feng could answer further, Yinran asked again, Senior, may I ask your name? Before she could finish, Lin Feng introduced himself. I'm a master of the celestial sect, Lin Feng. You are Murong Yinran of the Flowing Light Sword sect, the one who made a wager with my disciple, Xiao Yin, aren't you? Yinran bowed respectfully. This junior, Murong Yinran, greets the master of the celestial sect. Lin Feng asked, You've already met Xiao Yin. What do you think of him now? Yinran lowered her gaze. I was young and arrogant back then. I didn't understand that breaking the engagement would bring such great humiliation to Xiao Yin and his clan. She still remembered the words he said that day. 30 years east, 30 years west. Don't look down on a youth just because he's poor. The humiliation I suffered today, I will make you pay it back in full. Yinran said to Lin Feng, I regret how I handled it, but I do not regret breaking the engagement. Even though Xiao Yan's cultivation far exceeds mine today, that is his own luck and achievement. My marriage is mine to decide. I have no regrets about my choice. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought to himself, You little girl, half of his achievements today are thanks to you. Yinran slumped to the ground. The promise was that if I lost to Xiao Yin, I would voluntarily become his servant. She bowed her head, her voice choking up. But I cannot fulfill that promise. Neither my family nor my sect would ever allow it. Yinran stood up. For my past mistakes, I am willing to pay with my life. Lin Feng suddenly asked, Elder Qing AI of the Flowing Light Sword sect is your ancestor, isn't he? Yinran trembled. Lin Feng continued. He is currently 300 miles to the southeast. I told him to come and greet our group, but it seems he's actually out looking for you. Yinran replied in a low, trembling voice. I do not know why the ancestor is here. I was just out traveling. I was just about to head back to the Flowing Light Sword sect. Lin Feng nodded and stopped questioning her. He said softly, Then I'll just call Qing AI over. The two of you can go back together. Yinran was startled when she heard this, but she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Lin Feng pondered. She's willing to give up her life to settle the bet. That shows she's a person of principle. If she wasn't trying to dodge the duel, why was she running away? He decided to be direct. Speak. Why did you leave the Flowing Light Sword sect? Lin Feng quickly began to piece the puzzle together. Murong Yinran values her betrothal. Is she trying to take control of her own marriage? The 3-year promise is drawing near. I suspect the Flowing Light Sword sect is desperately searching for a backer against the Celestial Sect of Wonders. He asked her directly, who does the Flowing Light Sword sect plan to marry you off to? Is it the MT Shu Sword sect or the Great Qin dynasty? Iran's master grew more flustered by the second. Lin Feng practically already had his answer. Only those two powers would be strong enough to withstand the pressure. However, Iran kept her head bowed and refused to answer. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying, senior. Lin Feng didn't push her. He spoke slowly. You refused to become a servant because you didn't want your family and your sect to suffer such a humiliation. But have you considered what kind of situation you're putting the Flowing Light Sword sect in by running away to avoid this marriage? If it are the MT Shu Sword sect, it might be easier to settle. But if it's the Great Qin dynasty, his voice rang out with heavy authority. Your Mu Rong family's roots are planted right in the capital of Great Qin. He thought of Prince Sung Yun, the heir to the throne. Abandoning this marriage could very well lead to your family's ruin. Iran let out a heavy sigh. Is this my karma? No matter what I do, there's no escaping it. After thinking it over, she clasped her hands and begged Lin Feng to show her the way to find her ancestor, Qing AI. Lin Feng watched her reaction, and it all clicked. The person she's meant to marry really is that prince. Lin Feng waved his hand, casting a spell. That knocked Iran unconscious. I can't let her go just yet. I'll have to trouble her to stay asleep for a while. He then used a voice transmission stone to contact Mingyu. Has anything interesting happened lately? Mingyu replied, actually yes. Sect leader Lin has been busy parading his spirit beast halfway across Great Qin, just to personally escort his disciple to Hangyun Peak. Lin Feng's voice turned stern. You know exactly what I'm asking. Mingyu stopped joking and got straight to the point. Prince Sung Yun, the heir of Great Qin. He left the capital recently. His current whereabouts are unknown, but there are rumors he's heading southwest. Lin Feng felt a spark of suspicion. Does he plan on coming here himself? He continued, I heard a new genius has emerged in Great Qin. Mingyu replied, are you talking about the new prime minister? She explained, rumor has it he has no cultivation or martial skill, yet he's managed to win over the emperor, the court, and the commoners alike. Lin Feng sent back, my thanks, Taoist friend. He thought to himself that for a non-cultivator to cause such a stir, this person must be truly extraordinary. Mingyu returned the courtesy. I wish you a smooth journey to Hangyun Peak, sect leader Lin. She then cut the connection. Lin Feng looked down at the unconscious Iran. I need her ancestor to be the one to find her. But first, I need to go to that place to confirm my suspicions. He turned and walked away to regroup with Xiaoyan. Lin Feng flew back toward Qing AI. Before we head to Hangyun Peak, there's a place I'd like to visit. Would you care to join me? Qing AI answered immediately. If you're in the mood, this old man would be honored to accompany you. Lin Feng nodded. Then let us set out. They mounted the black dragon, Jieyong, and headed toward the destination Lin Feng had chosen. Xiaoyan looked down from the sky. He saw the words Wuzhou City engraved below. He looked at his master, confused. Lin Feng spoke casually. By my count, it's been 3 years since you've been back to Wuzhou. He gazed at the scenery below. There's an old saying, returning home in wealth without anyone seeing it is like wearing silk in the dark of night. It's time for you to return to your village in glory, Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan stood before the main gates, staring at the plaque that read, Xiao Family Estate. The surrounding area was bustling. A faint smile touched his lips. He frowned as he looked at the people passing by. Ever since his older sister left when he was 12, he hadn't seen them smile like this. Lin Feng sensed his disciple's emotional turmoil and sent a comforting message through his mind. Love and hate don't just appear out of nowhere in this world. Things are different now. You aren't the same person you were back then. It's only natural for the world to look at you differently now. Don't let their gaze dictate your heart. Xiaoyan nodded, thanking his master. Xiaoyan scanned the crowd. He suddenly spotted someone. His eyes lit up, and his mood instantly lifted. He ran toward an old man and bowed. Grandfather, I'm back. The Xiao clan leader called out, my good boy. My good boy. Xiaoyan led the old man over to introduce him to Lin Feng. Grandfather, this is my master. The clan leader hurriedly bowed in respect. This humble one greets the leader of the celestial sect. Thank you for giving my Xiaoyan a second chance at life. Lin Feng waved it off. There is no need for such formalities. A master only provides guidance. The path of cultivation is walked by the individual. Lin Feng looked around and asked, "Grandfather, is Jina not here?" The clan leader shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure myself. The truth is, Jina isn't actually of Xiao blood. Her biological family came to take her back a year ago." He took out a small silk pouch and handed it to Xiaoyan. "This is what she left behind for you. I could tell she didn't want to leave you. Please, don't blame her." Xiaoyan took the pouch. He nodded silently. Lin Feng observed the area for a long moment before asking, "Clan leader Xiao, the materials used to renovate your ancestral home seem quite extraordinary." The clan leader answered honestly. "These precious items were all gifted to us by Prince Sung Yun of Great Qin. The Xiao family didn't dare refuse him." Lin Feng let out a faint, knowing smile. This Prince Sung Yun is certainly an interesting fellow. The more Qing AI heard, the more confused he became. He asked, "What does Prince Sung Yun have to do with this?" The clan leader nodded. "That's right. Thanks to his patronage, the Xiao family has been able to suppress the other great clans in Wuzhou. He even bestowed upon me a heaven-reaching pill and a core-breaking pill to help me break through to the Golden Core stage." Qing AI furrowed his brows. If Sung Yun already knew the plan was to use Iran to lure people out, and yet he still doesn't want to burn bridges with the celestial sect of wonders. The most urgent matter is finding Iran first. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. It seems Great Qin is trying to force a confrontation. I didn't expect this to be Sung Yun's order rather than the new prime minister's. Lin Feng recalled what he knew of Sung Yun. Arrogant, overbearing, and possessive to a fault. He's the type who never gives up until he gets what he wants. He's been that way for years. This probably isn't just an act to deceive us. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He was certain of one thing. Someone is pulling Prince Sung Yun's strings from the shadows. But who could it be? Could it really be that new prime minister of the Great Qin dynasty? Lin Feng gave a soft chuckle. "How interesting. You may have your schemes, but I have my own moves to play. Let's just wait and see." On the way back, Qing AI was filled with uneasy thoughts. He had already followed Lin Feng to the summit of Hangyun Peak, yet there was still no sign of Iran. What on earth am I going to do? Suddenly, he jolted. He used a technique to sharpen his vision. He was instantly struck with shock. There was Iran, unconscious and leaning against a large rock. "Wait, isn't that Iran?" He glanced over at Lin Feng, who was busy taking in a view. Taking advantage of the distraction, he quickly moved to take Iran away. Qing AI placed his hand on her back, quietly channeling a surge of spiritual energy to wake her. The energy rushed straight into her consciousness. The moment Iran woke up, she saw her ancestor standing before her. She immediately knelt to beg for forgiveness. This disciple greets the sect ancestor. Qing AI looked at her and said, "If you truly didn't want to marry into the royal family, you should have told Dongling or come directly to me. No one will have forced you." Iran shook her head. "I was foolish and stubborn before, but I've seen reason now. I am willing to follow the sect's arrangements. I will accept any punishment for my previous mistakes." Qing AI's voice turned cold. "The punishment can wait. First, tell me everything that happened from the moment you left Hangyun Peak." After listening, he asked, "You're saying the leader of the celestial sect guessed that Prince Sung Yun wanted to take you as his consort, and yet he still chose to let you go?" Iran nodded. Although he didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was clear. She remembered Lin Feng's words from that moment. "Tell me, who does the Flowing Light Sword sect plan to marry you off to? Is it the MT Shu Sword sect or the Great Qin dynasty? And isn't your Mu Rong family based right in the capital?" Qing AI frowned, lost in thought. "Previously, I was worried about Lin Feng, so I planned to use Iran to stir up trouble, and then leave Sung Yun hanging. But with no one to answer to him, I feared a great disaster was about to befall the Flowing Light Sword sect. Yet Lin Feng knew all about the marriage and still let her go. What exactly is he calculating?" Thinking of this, he let out a sigh toward Iran. "Very well then, let's head back to the mountain first." Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. "So this is Cloud Moving Peak?" He smiled, wondering why I let her go. "Well, keep wondering then." Qing AI quickly snapped back to her senses. She began introducing the landmarks to Lin Feng. "This is the sect's sacrificial site, the Cloud Moving Pavilion. Please, sect leader Lin." As everyone landed on the summit of Cloud Moving Peak, a grand hall appeared before them. A group of people was already waiting at the entrance to welcome them. They were stunned the moment they saw Lin Feng. 7 nascent soul ancestors showing up in person? Is this a welcome or a show of force? Lin Feng waved his hand. With a single step, a long staircase immediately formed. He began to walk. But at the end of the stairs, a barrier of light suddenly flashed. A heavy, oppressive pressure radiated outward. Lin Feng stood his ground. A shout echoed in his ears. The master of the celestial sect has arrived. The morale of the entire sect seemed to surge at the announcement. The sect leader is waiting at the summit. This way, please. Lin Feng thought to himself that this trip was definitely not going to be simple. It really is like walking into a tiger's den. Little guy looked at Lin Feng, taking a deep breath. Then he announced loudly, Shi Tianxia, disciple of the celestial sect, pays his respects to the 7 seniors. On behalf of my master, I bring greetings and well wishes to the Radiant Sword sect. The nascent soul ancestors were momentarily taken aback. This kid has a remarkably solid foundation. He's got potential. With the right support, he might actually be strong enough to fight a nascent soul. But no matter how talented he is, he's still only at the early golden core stage. With that thought, they turned their gaze toward the black dragon, Jieyong. Even though he's of the dragon race, he's only just reached the demon soul stage. One of them spoke up. Don't let others look down on us. Channel the sacred qi into your bodies. Mid-stage nascent soul. His strength truly surpasses Jieyong's. Lin Feng pursed his lips as he watched the black dragon, Jieyong, roar and charge. But in a real fight, he might not necessarily lose. The nascent soul elders, caught off guard by the sudden attack, shouted in anger. Lin Feng looked up at the sky. A voice rang out from the summit of Cloud-Moving Peak. A guest from afar is a precious guest. Why doesn't sect leader Lin come inside? Lin Feng replied calmly. The radiant sect leader is far too kind. Everyone descended together. Lin Feng observed the person in front of him. This must be the current leader of the Radiant Sword sect, the Radiant Sword Sovereign. His aura harmonizes with heaven and earth, yet remains elusive. Radiant frowned. He didn't expect to be unable to see through Lin Feng's cultivation. He stepped forward to greet him. Did sect leader Lin come to Cloud-Moving Peak today because of the grudge between our disciples? Lin Feng nodded. I wonder what your thoughts are on the matter, sect leader. Radiant shook his head. I have no opinion on it. It was just 2 disciples making a joke that turned into a grudge. Surely sect leader Lin wouldn't let them risk their lives over it? Lin Feng's voice turned stern. A joke, you say? Are you suggesting you intend to interfere in a duel between juniors? Radiant burst out laughing. In that case, let the 2 disciples settle it themselves with their own skills. Lin Feng said calmly. That's how it should have been. Radiant spoke again. But the terms of the bet involve someone else. You remember that, don't you, sect leader Lin? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. The person you're talking about has already arrived, hasn't he? As soon as he spoke, a loud sound echoed. Prince Chongyin of Great Qin has come for a visit. A beam of light landed in front of everyone. Prince Chongyin stood there regally. He glanced around. Seems I've arrived just in time. Everyone is here. Chongyin ignored Lin Feng. He greeted Radiant directly. Greetings, Radiant Sword Sovereign. Radiant returned the gesture. The prince is far too polite. Lin Feng sent a telepathic message to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, this is your love rival. Xiaoyan froze. Is it him, Engineer? Lin Feng shook his head. It has nothing to do with Zhener. He's the husband the Radiant Sword sect has chosen for Mu Rongyanian. Xiaoyan asked further. Master, what do you think of Great Qin and the Radiant Sword sect? Lin Feng replied. My people don't covet what belongs to others. But what others owe us, they must pay back. Xiaoyan hesitated and mentioned Wuzhou City. Lin Feng shook his head. That might not necessarily be Chongyun's doing. It feels more like someone else used his name. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. Lin Feng looked at Chongyun. The imperial family gave him a treasure, but it's only of this mediocre quality, given how arrogant and greedy he is. It seems there's more to this than meets the eye. He scanned the area. His retinue are all at the golden core stage. Definitely not simple. He looked to the side. There's a primordial spirit cultivator following him. I didn't expect Chongyin to bring such a powerful expert. Radiant spoke up to greet the man. So it's fellow Taoist Xingdou. Aren't you usually enjoying your retirement in Shilling City? What brings you here? Xingdou bowed. The prince wished to come. So I followed along. Radiant returned the bow. It is truly an honor. After the formalities were over, Radiant turned to introduce them. Sect Leader Lin. This is Prince Chongyun of Great Qin. And this is the Starry Path Venerable. Chongyun gave a cold smirk. Xiaoyan looked him straight in the eye. After a moment, Chongyun spoke. So, is this the master of the Celestial Sect? I've heard your name for a long time. Lin Feng ignored Chongyun. He greeted Xingdo directly. Venerable Xingdo. Xingdo returned the greeting. I've been hearing the great name of the Celestial Sect Master quite often lately. Lin Feng said nonchalantly, as long as it sounds familiar. Chongyun glared at Xiaoyan with irritation. But Xiaoyan remained composed. Chongyun sneered. No manners at all. Is this how disciples of the Celestial Sect behave? Xiaoyan replied coldly. My sect shows respect to those who understand respect. But there's no need to be polite to those who are rude. Proper etiquette isn't that cheap. Chongyun shouted in a rage. Sect Leader Lin, your disciple is far too arrogant. I have no choice but to kill him. True fire erupted in Xiaoyan's eyes. Just try it. Chongyun shrugged. So you're Xiaoyan. Solar Purifying Flame. Netherworld Imperial Flame. Rare, dual fires. But a mere golden core is still far from my level. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought to himself. The favors the Xiao family received in Wuzhou probably weren't his orders. He doesn't seem to know the inside story either. This is getting more and more interesting. Lin Feng saw Xingdo, standing behind Chongyun, begin to circulate his power. It looks like he's about to make a move. Right then, a figure descended from the sky. Your Highness, you move far too fast. I can hardly keep up. The newcomer introduced himself. This junior, Tan Ingjia, pays his respects to everyone. Chongyun immediately asked, what are you doing here? Tan Ingjia replied with a smile. Don't be in such a rush, Prince. The Prime Minister sent me to deliver a gift. Lin Feng frowned. That Great Qin Prime Minister again? Ingjia clarified. I am here on the orders of Prime Minister Wu to bring something to the Radiant Sword Sect. Radiant asked in surprise, what is it? Ingjia held up a bamboo scroll. I'm not entirely sure myself. The Prime Minister said the Radiant Sword Sect would understand once they saw it. Radiant took it and opened it. His expression shifted. This is... After finishing, he replied solemnly, I will consider this proposal. Then he gave his answer. Tan Ingjia gave a half smile. I'm just a messenger, yet I've made the Radiant Sword Sect this cautious. It seems there's quite a show going on today. I wonder if I might stay and watch. Radiant nodded. You may stay. Lin Feng quietly observed. It seems the Radiant Sword Sect is very wary of this Prime Minister Wu. Who exactly is he? Jieyong sent a telepathic message. Master, this man's surname is Tan. He has deep, personal ties to the Great Qin Empire. It's highly likely he's a member of the Tan family. They are one of the 7 great families of the primordial heaven world. According to legend, the primordial heaven world is divided into 2 main parts. The divine land of the human realm and the thousand-blossom continent of the demon race. Using those as the center, the surrounding area is filled with countless extra-dimensional spaces known as the Middle Heaven Worlds. The primordial heaven world itself is a massive Middle Heaven world, and the 7 great families represent the interests of the human cultivators within the divine land. Tan Ingjia hails from the Tan family. He represents Great Qin's interests within the primordial heaven world, and has the status to serve as his family's representative. Yet here he is, perfectly content acting as a lackey for Wu Qingru. This prime minister is definitely not as simple as he looks. Tan Ingjia spoke up then. Furthermore, I am here on behalf of Prime Minister Wu to invite the Flowing Lightsword Sect and the Celestial Sect of Wonders. 1 month from now, we hope you will attend the Grand Assembly of the Desolate Sea. Both Lin Feng and the leader of the Flowing Light Sect were momentarily stunned. The Desolate Sea Assembly? The two shared a look. This was the grand gathering where all the major powers of the Middle Heaven worlds congregated. It was part banquet, part playground for various factions to compete and scout one another. Lin Feng nodded in response. I appreciate the invitation from the Great Qin Empire. The Celestial Sect of Wonders will certainly be there on time. Lin Feng pondered the situation. What exactly is Prime Minister Wu planning? Regardless, this assembly is a perfect opportunity to boost my sect's reputation. Chongyun gritted his teeth and barked at Ingjia. Since when do you have the authority to issue invitations for the Desolate Sea Assembly on behalf of Great Qin? Ingjia replied calmly. I am merely the messenger for Prime Minister Wu. Chongyun let out a cold snort. Wu Qingru had better have a damn good explanation for me. Jie remained silent. He recalled Wu Qingrou's specific instructions. If the crown prince clashes with the celestial sect of wonders, deliver the invitation right in front of him. Thinking back on it, he let out a soft sigh. The prime minister is really just pouring oil on the fire at this point. Jie maintained a polite smile in the face of Cheng Yun's growing rage. Lin Feng watched the exchange silently. According to the intel I gathered, Cheng Yun should be the one holding absolute power. Yet now, Wu Qingru is using him as a shield. What does this all imply? He lost himself in thought. Could the Emperor of Qin be planning to replace his successor? But the royal family doesn't have a second prince. Wait, a thought suddenly struck Lin Feng. Sure, Tianyi, the one who stole the little guy's foundational bone. He's become famous throughout Great Qin over the last few years. The Sure family is a branch of the imperial bloodline. If they intend to make Sure Tianyi the heir, then the situation in Great Qin is far more complicated than I originally imagined. The leader of Flowing Light interrupted the silence. Fine. The Flowing Light Sword Sect will attend the banquet as scheduled. The rest of you should get some rest for now. He looked toward Lin Feng. There are 4 days left until the duel with Yanran. We will settle the agreement right here once those 4 days have passed. What do you say, Sect Leader Lin? Lin Feng turned to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, what do you think? Xiao Yan replied. Master, I have no objections. Lin Feng nodded to the Flowing Light leader. We will follow the Flowing Light Sword Sect's arrangements. Flowing Light immediately ordered Qing AI to arrange their accommodations. Qing AI bowed respectfully and led Lin Feng to a residential compound. The sect leader went to rest. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed in meditation. He released a thread of spiritual consciousness to scan the surroundings. He wondered what his disciples were up to. As night fell, the little guy and Tunten were still wandering around. The little guy asked if there was anything good to eat. Tunten nodded. Of course. The feathered cranes of the Flowing Light Sword sect are famous. Lin Feng was speechless as he eavesdropped. Those two have nothing but food on their minds. He shifted his gaze to Xiao Yan. It looks like Xiao Yan has found his inner peace. He doesn't underestimate his opponent, even if they are weaker. Very commendable. His consciousness moved to Hong Yan. He saw her sitting in quiet cultivation. Lin Feng sighed in admiration. She and Wang Lin are exactly the same. They don't waste a single second when it comes to training. Not bad. As he began to withdraw his consciousness, Lin Feng suddenly spotted someone lurking outside Hong Yan's quarters. What is one of Crown Prince Chongyin's attendants doing creeping around here? The man pressed himself against the wall. He stealthily poked a finger through the window screen. Through the gap, he saw Hong Yan meditating inside and broke into a grin. She's here just as I thought. Hong Yan's eyes were closed. As she was cultivating, she suddenly heard a familiar sound. She instantly opened her eyes, alert. That was the cry of a snow fox. She narrowed her eyes. Snow foxes are rare spiritual beasts found only in the Snow Wind Kingdom. Only a native of that land could mimic that cry so perfectly. Hong Yan remembered her brother's words from years ago when he taught her the call. When she had asked why she needed to learn it, he explained it was a secret signal to identify fellow countrymen when traveling abroad. Back then, Hong Yan had simply nodded and memorized it. Returning to the present, she saw a figure flash past the window. She blurted out, "Brother?" Hong Yan bolted upright and ran outside. A blurry figure stood before her. She chased after him, demanding, "Who are you? How do you know the Snow Wind Kingdom's secret signal? Are you one of my people?" Was this meant to be an encouragement? The man turned around to greet her. "Hong Yan, it's been a long time." The moment she saw his face, she flew into a rage. "Wang Jianan, a traitor of the Snow Wind Kingdom like you actually dares to show his face?" Hong Yan's brow furrowed with disgust. "Years ago, when the Great Zhou invaded, you were the very first one to bow and surrender. And then you scurried off to serve Great Qin. A man who sells out his own people isn't even fit for the trash heap of the Great Zhou." Jianan was furious, but he forced himself to endure it. He smiled and said, "Hong Yan, you were too young back then to understand the full story." Jianan began to whine about his supposed hardships. Siding with Great Zhou was just a ruse at first. "My heart has always belonged to the Snow Wind Kingdom, but our country is gone. I couldn't continue serving the Zhou people, so I moved to the Great Qin Empire instead." He spoke with practiced smoothness. "If we want to avenge the Snow Wind Kingdom, we need a powerful force behind us. Great Qin is our best option, and now a golden opportunity has arrived. Crown Prince Chongyun will eventually take the throne, if you have his support. Hong Yin interrupted, asking why the prince would ever help her. Jiannan smirked. It's your lucky day. A wretched look crossed his face. The moment the prince saw you today, he decided he wanted to take you in. Though he already has a primary consort, the position of secondary consort is still vacant. Hong Yin clutched her stomach and let out a burst of mocking laughter. Jiannan tried to get her to listen, but she cut him off. Wang Jiannan, tell your master I acknowledge his kindness. However, my humble status isn't worth the trouble for people like you. Hong Yan's voice turned ice cold. You're only playing this game to get to the celestial sect of wonders. I thought I'd met an old friend in a foreign land. I didn't expect it to be an enemy. Having said her piece, she turned to walk away. Jiannan called out after her. Hong Yin replied with pure disdain. Save those pathetic lies for someone else. Jiannan's tone shifted to a threat. You Hong Yin, don't be ungrateful. Hong Yin tilted her head to look at him. Get lost. If we weren't on Flowing Light Peak right now, I would have already sent you to apologize to our fallen countrymen in the afterlife. Jiannan lowered his voice again, trying to sound conciliatory. Think it over carefully. Crown Prince Chongyun won't wait forever. Hong Yin gave a faint, mocking smile. You might enjoy being someone's dog, but I don't. Jiannan raised his hand, looking ready to strike. Don't think for a second I won't. Just then, a voice rang out. Who exactly do you think you're touching? Lin Feng descended, landing right beside Hong Yin. He stared Jiannan down. Jiannan flinched and quickly bowed his head. This junior greets sect leader Lin. Then, like a frightened rat, he scrambled away. Coward! Hong Yin watched him flee. She turned to Lin Feng. Master, I want to kill him. Lin Feng nodded. No need to rush. I'll give you that chance very soon. Lin Feng looked at her. Are you more disappointed or more enraged? Hong Yin was silent for a moment before answering. Mostly disappointed. Lin Feng pulled out a set of armor and handed it to her. Your offense is powerful, but your defense is lacking. This white jade armor will help you compensate for that. Hong Yan's eyes lit up. She bowed in gratitude. Lin Feng said, come on, let's get some rest. I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be quite lively. Lin Feng and his disciples gathered around a fire to roast some meat. The little guy asked Tunten about the feathered cranes. Tunten shrugged. I used to catch them out in the mountains, but I'm not sure where they keep them here on Flowing Light Peak. The little guy offered a piece of meat to Lin Feng first. Lin Feng chuckled. Why are you being so filial all of a sudden? The little guy swallowed hard as he spoke. This azure cloud horned snake smells delicious already. Lin Feng sighed. All right, just tell me what you really want. The little guy scratched his head. Master, could you ask the Flowing Light Sword sect where they keep their cranes? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Why don't you go ask them yourself? Xiao Buddy and pouts. I asked, but they said it's a secret. A Taodai secret. They won't reveal a thing. I even tried to tell them. Who knew they were so good at hiding their presence? I waited forever and saw nothing. Xiaoyan bursts out laughing. You little dummy. You really are persistent when it comes to food. Zhu Yi joins in. You've already been found out, yet you're still telling Master to ask? Xiao Buddian looks at Lin Feng with puppy dog eyes. Master, Lin Feng speaks between bites. No need to ask, and no need to rush, either. Before long, the Radiant Sword sect will bring it to us themselves. He glances toward a certain direction. They're here. A deep voice booms from the sky. Zhao Yin, a disciple of the Radiant Sword sect, has come to pay his respects to the fellow disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Xiao Buddian looks up and asks Lin Feng who that is. Lin Feng replies, the Radiant Sword sect wouldn't stoop to playing petty tricks. This is likely the nascent soul elder's idea. Xiao Yin asks Master, is he here to stir up trouble? Lin Feng chuckles and says, since they come all the way to our door, it's only polite to go out and greet them. Everyone looks up at Zhao Yin and his group standing high above. Every single one of them is at the late Golden Core stage. It's clear these are the elite core disciples of the Radiant Sword sect. Zhu Yi mulls it over. Zhao Yin. He's heard that name before. He is supposedly the most outstanding genius of the Radiant Sword sect's younger generation. He reached the late Golden Core stage when he was barely 100 years old. He stares at Zhao Yin. His reputation is known throughout the grand celestial world. Rumor has it he can even take on nascent soul cultivators while still in the Golden Core stage. Zhao Yin steps forward. He respectfully cups his hands toward Lin Feng's group, fellow Taoists of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Zhao Yan of the Radiant Sword sect offers his greetings. Facing Lin Feng, he says, I've come today only wishing to exchange insights on our paths with you all. I hope the senior will allow it. Lin Feng smiles and replies, an exchange of techniques? Certainly. But inwardly, he thinks, I just fear you won't be able to handle the outcome. Xiao Yan speaks up. How exactly does Taoist Zhao wish to conduct this exchange? Zhao Yan immediately releases a powerful aura that sweeps toward Xiao Yan. I've long heard that the disciples of the Celestial Sect are unrivaled in combat. Today, as the head inner disciple of the Radiant Sword Sect, I would like to learn a thing or two from you, Junior. Just as the aura is about to reach Xiao Yan, Xiao Budian steps forward and blocks it. With a soft whoosh, the pressure is completely neutralized. Xiao Budian looks at Zhao Yan with a grin. Taoist Zhao, are you trying to test if we truly are invincible among those of the same rank? If so, there's no need for my senior brother to step in. I'm more than enough. He casually adds, by the way, I'm the youngest of Master's direct disciples. Zhao Yan scoffs inwardly. Arrogant brat, you don't know your place. On the surface, he remains composed. Then please, show me what you've got, Junior. But just as Zhao Yan is about to strike, Xiao Budian shouts, wait. Zhao Yan's cut off and frowns. What is it now? Xiao Budian giggles. Just sparring is so boring. There should be some kind of prize, don't you think? I don't need much. Just give me 2 of those spirit cranes of yours. He glances over at Tunton and quickly changes his mind. Actually, make it 4. Zhao Yan nods. And if you lose? Xiao Budian replies flatly. That's never going to happen. Infuriated, Zhao Yan launches his attack. Then win first, then talk. Xiao Budian gives a playful smirk. Here I come then. Above, the Radiant Sword Sect disciples watch. That kid is incredibly arrogant. But one has to admit, he has the skill to back it up. Still, beating senior brother Zhao is a bridge too far for him. Zhao Yan calmly begins chanting a spell. Xiao Budian raises his hand to block the blow. Golden light erupts instantly. Gales howl all around them. He looks up at the massive sword suspended in the sky. The clouds and flowing light sword. Down on the ground, someone approaches Xiao Yan. Senior brother Zhao is already dealing with that junior. Why don't you have a go, Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan says nonchalantly, no need to rush. It's almost over anyway. The man turns his head in surprise. What meets his eyes is Xiao Budian, his power exploding outward. Surging lightning envelopes his entire body. Xiao Budian smiles. Playtime's over. The lightning becomes even more intense. Zhao Yan's sword cannot pierce through that protective layer at all. He frowns. Does this kid really take me for some weak, early-stage golden core? Xiao Budian throws his arms out and roars. All the power within him erupts. The elders watching from afar all look worried. It actually triggered the mountain protection array. The spiritual energy is too overwhelming. One of them shouts, quick, shut down the array. If we use the mountain protection array to deal with him, where would the Radiant Sword Sect's dignity go? The female nascent soul cultivator frowns. This level of energy has already far surpassed the limits of golden core power. This boy truly has the strength to challenge a nascent soul cultivator. Elder Tan AI says in a low voice, compared to the battle at Van Fong before, he's grown even stronger. The female nascent soul cultivator sighs. What worries me is if they continue to grow together. Just how terrifying will they become? Xiao Budian continues to discharge lightning. His body begins to grow, transforming into an 8-foot-tall titan. The nascent soul cultivators all widen their eyes. This is, Zhao Yan bites his lip hard. There must be something abnormal about his golden core. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to possess such terrifying power. He immediately brings out the Heavenly Mansion Sword Seal, a nascent soul stage Dharma treasure. Though it requires the support of multiple nascent soul cultivators to reach its full potential. In this situation, he has no choice but to chant the spell. Cloud Mist Manifestation. Zhao Yan swings his arm. 10,000 swords surge towards Xiao Budian. They transform into a sea of blades. Xiao Budian laughs heartily. Come on. Even with 10,000 swords, they cannot pierce his defense. Zhao Yan's face turns pale. His physical body is absolutely monstrous. He pulls out another artifact. I'll see just how much longer you can hold out. Thunder and lightning explode. Golden light tears through the sky. Zhao Yan charges straight at Xiao Budian. His momentum is like a crashing thunderstorm as he closes in and swings his sword for a horizontal slash. Xiao Budian speaks slowly. You aren't the only one who has nascent soul stage treasures. In an instant, he appears right behind Zhao Yan. What? Is it a space-traversing treasure, just as Elder Tan AI described? Zhao Yan reacts just in time to block one of Xiao Budian's punches. But a second later, Xiao Budian's figure vanishes again. Another punch lands on his back. Damn it. Zhao Yan is caught in a flurry of consecutive strikes. He can only stand his ground and chant. Whirling clouds and enveloping mist. The wind and rain become intense. In contrast to Zhao Yan's struggle, Xiao Budian looks completely at ease. He stands there, throwing punch after punch. Lin Feng smiles with satisfaction. This move of Zhao Yan's has shifted entirely to defense. The winner has already been decided. Xiao Yan glances at the Radiant Sword Sect disciples. I told you it would be over quickly. He looks up. Xiao Yan speaks. How long do you all plan on just standing there and watching? The group watching from the clouds looks grim. So-on glances at the battered Zhao Yan. How disgraceful. Lin Feng muses to himself. What exactly is Wu Qingru plotting? Perhaps I can use this prince to test the waters. He suddenly sends a command to Zhu Yi. Directly challenge Wang Jianan. Whether you let him live or not is up to you. Zhu Yi draws his weapon and points it straight at Jianan. As you command, master. He shouts, Wang Jianan, I want to fight you. Do you dare? Jianan turns to look at So-on. The prince simply waves his hand. You don't even have the courage for a little fight? Jianan laughs. I'll be careful not to ruin that pretty face of yours. Jianan steps out to face Zhu Yi. Come on, let me see how much your cultivation has actually progressed. The Radiant Sword Sect elders are stunned. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator dares to provoke a golden core? Elder Tan AI only says coldly, just wait and see. With a single strike, Zhu Yi shatters Jianan's defense. Jianan quickly reinforces it. I didn't want to use my full power for the sake of our past. But since you're asking for it, don't blame me. He unleashes the divine ability he once used in the Snow Peak Kingdom. Abyssal Frost Storm. Within the blizzard, sinister spiritual energy seeps in with the wind. Even if you block the wind blades, you won't survive this invisible corrosion. Jianan spoke with smug satisfaction. Hong Yan raised her hand to shield her face against the raging blizzard. Jianan gloated inwardly. She fell for it. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Hong Yan's chest. A protective barrier manifested around her. It was the golden core-level ancient jade armor. Hong Yan glared coldly at Jianan. Spear in hand, she charged straight at him. Startled, Jianan hurriedly changed his hand seals to reinforce the formation. So her recklessness was backed by a golden core artifact gifted by the leader of the celestial sect. As the tip of the spear struck the outer layer of the snow sphere, Jianan called out, Hong Yan, you haven't slacked off on your training since we last met. I'm actually quite proud of you. Let's call this match a draw. Hong Yan let out a cold sneer. Her spear continued to batter the snow sphere relentlessly. Jianan's brow furrowed deeply. You're refusing the easy way? Fine, have it the hard way. If you're looking for death, don't blame me for what happens next. The gale grew increasingly violent. Hong Yan was forced back. She retreated step after step under the pressure. Several elders shook their heads and sighed, trying to challenge a golden core cultivator with nothing but an artifact. It's just not enough. Below, Lin Feng watched the battle in silence. In midair, Hong Yan was bombarded by the relentless wind and snow. A gust of wind slashed across her face, leaving a deep, visible gash. Memories of her childhood training under Jianan flashed through her mind. He used to say, Hong Yan, you must train hard so you can protect our snow-wind kingdom one day. The scene shifted to a day where corpses were piled like mountains. She was searching desperately for her brother. Brother, where are you? Jianan's voice echoed from behind her. Hong Yan, so this is where you were hiding. She turned around, relieved. Master. But before she could speak, she saw Jianan strike down an elder right before her eyes. Hong Yan, run. He's a traitor. Hong Yan had seen it all. The leaders of the great prefecture. And she had witnessed Jianan selling out his own country for his own glory. My lord, this is you, Hong Yan. Quick, capture her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Jianan's voice hissed in her ear. Surrender, Han Yin. Otherwise, I won't show any more mercy. A female nascent soul cultivator shook her head. It's rare enough to see someone hold their own against a golden core for this long. But in the very next moment, the scene unfolding before her left her completely stunned. Standing within the ancient jade armor, Han Yin had a look of absolute steel in her eyes. Her spirit was completely revitalized. She was ready to strike back. Jin then looked down on Han Yin's strength. So what if she's the successor of the divine spear? As long as I stay on guard, I'll be fine. But then his pupils dilated. Wait, something's wrong. Han Yin was gathering spiritual energy inside the snow sphere. Jin then turned pale. This is bad. Is that? Before he could process the thought, Han Yin unleashed a void-piercing strike. The god-shattering spear struck directly at him. The vortex Han Yin created grew to a massive size. Jin then felt his dignity being trampled upon. He launched a desperate counterattack. You little brat, how dare you? His blizzard blast unleashed an immense amount of power. Yet the attack had absolutely no effect on Han Yin. Jin then realized too late. Damn it, it's not enough. He frantically pulled out another talisman. Thick black clouds gathered in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning began to rain down. Han Yin pulled back a massive orb of energy. She deployed the primal chaos shield formation, instantly neutralizing Jian Nan's talisman. Even at full power, Jian Nan was no match for her. He was forced to beg for help. Your Highness, save me. But there was only silence. Prince Chongyin raised his hand to intervene. But right then, Xiao Yin, standing below, activated the pure Yang True Fire. Chongyin's movements were forcefully cut off. By the time he recovered, Jian Nan's dying scream rang out. Your Highness! A spear had already pierced through his throat. Han Yin had personally ended the traitor's life. She breathed a long sigh of relief. The blood debt was finally settled. She had waited so long for this day. A nascent soul cultivator watched in admiration. A middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator just killed an early-stage golden core. Another monster of a genius has appeared. Xiao Yin praised Han Yin. To touch upon the mysteries of space while only at the foundation establishment stage. Fourth junior sister's talent is truly extraordinary. A nascent soul elder quickly called out. Xiao Yin, get back here. He thought to himself, these people dare to kill even the prince's retainer. They certainly won't show the flowing light sword sect any respect. He couldn't let anything happen to Xiao Yin. He glanced toward Prince Chongyin. Besides, it didn't look like they would even need to lift a finger. Someone else was already planning to take action. Prince Chongyin let out a cold, sharp laugh. The celestial sect of wonders is truly arrogant. His eyes burned red with rage. Knowing full well Jian Nan was my man, you still dare to kill him. He locked his gaze on Han Yin, making her tremble slightly. You people have a lot of nerve. Just then, Xiao Yin stepped forward, shielding Han Yin. You Han Yin is my junior sister. Her affairs will be handled by my master. Tell me, Chongyin, if you have a problem, why don't you take out on me instead? Chongyun's face darkened. If it weren't for your master's reputation, I would have crushed you long ago. Xiao Yin gave a faint, mocking smile. I doubt you have the skill for that. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand reached through the void, appearing right in front of Xiao Yan's face. Then let's find out. Xiao Yan's eyes blazed with fire. The pure Yang True Fire exploded in full force. I'm just afraid you won't be able to handle it. Chongyin was momentarily caught off guard by this sudden surge of power. Lin Feng stood by, observing the scene. Personality aside, the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire certainly lived up to his reputation in terms of cultivation. Xingdo spoke up from behind. Sect leader Lin, your disciples are certainly flamboyant. You should remember that the tallest tree always catches the strongest wind. Lin Feng glanced at him. Whether the wind breaks the tree or not is simply a matter of the forest being weak. My disciples are no concern of yours, Taoist Xingdo. Xingdo let out a thin smile. Then let's wait and see. He stepped closer to Lin Feng. My hands are itching for a bit of action myself. I hope Sect Leader Lin can offer me some guidance. As soon as he spoke, a streak of light, like a galaxy, swept under Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng was instantly pulled into a formation. Inside the cave, Xingdo spoke. I'd like Sect Leader Lin to point out the flaws in my Star C Grand Array. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. The stars shifted at will. He clearly wants to trap me here to keep me from interfering outside. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed. An invisible barrier surged up just in time, blocking an attack that felt like a falling meteor. Lin Feng flicked his fingers. The soft barrier instantly turned into impenetrable steel. Every external attack became useless. Xingdou clicked his tongue in genuine surprise. Sec Leader Lin, your methods are quite formidable. Lin Feng smiled faintly. A primordial spirit cultivator at least has some decent power. In this world, a primordial spirit master uses their nascent soul as the core, and the laws of heaven and earth as their body, to forge a primordial spirit avatar. Once the primordial spirit is achieved, one gains immortality. Roam freely between heaven and earth. That avatar is the source of true power. Lin Feng looked around. It seems he only wants to stall me to test my strength. Fine then, I'll play along. The stars within the formation began to fall again. Lin Feng pulled out his black umbrella, a reward from the system for completing the sect founding mission. Using it now seems perfect. Xingdou stared at the object. What on earth is that? Whatever. Let me see what it can do. He commanded the stars to continue their assault on Lin Feng. Lin Feng let out a quiet laugh. That laugh infuriated Xingdou. How arrogant. Lin Feng calmly used the umbrella to deflect every attack. The stars hit the umbrella like they were striking soft cotton. Xingdou frowned. Then let's see you handle a change in direction. The stars instantly shifted their trajectory. A barrage of attacks came from all sides. But Lin Feng just stood there, holding his umbrella. Not a single strike could reach him. Sweat began to bead on Xingdou's forehead. He created this space. By all rights, every rule here should be under his control. Xingdou clenched his fists. This can't be. I refuse to believe I can't break the defense of a mere black umbrella. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. A terrifying strike descended from the heavens directly toward Lin Feng's head. Xingdou focused his intent. The moment he moved, a violent gale swept through. It felt as if the entire starry universe was about to be blown away. The whole cosmos seemed to be sucked into the umbrella in Lin Feng's hand, being stretched into countless, intricate threads. Lin Feng watched silently. Under the shade of the umbrella, a different world revealed itself. An umbrella that veiled the heavens and the earth, remaining indestructible despite the passing of countless eons. No matter how violent the wind and rain raged outside, the inside remained as serene as the dawn of time. Xingdou's pupils constricted, eternal through 10,000 tribulations, undying against 10,000 laws. Piece by piece, the starlit universe within his eyes began to shatter. That umbrella bore the name False Heaven. At the peak of Mount Hangyun, shockwaves thundered one after another. Xiao Budian turned to Lin Feng and asked, Master, why did you open your umbrella out of nowhere? Lin Feng replied, This umbrella isn't to shield me. It's for someone else. Standing behind him, Xingdou frowned as he looked at him. Is this the test you're using to return my greeting, Sect Leader Lin? But now is not the time for a life and death struggle. Lin Feng looked up toward the sky. Xiao Yan should be reaching the critical moment right about now. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan was using two types of true fire to battle Chong Yan. Lin Feng focused on the small flame in Xiao Yan's hand. Have the two true fires completely merged already? Xiao Yan stood his ground. Two torrents of true fire surged, intertwining tightly. Xingdou and Lu Guang both turned pale at the same time. Is he really planning to fuse two true fires? That's pure insanity. Chong Yun gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. This lunatic. Xiao Yan poured every ounce of his concentration into it. The solar true fire was naturally stable. It only flared up violently during combat. During the fusion, I must control it first, so its light maintains the balance. But the nether evil Emperor fire has been burning ferociously from the start. Peerless and overbearing. I absolutely cannot suppress it by force. I have to guide it. Keep the explosion within my control. Sweat poured off Xiao Yan like rain. He endured the searing heat. The crazier things get, the more I have to stay in control. You lead the fire. Don't let the fire lead you. A moment later, the lotus formed by the fusion of the two fires was successfully forged. Master, I did it. Chong Yun's face darkened as he summoned his sword. The shadow slasher manifested. He gripped the blade, raised it high and roared. Come on. Xiao Yan hurled the lotus toward Chong Yun. His opponent immediately unleashed the Shadow Slasher to intercept the blow. The two powers collided with terrifying force. The resulting shockwaves rippled outward, reaching far beyond the peak of Hangyan. The heavens and earth were turned upside down by their clash. Xiao Budian's eyes sparkled as if he were witnessing a rare wonder. Lu Guang broke out in a cold sweat. Xingdou couldn't stop worrying. Lin Feng, however, let out a proud smile. Everything is still under control. Zhao Yin stood to the side, his face ashen. Terror filled his heart. Is this kid some kind of monster? The elders behind him were also trembling in fear. Even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to avoid this move. Lu Guang muttered, if a disciple at the early golden core stage is already like this, just how terrifying is his master? Lin Feng only offered a faint, knowing smirk. After a while, the smoke and dust kicked up by the two forces finally began to clear. Chong Yin had been wounded on his face. As for Xiao Yin, aside from some heavy breathing, he was completely unscathed. A nascent soul elder was stunned to see both of them still standing. How is this possible? Lu Guang shook his head. The nascent soul treasure on Prince Chong Yun is completely destroyed. Chong Yun's shock turned into pure rage. He charged forward with a roar. I'm going to kill you right here today. Just as the Shadow Slasher closed in on Xiao Yin, Lin Feng timely infused him with a portion of his power. Lin Feng spoke nonchalantly. A nascent soul cultivator fighting a golden core, and you're even using a primordial spirit treasure? I can't just stand by and let you bully my disciple. It's only fair if you both have one. Xiao Yin reached out and took a pearl from his master. He crushed it in his hand. The blazing dragon Heaven Sunderer immediately manifested. The moment the primordial spirit treasure appeared, everyone felt its horrific power. Chong Yin strained to hold his ground. The blazing dragon Heaven Sunderer had already enveloped Xiao Yin. Its power was truly earth-shattering. But he isn't the only one with a treasure. Xiao Yin continued to summon his two true fires. With a single wave of his hand, he nearly swept away everything in his path. Chong Yin frowned, commanding his Shadow Slasher to advance. Xiao Yin braced himself, ready for the impact. However, right at the climax, someone tore through the sky and stepped out, forcing both sides to a temporary halt. The man who interrupted the duel between Chong Yun and Xiao Yin was Huang Jiugong, a cultivator of the great Qin dynasty. He paid his respects to sect leader Lin, then to the Lu Guang sword sect, and Taoist master Xingdou. Then he turned to bow to Chong Yun. This humble servant greets the crown prince. Chong Yun asked coldly, what are you doing here? Jiugong replied, the prime minister has received news regarding the prince's secondary consort. He paused for a moment before continuing. It seems his majesty has already made his choice. Chong Yun whipped around. He looked at Jiugong in disbelief. Acting on the orders of the 5 generals, I have come specifically to deliver this news to your highness. Lin Feng's interest was piqued when he heard that. So Huang Jiugong is one of Wu Qingrou's men. The slap to the prince's face has arrived. It looks like Chong Yun's position as the heir isn't so secure anymore. Chong Yun's expression darkened. He asked Jiugong directly, who is it? Jiugong bowed and answered, in short, it is not Murong Yenran. The people of the Lu Guang sword sect fell into a heavy silence. Chong Yun let out a cold laugh. Wu Qingru. Wu Qingru. He turned and barked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, was it? I admit, you're quite the character. With that, Chong Yun turned to leave. Today was only the beginning. I want to see if the master of the celestial sect can protect you for the rest of your life. Chong Yun and Jiugong vanished in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan watched their departing figures. I'll be waiting for our fated battle as well. He landed on the ground, smiled, and retracted the primordial spirit, treasure that Lin Feng had bestowed upon him. He saw Yanran kneeling to apologize to the Lu Guang sect. The other party chose not to pursue the matter further. This battle was bound to happen sooner or later. There were only a few days left. Yanran bowed her head in shame before her sect. I thanked the sect leader for his leniency. She stood up and clasped her hands toward Xiao Yan. Murong Yanran of the Lu Guang sword sect requests senior brother Zhao's guidance. As soon as she finished, Yanran immediately attacked. Xiao Yan dodged her downward sword strike. But Yanran didn't give up. She continued her assault. Her fellow disciples watched and sighed. Why is junior sister being so stubborn? She might as well just admit defeat. After a long while of being unable to even touch Xiao Yan, Yinran leaned on her sword to steady herself. Deep down, she admitted she had looked down on him back then because of his strength. She looked up, gasping for air. Today, the truth proved just how short-sighted she had been. Xiaoyan looked at her. I couldn't spend my life with a stranger. I don't think you were wrong to break the engagement. It was just the way you went about it that was wrong. He shook his head and sighed. Arguing over right and wrong is meaningless now. I don't need you to be my servant. I originally intended to make you admit defeat in front of everyone. But now that the outcome is clear, the world can judge for itself. Xiaoyan turned to walk away. The 3-year promise is over. Murong Yinran. He looked up at the sky. He took a deep breath. His pupils suddenly constricted. The solar true fire erupted abruptly. The elders were all stunned. He's communing with heaven and earth, channeling the essence of the world into himself. Mid-stage golden core. He broke through. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. In the battle with Prince Chongyun, he pushed himself to the absolute limit. In fighting Murong, Yinran helped him resolve the knot in his heart. His power and his state of mind have both ascended. Lu Guang suddenly spoke up. From this day forward, Murong Yinran is my personal disciple. I will personally pass down our sword arts to her. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoyan. To you, this is the end. But for others, it's only the beginning. Xiaoyan grinned. If I've beaten her once, I'll beat her for the rest of my life. Lu Guang laughed heartily. Impressive. The promise of the younger generation is fulfilled. Mount Hangyun still has many sights to see. Sect leader Lin should take a tour. Lin Feng smiled at him. Let the juniors head out first. I would much rather discuss the Tao with sect leader Lu Guang. Lu Guang laughed in response. Then please this way. Little guy happily skips over, demanding Zhao Yin pay his debt. For vermilion cranes. Remember, exactly 4. Tuntin sidles up beside him. Hey, little guy. Make it 2 more. Little guy nods immediately. Let's make it 6 then. Zhao Yin and his cronies could only seethe in silent frustration. To think they lost to such a pair of gluttons. Chongyun spoke coldly to Jiugong. Huang Jiugong, you'd better give me a damn good explanation for this. Huang Jiugong pulled out an object. Holding it up, he said, Your Highness, Prime Minister will explain everything to you personally. Wu Qingruo's image flickered into view. Wu Qingruo, the Prime Minister of the Great Qin Dynasty, appeared before Chongyun. Chongyun narrowed his eyes at him. Prime Minister Wu, you certainly played your hand well this time. Qingru replied with a faint smile. This is merely the first step of the plan. Your Highness needn't worry too much. Chongyun frowned and asked. So, how many steps does your plan actually have? Qingru replied. 3 steps. Chongyun pressed further. And are these 3 steps aimed at me, or someone else? Qingru narrowed his eyes and smiled. They are aimed at anyone who poses a threat to the Great Qin Dynasty. He began to explain. Step 1. Publicize the conflict between you and me, making me lose face. To make outsiders believe you are at odds with the Great Qin imperial family. To make them think you intend to use ministerial power to balance the throne's authority. Qingru let out a soft laugh. And who exactly needs to believe that? Chongyun asked. Besides the 4 great families and the major sects of Great Qin. I can't think of anyone else. Qingru nodded. Precisely them. For a dynasty to prosper, power must be centralized. The ruler and his ministers must act as one. Great Zhou is a perfect example of that. If Great Qin continues its internal strife, it will eventually be swallowed whole by Great Zhou. Chongyun grew pensive. Eliminating fractured factions. Consolidating power is the second step. So what about the third? Qingru said calmly. The 4 great families each have countless vassal clans clinging to them. They won't be so easy to uproot. He clenched his fist tight. Step 2 is merely about controlling and weakening them. Step 3 is when we truly strike and simultaneously eliminate the biggest obstacle to our plan. His voice remained flat and steady. The Sure clan and the double pupil user. Chongyun muttered. I have to admit, that guy put a bit of pressure on me. If he doesn't die young, I'll never have peace of mind. And Xiao Yin of the Celestial Sect of Wonders counts for at least half a threat. Qingru smiled. Previously, I used your highness's name to nurture Xiao Yi in the O province. Xiaoyan's hometown. That was also part of step 1. For now, we must maintain good relations with the Celestial Sect of Wonders to pave the way for step 3. He mentioned the little guy. That disciple, Shi Tianxia. Your highness likely knows his background as well. Chongyun nodded. Of course. The double pupil user owes at least half of his current success to stepping over that kid's back. His innate talents aren't bad either. Reaching the golden core stage at only 10 years old. That's practically unheard of. He paused before continuing. But for now, he's still not qualified to challenge the double pupil user. Qingru looked at Chongyun. Before today, Your Highness also thought Xiao Yin would be difficult to deal with, didn't you? The master of the celestial sect is truly something else. Every single one of his disciples is a complete monster. Chongyun furrowed his brows. And he's incredibly protective. This time, the sect master personally came to Mount Hangyun for Xiao Yin. When sure, Tian Xiao eventually faces the double pupil user, he'll surely receive the same protection. Is that right? Chongyun asked. He is the key pawn for the third step I've calculated, Qingru replied. Who knows? Perhaps the four great families will give the celestial sect a taste of true misery. Chongyun pondered. So the Prime Minister wants to use the great families and the celestial sect to cancel each other out, using strength to whittle down strength. Qingru nodded. Mutual destruction is the most beneficial outcome for Great Qin. Chongyun fell silent for a long time, then finally spoke. Since the Prime Minister has everything calculated, I'll await the good news. Farewell. With that, Chongyun flew off. A Taoist looked at Qingru. I fear the Prime Minister's 3 steps aren't just aimed at the celestial sect and the great families. Qingru gave a thin smile. You give me too much credit, Taoist. A flash of light suddenly flickered in the forest. Several vermilion cranes were relaxing by the lake. Suddenly, a chill ran down their spines. A surge of dread washed over them as the sound of footsteps approached. The cranes looked down and found themselves face to face with the little guy's hungry expression. Thunder suddenly roared across the clear blue sky. The cranes were instantly charred to a crisp. The little guy looked at them and mumbled, "Still not enough. Not nearly enough to eat." Tunton pointed at a few others shivering nearby. Those ones over there have really tender meat. The little guy coughed. Master said that even the heavens leave a path for survival. We should at least leave 2 for the flowing light sword sect to breed. Suddenly, Tunton cried out in panic, saying the Ziyun ancestor was coming. Quick, grab the meat and run. The 2 of them vanished in an instant, leaving behind an elder driven mad with rage and a few trembling chicks. You little bastards. When the little guy returned, Lin Feng said, all right, let's head out. This time, the flowing lightsword sect brought this on themselves. Lu Guang nodded. I look forward to debating the Tao with you in the ancient desolate sea in a month, Sect Master Lin. Lin Feng replied. I look forward to it as well. The black dragon carriage descended from the sky, carrying everyone away. They soared higher and higher. The little guy and Tunton brought out the food again. It looked delicious just from the sight of it. Even though Master was eating with them, they still saved portions for their senior brothers. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yan and asked, Still thinking about that little princess of yours? Xiao Yan's face turned red. Master, he then added, I want to go find Jin'er. Xiao Yan pulled out a letter. He handed it to Lin Feng. This is the letter Jin'er left behind. Please have a look, Master. Lin Feng took it. Given her background, if she's in trouble, it's only right that you go. He instructed Xiao Yan. I won't stop you from looking for her. But there are 3 things you must remember. Lin Feng said. First, the fusion technique of true fires is not to be used recklessly. You haven't mastered it yet. If you need to use it, either reduce the power of the fusion or raise your cultivation level. Xiao Yan nodded, promising to train diligently. Lin Feng's voice turned serious. Second, this journey won't exactly be smooth sailing. If anything happens, under no circumstances are you to clash with Xiao Jin'er's family. He analyzed. From this letter, her background is clearly extraordinary. One slip-up could cause a mountain of trouble. I want you to think carefully before you act. Don't be impulsive. He paused before continuing. However, if you are being bullied, remember whose disciple you are. Members of the Celestial Sect of Wonders do not take insults lying down. Lin Feng waved his hand, drawing a talisman and handing it to Xiao Yan. Those are the 3 things I wanted to remind you of. He handed the talisman over. If you run into trouble, don't carry the burden alone. The sect is your backing. If something happens, crush this. I will be able to sense it. Xiao Yan took it. Respectfully, he replied that he would keep in mind. Lin Feng smiled. Off you go, you silly kid. Bring that little bride of yours back. I'm still waiting to drink your wedding wine. Xiao Yan replied confidently. Please wait for my good news, Master. The little guy asked. Wait, once Big Brother brings back his little wife. Xiaoyan tapped him on the head. You should call her big sister-in-law. Besides, she's older than me. Hongyan smiled and offered her congratulations. Xiaoyan nodded, accepting the well wishes. Soon, Xiaoyan had run far off. Master, I'm heading out now. Xiaoyan departed. Lin Feng sat there lost in thought. Internally, he lamented, I want a wife too. The more, the merrier. And the bigger the dowry, the better. He glanced at the little guy. This kid probably won't be getting a dowry anytime soon. Lin Feng began to calculate. Shi Tianxia has reached the golden core stage. But the double pupil user, Shi Tianyi, is already at the peak of the late golden core stage. He's about to break through to the nascent soul stage. He thought about Tianyi's profound depth. Word is that time flows faster within his grotto heaven. He's only 14 or 15, yet he's already nearing the nascent soul stage. Back then, he stole another's destiny to build his foundation. And on top of that, he has such incredible natural talent. His golden core must be an extraordinary one that triggers celestial phenomena. Lin Feng pondered for a long while. Zhu Yi is about to return to the Great Zhou for the examinations. But sooner or later, he and Zhu Hongwu of the Marquis of Xuanji will have to clash. He looked at the little guy. Right now, this little brat is still lagging behind everyone else. I need to speed up his training. Lin Feng ordered them to stop. The dragon carp slowed its pace. He gave the two children instructions and then vanished. Wait here for your master. Lin Feng stepped into the vortex alone. The highest layer of the astral wind was covered by a formless astral wind, which was incredibly dense. If I can harvest just a portion of it, it will be extremely beneficial for the boy. He spread his hand, using the heaven's chi to compress a miniature world. Unexpectedly, he crushed it instantly. He raised both hands. On one side, he channeled the void tear technique. On the other, the heavenly barrier. A cube gradually took shape. He used the heavenly barrier to isolate it and the void tear to channel the energy into the miniature world. A small avatar of Lin Feng appeared. The wind isn't enough. He proceeded to add lightning. He took a deep breath. Seizing the lightning tribulation. Summoning the miniature world cost exactly as much energy as he'd anticipated. But it's all worth it. Having said that, Lin Feng tossed the little guy into the miniature world. As the kid was tormented by the lightning, he explained, the void lightning tribulation naturally traverses space. So your master has specially treated it to ensure it can't escape. The little guy wailed, begging to be let out. Dodging lightning bolts while screaming, Lin Feng told him, with the bronze void tripod protecting you, you won't die. But I want you to resist the astral wind and lightning tribulation yourself. He patiently explained the lesson. You must endure 9 days of tempering through the formless astral wind and the void lightning. Once your wind thunder body grows to the size of a normal person, only then will your training be complete. The little guy wailed in despair. Master, are you trying to torture me to death? Lin Feng didn't answer. He only said one thing. I'm going to raise you right. The dragon carp carried everyone back. Before the ancient desolate sea realm opens, this arena tournament is the perfect chance to build our reputation. But before that, I need to prepare a nascent soul stage treasure for the boy. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the system reminded him that he had a monthly draw for June. Would you like to proceed now? Behind him, Xiao Hongyan and Tunten were fast asleep. Feeling a bit drowsy, he opened the system. Draw it now, of course. After he acted, the system announced, thank you for participating. Better luck next time. Lin Feng looked at the small mallet in his hand. It's not a nascent soul stage treasure, so it's practically useless at my current level. A mallet? This is the striker for the Great Heaven Bell. Even though it possesses extraordinary powers, it's still not the main body of the artifact. He put it away. Well, I might as well keep it. Who knows? Maybe it'll lead me to the Great Heaven Bell. He glanced into the miniature world. The astral wind and lightning tribulation have been completely exhausted. This training method is effective, but it's a huge hassle. Even heavenly lightning has become a consumable resource. I'll have to restock soon. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed. The little guy came rushing out. Lin Feng tested him by knocking him back. The results were decent enough. From a 3-meter giant, he's been compressed to just over 2 meters. Lin Feng nodded. Only when your wind thunder body returns to its original size will your training be considered a success. The little guy puffed out his cheeks. With teary eyes, he looked at Lin Feng. His master scolded him. Stop acting. I've got something good for you. You want it? The little guy's expression flipped instantly. I knew master loved me most. Lin Feng pinched the boy's cheek. You really have the thickest skin. You were just waiting for me to say that, weren't you? The little guy complained. Master, don't do that. Kids drool easily when you do that. Lin Feng burst into laughter. Cut out. Only infants do that. At your size, you'll be fine. Lin Feng pulled out the striker and told the little guy to bring the bronze void tripod over. The little guy obeyed immediately. He quickly brought out the treasure. Lin Feng released the striker, bringing it close to the bronze void tripod. The two treasures resonated, creating an intimidating aura. Xiao Hongyan was stunned. The little guy was dazed. This power, it's insane. The boy held the tripod in his arms. Even if the bronze void tripod could merge multiple spatial laws, it shouldn't be this powerful. Lin Feng explained. This mallet was originally the striker for the Great Heaven Bell. This current power comes from the fusion of their two energies. He continued, I'm entrusting this to you. Whether we find the Great Heaven Bell in the future depends on you. The little guy thanked him joyfully. Lin Feng sighed. With so many disciples, everyone wants a treasure. I'm starting to feel like a walking treasure vault. Lin Feng suddenly sensed something. He turned his head toward a certain direction. It seemed to be the location of Yang Qing's old sect, the Cloudwater Cave. Lin Feng immediately gave the command. Jieyong, descend. Let's take a look. Lin Feng and Xiao Hongyan landed. Before them was a forest of tombstones. He touched each stone. Yang Qing must have quietly erected these to bury his entire sect. Just thinking about it was heartbreaking. Xiao Hongyan observed her surroundings. The ground hadn't been completely reduced to gray ash. Even the weeds were still there. The handful of ash she picked up blew away in the wind. It made her frown. Lin Feng sent a telepathic message to Xiao Hongyan. This was likely caused by the Xidagarba true fire. The Xidagarba true fire is one of the 7 great true fires. The essence of earth fire, a deep emerald flame, with an endless, surging intensity. Xiao Hongyan reminisced. The last time I saw Zhang Jia, he had mastered the pure Xidagarba true fire. Lin Feng comforted her. Relax a bit. He's likely not the only one who can control the Xidagarba true fire. Xiao Hongyan nodded. Yes, master. Lin Feng fell in a deep thought. Even so, the ill-fated connection between Xiao Hongyan and Zhang Jia might truly continue here. Whether it's him or not, whoever destroyed the Cloudwater Cave must have had a motive, either revenge or profit. He looked around. What a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator, one with a tiny sect like the Cloudwater Cave. Aside from the grand, primordial water that Yang Qing possesses, I can't think of anything else. Lin Feng turned around. Time is running out. Let's keep moving. He thought to himself, you'd all better not mess with me. Right then, he sensed someone watching him. He turned around to see a young girl with her spirit pet. So it's her. Feng Ling hid behind a large tree, looking down. Lin Feng was right below. Xiao Jin whispered, Feng Ling. His aura feels a bit familiar. Feng Ling was puzzled. Familiar how? I don't recognize his mana at all. Xiao Jin clapped its paws. I remember now. Over a year ago at Mount Kunlun, the infinite astral fiend. Feng Ling remembered too. She gritted her teeth. So it is him. I almost died back then. And it was all his fault. Feng Ling looked down with a cold smirk. Finally, you've fallen into my hands. Today we're settling all our old and new scores. Xiao Jin asked in a low voice, Feng Ling, what are you planning to do? Feng Ling thought for a moment. If I can't see through his cultivation, he's definitely strong. I'll lure him into dealing with those bulls. Then I'll use the chance to steal the treasure. She schemed internally. Besides, I don't believe for a second he can beat a demon king. Xiao Jin said anxiously, but he looks really scary. Feng Ling made up her mind. I won't be able to live with myself if I don't get my revenge. Lin Feng overheard them and smirked. Seems like this girl wants to pull her old tricks again. Steal my treasure, huh? We'll see who ends up giving him a gift. He circulated his techniques to investigate. With such a large herd of demons, their demonic chi is surprisingly weak. I almost fell for it. Lin Feng looked closer. There's spiritual energy neutralizing the demonic chi. They're hiding it on purpose. Right then, the largest bull turned its head. It was the demon king the girl had mentioned. The Kuei bull bared its teeth at Lin Feng. He's taken the bait. Suddenly, thunder roared across the sky. The herd of Kuei bulls roared and charged. Lin Feng continued to observe calmly. The Kuei bulls originally lived in the immortal mountains of the Eastern Sea. How'd they end up here at Mount Kunlun in the far west? The Kuei bull glared at Lin Feng. It turns out he's that girl's backup. Lin Feng shook his head. I have no part in this. Stand down. But our goals are the same. What exactly is this treasure you're hiding? Hearing this, the Kuei Nyo went berserk and let out a deafening roar. I knew it. You're all the same. D. Just then, Tunten crawled out. It really is a Kuei Nyo. The moment the creature saw Tunten, its fighting spirit evaporated instantly. Apure blade taotie. Xiao Budian stepped forward. Supporting such a massive body on just one leg. You're surprisingly steady, Tunten remarked. The meat on this leg must be the tastiest. No sooner had he spoken. The pack of Kuei Nyo erupted in rage. How dare you? Xiao Budian looked annoyed. Just be good little snacks already. Resistance is futile. He took out the bronze void tripod and his middle finger, then struck a rhythm. Power exploded, sweeping through everything in its path. The shockwave spanned hundreds of miles. The lead Kuei Nyo screamed for the others to run. Feng Ling stared open-mouthed as the pack of Kuei Nyo was floored. Were those really over a dozen demon marshals? Captured just like that? Xiao Jin trembled. This is terrifying. We should probably get out of here. Lin Feng looked at the Kuei Nyo. Ready to talk now? The Kuei Nyo replied through gritted teeth. If it wasn't for these two little brats, I would have crushed you to death. Xiao Budian said with a proud puff of his chest. Open those big eyes of yours and look closely. This is my master. You think you're big enough to step on him? Lin Feng looked at the Kuei Nyo. Stewed or braised? Take your pick. Xiao Budian raised his hand. I like stewed. A whole one makes for some great soup. Hearing the question, the entire pack of Kuei Nyo began to shake. Xiao Budian asked once more, Are you going to talk or not? The Kuei Nyo nodded frantically. I'll talk. It's the Serab tree. Lin Feng fell into thought. The Serab iron tree? Traditionally, the Grand Celestial World has 4 major spiritual trees. The Ginseng fruit tree, the Wutong divine wood, the ancient Xianjie tree, and the Serab iron tree. Because these 4 spiritual trees are so mysterious and contain infinite spiritual energy, they've almost completely vanished from the human divine lands. Lin Feng recalled the records he had once read. The Serab tree is born with an indestructible body, impervious to all magic. Aside from a few rare counters, almost nothing can harm it. Legend has it that the last Serab tree in the Divine Lands was planted in the Great Lane Temple of the Buddhist Holy Land, guarding the Saraira Pagoda Forest. Its divine power was world-shaking. Even when the Great Zhou Empire used the Heaven-Slaying Formation and the Great Vairocana Formation to attack the temple, they couldn't budge it. Finally, the Mount Shu Sword sect had to combine the tree's natural counter with the Heaven-Slaying Formation just to cut it down. But the tree's final counterattack wiped out the primordial spirit of the one who struck the blow. Lin Feng looked at the Kuei Nyo before him. I didn't expect to find a Serab tree in a place like this. He asked, How did you find this sapling? The Kuei Nyo replied, We didn't find it. It was originally planted by our master. Before he moved to Mount Kunlun, Lin Feng continued his questioning. So you followed your master here? The Kuei Nyo nodded. That's right. I originally lived on Mount Liubois, 7,000 miles from the East Sea. I listened to Taoist master Liu Bo's teachings and became his servant. Later, we came to this place together. Lin Feng thought to himself, to claim the title of Taoist master, he must at least be at the level of a great perfection primordial spirit. Yet he's just an unknown rogue cultivator. He asked, Where is Taoist master Liu Bo now? I would like to meet him. The Kuei Nyo shook its head. Master has left. We have no idea where he went. Lin Feng opened his palm and swept the pack of Kuei Nyo inside. You're coming with me. And with that, the entire group withdrew. In a flash, Lin Feng appeared before another group of Kuei Nyo. They aggressively raised their defenses. Who dares trespass? Lin Feng only smiled, remaining silent. His presence struck fear into the Kuei Nyo below. He asked, So this is the Serab sapling? The lead Kuei Nyo roared. I knew it. Just another thief lusting after the miracle tree. Thunder crashed down violently. Heilong Jieyong immediately shielded everyone. As he pushed back the assault, he thought, Such incredible power. This Kuei Nyo is already a mid-level demon king. Heilong Jieyong roared and struck back. The Koei Nyo dodged to the side and looked up. The dragon tribe? A demon king-level dragon? Are you the master of the celestial sect? The Koei Nyo turned and barked at its subordinates. Retreat now. Master's kindness was as heavy as a mountain, yet he left without a word. It roared. This Sarab iron tree is the only thing Master left behind. I will never yield it to anyone. With those words, bolt after bolt of lightning struck down in succession. Heilong Jieyong scrambled to evade. The situation is turning south. Lin Feng glanced over. He spotted a sapling below, shimmering with a golden light. Could that be it? Lin Feng immediately reached out to seize it. But instead of the sapling, he caught the Koei Nyo. He pointed to a strange rune on the trunk and asked, was this also left behind by Taoist Master Lubo? The Koei Nyo nodded. Yes. Does the master of the celestial sect know the secret of the stone talisman? Lin Feng thought to himself. This stone flute resonates with the stone talisman in my hand. I'm afraid they are both related to the secret of the heaven-reaching staircase. He replied, this is a curiosity I obtained by chance. It does indeed relate to a certain hidden treasure. As for Taoist Master Lu Bo, I have never met him. At this, the Koei Nyo spoke up. Thank you for your honesty, master of the celestial sect. I am willing to join the celestial sect of wonders. I only ask that when you find that hidden treasure, you allow me to accompany you. Lin Feng thought for a moment. These Koei Nyo are more straightforward than most people. He replied, if you wish to join the celestial sect, I have no objections. Having been accepted, the Koei Nyo bowed low. I am ready to follow the sect leader's commands. Lin Feng continued. Since this sapling is a memento, you shall keep it. I will relocate you all to the celestial sect's mountain later. It will still be under your care. The Koei Nyo replied sincerely. I only risked my life to keep the tree because Master disappeared. Now, that we have a backer, we are more than willing to offer it to the sect. Lin Feng stroked his chin, calculating his gains. A Koei Nyo with innate lightning masteries, plus another Demon King mount, and a source for Xiao Budian's lightning tribulation training, plus a Sarab iron tree sapling. This trip has been quite a harvest. Lin Feng casually pulled Feng Ling and Xiao Jin out. Xiao Jin clung to Feng Ling's shoulder. She bowed her head. Senior. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. I recall someone promising to work their hardest for me. Right now, I need you to lead the way to a certain place. He looked at Feng Ling. Last time the Void Erosion Gale erupted near Lingyun Peak. You were caught in it. It seems you've managed to escape that fate. Where was the last place you encountered the gale? Lead the way. Feng Ling hesitated. Lin Feng's expression darkened for a moment before he broke into a smile. If there's a problem, just say it. I'm always a reasonable man. His attitude startled Feng Ling. She quickly shook her head. No problem. No problem at all. Lin Feng nodded. Good. He turned to Hong Yen. I'm giving you all an opportunity. Follow her and find the Void Erosion Gale. You have 15 days. How much you gain depends on your own luck. Hong Yen accepted the order. Heilong Jieyong also took the command. Only Tunton mumbled to himself. That stuff doesn't even taste good. Why even bother? Xiao Budian asked Master, what should we do with this girl after 15 days? Are we sending her back to the mountain? Feng Ling fumed silently at his words. Who are you calling a girl? This little brat. Xiao Jin leaned into Feng Ling's ear and whispered. Do we really have to go back to the Void Erosion Gale? Feng Ling tried to reassure him. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. Just endure it for now. Once we're done with the master of the celestial sect, we'll see about the rest. Lin Feng watched them, finding it amusing. This girl is quite crafty, but if she underestimates me, she'll pay for it sooner or later. Only then did Lin Feng answer Xiao Budian. How to handle her after 15 days? That's up to you. He looked at the Koei Nyo. Follow me back to the mountain. As he spoke, he casually took the Sarab iron tree, sapling with him. Heilong Jieyong transformed into a mount. The group flew back toward the peak of Mount Yujing. As they landed, Lin Feng immediately sensed a disturbance. Xiao Linzi is about to break through to the middle stage of Foundation establishment. He's constructing his spiritual altar. He immediately teleported to the heavenly cosmic ray cave. Lin Feng sees Wang Lin sitting beneath the tree. He observes him closely. This boy is trying to comprehend the 8 trigrams Great Tao. He's actually touching upon the very mysteries of creation. He reaches out, Sensing the aura swirling around Wang Lin, Lin Feng's brow furrows. He sends his consciousness inward. He sees a spiritual altar beginning to take shape. Bit by bit, the altar is being refined. But after a quick glance, Lin Feng shakes his head. He spent so long preparing, yet he's trying to build it too quickly. I'm afraid the quality will be subpar. Lin Feng withdraws his consciousness. He places a hand on Wang Lin's forehead. The interior is still a desolate, unformed waste. This isn't good. Is the probability of failure really going to fall on this kid? Lin Feng murmurs to himself. A 6th grade spiritual altar. The 8 trigrams Great Tao is far too profound. Wang Lin's natural foundation simply can't bear its weight. By trying to forge his own path, his potential is being severely limited. He stares into Wang Lin's eyes. The Great Tao is fundamentally simple. The supreme path should be one that anyone can walk. It's a pity his cultivation technique is incomplete, making it so difficult to grasp. The struggling spiritual altar instantly shatters. I'll let little Lin prepare a bit longer. Wang Lin opens his eyes. He cups his hands in respect. Master, my incompetence has caused you unnecessary worry. Lin Feng shakes his head. There's no need to rush. Everything has been arranged. The time just hasn't come yet, he says softly. Since you are my disciple, I will naturally see to it that your path is secure. You two are still calculating your paths. Lin Feng watches Wang Lin walk away. Without external help, his talent only rates a 5. That's actually quite good. Then I shall be that external force, he muses. Though there are 2 ways to go about this. Which one should I choose? In that case, I really need to head to the ancient barren sea to see what I can find before making a final decision. I will help little Lin establish a 1st grade spiritual altar. Lin Feng leaves the Xiantian celestial cave. He makes his way toward the disciples' quarters. His mind is still calculating his next moves, preparing for the Barren Sea Dharma Fair. And I still need to speak with Manhwa. Watching the disciples sleep, he feels a sense of pride. This batch certainly doesn't lack talent. In less than a month, they're already on the verge of the early stages of chi refining. He turns his gaze toward the other side. There, right before him, Manhwa is gently comforting a child. Lin Feng studies Namua's expression. His emotions seem somewhat unstable. Just then, Manhwa notices Lin Feng's presence. He turns back with a polite smile. Lin Feng asks jokingly, "Aren't you going to invite me into your residence for a seat, Manhwa?" Manhwa immediately leads the way. "It would be my honor. Sect leader, please this way." They enter the cave. Lin Feng finally speaks, his voice calm. "I have no intention of prying into your private affairs, but I get the feeling you need someone to listen." Manhwa gives a bitter smile. "I made a fool of myself in front of the sect leader." Manhwa begins to speak slowly. Seeing these children brought back old memories, it rattled my composure. Lin Feng assesses him silently. To be able to shake a nascent soul cultivator. I'm afraid this is a heart demon. According to Manhwa, it happened a very long time ago. Precisely 71 years, 3 months, and 15 days ago. At that time, I was in the late stage of foundation establishment. I was refining a 2nd grade pill cauldron. It was the height of my prosperity. But even so, I couldn't manage to form my golden core. The path to the golden core felt like a distant dream. Namua's voice remained steady. I went traveling in search of an opportunity. I eventually came across a small mountain village. The villagers were incredibly hospitable. They made their living selling spiritual herbs gathered from the treacherous cliffs. The terrain there was extremely dangerous. But for the sake of their livelihoods, they walked the line between life and death every single day. That moved me deeply. A beautiful memory. Namua's expression softens at the thought. I took it upon myself to teach them basic chi refining techniques to improve their chances of survival. As for me, I seal my cultivation and joined the villagers in scaling those cliffs to pick herbs. Many times during those climbs, I truly believed I was going to die. The story nears its turning point. Most of the villagers had no natural talent, but there was a 7-year-old girl named Maya. She was a quick learner, and her foundation was quite decent. Lin Feng immediately grasps the crux of the issue. It seems this little girl is the source of Namua's heart demon. Manhwa continues. Back then, I was both her teacher and her friend. I taught her the Tao, and she taught me how to climb mountains without using any spiritual power. We lived like that for an entire year. Namua's eyes darken. One day, Malia and I returned from herb gathering to find the village in ruins. Bandits had raided the place. Their leader appeared to be a ecchi refining cultivator. They were forcing the villagers to hand over their herbs. Otherwise, they would kill them all. His voice drops significantly. I intended to go and wipe them out. Malia asked me what was happening. She said she was very scared. I reassured her. I told her everyone would be okay, that I would definitely protect them. Lin Feng pauses. That was a promise. In the beginning of a tragedy. Manhwa lowers his head. I tracked down the bandits' lair. I slaughtered every last one of them before heading back to the village. Manhwa falls silent for a long time. When I returned, the entire village had already been wiped out. His voice trembles. Malia was dead too. Her eyes were still wide open. There was still hope in them. And that hope was me. But I failed her. A heavy silence fills the room. Manhwa steadies himself. Lin Feng finally speaks. It sounds like an unforeseen tragedy. The ones who slaughtered the village and the bandits you killed were likely not the same group. Manhwa nods. That's right. But whether they were connected or not, the outcome remains the same. Malia is dead. The whole village is gone. And I don't even know who the real enemy was. Lin Feng lowers his eyes. Malia was murdered. The Gale Society was sacrificed by Zhang Jia. In Namua's life, he likely only ever made 2 big promises, and he couldn't keep either of them. When I first met Manhwa at the 100 Herbs sect, he had been broken for a long time. If not for his hatred of Zhang Jia keeping him going, his cultivation probably would have regressed even further. Lin Feng looks at Manhwa, an obsession. His limitations and that blood-soaked grudge are his heart demons. Manhwa clenches his jaw. He keeps his head down, silent. Lin Feng steps forward and pats his shoulder, causing Manhwa to look up in surprise. He says with a smile, I'm not going to tell you to forget the past. There's nothing wrong with looking back. But do not remain standing still, even if you have to step backward. Keep your feet moving forward, so that such a tragedy never repeats itself. I believe you understand this truth. Namua's eyes light up. Even in retreat, one must move forward. He stands up and bows in gratitude. I understand now. Thank you, sect leader. I'm sorry for troubling you today. As Lin Feng steps outside, he sees Zhu Yi standing beneath the shade of a tree. Now it's his turn to be taken aback. Is everyone having a crisis of the heart today? Zhu Yi is staring up at the branches. His expression is dazed. Lin Feng looks at Zhu Yi's back. He can clearly sense the unease in the boy's heart. He walks up and pats his shoulder. Xiao Yi, your heart is in turmoil. Zhu Yi avoids his gaze. Master. Lin Feng cuts him off. This is about your mother, isn't it? He sees Zhu Yi freeze. Lin Feng nods. As I thought, it could only be about Meng Bingyun. Zhu Yi stammers. Zhu Yi sighs. Master sees through everything. I was indeed thinking about my mother. My mind is a mess. I don't know what to do. Lin Feng sighs softly. Knowing too much isn't always a blessing. Sometimes, ignorance is a form of luck, Lin Feng says. In that case, let me tell you a few things about your mother. Meng Bingyun, the immortal Meng. His voice is slow and steady. She was once the holy maiden of the Great Void sect, succeeding Yin Mingwei. She was the previous generation's walker of the Taoist sects. From what I know, the Great Void sect belongs to the conservative faction. Lin Feng explains further. The Great Void sect has always held the leading position among the conservatives. Before Pang Jia, 3 generations of their walkers were all from that faction. But because Meng Bingyun and Yin Mingyue met with one disaster after another, the Great Void sect needed to salvage its prestige, allowing the radical faction to rise to power. Pang Jia is their representative. Chu Yi asked. The Great Void sect originally advocated for reducing conflict in the cultivation world. So, now that the radicals are in charge, what do they plan to do? Lin Feng gave a thin, cold smile. When profit outweighs morality. Aside from using raw power to suppress others, there are still many other ways they maintain their balance. Lin Feng was also curious. Why did the Saintess Meng choose your father, the Marquis of Xuanji? I'm afraid only the 2 of them know the truth behind that. Lin Feng shared his theory. Perhaps Emperor Liangpan was also involved in the matter. The Great Void sect has always been at odds with the Great Zhou Empire. Who knows what they were trying to hide? Chu Yi nodded solemnly. Once I return to the capital, I will definitely uncover the truth. Lin Feng smiled warmly. If your mother hadn't truly lost her heart to a mortal man, she never would have married him. If the Great Void sect didn't want it to happen. Even the Emperor of Zhou couldn't have forced her. He added, "Your father might not have been deeply in love back then, either. In the eyes of many, feelings aren't the most important thing." Chu Yi remained silent for a long time. Lin Feng asked, "Has your opinion of your mother changed?" Chu Yi bowed his head in gratitude. "Master, you have cleared the doubts in my heart. Regardless of how my parents were involved with each other, she was still the only one who showed me any tenderness during my youth." Chu Yi said, "I'm going to go practice now. I hope that when I search for the truth in the future, I'll have your help, Master." Lin Feng nodded. "Go on. I'm right here behind you." As he watched Chu Yi leave, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Was Meng Bingyan really that simple? Lin Feng found it hard to believe. Meng Bingyan wasn't some naive girl who only knew how to cultivate. She was the most outstanding disciple of her generation in the Great Void sect, chosen to be the face of the sect as their representative in the world. Unless she was willing. How could she have loved Chu Hongwu so much that she'd endure such misery? Thinking of Yin Mingyue and Pang Jie. Their successors were all prodigies. Yin Mingyue was deep and calculating, and Pang Jie was full of schemes himself. Lin Feng recalled. Pang Jie had once been led step by step right in front of him by Yin Mingyue. Even a mere avatar landing on the beach could see through their intentions. He sighed. Meng Bingyan was absolutely not someone who would let others control her fate so easily. I just don't know if her contingency plan lies within the Great Void sect or somewhere else entirely. Lin Feng glanced toward Chu Yi. Could be right here. He let out a soft chuckle. This is getting interesting. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was sitting atop the highest tree. Lin Feng raised his hand. The Sarala tree sapling appeared. Nurtured by the true solar fire and true water, this environment should be enough for it to grow. The branches shook slightly, as if responding to him. Lin Feng was startled. Is it already developing a consciousness? It's preparing to become a demon. He curled his lip. How pity. I never intended to give you that chance. Lin Feng looked at the Sarala tree. I didn't bring you out just to raise a demonic tree. He thought about his primordial spirit treasure. His war god avatar was merged with the flaming dragon heavens. If they split, a spirit would be born naturally, making it hard to control. Lin Feng nodded to himself. If the war god avatar can't be separated, then I'll just refine another clone. The Sarala tree sapling is the perfect choice. Strong roots, high potential. Even if its starting point is low, it will grow incredibly fast. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Time to begin. He separated a strand of his divine sense to probe the Sarala tree, entering a new world within its consciousness. He delved deeper. In the center, the sound of howling wind roared incessantly. Lin Feng pondered. The last time I touched the jade basket leaf, my cultivation was too low to comprehend it. He thought back. The jade basket tree seemed to contain an infinite sense of change, as if it hid a million different possibilities. This iron tree feels both familiar and opposite. It's strange. It seems to have kept this nature since ancient times, right up until it touched the threshold of eternity. I suspect there's a deep, hidden connection between the four great spiritual trees. Legends say the ginseng fruit tree gives fruit that extends one's lifespan, while the divine parasol tree is where the phoenix perches, containing the essence of nirvana and rebirth. The secret to infinite life might come from wood-type spirits, but it isn't the essence of the innate spiritual fire. Lin Feng sighed with emotion. I wonder when I'll ever encounter those two legendary trees. He looked up. Well, I should deal with what's right in front of me first. As soon as Lin Feng's spiritual power invaded, the Sarala tree began to shake violently. Its fierce resistance showed that the aura this tree had accumulated was anything but ordinary. Lin Feng shrugged. Then I'll just let it automate the process. Become one of my kind. Deep in his subconscious, his hand seemed to touch the nurturing heart of the tree, signaling a transformation starting from within. The Sarala tree was being channeled. Lin Feng cast his spell. Human acupuncture points and the stars in the heavens are connected. He forced the corresponding points on the Sarala tree to open. The trunk suddenly began to glow. Lin Feng's eyes brightened along with it. The moment of success is here. He closed his eyes. His divine sense merged, harmonizing the spiritual power of the Sarala tree with his own mana. The clone formed instantly. The branches of the Sarala tree trembled, and then a flower of rare, exquisite beauty bloomed. Lin Feng was satisfied. The Sarala tree only blooms 3 times in its life. From the birth of consciousness, to bearing fruit, and finally withering. And this is the very first bloom. The iron tree transformed into a human figure. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in admiration. I suppose I can call this my iron tree avatar. The iron tree entered Lin Feng's consciousness. Only then did he notice the commotion outside. The little brats were back. Lin Feng jumped down from the tree. I didn't expect refining a clone would take more than 10 days. Xiao Budian stood below, calling out, "Master, come quick and look. What is this thing?" Lin Feng took the yellow cloth from Xiao Budian's hand and asked where he got it. Xiao Budian honestly recounted the moment. He found the void-gashing gale. This item was fighting him, so he just took the opportunity to subdue it. It took quite a bit of effort. He only succeeded thanks to everyone's help. Lin Feng smiled and explained, "This is the molted skin of a great sage of the demon clan who reached the undying demon soul stage." He told Xiao Budian that comprehending the mysteries within would be very useful. Then he asked where his little golden mouse was. Xiao Budian pulled it out and said it was here, asking if it could stay on the mountain. Lin Feng nodded happily and let him handle it. He noticed Feng Ning looked like her soul had left her body, guessing that something interesting must have happened on this trip. Lin Feng watched Xiao Budian hugging Xiao Jin. Suddenly, he heard the system announce the start of the new monthly draw. Since the time spent in the celestial column cave counted, it showed the system was synchronized with his own timeline. Lin Feng replied, "Let's try a draw right now." His gaze landed on 4 words, Fate's Seal Windstone. He realized it was a prototype for a magic treasure. He was determined to get it. The system congratulated the host on receiving the Fate's Seal Windstone. He looked at the spirit stone in his hand, feeling its incredible power. If this were refined into a treasure, who knows how much power it would require. Feng Ning stepped forward and asked Xiao Budian to return Xiao Jin, but the boy brushed her off, telling her not to call him senior brother. Then he held Xiao Jin up and said he was just borrowing it to play for a few days. Feng Ning explained anxiously, "Xiao Jin has a blood contract with her, and their minds are linked." Xiao Budian hugged Xiao Jin tightly. He knew that, and he wouldn't hurt it. It's just that its ability to find things is amazing. He just wanted to borrow it for a few days. And while he was at it, he encouraged Feng Ning to stay. Feng Ning looked at Xiao Jin and jokingly asked if it was planning to sell her off too. Xiao Jin, dizzy for being tossed around, replied that it was impossible. If you want to understand, just look at Sect Master Lin. It explained that even with help, Yu Hongyan had to use her own methods to subdue the void-gashing gale. Feng Ning turned to look at Lin Feng and Yu Hongyan. Lin Feng asked Yu Hongyan who had given her this item in the past. Yu Hongyan paused and said it was given to her by someone from her past. She handed Lin Feng a bracelet. He realized the void-gashing gale was contained within the bracelet, which wasn't even a magic treasure, yet could still hold it. Xiao Budian chimed in, praising how the bracelet was originally pure white. But after putting the void-gashing gale inside, it turned a deep, dark red. Lin Feng recognized it as a characteristic of Void Spirit Jade, which can contain all things. And once something is inside, it cannot escape on its own. Lin Feng returned the bracelet to Yu Hongyan. He thought to himself that while Void Spirit Jade seals things inside, it's easily broken by outside force. It needs another layer of protection. Lin Feng explained that Void Spirit Jade is a fine treasure, and told Yu Hongyan to keep using it. If she absorbed the void-gashing gale, it could help her break through to the late Foundation establishment stage. She asked her master to protect her during the process. Without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately began. His divine sense entered Yu Hongyan's spiritual platform, revealing a towering, majestic pagoda. Flames flicker and dance atop the tower. A wave of crimson skulls prepares to rain down. Chunks of gang elemental energy fall away in layers. Lin Feng nods, realizing Hongyan's fire tribute mana has successfully refined this portion. The power is immense, yet countless imprisoned souls still await their liberation. The flames roar to life, incinerating everything in their path. Lin Feng observes the process closely. Before their transcendence, the souls transform into condensed energy to aid Hongyan's flames. This causes her mana to grow exponentially stronger. The fire blazes so fiercely that a cauldron is slowly beginning to take shape. Lin Feng is genuinely impressed. The harmony of wind and fire is forming a natural pill cauldron. But moments later, the cauldron suddenly explodes. Yin opens her eyes. I've reached the late foundation establishment stage, she exclaims, unable to hide her excitement. Lin Feng nods approvingly. Not bad at all. Xiao Jin sends a telepathic message to Feng Ling. The master of the celestial sect really does protect his disciples as much as the rumors say. The treasures here are practically endless. Sticking with a backer like this is a real bargain. Feng Ling claps in total agreement. With perks like these, being a follower is definitely worth it. Just then, someone sends a telepathic message to Lin Feng, asking for consultation. Lin Feng sends a reply. He hears from Song Fu that the Great Qin Empire has sent an envoy to Shazhou City, requesting contact through the Pavilion of Offerings. He agrees to head over immediately. With that settled, Lin Feng takes to the sky. He gazes down from high above. Song Fu and another man clasp their hands in greeting. Lin Feng descends to meet them. When he gets a clear look at the other man, he's startled to realize he recognizes him. Zhichang bows and introduces himself. He currently serves as a retainer in the estate of the 5th Chancellor. Lin Feng is surprised that a mere foundation establishment cultivator will be sent to receive the celestial sect of wonders. It shows just how much trust is placed in him. Lin Feng nods and appoints Zhi Chang as his guide. The man respectfully explains that he will be in charge of hosting them for the Desolate Sea Dharma Conference. Song Fu smiles, saying his mission is complete, and takes his leave. Lin Feng nods his thanks. Lin Feng asks which other sects have been invited. Zhi Chang hesitates, claiming he isn't entirely sure. Lin Feng frowns, sensing there's no need for such secrecy. Zhi Chang quickly adds that his knowledge is limited. Aside from the Celestial Sect of Wonders, only 4 other sects were invited. He explains that first is the Radiant Sword Sect, along with the Sun-Moon Sword Sect, both of which belong to the Sword Path. They are both members of the Nine Heaven Sword Alliance. Zhi Chang explains that the Sun-Moon Sword Sect is exceptionally powerful. They are divided into 2 paths, Solar Brilliance and Lunarescence. When their swords combine, the power they unleash is often far more than just double their individual strength. The man continues. The Northern Rome Royal Court, along with Great Zhou and Great Qin, are the major powers of the North. Their strength is equal to that of a great empire. They can even rival the heaven-reaching sword sect, and they are significantly stronger than the Radiant Sword Sect. Lin Feng thinks to himself, Great Qin inviting Northern Rome to the conference is a clear signal of confrontation. Because for the Qin court, Northern Rome has always been a key factor. Zhi Chang sighs softly. The final invitee is the Hua clan, one of the 4 great families of Great Qin. Lin Feng falls into contemplation. Among the 4 great families, the Hua clan is the closest to the imperial family. The Yu clan, on the other hand, are their mortal enemies. And because the Shi clan is linked to the Yu clan by marriage, they aren't on good terms either. Recalling the scene at Cloud Walking Peak, the conflict between Wu Qingru and Kai Chongyun was already blatant. Logically, he should be leaning toward the great noble families. But the invitation list doesn't reflect that. He knits his brows. This kind of hesitation and flip-flopping isn't his style at all. Lin Feng asks Zhi Chang, aside from the Hua clan, were the other 3 families invited? Zhi Chang shakes his head. As far as I know, they were not. This makes Lin Feng even more confused. He deduces 3 possibilities. First, the emperor himself has placed direct pressure on Wu Qingru. After all, the one with ultimate power is still the Qin emperor. He strokes his chin. The second possibility is that Wu Qingru has secretly compensated those 3 families through some other means. Then he considers the third possibility. Lin Feng's brow furrows deeply. That is the outcome he wants the least. He continues by asking Zhi Chang for the specific time of the conference. 7 days from now, the man replies. Lin Feng nods. He tells the man to stay at the foot of Mount Yujing for now. When the time comes, he will lead his disciples down together. Zhi Chang clasps his hands and withdraws. Lin Feng ponders his options. He must bring Zhu Yi along for this trip to the Desolate Sea. Otherwise, the only ones left in the sect would be the younger Jinan disciples. They aren't stable enough yet. Zhu Yi is currently in charge of teaching the new disciples. It makes sense to call him over first. No sooner said than done. Lin Feng immediately contacts Zhu Yi. He asks him to make a trip to Mount Yujing. Zhu Yi responds instantly. Right away, master. After hearing the plan, Zhu Yi says he also wishes to travel to the ancient desolate sea. As for the new disciples, there's no need to worry. He'll leave behind a few lessons for them to contemplate on their own. With Mr. Kong and Mr. Miao watching over them, nothing will go wrong. Lin Feng nods. The only thing is, Miao hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Just then, a sudden vibration echoes through the air. Lin Feng looks up. Speak of the devil, and he breaks through. A pillar of light shoots straight into the sky along the tree trunk. Sure how I've been cultivating on a branch. His tiny avatar merges back into his main body. He jumps down to the ground and asks respectfully, Is the sect master back? Were you waiting specifically for me to finish my seclusion? Lin Feng gives a faint smile. He tells him he doesn't have time to wait around. He's just here to announce the Desolate Sea Dharma Conference and let him know he's taking Little E along. Sure how nods. With him and Manhwa looking after the new disciples, there's nothing to fret about. Outside Yuzhou City, the Black Dragon, Jieyong, carries Lin Feng's group through the clouds. As they enter the city, Lin Feng says in a low voice that there is a primordial spirit powerhouse in the city. A man riding a sword appears in front of the Black Dragon. He calls out a greeting, asking which fellow Taoist has arrived. The old man suddenly realizes something. He stares at the Black Dragon and his tone shifts. He asks if they are from the celestial sect of wonders. The Black Dragon nods. He asks in return if the old man is from the Hua clan. Jieyong's blunt response displeases the old man. He thinks the master of the celestial sect is being far too arrogant to not even show his face for the Desolate Sea Dharma Conference. Does he really trust his disciples that much? The little guy bursts out laughing. This immediately enrages the old man. He barks at him, demanding how a brat dares to be so disrespectful to a senior. The little guy just stares back in silence. His calm, indifferent gaze actually rattles the old man. This kid's state of mind is incredibly solid. Lin Feng observes the man before him. He evaluates that while the legendary Hua clan's Azura path is strong, it still has its limits. It belongs to the path of pure slaughter. Legends say the Hua clan's Azura world-destroying saber and the god-killing gate's heaven-defying absolute sword are the ultimate pair. They are arguably the two most murderous divine abilities in the Grand Divine Land today. Lin Feng glances at the little guy. The boy sticks his tongue out at the old man. He tells him to open his eyes and look closely. My master is standing right in front of you. Who are you calling a ghost? The old man is stunned. He stares intently at Lin Feng. This man isn't showing a single ripple of mana. He feels completely unfathomable. The man's face turns pale. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remains perfectly composed with a relaxed smile. The old man tries to use his bloodlust to probe him, but he can't even pierce through the Black Dragon's protective barrier. He is completely blocked out. He starts to feel a sense of defeat. Lin Feng simply waves his hand slightly. The oppressive bloodlust instantly vanishes. Right then, a sharp shout rings out, telling the old man to get lost and to stop embarrassing himself. Lin Feng calmly asks if he is speaking to the Azura Taoist, Huaxiao. He introduces himself as Lin Feng, master of the celestial sect. A rift appears in the sky. Huaxiao steps out from the void. He greets Lin Feng and identifies himself. Lin Feng nods in return. Huaxiao is the head of the Hua clan. 1,000 years ago, he had already reached the peak stage below the primordial spirit realm. Huaxiao modestly says it's just an empty title. He asks Sect Master Lin to forgive his junior's transgression. Lin Feng smiles, but doesn't offer a verbal reply. He realizes Huaxiao has already transcended the shackles of the Azura arts. He has reached a realm where his killing intent can be released or retracted at will. Huaxiao turns to leave. He says he will be staying in the city for a few more days. Sect Master Lin, please feel free to act as you wish. With those words, he vanishes. Lin Feng clicks his tongue. He remarks that Huaxiao is quite an interesting character. He's likely on the verge of a breakthrough. I'll see you again at the Desolate Sea Dharma Conference. The Black Dragon quickly brings everyone to their destination. As soon as they enter the city, Lin Feng notices something unusual. The Hua clan disciples are all being forced to suppress their murderous aura. Using this method to temper one's character is a masterstroke by Huaxiao. Wang Lin and the little guy go out for a walk. The noisy shouts of street vendors fill the air. The streets are bustling with people coming and going. Wang Lin observes his surroundings. While the two of them are shopping, someone is secretly watching them from a street corner. Wang Lin's back catches the person's eye. The watcher grinds his teeth in suppressed rage. He's in total shock. There's no mistake. That's Wang Lin, clan brothers. He was once a complete nobody. Wang Zhuo remembered all too well how pathetic Wang Lin's talent used to be. Back then, at the Hung Yu sect, the sect had rejected him before he could even take the entrance exam. He only got in after desperately jumping off a cliff to prove his resolve. How could someone like that ever stand alongside a true genius? Wang Zhuo's face gradually turned pale. The Hung Yu sect had been forced to disband. He and his fellow disciples had transferred to the Xin Dao sect. But Wang Lin hadn't. Now, Wang Zhuo, the self-proclaimed genius, was still stuck in the qi refining stage. Thinking back to the past, Wang Lin had been the laughingstock of the Hung Yu sect. Yet here he was, already a foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Zhuo appeared over the wall. Suddenly, he realized Wang Lin had vanished. He saw a figure round a corner and immediately gave chase. But when he looked around, no one was there. Suddenly, a hand reached out from in front of him. It grabbed Wang Zhuo by the collar with pinpoint accuracy and hoisted him into the air. Wang Lin spoke, calling out Wang Zhuo's name. The other man remained silent. His mind was in a total tailspin. He couldn't understand how someone once considered trash could reach foundation establishment so quickly. Wang Lin let go and said calmly, "It's been a long time. How have you been lately?" Wang Zhuo looked a bit flustered. It really has been a long time. Just then, someone else stepped out from behind him. The newcomer was Hua Shun, the 17th. "So this is where you were, Wang Zhuo. Is this the Wang Lin you were talking about? Your star clan brother?" Wang Zhuo replied, "Yes, 17th young master. This is Wang Lin, my clan brother." Wang Lin observed the newcomer, a descendant of the Hua family. It seemed Wang Zhuo was now being patronized by the Hua family. Hua Shan gave a contemptuous smirk. "Judging by your vital energy, I bet your actual age is nearing middle age." Wang Zhuo interjected, "But you only left 2 years ago. You must have entered a time-accelerated grotto, spending 10 or even dozens of years just to reach the early foundation establishment stage." He released a surge of murderous intent toward Wang Lin to test him. Rumor has it that the disciples of the master of the celestial sect are all monsters. Looks like that's all there is to it. In the end, rumors are just rumors. Wang Lin stood his ground, unfazed. Late foundation establishment, and his core quality is likely not low at all. That indifferent attitude annoyed Hoshan. He deliberately raised his voice. "What's the point of acting so tough?" Just then, a voice transmission rang in his ear. 17th. "What's going on?" The one approaching was Hua Ming, the second young master of the Hua family. Hua Shen called out, "Second brother." Wang Lin continued to observe quietly. Late gold core stage. Only one step away from the nascent soul stage. If the Hua family ranks people by strength, it's no wonder this man is second. The other side had the advantage in numbers. At that moment, someone stepped forward and patted Wang Lin on the shoulder. Chu Yi appeared behind him. "Third junior brother, did you run into some old rivals?" Hua Ming's eyes suddenly sharpened. An oppressive aura radiated from him. It spread throughout the entire town. Chu Yi gave a faint smile. "Does someone from the Hua family want to spar?" "I'm not particularly interested, but I can entertain you." Hua Ming sneered. "Even if it means defying the Ancestor's orders, I wouldn't mind. I'll just kill you and accept my punishment later." Just as his power surged, the voice of a Hua family elder boomed out. "Hua Ming, Hua Shun, get back here this instant. Unless you want to die. The Baron C. Dharma Conference will give you plenty of chances to fight." Hua Ming's group flew off. Before leaving, he threw out one last taunt. "Consider yourselves lucky. Others from your generation have already reached the gold core stage. Yet you're still wasting time at early foundation establishment. Was all that cultivation fed to the dogs?" Chu Yi exhaled sharply, gritting his teeth. Wang Lin patted his shoulder. "The Baron C. Dharma Conference is where we'll get our chance." Inside an inn in Shuzhou City, Lin Feng overheard Hua Ming's insult. The comment about Wang Lin's cultivation being fed to the dogs. He nodded with a faint smirk. "Go ahead and bark. The more you talk now, the more miserable your end will be." Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. "You little brat, you'd better start praying to every god you know. Hope you don't run into little Lin at the conference. Otherwise, He'll beat you so bad your own father won't recognize you. Right then, a knock sounded at the door. Sect Leader Lin, sorry to disturb you. An old man entered the room. He sat across from Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him. Taoist Master Lan Ting, one of the great Taoist masters of the Zishao sect. He had achieved the primordial spirit stage 1,000 years ago. There must be a reason for such a sudden visit. Lin Feng thought to himself. The Zishao sect inherited their lineage from the ancient Thunder Emperor. Their founding father was the Zishao Taoist master. They practiced the 9 heavens divine Thunder Tao, and yet they are also participating in the Barency Dharma Conference this time. Lan Ting spoke up. I heard that one of sect leader Lin's disciples practices an infinite wind and thunder technique. Its power is quite extraordinary. My sect has some uncertainties and would like to ask for your guidance. Lin Feng remained silent. Could they be after that kid's cultivation manual? Lan Ting hesitated slightly. My 2 junior brothers and I heard descriptions of it, which raised a question. I must ask sect leader Lin, has your disciple ever practiced the 9 heavens heavenly thunder true manual? Lin Feng was startled by the question. He began to recall, even though the Zishao Taoist master was the Thunder Emperor's top disciple, the 9 heavens divine thunder Tao was still incomplete. The 9 heavens heavenly thunder true manual was the branch developed to fix those flaws. As expected, the Zishao Taoist master lived up to his name as a founding ancestor. Even without the complete Tao, he managed to find a path to fill the gaps. Specifically, by using lightning tribulations to comprehend the 9 heavens divine thunder. Because of this, their scriptures are known as the Heavenly Tribulation Tao Canon. Legend has it that facing those tribulations is extremely perilous. Countless Zishao disciples have perished under the heavenly lightning. That is why they have always been searching for the missing piece of their Tao. Lin Feng frowned. But because of those repeated tribulations, Zishao cultivators are much stronger than others at the same level. Lin Feng observed Lan Ting. The Taoist master's attitude was very sincere, and the Celestial Sect of Wonders could use some allies right now. Lin Feng nodded. That's correct. I happened to come across the complete 9 heavens heavenly thunder true manual by chance. Lan Ting cupped his hands in gratitude. My sect has searched for this manual for thousands of years. Today we have finally found it. I humbly asked sect leader Lin to allow us a look. The entire Zishao sect would be eternally grateful. Lin Feng smiled. Since a friend has come knocking, he quickly produced the manual. In that case, I shall gift it to you, Taoist master. Lan Ting accepted it. This was it, the complete collection. The 9 heavens heavenly thunder true manual. Lin Feng watched him closely. Lan Ting gripped it tightly. The manual was finally in his hands. A moment later, he bowed. On behalf of my sect, I thank sect leader Lin for this immense kindness. Lin Feng nodded. A favor held in hand is the most valuable thing. Debts of gold are easy to repay, but debts of gratitude are not. He replied, as I said before, I hope our 2 sects can build a lasting legacy together. Lan Ting nodded. I'm certain my sect leader senior brother will be overjoyed to hear this. Suddenly, a shout erupted from outside. Lin Feng of the Celestial Sect. Get out here now. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. This surge of mana, it's a primordial spirit stage cultivator. The thundering sound at the door intensified. An aura rushed in, coiling around Lin Feng. He could feel the mana affecting his very soul, alternating between scorching heat and freezing cold. Lan Ting recognized the energy. It's Xiao Wei of the Tianqi sect, Lin Feng noted. Rumor has it the Tianqi sect is based at the Snowy Mountains Heavenly Pool. The area is buried in snow. It sits atop an active volcano. That's how they are able to cultivate mana that fuses ice and fire. Seeing Lin Feng remain perfectly calm, Lan Ting was impressed. Even the Tianqi sect leader's ultimate technique couldn't faze him. The Tianqi sect leader's voice boomed like thunder. I heard the disciples of the Celestial Sect claim to be invincible among their peers. So why doesn't sect leader Lin dare to come out and face me? Let's see if this invincibility is actually real. Lin Feng expanded his divine sense. He saw the Tianqi sect leader standing outside the inn. Xiao Wei was flaunting his overwhelming presence. Lin Feng recalled that he had no previous grievances with the Tianqi sect. Was he being egged on by someone else? Or did the man just find him annoying? Xiao Wei stood outside. Lin Feng frowned. This is the signature technique of the Tianchi sect. Ice Flame. Chao Wei sneered. Is sect leader Lin too scared to come out? He flew up into the sky. He raised his hand and unleashed a move. Ice Flame Rain of Fire. The people in the city panicked at the sight. This is a major battle. Get back. Massive blocks of ice are plummeting down, smashing roof tiles everywhere. Chao Wei stands high above, savoring the spectacle. A relentless storm of ice hails down on Lin Feng's in. Lin Feng lightly raises his hand and clenches it into a fist. The ice blocks, hurtling like arrows, suddenly crash to the ground. Chao Wei's expression darkens. My fire rain has been neutralized. A rift suddenly tears open in midair. Just as Chao Wei's glacial flame draws near, the shattered universe bursts forth from the rift. His pupils shrink in shock. That's the chaotic power of the four elements. The shattered universe tears through the air, heading straight for Chao Wei. He tenses up. He's using the collapse of the void to attack. Chao Wei quickly forms hand signs for a defensive barrier. He pours all his strength into blocking Lin Feng's ferocious strike. Chao Wei is in utter disbelief. Lin Feng takes a sip of tea. Perhaps I should test my new spells on him. Outside, Chao Wei is still struggling to hold his ground. Lin Feng chuckles to himself. Is the casting speed of the primordial spirit stage really this slow? Watching Chao Wei fumble in such a clumsy state is almost comical. Lin Feng closes his eyes, preparing for another move. A vortex suddenly appears in the sky. An old man manifests. He speaks, stating that this gathering was meant for disciples to learn from one another. Why did the two sect leaders strike first? The newcomer is Taoist Master Chongluo of the Great Qin dynasty. He smiles warmly, asking both sides to show respect to Great Qin. Lin Feng steps forward to return the greeting. You are too kind, Taoist Master Chongluo. The other man returns the smile. Taoist Master Chongluo turns to greet Chao Wei. Sect leader Chao, it has been a long time. Chao Wei nods in response. Lin Feng quietly assesses the situation. Taoist Master Chongluo wouldn't just appear for no reason. If that's the case, where are Great Qin's other primordial spirit powerhouses? He smirks. It seems this sea of wasteland gathering won't be simple at all. Great Qin's ambitions are quite large indeed. At that moment, two more sect leaders appear behind Taoist Master Chongluo. One asks sect leader Chao if he plans to level the entire city of Luzhou. Lin Feng looks at the one who just spoke. It's Riyao, sword master of the Sun Moon Sword sect. Even without a dual cultivation partner, his own strength is formidable. Taoist Master Chongluo strokes his beard, trying to mediate. I hope you two will give me face. The ancient wasteland realm is about to open. It is time for the gathering to officially begin. Please, let us head to the North Wind Sea together. Lin Feng nods in agreement. It's only right to follow the host's lead. Internally, he curses the troublemakers. I really wanted to try out my new technique. On the streets of Luzhou City, the Tianchi sect and the Northern Rome royal court are in a heated clash. Lin Feng catches sight of his three disciples lurking behind the crowd. What kind of trouble are these three little terrors planning now? The sect leaders follow Taoist Master Chongluo, observing the situation from above. Taoist Master Chongluo sighs. Your Highness, worthy king of the left, you should restrain your clansmen. Otherwise, Great Qin's Luzhou city will be reduced to rubble. The worthy king laughs loudly, asking for forgiveness. He admits his subordinates were being reckless. The worthy king of the left of the Northern Rome royal court appears. Lin Feng is startled by the sight. This man's physical strength even surpasses my war god clone. He silently evaluates him. Typically, primordial spirit cultivators merge their nascent soul with the avatar of heaven and earth. They no longer prioritize the physical body. But the Northern Rome's worthy king of the left seems to be doing the opposite. He's merging his physical body with his primordial spirit avatar. Legend says the Divine Land's human race once had a peak body-tempering art from the Great Thunderclap Temple. At the primordial spirit stage, they forge a golden body. It's completely different from a standard avatar. I wonder if he's following the same path. Lin Feng continues to observe in secret. The two sides seem to have a long-standing grudge. I'm just not sure what caused it this time. The worthy king smiles and asks Taoist Master Chongluo for leniency. The Northern Rome have raised horses for generations, so the younger ones can be a bit crude. He adds, ordinary mortals raise common horses. But cultivators raise dark, cloud, wind chaser spirit beasts. To them, these creatures are like family. They weather the storms and snow with the northern realm. The worthy king says angrily, "And now, some greedy person has stolen their spirit beasts. How can we just let that go?" Taoist Master Changluo is taken aback. "Your dark cloud wind chasers are missing?" Chao Wei sneers sarcastically. "You can't even watch your own horses, yet you blame others?" He speaks rapidly. "Who knows if those horses just ran off on their own? You pin everything on the Tianqi sect. If you want to pick a fight, just do it. Don't make up excuses." The worthy king grits his teeth. He shouts that the Tianqi sect is brave enough to do it, but too cowardly to admit it. The northern realm tracked them to Tianqi sect territory and found the dark cloud wind chasers mixed in with the inner courtyard herd. The worthy king asserts loudly, "You were caught red-handed. There's no denying it." Lin Feng sighs. The noise never ends. Lin Feng sends a telepathic message to the kids below, telling them to retreat. "You can't win this fight." Xiao Budian whispers to Tunton and Fengling, "We've been spotted. Let's get out of here." They all sneak away, one after another. Xiao Budian sends a message back to Lin Feng. "Don't worry, master. Their sect leader is too busy to cause trouble now." Lin Feng smiles. "Since when did you learn how to share my burdens?" Taoist Master Changluo speaks up to mediate. The worthy king waves him off, saying he knows his limits. The worthy king clears his throat. "We're both guests today. I don't want to argue anymore. The Sea of Wasteland gathering is about to start soon. Let the disciples from both sides settle this in a match. Do you have the guts?" Chao Wei asks what there is to be afraid of. The worthy king points and says if they're drawn to face each other, the winner takes all. If we win, the past is forgiven. If you lose, you must apologize publicly and return the spirit beasts. If you're too scared to decide, go back and ask the two elders of Ice and Fire. I can wait. Chao Wei scoffs with contempt. Lin Feng is speechless as he watches the tension between the two. The northern realm's worthy king of the left looks crude, but his words are full of calculation. Though Chao Wei is the leader of the Tianqi sect, he doesn't have absolute power. There are still two grand elders above him. However, the two elders of Ice and Fire haven't meddled in worldly affairs for a long time. The worthy king says this is just a matter between the northern realm and the Tianqi sect. There's no need to disturb the two seniors yet. Taoist Master Chengluo invites everyone to the Northwind Sea as the ancient wasteland realm is about to open. Everyone departs on clouds. Lin Feng looks down. The Northwind Sea is a vast, endless expanse of deep blue. Below, two elders are already waiting. One is Taoist Master Zhugeguang. The other is Prince An Liang, Shi Zongyue of Great Qin. Lin Feng observes. His cultivation level is higher than the others. He has surpassed the early stage of the primordial spirit and entered the avatar stage. Shi Zongyue cups his hands in greeting. "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for attending the Sea of Wasteland gathering hosted by Great Qin. It is truly an honor." Riyao returns the greeting from above. "You are too humble, Prince An Liang." Lin Feng glances over. Shi Zongyue is an imperial prince of Great Qin, the emperor of Qin's uncle. He holds immense status within the royal family. Shi Zongyue looks at Lin Feng and smiles. "Sect leader Lin, your reputation has grown quite large lately." Lin Feng replies calmly. "It's just that young people these days lack respect for their elders." He stays on high alert. This is clearly a probe. "But I won't fall for these games." Shi Zongyue laughs. "How interesting." He continues. "Just like in previous years, we will use the Hidden Dragon Lake as the arena. It's set up here at the Northwind Sea. Does anyone have any objections?" Lin Feng shakes his head. The Hidden Dragon Lake is a treasure of the Great Qin imperial family. It opens an independent pocket dimension, shrunk down 1,000 times. It has always been used for the Sea of Wasteland gathering. Disciples from various powers enter to fight and compete. There is a protective seal within the lake. If a lethal blow is struck, it will automatically activate to save the victim. Shi Zongyue takes out the Hidden Dragon Lake. With a shout of "Rise!" the lake immediately expands. The rules remain the same. To enter the ancient wasteland realm, one must reach a certain rank. It's divided into the Golden Core stage and Foundation Establishment stage. Each power sends 4 people per level. Matches are determined by drawing lots. Shi Zongyue turns to Riyao. "Will the Sun Moon Sword sect be participating as usual?" Lin Feng frowns. The Sun and Moon union of the Sun-Moon Sword sect is too powerful, so they've always fought solo in the past. But this year, he suggests changing the rules. Shi Zongyue looks at him and asks what he has in mind. Lin Feng explains, allow the Sun-Moon Sword sect to have 2 participants per match. If drawn, they can choose a teammate. A 2-on-2 battle. For both Golden Core and Foundation Establishment, they enter the Ancient Realm together. At the same time, if anyone defeats the Sun-Moon duo, they earn an extra slot for their own sect. Shi Zongyue considers it and realizes it benefits both sides, so he nods in agreement. After it's approved, Lin Feng adds that this time, the Celestial Sect of Wonders has 2 Golden Core disciples and 3 Foundation Establishment disciples. As soon as he finishes, Shi Zongyue, along with the leaders of the Liuguang Sword Sect and Tianqi Sect, are all stunned. Shi Zongyue chuckled and said it was no big deal. We will let the luck of the draw decide. Even the ranking of those eliminated will be based on these results. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Shi Zongyue told everyone to mingle and wait for the drawing to begin. Just then, someone approached to mock the youngsters. Is Tao Ye not coming? You lot are decent enough, I suppose. Tun Tun turned to look at her. I wonder what humans taste like. Tao Yao Yao flared up, bringing up the time the Tao Tai devoured the spirit crane at Cloud Step Peak. We still haven't settled that debt. Tun Tun just stuck out his tongue and made a face. Tao Yao Yao turned to leave, letting out a cold huff. You'd better hope you run into me. Zhao Yin stepped forward to offer an apology. Please excuse my senior sister's temperament. I hope you all won't take it to heart. The little guy asked if he was the head disciple of the Radiant Sword Sect's inner circle. Zhao Yin nodded, then added a clarification. Above me, there's the true eldest senior sister, Tao Yao Yao. She was the first to reach the Golden Core stage. Her name was famous hundreds of years ago. Back then, she once used her Golden Core cultivation to slay a nascent soul expert. Someone behind him confirmed that the legend was true. However, Tao Yao Yao suffered heavy injuries because of that battle. Her Golden Core was fractured. It took many years of secluded recovery before she finally got better. She came to the Desolate Sea Ancient Realm, this time specifically to repair her Golden Core. Xingyun turned her gaze toward the little guy. Tianhao, she said with a smile. It really has been a long time. The last time I saw you, you were only this big. The little guy replied irritably, saying he couldn't even remember what she looked like. Xingyun teased him. Well, you were still a nursing baby back then. Tun Tun stood by, completely speechless. To be fair, he still drinks milk even now. The little guy suddenly asked a question. Are you a member of the royal family? Xingyun nodded, confirming his suspicion. I am sure, Xingyun. Technically, I am your elder cousin. The little guy gave a formal bow. So it's Princess Xingyun. Sure, Tianhao greets you. Xingyun added a reminder. She would be one of their main rivals at the Desolate Sea Grand Assembly. The little guy looked at her curiously. If we're talking about rivals, don't you count yourself? Xingyun smiled. Tianhao, besides fellow Taoist Zhu Yi here, there are 3 others you should worry about. I only count as half a rival, she explained. Tao Yao Yao takes up 1 spot. Then there's a pair of sword lovers from the Sun-Moon Sword sect. When those 2 combine their strength, they are as one. Xingyun looked up at the sky. The last one should be appearing any moment now. Right then, Venerable Chongluo called out the announcement. The first round begins. Yu Hongyan of the Celestial Sect of Wonders versus Yang Hao of the Heaven's Finger Sect. Inside the Hidden Dragon Lake. Hongyan sent her opponent flying with a single kick. She didn't even need to use much of her strength. Venerable Chongluo announced the result. Celestial Sect of Wonders. Yu Hongyan is the winner. Hongyan quickly exited the Hidden Dragon Lake. Lin Feng fell into thought. Wang Lin and Yang Qing had both been knocked out this round. Yet all 3 Foundation Establishment disciples had made it into the top 16. He glanced over at Yang Qing. He realized the boy was holding back too much. He lacked confidence. He needed more encouragement. Lin Feng stepped forward and patted his shoulder. I can protect you for a moment. I could even protect you for a lifetime. But is that truly the path you desire? Avoiding hardship might mean less danger. But it also means you will never achieve excellence. Yang Qing nodded. I understand, Master. I will give it my all. I won't let our sect down. Lin Feng leaned down to look Yang Qing in the eye. It's not about me being embarrassed. Think of the Cloudwater Cave. Think of the people you still hold dear. Yang Qing replied softly, admitting his perspective had been wrong. Please rest easy, Master. Lin Feng closed his eyes. The boy's journey of will was still long, but it was a price worth paying. He immediately transferred a bit of foundational energy to Yangqing. Consider this technique a branch of our sex path. How much you grasp depends entirely on you. Yangqing nodded vigorously. Thank you, master. Huoming stood nearby, sneering. 3 spots, and the celestial sect of wonders already lost 2. What grand skill you have? He laughed triumphantly. You'd better pray your luck holds out in the next round. Wang Lin stepped forward. The second round is starting. Everyone, please draw for your opponents. The announcement rang out. Huoming of the Hua family against Chunming of the Radiant Sword sect. Wang Lin of the Celestial Sect of Wonders against Shi of the Great Qin. Lin Feng patted Wang Lin on the shoulder. He reminded him to keep a steady mindset. Don't let those provocations get to you. Wang Lin said in a low, heavy voice. I'm going to block him from the top 8. I'll snuff out his every hope. Lin Feng broke into a slight sweat. Looks like that Hua kid is in for some bad luck. But he still advised him. Remember, there's a protection mechanism in the Hidden Dragon Lake. Things will be different once we reach the Desolate Sea Ancient Realm. Wang Lin nodded. You're right, master. Now I actually hope he manages to make the top 8. Lin Feng cautioned. Don't worry about others. Just focus on getting into the top 8 yourself first. Wang Lin tapped his chest, giving his word. Wang Lin kicked off and leaped into the air. He dove straight into the Hidden Dragon Lake. The match officially began. Inside, Wang Lin fought with extreme caution. Lin Feng watched intently. This kid is pacing himself well. He's hiding his trump cards while he fights. He's the classic wolf in sheep's clothing type. He turned to look at Zhu Yi and Hong Yin behind him. These two explode with full power the moment the match starts. They end things as fast as possible so the opponent can't even play their best cards. Lin Feng, then, thought of Xiaoyan, a master of hiding his skills until the perfect moment to explode. Then he thought of the little guy. Lin Feng felt a bit helpless. This kid fights entirely on whim and instinct. Yangqing acts rarely, but he has the aura of one who strikes last to seize victory. Inside the Hidden Dragon Lake, Wang Lin suddenly unleashed a full power strike. His opponent was knocked back. Exhausted of all mana, the opponent immediately conceded. The referee declared Wang Lin the winner. He politely replied that it was a good match. Wang Lin flew out of the Hidden Dragon Lake. As he passed Huoming, he heard him mutter that he was useless. He didn't respond. But Huoming kept up the attack, saying he wasn't nearly the strong back in Xiaozhou. Or maybe he was just relying on talismans and artifacts. Wang Lin replied calmly. I hope you make it into the top 8 too. Huoming waved him off. You don't need to worry about that. Seems the royal family is nothing but trash. His opponent was driven mad with rage. Huoming smirked arrogantly. Just then, a cold voice spoke up. Trash, you say? The newcomer was Xiaoqian. With a flick of his eyes, he delivered a powerful slap that sent the other guy flying. How embarrassing, he said indifferently. Xiaoqian introduced himself with a bright smile. I am Xiaoqian. I look forward to learning from you, 2 fellow Taoists later. Huoming frowned. This person's aura is even more terrifying than a golden core demon commander. And yet, he's clearly still in the foundation establishment stage. Wang Lin nodded in response. There will be an opportunity. Xiaoqian narrowed his eyes. Of course. The little guy cheered, congratulating his 3rd senior brother on the win. Wang Lin smiled back. Don't look down on me anymore, kid. Then he looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. Wang Lin stared intently at the newcomer. Fang Zhong rubbed his chin. I was interested in you before. Now, not so much. You were holding back in that last match. But if that's all you're hiding, you're not worth my time. He narrowed his eyes. His gaze shifted toward Hong Yan. He seemed more interested in the person beside her. The little guy immediately stepped in front of Hong Yan. Seeing your sister, let me handle him. The boy unleashed a heavy pressure, staring directly at Fang Zhong. Tell me, do you have a death wish? Fang Zhong shuddered. You. Suddenly, someone else appeared to block the way, warning the little guy to watch his words. This isn't a place where you can just act out. The newcomer was Mu Jihai, a disciple of the Heaven's Finger sect. He looked down on the little guy, assuming he only dared to be arrogant because his master was backing him. But there are some people you just don't provoke. The little guy looked at him with a chilling gaze. I'm only going to say this once. If you dare say another word against my senior sister, you're dead. Mu Jihai took a step forward. Then I'd really like to give it a try. But someone called him back. Junior brother Mu. Bring junior brother Fong back with you. The next round is about to begin. Mu Jihai gave a quick nod of acknowledgement. The two of them left together and returned to the Heavenly Lake sect side. Someone behind them began to introduce the newcomers. That man leading them is Song Qingyuan. He's the most outstanding young disciple of the Heavenly Lake sect. But he's a man who speaks like a saint while harboring the heart of a viper. Incredibly devious. Hong Yin and the little guy walked back over. Yu Kuan from the Northern Barong introduced himself. Any enemy of the Heavenly Lake sect is a friend of mine. The little guy nodded in agreement. He then asked if he could have a few of those dark cloud wind-sprinting beasts. Yu Kuan laughed and replied, "You certainly have a good eye. Those are the most resilient long-distance mounts in all of Northern Barong." Huoming cut in with a sarcastic sneer. "How can flowers raised in a greenhouse even compare to someone like me, who has waded through mountains of corpses and seas of blood?" By the time he turned his head back, he had already defeated his opponent. Elder Zhang Luo announced the start of the next round. Yang Qing of the Celestial Sect of Wonders versus Fang Zhong of the Heavenly Lake Sect. Fang Zhong let out a mocking laugh. Out of everyone in the Celestial Sect, this one is the most boring opponent. I'll crush him first and then figure out what's next. Yang Qing bit his lip nervously. Seeing this, Chao Wei thought triumphantly to himself. With a mindset like that, he'll never amount to anything. Lin Feng looked at Yang Qing. Right now, this kid has an absolute reason why he cannot lose. Chao Wei turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Do you have the guts to place a wager with me?" Lin Feng countered with a question. "A wager on what?" Chao Wei replied, "On our disciples. On who wins and who loses." The disciples of the Heavenly Lake sect suddenly grew excited. Now, this is getting interesting. Xian Liang looked at Chao Wei. He reminded him that he was also a sect leader of the primordial spirit stage. "Don't you care about your dignity at all?" Everyone exchanged glances. It was obvious Chao Wei saw Yang Qing was in a bad state and wanted to bully him. He gave a faint, cold smile. If Lin Feng doesn't dare to accept, it just proves that even the master doesn't think much of his own disciple. Bai Zongyue brushed his fingers over his zither and asked, "How does sect leader Lin intend to handle this?" Lin Feng replied, "Using disciples as gambling chips is no different from treating them like prize-fighting roosters." Chao Wei spoke up. "The stakes from both of us will ultimately belong to the winning disciple." Lin Feng looked at him. "It seems you set your sights on something in my possession." Chao Wei admitted it bluntly. "I've heard you have the Fire Ice Essence fruit. If Fang Zhong wins, I want that as the prize." Lin Feng was slightly suspicious. He had obtained that item from the system after reaching the Golden Core stage. How did Chao Wei know about it? He nodded, confirming he did indeed have the Fire Ice Essence fruit. But he asked in return, "And what are you putting up?" Chao Wei said, "I assume you've heard of the Heavenly Lake Sect's Gale Ice Dew." Lin Feng shook his head, saying that wasn't enough. Chao Wei immediately increased it to 50, then 100 drops. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Deep down, he thought to himself, "You want to bet against me? If I lose to you, I might as well be useless." At the center of Dragon Hiding Lake, Fang Zhong stood facing Yang Qing. The atmosphere was thick with tension. He folded his hands into a seal and spoke in a cold voice. "I know you possess the Tying True Water. You can control water and ice. But what can you do against fire?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Zhong swung his arms, unleashing the divine technique of the Heavenly Lake sect. The glacial flame sea erupted. The glacial flame sea strike accurately locked onto Yang Qing, trapping him right in the heart of the offensive. Watching from the sidelines, Huoming furrowed his brows. "In this conference, the biggest threat to me is that Shi Tianhao from the Celestial Sect. Other than him, there's also this guy, Fang Zhong." Elder Zhang Luo smiled and commented, "For a foundation establishment cultivator, strength like this is already quite remarkable. Congratulations, sect leader Chao, on having such a talented disciple." Chao Wei replied with clear pride. "Elder Zhang Luo, you flatter him." Inside the formation, Yang Qing began to mobilize the Tying True Water. He flicked his wrist and gave a low shout. Fang Zhong, however, showed nothing but contempt. He didn't take Yang Qing seriously at all. A surge of Tying True Water rushed toward him. Fang Zhong laughed loudly in mockery. "So what if I let you cast your spell? Is this the best a disciple of the Celestial Sect can do? You're nothing but a loudmouth loser." Yang Qing wasn't shaken by the insults. He remained focused and continue to channel his technique. The Tying True water suddenly exploded with immense power. Yang Qing's hands trembled slightly from the sheer pressure. Fang Zhong grew even more arrogant. Are you scared now? Running out of tricks already? Then it's my turn. He poured his strength into driving his divine technique, his voice cold. Get a taste of my glacial flame sea. The waves of energy surged violently. Xian Liang frowned, thinking to himself, the next generation of the Heavenly Lake sect is truly extraordinary. I'm afraid Lin Feng's disciple won't be able to withstand this. Chao Wei turned and smiled at Lin Feng. Sect leader Lin. There are some things that simply cannot be avoided. I'm afraid your fire ice essence fruit is about to belong to my sect. Lin Feng nodded in approval. You're right. There are things you just can't run from. I couldn't agree more. Within Dragon Hiding Lake, Yang Qing's gaze sharpened. The Tying True water wrapped around his body like a soft silk ribbon. On the other side, Fang Zhong suddenly felt something was wrong. Something about the glacial flame sea fell off. His face turned pale. That's impossible. How could that kid possibly break through this? Fang Zhong roared at the top of his lungs. You still want to struggle? This move is useless. You can't break my glacial flame sea. At the critical moment, Yang Qing softly uttered a single word. The Tying True water instantly crushed the surrounding glacial flame sea. Fang Zhong's expression twisted. No, this can't be happening. The glacial flame sea has been neutralized. As the ice and water dissipated, Yang Qing's figure gradually emerged from behind the mist. Fang Zhong collapsed, muttering in despair. My flame sea, is it really gone? Before he could regain his senses, another wave of Tying True water came crashing down. Outside, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, Chao Wei. On behalf of my disciple, I'll thank you in advance for those 100 drops. I'll take sect leader Chao's gale ice do now. The Tying True water roared like a massive flood. When the water receded, Fang Zhong had already fainted on the spot. Elder Zhang Luo announced the result. Yang Qing is the winner of this match. Yang Qing walked out. He went forward to report to Lin Feng. Master, I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Lin Feng nodded and advised him. As I've told you before, you were already very strong. All you needed to do was make yourself even stronger. Yang Qing replied, I will definitely double my efforts, Master. Lin Feng said, Go back and rest. You've gained quite a lot from this experience. Yang Qing turned back to look at his fellow disciples. Every one of them was genuinely happy for him. Having lost the bet, Chao Wei was furious. What a great performance. You intentionally acted weak just to lure me into your trap, didn't you? Does a man of your status really play such petty games? Lin Feng laughed in response. From beginning to end, I believed my disciple would win. It was just that someone couldn't see the situation clearly and insisted on a wager. Now that you've lost, are you going to go back on your word? How unsightly. The provocation worked perfectly. Chao Wei immediately handed over the stakes. If I play, I pay. Since I dare to bet, I dare to lose. Lin Feng waved his hand, sweeping all the gale ice dew into his sleeve. Elder Zhang Luo spoke again. Next match, Yu Hongyan of the Celestial Sect versus Ping Qing of the Sun Moon Sword Sect. Hongyan asked Lin Feng, Master, am I going with third senior brother or fifth junior brother? Lin Feng shook his head. Neither. Lin Feng pointed toward Feng Ling. You're going with her. Hongyan was stunned. Even Feng Ling was dazed and blurted out in confusion. Zhu Yi suddenly understood. Master, did you allow the Sun Moon Sword Sect to have 2 participants just so you could bring Feng Ling inside? The little guy gave a dismissive smirk. What's the point of bringing her along? If it's for finding treasures, we might as well just bring that little hamster. Lin Feng shook his head and explained. It's not just because of her. There are other reasons. The hamster can find treasures, but she has her own uses as well. Hearing this, Hong Yin immediately replied, I'm going now. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures vanished. Lin Feng thought to himself, I have to make full use of her. A stroke of luck like hers can't be allowed to go to waste. Ri Yao addressed Lin Feng. Is this girl also one of sect leader Lin's personal disciples? Lin Feng shook his head. Not exactly. To be more precise, she is merely a registered disciple who attends my lectures. Ri Yao looked at Lin Feng and made a suggestion. Seeing sect leader Chao make a bet just now, I've started to feel a bit of an itch myself. I'd like to have a wager with you, sect leader Lin. I wonder what you think. Lin Feng burst out laughing. Is everyone following the path Taoists lead today? The people around them chimed in with a few playful remarks. Riao said with a smile, "It's you people who got me into the spirit of things." He looked at Lin Feng. "I'll bet on the outcome of the match between our disciples. As for the stakes, we will bet this. I hope sect leader Lin doesn't find it too meager." Riao tossed the object in his hand high into the air. Lin Feng looked up to see what it was. "It's a solar sun essence stone," he thought to himself. In the current world, the two rarest treasures richest in solar essence are the solar sun essence stone and the great solar true fire. A piece this size is enough for a nascent soul cultivator to train for several years. The Sun Moon Sword Grandmaster is certainly generous. Lin Feng considered it for a moment. Riao is different from Chao Wei. He isn't trying to be intentionally provocative. The Sun Moon Sword sect gained an advantage from the fight between those two, and he is likely just curious. In that case, I won't take any unfair advantage either. If I win, the entire reward will be given to the disciples participating in the battle. Riao nodded. That is only right. Inside Hidden Dragon Lake, the two sides stood facing each other once again. A heavy, tense atmosphere filled the air. Feng Ling panicked and tried to slip away. In this situation, it's probably safer to hide first. When Hong Yin turned around, her partner was already nowhere to be seen. The two disciples from the Sun Moon Sword sect frowned, staying on high alert. Did that girl hide herself to prepare a sneak attack? They immediately raised their guard. I bet the technique she practices is some kind of invisible, intangible form meant specifically for assassinations. Hong Yin didn't let it bother her. She drew her weapon, quickly entering her battle stance. Hong Yin gripped her long spear tightly. Her aura surged violently. The Sun Moon Sword sect disciples became even more cautious, focusing entirely on their defense. The male disciple swung his sword, unleashing a half-moon crescent. That single strike blocked Hong Yan's path forward. She immediately spun the spear in her hand, shattering the half-moon formation. The tip of her spear collided head-on with the longsword. The male disciple quickly warned his companion. "Junior sister, be careful. The other one specializes in sneak attacks." The female disciple immediately retreated. Suddenly, behind her, a rustling sound rang out. She instantly whipped her head around to check, her nerves on edge. There was no sign of Feng Ling behind her. Instead, she saw Hong Yin charging straight at her with the spear. "What are you standing there staring at?" The female disciple quickly dodged to the side. "This is bad. If she pins me down, it'll give the other one the perfect chance to strike from the shadows." The male disciple stepped in front of the female disciple. His voice was urgent. "Junior sister, get back. Watch your back." She gave a quick response and retreated, her eyes darting around anxiously, constantly scanning her surroundings. Outside, Xiao Budian watched the scene and nearly burst out laughing. Are they seriously guarding against a fake version of Feng Ling? Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation. Honestly, even being lazy requires a certain level of talent. Riao sighed. They can't lock onto their target. Lin Feng shifted his gaze toward the interior, tracking Feng Ling's movements. Feng Ling was whispering through a voice transmission to Xiao Jin. "I've completely suppressed my aura. They shouldn't be able to find me, right?" Xiao Jin quickly warned her. "Shut it. It's best if you don't even use mental transmissions." Feng Ling nodded, indicating she understood. At that exact moment, the female disciple realized the trace of the transmission had vanished. She frowned in anger. Even the last trace is gone. Where on earth is she hiding? Wang Lin let out a chuckle. "I suppose you could call this a form of psychological suppression." Yang Qing was simply speechless. This is truly making things difficult for them by accident. The disciples watching from the sidelines were all struggling to hold back their laughter. The members of the Sun Moon Sword sect looked on with darkening faces. Those two idiots. Riao's lip twitched slightly. "I'll let you all see something quite embarrassing. I really must discipline them more strictly." The male disciple swung his sword, and countless raindrops immediately began to fall from the sky. Hong Yin frowned. These golden raindrops are laced with a cold, moon-like sword light. She immediately raised her spear. The female disciple gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "Forget it. If that other one won't show her face, we'll just use our 2-on-1 advantage to finish this opponent off first." A half-moon-shaped sword intent swept across the air. The spectators all held their breath. The combination of the Sun-Moon dual swords is truly formidable. The reputation of the Sun-Moon Sword sect is certainly no exaggeration. The disciples of the Sun-Moon Sword sect finally felt they could hold their heads high. It looks like senior brother Li and senior sister Zhou are about to win. Hong Yin looked up at the downpour of sword rain. She allowed a soft smile. Then, Hong Yin gave a loud shout. Her long spear swept horizontally, blocking the entire weight of the incoming offensive. Hong Yin raised her hand, and a small cyclone quickly formed, spiraling straight forward. Outside, Riao murmured softly, "Infernal astral kill." The vortex created by the infernal astral kill grew larger and larger. The male disciple glanced at his fellow disciple. "We can't hold back anymore. If we do, she'll overwhelm us." The female disciple nodded. "We have to take this chance to end it." The two of them immediately stood back to back. Sun and moon coexistence. Harmony of yin and yang. Both swords erupted in a brilliant light simultaneously. Dual swords as one. Lin Feng observed closely. The power of these dual swords has already surpassed Wang Jiannan from Cloudwalking Peak. However, the current Yu Hong Yin is not who she was at the start either. Hong Yin spun the long spear in her hands. Her momentum continued to soar. The two disciples charged forward with their swords at the same time. Right then, Feng Ling unexpectedly let out a sneeze. The sound caused the two Sun-Moon Sword sect disciples to momentarily falter. Their offensive stalled for a split second. Feng Ling covered her mouth in shock. "Xiao Jin, oh no. I couldn't hold it back." Xiao Jin was also in a tizzy. "It's okay. It's okay." Hong Yin instantly seized the opening. She completed the Void Destruction God Spear. A surging power erupted. This single strike carried a terrifying killing intent. The two Sun-Moon Sword sect disciples had absolutely no time to react. They only saw a flash of blinding light. As Hong Yan's spear tip descended, the protective mechanism of Hidden Dragon Lake shielded the two of them. If it hadn't, they would have likely lost their lives. Hong Yin retracted her spear and stood tall. Grandmaster Zhang Luo announced, "In this match, Yu Hong Yin of the Celestial Sect of Wonders is the winner." She quickly made her way out of Hidden Dragon Lake. Cheers and applause rang out without end. Winning a 2-on-1 fight within the same cultivation realm, she's truly invincible. Hong Yin returned to report to Lin Feng. "Master." Lin Feng nodded in approval. "You did very well." Hearing that, Hong Yin couldn't hide the joy on her face. Xiao Budian patted Feng Ling on the shoulder. "You weren't bad either, even though everyone knows it wasn't on purpose." Feng Ling replied bashfully, "It was all thanks to Sister Hong Yin." Lin Feng mused to himself. Even though Feng Ling just stood by and watched, it could be considered moral support. As for Hong Yin, she was truly exceptional. She actually has the ability to carry a 2-on-1 match. Riao spoke up. "Sect leader Lin's disciples are indeed extraordinary." Riao handed the wagered item over to Lin Feng. "Fair is fair." Lin Feng took it and said, "To be fair, it was also thanks to my disciple's stroke of luck. Without the infernal astral kill, the outcome would have still been hard to call." Riao replied, "Even so, losing a 2-on-1 battle still brings shame to my Sun-Moon Sword sect." Zhong Yu said to Lin Feng, "The great solar true fire, the nether evil phoenix, the lunar true water, and now the infernal astral kill. Sect leader Lin, your disciples are truly a bunch of crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Lin Feng replied calmly, "You flatter us." Lin Feng turned to look at his disciples, only to notice Chao Wei staring intently at Xiao Budian. When their eyes met, Chao Wei quickly looked away. Lin Feng thought to himself, "What exactly is this guy plotting?" Grandmaster Zhang Luo stroked his beard and said, "All the mid-stage matches have concluded. The top 8 strongest are." He paused for a beat, then called out the names loudly. Hua Shun, Bashuiza, Mutsa Luo, Si Xiao Dao. Everyone's expressions shifted. All 3 competitors who entered the fray reached the top 8. The Celestial Sect of Wonders has claimed 3 of those spots. At Northwind Peak, Taoist Lord Chang Luo announces the roster. The top 8 of the Foundation Establishment stage are Wang Lin, Yang Qing, and Yu Hong Yin from the Celestial Sect of Wonders, Shi Shaogan of the Great Qin Empire, and Dao Yuding of the Heavenly Lake Sect. Lin Feng felt a spark of doubt. The surname Dao is truly a rare one. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward Dao Jiqiang of Great Qin, who stood behind him. His face was a mask of tension. His fists were clenched tight, refusing to let go. Lin Feng let out a faint smirk. Well, this is getting interesting. He recalled the rumors he'd heard before. The Heavenly Lake sect has a rule about severing all worldly ties. They mostly take in gifted children. Orphans are easy enough to manage. But if they have living relatives, those kin are usually dealt with in secret. If my guess is right, the connection between Dao Jiqiang and Dao Yuding is anything but simple. Lin Feng was still skeptical. This man somehow bypassed the rule of severing ties. With such a resilient and enduring spirit, he certainly won't be content staying where he is. That girl is just like Yuhanyan, not even 20 yet, and she's already reached the late foundation establishment stage. Her talent is extraordinary. She even defeated the Sun and Moon twin swords to break into the top 8. Truly impressive. Taoist Lord Changluo continued his announcement. The first match of the next round. Dao Yuding of the Heavenly Lake sect versus Jamu Jala of the Northern Baron Court. Jala flashed a wicked, sinister grin. This draw is perfect. Meanwhile, Yuding stared him down with a grim expression. Prince Xianliang looked straight at Chao Wei. Don't go saying I'm the one picking on you. I'm betting a piece of extreme Arctic iron on this match. Do you have the guts to match it? Chao Wei gave a cold chuckle. I'm only worried you'll try to back out once you lose. If you're so eager to humiliate yourself, I'll indulge you. If I win, I'm taking the Baron King's snowy tassel. Willing to bet on that? Prince Xianliang narrowed his eyes. In that case, I want your sex chilled flower demon mirror. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Prince Xianliang certainly isn't holding back with his stakes. Prince Xianliang replied flatly. His frost chill ice dew is all gone. I'm not about to wait another 10 years for him to save up again. Chao Wei nodded, accepting the wager. Listening from the side, Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation. Prince Xianliang is quite something. He managed to drag me into the line of fire, even though I'm just standing here. He looks gruff on the outside, but he's incredibly shrewd. Inside the dragon-hidden lake, Dao Yuding closed her eyes to steady her breathing. She prepared to make the first move. Jala burst into laughter. I've survived the trials of the Baron warriors. I fear no one. A sudden blast of icy frost swept over. His body instantly froze stiff, as if pinned in place. Outside, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Isn't that the Heavenly Lake sect's burning ice flower? That's a spell only a nascent soul ancestor can master. How can a mere foundation establishment cultivator pull that off? Inside the arena, Jala let out a scream of agony. Yuding controlled the frost in her hands. Her expression remained cold and indifferent. As Jala teetered on the brink of death, the dragon-hidden lake's protective mechanism was triggered. A moment later, he was blasted out of the arena. Prince Xianliang stepped forward to check on his condition. He turned to Lin Feng. Master, just what kind of technique is that burning ice flower? Lin Feng explained with interest. The chill within that white frost transforms into flames the moment it touches an opponent's mana. It uses their own mana as fuel to burn, making it impossible to extinguish. The Baron martial style uses mana to strengthen the entire body. Their mana is distributed throughout their physical forms. Getting hit by that frost is no different from setting themselves on fire. He glanced at the charge Allah on the ground. This technique is a near-perfect counter to body-refining cultivators. It's likely the secret weapon the Heavenly Lake sect uses to deal with the Baron royal court. Yang Qing asked curiously, surely a technique like that has a weakness? Wang Lin pondered for a moment before speaking. Difficulty of mastery is 1 point. But that frost doesn't move very fast. If you're on guard, you can evade it. Little Buddyin chimed in. That Baron guy wanted a close-range brawl, so he practically dove headfirst into the frost. Taoist Lord Changluo announced the next match. Round 3, second match. Yu Hongyan of the Celestial Sect versus Yang Qing of the Celestial Sect. The crowd started buzzing. The Celestial Sect of Wonders is something else. They've ended up pitted against each other already. Little Buddyin wiped his forehead. Master, did someone rig this against us? Lin Feng shook his head. No, this time it's just luck. He thought to himself. We hold 3 out of the 8 spots in the foundation stage. The probability of being drawn against each other was never low. Little Buddyin patted Yang Qing on the shoulder. 5th senior brother, are you going to forfeit to let 4th senior sister into the top 4? Yang Qing let out a long sigh. Better to keep things hidden than to expose them. It's for the best. Little Budian cried out. How can you just give up without even trying? Yang Qing covered his face and groaned. She's not a real enemy. What's the point of fighting a fellow disciple when we already know how it'll end? Lin Feng's voice grew stern. Until you actually exchange blows, nobody knows who will win. Even if you're the weaker one, you shouldn't retreat. If you have the courage to fight, you'll gain something even from defeat. Yang Qing nodded, acknowledging his mistake. Please forgive me, master. He then turned to Hong Yan. Senior sister, please grant me your guidance. Hong Yan gave a curt nod. Let's begin. Yang Qing suddenly remembered a moment on Mount Yujing while he was folding paper. Hong Yan had asked him back then, do you still enjoy these sorts of things? I'm just folding them for my junior sister to enjoy, he'd quickly explained. This was before I joined the Cloudwater Cave. He continued. Back then, my combat skills were shaky, and many people mocked me. She was the only one who didn't laugh. Instead, she stayed to patiently teach me. Hong Yan hesitated before asking more. Was she the same way? Yang Qing lowered his eyes and shook his head. The Cloudwater Cave has been burned to ash. Most of my fellow disciples are nothing more than dust and bone now. I've set up memorial tablets for everyone, but not for her. I only hope that she is still safe somewhere. Hong Yan nodded and spoke softly. I'm sure she's all right. Hong Yan raised her dual spears. Get ready, junior brother. Here I come. Hong Yan had no intention of holding back. Yang Qing calmly moved to meet her challenge. The long spear clashed against the grand lunar primordial water. Hong Yan's brow furrowed, and she paused for a moment. The flow of her spear techniques fell off. His mana is disruptive, yet hard to pin down. Hong Yan's battle halberd was ensnared by the grand lunar primordial water, forcing her to break away. Hong Yan was secretly stunned. My stance was broken before I even realized it. Fifth junior brother is a man of few words, but his methods are truly unpredictable. Hong Yan landed and immediately lunged forward with her spears once more. She charged straight at Yang Qing. Yang Qing's pupils shrank. He quickly leaned aside to evade the strike. Yang Qing gritted his teeth and told himself, Master was right. There's something to be learned even from defeat. Now I just have to give him my all. He summoned the grand lunar primordial water once more. The water sphere swelled larger and larger. Yang Qing struck out with every ounce of his strength. The grand lunar primordial water surged forward like a crashing tide. Not bad, Hong Yan praised. You've actually got some spirit in you. She unleashed her infernal gale, forming a massive vortex. The two forces of mana collided. A loud boom echoed as both forces dissipated into nothing. Hong Yan looked at Yang Qing, who was gasping for air, completely spent. After a moment, Yang Qing cupped his hands. Your cultivation is profound, senior sister. I admit defeat. Deep down, he knew he had pushed himself to the limit. Pushing further would just be stubborn. Hong Yan nodded. Thank you for the match, junior brother. Taoist Lord Changluo made the announcement. The winner of this match is Yu Hong Yan of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Little Budian stood on the sidelines, fuming. What kind of draw was that? If he hadn't been matched against one of our own, fifth senior brother would definitely be in the top 4. Wang Lin shook his head. Not necessarily. Sure, Shaogan is no pushover. And even though Yang Qing lost, he's clearly not someone to be trifled with. The various elders all turned their gazes toward Lin Feng. Every single one of his disciples is extraordinary. The Celestial Sect of Wonders truly stands apart from the rest. Taoist Lord Changluo continued his announcements. In this match, Shi Shaogan of the Great Qin Empire is the victor. Please exit the Dragon-Hidden Lake. Lin Feng glanced over. He was holding the Red Dragon Ledger and the Yellow Dragon Ledger. Great Qin truly is a breeding ground for geniuses. Taoist Lord Changluo spoke again. The final match of the top 8. It's Huashun versus Wang Lin of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. They stand within the lake. Huashun speaks with utter contempt. Your two juniors were indeed powerful. To have such cultivation before even turning 20. But what about you? Draw your sword. Bloodlust envelopes his body. You've trained for years, yet your cultivation can't even compare to your juniors. Huashun points his blade at Wang Lin. Get lost. Let's see if those years of your life amounted to anything at all. Wang Lin stands perfectly still, unbothered. A moment later, his power erupts as he sweeps his hand, unleashing the Yellow Springs Destruction Realm. He speaks in a cold, low voice. I heard you came from hell. Hua Shun's expression shifts. The power of nihility surges forth. He watches as his own blade energy is repelled, then corroded and swallowed whole. Hua Shun grips his sword tighter. So what if it's nihility? Take this. He swings his sword, sending a blade of energy toward Wang Lin. Azura art. Take my dark thunder. Wang Lin calmly stops it with a single finger. Celestial yellow springs finger. Samsara. The dark thunder is sucked into his black mist. It then rebounds, blasting back toward Hua Shun, who stares in shock. My dark thunder. It merged with his power of nihility? Hua Shun's own dark thunder strikes him with pinpoint accuracy. The sheer force of the recoil sends him stumbling backward. His body slams hard against the ground. It takes him a moment just to struggle back to his feet. A 5-meter radius. The area around him is shrouded in a thick, black circle of nihility. Wang Lin continues to chant his spell. Celestial yellow springs finger. Extinction. Hua Shun, fueled by shame and rage, lets out a loud laugh. If you had already established your altar and reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, I'd be dead for sure. He narrows his eyes. But as you are now, you can't kill me. He stands tall. The dark thunder around him turns a deep shade of purple. Hua Shun roars. Azura total annihilation, great storm art. The spectators outside hold their breath in tension. A cultivator of the Hua family has survived countless bloody battles. He is truly extraordinary. His aura is incredibly ferocious. Channeling all his mana into his fist, he screams, die. But just as he's about to punch, his power suddenly withers. Hua Shun stares at his own hand. He realizes with horror that his mana has completely vanished. Faint, ghostly illusions suddenly manifest all around him. He looks down. Countless spectral hands reach up from the ground. Black energy coils around his legs. The hands pull him down, dragging him into the depths. In that instant, Wang Lin's palm strikes, followed by a thunderous explosion. Outside, Elder Lord Zhang Lu immediately announces the result. Wang Lin of the Celestial Sect of Wonders is the winner. Zhong Yu frowns, deep in thought. 3 disciples studying the same Tao, yet their paths are entirely different. The foundation of this technique is both rich and profound. Just what kind of person is the founder of the Celestial Sect of Wonders? Elder Lord Zhang Lu strokes his beard. The rise of the Celestial Sect is definitely no fluke. Lin Feng praises Wang Lin for a job well done. He bows his head. I still require master's guidance. Lin Feng speaks again. Something about this match felt strange. There seems to be a very peculiar presence nearby. Elder Lord Zhang Lu smiles, stroking his beard. Perhaps he overslept, but it seems he made it just in time. Zhong Yu replies with a smile. Only slightly late. That habit of his is quite troublesome. Lin Feng looks over. He remembers what Shi Xingyun said, that Zhu Yi and the boy still had one more opponent. It must be this person. Zhu Yi has been watching silently from start. In the distance, a figure slowly approaches. The person's entire body radiates a soft glow. Is it the new top scholar of the Great Qin dynasty? He's impressive as expected. He introduces himself. I'm Xiao Junshin. Greetings to the seniors and fellow cultivators. Junshin smiles apologetically. I overslept, so I've arrived quite late. Xingyun asks jokingly, did you get enough sleep? He yawns as he answers, still a bit lacking. Over there is the Celestial Sect of Wonders camp. The young man in purple is Zhu Yi. Junshin nods. I'll go say hello. Xingyun says, go ahead. I've already mentioned you to them. I told them about you. Zhu Yi is also keen to exchange knowledge with you. Junshin replies, then let's see if he has anything worth learning. Junshin approaches Lin Feng and bows. This junior, Xiao Junshin, pays his respects to the sect leader of the Celestial Sect. He looks at Zhu Yi. Are you also a man of learning? Zhu Yi nods in confirmation. Junshin sighs. You're not there yet. I think it's better if we just compare our Tao techniques. Exchanging knowledge would be meaningless. Lin Feng is speechless. Those words were a direct hit to Zhu Yi's pride. Junshin continues. Your cultivation was achieved through bitter practice. Your talent isn't bad, but your scholarship is insufficient. In his eyes, true knowledge comes from reading and nurturing one's spirit, understanding the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's not about being obsessed with minor techniques and spells. The sages of old didn't even practice cultivation. They simply read, hearing the Tao in the morning and attaining enlightenment by evening. Becoming a nascent soul in a single day. Jun Shun shakes his head. You are a gifted cultivator, but not yet a true scholar. I'm interested in your techniques, not your academic theories. Zhu Yi asks calmly. Then may I ask what realm you have reached? Xingyan steps forward to introduce him. Before the Great Qin Imperial exam last year, Brother Xiao had no cultivation at all. After the exam, his literary spirit exploded. In a single day, he ascended straight to the late Golden Core stage. Junshin replies humbly. I still pale in comparison to the ancient sages. Lin Feng nods. So he's a successor of the ancient Confucian sect. I thought that lineage had been severed long ago. Zhu Yi turns to ask Lin Feng about the ancient Confucian sect. Lin Feng explains. Long ago, there was a great scholar who attained enlightenment from reading at the age of 3. He never touched a cultivation manual. He had no mana. He focused entirely on his studies. He continues. That scholar lived to be 100 years old. One day everything clicked. A century's worth of literary aura merged into one. He broke through instantly, opening his chi ocean, establishing his altar, and forming his core. That very night, he weathered the lightning tribulation to become a nascent soul. The tradition he left behind is the ancient Confucian sect. Lin Feng looks at Junshin. This path is incredibly difficult. Whether as a cultivator or a scholar, this youth is a genius. Zhu Yi nods. It seems Brother Xiao views the ancient Confucian sect as the only true path. Anything else isn't considered true scholarship to him. You're the top scholar of Great Qin, while I'm just a commoner. I fear an exchange of knowledge might not be to your liking. Zhu Yi continues. I intend to return to the capital this year for the imperial examinations. After that, we shall debate our scholarship and see who truly understands the principles of the world. Junshan gives a faint smile and agrees. Zhu Yi speaks again. Scholarship can wait. For this conference, let us settle things with our divine abilities first. Zhu Yi quotes a literary saint. The more one learns, the more one realizes how much they lack. The arrogant who believe they're supreme will find it hard to improve. Junshin looks at him and bursts out laughing. I look forward to being drawn against you in the brackets, Brother Zhu Yi. Lin Feng advises Zhu Yi. Debating with him will help open your mind. You're only a thin veil away from the mid-golden core stage. Zhu Yi bows, taking the lesson to heart. Elder Lord Zhang Lu appears to announce the next match. Yu Hongyan versus Shi Shaogan. Dao Yuding versus Wang Lin. Xingyun sighs. We're doomed. Shaogan isn't fighting Wang Lin. Junshin asks, confused as to why. Xingyun shakes her head. It's not because he's weak. It's just because he's a man. Xingyun blushes. My cousin is great in every other way, but whenever he meets a beautiful young woman. On the other side, Hongyan has already stepped out to face Shaogan. Inside Hidden Dragon Lake, Shaogan raises his hand, calling for a timeout. Hongyan looks at him puzzled. Shaogan clears his throat, his face turning bright red. Lady Hongyan, I'm officially asking for your hand in marriage. I wish to take you as my wife. Outside, everyone is stunned. Shaogan adds, once we leave Hidden Dragon Lake, I will visit the Celestial Sect to formally propose. But I wanted to make my feelings clear first. Junshin's lip twitches. Zhong Yu is at a loss for words. Lin Feng looks up at the sky. Why do I feel like something just flew right over my head? Junshin laughs. He certainly has a straightforward personality. Xingyun sighs. Even if it were Dao Yuding standing there instead, he'd probably do the exact same thing. Zhong Yu coughs lightly. My grandson is a bit simple-minded. I hope Sect Master Lin can overlook his behavior. Though his approach was clumsy, his intentions are sincere. I wish to formally propose a marriage alliance between our Great Qin and Sect Master Lin on Xiaoqian's behalf. Lin Feng offered a faint, thin smile. An alliance between Great Qin and the Celestial Sect is not something to be decided lightly. Besides, this depends entirely on Hongyan's own wishes. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Hongyan was glaring intensely at Xiaoqian. Her aura flared as she locked onto him. She stepped forward, spear in hand. The fury on her face was unmistakable. Xiaoqian recoiled in a hurry. He let out a startled cry. Hongyan's voice was cold as ice. Was that nonsense you just spewed supposed to be some kind of distraction tactic? Xingyun stood frozen on the sidelines, speechless. Xiaoqian scrambled to his feet and shouted. Of course it wasn't a tactic. Lin Feng sighed, at a loss for words. This disciple of mine really is straightforward and blunt. Zhong Yu waved his hands dismissively. I wouldn't dare. Xingyan let out a long sigh. He's lucky he's facing Hongyan. If he were up against Dao Yuding, he'd be even more embarrassed. Hongyan pressed further. If it wasn't a tactic, then why all the talk? Xiaoqian paused. I understand now. If I want to win your heart, I have to defeat you first. Xiaoqian stepped forward and summoned a dragon shadow. And that is exactly what I'll do. Hongyan furrowed her brows. These are the great Qin secret arts. The red dragon scroll and the golden dragon scroll. Xiaoqian's eyes flashed with determination. Go. 2 dragons, one red and one gold, lunged toward Hongyan. She remained calm, ready to meet the strike. Hongyan unleashed a burst of black flames. Come at me. The 2 dragons collided with the black flames. The impact sent a slight tremor through the area. Xiaoqian frowned, thinking to himself, she's too strong. She hasn't even used her infernal killing chi yet. Just what kind of mysteries are hidden within the celestial sect's mantras to make them this powerful? Xiaoqian clapped his hands together and roared. The 2 dragons instantly soared high into the sky. The 2 dragon shadows rapidly merged into one. They transformed into a single, massive dragon. Lan Ting spoke up, explaining the technique. The 5 elements beget one another. The earth element of the center gives rise to the fire of the south. Even with only 2 elemental properties, it's enough to create a powerful transformation. Riyao marveled at the sight. They truly are evenly matched. Xiaoqian pointed at Hongyan and shouted a command. Hongyan frowned, focusing her spirit. She raised her spear, aiming directly at the lunging dragon's head. Without a second's delay, Hongyan acted. She unleashed the void-breaking divine spear. Xiaoqian turned his teeth. There's no need to meet her spearhead head-on. Hongyan leaned to the side, dodging the strike. She glanced back as the attack passed. In the next instant, she continued her charge. Her spear swept across, toward Hongyan's body. The tip of her spear slammed into the protective barrier in front of Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian smirked. You fell for it. The moment the spear made contact, a strange and powerful force erupted. Hongyan was pulled into a blood-colored, illusory space. The spectators gasped in tension. The absolute phantasm. To think he was still hiding an ace up his sleeve. Lin Feng watched the exchange intently. The secret mantra of the Great Void Sect. So, it really is the absolute phantasm? The dragon lunged at Hongyan once again. She suddenly froze in place. The massive dragon accurately pulled Hongyan into its grasp. The crowd outside erupted into a flurry of whispers. Is it over? Is there a winner? Is the celestial sect's undefeated streak about to be broken here? Hongyan was knocked backward by the sheer force of the suction. Xiaoqian's figure finally reappeared. Lady Hongyan, please believe me. I am being sincere. He smiled. Truly sincere. Xiaoqian's eyes suddenly glazed over. Hongyan's aura shifted violently. Something's wrong. Infernal killing chi. Hongyan snapped her eyes open. Xiaoqian gasped in shock. I was so close, yet I failed at the last second. An opportunity like that won't come again easily. At least I managed to avoid that void-breaking divine spear. He widened his eyes in horror. Hongyan landed on the ground, completely unscathed. Xiaoqian turned his head to look behind him. A shroud of darkness was almost completely enveloping him. What on earth is this? Terrified, he couldn't even react in time. Standing behind him, Hongyan explained. When your spell converts reality into an illusion to dodge and attack, your physical body remains stationary. Xiaoqian stared at her, stunned. She saw right through it. The absolute phantasm turns reality into illusion, while hidden within the illusory realm. When you return, you're still standing in the exact same spot. Hongyan raised her spear once more. She thrust it straight forward. Xiaoqian took the hit, and an explosion boomed. Outside, all anyone could see was thick smoke and fire rising from the dragon lake. The Taoist elder of Changlan announced the result. The winner of this match is Yu Hongyan of the Celestial Sect. Lin Feng turned to look toward Xingyun. Lin Feng murmured softly to himself. I've dealt with the absolute phantasm personally before. He watched Xiaoqian leave the lake. I noticed early on that his mana carried the distinct aura of the Great Void Sect. It seems my suspicions were correct. The moment Hongyan stepped out, she grumbled irritably. What the hell is wrong with that Xiaoqian guy? He's bizarre. Xiao buddy and scratched his head. Actually, he's smitten with you, senior sis. He wants to be your cultivation partner. He just chose a really bad time to bring it up. Han Yin turned around only to see Xiao Qian already trying to hold Dao Yuding's hand. She clenched her fists tight. So he's just a lecherous creep. At the North Wind Sea, the Taoist elder of Changlan announced the next match. Wang Lin of the Celestial Sect versus Dao Yuding of the Heavens Lake Sect. Both Wang Lin and Yuding stood ready. Lin Feng glanced at Chao Wei. He pondered silently. This man's intentions are truly hard to read. Lin Feng reconsidered the situation. During the clash with the Prince of Great Virtue, Chao Wei was clearly not acting recklessly, which means his previous behavior was likely just a front to deceive others. What was his real goal? A sudden thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Could it be the glacial fire essence? Right then, Chao Wei turned to look at him as well. Lin Feng responded with a faint, knowing smirk. Undercurrents surged silently between the two of them. The Taoist elder of Changlan asked, "Would the two of you like to place another wager on this match?" Chao Wei answered decisively. "Of course." Lin Feng asked in a relaxed tone, "What about the stakes? I assume you still remember my glacial fire essence? Don't you?" Chao Wei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you want to bet?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "There's a single volcanic crater in the snowy plains of your Heaven's Lake sect. Within that lava grows a rare flower called the Earth Core, Fire Lotus. Both the lotus pedestal and its seeds are priceless treasures. I want that as the wager." Chao Wei glared at him. "You want to dig up the Earth Core, Fire Lotus of my sect?" The surrounding crowd gasped. "The stakes are that high." Lin Feng brushed his hair back. "I can just take a graft. Whether I can keep its fire properties alive depends on my own skill." Chao Wei nodded. "If your disciple wins, the Earth Core Fire Lotus is yours. However, if my disciple wins, I will go to your Mount Yujing, and I will cut out a piece of the mountain rock to take with me." He looked Lin Feng straight in the eye. "Do you dare to accept?" Lin Feng replied calmly. His mind raced through the possibilities. The key to entering and leaving Mount Yujing lies within the black heavenly treasure tree at its peak, and the power of Mount Yujing is tied to time itself. He glanced at Chao Wei. Mount Yujing seems to have no connection to the glacial fire essence. Could my guess have been wrong? Or is he intentionally hiding it so I don't get suspicious? Lin Feng focused his observation. I don't believe for a second that he won't show a single opening. Right then, Han Yin cried out, "Quick, look at Wang Lin." Wang Lin was preparing to unleash the Yellow Spring Annihilation Realm. Yuding was also ready to release her ice flame. Yuding charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Budian looked on with interest. Did she figure it out herself? Or was she tipped off by her elders? Zhu Yi whispered. It looks like she realized it on her own. Lin Feng frowned. She realized that while his spells are powerful, Wang Lin's physical body is a weak point. She chose to force a decisive close-quarters battle. Yuding lunged straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly retreated. His eyes glowed with power. Countless spectral hands appeared in front of Yuding, reaching out to seize her. Yuding stumbled slightly as she moved forward. Those hands were about to grab her. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Dao Yuding seems remarkably unaffected by the power of the Yellow Springs reincarnation. She must be hiding a secret. Wang Lin noticed something was off as well. Her memories are far too sparse, and her foundation seems incomplete. Very strange. The Jade Pavilion erupted in light once again. She's channeling the Heavenly Lake sect's secret arts. She forcibly broke free from the shackles of the Yellow Spring path. Now she's unleashing the Burning Frost Flower technique. A barrage of white bones shot toward Wang Lin. Outside, Fang Zhong screamed, "That idiot!" He clearly knows that doing this only makes junior sister Yu Ting's Burning Frost Flower even stronger. He's turning himself into fuel. Xiao Qian watched with fascination. How beautiful! Chao Wei watched intently. Lin Feng noticed him and suddenly spoke up. I've suddenly decided I want to raise the stakes. Does sect leader Chao dare to accept? Chao Wei looked over and asked bluntly. The rules allow for increasing the bet. So, what else do you want to put on the line? Lin Feng replied. I've heard the snow plains produce many 9-turn ice orchids, a rare spiritual flower that thrives in the ice and snow. If my disciple wins this round, how about sect leader Chao owes me one more 9-turn ice orchid? Chao Wei nodded indifferently. But if my disciple wins this round, you must add a branch of the treasure tree from the summit of Mount Yujing. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. It's a deal. Inside the barrier, Yu Ting looked completely exhausted. She struggled to force her spiritual energy to converge. Wang Lin watched her silently. This method of circulating power is so familiar. Outside, Yang Qing recognized it too. This technique is very similar to my Lunar Mountain flood curse. Another disciple cried out, "The mountain fire roar." She actually mastered the mountain fire roar. Lin Feng frowned. The mountain fire roar is a top-tier supernatural power of the Heavenly Lake sect. Its effect is similar to the mountain flood curse. It allows one to gather all their power for one final, explosive burst. Gu Kuang sighed softly and turned to Chao Wei. Sect leader Chao, this disciple of yours has an incredible future ahead of her. Chao Wei stroked his beard. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to show me around Mount Yujing in a little while. Yu Ting poured everything she had into compressing her spiritual energy into a single point. An instant later, she unleashed a massive surge of energy toward Wang Lin. The ice shattered violently. It collided head-on with Wang Lin's barrier. He reached out, pushing his formation outward to expand it. Taking that opportunity, Yu Ting shifted her position. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of Wang Lin. She drew her sword. She slashed directly down at where Wang Lin stood. Yu Ting had steeled her resolve. It was either victory or death. This was a killing blow. Wang Lin remained calm. He simply raised a single finger. Yellow spring finger. Annihilation. Yu Ting's brow furrowed. This energy is so strange. Wang Lin unleashed the annihilation finger, striking straight ahead. Yu Ting gritted her teeth. There was no choice but to face it head-on. She thrust her sword into the heart of the attack. The sword light split, cutting right into Wang Lin's neck. Sun Shin clicked his tongue in admiration. The winner of this match is Yu Ting of the Heavenly Lake sect. The celestial sect of wonders has finally been defeated. Xingyan muttered. Is it true? Has the celestial sect of wonders really lost? Yu Ting looked at Wang Lin lying on the ground. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He opened his mouth. Yellow spring finger. Rebirth. Black mist surged from the wound. A completely brand new Wang Lin formed, standing right before Yu Ting. Do you still wish to continue? Yu Ting bowed her head. She was completely drained. She whispered, I concede. Wang Lin gave a small smile. To be able to stand against me as an opponent, you are truly exceptional. The crowd outside was stunned by Wang Lin. How is this possible? Is he immortal or something? Zhong Yu sighed. In addition to the annihilation concept, he's even mastered the concept of rebirth. Lu Guang shook his head. There's no need for further comparisons. In this conference, the strongest foundation establishment disciple is undoubtedly Wang Lin. He turned to Lin Feng to offer his congratulations. Lin Feng quickly returned the gesture. The Lu Guang sword sect is too kind. Chao Wei remained silent for a long time. He sent a message back to his sect. What are the sect leader's orders? Chao Wei gave his command. Retrieve the Earth Core Fire Lotus from the volcanic mountains. Bring it to the North Wind Sea Lake in Great Qin. Also, find another 9-turn ice orchid. Deliver them both. The subordinate bowed respectfully. By your command. Lin Feng glanced at Chao Wei. So, he finally made his move. It's fine if I couldn't force out all his secrets this time. There will be a second time sooner or later. He mused. The Black Heaven Treasure Tree and Mount Yujing were likely just a smokescreen for Chao Wei. His real goal must be something else. Lin Feng found it interesting. If my guess is right, he'll eventually show his hand. Wang Lin stepped out. He approached Lin Feng and spoke. Master, I have gained new insights into the concepts of rebirth and annihilation. I wish to enter secluded meditation to reflect. He added, regarding the final match against 4th junior sister, I would like to forfeit. Wang Lin explained, after using the rebirth finger, I can no longer enter the yellow spring state for the time being. Continuing the duel would be meaningless. Yu Hongyan nodded. I wish 3rd senior brother a great harvest from this meditation. Lin Feng waved his hand. Then go ahead. Grandmaster Chongli announced. Therefore, Yu Hongyan of the Celestial Sect of Wonders is the foundation establishment champion of this desolate sea conference. Zhong Yu touched the hidden dragon lake. It glowed and expanded. He continued. The conference is temporarily adjourned. Everyone is free to move about. Tomorrow, we will begin the Golden Core stage matches. Zhong Yu looked over the crowd. For now, let them socialize freely. Fellow Taoists, please follow me to the gates of the desolate sea, ancient realm. Someone sighed. So Yu Ting didn't take the championship after all. I was really hoping to see a duel between the two beauties, Yu Ting and Yu Hongyan. Lin Feng glanced toward Xingyun. He wondered, does this Xiao Qian have a connection to the Great Void Pavilion? Is this the work of the conservatives or the radicals? Everyone followed Zhong Yu to a specific location. Lin Feng looked down. I heard the gate to the Desolate Sea Ancient Realm is at the deepest point of the Northwind Sea Lake. Once it opens, anyone below the nascent soul stage can enter. Lin Feng was deep in thought. This side connects to the Northwind Sea, while the other side is the deepest abyss of the desolate ocean. A vast and infinite expanse. An abyss 10,000 meters deep. Lin Feng looked at their destination. He realized that entering the Desolate Sea Ancient Realm meant enduring incredible water pressure. Only by using the sea dragon pearls of the Great Qin dynasty could one survive it. Zhong Yu stepped forward and clapped his hands once. The water ahead immediately parted to both sides. He turned back and said, Fellow Taoists, each of you will receive one sea dragon pearl. They must be returned when the disciples emerge from the Desolate Sea Ancient Realm. Lin Feng thought for a moment and smiled. He immediately released the iron tree. The iron tree flew off silently. It dove into the hidden dragon lake and quietly appeared behind the crowd. Over there, someone was trading. Why is this treasure worth so many spirit pills? 3 pills should be plenty. The seller snapped back. Take it or leave it. No haggling. The iron tree glanced over. Seeing a large crowd gathered, it thought to itself, that stone is no ordinary rock. If it caught Zhu Yi's eye, it's definitely something special. Zhao Luo laughed and said, Friends, come try your luck. These are treasure stones. Whoever cracks one open and finds the hidden treasure gets to keep it. A few others hesitated. What kind of gamble is this? If there really is a treasure, but it's only as small as a grain of rice, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Zhao Luo drew his sword. He sliced off a corner of a large rock and spoke. Once these rocks are cut, as soon as the piece is separated and loses the nourishment of the treasure inside, its ability to block divine sense disappears. It becomes just an ordinary stone. The iron tree muttered. Then it's simple. Just split it right down the middle every time. Zhu, you look pensive. Suddenly, someone nearby stepped forward. Let me give it a try. Zhao Luo accepted Hua Ming's interest. He laughed repeatedly, welcoming the business. Hua Ming gripped his sword and swung his arm. Cutting stones is like playing a game of chess. The first cut doesn't guarantee you'll find anything. Zhu, he was suddenly startled. He rushed forward immediately. Stop. The first cut yields the largest surface area. It's also the best chance for success. Chu, he drew his sword. He couldn't let his opponent take the first strike. That was the unspoken rule. Chu, he moved just in time to parry Hua Ming's blade. Hua Ming pointed his sword at Chu, You. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into a frenzy. This is going to be good. Get him. Fight. Fight. Chu, he didn't bother to reply. With a slight flick of his wrist, the sword path of the restraint hexagram unfolded. Hua Ming clicked his tongue. What about you, Ji Tianming? I've never lost to anyone. Chu, he brought his blade down with decisive force. The boulder was split clean in two. One half was still glowing. Shueshu watched in admiration. That strike little, it just made completely removed half of the dead weight. Chui focused intensely on the blade aura surrounding Hua Ming. He saw the man's lips curl into a faint, cold smirk. Chui frowned. If it were that Hua Shindi fellow, he would have attacked ages ago. But Hua Ming's killing intent was controlled, flowing in and out with natural ease. Chui raised his sword once more. His killing intent looked fierce, but his mind remained perfectly calm. Actually, it fits the sword path of the restraint hexagram quite well. My own universal rhythms. Hua Ming stared intently at Chui. This guy is a formidable rival. Shueshu fell into deep thought. If Hua Ming doesn't meet an early grave, he will definitely be a pillar of China in the future. He nodded. It seems this generation ranks its members by raw strength. Hua Ming is ranked second. So, who's the one at the top? He couldn't help but be curious. Shueshu scanned the area, but after Little Yi's initial cut, no one else stepped up. He spoke up and asked, "Does no one else want to take a crack at it?" Suddenly, a gourd of wine was tossed into his hand. Another blade was unsheathed. Someone stepped forward and struck downward. Shueshu smiled. The further we go, the higher the chance each cut has of revealing the treasure. Are you really aiming for the prize? The psychological pressure has definitely reached its peak. Another person stepped forward and handed money to Yahello. It's not like there's only one chance. Why hesitate? Out of my way. The man delivered a heavy blow. But still, nothing changed. He turned to look at Yahello. Listen here, friend. Did you put an empty rock out here just to scam everyone? Yahello replied. I guarantee I'm not cheating anyone. If nothing comes out, I'll give you a full refund. The man tossed more spirit stones over. Fine, I'll try one more time. The man had just rolled up his sleeves when Huaming suddenly lunged forward. Huaming's sword slammed down with savage force. Thud! The rock beneath his feet split in two. Still, no treasure appeared. Huaming turned and walked away. The crowd started whispering and buzzing. Wait, that's it. He fought so hard for the first cut just for that? Seriously? What a weak mental game. Giving up after one little failure. One loss, and he bails. What a terrible attitude. Chu-yi and the other cutter just stood there in silence. Neither said a word. After a moment, the other person shook their head slightly. From what I can tell, Huaming isn't the type who can't handle losing. On the contrary, in that moment of gain and loss, his state of mind just underwent a transformation. Seeing those two halves of the stone showed him that this treasure no longer held any meaning for him. The surrounding crowd remained deathly silent. Chu-yi nodded in agreement. He turned to the other person. He cupped his hands and said, My name is Chu-yi. May I ask how to address you, friend? The person smiled and replied, I'm from the Zixiao sect. My surname is Lei. Chu-yi continued, Do you want to try this next cut, friend? Gulei nodded in agreement. The two of us were just getting interested. She gripped the hilt tightly and delivered another strike. The result was still nothing. Gulei had no choice but to throw in more spirit stones. She walked toward the pile of broken rock with her blade. She tried several more times in a row. It looks like I'm just not fated to have this treasure today. Shueisha was lost in thought. If we follow that logic, splitting it from the center will require 2 more strikes. Longfeng nodded. The continuous strikes on the rock are causing its spiritual essence to block our detection. And its divine consciousness is also fading. Shueisha watched Chu-yi's back. Little, he probably sensed the source of this black rock as well. Chu-yi stepped forward and handed the money to Yahello. Shueisha thought to himself that if he chose the right side, then this one strike should reach the core and settle everything. Standing before the boulder, Chu-yi slowly raised his sword. Suddenly, a group of people rushed in, shouting, Stop right there. We're taking this thing. Shueisha shook his head. As expected, the fighting only gets more intense toward the end. He calmly watched as Chu-yi began to cast a spell. He didn't seem worried at all. Chu-yi released 2 intertwining currents of black and white energy. The light-dark mandala heavenly grand barrier surged upward. It blocked all of them on the outside. The group gnashed their teeth in anger. How annoying! They poured all their strength into attacking the barrier. Take this, they yelled. Stop hiding like a coward. One spell after another slammed directly into the shield. However, aside from the thunderous explosions, the barrier didn't even budge. The entire group was left gasping for breath, exhausted. He really is the man who went toe-to-toe with a nascent soul ancestor. Chu-yi stood quietly inside the barrier next to the stone. He raised his sword and delivered a swift, decisive cut. A small, pointed object was revealed. Chu-yi reached out and took it. Near Songlong Lake, Chu-yi walked straight up and asked, I've finished taking what I came for. You lot are cultivators from the great Exine dynasty, aren't you? The group immediately went on high alert. You still want to fight? Chu-yi brushed past them. He walked up to the person standing at the very back. In a cold voice, he said, Tell Princess Xingyun to come and collect her people. After saying his piece, Chu-yi turned around. His gaze locked onto the opponent in front of him. His hand was already raised, ready to cast a spell. A moment later, the man was completely pinned down by Chu-yi's power. He screamed out in agony. The rest of them fled in terror. After dealing with everything, Chu-yi turned back and said, Sorry to keep you waiting, friend Gu. Gulei cupped her hands in return. Friend Chu, you're far too polite. If you have the time, come with me. I'll introduce you to my senior brothers, so you can get to know my fellow disciples. Shueisha glanced at the two of them. He opened the system to check. The item Chu-yi obtained was the fong of a dark beast Mingdu. Shueisha couldn't help but be impressed. This is quite an unexpected jackpot. A previous draw gave us the mysterious nether jade carving that sealed the sole power of the Zhuluo bird. Even though the Zhuluo possesses dark power, the Mingdu is the true king of the dark beasts. Speaking of the Mingdu, it was a great demon from ancient times that once dominated all of Zhuluo. Now that we have its Fong, gaining an understanding of the path of darkness is finally within reach. The path of light has the light Tathagata Sutra from the Great Lane Temple. If we can now grasp the origin of darkness held by the Mingdu, won't master and disciple simultaneously master the pinnacles of both light and shadow? Shuaishu laughed out loud with excitement. Just then, the little tot ran up and called out to Chui, second senior brother. The boy made the introductions. Let me tell you, this big sister is Li Kuein from the Zixiao sect. Chui looked at the kid. What kind of game is this brat playing now? The little tot blinked. I just got a thunder spirit fruit from his senior sister. I wanted to see if I could snag a few more. Chui coughed. If you like her stuff, then bring out some treasures and trade for them properly. Were you planning on getting something for nothing? The little tot's jaw dropped. All right, I totally forgot. He turned to Queen and said, Senior sisterly, can I trade for a few more thunder spirit fruits? I'll give you some of my own treasures in exchange. Queen smiled. Thunder spirit fruits aren't that rare. If you like them, feel free to eat as many as you want. Goulet leaned in and whispered to Queen, how come you're never this generous with me? Queen shot him a look. You eat thunder spirit fruits like they're regular meals. Do you really need me to give you more? Goulet's face turned bright red instantly. Zhuokuan happened to run over at that moment to tease. Goulet, are you getting shy again? Queen raised a fist in warning. Zhuokuan, are you looking for a beating? Another disciple laughed along. I'd actually love to see Zhuokuan and friend Gu go at it for a round. Goulet waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Beating that big bear once was more than enough. I'd much rather test my skills against Zhang Luo. I've never actually seen a soul sorcerer from Baron before. Taishu glanced over, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Specializing solely in soul-based arts, unless one reaches the spirit wandering great void stage. Those are only found within the Baron royal court, Zhang Luo replied. Besides, your techniques are the perfect counter to mine. It's only natural for you to be curious. Zhang Luo turned his gaze toward Zhu Yi and Xiao Budian. If the opportunity arises, I would very much like to spar with the two fellow Taoists from the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Zhu Yi nodded calmly. If we don't cross paths during the conference, there will certainly be other chances in the future. Xiao Budian stepped forward to speak, but was suddenly cut off by a sharp rap on the head. He whirled around instantly. Who did that? He was met with Ji Hai's provocatively smug face. By the shores of Hidden Dragon Lake, Ji Hai stood defiantly before Zhu Yi and Xiao Budian. Zhu Yi whispered, that guy from the Heavenly Lake sect. His name is Ji Hai, isn't it? Yukoi nodded. Just ignore him. He's nothing more than a jumping clown living in Song Qingyuan's shadow. Zhu Yi looked surprised. Song Qingyuan? Zheng Luo spoke up. That man has decent talent, but his personality is deeply flawed. Without a major shift, he'll never surpass Song Qingyuan in this lifetime. Ji Hai made a slow, deliberate cutting motion. Across his throat, a silent threat to them both. Xiao Budian couldn't help but burst out laughing. What is this, nursery school? How childish. Ji Hai's face darkened instantly. He turned on his heel to leave. Just you wait. He then stalked off towards Song Qingyuan. On the other side, Qingyuan was deep in conversation with Dao Yuding. Xiao Budian watched curiously. It looks like they're discussing something serious. Suddenly, the color drained from Dao Yuding's face. Xiao Budian was baffled. Why does she look so terrified? Qingyuan brushed past Yuding and walked away. Yuding watched him go for a moment before vanishing herself. Ji Hai, sensing something was off, quickly scrambled after them. Xiao Budian was more confused than ever. What secrets are these three hiding? This is getting interesting. Xiao Budian called out to the others. Senior brother, let's go see what the fuss is about. Before he even finished the sentence, the boy had already bolted. Immediately, a shadow began tailing him closely. Taishu noticed the movement at once, seeing a dark figure stalking Xiao Budian. He grew suspicious. What are they planning? He moved like a flash, deciding to follow and assess the situation. By now, Qingyuan and Yuding had reached a secluded area outside. Qingyuan spoke up, his voice cold. This place seems nice enough, wouldn't you say? catching a glimpse of Ji-hai trailing behind. He suddenly struck, using his arts to bind Dao Yuding. Trapped by the spell, Yuding's body began to burn with an intense heat. She let out a sharp cry of agony. Taishu landed nearby. Witnessing this, he finally realized that Dao Yuding's constitution was indeed quite extraordinary. True yang hidden within primordialine, it was vastly more powerful than that of a typical female cultivator. If she reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, the Yin Fire Tribulation would likely trigger a violent outburst of internal fire. The danger she faced was far greater than most. Exhausted, Yuding collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng recalled Yuding's battle with Wang Lin. Such a rare balance of yin and yang was perfectly suited for the Heavenly Lake sect's ultimate techniques. Her talent was truly a rare find. Qing Yuan looked down at Yuding with icy indifference. Do you understand why your senior brother is punishing you? First, because you lost the duel. He smirked. Losing in itself is fine. But you should never have lost to someone from the celestial sect of wonders. Yuding grit her teeth, enduring the pain. Qing Yuan continued. A fire lotus and a 9-turn ice orchid are worth nothing. But Master lost face because of you. Tell me, don't you deserve to be punished? Qing Yuan's expression turned grim. And then there's one more thing. After the match ended, the way you looked at that Wang Lin guy, it wasn't exactly normal, was it? Yuding froze. Qing Yuan leaned in, his voice dropping to a low whisper. I know there's no romance between you two. As Yuding tremblingly stood up, he added, but you've clearly developed feelings for him that you don't show anyone else. Qing Yuan gripped Yuding's chin, tilting it upward. He reminded her in a chilling tone. It seems you've forgotten what I told you. You are not to waste your emotions on others. Even hatred and anger should be avoided. Qing Yuan thinned his lips and spoke slowly. Between a man and a woman, I'm the only one you need to remember. He looked down at Yuding, who was slumped on the ground. From the very first day you joined the sect, you must have known. You are my Dao companion. Qing Yuan looked at her with the cold detachment one might show a possession. The true yang within your primordial yin is incredibly potent. As luck would have it, I am your perfect opposite. Together, we form a perfect balance. He shrugged slightly. I'm still waiting for the day you form your core. With your talent, it shouldn't be long now. It's something to look forward to. Ji-hai stood rooted to the spot, hidden from view. His eyes burned red with suppressed rage. Meanwhile, in the North Wind Sea, Taishu continued to analyze the situation. Without Dao Yuding, when Song Qing Yuan attempts to break through to the nascent soul stage, his lightning tribulation will easily spiral out of control due to the yin-yang imbalance. Ji-hai's plan must be to kill Dao Yuding to cut off Song Qing Yuan's path to advancement. But that's a fool's errand. The moment Yuding dies, the Heavenly Lake sect will never let him live. It's highly likely Song Qing Yuan is deliberately baiting Ji-hai to make a move, using this as an excuse to eliminate him. Just then, Xiao Budian came running out. Unexpectedly, the boy was ambushed. The sudden turn of events caught Lin Feng, Taishu, and even Qing Yuan completely off guard. Xiao Budian was momentarily startled. Who dare sneak up on me? The boy realized he couldn't move a muscle. It was as if his very consciousness had been shackled. Xiao Budian immediately tried to summon the bronze void tripod, but it was useless. The swirling green mist blurred the very boundaries of space. Even the void tripod couldn't break through. His mind raced as he shouted, imprisoning me like this. Are you trying to drag me down to the grave with you? Someone who should have died years ago ought to return to where they belong. Don't stay in a world of the living and block the path of those who remain. A voice echoed. It's an eyesore. Suddenly, an attack lunged straight for Xiao Budian. He threw a punch in a reflex response. Xiao Budian stayed on high alert, his heart filled with disdain. Who's the one living? And who's the one who deserves to die? It's a bit early to be making those calls. He expertly parried every blow the enemy threw at him. Xiao Budian charged forward like a predatory tiger, closing the distance on his opponent. His power erupted like bolts of lightning, leaving his foe absolutely no room to breathe. Before long, his opponent was forced into a desperate defense. It was then that Xiao Budian realized the trick. The green mist was masking the enemy's positions from his divine sense, while they remained completely unaffected. Even though the bronze void tripod was powerful, he still couldn't pin them down. As he was strategizing, Xiao Budian didn't notice a figure creeping up behind him. By the time he sensed it, the blow had already landed. In that moment of peril, a surge of energy appeared out of nowhere, blocking the sneak attack. Xiao Budian vaguely recognized the familiar technique. There was no doubt. It was his master's world boundary seal. Fortunately, Taishu had arrived just in time. Xiao Budian immediately gathered his strength and leapt high into the air. The attackers realized the situation had turned south. Knowing they couldn't keep this up, they decided to retreat for now. But the moment they tried to flee, Xiao Budian appeared, blocking their path. He swiftly used the void tripod to trap the group. A blinding light flashed before his eyes. Xiao Budian's expression shifted instantly. It finally clicked. This was the real killing blow. The earlier skirmish was just a distraction. They were just trying to keep him busy. Xiao Budian began to analyze the situation carefully. Those 5 from earlier were just decoys meant to provide cover for him. The boy quickly channeled all his power, forming a massive, solid shield in front of him. He unleashed the Ganji's primordial shield. However, in the blink of an eye, the shield was shattered to pieces. Even so, the attacker couldn't help but offer a word of praise. To be able to withstand a single strike from me. This shield of yours is truly remarkable. The Taoist gripped his long sword tightly. He no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Budian as he had before. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Wait, there's an emergency defense system too? The intelligence report didn't mention this at all. After a split-second hesitation, the Taoist priest made his move. He lunged toward little Budian like a bolt of lightning. Right then, a pillar of purple light descended from the heavens. It was as if the very fabric of space was being pierced. The strike slammed down, cutting the Taoist priest off in his tracks. Lin Feng appeared, his voice cold and sharp. Who gave you permission to lay a hand on my disciple? The priest looked at his subordinates, now trapped in the purple mist, and gasped in horror. He captured every single golden core cultivator by himself. What kind of divine ability is this? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Why don't you step inside and find out for yourself? The priest's face darkened instantly. Small world of the heavens. Shatter. His figure began to fade. This is too dangerous. Retreating is the only option. He bolted, not daring to look back for even a second. Lin Feng was slightly surprised by the technique. That escape art is a blood-based technique used to suppress spiritual perception. It makes your opponent lose track of your presence. It gives the illusion that you've shrunk down until you simply vanish. But as far as I am concerned, a cheap parlor trick like that is utterly worthless. Seeing the situation unfold before them, the 3 elders all broke into a cold sweat. Those trapped within the purple mist had now completely lost any ability to fight back. Zhong Yu recognized the captive and let out a heavy sigh. That's Zhao Hen, a nascent soul consort of the Great Qin dynasty. He immediately began to weigh the situation. The consequences of this assassination attempt are far too severe, especially since the perpetrator is a high official of Great Qin itself. The most awkward part is that they chose the one target they absolutely shouldn't have. They went after this man's disciple of all people. This just became an absolute nightmare. A moment later, Lin Feng called out the elders by name. Prince Anliang, Taoist Master Chongluo, Taoist Master Du. I believe you owe me an explanation. As soon as he spoke, Zhong Yu raised his hand, performing a quick technique. A streak of light flew into the air. It scattered in all directions before rapidly reconvening. Lan Ting saw this and asked, Prince Anliang, that mana fluctuation, what exactly just happened? Zhong Yu replied calmly, just a minor conflict. I've already handled it. Don't worry. Setting that matter aside, he immediately tried to appease Lin Feng. Sect Master Lin, please believe me, the 3 of us were the last people who wanted this to happen. The same goes for the Great Qin dynasty. Taoist Master Chongluo chimed in. We hope Sect Master Lin can find it in his heart to be magnanimous. Great Qin will certainly compensate the celestial sect of wonders. Taoist Master Chongluo continued after a pause. But the target was the child of the Shi clan, unless the Shi clan themselves were behind this strike. He then made a suggestion. Sect Master Lin, would you consider handing these people over to me for interrogation? I promise to give you a clear answer. But Lin Feng refused immediately. I will interrogate these individuals myself. It's not that I don't trust you, Prince Anliang. I simply don't want any more accidents to occur. The elders suddenly recalled the battle at Zazu. Sect Master Lin's methods are incredibly ruthless. Anyone who dares provoke the celestial sect of wonders meets a gruesome end. Zhongyu added, if the Shi clan really did this, the risks would far outweigh the benefits, even if they succeeded. Why? Why would they take such a reckless gamble? He continued to probe. Personally, I believe the Great Zhou dynasty is the most likely suspect. What do you think, Sect Master Lin? Lin Feng wasn't about to be led by the nose. That's a bit of stretch. It sounds more like you're trying to shift the blame. He explained clearly. Great Zhou is certainly suspicious, but it's too early to jump to conclusions. Once I finish my interrogation, I'll let you know. Internally, he sneered. They're trying to pin the blame before the questioning even begins. I'm not going to let them off the hook that easily. Lin Feng began to act impatient. The most important thing right now is that my disciple was just ambushed and nearly assassinated. Little Budian immediately played along. Master, I'm hurt. It hurts so much. Little Budian clutched his chest and groaned. Master, I think I'm dying. Lin Feng followed his lead perfectly. Oh, my poor disciple. The three old men's faces instantly went dark. This kid doesn't have a single internal injury. Not a scratch, not even a bruise. He's healthy enough to cause trouble for another 800 years. He has more than enough energy to keep terrorizing the world. Lin Feng didn't argue. He just quietly patted little Budian's head. They turned back and said, the injuries are very severe. They won't be easy to heal. He sighed heavily. My disciple has faced many tragedies since he was a babe. He went through a horrific catastrophe. Lin Feng let out a long breath. But the boy was born under a lucky star. He is resilient and independent. As they say, heaven helps those who help themselves. In the end, he managed to pull through. Lin Feng began his dramatic recount. Despite a life filled with suffering and darkness, this child's heart remains pure and kind. He is full of love for the world. From the mountains and rivers, to the plants, birds, beasts, and even the tiniest insects. His voice was laced with grievance. And yet, such a pitiful child still can't find peace from his pursuers. Not even 12 years old, and already he's been gravely wounded. This is a travesty against the heavens. Taoist master Changluo listened deep in thought. Is it possible the boy really has some hidden injury I can't detect? No, that can't be right. Zhongyu quickly spoke up to soften the mood. Sect Master Lin, the Great Qin Empire will definitely provide proper compensation. He emphasized his point. I'll stake my 800-year lifespan on the fact that your esteemed disciple suffered no physical harm in this attack. Lin Feng shot back. When did I ever say he was physically injured? The others scrambled to respond. Sect Master Lin, he doesn't have any internal injuries either. Lin Feng nodded in confirmation. Of course. I am well aware that his body and soul are perfectly intact. The three elders let out a collective sigh of relief. As long as you admit that, we're fine. But Lin Feng immediately added, what I'm saying is that my young disciple has suffered severe psychological trauma. That sentence left the three old men stunned. Lin Feng's face darkened as he asked, you all know exactly how old my disciple is, don't you? Expecting a child, not even 12, to have the mental fortitude of an adult is already asking too much. Never mind the fact that he was suddenly forced to face a life and death situation, to be targeted by assassins, to teeter on the edge of survival. Do you have any idea how much that scars a young mind? Especially when the attacker might be someone he knows. The result is mental trauma so severe that without proper care, it could ruin his entire life. Zhongyu coughed several times after hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, little Budian suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's robe. Master, I'm scared. Can we just go back to Mount Yujing? Zhongyu didn't dare say another word. He could only mutter, like master, like disciple. Sect Master Lin, your ability to train your disciples is truly impressive. Lin Feng replied bluntly. Of course my disciple is like me. In every single way. Zhongyu was momentarily speechless. In every way. At that moment, Taoist Master Changluo looked pensive. A moment later, he smiled and said, well then, Sect Master Lin, what kind of compensation would it take to soothe this young disciple's psychological trauma? Lin Feng turned to little Budian. Tell them whatever it is you want. Taoist Master Changluo was a bit taken aback. He's letting the disciple decide the compensation? But seeing that Lin Feng wasn't joking, he spoke generously to the boy. Go on. What do you want? Little Budian answered instantly. I want a piece of purple gold wind bronze. Is that okay? Taoist master Changluo burst out laughing. That's not even rare. The boy knows his place. He immediately agreed. Little Budian continued. Then, can I have a piece of lightning path condensed crystal too? That was granted as well. Lightning path condensed crystal is no problem at all. Taoist master Changluo thought to himself. If I'm stingy about this, Great Qin will lose face. Zhongyu also felt that the boy had a simple nature, asking for so little. He patted his chest and said, if you need anything else, just say the word. I'll make the call. If it's appropriate, you'll have it. Don't be shy. Little Budian had been waiting for exactly those words. Thank you, senior. Well, then I'll keep going. A mischievous grin spread across the boy's face. Little Budian feigned shyness as he started listing items. I want a pair of golden body deer, one male and one female. A pair of spirit herb swallows too, and 10 stalks of black heaven butterfly dragon grass. Some celestial river jade fruit, purple jade pods, red fire oil pears, and primal gold fruits. 1 tree of each for planting should be enough. The elders were starting to get dizzy, but the boy wasn't finished. Oh, and some pine needle spirit snakes, and 8 treasure chickens, 9 heart spirit magpies, dust pearl fish, magnetic lightning martins, azure light vines, plus more emerald spirit roots and dragon scale sturgeons. Standing beside him, Lin Feng began to feel secondhand embarrassment. Zhongyu couldn't hold back his impatience any longer. You'd better put a leash on your disciple. But the little brat wasn't finished yet. I also want gunmetal flowing waterstones. And some sky-crossing amber. At least 3 ounces of each. I'll also be needing thunder dragon remains. Oh, and King Feilian's claws and fretful dragon blood. Zhongyu finally cut him off. That's enough. He cursed the boy 1,000 times in his head. If he says one more word, I might actually strangle this kid. He kept his cool on the surface, but he was fuming inside. Despite that, Zhongyu couldn't go back on his word. Find everything he mentioned and hand it over to him. With that, he turned and left immediately. Lin Feng gave a forced smile to the remaining 2. He's just a kid, you know? Venerable Chang Lu forced a smile back. Right? Just a kid. Perfectly normal. But internally, he had already cursed him 100 times over. Normal, my foot. Someone should have muzzled this brat ages ago. It would save the world a lot of trouble. Even Lin Feng felt the little guy had gone a bit overboard. This kid certainly knows how to seize an opportunity. I only casually mentioned black butterfly dragon grass and gunmetal flowing waterstones before. Those are precious treasures for perfecting a golden core. As for those spirit beasts and fruits, they're basically just as groceries. This little rascal is getting too clever. He's got everything planned out, from the main course to dessert. A moment later, Lin Feng spoke with a serious tone. I cannot hand those 2 over to you. However, of the 3 golden core cultivators, you may take 2 for interrogation. Having said that, he released them. Venerable Chang Lu replied. In that case, we will interrogate these 2 thoroughly. He quickly took the 2 prisoners into custody. Lin Feng and the little guy watched them closely. Zhongyu seemed to be exchanging words with Shi Xingyun. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was lost in thought. When the child was ambushed, the 3 of them just happened to be standing nearby. I suspect Prince and Liang is conspiring with the Xie family to cover this up. Xingyun suddenly glanced toward the little guy. Lin Feng noticed it too. She seems to be paying more attention to the kid now. Shortly after, Zhongyu made an announcement to the crowd. Everyone, regarding the mana fluctuations, it was merely a misunderstanding that led to a minor dispute. The matter has been resolved. It will not affect the Great Wasteland Sea Dharma Assembly. Please continue your preparations for tomorrow's event. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. While waiting, the little guy whispered to Lin Feng, Master, who were those people we caught yesterday, anyway? Lin Feng answered immediately. Don't worry about it. They aren't the ones you're thinking of. Hearing that, the little guy finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the boy didn't know that Lin Feng had his own plans. He had already decided that whoever was behind this would pay a heavy price. Just then, he and Zhu Yi saw someone approaching. It was Shi Xingyun. She took the initiative to greet Lin Feng. Greetings, sect leader Lin. Lin Feng returned the gesture politely. There is no need for such formality, Princess Xingyun. Taking the opportunity, Xingyun added, I hope that one day, I may receive guidance from the sect leader of the celestial sect. It would be my honor. She continued. A member of my clan once offended fellow Taoist Zhu Yi. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Zhu Yi cupped his hands in response. Forgiveness is too strong a word. It was merely a small misunderstanding. With that, he reached out. He released the person she was referring to. The man trembled, stammering as he spoke. Royal Sister Xingyun. She spoke sternly. Once we return to Shillong City, report to the clan court for your punishment. He hurriedly bowed his head. Thank you for your mercy, Royal Sister. Xingyun gave a radiant smile. Thank you for showing restraint, fellow Taoist Zhu Yi. She then presented him with a gift. Even Zhu Yi was caught off guard. It was a fragment of a kashaya once worn by a high monk of the great Thunderclap Temple. Xingyun praised him relentlessly. You truly have a sharp eye, brother Zhu. This fragment contains the essence of infinite light. I trust it will be of great use to you. Though he understood her intent. This heavy gift wasn't just for that young man. She wanted to use this chance to mend ties with the celestial sect of wonders. Zhu Yi remained courteous. Princess Xingyun, you are far too kind. I'm deeply grateful. Just then, an announcement rang out. The Great Wasteland Sea Dharma Assembly's Golden Core Stage competition officially begins. Venerable Chong Lu slowly announced the details. There are 24 disciples in the Golden Core Stage, divided into 12 groups. The first round will have 4 people per group. The roster includes Si Junshun, Dao Yaoyao, Huaming, and Zhang Loha. Before the match began, Lin Feng gave a warning. You little brat, don't go being reckless in the wasteland ancient realm this time. Otherwise, you'll never live down the embarrassment. Remembering how others kept forfeiting against him, I forfeit. He couldn't help but marvel at Zhu Yi. This kid's luck is so good that even a bye round couldn't miss him. Shout, Yi. This is going to be a major milestone in your life. As for the little guy, he's a given. A high-stakes blitz like this is the perfect stage for you two to show off. To others, this is a trial by fire. To you, it's nothing more than a playground. Lin Feng could only manage a bitter laugh. I honestly don't know which one of you is more formidable. Venerable Chong Lu continued the announcements. The first round of the Golden Core Stage has concluded. Advancing are Shi Xingyun of the Great Qin Empire, Zhao Yin of the Flowing Light Sword Sect, Du Kuan of the Northern Rong Dynasty, Su Xiaodao of the Lightning Sect, Li Gui, and Huo Ming of the Huo family, followed by Song Qingyuan of the Heaven Lake Sect, Nie Jihai, and 2 disciples from the Sun Moon Sword Sect, and naturally, Shi Tianxia and Zhu Yi of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The crowd immediately erupted into whispers. The Celestial Sect disciples again? This is getting too familiar. The real news will be when they finally lose a match. Before the chatter could die down, Venerable Chong Lu shouted, Golden Core Stage, Round 2. First match. Zhu Yi of the Celestial Sect of Wonders stepped forward. A green-haired youth sighed upon hearing the name. Starting off against the Celestial Sect, right away, huh? A pink-haired companion added. I wonder which poor soul has to face him. The result was quickly announced. His opponent is Huo Ming of the Huo family. Zhu Yi accepted it calmly. Not bad. His previous training had indeed helped him advance his state of mind regarding formations. A disciple from another sect shifted into gossip mode. This is going to be a match worth watching. The person beside him analyzed the situation. Zhu Yi is powerful, certainly, but he's used to life and death combat. In the Hidden Dragon Lake, he doesn't need to hold back his blade. His lethal moves will be even more effective. Si Junshan sighed. Xingyun asked, Are you disappointed with the draw? He replied, To be honest, I really wanted to fight Zhu Yi myself. But I haven't had the chance yet. Well, just wait. He added, I'll be waiting for him in the finals. We're bound to cross paths eventually. Assuming he makes it that far, of course. Just as he finished speaking, Xingyun spoke up. Huo Ming has made a breakthrough. This match won't be as simple as you think. Junshan asked seriously. Do you know something? She explained. From what I know, the Huo family's ultimate technique is the Azura world-destroying saber. A single strike that can wipe out all living things. Xingyun added. Any descendant of the Huo bloodline can learn it once they reach the foundation establishment stage. But how far they go depends entirely on their innate talent. The world-destroying saber doesn't care about your cultivation level. It tests your understanding of the Tao. It contains an incredibly violent saber intent. In the Huo family, it is a forbidden technique. In the past, Only the elusive, eldest Hua brother of the Golden Core stage had mastered it. But things seemed different now. Junshin asked again, "Are you saying Hua Ming succeeded too?" Xingyun couldn't be certain. "I can't say for sure. But his current state is very similar to how the eldest Hua was 3 years ago." Hearing this, Junshin laughed. "Now I'm even more interested in this fight." On the other side, Zhu Yi had already entered the arena. But Hua Ming remained still. He seemed to be contemplating something. The little guy leaned in and whispered to Lin Feng, "Master, something feels off." Lin Feng understood perfectly. "He's gathering his emotions." Lin Feng spoke slowly. This person had hit a bottleneck after his breakthrough. Against Zhu Yi, he only has one chance to seize the moment. The tide of the battle might shift. Based on Lin Feng's deduction, the Hua family's world-destroying saber has several ultimate moves. Even gods and ghosts find them hard to evade. If I'm not mistaken, he's preparing to unleash the first move. But because he just broke through, his foundation is unstable. He's trying to use a divine technique he hasn't even fully mastered yet. He's building up his momentum, stacking his killing intent. He has to push himself to the absolute limit if he wants to succeed. Xiao Budian nodded in understanding. So that's what Master meant. He only has one shot. Lin Feng confirmed it. Exactly. Wang Lin chimed in. Then what's Second Senior's plan? Is he going to launch a sneak attack before the guy finishes? That's actually what I wanted to mention, Lin Feng noted. It's better to wait for his ultimate move to land before making a move. Yang Qing asked curiously. How will Second Senior handle it then? Lin Feng smiled. Your Second Senior isn't a fool. But backing down has never been his style. Meanwhile, at Hidden Dragon Lake, Zhu Yi and Hua Ming stood face to face. Zhu Yi was the first to speak. Ever since our first encounter in Wuzhou City, this battle between us was inevitable. Hua Ming replied bluntly. It's a pity we're at Hidden Dragon Lake. Otherwise, I would have taken your head today. As soon as he drew his blade, Zhu Yi's long sword cleared its scabbard. Zhu Yi gave a cold warning. Save the useless talk. The two blades clashed. Both could clearly feel the immense power behind the other's strike. Zhu Yi unleashed the Taiji Sword Dao, expanding from small to great, harmonizing with the flow of heaven and earth. All things interconnected, the high and the low in perfect sync. Hua Ming let out a roar. D. His technique was the embodiment of violent raw power. The ground beneath his feet began to shatter. That was the terrifying aura of the Azura world-ending blade. The two moves collided head-on. The impact created a violent clash of opposing forces. Zhu Yi remained intensely focused. In contrast, Hua Ming maintained a smug, mocking grin. Zhu Yi's heart skipped a beat. Something is definitely off here. He decided to manifest the hexagram of great strength. The great strength hexagram ascended to the heavens. Thunder shook the 8 directions, possessing massive potential and boundless authority, like a bolt of lightning striking across the world. The birth and death of all things. The sword of no vanity, manifesting reality from the void. At this point, Zhu Yi was pouring almost all his strength into the fight. Hua Ming wasn't holding back either. The two were temporarily locked in a dead heat. Without pausing for a breath, Zhu Yi launched his next strike. Hua Ming immediately dodged it. Hua Ming's brow furrowed slightly. The Celestial Sect is indeed more powerful than I imagined. But even so, what of it? The heritage of Manhwa family isn't something an upstart sect like yours can hope to match. As Hua Ming unleashed his move, Zhu Yi couldn't help but be shaken. The Azura world-ending blade truly lives up to its name. The strike carried a brutal, overwhelming force. Zhu Yi couldn't just stand there and take the hit. He immediately countered with the great dark mandala barrier. His technique instantly tore through the surge of power Hua Ming had released. In that split second, just as the offensive was about to swallow Hua Ming whole, Zhu Yi's expression became strangely calm. Then, suddenly, he vanished. Zhu Yi's eyes widened in shock. A familiar sensation surged within him. The target was gone. It was as if Hua Ming had dissolved into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Hua Ming reappeared right in front of Zhu Yi. Only then did he realize that last strike was a feint to bait him into using the barrier. But did this scare Zhu Yi? On the contrary, he found it quite interesting. Let's see what you do next. Unleashing an ultimate move inevitably drains one's energy. He's waiting for me to lose my cool and make a mistake so he can find an opening. Heaven above, fire below. Harmony within the marsh. The disciples watching the match couldn't help but gasp. Zhu Yi's dark mandala barrier just lost its effect. The person next to him was full of praise. Huaming has made incredible progress. Tuan Shun let out a sigh. His mind is clouded after being tricked. How can he possibly read the flow now? At that moment, within Hidden Dragon Lake, Huaming flashed an unpredictable smile. Then, it was like a total explosion of power. Every bit of preparation had been for this single moment. A blinding light erupted from his power, then abruptly vanished into darkness. Huaming raised his blade high, absorbing the energy. His eyes slowly turned a deep crimson. That is the legendary Azura Field. Tuan Shun's jaw dropped. This is the ultimate strike of the world-ending Azura, the Azura Field. Xiao Budian was just as shocked. So it's true, a golden core cultivator actually managed to master the Azura Field. Everyone was stunned. The Azura Field hadn't appeared in ages. No one expected a golden core stage cultivator to achieve it. Huaming grew more excited as the fight went on. I have to thank you. It was because you pushed me time and time again that I was able to keep breaking through my limits. And finally, I've mastered this blood Azura Field. The blade in his hand glowed a brilliant red. He prepared to strike Zhu Yi down. Huaming gave a cold laugh. It's a shame this is Hidden Dragon Lake. I can't kill you to settle the debt. A moment later, a violent strike descended. Huaming called out to Zhu Yi, "Don't worry. There will definitely be another chance in the future." Outside, Lin Feng and the others couldn't hide their concern. Xiao Budian couldn't help but ask, "Master, is this really Huaming's only chance?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. "It is indeed his only chance. But from the looks of it, your second senior isn't going to let him use it." Inside Hidden Dragon Lake, Zhu Yi stood tall and straight. He looked on calmly at Huaming's grand display. He let out a cryptic laugh. "I also find it a pity that we're at Hidden Dragon Lake right now." Suddenly, Zhu Yi's eyes turned pitch black. Huaming finally sensed that something was wrong. Zhu Yi's thoughts were crystal clear. "I also believe there will be a next time, provided that after you leave this lake today, you don't run away every time you see me." An extraordinary light flashed in his black eyes. Darkness begets light. Polarity reversal. That light made Huaming feel true fear for the first time. The Azura Field began to dissipate. His face twisted in agony. The only thing left in his mind was the word kill. He soared high into the air, putting everything he had into a final strike against Zhu Yi. But unexpectedly, his blade began to shatter. Outside, Huaxiao seemed to realize things had gone south. Huaming stumbled back repeatedly, stammering, I lost." Huaxiao maintained his cold demeanor. He slowly pointed a single finger toward Huaming. A seal suddenly manifested on his forehead. Huaming instinctively touched it. He was instantly forced to his knees. Huaxiao commanded, "Return to the family. Go face the person you've been avoiding." Huaming bowed his head and replied, "As you command." Just like that, he turned and left Hidden Dragon Lake. His expression was grim to the extreme. Hua Shun stepped forward and put an arm around his shoulder to comfort him. "It's not that you didn't have a chance. Your opponent was just too strong." Huaming mocked himself. "Looking back, I'm the one who's a joke." Wang Lin watched them leave. He couldn't help but wonder, is the celestial sect really that miraculous? Lin Feng also praised his disciple. "You did well, Xiao. Your understanding of the Tao has reached a new level." Zhu Yi replied respectfully, "It was all thanks to your guidance, Master. I simply contemplated with all my heart." Lin Feng added a piece of advice. "Quietly observe the sunrises and sunsets. The rising and setting of the sun will be of great use to you." Zhu Yi replied, "Yes, Master." Xiao Budian said with admiration, "Second senior. When that Azura Field erupted, I really thought you were a goner." Zhu Yi gave him a playful tap on the head. "You brat. Do you always see me as being in danger?" A moment later, a voice echoed across Hidden Dragon Lake. "I forfeit this match." The disciple scratched his head sheepishly. "Winning or losing doesn't matter much to me. I'm just worried Master won't be pleased." The person across from him gave a bitter smile. "Your sect expects you to dominate the world. Why would you just give up?" He replied honestly, "There are just too many monsters at this conference." The other person replied, "Believe me, no one wants to end up facing you either." In another corner, Lin Feng and Xiao Budian continued to watch the events unfold. The next pair was Xing Yun against an elegant young gentleman. As he watched the two enter the ring, Lin Feng thought to himself, aside from a northern barbarian soul arts this girl possesses, there are likely many secrets still hidden. It wasn't long before Xing Yun entered the fray. That young noble followed, right behind her. Zhu, he felt a surge of doubt. Master, is that Xin Lei's soul? Shouldn't his cultivation become more apparent as his soul gets stronger? Lin Feng explained. This is the subtle brilliance of a Northern Rome royal court's soul Dao. Just watch. Inside the formation, Xing Yun was the first to offer praise. Xin Lei's soul arts have truly reached the level of Northern Rome's secret teachings. His opponent replied politely. I'm honored the princess is impressed. Please, show me what you've got. Suddenly, Xing Yun felt something was wrong. She couldn't move. Her six senses were being stripped away. She lost all control over her body. She could only accept it. On the outside, Xin Lei's body remained motionless. Little guy asked Zhu Yi, second senior brother. I saw a dark shadow leap out of his blurred form. What do you see? Zhu Yi spoke the truth. More than you do. It's a massive figure, a shadow of absolute ferocity. Lin Feng explained. That's the Night Mara Black Prison, a secret technique of the Northern Rome Soul Dao. It can suppress the soul and sever the connection to the physical body. It imprisons the opponent's soul and robs them of their six senses. Little guy gasped. Northern Rome's soul arts are truly hard to guard against. He asked again, then how will Xing Yun handle this? Inside the formation, Xing Yun's eyes turned a deep green. The phantom image of a green dragon loomed behind her. Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat as he thought to himself. No wonder there was something off about her soul. She's actually fused with the soul of an archaic heavenly dragon. Xianliang couldn't help but speak up. You actually dare to spend that much? I doubt even Crown Prince Zongyun ever received such treatment. Zonyu replied instantly. Great Qin only has one chance. And Xing Yun's elder brother gave this chance to her. Inside the formation, Xing Yun clasped her hands. She focused entirely on harmonizing her power. The green dragon grew stronger by the second. Then it opened its maw and exhaled a breath of primal chaos. It shattered Xin Lei's soul projection. He frowned slightly and admitted, I lost. Lin Feng smiled and asked his two disciples, well? Little guy answered hesitantly. A crouching dragon in a decaying world. Suddenly, a stone began to glow. Lin Feng immediately recognized it as Xiao Yan's signal. He was impressed. I didn't expect that kid to reach out first. Without hesitation, he connected his consciousness to the transmission. Xiao Yan reported, Master, among the 7 great true fires, besides the Netherworld and the Imperial Solar True Fires. What are the others like? Lin Feng was surprised. Why? Have you encountered one that rivals those two? Xiao Yan confirmed, yes. That flame has a golden hue like the Solar True Fire, but its surface shimmers with blue light. He suddenly remembered Zhun Er's appearance. Back then, her eyes had ignited with 2 golden flames. Lin Feng listened, still a bit uncertain. A golden yellow flame? After a moment's thought, it clicked. So, your little wife from that clan cultivates the Nanmingli fire, one of the 7 great true fires. Xiao Yan still didn't quite understand. What exactly is the Nanmingli fire? Lin Feng continued his explanation. This fire is colored golden gold with a blue tint. It looks small, but it's incredibly condensed. In reality, its destructive power is absolutely terrifying. It's enough to incinerate even space itself among the 7 great true fires. The Nanmingli fire is especially suited for artifact forging. It stands at the pinnacle of all true fires. And the best way to counter it is the Netherworld Evil Phoenix. Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. It's just as I suspected. I almost took a serious hit. Lin Feng asked further, have you traded blows with the old man yet? Xiao Yan scratched his head awkwardly. It's hard to say. The Netherworld Evil Phoenix is too powerful. I don't want to hurt anyone close to Jenair. Lin Feng replied softly. I understand your feelings, but think about it. Putting a little pressure on the old man might just influence their final decision. Xiao Yan suddenly saw the light. Master, you're right. I understand now. Lin Feng suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. Have you seen your wife yet? Xiao Yan replied bashfully. Not yet. Lin Feng chuckled. The revolution isn't over yet. Keep working hard, Xiao Yan. The conversation came to an end. Lin Feng reflected on how the situation was slowly shifting. It's always better to be fully prepared. But what should I do? Just then, the crowd began to stir. The two disciples from the Sun Moon Sword sect had finished their match. I didn't expect it would be their turn already. Number 18 versus number 6. The most anticipated matchup. At first glance, the two sides seemed evenly matched. One of them made the first move. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Qing Yuan remained calm. He focused his energy, condensing two different flames in his hands. Two massive feet began to materialize. Two fire monsters lunged simultaneously at his opponent. Yukuin struggled to deal with the situation. He looked a bit dazed. The dual ice and fire form. Qing Yuan snapped. That's right. It's the dual ice and fire form. On one side was a blazing fire monster. Qing Yuan let it merge with the other monster into his own body. Aren't you always boasting about your powerful physique? Then come on, Yukuin. Let's fight. On the opposite side, the ice monster was equally formidable. Zhui watched and deduced. Song Qing Yuan must be hiding a secret. Little guy agreed. Logically, his body shouldn't be able to withstand such intense ice and fire. He must have some technique supporting his spells. Otherwise, he'd have been incinerated or frozen solid by now. The two combatants clashed, throwing punches at the same time. Yukuin spoke first. Since you want to use your weakness against my strength, I'll play along. With that, he immediately launched a strike, delivering a barrage of blows directly at Qing Yuan. But he only smiled. Then he suddenly dropped his center of gravity. Ice and fire shot relentlessly toward Yukuin. By the time he realized something was wrong, he was surrounded with no way out. Hong Yin asked Lin Feng doubtfully, Master, did Song Qing Yuan plan this from the start? Lin Feng nodded in confirmation. Yes. Every move was designed for this final blow. He appraised the man as someone who hides his true depth. He still has an ace up his sleeve. He'll be a formidable opponent for you all. His opponent was already panting. Xian Liang also began to panic. He turned to ask Chao Wei, what is that ice and fire vortex? He replied slowly, that spell is called the Ice Fire Imperial God. He created it himself. Xian Liang couldn't stop muttering, self-created. He created it himself? Little guy was already in a state of readiness. Finally, it's over. Next up, it's my turn. The elder of the Li Dao sect announced joyfully. Next match, Shi Tianhao of the Celestial Sect of Wonders versus Mu Jihai of the Heaven Lake Sect. Little guy was just as excited. Master, I'm going in. Seeing how overly serious Jihai was, little guy felt a bit awkward. Talking to this guy is no fun at all. Jihai only frowned and didn't answer. Little guy pulled out a tiger head-shaped object and suggested, how about we put something on the line? Otherwise, this is boring. This is my wager. Do you dare? Jihai conjured a cold, blue lotus. He replied that this was the vermilion flame ice flower. It can harmonize water and fire mana, as long as the two forces are balanced. Refining this flower can merge them. Little guy grinned broadly. It's a deal. I'll match you. Lin Feng wasn't just idling on the sidelines either, since the disciples are so relaxed. He turned to sect leader Chao. Care to make a wager with me? Chao Wei gave a forced laugh. Let me finish paying off my debts before we bet again. The spectators nearby thought it was strange. If he wins, he wants to keep betting. If he loses, he's ready to double down. He even had an idea. If he wins, he'll clear all his debts. Lin Feng replied very calmly, it's no problem. I'm fine with it whenever you are. Back on the battlefield, little guy and Jihai prepared their moves. Jihai clasped his hands, releasing a surge of green energy. The powerful blast of energy shot toward little guy. Meanwhile, outside Hidden Dragon Lake, Tai Yuan and another junior brother were watching intently. He spoke up with a keen observation. Perhaps this will finally force out the opponent's true strength. A junior disciple immediately chimed in with a flattering tone. The disciples of the Celestial Sect are only so arrogant because they haven't faced our eldest senior brother yet, Qing Yuan replied. It's too early to say that. The great Qin's sure Xingyun isn't someone who's easily dealt with. Right now, the true depths of both Shi Tianxia and Xiao Junshan remain a mystery. Tai Yuan had his own assessment. This person is strong, but he's already shown his hand. He won't be a problem if I have to face him. The legend that the Celestial Sect is invincible within the same realm. I'll be the one to end it. Now, let's see what that successor is truly made of. But suddenly, his expression shifted. The battle raged on. Budian remained steady, launching a fierce counterattack. He slammed his foot against the ground. A massive, awe-inspiring silhouette suddenly manifested behind him. His speed increased drastically. Mu Jihai didn't waste a second either. The chilling blue aura from before was now laced with flickering flames. His power surged instantly. Budian braced himself, gathering his strength. With a single hand, he unleashed an ice flame technique that had reached a level of sublime mastery. It seemed as though no attack could penetrate his defense. But this still isn't enough to stop me. The crowd watched, unable to even blink. He felt a seed of unease. Master, junior brother, he's... Lin Feng reassured him. There's no need to worry. Tianxia knows exactly what he's doing. Hearing that, He finally relaxed. I understand, Master. At that moment, Budian appeared to be completely enveloped by the ice frost technique. Mu Jihai's attacks became increasingly relentless. He focused with absolute intensity. The young boy seemed submerged beneath layers of ice. He looked as if he had no strength left to fight back. Outside Dragon Hiding Lake, the crowd was in an uproar. Is the Celestial Sect's disciple actually going to lose this time? Others were equally stunned. I didn't expect the Heavenly Pool sect to be this powerful. Zhao Yan, however, didn't share their view. It's far too early to jump to conclusions. Yahello agreed. Mu Jihai never intended to end this in a single strike. Suddenly, Zhao Yan's face filled with shock. Tiny cracks began to spiderweb across the ice. Budian stepped out with a smirk. He acted as if nothing had happened at all. But a moment later, he found himself trapped in a space filled with molten lava. Seeing this, a certain senior brother and sister both tensed up simultaneously. That kid is in trouble. In his eyes, Mu Jihai saw the boy before him exploding with a massive surge of power. He struggled to maintain his focus. Meanwhile, Budian continued to unleash bursts of energy. Yukuin and the others watched with their eyes wide in disbelief. Taiyuan wasn't particularly surprised. So this is his true strength after all. Junior brother Mu. One disciple couldn't help but exclaim. Is the Celestial Sect finally about to admit defeat? The descendants of the other families are also failing. Hang in there. All hope now rested on Mu Jihai. Many eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is this what they mean by a great tree attracts the wind? Lin Feng merely chuckled to himself. My disciple really is everyone else's worst nightmare. He's like that overachieving neighbor's kid. The one who somehow scores 20 points higher on every single test. Budian now looked as if he had been reborn from a sea of fire. His hand began to tremble slightly. The spectators were on the edge of their seats. Someone shouted at the top of their lungs. The Dragon Hiding Lake's restriction is about to activate. Mu Jihai practically had the victory in his grasp. Suddenly, Budian stood perfectly still, unmoving. Hong Yin called out softly in worry. Tianxia. Bolts of lightning began to strike repeatedly, creating a scene of absolute terror. Budian threw his head back and let out a deafening roar. The swirling vortex and interlacing lightning seemed ready to swallow the boy whole. The little guy looked like he was in agonizing pain. His face was twisted in discomfort. A moment later, he gradually regained his calm, but his body went limp. He collapsed forward. Only then did those outside realize it was the protective restriction of the Dragon Hiding Lake. Little Budian was thrown back, flying outward. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The surrounding disciples all let out a collective sigh. A victory like this was far too brutal. Even just trying to open his eyes. Little Budian had to use every ounce of his remaining strength. Watching the boy fall, everyone felt a pang of pity for him. It was just a match. There was no need to go this far. Even so, little Budian tremblingly forced himself to stand under the gaze of the crowd. He's only a child, barely over 10 years old. Only Hong Yin cried out in a panic. Tianxia. Fortunately, Gue Yin was there to catch him just in time. The little guy spoke weakly. Fourth senior sister. Sister Gue Yin. I won. Hong Yin replied yes. Tianxia won. Gue Yin quickly told the boy to stop talking for now. Her heart ached with unbearable pain for him. Taking the opportunity, the boy began to wail loudly. He clung to her tightly, complaining that every single inch of his body was in pain. Gue Yin comforted him with gentle pats. It won't hurt anymore. Look, I have your favorite thunder spirit fruit right here. Eat this, and you'll feel better instantly. With that, she pulled out a thunder spirit fruit. Just then, Two others approached them. Yahello looked at Buddy and offered a compliment. Hey kid, setting aside your cultivation level. For your age, you're quite impressive. Well done. Truly, you did great. Xingyan couldn't help but add his own praise. Tianxia, your parents would certainly be proud of you. Buddy maintained his pitiful expression as he looked at his senior sisters. Hong Yin helped the boy back. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed with a mischievous glint. He looked at Lin Feng and Zhu Yi in utter disbelief. And master, Lin Feng feigned a stern lecture. You little rascal. Today, I'm going to teach you two concepts. One is playing for sympathy. The other is malicious baiting. Buddy looked up at Lin Feng with wide, shimmering eyes. Master, I completed my mission perfectly, didn't I? Lin Feng was speechless. You certainly did. And you managed to score quite a bit of loot along the way. As Gua Yin hand fed him, the boy was in pure bliss. This was unexpected. Completely beyond expectation. I didn't think the sisters would be this kind. But his joy didn't last long. Lin Feng issued a warning. If Hong Yin finds out you're tricking her, what do you think the consequences will be? The boy quickly tried to explain with an innocent face. Master, I really am hurt. It's not an act. Hearing this, Lin Feng channeled a stream of purple energy into the boy to heal him. At the same time, Lin Feng recalled their initial wager. The winner has been decided. This belongs to the celestial sect now. Having said that, he swiftly collected the treasures. Tao Wei had no choice but to accept it. Then I suppose our debt is settled. Lin Feng replied. Indeed, we're all square. Just as things settled down, a new announcement rang out. The next match, Zhao Yin of the Streaming Light Sword Sect versus Xiao Junshin of the Great Qin Empire. On one side, the Streaming Light Sword appeared. On the other stood Xiao Junshin, the steady, composed step of the Great Qin Empire. Suddenly, Zhao Yin sensed that something was wrong. But he had no idea that Junshin had already aimed a bow at him long ago. He felt as though he was surrounded by mist and smoke. Wind and rain blurred his vision like dust. Immediately after, Zhao Yin fell into a panic. As he saw countless objects raining down upon him, the spectator stands immediately erupted into chaos. That fast. What just happened? Did he win already? The first person to be sent out was indeed Zhao Yin. His face was pale as he stammered. I lost. A disciple couldn't help but ask Hong Yin. What kind of spell did Xiao Junshin use? Even she found it difficult to explain. It just looked like clouds were drifting beneath his feet. It felt as effortless as a casual stroll. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. That feeling isn't wrong. His techniques are derived from the Confucian 6 arts. That last move was a combination of archery and charioteering. Zhu Yi began to understand as well. Just as Master said, Xiao Junshin spells originate from the 6 arts: ritual, music, archery, charioteering. Specifically, etiquette, rhythm, archery, and driving, along with calligraphy and mathematics. He has fused these 6 disciplines into his own unique magic. It carries a profound, ancient flavor. But Zhu Yi was still curious. Master said the move that defeated Zhao Yin was a mix of archery and charioteering. That's right. Charioteering is divided into 5 techniques: Mingyi Zhua, Zhu Shui Sha, Guajun Biao, Wu Jiao Chu, and Zhu Qin Xia. Zhu Yi began to analyze the fight. At first, Zhao Yin used his sword light to attack. Xiao Junshin rode the clouds to evade. That was Zhu Shui Sha, moving along curves without falling. Then he exploited a gap in the sword chi and missed to charge straight in. That was Wu Jiao Chu, gliding through narrow spaces as light as a feather. The cry of the wand bird that suppressed the sword's essence was Mingyi Zhua. Xiao Junshin's arrows are also incredibly bizarre. Finally, he drew his bow and fired Zhu Qin Xia. It means to hunt the prey and lower the bow to the left. An opening arrow was fired in rapid succession, followed immediately by 3 more. A relentless, non-stop barrage. Not even a fly could escape this. The final arrow is used for marking, while simultaneously pushing speed to its absolute limit. Xiao Junshin has already left the field with the others. I'm starting to get eager to trade blows with him myself. Over on Zhao Yan's side, he's got a painful smack on the head. Yahello asked sternly, "Do you understand why you lost yet?" Zhao Yan lowered his head and replied, "I understand, senior sister. If I had just listened to you sooner and focused on practicing my sword evasion, I wouldn't have suffered such a pathetic defeat." Yahello was still fuming. With a performance like that, how could you ever expect to win? Venerable Chang Luo continued the announcements. The second round of the Golden Lamp Registry is over. The winners include Li Donghao and Yunmei, Song Xiangyuan of the Heaven Lake Sect, Su Tiaodao of the Thunder Sect, Yao Yao of the Flowing Light Sword Sect, along with Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. And finally, Shi Xingyun and Xiao Junshun of the Great Qin Empire. Venerable Chang Luo moved on to the drawing for the third round. While holding the lots, he quietly reminded Lin Feng, make sure you don't pit your own people against each other. It will be best to draw the Heaven Lake Sect for the first match. The announced match, Shi Tianhao of the Celestial Sect of Wonders versus Li Donghao and Yun Mei of the Sun Moon Sword Sect. Venerable Chang Luo looked at the little guy and thought to himself, even with the Primordial Spirit stage expert helping him heal, he shouldn't be recovering this fast. The other spectators were just as confused. Is it because of the sun water suppression, or is he just naturally a monster? Even Zhong Yu was at a loss. I can't see through him at all. The three of them share the same thought. Just what kind of background does this Lin Feng have? Zhu Yi, standing nearby, added. Sure, Xingyun mentioned before that their biggest rivals might be that pair of sword cultivators. The little guy chimed in. In the last round, they beat their opponents so badly they couldn't even fight back. Plus, the sword techniques and the full moon divine light sword they use are both derived from the sun moon dual swords. The power is immense. Worried about the little guy, Zhu Yi suggested, Master, Junior brother's injuries haven't healed yet. Let me take his place in this match. Lin Feng shook his head. You've already qualified for the Ancient Sea. Leave this opportunity to someone else. Every eye immediately shifted toward Tun Tun. Lin Feng gave her a light tap on the head. Of course, I mean you. You'll be the main fighter for this match. Tianhao is just there to fill out the roster. Hearing this, she shot back, Master, are you just trying to add fuel to the fire? Lin Feng didn't say another word. He pushed both Tun Tun and the little guy forward. Go on. The delicacies of the Ancient Sea are waiting for you. Tun Tun's eyes lit up with excitement. I've heard for a long time that the Ancient Sea is full of delicious treats. This really is a rare chance. The others watched with skepticism as she and the little guy entered Hidden Dragon Lake. Is the Celestial Sect really planning to fight 2-on-1? Zhong Yu was the first to object. Sect Master Lin, allowing a demon to participate in the trials, seems a bit inappropriate. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. A demon? Lin Feng explained calmly. This demon is also my disciple participating in the conference. There's nothing forbidden about it. The Flowing Light Sect Master spoke up, even if she is registered as a disciple. Sect Master Lin, your status is unique. Taking a demon as a disciple is truly unheard of. Lin Feng replied with a smirk. If I remember correctly, 10,000 years ago, the fourth Sect Master of your Flowing Light Sword Sect had 6 great disciples. 2 of them were actually demons. And in the history of the Heaven Lake Sect, there was the Snow Ice Demon Venerable. Word has it he was a white polar demon bear that attained human form. Besides, since ancient times, the coexistence of all races has been perfectly normal. The Flowing Light Sect Master was shaken by his words. Things that even our own disciples don't know. The Celestial Sect knows them in detail. No one understood what Lin Feng was thinking at that moment. Luckily, the system has a complete archive of every sect's history. As long as it's not a top-secret internal matter, I can look up anything. The opportunity has been given to you. It's up to you to seize it. Inside Hidden Dragon Lake, the junior sister turned to her senior brother, looking a bit anxious. Brother, you have to give it your all. They're incredibly strong. It would be so embarrassing if we lost. A moment later, the senior brother walked up to the little guy. He offered a few polite words. Your injuries haven't fully healed. Don't push yourself too hard. The little guy patted his chest and replied, I've given it my all, so I have no regrets. I'll definitely do my best. After speaking, he turned to Tun Tun. I'm leaving this match to you. I'll just sit back and watch from the sidelines. Tun Tun gave a sly grin. In a moment, I'm going to hide off to the side, just like Feng Ling did. I can't wait to see you make a fool of yourself. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she jumped in fright. The little guy seemed to be gathering every ounce of his strength. Tun Tun stared, eyes wide in disbelief. Am I seeing this right? This little demon king. She started to have doubts. Is he really going to risk his life despite being injured? Were his earlier words just a joke? On the other side, the sword duo didn't hesitate. They attacked simultaneously, striking straight at the little guy. Seeing this, Tun Tun felt a bit guilty. Running away now would be a total lack of loyalty. Besides, Master's watching. Come to think of it, I have to win to get down to the ancient sea and find some food. Meanwhile, the little guy remained incredibly calm. Tun Tun panicked, her eyes bulging. She thought something had happened to him. Then, as if she saw something, she screamed, "Sure Tian Hao?" Tun Tun kept shouting his name. "Sure Tian Hao." The boy seemed to split into three. A boundless surge of sun-moon power erupted. Violent flames flared up all around his body. Let me show you what true power looks like. Waves of fire blasted toward the sword pair. A moment later, Tun Tun took a breath to recover her strength. Something like a pearl began to coalesce in her mouth. Right on cue, she spat the entire bead toward her opponents. Immediately after, a massive explosion rang out. Outside, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter. The world-devouring magic of the mythical Taotai tribe is truly terrifying. I didn't expect her to possess solar true fire as well. This is completely unexpected. Everyone had to admit it. The celestial sect of wonders is truly overflowing with talent. After fighting for a while, Tun Tun started feeling uneasy. I swallowed too much. I feel like I'm gonna barf. She clutched her stomach, looking exhausted. Over by the Thunder sect, Guiyin spoke up. "What do you think he'll do?" Xiao Tang slowly speculated, hard to say. But if it were me, I'd hide first and look for a weakness in the opponent. The battle between Tun Tun and the Sun Moon duo had been at a stalemate for quite a while. In Xiao Tang's eyes, keeping the little guy hidden created immense psychological pressure. It makes it easy for the opponent to make a mistake. Meanwhile, among the Great Qin party, Junshin was also a bit concerned. Actually, it doesn't need to be this complicated. Xingyun was half skeptical. Perhaps the boy's injuries are more serious than we thought. But there's another possibility. He might have his own plan, and that is likely the little guy's real goal. First, move out of the enemy's sight to find the perfect spot to strike. The boy walked to an empty clearing to rest. Then, he suddenly discovered something. Before him was a brilliant red flower. What's so special about this divine flower? In a spot where few were paying attention, he picked quite a few of the red flowers. Is he planning to use them for poison? Observing the situation below, the little guy whispered, "Is it time to make a move?" Only then did Yun Mei and the others finally spot him. They looked at him with anything but friendly eyes. Taking the high ground to command? Does he think he's some mortal archer? Tun Tun shouted, urging the little guy to hurry up and finish them. I might even be generous enough to forgive you. But then she noticed the boy was acting strange. Is he about to strike? What kind of move is that supposed to be? That tactic turned out to be the little guy happily munching away. Wow, this really is delicious. In reality, his mind was elsewhere. That sword from earlier was actually quite beautiful. Then, he gave orders while still eating. Tun Tun, you should dodge to the right and then counterattack decisively. After speaking, he went right back to eating. When he finished, he even wiped his mouth carefully. At this moment, the little guy's mind was sharp. The situation is clear now. I didn't expect the Sun-Moon dual swords to have such variations. I really didn't see that coming before. The spectators were all breaking out in a cold sweat. Some were sighing in pure exhaustion. A few others were screaming in rage. Kill him. Someone has to kill that arrogant little brat. Meanwhile, Tuntun continued her relentless assault on her two opponents. She cursed even as she fought. Sure, Tianhao, I am definitely going to beat you to death, you brat. Even if your master kills me later. I'm taking you down first. I don't care if we both go down together. Even Lin Feng and his fellow disciples couldn't bear to watch. That little brat, to sell out a teammate so blatantly. He really is a special kind of talent. Zhu Yi could only let out a long, heavy sigh. A lifetime of brilliance, ruined by a single moment of absolute stupidity. Taoist Lord Changyue finally spoke up slowly. Sect leader Lin, it appears your disciple is still suffering from his previous injuries. He seems hardly fit to continue the competition. Dust clouds swirled violently across the battlefield. Taoist Lord Changyue remained calm and composed. Ending the match now and declaring a winner would be unfair to Li Dongdao and Yun Mei of the Sun Moon Sword sect. Lin Feng agreed easily. I concur. However, it's far too early to jump to conclusions. Before Taoist Lord Changyue could say another word, the little guy dropped into a combat stance, ready to go. His heart was racing with excitement. If I can't even handle a small matter like this, I'd be completely useless. Tunton immediately snapped back at him. If you're so great, why don't you come down here and try it yourself? Even though the two of them were bickering like children, Yunmei and Dongdao didn't lower their guards for a second. The little guy continued to brag. If I weren't injured, I wouldn't even need your help. Tunton countered while still trading blows. Fair point. Then make sure you don't get yourself hurt again. Yin Mei began to look down on her opponent. Winning like this feels beneath us. But Dongdao remained vigilant. Let's secure the win first before we start talking. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two stood shoulder to shoulder, preparing their next move. The little guy suddenly shouted, Tunton, I'm heading back to the mountain peak. Tunton didn't buy it for a second. Get a rest. I'm not falling for your lies anymore. I'm going back to the peak too. I'll settle the score with you later. Despite her words, Tunton continued to hurl bursts of flame toward Yunmei and Dongdao. Is this enough for you? Yunmei dodged nimbly. She hadn't faced any real difficulty from the start. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. Everything in sight turned into a blinding white void. A knowing smirk played on Tunton's lips. The little guy suddenly reappeared, charging toward Yunmei and Dongdao, just as he had before. Yunmei couldn't figure out what he was planning. She thrust both hands forward to counterattack. She assumed that, even if he wanted to trap her senior brother, he would still have to divert his strength to block her blade. Every eye from the sidelines was glued to the battle. Lin Feng was intensely focused. Another senior brother was so tense that sweat began to pour down his face. Suddenly, the phantom of a mighty tiger materialized beside the little guy. A single roar from the beast was enough to blow back Yunmei's attack. The tiger lunged forward, pouncing toward her. Dongdao realized instantly that the tide had turned. This is bad. Our sword techniques can't synchronize like this. Junshin couldn't help but praise the move. Brilliant. Xingyun was observing closely. Li Dongdao and Yunmei's coordination was originally flawless. But unfortunately, no matter how well they understand each other, a single lapse in judgment can throw everything off. Zhaoyan turned to Yao Yao, looking confused. Senior sister, what exactly is happening? Yao Yao had seen through it long ago. The personality differences between Li Dongdao and Yunmei led them to make different tactical choices. Li Dongdao is the calm one, so when Yunmei is attacked, he chooses to play defense. Conversely, when Li Dongdao is in danger, Yunmei goes on the offensive to force the enemy to retreat. As for the little guy, there's no need to even ask. He is overflowing with confidence. According to Yao Yao's assessment, the boy wasn't just sitting idly on the mountain eating fruit and watching the show. He was meticulously analyzing the entire fight. The truth is, both of them were strong enough to face the sun-moon swords head-on, but he chose the most efficient, energy-saving path possible. The result? Two swords snapped simultaneously. The victory was clear. Taoist Lord Changyue announced in a booming voice. The winner of this round is the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Over on the Heaven Lake side, a junior brother spoke to Ji Hai with indignation. They're really going to let that kid move on? Senior brother Mu clearly thrashed him and left him severely injured. Qing Yuan analyzed the situation more deeply. Though they won, the vicious beast only played a supporting role. The threat sure Tian Hao poses isn't that significant. The kid has reached his limit, so there's no need to worry. Even so, the little guy and Tunton were still pouting adorably at each other. They ran excitedly back toward their sect members. Lin Feng scolded him gently. Simply observing the opponent's opening would have been enough. There was no need to take such a reckless risk. The little guy scratched his head as he replied. It didn't slow us down at all, so it all worked out fine. Tunton, however, pointed right at his face. You brat, she barked. You still have the nerve to talk. You damn sure, Tian Hao. I'm definitely settling this with you right now. The little guy quickly tried to soothe her. Look, we have golden venison, black dragon meat, jade heaven nectar, purple sun gems, red fire rain, primordial gold fruit, and even pine serpents. 8 precious chickens, 9 sparrow hearts, jade fish, and lightning truffles, not to mention the green lantern vines, emerald western crabs, and dragon scale mushrooms. Tunton stammered. Why are you listing all those things? The little guy gave a cheeky grin. We'll have them all sooner or later. Tunton's mouth began to water uncontrollably. Really? Where? Suddenly, She grabbed the little guy's arm, her tone turning stern. All that stuff has to be given to me. At least half of it. And then maybe I'll let what just happened slide. The little guy immediately protested. In your dreams. I won't even have enough for myself. Right then, Lin Feng spoke up. Zhu, watch this next match closely. Pay attention to every single detail. This scene will be enough to prove my theory. Let's see what kind of trick Song Qingyuan is up to. The next match was Gu Lei versus Song Qingyuan. As soon as it began, Song Qingyuan took the initiative to strike. He threw a punch directly at Gu Lei. The spectators erupted in excitement. How spectacular! I didn't expect the fight to get this intense so quickly. The crowd couldn't stop buzzing. Both of them are truly outstanding. The match ended much faster than anyone anticipated. Gu Lei returned to Ji Yin's side, looking embarrassed. I've let you down. Ji Yin smiled in response. Not at all. You fought until the very end. The others chimed in with words of comfort. Senior brother's thunder arts were exquisite. You'll definitely win next time. Over at Song Qingyuan's sect, the atmosphere was lively. His two junior brothers were cheering nonstop. That was a beautiful win, eldest senior brother, taking down two opponents in a row. You truly are a rare genius. Lin Feng was uncharacteristically pensive. My initial hunch was right after all. Unless he's intentionally setting a trap, then he's no longer a threat. He turned to Zhu. Did you see it? Zhu nodded in response. If it's as I suspect, defeating him won't be difficult. Lin Feng added a final warning. You still need to be careful of any traps he might have laid. Zhu took the words to heart. You're right, master. Even if he has a scheme, the positioning of his formation has already been exposed. He then commented, I'm afraid the next match might be a bit boring. Two disciples from the same sect saw Xingyun and Yahello stepping up and began to whisper. Finally, these two are taking the field. Another replied, It's a shame we didn't get to see Yu Hongyin fight Dao Yuding in the Foundation establishment stage. At least these two were drawn to face each other. Yahello made the first move. Someone commented that it was the instant sword escape. Xingyun remained perfectly calm. She manifested a circle of dragons biting each other's tails to form a barrier. She easily neutralized Yahello's attack. Yahello continued to ramp up her offensive, relentlessly hacking away at Xingyun's barrier. The audience was stunned. What kind of fight is this? It looks like she's aiming for a draw right from the start. Lin Feng offered no comment. Sect leader, you also remained silent. As time passed, Xingyun remained completely unscathed. The little guy realized what was happening. She's doing it on purpose. Sure, Xingyun is intentionally giving up on offense to focus entirely on defense. Zhu agreed. You're right. But if this drags on, the outcome will be hard to predict. Meanwhile, Yahello continued her ceaseless assault on Xingyun. The little guy suddenly understood. Is she trying to force a draw later on? Both he and Zhu spoke at the same time. Yahello's golden core. He had an epiphany. So that's what sure Xingyun is targeting. Yahello's golden core was once severely damaged. Zhu understood as well. Dragging out the fight could cause that golden core to crack again. He recalled, Yahello's previous matches all ended very quickly, partly because of her overwhelming strength, and partly because she hates prolonged battles. Sure, Xingyun must have picked up on this, which is why she's only defending. She's waiting for Yahello to wear herself out. The little guy began to wonder. Could it be that Yahello didn't see it coming? Lin Feng replied, with a personality like hers. If she isn't on the offensive, she's just standing there staring her opponent down. And you know exactly what she can't stand. Yahello is far too competitive and proud. She has zero patience for a stalemate. More importantly, she's exhausted every trick in her book and still couldn't break through Xingyun's defense. Back to the match. Yahello seemed to have realized it herself. I've lost this round. Hearing this, Xingyun lowered her barrier and dispersed the energy. Then she said politely, You let me win, Sister Yahello. The match is over. Junshin stepped forward to comment. After this, Yahello will definitely look for a rematch to settle the score. Xingyun let out a sigh. If Sister Yahello manages to get the heaven-mending vine to repair her golden core this time, I'm definitely staying far away from her in the future. With that, she turned to Junshin and asked, It's your turn. Are you in a hurry? Junshin smiled and replied, It's been a long time since I've felt this restless. I need to write a few characters to calm my mind. This round is Zhu against me. Someone curiously asked Venerable Changluo. Between these two, who do you think will win? He immediately clarified. They walk entirely different paths. He understood that. Xiao Junshun integrates the teachings of Confucius with the philosophy of heaven and earth, cultivating the aura of righteousness. His heart is solely focused on seeking the Tao. Zhu Yi, on the other hand, follows the path of the celestial sect of wonders. But the scholarly aura gathering above his head is already in its accumulation stage. If Zhu Yi wins, he could potentially trigger an explosion of latent power. The question is, can he actually pull it off? When Zhu Yi entered the arena, Junshin was already there waiting for him. He was surrounded by several strange objects. With an excited expression, he suggested, "It's rare to meet a fellow traveler on the same path. How about I perform a piece for you?" Regardless of whether Zhu Yi agreed or not, Junshin began his performance with natural grace. Zhu Yi seemed to recognize the melody. Junshin nodded in satisfaction. As expected, a true kindred spirit. And so, the two of them took their time enjoying the rhythm. At the same time, Zhu Yi looked down at his wrist. A swirl of black energy coiled around him. With a few flicks of his hand, an axe and a shield appeared. The 6 ritual dances of Great Yu. On the other side, Junshin remained composed. Zhu Yi laughed heartily. "We shall battle today. But if your heart is only set on winning or losing, then your Xiao music is no longer pure. How do you expect to defeat my Wu music?" Junshin replied slowly. "Hearing you say that has truly opened my eyes, my friend." Zhu Yi continued. "Even the authentic Xiao music might not necessarily defeat the Wu music." He quoted, "Some sages believe the Xiao music is more perfect than the Wu music. But that is merely a personal perspective. It isn't absolute truth." He added, "The world is vast. Truth is the ultimate authority. Even sages cannot represent the absolute truth. To dare to say a king is wrong, and to dare to argue that a sage is mistaken, that is the mark of a true scholar." Junshin didn't entirely agree. "But that is only your theory. You can't claim you're right, and the ancient sage was wrong just like that." Zhu Yi replied bluntly, "Right and wrong must be proven through reality." As soon as he finished speaking, Junshin moved instantly. He turned and said, "Fair enough. Let's put it to the test then." His gaze turned solemn. Zhu Yi felt the pressure clearly. He rarely initiated an attack. This state of mind felt like a focused literary composition. Immediately after, Junshin pointed 2 fingers straight ahead and fired a blast. Zhu Yi took to the air instantly to dodge. Of course, he had a counter-move ready. At that moment, he recalled Lin Feng's words. Against this opponent, spells aren't the key. What matters is the ancient, shared path of the scholar and the Buddha. Thinking it through brought Zhu Yi a moment of clarity. "Thank you for the guidance, master." He already had a plan in mind. Xiao Qian finally asked Royal's sister, "Does Mr. Xiao not have the upper hand?" Xingyan explained, "Not at all. He is currently dominating the fight." Xiao Qian was confused. Xingyan added wearily, "Zhu Yi is far more exceptional than I imagined, because he is actually able to comprehend divine, supernatural powers right in the middle of combat." Other observers noticed it too. Zhu Yi is using Xiao Junshin's path to break out of his own cocoon. The outcome of this match is already becoming clear. Zhong Yu looked at Lin Feng and said, "I'm afraid everything has fallen perfectly into the master of the celestial sect's calculations." He could understand what kind of entity the celestial sect of wonders truly was. It was enough to inspire dread. Junshin then spoke to Zhu Yi. "Though I am gentle and refined, I will not accept being used as a stepping stone for someone else's growth." He unleashed a barrage of moves. Zhu Yi responded cautiously. Junshin suddenly felt something was wrong. The opponent seemed to be predicting his every step to set a trap. Zhu Yi maintained his high level of vigilance. Meanwhile, Junshin kept ramping up his offensive. At that moment, it was as if he had grasped the key. So that's how it is. Calculation and method have become one. I didn't expect him to have mastered a divine ability that predicts his opponent's moves. Junshin used a spell, drawing countless characters in the air. Zhu Yi recognized it immediately. This is calligraphy. Every single character hides a hidden Taoist law. He began to analyze it. The head steward Changhai of the Xuanji Marquis estate also used calligraphy. At first glance, it shares many similarities with this style. After a moment's thought, he understood it completely. So that's the secret. Zhu Yi slowly closed his eyes, sensing every change with absolute clarity. The fire of wisdom was burning within his soul. Junshin finally spoke up. The world praises the carp that leaps over the dragon gate. But few realize that the vast majority fail to make it across. He was warning Zhu, if you want to use my momentum, you must pay a corresponding price. But are you sure you can leap over this dragon gate? At this moment, Junshun seemed like the embodiment of the great teachings and laws. All etiquette and rights converged into a single word: peace. Zhu was not someone easily shaken. You want to use ritual boundaries to make me waver? He broke into a faint smile. I appreciate the kind intentions, fellow Taoist Shao. Having said that, Zhu closed his eyes once more. Before long, a transformation occurred. In one eye, he was plunged into darkness. The other eye flashed incessantly with light. This was light born from the extreme of darkness, and darkness born from the extreme of light. The two poles in constant rotation. In an instant, he seemed to transform into a different person. The monument behind Junshun immediately vanished. He stood there stunned. Then he forced a smile and offered his praise. This path of yours would surely astonish the ancient sages. A perfect fusion of culture and Taoist law. Very impressive. Zhu replied humbly. I still haven't fully perfected this technique. I've only just unlocked the initial stage. Junshun continued to praise him. Even so, your Tao is already extraordinary. My ritual laws cannot compare. As soon as he finished, he began to recite a sacrificial text to the ancient kings and ancestors. A sacrifice to the former kings and ancestors in the temple courtyard during the autumn harvest. The monuments aligned with his words, slowly bowing their heads. The sovereign of the five rites, the auspicious rite, followed by the rites of the earth spirits, to the altars of the land and the five sacred mountains, to the forests, rivers, and marshes, to all things in the four directions, to the lesser spirits. Junshun's recitation grew more fervent. His voice echoed without end, from the heavenly gods, to the master of the heavenly Tao, to the sun, moon, and stars, to the overseers of fate, the commanders of destiny and the rain. It began to throw Zhu into a bit of disarray. A thick shroud of smoke began to surround Junshun. He muttered something under his breath. The smoke dispersed accordingly. Zhu was utterly shocked. The Cloud Gate Wisdom Rain. Among the 6 ritual dances, the Cloud Gate is the most ancient. Word is it was lost to time long ago. I never expected to witness it with my own eyes today. Junshun continued, creating countless cultural documents. He thrust them toward Zhu. Zhu gritted his teeth, watching the characters rushing at him. Meanwhile, Junshun was completely immersed in his own world. Zhu didn't dare to be careless. One of the observing disciples couldn't help but marvel. The strike hasn't even landed, yet the momentum is already unstoppable. From the outside, Hidden Dragon Lake could be seen emitting a blinding light. Qing Yuan made a silent assessment. I'm afraid Zhu has lost this one. It's just a pity that I wasn't the one to defeat him. The other disciples, including Xiao Budian, all called out for their second senior brother in worry. Even Hong Yin was losing his cool, but Lin Feng stated firmly, your second senior brother has already won. Back on the battlefield, every one of Zhu Yi's steps grew heavy. The smile on Junshun's face had completely vanished. Zhu Yi was the same. The great path of humanity doesn't stick to old, rigid traditions. It evolves constantly. Zhu Yi slowly raised a hand. Then, as if entering a labyrinth, a sight appeared before him. A tower materialized. He moved forward relentlessly. This is the true path of humanity. The principal scholars spend their whole lives pursuing. Zhu Yi closed his eyes and touched the void. Countless texts flickered into existence. It was as if he were gaining thousands of new insights. Xiao Jun seemed to have guessed the outcome by now. He had no other choice. He clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I have learned much from this. The path to understanding lies in educating the masses and knowing how to integrate it all. I concede this match. Zhu Yi returned the gesture. If I achieve great things in the future, I will remember your contribution today, Taoist friend. Meanwhile, outside, countless onlookers were glued to the scene. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Zhu Yi actually broke through right in the middle of this match, seeing another disciple standing there dazed. Lin Feng felt even more pleased. Everyone watching this battle has gained something. That disciple's entire body was even starting to glow. Lin Feng quickly stepped in to steady him. He spoke softly. Don't rush. Your foundation is built on the great Tao of the heavens and the great Yin. It isn't time for your breakthrough just yet. The disciple snapped out of it and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you for the reminder, master. I was indeed being too reckless. Lin Feng gave a kind smile. With such comprehension skills, I couldn't be happier. He added, today isn't the time for you to reach the late foundation establishment stage. But you've accumulated enough. It will happen naturally when the time comes. Then he turned to Zhongyu and bowed. Prince and Liang, my disciple used the hidden dragon lake to break through. I hope you can overlook this. Zhongyu could only nod. It's a small matter. Consider it a blessing for this assembly. I don't mind at all. Chu Yi was now standing at the very top of the tower. Internally, he had completely transformed. A fire within him burned relentlessly. Everyone was terrified. Is that in fire? Sweat poured off Chu Yi like rain. Another disciple gasped. If he survives the Yin fire tribulation, he'll reach the mid-stage golden core. If he fails, he'll be incinerated by it. Suddenly, Chu Yi let out a thunderous roar. Power surged around him in waves. A moment later, the haze began to fade. Chu Yi emerged with a radiant expression. He had reached the mid-stage golden core. Disciples from other sects began to worry. I wonder, which unlucky soul will have to face him in the next round? Soon, Chu Yi stepped out of the hidden dragon lake. He and Xiao Jun shared a look of mutual respect. Xiao Jun added, I've gained much from this experience. I've decided to return and focus on my studies. I won't be participating in the rest of the conference. I hope the Taoist masters will forgive me. Zhongyu replied, if that is your wish, then you may go. Before leaving, Xiao Jun left a message for Chu Yi. I look forward to hearing news of your participation in the Great Zhou Dynasty examinations. Xiao Qian felt a bit of regret. Is Mr. Xiao really leaving just like that? To think one match could have such a huge impact. Jing Yun reminded him. Don't underestimate Chu Yi. Though he's only at the mid-stage golden core, his momentum is already established. He'll progress rapidly from here on out. Watching Chu Yi stand respectfully beside Lin Feng, she mused. It seems almost nothing can stop this youth from becoming a legend now. Zhongyu was deep in thought. Even Xiao Jun was defeated by him. Who else is worthy of being his opponent? His strength is growing far too fast. His future is completely unpredictable. Could it be that everyone in that sect has this kind of potential? Meanwhile, Lin Feng was thrilled to see his points skyrocket. His ambition points had reached 7,813,496. This conference has been a massive haul. Taoist Master Chong Lu finally spoke up. Breaking through a realm during the assembly is truly something to congratulate you on, sect leader. Lin Feng returned the courtesy. My thanks to Prince and Liang and all the Taoist masters. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the announcement was made. The fourth round of the Golden Core stage is about to begin. Looking at Shi Tianxia and Chu Yi, everyone hoped these two monsters from the celestial sect of wonders would continue their streak. Xiao Qian whispered to Jingyun, Sister, if you're matched against Shi Tianxia, you'll win for sure, right? She replied confidently. In the finals, only Song Qingyuan is worthy of being my opponent. Xiao Qian added, Sister, no matter how fast Shi Tianxia recovers, he's no match for you. Jingyun didn't dare to be complacent. Yet, she still felt a flicker of unease. If his current strength is all he has, then the gap between us is indeed too massive. Seeing Shi Tianxia's bright, beaming smile, she began to speculate. Just his supreme spiritual altar and his innate foundation alone show that his talent is immeasurable. More importantly, he has absolute faith in himself. This confidence seems to be ingrained in his very soul. Jingyun calmly analyzed him. If he's that confident, his true strength must be anything but ordinary. Just how much deeper does his hidden potential go? Right then, the announcement rang out. Opening match. Celestial Sect of Wonders. Shi Tianxia. His opponent was Song Qingyuan from the Heaven Lake sect. Hearing the names, Qingyuan began to calculate his odds. I underestimated Chu Yi last time. Am I about to make the same mistake again? It looks like keeping my assassin title won't be easy. Suddenly, he remembered his Master Chao Wei's instructions. Qingyuan, I have a task for you. When you face Shi Tianxia, you must remember this. On the other side, Lin Feng was also carefully advising Shi Tianxia. Are you ready? I'm afraid this match will be very intense. The boy replied excitedly, "Don't worry, master. This is a piece of cake." Lin Feng silently infused a special strand of power into the boy. Quite a few people nearby stared in shock. Yang Qing witnessed it with his own eyes as well. Chao Wei, of course, recognized what it was. Solar pure water. The crowd was even more stunned. How could solar pure water reach such a level? No, wait. It must be a unique technique created by the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Zhong Yu silently sized up Lin Feng. This sect leader is truly deep and inscrutable. His disciples are all exceptional geniuses. And now he's revealing such miraculous techniques. Just how many trump cards is the Celestial Sect of Wonders hiding? Chao Wei suddenly stepped in front of Lin Feng and made a proposal. "I wonder if sect leader Lin would be interested in a little wager with me?" Lin Feng smirked inwardly. "The time has come." Outwardly, he replied calmly, "Sect leader Chao, I assume you're still aiming for that boulder from Mount Yujing?" Chao Wei admitted it frankly. "That's exactly right." Lin Feng began to weigh his options. Chao Wei's insistence on that rock can't be just for himself. He's likely acting on behalf of someone else. I'd love to see how he handles this. Fine. But if your disciple loses, I want a pair of peak stage flying snow medicine sparrow demon kings. Chao Wei nodded without hesitation. But in that case, you must also add your fire ice core. Lin Feng replied grandly, "No problem." With the deal struck, Shi Tianxia rushed over and gave him a big hug. "Master, you're the best." Lin Feng doted on him, giving his forehead a light flick. "You little rascal. This isn't a toy. It'll be useful when it's time for you to cultivate. For now, just focus on winning." Shi Tianxia answered seriously, "I understand." Before the boy left, Lin Feng added one more thing. "If Song Qingyuan offers a trade as well, agree to it first, no matter what it is." Shi Tianxia hopped into the hidden dragon lake and replied, "Got it. Whatever he wants, I'll still win." As soon as the match started, Qingyuan spoke up. "My master and your sect leader have made a bet. As disciples, we should also give our all for our masters." Shi Tianxia didn't hesitate. "What's the bet?" Qingyuan pulled out an exquisite mirror and introduced it slowly. "This is my signature treasure, the Ice Soul Cold Light Mirror. I'll bet this against your signature treasure. Do you dare to take the bet?" The surrounding crowd was stunned. Song Qingyuan is really going all out. That item is incredibly valuable. A disciple asked skeptically, "Is that kid out his mind?" But Shi Tianxia was just that reckless. "I'm in." As the fight began, Shi Tianxia raised his hands high. Chao Wei watched every movement intently. Right at that moment, Qing Ro sent a message asking, "How is the assembly progressing? Have you secured what I need and what you desire?" Chao Wei responded with absolute confidence. "Everything is falling into place. The second act is about to begin." Qing Ro pressed him further. "What are the odds of success?" 60%, Chao Wei replied. "That's enough," Qing Ro remarked calmly. "Even if it fails, we won't walk away empty-handed. I will cover any losses incurred by your Tianqi sect." Chao Wei showed no gratitude. "If you want to gamble, you have to accept the risk. It's only right that you put up the stakes." Qing Ro understood perfectly. "You're only cooperating with me because you need something." Chao Wei admitted it bluntly. "Exactly. The bronze void cauldron must be mine." Qing Ro still couldn't wrap her head around it. "It's just a mid-tier artifact. Why would the sect leader of the Tianqi sect value it so highly? Its true value must lie elsewhere." Chao Wei grew annoyed. "Qing Ro, that is none of your concern. The truth is 6,000 years ago, there was an all-powerful rogue cultivator who attained the primordial spirit stage. He called himself the Mountain River Taoist Master. He carried a magic treasure known as the Void Mountain River Cauldron." As he mentioned this, Chao Wei's expression darkened. Qing Ro continued the thought. "Rumor has it that the Mountain River Taoist once crossed your Tianqi sect. He eventually met his end in the frozen Arctic. The Void Mountain River Cauldron fell into your hands. But that wasn't all. Qing Ro knew more. Aside from the main cauldron, there were 9 smaller sub-cauldrons, known as the 9 Sun Mother Bronze Void Cauldrons. The set is only complete when all 9 sub-cauldrons are gathered. It seems that Mother Cauldron hides a massive secret." Hearing this, Chao Wei asked coldly, "Well, are you planning to stick your nose into this?" Qing Ro shook her head. "I have no intention of interfering. I just wanted to gauge the Tianqi sect's resolve for this partnership." Chao Wei continued his questioning. "Then what are our chances now? Now that we have the Mount Yujing stone and the leaf from Lin Feng's treasure tree?" Can we pinpoint the location of Mount Yujing? The answer is less than 50%. It's mostly speculation, but 50% is enough for me to make a move. Once we get started, I'll turn that into 100%. Qing Ro spoke candidly. The most unpredictable variable in my plan is you, Chao Wei countered. I know my disciple. Our chances of victory are anything but low. Qing Ro dropped the subject. If you're that certain, then I'm at ease. Once the conference ends, the opening of the ancient desolate sea might bring some complications. Tell your disciple to keep his cool. Chao Wei paused. Complications? Meanwhile, on the stage, little guy launched a relentless assault. Yet Song Qingyuan dodged every move with ease. This made little guy turn serious. This guy uses ice flame even better than that Ujihai woman. I can't take him lightly. He immediately ramped up the intensity of his attacks. Song Qingyuan was silently evaluating his opponent. Is he being cautious because of his experience, or is he hiding his true strength? He started to find the situation awkward. He had only fulfilled half of his master's instructions. As for the other half, if this kid stays on the defensive, it'll be difficult. Song Qingyuan steeled his resolve. Fine then, I'll force his hand. He unleashed a massive strike directly at little guy. The crowd wouldn't stop whispering. Did senior brother Song lose? No, but he's crushed Shi Tianxia's will and courage. Another person retorted, if his will is gone, how can he find the guts to keep fighting? Lin Feng simply smiled at the comments. He didn't say a word. On the other side, little guy was brimming with confidence. He lunged into the air with a powerful kick, dragging a surge of energy behind him. Song Qingyuan began to panic. By the time he realized little guy had closed the gap, it was too late. A heavy punch sent him flying backward. Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated the outcome. If you want to play, I'll play. He whispered, Sect Leader Chao. I'd like to raise the stakes this time. I just wonder if you have the guts to accept. He turned and spoke directly. Sect Leader Chao, I want to increase our bet. Do you agree? Chao Wei hesitated, then nodded. Since Sect Leader Lin has made such a generous offer, how could I possibly refuse? Everyone was stunned. They're raising the stakes again? Some people saw the situation for what it was. Song Qingyuan was already on the back foot. Chao Wei added his conditions. If you lose, I want a branch from that treasure tree on your Mount Yujing. Do we have a deal? Lin Feng replied instantly. Fine, but I want a twin polar heaven-born flower in return. Do you dare, Sect Leader Chao? The crowd was dizzy from the stakes. Sect Leader Lin is clearly trying to make Sect Leader Chao bleed. The twin polar heaven-born flower fuses the extremes of ice and fire. It's a rare essence of heaven and earth. Its effects are as miraculous as a magic treasure prototype. Chao Wei had no way out. A man's word is his bond. Hien Luong appeared out of nowhere, laughing heartily. My wort is my bontue. He said to Chao Wei, I'm betting on Shi Tianxia to win. I'll put up my Realgar golden gallstone against your Tianqi Sect's chilled mirror flower. Do you have a nerve to take that bet? The crowd was even more horrified. The Realgar golden gallstone was the top treasure of the Northern Young Court. Chao Wei replied angrily. Are you trying to take advantage of the chaos by betting Northern Young's soul-slaying jade? This time, Hien Luong broke into a cold sweat. Lin Feng couldn't stop grinning. Soul-slaying jade is incredibly rare, a specialty of the Northern Young Court. It can harbor wandering spirits and guard against soul attacks. Sect Leader Chao certainly has a sharp eye. Hien Luong couldn't back down. He replied, fine, it's a bet. Chao Wei smirked. Then I'll gladly accept your gift. Lu Guang wanted in on the action too. I'd also like to see what Sect Leader Chao's disciple is made of. I'll bet on Song Qingyuan against the dark light mystical metal in Sect Leader Lin's possession. What do you say? Then came the Shushan sword sect, bringing out the Shaoshang sword chi. This thing was incredibly powerful. It could be used to probe the essence of the Shaoshang sword chi. What if he loses? Or is he doing this on purpose? Lin Feng accepted every challenge. Since Swordmaster Lu Guang has made the offer, I shall accept. Ge Guang wasn't about to sit idly by either. How could I miss out on this gamble? He added another treasure, leaving everyone in awe. It was the 8-path blood gall, something that could extend one's lifespan. The old man proposed to Lin Feng. I'll wager this 8-path blood gall against your outer heaven heart fire furnace. What do you think? Lin Feng replied cheerfully. Since you all are in the mood, I'd be a poor host to refuse. But it didn't stop there. Another person brought out a magic treasure to join in. when the crowd saw what he brought. The entire venue was shaken. It was a magic treasure prototype. Gugwang couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "Patriarcha, are you really using that as a stake?" Huatu smiled and confirmed, "That's right. This jade skeleton prototype is my wager." He stated his position clearly. "I'm betting on the Xianmen Tian Sec's sure Tianxia to win, and I want Sect Leader Chao's Arctic Primordial Sunstone as the prize. Do you dare to take it?" Chao Wei had no choice left. He could only nod and say, "I accept." Meanwhile, the duel at Dragon Hidden Lake had become incredibly fierce. The two in the lake seemed unaware that their victory or defeat now carried monumental consequences. Song Qingyuan struggled to hold his ground while silently calculating. Enough time has passed. Master must have everything ready by now. Time to end this. He clasped his hands together, then slowly pulled them apart. His ice fire form began to manifest. Little guy looked genuinely excited. Now, this is interesting. As soon as he spoke, surges of ice and fire lunged straight at him. Little guy didn't flinch. He channeled all his power into his hands. The young boy gave it his all, charging straight ahead. This was the 8-trigram frozen pool technique. TCH. Song Qingyuan couldn't even force a smile anymore. As expected, he was still holding back. "I can't hesitate any longer. I have to use my trump card." Song Qingyuan knew there was no room for second-guessing. He had to use his ace now, or face certain defeat. The members of the Tianqi sect were all on edge. A female disciple thought to herself, "Is it the invisible ice-fire twin polar sword Qi?" Others chimed in. Could it be the secret technique created by the sect leader himself? He silently judged the situation. It looks like Song Qingyuan has this match in the bag. Song Qingyuan reached the critical moment. He closed his eyes, merging his spirit with the surrounding energy. The two disciples of the Heavenly Lake sect couldn't help but gasp in awe at the sight, even though they could feel a massive surge of power. Their eyes saw nothing and their ears heard nothing. The space around them gradually fell into a dead silence. Qin Yuan looked incredibly confident right now. Meanwhile, Xiao Budian was silently calculating his next move. Formless and invisible, shadowless and rootless. That level of skill is enough to overwhelm someone at the early nascent soul stage. But if you think you can beat me that easily, you're dead wrong. Full of momentum, Xiao Budian marched toward Qin Yuan. He stared him down with a mysterious, knowing smile. Even the young boy's eyes seemed to harbor an immense, hidden power. Countless streaks of light erupted around Xiao Budian. In that moment, his thoughts suddenly turned to Zhu Yi. There was one thing Xiao Budian understood very clearly. My second senior brother has his world-shaking literature, and I have my Xianwang forward mantra. Just as Qin Yuan prepared to unleash a new technique, Xiao Budian raised one hand high as if receiving a divine blessing. He let out a thunderous roar. "You!" Immediately after, the "you" character expanded to open a celestial palace across all 4 directions. The space began to shift unpredictably. Hardly anyone could keep track of the changes. A flock of brilliantly colored birds suddenly manifested. Qin Yuan's head spun as his vision blurred. His invisible dual-polar ice-fire sword Qi was completely suppressed. In an instant, Xiao Budian had closed the distance. If we disciples of the celestial sect of wonders want to see who's best, we only test ourselves against our own brothers. No one else is even worthy of the challenge. The boy lunged forward, delivering a heavy blow toward Qin Yuan. "Take this, Qin Yuan." Watching from the sidelines, Zhao Yin couldn't help but cry out. This power has completely locked down the surrounding space. Lin Feng looked at Chao Wei, who was on the verge of fainting, and spoke. "I shall thank Sect Leader Chao on behalf of my disciple. You're more than welcome to provide us with further guidance next time." Chao Wei could only accept the bitter reality. Our Heavenly Lake sect has lost. Xian Liang laughed heartily. "The flower heart mirror, eh? Old man, don't you dare forget what you promised." Chao Wei could do nothing but grit his teeth and swallow his pain. Lin Feng accepted the treasure, grinning so widely his eyes nearly disappeared. "I give my thanks to all the sect leaders." After the match, Qin Yuan was gasping for air, completely spent. Xiao Budian, of course, didn't forget the main business at hand. "You lost, so hand over the ice soul chill light mirror." Despite his extreme reluctance, Qin Yuan forced a smile and handed it over. "Here." Xiao Budian turned to Zhu Yi and shouted, "Second senior brother, Now you have two distinct techniques. You're practically ready for the nascent soul stage. Zhu Yi was genuinely happy for him as well. Xiao Budian continued to tease him. This is a pretty good way to make a living. Maybe you should try your luck with that princess over there, too. Xingyin could only remain speechless after hearing that. Venerable Chang Luo announced in a solemn voice. The next match, Zhu Yi of the Celestial Sect of Wonders versus Shi Xingyun of the Great Qin Empire. Zhu Yi, fellow Taoist Shi. Begin. Unexpectedly, she replied, I forfeit this match. The other disciples couldn't believe their ears. Giving up before the fight even started? Isn't she just clearing the path for Zhu Yi to waltz into the finals? Only Xingyun understood the truth. Once her greatest secret had been exposed, her chances of winning were incredibly slim. There was no point in being stubborn. Zhong Yu let out a long sigh. He had no choice but to announce Great Qin's withdrawal from the round. Every eye turned in one direction, filled with admiration. The legend of the invincible techniques and cultivation of the Celestial Sect of Wonders truly cannot be broken. And Lin Feng was the one who built that sect, rising like a morning sun. To shock the entire world, many people were left wondering, just who is he, really? Zhao Yan exhaled slowly and said, the way things are going, Zhu Yi will likely take the whole thing. After all, he is still a full realm higher. Seeing Xiao Budian suddenly turn and smile at him, Zhu Yi offered a reminder. Junior brother, advancing from a mid-stage to the late stage of the Golden Core is exceptionally difficult. Don't be reckless right now. But the boy replied, I understand your kind intentions, second senior brother, but I believe I can pull this off. Lin Feng began channeling power into Xiao Budian, not forgetting to tell him to focus on his task without worry. Your master will handle everything else. Then, he gave a casual wave of his hand toward the boy. Zhong Yu asked doubtfully, Sect Leader Lin, is Xiao Budian currently absorbing power? A golden light quickly erupted from the boy's chest. It looked as if he were being consumed by flames. I can't believe this kid is actually braving the Yin fire tribulation. He's breaking through to the mid-stage Golden Core. This is the moment. The onlookers couldn't help but ask, do the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders treat tribulations like some kind of game? Lin Feng thought to himself. Only Xiao Budian could pull this off. His 9-hold Golden Core naturally purges all impurities during cultivation. So the Yin fire tribulation is nothing to him. But it didn't stop there. For him, the real challenge was pushing from a mid-stage to the late-stage Golden Core. Everyone watched as Xiao Budian began to transform. The various sects all came to the same realization. Just like Zhu Yi, 8 types of spiritual energy are forming the 8 trigrams Dharma image. This definitely stems from the core Tao techniques of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. What a terrifying secret technique. Lu Guang searched through his memories. Years ago, when Xiao Yan of the Celestial Sect of Wonders broke through to the mid-stage Golden Core at the summit of Mount Yun, there wasn't a phenomenon like this. Thinking back to Xiao Yan, he only drew in fire element energy, using the other elements merely as fuel for his flames. It's clear that the potential of their sect's Tao is beyond measure. Lin Feng was currently overjoyed. This trip has been well worth the effort. Both my personal prestige and the sect's reputation have skyrocketed. Excellent. Keep working hard, my disciples. Once you reach the late-stage Golden Core, I will teach you even more powerful techniques. He focused his attention on Xiao Budian, all while continuing to support him with energy. The 8 trigrams Celestial Grand Tao Canon is only just beginning. Xiao Budian looked much more mature now. Second senior brother, I look forward to your guidance. Zhu Yi smiled in return. Little junior brother, begin. As the two of them stepped forward, someone nearby gnashed their teeth in anger. He felt that his opponents weren't just holding back, but that they didn't view him as a worthy rival at all. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned his other disciple. Wang Lin appeared shortly after, looking as calm and composed as ever. Lin Feng spoke to him gently. Little Lin, your timing in finishing your seclusion is perfect. Wang Lin was slightly surprised. Our second senior brother and little junior brother competing for the Golden Core rank? Xiao Budian had made a pact earlier. Second senior brother is still fighting. But I have to make the first move. As soon as the words left his lips, the boy shot forward like a bolt. Brace yourself for the next move. Zhu Yi took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his arm. He manifested the radiant mandala to counter Xiao Budian. The boy confidently analyzed the technique. The immeasurable Tathagata Sutra. He locked his sights on his Zhu. If second senior brother wants to win, he'll have to use some kind of bait. Xiao Budian decided to charge straight in, unleashing the 8 trigrams heaven-shattering pillar. Immediately after, the Avalokitesvara Mandala Great Formation was deployed. Xiao Budian hovered in midair, methodically dismantling the formation piece by piece. Zhu Yi maintained his gentle smile. Little junior brother, do I really look like that kind of person to you? He spoke while offering a bit of advice. In any battle between two people, knowing when to attack and when to defend, and weaving the conventional with the unorthodox, that is how victory is seized. Xiao Budian simply shouted one word. Boo! Instantly, countless rays of light gathered around the boy's body. Zhu Yi understood perfectly. The Yu character has a suppressive effect, a barrier. Even he couldn't force it to collapse any further. Xiao Budian tightened both his fists. The halo of light around him flared up with increasing intensity. It was only then that Zhu Yi realized something. The variations of the Yu character could directly shatter the Avalokitesvara formation from the inside. Just as he had said, Zhu Yi was anything but weak. He pushed his strength to the limit once more. In his eyes, Xiao Budian's figure seemed to be shrinking. The boy couldn't help but blurt out again. In the darkness, he peered in one direction, where countless flames were hurtling straight toward him. But at that very moment, a vast ocean suddenly appeared, swallowing every single flame whole. Xiao Budian smiled with absolute confidence. When it comes to comprehending our sex Tao and the creation of all things, second senior brother is still one step behind me. A dense light enveloped him. The boy seemed to transform into a completely different person. If you think these tricks are enough to threaten me, then you have seriously underestimated me. Xiao Budian's eyes turned stark white. His body became more powerful and robust. It seemed as if his power was overflowing. Zhu Yi replied softly, I would never dream of underestimating you. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, thick with jagged bolts of lightning. With a deafening explosion, everything came crashing down at an incredible speed. Even Xiao Budian didn't see this coming. Could this spell actually manipulate time? But he immediately reconsidered. No, that's not right. It's not time control. And second senior brother hasn't changed the flow of this mini-world either. Xiao Budian's expression darkened. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, Second senior brother, do you dare to answer me now? Zhu Yi remained completely silent. Xiao Budian burst out laughing as he realized the truth. As I thought, you don't dare. Zhu Yi remained composed. Not bad. You figured it out quite quickly. Xiao Budian rapidly deduced the logic. If it's not time, then it must be an ability that's slowing down my reaction time. This analysis was perfectly logical. Since the black-yellow 4-character mantra contains the word universe, there must be another hidden meaning. The boy suddenly had an epiphany. Second senior brother, I really have to thank you. I never understood the second mantra before, but with your guidance today, I've finally seen through it. With that, he raised his hand toward the sky and roared. A massive amount of power began to converge. The surrounding ground was torn apart. Zhu Yi couldn't help but offer his praise. Little junior brother, your Ian character is truly profound. It is already locked down. My mana and divine sense, making them unable to move. It's like studying a technique that freezes time in a single area. Xiao Budian replied humbly. I only managed it thanks to second senior brother's patient guidance. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression shifted. Second senior brother, try taking one more move from me. The sound resonated through the space again. Zhu Yi slowly realized the secret. This didn't just lock movement. It even slowed down his speed of thought. Every action was being severed. Since ancient times, the Ian character has represented the extension of time. But it can only extend the past and the present. It cannot dictate the future. Zhu Yi immediately focused his mind. One of his eyes began to glow faintly. Countless symbols continuously poured out from his body. Zhu Yi analyzed the situation slowly. My path is still expanding. The future is infinite. And the infinite is the unknown. It is not something time can decide. Little junior brother, you cannot bind me. Xiao Budian didn't believe it. Then let's find out. The boy shouted again, and then once more. Lines of text like dense scripture, appeared around Xiao Budian, until an old man manifested. Everyone immediately recognized him as the spirit of the hidden dragon lake's magic treasure. The commotion had clearly disturbed him. Xiao Budian said to Zhu, "Second senior brother, you follow the great path of humanity. Truly, you have your own way, but in the end, humans still live within the world, existing within the universe." At that moment, Xiao Budian stood before Zhu. His eyes had closed without him even noticing. A moment later, Xiao Budian jumped out of the hidden dragon lake. Someone spoke up. "A monster from a celestial sect of wonders really needs another monster from the same sect to deal with him. It's only right." Xiao Budian landed softly on the ground, but the smile on his face had vanished. Xiao Qian was incredibly shocked. Zhu Yi's power was truly explosive. Who would have thought he'd lose so decisively? Xing Yun immediately interrupted. "Enough. You still have much to learn. Don't treat your own guesses as absolute truth." Meanwhile, Zhu Yi lay motionless on the ground, looking like he was just resting. Suddenly, he woke up. Zhu Yi snapped out of his trance, and his eyes flew open. He reached out to touch the floating characters and discovered that everything had stopped. The symbols standing still before Zhu Yi seemed to carry some deep meaning, leaving everyone in utter shock. Is he having another breakthrough in the second stage? Zhu Yi gently dispelled the characters before him. Xiao Qian stood dazed at the sight. Xingyan seemed to have figured it out. "Do you understand now?" Zhu Yi's battle against Shi Tianhao's universe mantra was indeed incredibly difficult, because he was silently comprehending the constraints of the universe's laws to carve out a path toward transcendence. If the current Zhu Yi were to fight Shi Tianhao again, he would likely be the next one to break through the heaven-swallowing universe mantra. Finally, he left the hidden dragon lake. Recalling the events, the onlookers spared no praise. In terms of peer-level debate, the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders are truly invincible. Zhong Yu seemed to age several decades in an instant. He sluggishly announced that for this Huanghai Sea Dharma conference, the Golden Lamp winner was the celestial sect of wonders. Shi Tianhao. Lin Feng was overjoyed. If no unexpected incidents occurred, his hidden prestige would quickly convert into actual renown. By his calculations, every major power attending the conference had become a springboard for his fame. Looking at his disciples, he was filled with pride. These kids really didn't let me down. Lin Feng pondered while navigating the system. Based on his experience with cheat mechanics, world-class renown required both the individual and the sect to meet the standards. He tallied up the spoils of war. The harvest was indeed significant. The system assistant discovered something else. That day, someone had been let go. Yet, despite his clone watching for so long, no one had come to silence them. Lin Feng decided to recall the clone first and plan later. The surrounding disciples began to chatter excitedly. This Dharma conference was truly spectacular, especially the fight between Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao. Someone else mentioned Wang Lin with amazement, but others were dejected. This Huanghai Dharma conference basically belongs to the celestial sect of wonders. The three elders shared the same thought. All the top talents have gathered here. On top of that, to be able to teach so many terrifying disciples. Just how great must their master's divine power be? After a while, Zhong Yu spoke up. The ancient Huanghai world has opened. 16 Golden Core disciples and 8 Foundation Establishment disciples are permitted to enter. He was extremely cautious. "Everyone, please follow me." He led the group onto the Sea Dragon boat. The crowd followed behind Zhong Yu in single file. The boats quickly cut through the waves toward the open sea. Most of those on board were from the celestial sect of wonders. Someone, bitter with rage, spat out, "A bunch of freaks." On the boat, Lin Feng was thoroughly enjoying himself. "Even I'm impressed. How could I miss out on something this good?" Looking at his disciples, he was beaming with pride. A bunch of chosen ones gathered together. If their protagonist auras all explode at once, the consequences will be unpredictable. With that thought, he gave a reminder. Stay united in the ancient Huanghai world. As for the good stuff, just grab it and we'll settle it later. They all replied in unison, yes. But he didn't stop there. He pulled out a board and gave instructions seriously, like a teacher. In the ancient Huanghai world, unity is our top priority. Lin Feng placed special importance on this. The ancient Huanghai world is vast. Staying in one big group will waste too much time. So, we will split into teams. Tianhao, Tun Tin, and Zhugafengning, you're one group. Xiao Yi Shaolin, Hong Yin, and Xiao Qing, you're the other. He even assigned clear roles. Xiao Yi will lead the area. Hong Yin, provide support. Shaolin, take the point. Xiao Qing, handle logistics. Before the disciples could react, the boat suddenly jolted and sank into the sea. Luckily, Lin Feng could stand on the water surface. At that moment, he realized that the sea dragon boat became unstable upon entering the ancient world. Zhongyu explained, outsiders entering the ancient world will cause disturbances. We're staying on guard to prevent any accidents. Only then did Lin Feng understand. So that's it. Suddenly, an old man approached with an invitation. Sect leader Lin, if you're free, please visit the Laming Mountains and Zixiao Peak. The Zixiao Dao is very welcoming. Lin Feng could only reply politely. I thank you for your kind invitation. I will certainly pay a visit. Suddenly, Xiao Yin sent a panicked voice transmission. Master, come quickly. Lin Feng was puzzled. Did Xiao Yin break the tracking talisman in the middle world? There was no time to lose. He hurried to take his leave. I have an urgent matter, so I must go ahead. Everyone, please keep an eye on this area. With that, Lin Feng turned and left. Everyone watched him go, completely confused. They weren't sure what could make the leader of the celestial sect rush off like that. Lin Feng flew at extreme speed. In no time, he reached the middle world. The moment he landed, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Xiao Yin was severely injured. Lin Feng asked in distress, who did this? Xiao Yin tried to answer, Master, then suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing the color of the blood on Xiao Yan's hand, Lin Feng vaguely guessed the cause. Fury surged within him. Namingly fire? Fine, just fine. Lin Feng was so angry his face darkened. Very well. Seeing his master about to lose control, Xiao Yin hurriedly stopped him. It wasn't generous, people. I did this to myself. His face was full of sincerity. Lin Feng supported him. He began checking the injuries. It didn't look like someone else had caused them. After thinking for a while, the situation showed that Xiao Yin had proactively absorbed the Namingly fire. This caused the 3 great fires to erupt simultaneously. He sighed. You're truly looking for trouble. This is a huge mess. Without hesitating, Lin Feng channeled his power. His energy slowly lifted Xiao Yin into the air. Lin Feng saw it clearly. The 3 flows of fire in Xiao Yan's body were wreaking havoc, putting immense pressure on him. At this point, Lin Feng couldn't hold back. Are you going to settle down or not? The 3 great fires were immediately suppressed by his pure energy. Lin Feng increased his output, striving to bring them completely under control. Xiao Yin coughed up a few more large mouthfuls of blood before gradually regaining consciousness. He said apologetically, I was talking big earlier about handling it myself. I didn't expect to have to rely on Master again. Lin Feng replied with annoyance. It's better than seeking your own death. If you were beaten by someone else, I could collect the debt for you. But now, who am I supposed to blame? Xiao Yin knew he was in the wrong and didn't dare argue. Please don't be angry, Master. Lin Feng flicked his forehead as a lesson. Haste makes waste. To master the 3 great fires, you need to be at the late golden core stage at the very least. He placed a hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder to comfort him. From now on, even when we return to Mount Yujing, you're going into seclusion. Wait until you break through to the late golden core stage. Xiao Yan could only nod. Understood. Just as Lin Feng let out a sigh, he felt something was off. What's going on? Bo Feng Hai is guarding the 7 primordial spirits. How could such an incident occur? The video ends here. If you've watched this far, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment your thoughts. See you in the next video.